The first time I went to the ancient Gulantink, I found that there were no women present, and even the passing men deliberately avoided this place as if they were afraid of something. Yet, I remained leisurely drinking until my subordinate Zhang Wei hurried over. "Boss, everything is normal in Luchun Lane. Those women can operate peacefully," he said, his eyes filled with resentment. Today was supposed to be his day off, with a blind date arranged for him at home. However, due to the mysterious deaths of 10 women at Gulan, we constables were sent to patrol. Seeing everything in order now, I poured him a drink and casually asked, "How does the girl set up for your blind date look?" Zhang Wei blinked. "I haven't even seen her yet. Actually, I don't care much about looks, as long as the sister-in-law is half as pretty. It's fine." "You rascal, are you thinking about your sister-in-law?" I kicked him. Zhang Wei chuckled. "Where would that be, with a celestial being like my sister-in-law? Only you, boss, are worthy." Upon hearing this, I sighed. "You envy me for having a beautiful wife, but I envy you for being carefree." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, knowing it was futile to continue the conversation, so he took out a book of romantic stories and started reading. I shook my head. "Don't you have any ambitions? No wonder you're still single." However, Zhang Wei grinned, taking a break in the midst of busyness. "This book can occasionally lift the spirits." Just as he was engrossed in reading, a woman's scream suddenly echoed from downstairs. "Something's wrong." My heart sank, and I swiftly grabbed an iron ruler and rushed downstairs, with Zhang Wei following suit. As we reached the ground floor, we saw a woman covered in blood running towards us in panic. "Save me, what's going on?" Zhang Wei asked coldly, but as he approached the woman, she suddenly pulled out a knife from her sleeve and cut him in half at the waist. Blood splattered all over me, and I stood there in shock for a moment before swinging the iron ruler, but it was too late. The blade had already pierced my chest. I fell heavily into a pool of blood, my consciousness fading. It was so tragic. I had only been in this world for less than half a year and now I was gone, without even touching the hands of a beautiful woman. At the last moment before closing my eyes, I saw Zhang Wei's book of romantic stories, and it happened to be open to the last page, with just 3 words, "The end." I woke up abruptly, only to see Zhang Wei across from me, still smiling, taking a break in the midst of busyness. This book can occasionally lift the spirits. Strange, did I just have a hallucination? Zhang Wei noticed something was off with me and was about to ask when a scream came from downstairs. "Something's wrong." His face changed, and he instinctively grabbed the iron ruler and rushed down the stairs. But my pupils suddenly contracted, a chill running through my body. This brought me back to my senses instantly, only to find that Zhang Wei had already disappeared. I hurriedly followed him out. "Save me!" In front of the gate, a woman ran towards Zhang Wei in panic, a subtle hint of malevolence flashing in her eyes. Just as she drew the blade, I pushed Zhang Wei aside. The next moment, the blade fell, but I blocked it with the iron ruler in my hand. The woman hesitated for a moment, surprised by my swift reaction. Zhang Wei also reacted and quickly stabbed the woman with the iron ruler. However, the ruler was cut in half halfway through. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly flicked my sleeve, and lime powder scattered, causing the woman to shield her face and retreat. "You wretched woman!" Zhang Wei and I acted in perfect harmony. He rolled and grabbed the woman's legs, causing her to fall backward, hitting her head hard on the ground. Just when everyone thought the woman was subdued, she suddenly let out a loud scream, and Zhang Wei was sent flying. Then, the woman flipped and leaped, jumping into the river. "Fire dragon!" I shouted loudly, and the constable who rushed over immediately unloaded the fire gun and threw it to me. I aimed the fire dragon at the river surface, pulled the trigger, and a huge explosion resounded, causing a massive wave to rise from the river. I stared intently at the river surface, only to see blood spreading on the water. "Go down!" I waved my hand, and several constables jumped into the river. I didn't expect to find anything, but to my surprise, they retrieved the body of a dead woman. However, as I glanced at the corpse on the ground, I immediately noticed something was amiss. "What's wrong, Captain?" Zhang Wei asked curiously. I furrowed my brow without answering, only inquiring the approaching hooking women, "Do you know her?" However, after staring for a while, the women all shook their heads, feeling disappointed. I crouched down to carefully examine the body until the inspection was over, muttering strangely, "Strange, judging from the marks on the body. This woman has been dead for at least 2 days." Zhang Wei was startled. "Captain, are you joking? We clearly saw her alive just now." I shrugged. "If you ask me, who else can I ask? The only thing we can be sure of now is that this world seems not so simple." Just then, a commotion came from afar, with the county magistrate hurrying over with his bailiffs. Following behind the county magistrate was a woman with lingering charm. To everyone's surprise, when Zhang Wei saw the woman, he quickly pulled her aside and asked in a low voice, "Mother, Why are you with the county magistrate? Seeing the puzzled look on her son's face, Meng Yanqing slapped him on the back. What nonsense are you thinking? I was going to report a case and coincidentally met the county magistrate on the way, so we came together. Report what case? Zhang Awei asked in surprise. Meng Yanqing sighed. It's about the blind date girl you introduced me to. Her aunt came to me, saying that the girl went to a friend's house 2 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Don't worry, mother, nothing will happen. Tell me her friend's address, and I'll go find her, Zhang Awei reassured. But after waiting for a while with no response, he turned around to find his mother staring fixedly at the female corpse. Thinking his mother was scared, Zhang Awei was about to shield her with his body, but to his surprise, she pushed him away. Awei, I think I've found her. Zhang Awei was stunned for a moment, his expression gradually solidifying as he turned slowly to look at the beautiful female corpse. Shortly after in the county yamen, Mrs. Li was wailing loudly next to the coffin. I handed the neatly organized information to the county magistrate. On the 2nd day of the 6th month, Mu Xianger came to temporarily stay at the Li family in Xingyu County. The next day, Mu Xianger went alone to visit a friend in Yun village, and then there was no news. Just as I finished speaking, a yamen runner hurriedly arrived. My subordinates have already investigated Yun village, and it turns out that Mu Xianger did not go there that day. As soon as the words fell, the county magistrate suddenly dropped the paper in his hand with a loud thud. They are all a bunch of useless people. What's the use of the court raising you? Until now, you can't even catch a single person. The crowd was so scared that they dared not speak, looking cautiously at the county magistrate. However, I noticed something unusual. The county magistrate only scolded upon hearing the details of the case, showing no concern for its strangeness. Moreover, it seemed like he was not angry at us, the people. Just as he was thinking, 2 men and a woman came outside the hall. Upon seeing these 3 people, Gao Yuanshan suddenly stopped talking and stopped cursing, and his originally violent temper was restrained for a few moments, but unhappiness was still written all over his face. Chapter 4 Demon Catchers. The 2 men and 1 woman were not from the court. Trouble. The man walking at the front was dressed in a strong blue suit, in his 30s, tall, with a rectangular face and a broad forehead. Walking on his feet, there was also a long knife hanging from his waist, with a cloud pattern engraved on the end. The man behind him was a Confucian shirt, a handsome young man with a decent appearance, a well-defined face, and eyes that shone like stars on his radiant features. Paired with his outstanding temperament, it made the beautiful eyes of Meng Yanqing, who was naturally somewhat of a face value controller, glow. As for the woman next to her, she's much more ordinary, totally average in appearance, somewhat slim in stature, wearing a tight-fitting shin clothes, with an undisguised and capable look between his eyebrows. It was more like the female masters of the guards in the houses of some princes and lords. Instead, Chen Mu noticed her left hand. Branded on the back of the woman's hand was a piece of yin and yang that appeared to have been painted on with complex dyes, rather bizarrely. Get out of the way. Ignoring the stares of the bystanders, the woman walked straight to the ice coffin to examine the body. The weeping deceased neighbor Li subconsciously wanted to block the situation, but was shocked by the woman's intimidating aura and had to obediently step aside. Trouble. The blue-clothed middle-aged man stared at the female corpse in the coffin with a grave expression. My lord. Instead, the Confucian man was very polite, first walking up to Gao Yuanshan and bowing respectfully, and then nodding and smiling towards Chen Mu and the others before going to check out the corpse. Before examining the body, he made a point of comforting the woman. Makes a good impression. The surrounding yamen speculated about the origins of these 3 men and whispered, Wei, who are they? The beautiful woman in the corner, Meng Yanqing, was much calmer than before, and her delicate eyes swirled around the Confucian, inquiring curiously. Zhang Wei didn't respond, just staring at the female corpse in the coffin, in a trance. Obviously, the guy was devastated by the blow. Anyone who sees such a beautiful blind date become a corpse, and even almost die at the hands of the other party, will also doubt life. Seeing her son in such a disoriented state, Meng Yanqing secretly sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten married. Perhaps it was because the crowd's voices were a bit noisy. The already irritable Gao Yuanshan's headache became even worse, waving his hand and ordering, everyone else get out. Chen Mu, you stay. Although the people were curious, they didn't dare to disobey the order and had to leave. The lobby was much quieter. Gao Yuanshan exhaled, grabbed the teacup on the table in a smooth manner, raised his hand and tilted it, only to find that the tea was already at the bottom and drank it forlornly. Asterisk. The teacup was thrown mercilessly onto the table, clanging and spinning. Seeing this, Chen Mu, as a subordinate, was busy lifting the teapot to add a cup and respectfully handed it over. That's a bit of eye candy. Gao Yuanshan took the teacup and took a sip. spat out the tea leaves, and faintly said, "In 2 days, you send Shaoli back to the countryside." Shenmu froze and nodded his head to receive the order. Shaoli is the county master last year. The new concubine, sweet-looking, but unfortunately cannot withstand the loneliness of stealing a man, but also pregnant with each other's children. The magistrate also discovered it 5 days ago, by accident. That's a solid cuckold. But Gao Yuanchun, despite his temper, has a somewhat generous character. Knowing that the hat was worn did not punish the concubine, directly gave some silver, will be wiped out the name, returned to the other side of the free body. If it were anyone else, they would have beaten such concubines to death long ago. Seeing that the tea was at the bottom, Shenmu lifted the teapot to add more. When the county magistrate suddenly and quietly said, "She said the child is yours," Shenmu's hand shook and he almost poured the tea on the county magistrate, and his face instantly went white. Cold sweat poured down. Just as he was about to deny it, Gao Yuanchun waved his hand. "Okay, I know it's not you, kid. You don't have the guts. Besides, there is such a beautiful lady, looking at this kind of goods." "Oh." Shenmu let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "You're a big man. Almost scared my brother to death." Alas, last year leisurely to visit the Zhao village inspection, Go Wenchun spoke in a despondent tone and said something inexplicable. "So I let them go and help out with the neighbors for now." Chen Mu heard and understood, but didn't dare to answer. This 50-something-year-old county governor patted Chen Mu's shoulder and smiled bitterly. "It's not her. It's me, Your Honor." Shen Mu wanted to comfort a few words, but Gao Yuanchun shook his head. "The more beautiful a woman is married, the greater the risk. I kind of understand." Saying that, he seemed to remember something and took out a few packets of herbs from under the table and threw them to Chen Mu. "The medicine that I begged from the Duan divine doctor to replenish my body. I can't use it anymore, so I'll give it to you, kid, so that I don't have to follow in my official's footsteps." "My lord, I don't need to." "All right, you this kid is not false, I still do not know. Every 3 weeks to shout back pain. Then I was young at that time is far worse. I one half 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 I." Then, "Thank you, my lord." When the other party insisted on giving it away, Shen Mu had no choice but to accept it with a bitter smile. His back does get sore every other day, but it's not a matter of emptiness. It was only after about half a pillar of incense that the Xian clotheswoman finished her examination. She took out a clean piece of talisman paper and wiped her hands. Her eyes squinted at Chen Mu, and she said to Gao Yuanchun, "It should be it." Snap! Gao Yuanchun slapped the table, hinging a little too hard. He bared his teeth and his fingers trembled slightly. He held back his anger and asked, "Three of you, when is this going to end? Didn't you say there had been progress?" The blue-clothed middle-aged man didn't say anything, and his gaze looked toward Chen Mu. "Chan Mu, brother, why are you looking at me? I don't know what to do. I don't even have a ing clue what you guys are talking about." "He is Chen Mu, the constable of this court," Gao Yuanchun said, rubbing his inflamed brow, the implication being that he was one of his own. However, the man in blue still stared at Chen Mu. Not a word. After a short stalemate, Gao Yuanchun was at his wit's end and waved his hand feebly. "You go down as well." "Yes." Tick. Chen Mu held the herbs sent by the county magistrate and turned to leave. After Chen Mu left, Gao Yuanchun's tone was ghostly, tinged with complaints. "If we keep dragging it out like this, we won't be able to hide it for much longer. There's no one who's a cutie." The woman and the middle-aged man were silent. The Confucian smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, we are also doing our best. The main reason is that the snake spirit is too cunning. It is hard to control its whereabouts. But don't worry, since the higher-ups have sent us here, we will definitely be able to catch it." "Lord 1, you're at least a Xian-size level demon hunter. Is this snake spirit really that hard to catch?" Gao Yuanchun looked at the middle-aged man. "In the Dian dynasty, the Department of Demon Suppression is a special institution, subordinate to the heavenly Chi-Wei, specializing in inspecting, pursuing, and hunting earthly demons, troubleshooting, and the people who serve in this organization are called demon hunters. Of course, there is still a difference from the humanoid pile driver Jarrett kind." Chapter 5, Sky Dragon Mage. There are 4 classes of demon hunters, heaven and earth, basilica and yellow, long hair. The higher the level, the stronger the power. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Wen Mingren, a Xian-sized demon hunter of the Department of Devil Suppression, with a notable cultivation level. This snake demon escaped from the 9th mountain viewing dream and is said to have 1,000 years of cultivation. If it was really that easy to catch, how could these fools from the mountain viewing courtyard have spent half a year to find its trail? Wen Mingren spoke faintly, his gaze looking straight at the Confucian scholar, not hiding his mockery in the slightest. The only thing the juror could do was laugh bitterly. After all, he was a disciple of the observatory. The Quanzhen Yard was indeed responsible for the demon's escape, or else they wouldn't have sent him here. Long hair. This snake spirit does have some Taoist skills. And back then it was also Venerable Tianlong of the Dewei Temple who suppressed it under the Xianlei Pagoda and sent it to my Guanshan Yuan for purification. But who knew that the accidental collapse of Guanshan Meng caused the Xianlei Pagoda to fall, which allowed this demon to escape. And when this demon escaped, he also saved a green snake. When the Confucian said this, he was interrupted by the woman in Xian clothes. Don't pull this nonsense at this time. No one will listen to your explanations. I carefully looked at the corpse. There were traces of the soul-devouring technique left behind. And I didn't know why that snake demon had struck out at this woman. The deaths of those 11 women from the greenhouse before hadn't been deduced even now. Instead of talking some useless nonsense about shirking responsibility here, think about that snake demon's purpose for doing all this. They're talking crap, aren't you? Long hair. The magistrate silently muttered, not daring to be sarcastic in front of the woman after all. After all, women are special. He is a disciple of the Yin-Yang family, specializing in corpse watching, qi refining, demon hunting, divination and other arts. Back then, Zhou Tianjun broke away from the Tao sect and founded the doctrine of Yin and Yang, which was extremely respected by the Holy Celestial Emperor and reached its peak for a while, with countless followers. With 100 schools of thought, Yin and Yang are the prevalent. Later, some distant scholars from the East introduced Yin and Yang into their own country, and it became popular all over the country. On this basis, the Yin and Yang gradually evolved. Long hair. Even the late Emperor Tenmo set up the Yin-Yang Liaos, making the Yin-Yang path part of the legal system and an exclusive tool of the government. In such an environment, a number of amazingly talented Yin and Yang masters have appeared in the East. For example, the Hermitage line. At one time, the Yin-Yang Dao competed with the then famous Reed Myryu sword sect. On the contrary, the Yin-Yang family of the central state was nearly wiped out due to a penalty of heavily burning, leading to the weakening of the faction's capable people. The number of disciples it enshrines is even less than 1,000. In a big competition of Yin-Yang code of the two countries, it was even suppressed by the Easting Yin-Yang masters without the power to fight back. Humiliated to the extreme, once became a laughingstock. Long hair. If not for the emergence of two geniuses nowadays, the Grand Master and the Young Master, I'm afraid the position of the Yin-Yang family's orthodoxy has long since shifted. Why did the snake demon suck dry the 11 women's Danin Qi? Really can't find a clue to it. And I also purposely used the flowing wooden flying pigeon to ask a few senior brothers, and all of them didn't get an answer. The juror has graciously admitted the incompetence of himself and his brothers, and act like it's a given. When Mingren, who had long been disenchanted with the Guanshan Yard, wanted to curse a rice bucket, but thinking that he hadn't gained much, he resigned himself to the situation. So where do we go from here? Long hair, Gao Yuanchun asked. Yet the response to him was silence. Silence. The corners of Gao Yuanchun's mouth twitched as he looked at the few spots of ink staining the screen and had the urge to curse again. Bunch of rice buckets. The cold moon hangs alone, and the clear light fills the ground. Chen Mu walked out of the county courthouse. His mind was not pondering the identities of those three people or the bizarre case he encountered this night. Long hair. Rather, it was that hallucination. Nope, it shouldn't be described as a hallucination. More like foreseeing the future or going back in time. Obviously hung up, but ended up bizarrely back in the tavern. Could this be the legendary Goldfinger? Chen Mu's eyes flashed. From the first day he traveled across, he expected that he would have some kind of open golden finger so that he could dominate the world and be alone. For example, the system, Ring Grandpa, Martial Spirit or Mr. Ma, Long Hair. However, after waiting for half a year, from the beginning of the expectation to suspicion, to fantasy, and finally complete despair, thought God had completely forgotten him. Never thought that the golden finger would appear so inexplicably. Could it be that it could only be activated by death? No wonder there's been no movement. If that was the case, wouldn't he have an immortal body in disguise? But the question is this gold finger activated after death or not is not entirely certain at the moment, or is it something else? Chen Mu rubbed his chin, caught in a tangle. Long hair. Either. Try dying again? Of course, just think about it. Only brain-dead people will take their own lives to verify what broken gold finger. Forget it, let's go home first. It's so late that Nyangzi and Xiaoqing must be worried about me. Chen Mu sighed and prepared to go back. Amit Ba dash. Right at this moment, a majestic and low Buddhist voice suddenly sounded slowly behind Chen Mu. Long hair. I've heard that Venerable Tianlong of the Dewei Temple is going to preach in Tianqi recently? The woman in the mysterious clothes suddenly opened her mouth. Gao Yuanchun, who was pondering how to deal with this case, had a flash of light in his eyes and asked, then can we ask for his help to catch the snake demon? The reason why Gao Yuanshan made this proposal was because Qingyu County was the necessary route between the Dewei Temple and the Heavenly Pond. If he had the smooth assistance of this high monk, he would not need to bother himself anymore. The Juster shook his head. Don't see how that would help. Long hair. Why not see? Wasn't it Venerable Tianlong who suppressed that snake demon in the Xianlei Tower back then? Now that snake demon has escaped, he shouldn't have let it go. Gao Yuanshan retained a sliver of expectation. When Mingren snorted, ever since this monk entered the Brahma Void realm, he has done everything by his own nature. And he even put forward the bull ***** legal theory of superior goodness but demonic. If he doesn't want to help, it's useless if you die on your knees in front of him. 2 years ago he even all but refused the dustless robe bestowed by the Empress Dowager and mouthed off, infuriating the Empress Dowager, her old man, who almost didn't let the heavenly apocalypse guards go and arrest him. At those words, Gao Yuanshan's expression dimmed. Looks like it's a dead end. Long hair. Seeing the atmosphere freeze, the Confucian smiled. It doesn't matter if Master Tianlong helps or not, since we can determine that the snake demon is here. Sooner or later it will reveal its tail. Tomorrow we will split up and investigate according to the original plan. The woman in Xian clothes and Wen Mingren exchanged a glance and nodded their heads gently. I hope that the three of you can make some progress. This little county land of mine can't afford to be tossed around. Now Mu Xianger's case. I don't even know how to publicize it. Gao Yuanshan sighed bitterly. The woman in Xian clothes was silent for a moment and said indifferently, just say that you took poisonous mushrooms by mistake. Ko One Soon. Tale of a Comet. Chapter 6 We are snake demons. The monk in front of him was stout and angsty. The monk's name is not the same as his name. A large string of Buddhist rosary beads hung above his neck, and he stood in a posture as if he were a bronze man cast in fine iron. It gives a very strong sense of psychological oppression. At a glance, one can tell that this monk is quite good at practicing his art. Is the master planning to go to a kiln at this late hour? Chen Mu asked. The monk had an affable smile on his face, and when he saw that one of Chen Mu's hands was placed on the iron ruler, he pronounced the Buddha's name aloud and faintly said, there is no need for the monk to be nervous. The poor monk has no ill intentions. I 1/2. Oh, I see. Chen Mu took off his shoes and painstakingly picked out an ebony copper coin and handed it to the other party. Helplessly and with a hint of shame, he said, that's all I have. I don't have any other stock on me. I've been drained by my daughter-in-law. Monk, the poor monk is not. Take it, don't mind it. It's not easy for a monk to be out in the world, eating and sleeping in the wind. The monk has misunderstood. The poor monk is actually. Take that. I 1/2 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 I. The monk numbly put the copper money into his sleeve. At this moment, a distant patrol of magistrates heard the commotion and came over. Chen Mu gave a safe gesture and twisted his head to ask, will it be overdone? Will some? A lot of people have died recently. I guess their spirits are still wandering around here. You're a monk. Be compassionate and transcend them. Chen Mu pointed in the direction of the Bow Spring building. The monk looked in the direction indicated, stared for a while, folded his hands, and showed compassion. Good. Thanks a lot. I 1/2 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 I. Chen Mu laughed, and only then did he put down the iron ruler that was on the other party's neck. The monk sighed in relief. Seeing Chen Mu about to leave, he busied himself. Sure master first listen to poor monks a word. Poor monks view your seal hall black. Yuan Yang gas lax. I am afraid that there are demons hidden in the home. Dare I ask where master came from and practiced in that temple? Chen Mu suddenly asked. The poor monk comes from the rootless rain. Then get the hell back. I 1/2 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 I. Monk, the poor monk is not talking nonsense. There really is a demon in your house. Perhaps. That demon is none other than your wife. The monk strained an ironclad, purple-rimmed face, and his voice was more than a little muffled. Hearing this, the remaining smile on Chen Mu's face faded away. Master is saying that my mother is not human? Amitabha Buddha. Your wife is indeed not human. The monk's eyes are like sharp dikes. He saw the iron ruler slowly raised in Chen Mu's hand, but his face was fearless. A monk, I'm going to bar it to the end. Look. Totally. Chen Mu stared at him expressionlessly, gradually revealing a smile as he lowered his throaty voice and said, you're right. She really isn't human. You know? The monk was surprised. Chen Mu clamped the iron ruler under his armpit and spoke in a baritone. Giving your husband a penny's worth of pocket money every month. Do you think this is something a human being can do? When he finished, he turned to leave. Chen Mu was not joking, though he has a rich white woman by his side. His money is in the hands of his mother, and he has to pay his monthly salary as it is. Totally. How tragic. The monk was silent. It's really not a human thing to do, but it has nothing to do with what I said. The monk's voice was as deep as iron. Scholar. Poor monk reminds once again. Your lady is a demon spirit that has practiced for 1,000 years. Shenmue stopped and looked back at him. What is it? From the bottom of the page. Goblin. You're right. She is a leprechaun. Shenmue lowered his voice. What is it if not a goblin? See the medicine in my hand? It's a kidney tonic. Eyeing Shenmue's gradually fading back, the monk looked indifferent. After a long time, he sighed softly. The demon is obsessed. Walking through the newly constructed Langya alley, Shenmue returned home. The small courtyard is not big, but it is better than exquisite. It is the new residence that Bai Fianyu bought from a down-and-out rich man, and it cost a lot. Inside the courtyard, the rockery is filled with various kinds of flowers, which is quite elegant. Rounding the corner of the long corridor, Shenmue saw from afar a young girl in a light green dress walking under the moon with a fruit plate. The posture is graceful and light on her feet. It's so late. This girl is still up? Looking at the young girl, Shenmue then got up a mischievous mindset and retreated behind the corner wall to wait quietly. Totally. But after waiting for half a day, no footsteps came closer. Unable to resist probing to see, he was greeted by a small, green-colored snake, spitting out scarlet letters with icy vertical pupils. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shenmue stumbled in shock, almost hitting the stone table behind him. Puff! The young girl on the other side of the room laughed her head off, her chest swaying in a perfect arc as she flung the fake snake in her hand. Brother-in-law, you're too chicken to be a man. No, I one half. The young girl's name was Qing Luo, and she was Bai Jianyu's younger sister. Said sister. In fact, the two are not related by blood, accurately considered a personal maidservant. Qing Luo had been adopted by the Bai family since she was a child, and the master and servant had a deep bond, so Bai Jianyu had always treated her as a younger sister. This girl has a quirky nature and is very likable. Chan Mu, who was played back by the other party, said in a bad mood. A girl's family? What kind of snakes are you playing with? What do you play if not snakes? Qing Luo walked to Chen Mu, stretched out her small white hand on the other's chest, smiled and said narrowly, does it play with men? Chen Mu was choked and rather speechless. It's true that the girl is attractive, but sometimes she talks too recklessly and without shame. Ha! What are you doing buying so much medicine? Qing Luo saw the medicine packets scattered on the ground and looked at Chen Mu with an odd expression. Brother-in-law, your body is too weak. You have to take medicine at such a young age. No wonder my sister hasn't been coming home lately. Chen Mu got used to the other party's nonsense and picked up the medicine bag. Where's your sister? She went next door to old Wang's house to learn how to make clothes. Going again? Tick. Chen Mu's face was a bit unsightly. Recently, my wife has been going to the old king's tailor store next door more and more often, and several times she has come back in the middle of the night, even stayed out all night last night. Chen Mu wasn't worried about any Minotaur drama playing out. After all, that fellow nicknamed Old Wine was a notorious widow, and in terms of shrewdness, she was no less than the rumored Hadong Lion's Roar. It's just that recently there have been a lot of murders in Xingyu County, and it's making a lot of noise. A cloud of gloom hangs over the entire county ground. In this atmosphere, Chen Mu naturally worried about his wife's safety, even if the couple's relationship was not as deep as in the eyes of outsiders. Alas, the prettier the daughter-in-law, the more unsettling she is now. Chen Mu rubbed his brow. Brother-in-law, I bought some pears. Taste them to see if they're sweet. Qing Luo picked up the fruit plate from the floor. Because of the young girl's bending over, the collar of her clothes was slightly open, and with Chen Mu's standing line of sight he happened to see some scenery. Taste it. I one half 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 I. Qing Luo picked up a pear and handed it to Chen Mu. Chen Mu's throat rolled and he couldn't help but marvel. This pear is really good. Right. This is the one I got from East Church Street there. Qing Luo, who didn't realize in the slightest that she had been eating tofu, couldn't help but bend her eyes into a lovely crescent moon when she heard the other party's compliment. Chen Mu took a bite of a pear and said vaguely, by the way, I just met a monk. Monk? Qing Luo raised her slender eyebrows lightly. Oh, see pound the. Chen Mu nodded. I don't know where the fake monk came from, saying that your sister is a demonic spirit that has been practicing for 1,000 years. You say it's ridiculous. Qing Luo slightly narrowed her good-looking eyes, seemingly smiling. What does brother-in-law think then? I'm not retarded. Chen Mu rolled his eyes. If your sister is really a siren, then I can't be too happy. At least I can experience a siren dash. Chan Mu, who had intended to drive, realized that the words were too mumbly and shut his mouth. Giggle. Brother-in-law is so cute. Qing Luo pursed her lips and fought with a crooked little head, then suddenly stood on her tiptoes to get close to Chen Mu's ear and whispered, brother-in-law, showdown. In fact, we are snake demons. Chapter 7, My Lady is Angry. Requesting recommendations. Brother-in-law. Were snake demons thunderous beating of drums. The young girl stood on her tiptoes to get close to Chun Mu's ear. The ghostly body fragrance penetrated the lapel, sending a light sweet musk orchid fragrance. Chen Mu's eyelids jumped as he pushed the girl away. Girl, don't play with fire. Your brother-in-law. I am at least a normal man, so respect my determination, okay? I'm that scary. Qing Luo pouted her small red moist mouth with a look of aggrieved pity. Ignoring the coquettish sister-in-law who was acting pitiful, Chen Mu returned to his room. The thunderous beating of the drums. The room is a bit cold. The windows are clean. The furnishings are simple and elegant. And the only embellishment is an ink painting on the wall. Several plum branches sway in the painting, and the ink is loud and clear. Out of the hands of the maiden. This is his and Bai Jianyu's room. From the marriage until now as the two have been living. The thin mattress spread in the left corner space was his exclusive sleeping place. In an elegant setting and a climate where the fragrance of the earth could be clearly perceived. Simply put, it's hitting the ground running. Yeah, right. Thunderous beating of drums. Chan Mu, who just bragged to the monk that his wife is a demon, has not even caved with his wife since he got married. Sad or not, it wasn't that Chen Mu was physically ill, but that the other party didn't want to share his bed, saying that it was a custom in his hometown. A bride may not marry until she has been married for 3 years. Chen Mu had never heard of this strange custom, but he didn't dare to do it the hard way. After all, the other party had a very strong nature. The slightest outburst and I'm afraid people will get killed. That will have to wait. Thunderous beating of drums. Anyway, 3 years is not a long time to say. When the time limit is up, he'll turn the corner of his mouth, sneer, and say to the 3-year period is up. Be a good boy and crawl for master. I'm sure it was extremely powerful back then. After changing his clothes and simply washing his face, Chen Mu cozily sat on a wooden chair and rested with his eyes closed. The medicine had already been taken by Qing Luo to the back kitchen to be fried. This girl, although the nature of the quirky, but easygoing, for Chen Mu this brother-in-law also more close to the weekdays less to provoke conflicts. Thunderous beating of drums. The only thing that was a bummer was the tongue-in-cheek old driver quotes. The molestation is still always directed at him, thanks to him being more Buddhist now. Otherwise he would have made this girl understand what serious consequences there would be for driving as a female driver. It's not just as simple as a front-to-back collision. Dimming the oil lamp on the tabletop a bit, Chen Mu began to think about what had happened tonight. Judging from the prefect's behavior tonight, he actually intended to let him know something at that time, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the man in blue. This shows that there is indeed a hidden secret behind this case. Thunderous beating of drums. Is it hard to believe that demons and ghosts really exist in this world? Chen Mu rubbed his chin. As an aspiring young man who had been immersed in Marxist-Leninist thought for years, he was still quite interested in such bizarre things. Remember, his third girlfriend was an outdoor adventure anchor, obviously very timid but extremely addicted to adventure, often pulling him in the middle of the night to what abandoned old hospitals, schools, factories, looking for the so-called grievous spirits to seek a sense of excitement. Over time, even he had caught the mood. Thunderous beating of drums. Of course, the two sometimes turn off the livestream during their adventures to have fun little interactions, which will not be detailed. You won't understand anyway. Oh, if Mu Xianger is really possessed by some kind of grudge spirit, then why did she appear at the Bow Spring House? What is her purpose? Shui Kai-ching said that the screams appeared on the 3rd floor, but the magistrates searched all the rooms on the 3rd floor, and there was no luck, and no girl was injured, which means that the screams were made by Mu Xianger herself. If it's possessed by a grievous spirit, why is it making a miserable noise? Can't it be that it's really being chased? Thinking back to the situation on the bridge this night, Chen Mu's brows tightened. It's always hard to rationalize. Thunderous beating of drums. In his opinion, whether it was a human or a demon, as long as they committed a crime there must be a motive present. As long as the clues are seized and touched bit by bit, even the daughter of the god of war can be pulled out of the doghouse. Forget it, there's no use thinking about it now. Tomorrow we'll go ask the county magistrate. After thinking hard for a long time, the exhaustion from a long day of labor intensified. Chen Mu rubbed his brow and simply stopped going on empty thoughts, changed to a comfortable sitting position, intending to take a nap. If we go to the magistrate's bedroom alone tomorrow and ask, we should be able to get some secrets. When he was about to fall asleep, the monk's figure inexplicably surfaced in Chen Mu's mind, and the corners of his lips turned away as he muttered softly, thunderous beating of drums. My mother is not a demon. Husband. At some point, a slight coldness pressed against his body. Chen Mu opened his eyes in a daze and subconsciously grabbed the blanket covering his body. In front of him was a woman in a white dress with a gentle temperament who was gazing at him tenderly. The woman's features were extremely delicate, containing the classical flavor of the melon face, skin like condensed fat, slender and beautiful body. In the dim light, it seems to be a delicate and moving, Thunderous beating of drums. At that moment the woman's eyes were tinged with a hint of fatigue and a few apologies. It's the maiden. She's back from the old king's house. Shenmue sat up, looked at the dark sky outside, and asked with a yawn, "What hour is it?" Zizi. Bai Jianyu poured a cup of warm tea and placed it beside Shenmue's hand. Shenmue looked at her slightly disheveled hair, wanted to reach out to stroke, but was avoided by the latter, and then touched his nose and laughed dryly, saying, "Thunderous drums. I thought you weren't coming back again tonight." Bai Jianyu apologized. "Husband doesn't have to wait specifically for me. This will exhaust my body. I didn't wait for you. I was thinking about something, but I accidentally fell asleep." "Ha? Medicine has been fried?" Seeing the steaming bowl of medicine on the table, Shenmue feigned surprise. Bai Jianyu lightly brushed the green silk around her ears. "That girl's hands are clumsy," and boiled the medicine over. "Why don't I go and boil a new pair?" "No. See, you're pretty tired too. Go rest." Shenmue waved his hand, picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it spoon by spoon. Hot is not hot. The bitter flavor is indeed very strong. Thunderous beating of drums. These body-nourishing medicines were begged from Dr. Duan at great expense by the county governor. Unusual people can't taste it yet. The woman sat in a side chair, her beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. Shenmue was stared at strangely and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Jianyu pursed her red lips, hesitated, and softly said, "Husband seems to be very weak. Cough cough dash." Shenmue choked on the medicinal soup and coughed. Thunderous beating of drums. "False, your ass false. You're the ones who are weak." The woman busily got up and gently patted the man's back, blaming herself. "It's also my concubine's fault for not considering husband's body and letting you sleep on the ground all the time. In the future, husband should still sleep on the bed." Shenmue suddenly stopped coughing. He looked up at the lady's red glossy lips and thought he had misheard his ears. Does the lady mean to let me sleep in the bed? Well, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Thunderous beating of drums. Shenmue was speechless, and said in a good-natured manner, "Forget it, it's better if you're up there and I'm down here. As a man, how can you condescend to your wife? But, it's fine, my body is not weak. Don't you believe I'll do 300 push-ups on the spot?" Bai Jianyu didn't persuade much and changed the topic. "Recently I learned a new style from Sister Wang. I'll make one for you some other day. It just so happens that all your clothes are old too." "Then thank you, ma'am." Shenmue nodded. Thunderous beating of drums. "The lady in front of me is perfect except for the fact that she doesn't sleep in the same bed." Whether it was the way he was treated or his everyday mannerisms, he presented a wife very perfectly. Getting a wife like this, the husband's mind is going to collapse. After a brief snack, the two made small talk for a while about their daily routines. More like White Fiber Feather was talking. For example, the Zheng family store was resold to someone else, such as the concubine of a certain landlord's family got a strange disease, such as whose daughter-in-law had a difficult labor. These gossipy minutiae are boring to listen to, but they are the spice of the couple. Thunderous beating of drums. The two of them chatted until 3 o'clock before they turned out their lights and went to bed. Shenmue still sleeps on the floor, but White Fiber Feather deliberately added an extra soft quilt underneath her body to make her sleep more comfortable. Listening to the sound of the madam rustling and undressing in the darkness, Shenmue sighed darkly. Lighting is a benefit, but he didn't dare to say it might eat him. "Husband?" After a long time, a woman's soft and gentle voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. Thunderous beating of drums. Shenmue, who was just about to enter dreamland, opened his eyes. Although the room was dark, he had a vague sense that the other man was now on his side, those bright eyes looking at him. "I heard from Qing Luo that a monk is pestering you," the woman asked. Shenmue froze for a moment and laughed. "A fake monk, presumably to cheat money. There are too many of these pitfalls nowadays." "What did he say?" "He said you're not a human being, but a goblin who has been practicing for 1,000 years. Thunderous beating of drums. "Oh," the woman answered and was silent. After a while, when Shenmue was about to fall asleep, she suddenly asked again, "Husband, are you angry?" "What? Were you not angry when that man slandered your maiden so?" Shenmue was dumbfounded for a moment, and after thinking about it, he said, "Ma'am, tomorrow I'll go find that monk and beat the hell out of him." "You can't beat him with such a weak body." Thunderous beating of drums. Shenmue didn't know how to reply. "Husband? Next time if he pesters you, tell him that my lady is angry and the consequences will be severe." Okay, husband?" Thunderous beating of drums. Why don't you come to bed?" "No need. I'll sleep with you." "Really? Just kidding." Shenmue's lips curled up slightly. Then, thunderous beating of drums. Chapter 8, Getting a Wife Like This. I woke up early in the morning. The sky was cloudy, and the window was still shrouded in a ghostly blue and gray cataract. Flicker. the bed, but there was no longer Bai Jianyu's figure on the couch. On the wash table basin was a specially stocked towel, hot water, a pig bristle toothbrush and mouthwash, and warm tea for the throat. You can see the level of thoughtfulness. Almost every day after the wedding, it was the same. Although the family business is large, but in addition to the three of them there are no other maidservants and servants. At most occasionally hired some people to clean up the yard. The laundry, cooking, sweeping and other chores were all done by Qing Luo. Some other family income and expenditure and other management. Then by the white fiber feather to be responsible for. Everything is well organized. Never a mistake. Flicker. And Shen Mu is more like a bread bimbo. After washing up, Shen Mu came to the main hall. And sure enough, there was already a fragrant meal prepared on the dining table. Qing Luo in a green dress was arranging the dishes, humming a little song. The slender body swings in a graceful manner. Couldn't help but remind Shen Mu of the little girl's words last night that she was a snake demon. Looking at it like this, it really looked like a snake spirit. Seeing Chen Mu, the girl's beautiful eyes curved slightly. After drinking the medicine, my spirit is really much better, and I don't look weak anymore. Why don't we go to Bao Spring House tonight to have some fun? My treat. Flicker. Chang Luo, sitting in the corner. Bai Jianyu gently closed the account book in her hand and scolded. No big or small. How to talk. I'm just kidding. Qing Luo wrinkled her cute little nose. Jokes should also be divided into occasions. Bai Jianyu glanced at Chen Mu intentionally or unintentionally. What's more, he's the ant. Qing Luo muttered in a low voice and said no more. Chen Mu looked at the colorful and flavorful light cuisine and exclaimed. Chang Luo's cooking is getting better and better. I'm afraid that even the heavenly deities wouldn't want to go back to the immortal realm if they tasted it. Flicker. You still have a sweet mouth. The girl smirked. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of white tender tofu, handing it to Chen Mu's mouth. Taste my tofu? The scent of the young girl's body on her side was deliciously refreshing. Chen Mu, however, wanted to cough, glancing at his wife, who was fiddling with the abacus with her head down. He quickly used his own chopsticks to bring the tofu over to his mouth. Che, coward. Flicker. Chang Luo gave Chen Mu a look of contempt and made a face again. Instead, the corners of Bai Jianyu's lips hooked up in a small arc. Yummy. Chen Mu extended his thumbs up. There is one thing to say. This girl's cooking really gives praise. Each dish has its unique flavor, making the tongue linger. Especially the ponzu tofu that I'm tasting in my mouth at the moment. At first it is painful and hot, but then an invisible force enters the brain, soothing one's body and making it hard to stop eating. Flicker. It's hard to imagine such cooking coming from a little girl. Whoever marries in the future will have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. White Fiber Feather, who had finished clearing the accounts, sat down on Chen Mu's side and softly asked, how is the Yamen side these days? There was another murder last night at Bao Chun House. Chen Mu said casually. White Fiber Feather's willow brows knit lightly. How come there's another murder? You're not hurt. It's okay. Flicker. Chen Mu didn't say that he had already died once, and sighed. The owner of this Ju Chun Lu is also idle and has nothing to do. He has to open so early, and now that there's been a murder, I don't see how this youthful building can still be opened. Bai Jianyu silently gazed at the meal on the table, her eyes drifting, not knowing what she was thinking. You've never been to Bao Spring House before? Cyan asked casually. Chen Mu shook his head quite frankly. Qing Luo lightly grunted. I don't believe it. The more decent a person is, the more flowery he is. Besides, after that time you fell into the pool, your memories are all a bit confused. Chen Mu smiled and didn't say anything. Flicker. Very smart not to dwell on the subject lest words be lost. Sister. Eat. Chang Luo wanted to ask again, but Bai Jianyu suddenly tapped her chopsticks, her gaze flooding with cold. The young girl immediately bowed her head and ate. Behaved like a tamed and cowed kitten. I'm going to the courthouse. Pictures. Afraid that his sister-in-law would continue to explore dangerous topics, Chen Mu finished the bowl of kanji in 3 or 2 bites and was about to leave. Wait. Bai Jianyu called out to him, took out a handkerchief and wiped away a grain of rice residue from the corner of her husband's mouth, her demeanor as gentle as possible. Be careful on the road. As he spoke, he handed the other man a small money pouch. It contained a few grains of broken silver. It is? Chen Mu's face was puzzled. Flicker. The normally stingy wife is being kind? Bai Jianyu straightened the latter's collar. I heard Qing Luo say that you have a lot of wine money on credit at the tavern. If you want to drink in the future, just ask me for it in advance. It's fine. They're all acquaintances. Chen Mu was unimpressed. White Fiber Feather faintly said, today credit wealth, tomorrow will credit life. The human heart is unpredictable. Luck to print turn. Self-discipline some is ultimately good. In addition, I will give you a copper coin. You wear it carefully, don't lose it. White Fiber Feather took out a broken copper coin, passed a red thread through it, and tied it to Chen Mu's left wrist. What's the use of this copper when it's all damaged? Chen Mu was puzzled. Flicker. There are remnants of the square circle that hold the lifeblood. The corner of Bai Jianyu's lips hooked into a nice smile, her gaze teasing. By the way, if you're short of money, the third acacia tree on the left side of the hut has a pit dug underneath it by who knows who, and there might be a treasure buried inside. Why don't you go and look for it? Chen Mu's face instantly changed. It's not. How can you find such a hidden location of your private money? You're a dog? Husband? Why don't my concubine make you a new dress today? What color material do you like? Flicker. Not wanting to embarrass her husband, Bai Jianyu changed the subject. Chen Mu came back to his senses and casually said, whatever, as long as it's not green anyway. Good. The woman smiled gently, seeing her husband's figure gradually fade away. The smile at the corner of Bai Jianyu's lips gradually disappeared. Unspeakable emotions emerged from a pair of bright, clear eyes. Qing Luo indecently flexed one leg under her hip, eating the tofu while saying vaguely, flickering, sis, when are you going to eat your brother-in-law? I'm so anxious to watch. Bai Jianyu turned suddenly. Just now, she had a soft and gentle face in front of her husband, but at this moment, she was ice cold to the core. The coldness emanating from it dropped even the air around it by several degrees. Qing Luo spat out her tongue and obediently sat on her end. After a long time, the stagnant atmosphere dispersed, and Bai Jianyu faintly said, we're all being watched, and you're still in the mood for jokes. Hearing this, Qing Luo's eyes erupted with a sharp light like a cold moon. Flicker. Sister, I'm going to meet that monk. I want to see what kind of goods dare to mess with us. I'll have to skin him. Don't venture into trouble. We have business to attend to. Bai Jianyu frowned. Qing Luo skimmed her pink and moist red lips and silently ate her food. Bai Jianyu picked up the abacus and account book and walked out of the house, saying, go get some fabrics in a while. I'll make some clothes for my husband. You're not going to Old King's today? Not going. Flicker. Oh, Chapter 9 The Beauty of a Woman. Asking for recommendations. The morning breeze is slightly refreshingly cold. Tickets. A number of stalls had been set up on both sides of the street, and the early morning light spilled down, painting a rich picture of life. Chen Mu walked all the way through the stone streets and greeted some early risers. When you meet the enthusiastic ones, you will be greeted with morning tea. Of course, the people were so enthusiastic in addition to the fact that Chen Mu was usually well liked, but more importantly, it was the poor clothes he was wearing. From ancient times to the present, the people's fear of officials has never changed. Man's nature is created by his environment. Even how much you hate and detest or envy you in your heart, as long as you wear that official skin, you will show your goodwill with a smile on your face and with a humble gesture. I want half I. Sheriff Chen, I've heard that another death has occurred at Juchunlu? A merchant inquired boldly. Aha. How come? Didn't we say last time that those greenhouse women had taken poisonous mushrooms by mistake? Could it be that they have taken another one by mistake now? It's another case. Don't worry, it will be solved as soon as possible. This wasn't the first person to ask Chen Mu about the case. Although Chen Mu tried his best to comfort them, he could clearly feel that the crowd's emotions were in an uneasy state. Limited. If this keeps up, it's going to be a real problem. Chen Mu secretly sighed. Qingyu County was part of Karp State, located in the northwest region of the Great Yin Empire Kingdom, with simple folkways and few major crimes. At least after Chen Mu crossed over, what he had experienced were some ordinary small cases. Now that 2 murders have occurred in just 1 month, it has undoubtedly caused no small amount of panic among the people of Qingyu County, and if the case cannot be solved in a timely manner, it is feared that under such a high-pressure atmosphere, chaos will ensue. When that happens, not only will the county magistrate's black hat be in jeopardy, but they, the errand boys, will also be implicated. Why don't you quit your job and forget about it? Doesn't it smell good to talk about life with your sister-in-law? I don't want to quit, Chen Mu muttered in a low voice. When he passed by a more dilapidated mansion, Chen Mu purposely bought a pound of freshly fried sugar chestnuts and knocked on the door. The door was opened by an old crone with gray hair. It's a servant of Zhang Awei's family. Sheriff Chen? After seeing that it was Chen Mu who knocked on the door, the old woman froze for a moment and said, young master has already gone to the county office and just left shortly. Oh, I'm here to see auntie. There's something I want to ask her. Is this a good time? I. Madam is tutoring the young lady in her homework. You may go in. The crone sidestepped. The small yard was dilapidated but neatly cleaned up. There are also a number of flowers and plants on one side of the outside yard. There were some embroidery samples in the corner, and Meng Yanqing relied on them to meet the expenses of the family. Once upon a time, Meng Yanqing was known as a pretty girl in all the villages. At the age of 16, he married a spice merchant from Qingyu County, and since then, he has been living in luxury, wearing gold and silver. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last more than a few years, and the businessman got hooked on gambling. Not only did he lose his family fortune, but he also got into debt and even sold his ancestral home. All those friends and relatives in the past are also estranged. Knowing he was ashamed of his wife and children, he left behind a courtyard of dilapidated mansions and headed for the cliffs alone, taking a leap of faith. Since then, Meng Yanqing has been living with her 10-year-old son. She was still pregnant at the time. Then a daughter was born, and times were more difficult, but fortunately there was an old servant who never failed to look after them. Entering the inner hall, Chen Mu saw Meng Yanqing holding a ruler and reprimanding a little girl with her pretty face. "Auntie, as soon as I came in I saw you beating little Xianer." Chen Mu laughed. Seeing that it was Chen Mu, Meng Yanqing was a bit surprised. "Sheriff Chen is here to find Xiaowei? He's already gone to the county office." "No, I came to see you, Auntie." Chen Mu walked over to the little girl, handed her the sugar chestnuts she had just bought, and said with a smile, "Mainly, I want to ask you about something. The little girl's name is Zhang Jinxian and she just turned 9. I want half. The looks are quite cute. I don't know why I gave my daughter a nice name but gave my son such a frustrating name." Looking at the sugar chestnuts in front of her, the little girl gulped, but didn't dare to reach out and take them, looking at her mother with pure eyes like jewels. This shows that the little girl is extremely well tutored on a regular basis. Seeing this, Chen Mu was also helpless. "No, we're so familiar with each other. And you're still polite to your brother Mu? Take it." Looking at her daughter's thirsty eyes, Meng Yanqing said softly. Receiving her mother's consent, a smile blossomed at the corners of little Xianer's mouth, who had just been reprimanded and cried, and she busied herself with holding the sugar chestnuts in her arms. Rushing toward Chen Mu, she said sweetly, "Thank you, brother Mu. You're welcome." Chen Mu rubbed her little head, and in the process wiped away the tear tracks staining the other party's face. Meng Yanqing put down the ruler in her hand, suddenly remembered something, looked at what she was wearing, and said with a red face, "Sheriff Chen, you sit down for a while. I'm going to go change my clothes." Jean Ma, serve Sheriff Chen some tea. After saying that, he hurried back to the inner room. "What's the case? Tick, am I missing out on some perk?" Chen Mu scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, only blaming the fact that his attention was all on little Xianer just now, ignoring the beautiful woman. What a blunder! Zhang Ma was served tea and retreated quietly. Chen Mu sipped his tea while waiting for Meng Yanqing to come out. I don't know what the other party is changing into, and they didn't come out even when the tea was at the bottom. No wonder Luk Shu Feng with 4 eyebrows once said, "If a man lives 60 years, at least 10 of those years are wasted. Of those 10 years, at least 5 are spent waiting for a woman to change her clothes, and another 5 waiting for a woman to undress." Tick, my predecessor is sincere. Bored with waiting, Chen Mu came over to little Xianer's side. The little girl munched on a sugared chestnut while looking at the books on the table, next to a pair of calligraphy notes whose ink had not dried. "Practicing writing?" Chen Mu asked. In the Dian dynasty, being a girl was allowed to study normally. Not only were the tuition fees favorable, but they could also take part in the imperial examinations to change their destiny. And even 10 or so years ago, there had been a female scholar in the Dian dynasty, become the idol of many women. Tickets. The current Xingyu County's Qin Shuyuan. There are several female students who have entered the Imperial College for further study, which can be described as scenic. "It's a homework assignment from the gentleman," little Daylily said crisply. "Mister told us to write a poem on the topic of any poultry, but I couldn't write it. So mother." The little girl's voice trailed off, when she thought that her mother would definitely reprimand her again after Chen Mu left. The sugar chestnuts in her hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Good man. He's only a few years old and he's writing poems. Chen Mu was rather speechless. Tick. Seeing little Xianer look downcast, Chen Mu suddenly had a whim and picked up a sheep's hair and swished and wrote a poem on the rice paper. "Do you recognize any of these words?" Chen Mu asked. Little Xianer strained her black and white eyes and nodded her little head. "Recognize. Take it to your husband and turn it in." "What is it?" "Poetry. A poem, but it feels weird." Little Xianer held the rice paper and softly recited, "Goose, goose, goose." "Never mind. Just take it to Mr. Delivery." Chen Mu laughed. As he was talking, Meng Yanqing, who had changed his clothes for a century, finally came out of the inner room. Chen Mu looked up and instantly felt that the hall had a glow again. The woman changed into a long azure-colored dress embroidered with scattered flowers of water mist emerald tobacco, revealing her neck and clearly visible collarbone. The loose cut all but hides the buoyancy of the figure. Tailor-made. Skirt waist only tie a thin waist rope. more set off a temperament as if the clouds lock Wushan like aura, a mixture of feminine charm and modesty. Seeing this situation, Chenmu suddenly felt that wasting 5 years waiting for a woman to change her clothes was actually worth it. Sheriff Chen is trying to ask my concubine about Mu Xianger, right? Meng Yanqing said. Chapter 10, Another Murder. Sheriff Chen is trying to ask my concubine about Mu Xianger, right? I one half. The beautiful woman sat sideways on the round stool, her rich and moist thighs straining out tantalizing lines under her dress, her gorgeous eyes staring at Chenmu. Chenmu nodded his head without slanting his eyes. That's right. Meng Yanqing sighed. In fact, the concubine does not know much. If I had known this, I should not have matched this marriage. Perhaps. A few moments of self-doubt surfaced on the beautiful woman's face. Chenmu took out a small notebook and placed it on the table, and took out a processed charcoal pencil and asked, Auntie, can you tell us how you met Mu Xianger? Introduced through her Aunt Li. From the story, tell me about the exact process. Meng Yanqing slowly said, around May, I went to buy Kinjuan to deliver embroidery and happened to meet Aunt Li, so I casually mentioned that I wanted to find a marriage for Xiao Wei. She said she had a maid in Mallory County who could help set her up. About half a month later, under the arrangement of Aunt Li, I met with that girl, and I thought that girl was not bad, so I wished to settle this marriage. You met somewhere? Chenmu asked for details as he wrote in his book. Although Meng Yanqing wondered about the other party's behavior, she didn't ask too many questions and replied, it's at a restaurant in Maling County. It seems to be called something like Yang Shui. Yang Shui. Chenmu drew a circle around these two words. He asked again, what impression did Mu Xianger give you at that time? And what exactly did you talk about? The girl was pretty easygoing, but didn't say much. We just talked casually, like how things were going at home and stuff. Who else was with her at the time? Her older brother. Elder brother? Chenmu raised his head. I one half. Yes, both her parents are sick, so her older brother accompanied her. Does her older brother mean anything to you? Meng Yanqing thought for a moment and lightly shook her head. There's not much of an impression, and there's not a lot of words that I remember from him. Chenmu drew a circle over sick parents and continued to ask. Then when Mu Xianger came for a blind date this time, who accompanied her? There was no one with her. She came alone. Meng Yanqing paused for a moment and added, actually, I intended to personally go pick up on the 4th day of the first month, but that girl came to Aunt Li's house 2 days early. 2 days early? AKA I don't know. Chenmu captured the unusual information and looked up to gaze at the other party. Why did she come early? I'm not sure about this. Maybe she had a date with a friend to be a guest. Didn't Auntie Li say that she disappeared when she went to a friend's house in Yun Village? Meng Yanqing said. Chenmu held his chin in one hand and habitually turned the charcoal pencil in his hand in thought. That's one of the most obvious mysteries of the case. Because the magistrate sent by the county magistrate last night went to Yun Village to inquire about it. Mu Xianger has not been to Yun Village and has no friends there. So why come early? Totally. Either Mu Xianger was lying with her Aunt Li, or Li was lying. Who the hell is it? As Chenmu was lost in thought, a pair of beautiful eyes of Meng Yanqing on the opposite side of the table glowed with a gleam of color. The body moved subconsciously. It is said that the man in thought is the most attractive, provided of course that the other person's face value is over the top. Even though she was already the mother of 2 children, her natural face control still caused this beautiful woman to experience some mood swings when she faced Chenmu. I also fantasized about Prince Charming's perfect love when I was a teenager. I'm not sure if I've ever been in love before. Unfortunately, in order to help cure her family, she had to commit herself to marrying an average-looking businessman, and even ended up in this situation. There is no such thing as a perfect life, just a broken fantasy. Chenmu wrote a few lines in his book and asked again, how is Li's relationship with her niece? Not bad. Meng Yanqing retracted her gaze, a touch of haze appearing on her neck. Aunt Li still loves this girl, I can tell. So Mu Xianger lied to Li? Chenmu circled a few question marks on his book and said, is there anything else that makes you feel out of place? Something wrong? Meng Yanqing pondered for a moment and slowly shook her head. With the records here, Chenmu had nothing more to inquire about. Putting away the small notebook and charcoal pencil, he smiled and said, all right, that's all the questions. After that, if Auntie remembers anything, you can tell Wei. Well, my concubine understands. Seeing Chenmu get up, she was busy retaining him. Won't Sheriff Chen stay a little longer? Gotta hurry to the county office, so I won't bother you. Chenmu made a goodbye gesture at little Xianer, who was at the corner desk, and prepared to leave. Wait. Meng Yanqing suddenly walked quickly into the inner room and took out an exquisite golden talisman of the goddess of mercy. I heard Xiao Wei say that you saved his life last night, and my concubine doesn't have much of a thank you gift. This guanine golden talisman is something I begged from the Haoyuan temple. No need. Wei is my brother. It's only right to save him. Chen Mu hastily refused. This guanine gold talisman was worth a lot at first glance and carried a spiritual charm. Obviously Meng Yanqing begged for her son. In the words of Meng Yanqing, Sheriff Chen, you are Xiao Wei's savior. This gift is nothing. Just accept it. Don't. It's too expensive a gift. Or a steamed bun will do. Just take it. No need. Concubine put it on you. Between the two of them, Meng Yanqing even had a hot head and stood on her tiptoes to tie the guanine golden talisman towards Chen Mu's neck. As a result of this approach, Chen Mu's entire body became bad. I won half. And Meng Yanqing realized that this was not a good move on her part. Her pretty face Tang turned into a red persimmon. After tying it, he pretended as if nothing had happened and said, this guanine golden talisman was personally enlightened by Abbot Shilling, and has the effect of protecting peace. With that, he deliberately joked, it's a pity that Xiao Wei isn't a girl, or else he would have given his body to her. He can't give his body in return. You can Chen Mu dryly coughed twice and squeezed out a smile. Then thank you auntie. After Chen Mu left, the pretendedly calm Meng Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her burning cheeks, spat lightly, and cursed in a low voice. How is it that I lose my temper in front of this brat every time? I won half, 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 I can't help but feel down when I think about how old I am too. Back inside, I glimpsed my youngest daughter hugging and nibbling on a sugar chestnut. Meng Yanqing walked over to remove the sugar chestnuts and said in a cold voice, almost done. You have to go to the academy in a while, so hurry up and write the homework that your mister has assigned. The words fell out of his mouth, but he saw the piece of rice paper with the poem written on it on the table. Finished writing? Meng Yanqing was a bit surprised, and picked up the rice paper with her hand, then frowned. How can this word be written so ugly, like an earthworm crawling? When she read the first line of goose, 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 her willow eyebrows went up and subconsciously she was about to pick up her ruler and knock it over. But when her eyes landed on the next line, the woman froze. Returning to the yamen, Chen Mu saw the magistrates gathering in twos and threes to chat in whispers, all looking grave. Chen Mu thought they were discussing last night's case and didn't care. Benji, when Zhang Awei, who was sitting in a trance in the corner, saw Chen Mu, he got up and walked over quickly, saying in a deep voice, something has happened. Chen Mu's heart thumped. Oh, see pound the. No way. Did someone die again? Zhang Awei said. Last night, His Excellency sent 2 brothers to Maling County overnight to notify Mu Xianger's parents. And guess what? Dead? From the demeanor of the other party and the surrounding magistrates, it wasn't hard for Chen Mu to guess the outcome. Zhang Awei nodded. The brothers who came back said that Mu Xianger's house was burned clean, and her parents and brother were all burned to death. Chen Mu exploded. I won half. Chapter 11 Taking orders to investigate the case. The inner sanctum of the county office. Small green cicada. Ever since the county master's favorite concubine was driven to a different courtyard for cheating on her husband, this family courtyard has been much colder. Gao Yuanchun is now 56, and his original wife died in childbirth. The son, who was so hard to keep, was not saved at the age of 6 when he lost his footing and fell into the water while going out to play, coupled with the fact that his parents had passed away one after another, and his other relatives were all remote and powerful, and had nothing to do with each other. Gao Yuanchun could be considered a true loner. Chen Mu came to the inner hall and saw this old man with gray temples watering the flowers. He seemed to be very relaxed, but his complexion was a notch worse than yesterday, and the chuan locked between his brows made the wrinkles deeper. Did you sleep well last night? Small green cicada. Gao Yuanchun threw down the water bottle and took the towel handed by Chen Mu and asked softly. Chen Mu knew what the other party really meant when he said he was inquiring, and laughed dryly. It's worthy of being divine Dr. Duan's medicine. It's indeed very powerful. It's better for young people to be moderate. Hearing Chen Mu's reply, Gao Yuanchun revealed a rare smile. He picked up a dossier from the table and handed it to Chen Mu, and said indifferently, it's from the side of the Maling County office, so take a look at it first. Chen Mu respectfully received it and flipped it open for a closer look. It's the case of the fire at Mu Xianger's house yesterday, small green cicada. Yesterday, around 2 minutes past noon, someone found Mu Xianger's house on fire, when the fire had already spread half. So the discoverer rushed to call on other neighbors to help extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the fire was too big, and by the time it was extinguished the house had long since burned clean. During the search, the government officials found 3 burnt bodies, which were identified as Mu Xianger's parents and brother. Afterwards, after the careful investigation of the magistrate, some coal ash slag was found at the scene, and it was initially judged that the fire was caused by the spontaneous combustion of the coal and stone on the mountain, which led to the sparks drifting to the haystacks next to Mu Xianger's house at the bottom of the mountain. thus triggering the blaze, belonging to an accidental fire. It's ing bull. Halfway through the dossier, Chen Mu furrowed his silkworm brows. He skimmed through the text of the statement that followed and returned the dossier. Small green cicada. How? Gao Yuanxuan's regard for Chen Mu far exceeds that of the dog-headed masters around him, and many cases are discussed with him. Chen Mu filtered the information through his mind before speaking softly. If Mu Xianger hadn't died, it might have been possible to use an accidental fire as a preliminary ruling in this case, but now that the family is all dead, and the deaths seem to be separated by just one day at this point, it's inevitably a bit fishy. Gao Yuanchun nodded slowly. Indeed. So do you see any problems yet? First of all, from the description in the dossier, when Mu Xianger's house was found to be on fire, the fire had already spread halfway, indicating that Mu Xianger's house was in an extremely remote place. Otherwise, if it had been on fire at that time of the day, the neighbors would have already discovered it. But I remember that as early as a year ago, the court issued a poor household grant to help the local poor people to build houses and resettle all the remote households together. Only Mu Xianger's family has not been relocated. There is something strange. Small green cicada. Chen Mu deliberately slowed down his tone when he said this. Cao Yuanshun laughed lightly. Although Lord Zhao of the Meiling County Magistrate's office is a bit greedy, he is also a smart man. He wouldn't dare to touch this kind of money, so you'd better get back to the case. Well, I was going to take this opportunity to praise you as a clean official, but I failed to kiss your ass. Chen Mu nodded and continued. The dossier says that when the neighbors came to extinguish the fire, the house was burnt out, including the furniture and articles inside the house, which were largely consumed. It can be guessed that Mu Xianger's home and the nearest neighbors are either too far away, delayed a lot of time on the road, or around the lack of water, or the structure of the house is flammable, or there are a lot of flammable materials inside the house. Of course, this needs to go to the scene after the investigation to be sure. After all, the file is not detailed inside. Small green cicada. Chen Mu didn't dare to say anything to death. Gao Yuanchun snorted. There are times when muddling cases and doing things in a confused manner is the only way to make this official a bit prettier. This dossier you're looking at can actually be handed over. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Chen Mu was quite moved by this frank explanation from the county magistrate. After all, there are some things that can't be said in plain sight. In this era of backward investigative techniques, it is enough for the confused below to handle the case, for the people above to close the case, and for the people to look confused. Take for example the poisonous mushroom incident at Juchuanlu a month ago. Any more? Small green cicada. Yes. Chen Mu paused, his tone intensifying. The most important point overlooked in the dossier is why Mu Xianger's parents and brother did not flee the house after the fire. Did you sleep through it? Or poisoned? Or maybe the doors and windows were sealed shut? Also, the conclusion of spontaneous combustion of coal and rock is too far-fetched. Chen Mu had intended to explain the phenomenon of spontaneous combustion of coal with a scientific basis, but thought that the other party could not understand, so he had to give up. Alas, it's hard to find a soulmate for a third-grade student with 9 years of compulsory education. Gao Yuanchun faintly said. That is to say, there is a direct link between this family's death and Mu Xianger's death. Small green cicada. At least it seems to be for now. Chen Mu nodded. Gao Yuanchun was silent as he stared at the dossier on the table, a strange glint in his eyes. After a long time, he went to the bookcase and spread out a piece of paper, put up his pen and wrote a few lines, folded it up and handed it to Chen Mu. Give it to Lord Zhao of the Meiling County Court, he'll cooperate with you. Chen Mu froze. Your Honor, this is. Gao Yuanchun didn't want to say anything more and waved his hand. Find out as much as you can, and if you meet those 3 people from yesterday, just tell them the truth. Small green cicada. Yes. Chen Mu led the way. Seeing Chen Mu standing still, Gao Yuanchun said, I know what you want to ask. Go ahead and check it out. And if you really encounter a bottleneck, come back and ask me. Can't you just tell me? What's with the mystery? Chen Mu slandered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything else, and respectfully retired after carefully storing the letterhead. When he walked to the outside of the courtyard, he found a clear figure leaning against the door. Small green cicada. It was a young woman. The looks were sweet and moving. The curvy figure was pretty beyond words, except that the woman's face was haggard and stained with tear stains. It's the concubine who greened the magistrate. She seemed to be here to find the county magistrate, and froze for a moment when she saw Chen Mu, opened her mouth to speak, but then looked gloomy, with complex emotions in her eyes. Chen Mu didn't say anything and rubbed his shoulders. After taking a few steps, he suddenly folded back and slapped the woman on her bare and delicate face, and then sailed away. Small green cicada. The woman's jade hands caressed her face, her expression stunned, and when Gao Yuanchun in the inner courtyard saw the scene, he let out a heckle and laughed. The brat is quite vindictive. shaking his heart's eyes in front of me. He thought for a moment and took a note out of his sleeve. On it were records of other men the concubine had been in contact with in the last 3 months. When, where, etc. Among them, Chen Mu and the concubine had contact 7 times, and the number of times they were alone was 2 times. Finally, there is also a line specially labeled, "This woman's courtship did not work, and she is suspected of harboring a grudge against Chen Mu? Forget it, don't try it." Gao Yuanchun sighed, got up and walked out of the small courtyard, waved his hand and recruited 2 yamen, green, "Get a wagon and send this back to the countryside." Chapter 12, Oddball Questions? How's it going, Ben? From the top of the page. Seeing Chen Mu come out of the county office, Zhang Yiwei greeted him. Chen Mu sighed. The case is getting more and more complicated. His Excellency asked me to make a trip to Maling County to see the scene for myself. You come with me. The Lord gave you the case? Zhang Yiwei's eyes lit up. In the Qingyu County office, who didn't know that Chen Mu's ability to investigate cases was top-notch? Originally, he was afraid that the county magistrate would use poisonous mushrooms to perfume the case again. But now that Chen Mu is involved, the case is basically stable. What? It looks like you're very attached to the Mu Xianger case. I one half. Chen Mu slightly raised his eyebrows. Zhang Yiwei scratched his head and snapped. After all, there is a possibility that he will become my daughter-in-law. And his heart is stuffy. Understand you. Chen Mu patted the other party's shoulder. However, the specifics will have to depend on the results of the investigation. This involves too much depth, perhaps beyond the scope of your and my abilities. So we're leaving now? There's no rush. I have some things to investigate before I go to Mallory County. Chen Mu's gaze drifted in the direction of Zhu Chunlu and said quietly, "Go to the armory and bring over 2 plain swords and 2 light crossbows. And by the way, put on your heart protector armor as well." Good. Zhang Yiwei nodded and headed to the armory. During the waiting period, Chen Mu caught a glimpse of the concubine that he had slapped was being pulled onto the carriage by 2 yamen, crying and wailing. Seeing this scene, Chen Mu lightly breathed out. By now, he believed that the trace of suspicion that the county magistrate had about the relationship between him and his concubine had dissipated. Zhu Chunlu, tickets. Looking at Chen Mu and Zhang Yiwei who had come to the door, the pimp who was half-aged and still charming wintry laughed bitterly. 2 errant masters. It's early in the morning and the girls are still awake. Still in the mood for sleep now? Chen Mu wrapped his arm around the pimp's waist. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Besides, there are no guests at night in the past few days, and the girls don't have to work hard. So they have the spirit in the daytime. Don't look at this old biddy who is over 40, but she is quite well maintained. A bunch of soft waists are also quite erotic to touch. Yo, look at what Sheriff Chen said. Even if there are no men at night, the girls still have to work just the same. The pimp's waist twisted and deftly broke away from Chen Mu's salty piggy hands. Oh, how's that for ed up? Cluck. Sheriff Chen is asking a question knowingly? How pointless that would be. Why don't I just come over tonight? Good. Then I'll have the girls waiting just for tonight? The pimp's smile was ambiguous and his wings fluctuated. Chen Mu glanced at the bewildered Zhang Yiwei next to him, knowing that this innocent youngster didn't understand their words, and felt some emotion. Oh, see pound the. Looks like there's a need to teach the little guy more. Mother Sue, I'm not going to bull you anymore. You call the girls up and I'll ask about yesterday's case. Chen Mu got straight to the point. The pimp seemed to be in a bit of a bind. Chen Mu seemed to have anticipated this outcome and said indifferently, no matter what your boss told you. Now if this case is not solved, Zhu Chunlu was afraid that it will be haunted every day. So don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. Hearing the other party's words with a hint of reminder and threat, the pimp's face changed slightly. The familiar atmosphere of the previous flirting with Chen Mu instantly dispersed. She looked back at a mansion next to the Bow Spring House, and in the distance, an old man in a white shirt was sitting by the Huailan River, fishing. The pimp said through clenched teeth, "Okay, you guys come on in. I'll get the girls." Under the maid's guidance, Chen Mu and Zhang Yiwei arrived at a chamber pavilion with a tranquil environment, a pleasant scent in the loft room, of a book. On the wall hangs a few landscapes copied and imitated, while on the screen behind it is a rather sultry and colorful spring picture. The maid served tea and quietly retired. Zhang Yiwei sighed in admiration. To be honest, Ban too, the girls in this Zhou Chunlu are really marked. Even a maid looks beautiful and lovely. In the future, if I have money, it would not be bad to ransom one of them to go back to be my wife. Chen Mu rolled his eyes. If you really redeem one back, your mother will get angry and have a brain attack. Not really. Zhang Yiwei still looked confused. This kid is hopeless. Totally. Chen Mu was also too lazy to explain, shaking the tea in his cup and sighed. In the future, when you have time, sleep with a few more girls here. Zhang Yiwei instantly turned red. With my little salary, it's hard enough to save for a year. Ha, the other brethren aren't as honest as you are. They have money and rake in a lot of grease on a regular basis. And if my mother hadn't been admonishing me to work at my job, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Zhang Yiwei muttered in a small voice. They're raking in the dough, but they're coming to this place for nothing. Chen Mu pointed to the errand clothes on his body and said, big officials are good to serve. Little ghosts are the most difficult to deal with. And when your brain is good, this skin will turn you into an earth emperor. I want half. Zhang Yiwei finally heard and was silent. Half a dozen times, he looked at Chen Mu with a clear gaze. Bantu, you're as honest as I am. Hey, has the brat learned to be sarcastic about his boss? No, my mother said. Zhang Yiwei scratched his head. He said that you are an honest man, not easily led astray by this world, and told me to follow you, and that I will definitely prosper in the future. Chen Mu came to be interested. Then did she say I was a good person? Zhang Yiwei thought about it and gently shook his head. This doesn't seem to have been said. That's good. A loving fatherly smile blossomed on Chen Mu's face. In about 2 Ts, the pimp came to the compartment pavilion with his waist twisting. Sheriff Chen, the girls have all been gathered and are waiting downstairs in the lobby. Do you think I should call them up one by one? Or should you go down and ask them yourself? Wei, it's time for you to do your job next. Chen Mu asked for a stack of paper, then wrote a few questions on the first sheet and handed it to him. Go make a statement. Transcript? A phrase used to describe a situation in which a person's name is on a list. Yes. Find a room. Call them in one by one for questioning. Ask only these questions I wrote to you, and write down their answers word for word. Okay, I'm on it. Following Chen Mu around on weekdays, Zhang Yiwei had also learned a lot. Picking up the stack of papers, he walked out of the chamber pavilion. Chen Mu revealed a smile towards the pimp at the door. Mother Su, you go cooperate with the statement as well. By the way, please call Miss Shui over. I have some questions I want to ask her alone. The pimp's complexion suddenly changed. She squeezed out an ugly smile. Sheriff Chen, this Kai-Ching she has come with a red matter in the past few days and it's not convenient. Why don't I have Linger come? As one of the top girls of Juchuan House, Shui Kai-Ching was worth a lot of money. The people who asked to meet her on weekdays were some dignitaries who spent a lot of silver. How could they just serve a small constable? Official business. Chen Mu tapped his fingers on the table. Mother Su's face was cloudy, but she finally nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll let her come up here. Not long after, Shui Kai-Ching came up, wearing a long, untainted white dress with delicate curves, 2 lotus-tip-like embroidered shoes sashaying and crisscrossing at the bottom of the dress. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. It was still covered by a white veil, only revealing a pair of watery and moving almond blossom eyes. Kai-Ching has met Sheriff Chen. The woman saluted with a flourish, a stillness like a fairy in a painting. Chen Mu gestured for her to sit on the opposite side and took out the small notebook and charcoal pencil he carried with him. Miss Kai-Ching, I'm really sorry to come and disturb you so early in the morning. I wanted to ask a few questions. I hope you don't mind. Just ask Sheriff Chen. Kai-Ching will definitely know everything. The woman's voice was like a trickle of fresh water. Extraordinarily beautiful. Oh, see Pound the. Chen Mu nodded, but did not rush to ask questions, but looked at the extravagant spring pictures on the screen beside him in a daze. It seemed to be attracted to the racy picture. As for Shui Kai-Ching, she was still as tranquil as a clear lotus, sitting on the chair without any fluctuation in her emotions. The minutes ticked by. After a long time, Chen Mu asked his first question. You've been slept with by several men. Waddle-necked. Chapter 13, The Strange Confucian. Miss Shui, you've been slept with by several men. O.C. Pound. After asking this insulting question, Chen Mu stared dead into the other party's eyes, but to his dismay, the other man had not a single mood swing. That pair of spiritually beautiful eyes reflected in the profound calm, like a pool of crystal clear mirror lake. Not half a ripple. Does this question have anything to do with last night's case? Shui Kai-Ching asked softly. The woman's voice was as warm as water, and she couldn't hear any irritation, just a slight hint of doubt. Chen Mu smiled slightly. Sorry, it's just pure curiosity. Shui Kai-Ching looked at him calmly and said slowly, if I say that I've slept with other men, would it be hard for you? Sheriff Chen? Why is it hard? Men love to treasure a beautiful work of art and enjoy its flawlessness alone, and if it has been defiled by someone else, it's like a cut in his heart. Understood thoroughly. Chen Mu got up and poured a cup of tea for the other party. Let's get back to the point. Tell us what happened last night again. Only at this moment did Chen Mu truly realize that the woman in front of him was a piece of ice. It's hard for you to give her emotional stimulation. Limited. Even in bed. It is expected that one can experience the dullness of the feeling that all things are vanity and thus lose interest. Good. Shui Kaiqing lightly nodded her head and began to state what happened last night. The transcripts made her largely consistent with last night's answers. Both heard the screams on the third floor before seeing the bloodied woman appear in the hall and rush out of the Bao Spring house. Chen Mu asked, "Are you sure you only saw Mu Xianger alone?" Mu Xianger? From the top of the page. The name of the woman's body. Well, sure she's alone. Chen Mu rotated the charcoal pencil in his hand and continued to ask, "From which direction on the third floor did the screams specifically come from? Can you remember?" Shui Kaiqing frowned slightly. "It should be on the left side of the third floor in the direction." At the end, he calmly added, "At that time, it was too sudden, and I was playing the piano in the Clear Heart Garden, so it was difficult to pay attention to it for a while." How proficient is Miss Shui in sound and rhythm? Chen Mu suddenly changed the topic. "Only 2 tricks. From the book, that's entry level." Chen Mu nodded and pulled up another case. "Did you guys sleep well after that tragic incident a month ago?" The woman was silent. After a long moment, her voice calmed. "The sisters are terrified." Chen Mu wrote a few sentences on a small notebook and casually asked, "After that tragic incident, did anyone feel that anyone wasn't quite right?" That's a question that is difficult for Kaiqing to answer. "Why?" Tick. Chen Mu looked at her in surprise. Without waiting for the woman to reply, Chen Mu suddenly said, "Right. You're not like them. With your status and character, you wouldn't bother paying too much attention to them." Shui Kaiqing didn't deny it. "Although we are all in the same greenhouse and we are all windbags, we have to be divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, high and low face value, undressed and undressed, and so on. A person who is not a member of a group of people who are not members of the group. It's all going to be split up." Chen Mu put away his small notebook and charcoal pencil and said, "Would you mind taking me to the dormitory on the left side of the third floor?" "Don't mind." Shui Kaiqing shook his head. As he got up, Chen Mu bared his teeth slightly and frowned as he rubbed his waist, the familiar soreness striking him again. Since hitting the ground running, this back has been acting up every now and then. Occasionally the meds can still provide a relief or two. Totally. Shui Kaiqing, who saw this scene, said softly, "Sheriff Chen, your body seems to be a bit weak. It's from accidentally hurting my back last night while fighting the murderer." Chen Mu laughed. "As a man, you should never be told by a woman that you are weak or short on time or anything like that. It is extremely insulting." Under Shui Kaiqing's leadership, Chen Mu came to the left sleeping area on the third floor. It belonged to the sleeping quarters of the second-class prostitutes, and when the guests were tired of playing downstairs they brought their women directly to the house to play drumming games. "You shoot 1. I'll shoot 2. Very innocent kind. I won €1 a. Chen Mu checked one room at a time. Although the magistrates had carefully examined them before, compared to professional-level detectives like Chen Mu, there were times when they were careless and neglectful. Was anyone in these houses last night? It should all be downstairs. How's the soundproofing in this house? Not so good. Chen Mu inquired while observing the house. Asked curiously upon seeing a very strange chair sitting in one of the rooms with ropes and thin chains and whatnot. "It's something." Shui Kaiqing did not reply, but instead looked straight at Chen Mu with a pair of eyes as clear as a bright stream. If Sheriff Chen wanted to humiliate me, he didn't have to do it so deliberately. The tone was still as flat as ever. Chen Mu rubbed his nose and didn't tease the other party anymore. This kind of woman is not fit to be a lover. While the atmosphere was awkward, a sound of footsteps suddenly came, and Chen Mu saw a man in a green shirt walking up the stairs. The man's face was like a crown of jade, his body was slender, and he carried an air of a scholar. It was the same Confucian scholar that Chen Mu had met at the county office last night. At the moment, the Confucian scholar was holding a smooth square disc in his left hand with different directions engraved on it, and on the disc was a small spoon, which was Sinan. As the Jiaonan walked, Sinan shifted slightly. Upon seeing Chen Mu, the Confucian froze for a moment, then greeted him with a smile. "This early in the morning, Sheriff Chen is so elegant. I can't believe this one remembered me." Chen Mu couldn't figure out what the other party's status was for a moment, so he simply arched his hand and saluted. "Greetings, Your Excellency." What's an adult or not? Just a broken scholar." The Confucian was very self-conscious as he hooked Chen Mu's shoulder, glanced at Shui Kaiqing next to him, and extended his thumb. "Good vision. My subordinate has come to investigate the case by order of His Excellency," Chen Mu explained. "Investigating a case?" The Confucian narrowed his eyes. "It seems that Lord Gao doesn't really believe in our abilities." "That's not true. The Lord just asked the youngest to assist you." I one half I. Chen Mu laughed. "It's okay, actually, the 3 of us are just mealies." The Jiaonan graciously admitted his incompetence and that of his teammates, squeezing his eyebrows and saying, So did you find out any clues? Chen Mu didn't say anything. Shui Kai-ching, who was on the side, curtsied and saluted. My lord, Sheriff Chen, Kai-ching will leave first. If there is anything you wish to ask, feel free to come and find Kai-ching. When he finished, he turned around and left, leaving a lingering scent. Till, the Confucian stared at her delicate back and said, excellent. How much does it cost to sleep with this kind of woman for one night? Doesn't white whoring smell good? Chen Mu said. The Confucian was stunned and laughed out loud. You're even more shameless than my master ancestor. I like it. Only when Shui Kai-ching was far enough away did the Confucian collect the smile on his face and hurriedly pulled Chen Mu into a room. Asked as he undressed. Say, what's the clue? Looking at the Confucian scholar who took off the clothes from his body piece by piece, Chen Mu slowly retreated towards the door, cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. He swore that he would absolutely run if his opponent dared to pounce. It's not human not to run. The Jiaonan stripped down to his pants, revealing the top half of his body. Chen Mu noticed that the other party's body was covered with scars, but upon closer inspection, they were bizarre runes painted with special dyes. That's a nice chair. The Jiaonan scanned the room and his eyes lit up when he saw the strange chair and walked straight over to sit on it. I want half. Chen Mu swallowed his saliva. One of his hands touched the edge of the door. Yesterday looked quite normal, a young man. How today has become this virtue? It will not be possessed. What are you waiting for? Come and tie me up. Seeing Chen Mu avoiding him from afar, the Confucian beckoned. I'll explain it to you later. Come and tie me up first. Tie me up tighter. Chen Mu was internally torn. Tick. Eventually it was hard enough to step forward and tie the other man securely to the chair. Nice touch. Looking at the rope on his body, the Jiaonan was a bit surprised. Chen Mu squeezed out an ugly smile. My lord, you are. Tell me what you know about the clues first. Do ghosts, gods, and demons really exist in this world? Chen Mu, however, asked the other party in return. Surprisingly, however, the Confucian scholar admitted it graciously. Of course there is, but there are no gods, only demons, ghosts, and devils. I want half. No god? Yes, there are no gods, no fairies. Why? For man is God. Begging for votes. All kinds of begging. Embroidered bamboo tube. Chapter 14. There is a cannon mountain in Kyushu. The atmosphere is woozy in the room. Shrinking back from the Confucian scholar from the Guanshan Yuan was firmly tied to the chair by Chen Mu with a special Japanese-style rope art. Unable to move. It was a rather bizarre scene. However, the person in question looked like he was used to it, and answered Chen Mu's questions quite sincerely in the face of them. Since the ancient times, demonic creatures have been rampant in this world, and even belonged to the dominator status at one time. Later on, as human power continued to expand and began to eradicate evil types, many demon species were exterminated. Coupled with the thinning of the spiritual qi, the demonic path's potential luck gradually declined. But that doesn't mean the demons will be extinct. Ever heard of Kanzanen? Chen Mu shook his head. Never heard of it. Balked. There is a Guan mountain in the 9 states, which can create 1,000 dreams. A dream of one day in one earth can imprison 100,000 demons. The Confucian laughed. It means that in our Guanshan yard, there are thousands of Guanshan dreams, and each Guanshan dream imprisons 100,000 demonic creatures. That's why, these days, it's hard for any ordinary people to find out about the existence of demons. At best, they learn about it from rumors and hearsay, because 99% of the demonic creatures in the world have been imprisoned by our Guanshan Yuan. A look of pride appeared on the Confucian's face. What's a Kanzan dream? Chen Mu asked curiously. Balking. The Confucian said, it's a kind of spirit domain, where many of the demons captured are sent for purification to get rid of them from the root. Because in this world, there are some demons that even if you kill them, a new one will appear to take its place. The only way to completely prevent the birth of new demons is to purify them. Of course, regarding the other secrets of the Guanshan dream, even I, a disciple of the Guanshan Yuan, only seem to understand them. After all, the status is low, so it's not too late for you to learn more about it later if you have the chance. I don't have enough authority. Listening to the other party's statement, Chen Mu's heart was incomparably shaken. This one is blowing smoke. In an instant, he believed that there were demons in this world, but never believed that there were that many of them in captivity. If what the other party said was true, then there were hundreds of millions of demonic creatures imprisoned in the mountain viewing courtyard. What kind of concept was that? Probably 100,000 of those cat ladies. Yuck. Yuck. What to think? Anyway, Chen Mu remained skeptical about this, estimating that at most, he had only imprisoned tens of thousands of demonic creatures. Those two who were with you yesterday, were they also from Kanzanen? They're not. Balked. The Confucian shook his head. That man is from the Department of Demon Suppression, an agency belonging to the imperial court that specializes in hunting and killing folk demons, generally called demon hunters. Where's the female? She is a disciple of the Yin Yang sect and is assisting us in catching demons. To this the Confucianist did not elaborate much. Chen Mu's eyes burned. So the death of Mu Xianger yesterday also belonged to a demonic creature? The Confucian nodded. That's right. After our initial judgment, it should be the work of a snake spirit that escaped from the ninth Guanshan dream. What's the situation? Being imprisoned by you guys and still escaping? Jib. The compulsion of Guanshan Yuan instantly dropped a notch in Chen Mu's mind, blowing it off and thinking how great it is. It turns out to be nothing more than that. Worship value -1. The Confucian heard Chen Mu's mockery and explained with a bitter smile. It's naturally impossible to escape under normal circumstances, except that the ninth Guanshan dream suddenly collapsed, causing quite a few demonic creatures to flee, and we've already recaptured quite a few of them back. And collapsed? The compulsion of Guanshan Yuan instantly dropped another 2 notches in Chen Mu's mind. Worship value -2. Balk. The Confucian scholar said, this snake spirit actually doesn't have a high strength of its own, but it's so cunning that we tracked it down for half a year before we got any news. The Bao Spring House tragedy a month ago? Chen Mu's eyelids jumped. The Jiaonin nodded. That's right, Chen Mu said breathlessly. So, if it wasn't for that fiasco, you guys probably wouldn't have been able to discover the whereabouts of that snake spirit, right? Found out sooner or later. Maybe later. The juror tries to save a little face. Jib. The compulsion of Guanshan Yuan instantly dropped another 3 notches in Chen Mu's mind. Then it's time for your clue. Possibly sensing that Chen Mu's gaze toward him was no longer as respectful and admiring as before, the Confucian changed the subject. Chen Mu pointed at his current appearance. Can you tell me what this is about first? It's not that he's unhealthy in his thinking. A big man half naked and tied up in a chair is creepy to anyone. I can't explain this to you for a moment. Balked. The Jiaonin's eyes flicked around the room and pointed with his chin to a log on the dresser. I'll show you how it works. You put that in my mouth. You want a ING demonstration? Chen Mu almost cracked on the spot, but seeing how serious the other man was, he had to bring the heel of wood over and put it in the other man's mouth. The Confucianist gripped it with his teeth and signaled Chen Mu to back off. When he had retreated roughly a foot or so, the Jiaonin closed his eyes, his forehead drooping slightly as he silently recited the spell. Chen Mu watched from the sidelines with a spitting image in mind. Balked. Immediately, his face changed. Only those mysterious runes on the Confucian scholar's body slowly flowed down like ink, glowing with a crimson-red demonic shimmering light. Well, Herculeanly, the Jiaonin raised his head. His forehead was sinewy, blood surged visible to the naked eye and seemed to burst at any moment, and a green line appeared on his originally handsome cheeks. The 2 eyes were even more green, as if 2 points of ghost fire, making people shudder. The body trembled violently, balking. You could even hear the bones clicking. Looking at the Confucian scholar's agonized appearance, Chen Mu then understood why he had to tie him up and gag him. It's a wolf extermination. Gradually, under Chen Mu's horrified eyes, the Confucian's navel actually began to expand. An eye the size of a brass bell crawled out. Yes, it does crawl, because the eyeballs have long, thin legs. Balked at the idea of the horrible eye slowly climbed down the Jiaonin's body, and with a staggering walk began to make its rounds probing the room. Tables, chairs, beds, floor seams, clutter, everywhere was not left behind. As time passed, the red light on this eye began to dim, while blood spilled from the Confucian's mouth, desperately trying to hold on. The muscles of the body were also shaking and trembling. Finally, when the last corner was surveyed, the eye returned to the navel. The juicer breathes a sigh of relief and spits out the log. Balked, sweating profusely, he seemed as if he had just come out of the Huailan River, detached from all his breath. Untie the rope. Oh, good. After Chen Mu untied the rope, the Confucian was busy taking out a pill from his clothes and swallowing it, and soon his face was much rosier again. Not this house. Go to the next one and check it out. The Jiaonin sighed. Chen Mu frowned. Can I humbly ask, what are you looking for? Balked. The Confucian scholar didn't hide it. This is a secret art that can find out the traces of the demonic creature left in the house. Perhaps a hair or a drop of blood, essence, and so on. If you can find this, then catching the demon will be more certain. Chen Mu couldn't help but strike. What if the demonic creature didn't leave a trace? Yes. The Confucian took out that Sinan and laughed. It is a magic weapon that can detect the remnants of demons, and it is through it that I came here. But unfortunately it is a general location, so I can only search one room at a time. Perhaps thinking that Chen Mu did not understand, the Confucian scholar patiently explained again. Mu Xianger died 2 days ago, and what you see of her was possessed by a snake spirit. but there is a ritual that must be performed when she is possessed. Once a ritual is performed, it is bound to leave a mark. In an instant, it can be concluded through the spell that the snake spirit was performing the ritual in one of the rooms in this area of the bowspring house at that time. Understand? Shenmue nodded. I hear you. Investigate the next room then. And you keep coming to tie me up in the same way you did earlier. It's quite comfortable. The jounin moved his muscles. It seems addictive. That kind of secret technique will kill you if you use it for a long time. Right? Recalling the expression of the confusion that was worse than death just now, Shenmue shivered. In an instant, if this one dies in a wave, he's in trouble. The Confucian's tone was helpless. This is already the fastest way. Don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Actually, you don't have to work this hard. What do you mean? The jounin frowned at him. Shenmue coughed and said, I already know which room the snake spirit was performing the ritual in at that time. Box. Chapter 15, Zhuge Fengshui. You know? I one half. The Confucian's face was stunned, and his eyes were clearly filled with distrust when he looked at Shenmue. Are you insulting my intelligence? Older brother. I've only been able to determine an approximate location by utilizing my magic weapon. And you're saying that you've already found it? How incompetent I look. You've got to get the cow's ass out of the way to brag about it. You put your clothes on first. Shenmue really couldn't look straight at a big man standing in front of him in such an ambiguous image. The jounin numbly began to dress. Benji. It was at this time that Zhang Wei, who had heard the commotion outside, pushed open the door. I've put as you requested. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Looking at the Confucian scholar who was undressing as well as Shenmue next to him, Zhang Wei froze for a few seconds before quickly closing the door to the room, as if nothing had happened. Shenmue cursed, walked out of the room, and brought the finished transcript book over from Zhang Wei. All recorded? I one half. I'm sorry Benji. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Zhang Wei looked apologetic. Seeing Shenmue's face turn cloudy, Zhang Wei hurriedly got down to business. I've followed your instructions to first ask from the girls who are proficient in the music, and I haven't asked the rest yet. Okay, go ahead and ask then. Shenmue waved his hand. Zhang Wei looked toward the room a few more times before slowly descending the stairs. Say, in which room? There are a total of 17 rooms in this area. If you can really find it, I, Zhuge Fengdiao, can even recognize you as my father. The juicer blew his own cover. Zhuge Fengbei? What a ing shaggy name. Shenmue skimmed his mouth, first flipping through the transcript given by Zhang Wei to read it, and after roughly skimming through it, his eyes floated. Basically the same as what I guessed. Like what? Zhuge Fengdiao suddenly looked a bit displeased with Shenmue's somewhat pretentious demeanor. It always looks like he doesn't have enough intelligence. Shenmue led him to the third room down on the right-hand side of the corridor. If my deduction is correct, the snake spirit performed the ritual in this room. The room was neat, and a faint scent of chrysanthemum floated in the air. There are still odd objects lying around. For example, carved wooden eggplants and so on. Zhuge Fengdiao wrinkled his brows and turned around in the room. His gaze suspicious. Are you sure? Shenmue said indifferently. There are 94 rooms in the Ju Chun building, and there are 17 in this area on the third floor alone. Because of the construction, the corridors are constantly twisting and turning, and the back shape is predominant. Plus the soundproofing of the rooms is not good, so when the screams start, it's hard to determine at first glance exactly which room it's coming from. Downstairs is a public area with the constant sound of fiddling and chiming, and since many of the girls were on the outer porch last night greeting guests, it's even harder to tell. Zhuge Fengdian spread his hands. So what? How can you be sure? Shenmue flung the stack of transcripts in his hand. But there is one kind of person who can, and that is a person who is proficient in sound and rhythm. There were quite a few girls in Juchuan House who were proficient in sound, and they were quite sensitive to sound. Unusual people in a noisy environment could hear the screams last night coming from the third floor, but these girls could roughly hear the directions. Maybe 2 or 3 will be off, but combined, they can be screened for specific locations. Shenmue pointed to the surrounding rooms. Basically, you can select these 4 rooms from their statements. If it's these 4 rooms, then why are you sure it's the third? Zhuge Fengbei remained skeptical. Intend to bar all the way to the end, apparently not realizing that he has invariably become the instrumental person who sets off the protagonist. Shenmue smiled, walked into the third room, opened the window and pointed at the tavern on the other side of the Huailan River, and faintly said, I was in the tavern across the street last night. Which is so. I one half 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 I. Shenmue clasped his hands in front of his chest. I also heard that miserable scream, but the sound I heard was extremely sharp and bright. So it is concluded from this that the window of the room was open at that time. You have to understand that the opening and closing of a window makes a big difference to those outside who hear it, like a husband and wife arguing. And out of these 4 houses, this is the only one with windows facing the Huailan River. After hearing Shenmue's deduction, the Confucian could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This son is as terrifying as he is. The degree of cleverness completely can be compared with him. Zhuge Fengdiao. I am afraid that in the future is a formidable enemy. I'm afraid I'll be a formidable foe in the future. Threat level +1. Zhuge Fengbei nodded slowly. It's similar to what I thought. In order to prove its accuracy, Zhuge Fengyi once again asked Shenmue to tie him up with a Japanese-style rope art, with half of his clothes off. Use a spell to probe. Soon the eerie eye identified a black crumb the size of a sesame seed from within a crack in the floor under the dresser. Cold Sprite. Zhuge Fengyi carefully placed the black crumbs in the Sinan, and his eyes erupted with a bright aura. Shenmue asked curiously, what is a cold sprite stone? Boy, finally something you don't know about. Zhuge Fengdiao, who had just had his IQ suppressed, immediately recovered his sense of superiority and said with a smug smile, this is a special spell formation material, refined from the corpses of some demonic creatures, and is generally used in spell formations such as soul fixing, soul devouring, and soul exchanging. That is to say, that snake demon did perform the ritual here yesterday, and its purpose was to perform a soul exchange, only that there was an accident that caused the exchange to be unsuccessful, and that's why it fled in haste. Speaking of this, Zhuge Fengdiao could not help but feel some emotion. Thank goodness for the kid, or he'd have to waste a whole day maybe to find this out. Changing souls? Shenmue was a bit confused. Why did the snake spirit change her soul? Doesn't Mu Xianger's body smell good? Zhuge Fengbei coldly grunted. I guess it's incompatible. That's why I urgently need another body. After all, changing souls is not an easy thing. There's incompatibility. Shenmue silently spat. Thinking of the situation last night, Shenmue was puzzled. Since Mu Xianger's body was obtained by us, the snake spirit, it should be the metasoul that escaped. OC pound. Zhuge Fengshui heavily patted Shenmue's shoulder. Kid is very good. He actually fought off the snake spirit. Shenmue bared his teeth. If I hadn't traveled back in time once, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'd be in my grave already. Now that the genie soul has escaped, can it still be captured? Can't. Boy, don't insult me with your contemptuous looks. I one half. Facing Shenmue's eyes, Zhuge Fengshui was a bit offended. Although we can't catch it, but at least we know its current condition so we can make a new plan to catch it. You think catching a demon is as simple as drinking cold water? So what's next? Shenmue asked. Zhuge Fengbei smashed his lips and muttered softly. It's a pity. If we could find Mu Xianger's initial death scene, perhaps there would be more clues. A death scene? Shenmue looked thoughtful and said, does Brother Feng Shao have the will to go with me to investigate the case? I one half. Chapter 16, 9 years old and wasted without practicing? Look into the case. Curse. Zhuge Fengshui revealed a difficult expression. To be honest, although he was sure of Shenmue's ability, he had absolutely no interest in investigating the case. When I was in the Great Cloud Continent, I followed the Ministry of Justice to investigate the case, and the whole process was as stinky and long as a shroud, making it boring to the extreme. That's why I volunteered to come to this hole to catch a demon. Now I get a headache when I hear about investigations. Shenmue said, don't you want to know the first scene of Mu Xianger's death? Following me will definitely yield something. Hearing the other party so certain, Zhuge Fengbei finally reluctantly agreed. Curse. It's not like we're losing anything anyway. After Zhang Ouwei finished taking statements from everyone at Jiuchunlu, Shenmue led the two of them to Coriander Forest North Street. That was where Mu Xianger's Aunt Li lived. Originally, in Shenmue's plan, it was to go to Maling County with Zhang Ouwei to look at the fire scene before coming to Li's house to investigate. But now that there was an additional Zhuge Fengbei, it was simply a change of plans. After all, this guy was a big shot and knew a lot, and having him around would help the investigation of the case immensely, and learn more about the demonic creatures. By the way, Curse, the wide marble main road. The three shared a carriage to Li's house. In the Dian dynasty, in order to facilitate people's daily travels, there were horse carriages specifically used as a means of transportation, which were equivalent to cabs. These public carriages were attached to cart workshops operated by merchants. In order to prevent the proliferation of horse-drawn carriages from causing traffic jams in urban areas, the Dian dynasty also introduced a special decree that all car workshops must be approved by the government, and every carriage that travels outside needs to be registered and vetted before it can go on the road. Curse, including the carny. Generally the common people called lease car driver have to be the experience commanded by the veteran driver, so as to avoid traffic accidents. In the carriage, Shenmue took out all the transcripts of the girls from Bao Spring House and carefully examined them. From time to time, I jotted down in a little notebook. Next to him, Zhuge Fengdiao was kowtowing to a melon seed while talking eloquently to Zhang Noe. This snake spirit has 1,000 years of Taoist skill, and back then it was subdued by Venerable Tianlong of the Dewei Temple and sent to Arguan Shan Yuan. Curse. Although it sounds scary to hear 1,000 years of Taoism, but in fact his own strength is not powerful, just good at hiding. In addition, each demon has its own unique skills. For example, some demons are good at stealth, some good at eating shang, and the ability of this snake spirit is soul devouring, through which it can exchange souls. My lord, what is the most powerful demon then? Zhang Yiwei listened with great interest and couldn't help but ask. Zhuge Fengdiao, however, laughed. There is no such thing as the most powerful demon in this world, nor is there any such thing as the most lowly demon. It depends on whether or not you can catch it. Can't catch it means it's awesome. Catching it means it's not awesome. Curse, your ass. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So are you awesome? Chen Mu interjected. Zhuge Fengshui modestly said, average. We have 80,000 disciples in the mountain viewing courtyard. I'm barely ranked in the top 10, and I'm a solid element realm expert now. Hearing the words solid elemental realm, Chen Mu's eyes instantly lit up, and he busily asked, can you tell us about your cultivation system? As an otherworldly traveler, the most important thing was cultivation. Unfortunately, after traveling for half a year and not even finding a shadow, now it's hard to meet a cultivator. So naturally I have to seize this chance. Maybe the great chance of majestic world domination will start from this. Curse, why do you ask? Zhuge Fengshao squinted and sneered. Is it possible that you want to cultivate? If you really harbor such thoughts, I advise you to put them to rest before it's too late. Why? Because cultivation is not easy, and if you fail to build a good foundation before the age of 9, even if your root and bone talent are all good again, you will be idle. Chen Mu was quite a bit disdainful of Zhuge Fengshui's words. Crossing over is here to break the mold. Keep in mind that as a traveler, you will always be a different kind of firework. Curse, there are many different kinds of cultivation systems in this world, each different from the other. For example, we at Guanshan Yuan cultivate Qi, which is divided into 4 major realms: Qi Su realm, Solid Yuan realm, Taiyu realm and Heavenly Fate realm. Each level of the realm spans a large amount of advancement, as little as 3 to 5 years or as much as 10 years, and the higher up you go, the harder it gets. I've followed my master's cultivation since I was 8 years old, and now I've reached the solid element realm at the age of 25, so I'm already a genius. So you don't stand a chance. Zhuge Fengdiao displayed a smug look. Chen Mu slightly bristled. It took 17 years of cultivation to reach the second level of the realm, and it's a bluff to blow it. Curse. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the corner of Coriander Grove North. The 3 of them got out of the car and found Li's yard. In the courtyard there is a casket with Mu Xianger's body in it, surrounded by a simple hearth, only half of which has been set up. Next to them were Li and her husband, who were wiping tears from their eyes. The couple was at a loss. I was planning to bring Mu Xianger's casket back to Meiling County, but I didn't know that the whole family had been burned to death. We can only wait for the Muling County Court to return the bones of that family and bury them together. Curse, my lord. Seeing the 3 Chen Mu people, Li and her husband rushed forward to salute. Chen Mu's voice was gentle. The 2 of you, please feel sorry for your loss. I came here this time to ask you some questions, if it's convenient. Li wiped tears from her eyes and sobbed. Your honor, feel free to ask. Chen Mu didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. At that time, the matchmaking time set by Auntie Meng was the 4th day of the 6th month. So why did Mu Xianger come to Qingyu County 2 days earlier? Concubine told your excellency before that she was going to be a guest at a friend's house in Cloud Village. So she came early. Li answered honestly. Curse. Chen Mu narrowed his eyes. Did she say this to you herself? Li nodded. Then when Mu Xianger came that day, was there anything unusual, anomalous? Li and her husband glanced at each other, and after a long period of careful recollection both gently shook their heads. There is nothing unusual. Chen Mu continued to ask. Did he say anything strange to you guys? Just some casual family talk. Didn't say anything strange. Li did not understand why Chen Mu was asking about this. Curse. Zhuge Fengdiao couldn't stand to watch and pulled Chen Mu aside and said, I say Sheriff Chen, is this how you investigate a case? Mu Xianger was possessed after being killed by the snake spirit. Now you just investigate where Mu Xianger died on the line. What's the use of asking those nonsense? Then why don't you, Lord Zhuge, come and check it out yourself? Chen Mu said indifferently. Zhuge Fengbei's eyes rounded. Don't worry brother Feng Shao. I have experience. Chen Mu patted the other party's chest and passed a reassuring look. Zhuge Fengbei rolled his eyes and simply sat on a side chair to rest. Curse, toss it around all you want. It's just a waste of a day anyway. Chen Mu beckoned Zhang Yiwei to his side, asked them about the circumstances when Mu Xianger left that day. Make a good statement, and don't leave out any details. No problem, squad leader. Zhang Yiwei nodded his head. After Chen Mu gave his orders, he wandered around the courtyard. Li's family is very average, and the yard is decorated with some old miscellaneous things and a carriage rented from the Hongji car workshop. Curse, it appears that Li's husband was a lease carter. The weekdays are spent running cabs for a living. The wagons were scrubbed and well cared for, including the wheels, while the captive horses were of average breed, with non-existent but spirited coats. You can see from the feed trough that the usual medium forage is fed. The horses' bodies were similarly cleaned. As a lease driver, one needs to take care of the carriage every day, but such meticulous care is still rare, indicating a diligent person. Chen Mu turned back to Li's husband, who was cooperating with Zhang Yiwei in making a statement, and his gaze fell on his hands. Curse, the knuckles are wide and rough. There was a lot of black mud stuffed into the cracks of his fingernails. Chen Mu frowned, his eyes once again landing on the carriage and circling around it, his gaze roving like a scanning machine. Suddenly, his body stopped. Chen Mu bent down and slowly pulled out a long hair from between the cracks on the side of the wagon, which was extraordinarily clear in the sunlight. Chapter 17. Do crocodiles shed tears? What was found? From the book. Zhuge Fengyi came forward. After seeing the hair in Chen Mu's hand, he snorted. How many people does this car have to ride back and forth every day? What's so rare about a hair? Chen Mu compared the hair with Mu Xianger's hair lying in the coffin, and then clipped it into a small book. Twisting his head, he smiled weakly at the other man. That's right. Zhuge Fengdiao was a bit confused, always feeling that the other party was crushing his IQ again with this smile, and his heart was suddenly upset. Che, playing God. Totally. After subjecting the carriage and horses to another meticulous inspection, Chen Mu entered the house. The house was pretty neat. A small loom sits in the corner. The wooden tables and stools were all made of ordinary wood. The paint on them had worn away most of the time, and the only thing brand new was a water jar. There were also some pulled white carrots on the ground. Zhuge Fengdiao followed behind, casually picking up a thin radish on the ground and rubbing it in his hands before nibbling on it. Clickety-click, tick-tock, eating like a thief. Chen Mu was speechless. Can't you just wash it? Zhuge Fengdiao looked at him with an idiotic gaze. This thing isn't poisonous, what to wash? Besides, I'm too lazy to wash my hands after Shang. Chen Mu was speechless. After a careful tour, enter a side room. The first thing you see is a tub with some towels and soap next to it, and the floor is cleaned. This is the place to bathe. Tart. I wish I could take a shower. Zhuge Fengshui, who was sweating from casting spells at Bo Spring House earlier, was a bit intrigued by the sight of this bathtub, but after all, it was someone else's house, so I just had to hold off on the shower. At this point he somewhat regretted running with this guy to investigate the case. Lying in the pub's bathtub to take a comfortable bath and drink a few sips of wine, it does not smell good? You're wasting your time here. Seeing Chen Mu dawdling, he couldn't help but urge. Can you make it faster? Rush a Gil. Chen Mu was also convinced of this guy and prepared to leave after making a cursory round, but just as he reached the door, his body was abruptly fixed. Chen Mu slowly turned his head and fixed his gaze on a table with a bronze mirror placed next to it. The eye traveled all the way down the table leg. There is an arcing groove mark in the floor. Although the groove marks had been deliberately cleaned, the corner of the table was still recognizable as a scratch on the floor. Chen Mu squatted down and brushed his fingers over the groove marks. Trough. It hasn't been long. It should have been caused in the last few days. Chen Mu took another step back, grabbed the left side of the table leg, and slowly pulled it back, perfectly matching the arc of the groove marks on the ground. He got up and picked up the brass mirror. The wall was found to have been knocked over at about the same time as the groove marks below. No! What are you messing with again? Looking at Chen Mu's unusual behavior, Zhuge Fengshui couldn't figure it out, but the next second he froze. Oh, see pound the, only to see Chen Mu directly lying on the ground, like a puppy, as if he was looking for something, carefully searching every corner. It wasn't until Chen Mu pulled out a long hair from under the tub that he was dumbfounded. Is this your special trip to collect hair? Chen Mu ignored him and took the hair from before out of the small book for comparison before placing it in front of Zhuge Fengshui's eyes. What do you mean? Zhuge Fengbei was confused again. Isn't it normal to pick up a hair in the bathroom? Totally. Chen Mu smiled and said, Lord Zhuge, haven't you noticed that these two hairs are very similar? The ends of the hair are a bit curly, and the whole thing has a hint of light yellow color. This type of hair texture is very different from others. Li's? Chen Mu suddenly had the urge to hit someone. How could this bastard be so stupid? Looks like 6 walnuts are needed for a good tonic. It's all Mu Xianger's, Chen Mu said. Zhuge Fengdiao let out an "oh." So what if it's Mu Xianger's? It's normal for her to bathe here. Yes, it's normal. Chen Mu didn't expect the bastard to be enlightened, and spoke out the suspicions. But the other hair was found on the carriage. But Mu Xianger came to Qingyu County alone on the 2nd day of June, and Li's husband Mu Er didn't go to pick her up. So why was there Mu Xianger's hair on the carriage? Can't it be that later Mu Xianger took Mu Er's carriage again? Zhuge Fengshui's face gradually became grave. He stormed out of the house. Inside the courtyard, Li was cooperating with Zhang Wei to make a statement. Then she saw Zhuge Fengdiao running towards her in a windy manner, pulled a hair out of her head. The other then pulled another hair from Mu Xianger's head in the coffin and rushed back into the house. Li? Zhang Wei? Only Li's husband's face was slightly abnormal, and his hands subconsciously clutched the corners of his coat in a very uneasy manner. Upon returning to the house, Zhuge Fengshui immediately made the comparison. The conclusion was the same as Chen Mu's. The hair qualities identified on the carriage were not the same as Li's dry and brown hair, and the resemblance to Mu Xianger was extremely high. Of course, it was also possible that the hair on the carriage was kept by another woman who just happened to have similar hair texture to Mu Xianger's. But in this current situation, the result is actually quite obvious. Sheriff Chen, what do you mean? Zhuge Fengdiao, who had previously felt that investigating the case was too boring, was inexplicably excited and feverish at this moment. A pair of eyes as if they were bubbling with light. Everything is just speculation for now. Go look at the transcript, Chen Mu said indifferently. When I came outside the house, Zhang Wei had already finished his statement. Chen Mu picked up the transcript book and skimmed through it. The corner of his mouth pulled out a mockery, and his gaze stared at Li like a sharp blade. I'll ask you again. Did Mu Xianger personally tell you guys that she was going to be a guest at Cloud Village? Li was stunned by the cold aura Chen Mu exuded. Yes. To the side, Li's husband squeezed out a smile in agreement. Chen Mu squatted down and looked straight into her eyes. Then I'll ask another way. Did you hear with your own ears that she's going to be a guest in Cloud Village? Li shook her head and shivered. It was my official who told me? At that time, Xiang'er herself told him to go to Yun Village. Were you there when Mu Xianger left? No. I went to deliver the embroidery. And when I came back, Xiang'er was gone, and the official said that she had gone to the house of a friend in the Cloud Village as a guest. Come back is when? It's probably around 5 o'clock. The sun is about to set, Li said after some thought. Chen Mu then pressed. When was the last time you saw her? 3 minutes before the hour. I still remember it clearly, because in the past I have always gone to the beaching court to deliver embroidery at this time of day. Was your husband there when you left? Li shook her head. No. My official is Elise Carter. He was still out soliciting at that time. What was your husband doing when you came back? Cleaning the wagon. He's also just returned from hauling guests. Silly woman. Chen Mu rubbed his brow and signaled Zhang Wei to take her aside, his gaze looking towards Li's husband. So, at that time, Mu Xianger told you herself that she was going to the Cloud Village? Yeah, she told me herself. The man nodded vigorously. His name is Mu Er, a former member of the Mu family village in Meiling County, who is 43 years old and has yet to have an heir. About what time? At 3 minutes past an hour. I just came back from hauling customers when I saw her going out. I asked her where she was going. She said she was going to a friend's house in Yun Village as a guest, and she would be back tomorrow. At that time I also reminded her to be more careful on the road. I did not expect. Mu Er River flowed with tears, his body shaking with the sobs. Chen Mu heavily patted his shoulder. Did you know that crocodiles shed tears? Chapter 18, Human Scraps. What is your honor talking about? The little people listen to. Can't understand. Kuo. Mu Er was at a loss. The innocence in his eyes showed like a child's. Chen Mu waved his hand and recruited Zhang Wei, attaching a few quiet words to his ear. The latter nodded and hurriedly left the small courtyard. Mu Er, how often do you and Mu Xianger meet? Chen Mu asked. Mu Er was stunned for a moment, and replied with a look. Rarely meet. The last time was only a year ago. After all, my line of work is very busy. Weekdays with her father's interaction is also relatively small. How is your relationship with Mu Xianger's family on weekdays? Kuo. Mu Er hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. I don't hide it from your honor. In fact, I have a very average relationship with their family. My wife is very close. Made any enemies yet? Chen Mu stared at him. Sun Sen's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, giving the other party a great sense of oppression. Mu'er busy waving his hands. This is not, at least in the past, is also a village of people. How can it be a feud? How are you and your wife getting along? Pretty good. Pretty good? Broad. Seeing some old bruises on his face, neck, and chest, obviously scratched by fingernails, Shenmue coldly grunted. It's pretty good. Apparently, the couple fought a lot and were not on good terms, and Mujihi is still on the weaker side. Shenmue casually asked a few more seemingly insignificant questions, and Zhang Awei, who had left earlier, rushed back and handed him a simple transcript. Squad leader. That's basically true. Hard work. Shenmue took the recorded transcript. Broad. After reading it, he once again stared at Mu'er with a deadly stare, his tone completely devoid of the previous gentleness, cold as a knife. The 2nd day of June. When did you get home? Feeling the looming ferocity, Mu'er's body trembled for a moment, forcing out an ugly smile. Your Honor, the little people have just said that they returned home at 3 minutes past an hour. The man's shirt, clutched tightly in his hands from nervousness, seemed ready to tear. His forehead was even sweating. The corner of Shenmue's lips lifted up a cold smile as he flung the transcript in his hand. Could any of your neighbors have seen your carriage appear in front of the house at 1:15? Mu'er's body trembled. Broad. It's possible. Possible that the little people have misremembered. Oh, misremembered. Why? Then, after half a column of incense, did you set up the carriage and go out again? Mu'er's face swished white. He shivered his lips and stammered. By the way, I came to the house to pick up something. Fetch what? The wheel. Had a problem with the wheel. I came to get a tool to fix it. Yes, I came to fix the car. Mu'er's speech began to speed up, and his voice got a little heavier. Broad. There seems to be a deliberate emphasis on authenticity. That's not right. As Elise Carter, you often encounter problems with your car, so you always bring your tools with you. Why do you leave them at home? Did you happen to forget that day? Shenmue gave a reason. Yes. Mu'er, whose emotions were already confused at this point, hurriedly nodded his head and explained with a dry smile. As I get older, I sometimes often forget things. Sweat swished down like rain. Broad. It scratched smudges on the Hanyo's tan cheeks, though he tried his best to remain calm. Everyone in the room could see the panic within him. Next to her, Lee realized what was going on, and her face turned white little by little. Okay, let's just assume you really came to fix your car. So where did you go after you fixed it? Anyone else ride in your car? Shenmue pressed the issue step by step. Mu'er wiped the sweat with the back of his hand and said, I went to the East Hillock side to find some business, but, unfortunately no one. Then I came back. East Mountain Heights was an extremely remote place in Xingyu County, and few people passed through there. Chow. Shenmue extended his thumb. Not bad. It's hard for you to make up this route in a short period of time. My lord. On the 1st day of June, there was a rockfall incident in the East Hillock, blocking the main road, so you could only take the West Beijing Trail and the old road behind Suiyun Mountain. Which road did you take? Shenmue looked at him expressionlessly. Mu'er opened his mouth and said through gritted teeth, the old road behind Suiyun Mountain. Are you sure? I swear, I did take the old road then, and almost broke my foot. Broad. Looking at Mu'er, who was so certain, Shenmue sighed and said softly, don't hold on. Your mind is completely messed up right now. What? There's never been a rockfall in East Mountain Heights at all, and you, as Elise Carter, don't even know if the main road is blocked or not? Oh, too much dereliction of duty. Shenmue did not hide his mockery at all. Mu'er froze. He opened his mouth to argue something, but in the end, not a single word could be held in his throat. At this moment, he seemed to have aged dozens of years, and his eyes were empty. Broad. First time killing, I guess, Shenmue said. Killing? Mu'er, who was originally as stiff as a log, was perhaps irritated by the word. He shouted like a madman. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill her. I didn't. The crowd looked at him who had fallen into a frenzy and had realized that this honest-looking man in front of them was the real murderer of Mu Xianger. Broad. Come on, let's take you to the crime scene to reminisce. Shenmue lifted the back of Mu'er's collar and practically dragged him to the room where the bathtub was placed. On the 2nd day of June around the 6th hour, Mu Xianger came to your house. At 3 minutes before the hour, Li went out to deliver the embroidery in Baikinjuan. At 1:15, you returned home. Mu Xianger at that time should have just finished bathing. Shenmue continued. So, you had a murderous heart towards Mu Xianger, and entered the house on impulse, wanting to murder people for their money. Broad. Shenmue said while pointing to the groove marks under the table leg. Mu Xianger fell to the floor during her struggle and inadvertently pulled this table. Perhaps her pleas for help were too loud. Or perhaps something else caused you to regain some sanity, but it also stirred up a strong desire to kill. To prevent the neighbors from overhearing, in a panic you pick up Mu Xianger's sash and strangle her backward. It eventually led to her death. After all, there was no rope or anything like that at the scene, and based on the wound on Mu Xianger's neck, the only thing left was the sash that was scattered on the ground. Am I right? Broad. Shenmue looked at the man leaning in the doorway with cold eyes, his voice as cold as the 9 ghosts, making people shudder. Puff. Mu knelt on the ground like a limp piece of mud. It was as if all the strength had been drained out of him. His body slowly bent and sank, his forehead hitting the hard ground hard. A hoarse howl followed. The man finally gave up his last ounce of resistance and confessed to the crime he had committed. Broad. Chapter 19, Another Boxed Lunch. You. I want half. You. You're not human. Learning the truth, Li went mad and pounced on her husband, beating him, scratching him with her nails, biting him with her teeth and slapping him, until he was forcibly pulled away by Zhang Wei. Mu'er's face had scratched out trails of blood. Blood oozed out along the wound. It seems to have tattooed a guilt stamp on the man's face. I won half. Shenmue squatted down, his handsome jade-like cheeks looking particularly gloomy at the moment. After you strangled Mu Xianger to death, you put her in the carriage in order to destroy her body, then found a place to bury her and made up an excuse to visit a friend in Cloud Village. But I didn't expect her to be resurrected 2 days later. Tell me the truth. Are you scared when you sleep at night? Are you afraid of seeing Mu Xianger in the coffin during the day? Snap. Pop. Mu'er slapped himself hard and cried out. I want half. You're a ing. Zhang Wei, who had long glimpsed a bellyful of fire, also couldn't help but step forward and kick. If it wasn't for this guy, maybe he would have. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei became more and more angry and kicked over a few more times in succession. Shenmue didn't stop him either. Seeing Mu'er coughing up blood on the ground before stopping Zhang Wei, he asked in a deep voice, does the death of Mu Xianger's family have anything to do with you? No, that I really don't know. I want half. Mu'er cried and shook his head. Shenmue stared at him for a moment and believed the other party. After all, the guy was in a complete emotional meltdown and had no need to lie anymore. Wei, bring some brothers, Shenmue commanded. Zhang Wei stared hatefully at Mu'er and couldn't resist kicking him twice more before turning to leave. Soon, several constables entered the small courtyard. After shackling Mu'er, he was escorted back to the yamen for interrogation. Li was also taken along for interrogation. During this time, Mu'er also honestly confessed his crime. It was basically the same as what Shenmue had speculated. Because he couldn't get any customers, Mu'er went home early. In the course of the killing, Mu'er, fearing that the neighbors would overhear, strangled Mu Xianger alive in a panic. Afterwards, he put the body into the carriage and pulled it to an extremely remote place to bury it. The body was buried in a remote place. When he got home, Mu'er cleaned all the traces of the crime and made up the excuse that Mu Xianger was going to visit a friend in Yun Village. I thought I could cover up the crime, but I didn't realize that Mu Xianger had lived. It eventually led to the exposure of his ugly behavior. You can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, even a former neighbor. Zhuge Fengbei shook his head and sighed, looking at the young girl in the coffin in the courtyard. Shenmue said with the same frustration, who would have thought that a simple blind date would meet with such bad luck? A nice young girl in her prime, who should have had a good life. That is pretty damn good. Maybe it's meant to be, Zhuge Fengshui said, looking at Shenmue beside him. He couldn't help but marvel again. You kid is indeed awesome. I didn't expect to solve a case so quickly. No wonder Lord Gao trusts you so much. It's just a coincidence. I also thought Mu Xianger was killed by the snake demon at first. Shenmue smiled faintly. Can quickly solve this case? In addition to coincidence, but also because Mu'er first time to kill people. Psychological quality cannot. It wouldn't be so simple if it was some tough guy. And he learned all this case experience from an ex-girlfriend who worked as a major criminal police officer, who won a number of provincial and municipal honors. As for how many times this ex-girlfriend was, Shenmue couldn't recall for a moment. Shenmue pulled back his thoughts and looked at the other party. Now that the first scene of Mu Xianger's death has been found, it's up to you next. Look my ass. At that time I thought she was killed by a snake spirit. The scene would definitely leave traces, but it turned out that she was killed by Mu'er. So I'm still checking the hammer. Zhuge Fengbei was depressed to the core. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuge Fengyan seemed to have thought of something, and his face gradually changed. It's not right. What's wrong? Chen Mu was surprised. Zhuge Fengyi frowned tightly. If Mu Xianger is already dead, how did the demon possess it? After all, the prerequisite for Yuan soul possession is that the other party must be alive. Alive? Tickets. 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 Chen Mu also froze. Gradually a harsher conclusion came to him. If the snake demon must possess a living person, then it means that Mu Xianger was not strangled to death at that time. Maybe just pass out. As a result, Mu in extreme fear and nervousness, mistakenly thought the woman was dead and dumped her body in the wild. That's what got the snake demon. Let's go to the body dumping site, Chen Mu said in a deep voice. Lion Rock Ridge. This used to be a mass grave. After Chen Mu, Zhuge Fengshui, and Zhang Awei arrived at this place. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but they obviously felt a slight chill invading their bodies. There are remnants of Yin Golem fury here. Someone should have refined corpse golems here a long time ago. Zhuge Fengshui spoke as he searched for the location Mu had given him. After about a cup of tea, the three of them found the place where the body was dumped, a concave earth pit with weeds growing around it. The pit was surrounded by weeds, and there was an area that had obviously been turned over. Chen Mu looked at the pit in front of him that was filled with most of the soil and said indifferently, "It seems that Mu buried Mu Xianger here not long after it was discovered by the snake demon. Why don't you guys back off, and I'll search for traces of the demon." Zhuge Fengshui took out a cloth bag. The cloth bag was black and seemed to have not been washed for several years, and there were some moldy stains on it, permeated with a rancid smell. Chen Mu pinched his nose and pulled Zhang Awei back 3 feet away. Originally thought that Zhuge Fengdian was going to play the binding set again, but I didn't expect the other party to just pull out a handful of fine grains of rice from the cloth bag and sprinkle them in the sky. The grains of rice fell around the mound and immediately turned into droplets of water that seeped into the ground. Immediately, Zhuge Fengzhao's index fingers of both hands gently laced together. His thumb slightly flexed, and the other 3 fingers gestured differently, forming a magic seal. Kai! Zhuge Fengshui let out a low gulp and pulled violently with both hands. A net of white light intertwined was slowly ripped apart and then covered over the mound as countless star points flew up. Lord Zhuge is awesome. Zhang Awei looked dumbfounded, and his gaze toward Zhuge Fengshui was filled with worship and admiration. Although Chen Mu's expression was bland, he was also hot-eyed. Nutshell, must get on good terms with this guy, or else I'm afraid I'll miss the chance to cultivate. Big deal. Play more bundles with the other party. Boom. With a dull, loud sound, the web of light gradually disappeared into thin air. Zhuge Fengdiao wrinkled his eyebrows in confusion. Nope. No traces of any demonic creature casting spells were detected, indicating that this was not the first scene of Mu Xianger's death either. Chen Mu was also confused. Are you sure? After hesitating for a moment, he didn't say the words "is it because you don't have enough Dao after all?" so as not to annoy the other party. Zhuge Fengshui grabbed a handful of dirt and licked it with his tongue. What an operation! Chen Mu and Zhang Awei looked dumbfounded. Were all cultivators so perverted? A moment later, Zhuge Fengdiao narrowed his eyes and said with certainty, Mu Xianger definitely didn't die here. It seems like that snake spirit took Mu Xianger elsewhere before possessing her. In this case, it's hard to go looking for it. Chen Mu was speechless. Limited. Gotta. The trail to find the snake charmer is broken again. Suddenly, he had a flash of light in his mind. Could it be that the snake spirit brought Mu Xianger to her home in Meiling County and performed the possession? And the deaths of Mu Xianger's family members are probably related to the snake spirit. Zhuge Fengbei nodded slowly. There is such a possibility. It's not too late. Let's get out now. The word hair has not yet fallen. Beside me suddenly came Zhang Awei's screams. Turn your head to see. Zhang Awei even disappeared. Crimson blood gurgled out of the ground like a spring. Extraordinarily harsh. Totally. Why? Before Chen Mu could react, he suddenly felt that his legs seemed to be clamped down by something, and pain struck him. The next second, his body plummeted. There was instant blackness before his eyes. The whole head was then twisted 180 degrees. Before he died, he could only vaguely hear Zhuge Fengbei's furious bellowing. Chen Mu, your uncle. Chapter 20, My Great Enemy. Nope. No traces of any demonic creature casting spells were detected, indicating that this was not the first scene of Mu Xianger's death either. Bandage, Zhuge Fengbei said with some doubt. At the same time it was quite depressing inside. It's so maddening that every time I'm close to touching a clue, it breaks off. Can't the snake charmer cooperate? The words fell but Chen Mu did not make a sound, turning his head to look, only to see Chen Mu with one hand deadlocked on his hair, with a pained look on his face. A look of constipation. Hey, what's wrong with you, kid? Bandage, Zhuge Fengshui frowned. Zhang Awei also noticed Chen Mu's abnormality and went forward to ask with concern. Ban2, are you alright? Heads are going to explode. Unlike the last time back in time, This time Shenmue clearly felt like there were countless jumping jacks dancing crazily in his head. Again. It seemed as if sharp blades were cutting into his cerebral body. A knife. A knife. It was as if his head would explode like a watermelon the next moment. Bandaged. There are demons. Enduring the severe pain in his skull, Shenmue grabbed Zhang Yiwei's arm and rushed towards Zhuge Fengshui. There are demonic creatures. Quickly kill the demonic creature. Zhuge Fengshui was filled with questions. What's the situation? Is this kid out of his mind? Shenmue clung to Zhuge Fengshui's body while staring nervously at the ground and roaring sharply. That snake charmer could be hiding down there. Bandage. No way. Zhuge Fengshui snorted. If there was, I would have found it long ago. Do you think that I, a disciple of the Mountain Observatory, am a vegetarian? There really is. I won't lie to you. Can you find a spell to protect us first? Recalling the moment when his neck was broken, Shenmue's face was terrifyingly white, and he didn't want to go through it again. The moment of death is really too painful. Zhuge Fengyi remained unimpressed and even gave harsh words. Just don't be sick. If there's really a demon down here, I'll eat 3 pounds of showing on the spot. With chewing. Bandage. It's not that Zhuge Fengshui is arrogant and brainless. Shenmue was just an ordinary little constable. How could he possibly compare to him? A disciple of the Mountain Observatory. In terms of detecting demonic chi, if you say you have it, won't I lose face? I've studied for 17 years for nothing? As he was talking, Zhuge Fengshui suddenly sensed something. His face suddenly changed. His right toe quickly drew a half arc on the ground and stomped fiercely. Boom! 2 white shadows shook out of the ground amidst a loud noise. Bandage fixed his eyes, but it was 2 skeletons. In the sunlight, white bones chilling. The skeleton seems to be coated with white paint. They opened their sharp claws and lunged wildly. White bone puppet. Zhuge Fengshui's expression was unsightly to the extreme. As soon as he pushed Shenmue and the 2 of them away, he took out a piece of yellow paper and placed it in his palm. Spit on it again. And turned the pressure with force. Whoa! The yellow paper fragments transformed into a sharp paper blade, instantly engulfing the 2 white bones. Bandage. In the next second, these 2 horrible white bones turned into bits of crumbs and fell to the ground, then weathered into ash at a speed visible to the naked eye. A great battle came to a close with great speed. It's over? Shenmue gulped and carefully stared at the ground. Zhuge Fengshui took out his Sinan and turned around on the ground, sighing in relief after making sure there were no other white bone puppets. Squinting at Shenmue's scared appearance, he snorted, just 2 white bone puppets, and you're scared like this? I thought it was really a snake demon. Hearing this, Shenmue almost didn't explode on the spot. Bandage. District? You're so good. Why didn't you find the demon earlier? It made me and why die once? Luckily, I have the golden finger of time reflux, otherwise the beautiful woman at home will be widowed. Perhaps seeing the resentment in Shenmue's eyes, Zhuge Fengshui coughed dryly. Mainly because I had just finished casting the spell, I momentarily let my guard down, otherwise I would have already noticed it. Oh, Shenmue pulled the corner of his mouth. Bandaged. Then again, as you can tell from this rebirth, the golden finger can indeed only be activated after death. But why the severe headache after this time lapse? There shouldn't be a limit. While Shenmue was pondering, the pale-faced Zhang Yiwei uttered a grumbling voice. Lord Zhuge, you just swore that if there were demons, you'd eat dash. Shut up. Not waiting for Zhang Yiwei to finish, Zhuge Fengshui shouted in a loud voice and slapped one hand on the ground, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a falcon. Bandage. With this stance, it seems that the demonic creature has been found again. Shenmue and Zhang Yiwei were startled and drew their parkas to hold their breath, but after waiting for half a day, there was no movement. Zhuge Fengshui stood up straight and clapped his hands. Sorry, the senses were wrong. There are only these 2 white bone puppets here. You're a big man. You're obviously bluffing us. Zhang Yiwei continued. Lord Zhuge, you just hold your tongue. Zhuge Fengshui glared at him. What if the white bone puppet will appear again? What if I can't protect you guys then? Bandage. Threats. Bare bones threats. Shenmue rolled his eyes and asked, what kind of demon is this white bone puppet? Zhuge Fengshui shook his sleeves and spoke in a bland tone. Didn't I say earlier that the residual golem fury in this place means that someone had made a corpse golem here before? And when these corpse golems are abandoned, their bones will be tainted with fury, thus undergoing a mutation. Normally they won't activate, but if someone casts a spell here, they will activate them. Shenmue heard and understood. Bandage. So the reason they appeared to attack us was because you cast a spell that unintentionally activated them, right? Yeah, right. But can you blame me? Zhuge Fengshui spread his hands. I don't blame you, but you're so bad at it that the demon didn't sense it until it was under your feet. The level of the Kanzan yard is nothing more than that. Shenmue suppressed the urge to continue spitting and asked, this white bone puppet has nothing to do with the snake demon, right? It doesn't matter much. They're not pressed all the way. Bandage. That's good. Chen Mu let go. Zhuge Fengshui suddenly narrowed his eyes and sized up Chen Mu with a scrutinizing gaze. Kid, how did you detect the white bone puppet? White bone puppets were usually not haunted by demonic aura. It's hard for an ordinary disciple to notice in time. And it was too strange for Chen Mu, as a mortal, to have sensed it in advance. Bandage. Chen Mu laughed bitterly. It's just that there's a sudden sensation in my heart, a feeling that I can't say, but I feel it anyway. Induction? Zhuge Fengdao was lost in thought. Could it be that this kid possesses the innate inspiration that cultivators envy the most? If this is the case, then, thinking of this, Zhuge Fengshui's face once again became ugly, black as the bottom of a pot, as if who owed him 250%. It's also recognized that he's better looking than he is. Bandage. Brain is smarter than him, it can't be helped. Now even has innate inspiration. This still lets no one live. Can it be that this bastard is the chosen one? Zhuge Fengdiao took a breath and looked out into the misty sky, his expression unprecedentedly grave. This son is my formidable enemy. Chapter 21, Brothers in Love. After leaving from Lion Mountain Ridge, Chen Mu and Zhuge Fengshui parted ways. The original plan was to take him to Ma Ling County to continue investigating the case of Mu Xianger's family, but who knows that this one reversed halfway. Said he had something important to take care of. Chen Mu had no choice but to go to Ma Ling County with Zhang Yiwei to investigate. After experiencing this, Chen Mu became even more determined to cultivate. If you are not strong, you will always have to rely on others. The only way to protect yourself and your family is to be strong yourself. After all, this is a dangerous world infested with demons. Even if he has the undead plug-in, he may still roll over someday. Practice is the right way. Also through these two rebirths, Chen Mu had come to a tentative conclusion that after each death, he could only be reborn to about 3 or 4 minutes before his death. I also wonder if the time will flow back a bit longer in the future. For example, after death, you can respawn to an hour ago, a day ago, a week ago. That's even better. Do what you want, who you want. In order to save time, Chen Mu decided to take the waterway and cross directly over. And on the way, he could also study the case quietly. The duo found a private boat. This converted small boat is a specialized river crossing business on weekdays. The boatman was a middle-aged man of about 40, surnamed Su. Because of years out in the sun and wind, the skin is dark and rough. The body is strong and sturdy, and treats people with kindness and courtesy. There was also a 16-year-old girl on board. It's her daughter, called Su Chaoer. Purpose: wheat-colored skin. Appearance: especially the body flora and slim, with the unique vitality of the young girl youth. Usually, he followed his father to help out, pouring tea for guests or making some fish food. There is a fireplace on board. Chen Mu casually ordered a few portions of grilled fish and cozily leaned back on the soft fur cushion to take out a stack of transcripts from Jukenlo and read them carefully. Although I've seen it before, there's still value in researching it again. Still thinking about those demons? Seeing Zhang Yiwei looking a bit dazed, Chen Mu thought that the other party was still immersed in the fear of the white bone puppets and comforted. There's no need to. Just think of them as ferocious people. Zhang Yiwei shook his head. I'm not scared. I'm just thinking about other things. New ideas for the case? No. Zhang Yiwei quickly waved his hand and laughed bitterly. What cases can I think of at my level? Not even a tenth of what you do at the head of the class. A tenth? Young man still doesn't know himself well enough. Chen Mu nonchalantly struck. If you really have 10% of me, you wouldn't be still a bachelor now. 1/50th at most. Avi Zhang. After a half a minute of silence, Zhang Yiwei asked in a low voice, Bantu, are they really not clean? What? Chan Mu, who was analyzing the transcript, froze and didn't understand what the other party meant. Zhang Yiwei scratched his head and smiled nebulously. It is those girls in the Juchuan building that you said before. Chen Mu stared at him without speaking. The meaning in the eyes is hard to understand. Being stared at uncomfortably by the other party, Zhang Yiwei's face flushed a rosy color. I mean, don't talk, I'll take a guess. Chen Mu closed the transcript and said with a smile, wasn't it the case that when you were making the transcript at Bow Spring House, there were quite a few girls who hoped that you could help them redeem themselves? Zhang Yiwei's eyes widened with an expression of having seen a ghost. How do you know? Chen Mu let out a heckle, his hands resting behind his head, one foot resting on the long small table slowly. 2 murders happened in a month, and it's getting weirder and weirder one at a time. It's creepy for me to live there instead, not to mention the girls. It's hard on them to be scared during the day. Zhang Yiwei was silent. Chen Mu added, is it true that they also said that they don't need you to pay out any money, and that they themselves will come up with the ransom money and give it to you? Zhang Yiwei's eyes widened again, obviously being spoken to by Chen Mu. He's seen it all before with Bantu. It always felt like there were no secrets to hide from him. Chen Mu said indifferently, the girl in that kind of place. Which one is not a human being? Not looking for others but why looking for you? But also willing to pay out of pocket? It's just that you're honest, your ears are soft, and the takeover is smoother. Luck can be a proper wife. Buy you pain, buy you love. If your luck is bad, you can also use you to restore your free body, which is better than staying in that ghost building. Also, one of the most important reasons why they are looking for you is who you are. Identity? Zhang Wei didn't quite understand. Shenmu sat up straight and dissected it carefully. The boss behind the Juchuan building is not simple. If the ransom is so easy, those girls would have run away half of the time after the last murder. Before they came to you, they must have found other people to help them redeem themselves, but none of them worked out well, which means the bosses simply won't let them go. This is when being an official comes into play. Although you are only a small constable, you are also a small land emperor in a sense, and you are in charge of the security in the area of Jukanlu. It might work out a lot better if you went to ransom. See? So that's how it is. Zhang Wei was dazed. The mood was inexplicably complex again. I thought that those girls pleaded with him for ransom because he was a decent person, but I didn't realize that there were so many curves in it. Surely the girls who live there are not simple. Zhang Wei held his teacup, and after a moment of agonizing, he added, Bantu, even so, they are trying to escape from there. I think. Which girl? Chen Mu's face suddenly became serious. The latter looked bewildered. Chen Mu said, looking at you, you must have taken a liking to one of the girls, and obviously intend to ransom her. Which one is she? Zhang Wei did not expect the other party even this or guessed out. Stammered half a day before saying, is a maid. She was sold to the Bao Spring building the year before last. Did not take the customer. I just think. Does she have ransom money? Chen Mu interrupted. Zhang Wei nodded. There's some, not much, but I'll scrape together a little more to be enough for her to redeem herself. Even if she's a maid, with the status of Bao Spring House, ransoming her would cost almost 50 taels or so. And where would a maid get that kind of money since she hasn't taken on any clients? Unless it was stolen. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, speechless. Seeing his good brother's lost look, Chen Mu patted his shoulder and said warmly, really like her? It's just that. Feels a little bit of affinity, and I can't say that I like. The boy muffled his voice, looking at Zhang Wei's expression. How could Chen Mu not know that this guy was really moved? And secretly sighed. The bastard must have been a virtuous monk in his previous life. Even if someone else has gone in and spit. Go deeper into the chemistry. Shall I introduce you to Coquette? Chen Mu pointed at Su Qiaoer who was grilling fish outside the cabin. Zhang Wei quickly shook his head. Forget it. This girl heart is quite high. I heard that there are several rich and noble families have proposed marriage. People simply do not see. Chen Mu laughed. Not being able to see it doesn't mean that people have high hearts. It's just that it's not appropriate. I can't anyway. Zhang Wei's tone was resolute. This guy is compelled to like the girl that other people have slept with. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and was too lazy to persuade. Sheriff Chen, your roasted fish is here. With the crisp and pleasant voice, Su Qiaoer entered the cabin with the baked fish. Her pretty little face stained with a little bead of sweat, adding one more point of charm. The little girl's handiwork is still good. The color is golden and fragrant, and the fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sheriff Chen, enjoy yourselves. After refilling the tea, the young girl prepared to leave. Looking at the girl's supple and delicate willow-like waist, Chen Mu asked casually on a whim, Qiaoer, is there any very expensive wild game? Very expensive game? Su Qiaoer strained her watery eyes like starlight reflected back at night. Yes? Chen Mu asked with a smile. Su Qiaoer pouted her pink lips. Chen Sheriff, you are joking. Our small place where there is that kind of delicacies. If you really want to eat, you can go to 10,000 Fragrant House. The young girl was a little angry. Thought the other side was deliberately looking for a fight. But I just want to taste your craftsmanship. Chen Mu had a serious face. After all, your craftsmanship is much better than those big cooks. Hearing the other party praise her handiwork, her earlier annoyance instantly dissipated. The young girl stuck her hands on her waist and said with a smile, you can. One day Sheriff Chen can specialize in buying some fresh ones and I'll make them for you for free. Then let's say yes. A smile widened the corners of Chen Mu's lips. I'll definitely buy it when the time comes. Deal. The young girl smiled and twisted her waist out of the cabin. Chapter 22 A Bad Case. 1.5 hours later, Chen Mu and his duo arrived at the border of Meiling County. Luxuriant. The two first went to the Meiling County office and took out the letter written by Cao Yuanshan and presented it. Maling County Yamen Zhao adults this year more than 40 years old. White and chubby, looks very rich. The corners of the mouth hanging two mustaches. He was quite enthusiastic upon seeing Chen Mu. I've long heard that the Qingyu County office has produced a god arresting officer, who can solve cases like a god and is a talented person. And today I've seen that his name is really true to his word. Lord Zhao was all smiles. A few creases squeezed out of his round, chubby face. Chen Mu hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Your Excellency is too modest. I hope Your Excellency will forgive me if I have disturbed you more by taking the liberty of coming here this time." Luxuriant. Where are the words? Are for the court, for the people to do things. Moreover, Mr. Gao also had a favor to this official. This small matter need not care. Chen Sheriff has any request. This official can help, must not refuse. Lord Zhao grabbed Chen Mu's arm and laughed without putting on any official airs. More like an elder who appreciates his juniors. In the face of this enthusiasm, Chen Mu also showed his trepidation. Then thank you, Your Excellency. No need to be polite when you're family. Lord Zhao said intentionally. If you have any spare time in the future, feel free to come to this official's house as a guest. Oh yeah, this official's second daughter also looks up to you, kid. It's a dig. Luxuriant. Chen Mu inwardly spat, but on the surface, he still looked grateful and said a few words to put off the scene. After leaving the county office, Chen Mu's back was already covered in sweat. It is really tiring to deal with this kind of oily officials, and if you are not careful enough to say the wrong thing, you can get yourself into trouble. Although the other party was enthusiastic on the surface, he was obviously not hesitant on the inside. The case is clearly closed. What do you mean you're here to investigate? You think Mr. Zhao is confused? Of course, the appreciation for Chen Mu was real. Luxuriant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used his second daughter to send Chen Mu a message about digging in. Sheriff Chen, are we going directly to Mu Day's house? The speaker was a purple-rimmed, face-covered, majestic, broad man with a plain sword hanging from his waist, wearing the uniform of a government official. The man's surname is Hu, and he is the head constable of the Mailing County Yamen. It was Lord Zhao who sent him to cooperate with Chen Mu's investigation into the case and to spy on him. Even though Chen Mu had intentionally stated at the county office that he had come here to investigate Mu Xianger's death, not her family, Lord Zhao clearly had concerns. Let your own constable follow Chen Mu around, so you can also give him timely reports on the situation. Luxuriant. Sheriff Hu, I've heard that there is a restaurant called Yangshue in your region, and this special Yangchen Beiju wine is very good. Chen Mu feigned curiosity as he inquired. Sheriff Hu froze, looking at Chen Mu's gaze mingled with a few special meanings. It is very good. If Sheriff Chen is in the mood, why not have a couple of cups? Then I'll trouble Sheriff Hu to lead the way. Chen Mu cupped his fists and smiled. Led by Sheriff Hu, the three of them arrived at a restaurant. The restaurant is located in a prime location, 3 stories high. At first glance, carved eaves reflecting the sun, painted buildings flying clouds, quite grand, luxuriant. There is also a steady stream of customers coming in and out, and business is excellent. The 20 or so tables on the first floor were almost full of guests, both passing merchants and local familiar faces. Sheriff Hu, please come in. As soon as he entered, the sharp-eyed restaurant owner greeted him. Hu Sheriff seems to be a regular customer here. Familiar with the way to bring Chen Mu to the corner of the second floor is quite quiet and elegant room. After sitting down with a big grin, he said to the shopkeeper who followed him, "These two are the mailmasters of the Qingyu County Magistrate's office, coming to this restaurant of yours in admiration. You have to treat them well. Good wine and good food are all served up." Luxuriant. Definitely, definitely. The shopkeeper, who looked simple and thick, had shrewdness in his eyes, and at a glance, he saw that Chen Mu's demeanor was extraordinary, and bowed towards the two of them to greet them. "Have the store mate bring in the finest and most expensive tea." After the shopkeeper left, Sheriff Hu said with a smile, "Sheriff Chen, wait for a moment. This Yangchun Baishua wine is not like other wines. It will only be taken out of the cellar when the guests need it, and a process has to be added temporarily. There's no rush. Since we're here, it's natural to savor it." Chen Mu laughed. Luxuriant. The two of them casually chatted about a few unnutritious words before Sheriff Hu turned to the main topic. "I wonder how Sheriff Chen feels about the death of Mu Day's family." Mu Day is Mu Xianger's father. Chen Mu pretended to freeze for a moment, then sighed. Natural and man-made disasters. Sometimes there's nothing that can be done about it. Sheriff Chen also thinks it's a natural disaster? Sheriff Hu smiled. Chen Mu looked puzzled. Didn't Lord Zhao close the case? It says that the fire was caused by spontaneous combustion of coal and rock. Sheriff Hu stared at Chen Mu for half a second and shook his head. Luxuriant. Closing a case is not that easy. Besides, the current conclusion of this case is also a preliminary judgment by me, and His Excellency is still sending people to investigate. If Brother Chen can investigate new clues, he may as well inform me. We are all fellow officers and may be able to help in some way. There are 2 layers of coded language in a short speech. First, if the final result of the investigation of this case is consistent with the previous one, then it means that Lord Zhao has done great credit by deciding the case like a god. But if the conclusion is different, then it's a dereliction of duty on the part of me. Sheriff Hu, and it has nothing to do with your honor. Second, it's fine for you to come all the way to my Muling County to investigate the case, but you must tell us the truth about the results of your investigation. Or, even if you find out something, you can pretend it's nothing. We're all in the same system for a living. There's no need to get too rigid. Luxuriant. Shenmue fell into silence. The box also fell into a silence. And even the flowing air seemed to stick and slow down for a few minutes. Zhang Wei, whose head was full of fog, flicked his gaze over the two men, and wisely kept quiet, just silently turning his teacup. The good news is that this did not last long. Shenmue smiled and personally added tea for Sheriff Hu, breaking the silence. I've heard that Brother Hu's ability to solve cases is also first-rate, or else Lord Zhao wouldn't hold you in such high regard. Looking at the spinning tea leaves in his cup, Sheriff Hu momentarily couldn't fathom the meaning of Chen Mu's response, and humbly said, "Where? It's not even close to Brother Chen. After all, Brother Chen has the title of Divine Arrester." Luxuriant. What God's arrest is all blown out of proportion. Chen Mu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. If it was a divine constable, this Mu Xianger case wouldn't have dragged on like this, and he still had to make a special trip to your county to investigate, and trouble you again. It's a done deal. Hearing this, a bright aura instantly erupted from Sheriff Hu's eyes. He laughed and slapped the table heavily. "Brother is interesting enough. Just waiting for your words." After saying that, he turned his head and shouted at the outside of the accord. "What's the point of dilly-dallying? Where's the wine? Is it hard to make me go down and carry it myself? Here's the wine." The tavern maid came trotting and holding an unopened bottle of wine altar. Shenmue lightly breathed out. The wine had actually been waiting right outside, just waiting for him to take a stand. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to lick the froth today. It's damn hard to investigate a case. Shenmue secretly had a headache. The reason why he pulled Sheriff Hu to the restaurant on an impromptu basis was also because he hoped to use this opportunity for both parties to open their hearts. He knows very well that if he doesn't take a stand, the case can't be investigated. Luxuriant. After all, it's on the other side of the chassis. The only way the other person will really cooperate with you is to get the conversation going. Sheriff Hu dismissed the fellows, got up and poured 3 bowls of wine, and handed them to Chen Mu with both hands. "Brother, how about tasting this Yangchun Baishui?" Chen Mu was not polite and accepted the wine. Zhang Wei next to him waited for half a day and did not see the other party to hand him a drink, so he had to serve himself. Inexplicably, I feel like a transparent person. Liquor in the mouth. Chen Mu only felt sweet and smooth. Extremely smooth throat, fell into the abdomen but instantly lit a ball of fire. Luxuriant. It was as if heat had flooded his body. It is completely different from the shochu commonly found in other liquor stores. Good wine. Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel. "It's good wine." Sheriff Hu laughed out loud. Chen Mu said with the strength of his drink, "This next case luxuriant." Not waiting for the words to finish, Sheriff Hu waved his hand. "Feel free to investigate. I, Ma Ling County Office, will definitely cooperate with Brother Chen with all my might." With Sheriff Hu's words, "Then I'm relieved." Chen Mu revealed a bright smile. The three of them were happily drinking, when a familiar slim silhouette suddenly passed through the doorway of the box and was captured by the residual light of Chen Mu's eyes. "What's she doing here?" Chen Mu couldn't help but frown. Lux, asking for votes. Chapter 23 Man-Made Fires. It was already around mid-Shenzhen, 4 p.m., when I came out of the Yangchun restaurant. I'm not sure if it's a good time to go out. The sun slopes down. Pale golden light spilled out of the jagged clouds, as if set in a ring of shining gold. Sheriff Hu's face was red and clearly had a hint of drunkenness. After some frank conversations at the restaurant, his attitude towards Chen Mu had changed dramatically, and he wrapped his arm around his shoulder and laughed. "Brother Chen, why don't we find some more fun?" By fun, I mean nothing more than playing shooting games. Chen Mu politely declined. "It's getting late. It's still important to investigate the case first, and if there's any free time in the future, I'll take Brother Hu to Bow Spring House to have a good time." From the top of the page. "Then it's a deal. I heard that the girls at the Bow Spring House are all first class, Captain." Who revealed an innocent smile that only a man could understand. Zhang Wei came out of the restaurant, holding a few transcripts in his hands. "Bantu. Basically everything that can be asked has been asked. And the shopkeepers and fellows are all very cooperative. Hard work." Earlier, she had learned from Meng Yanqing that her first meeting with Mu Xianger was in this Yangchun restaurant, so Chen Mu smoothly let Zhang Wei make a statement. Chen Mu casually flipped through the pages and said to Sheriff Hu, "Brother Hu, what does this Mu Xianger's family do?" Hu Sheriff snorted, "There is no serious work. Mu Day is not married when they gangster. Married nature does not change, often steal other people's things, but also with some of the local forces of extortion. It took a couple of incarcerations to get a little more honest, but from time to time he did some thieving or mingled with the casinos." Chen Mu's brows locked up. What about his son? It's not a good thing either. Just like his old man. At a young age he's become some rich kid's lapdog, biting people all over the place. Sheriff who asked for a bowl of sobering soup from a nearby stall, and while drinking it, he said. Then he was severely disciplined by Lord Zhao for almost insulting a good woman and almost chopped that off. After he was released from prison, Benjamin went to work at the docks for a while, and also fished for 3 days and sun-dried the nets for 2 days. Shenmue jotted down this information on a small notebook and continued to ask, what about Mu Xianger's mother? Just an ordinary woman, with no status in the family, often beaten by her own husband, and doing a little work in the fields during the week. What do you know about Mu Xianger herself? This girl also seldom goes out on weekdays, and usually sees very few words, and sometimes goes out with her mother to do some odd jobs or something. Speaking of this, a few moments of sadness appeared on Sheriff Hu's face. I'm not hiding it from Brother Chan, old Hu, I actually have some interest in this girl, but I can't help having a yellow face at home. Now that this girl is dead, my heart is still sad. Understood. Shenmue asked a few more questions before closing the small book. Limited. Mu Xianger's family situation was a far cry from what he had expected, but it was nothing to be surprised about. After all, such families are common in modern times, not to mention ancient times, especially domestic violence. Brother Hu, there is one more thing to trouble you with. Shenmue took out a piece of paper and handed it to the other party. I want your brothers to make a statement, mainly for the people who come into contact with Mu Day's family on weekdays. Just answer these few questions on the paper. Also, make a statement of the people involved in putting out the fire that day. Sheriff Hu scanned the questions on the paper and seemed a bit hesitant, then smiled and said, a small matter. I'll let my brethren do it. Soon, Sheriff Hu gathered more than 20 constables. Each person made a copy. Under Chen Mu's careful explanation, the constables began to look around for people who had come into contact with Mu Xianger's family to make statements. Mailing County isn't that big, and it's still easy to find people. Half an hour later, Chen Mu's trio arrived at Mu Xianger's family residence. As he had expected before, Mu Xianger's house was indeed in a very remote location, almost surrounded by 2 short mountains. Totally, there is no water source nearby. The nearest neighbor to them had to be 10 minutes away. At this time, Mu Xianger's home is no longer distinguishable as a house. Only the blackened broken walls and some broken wooden beams remain. The pungent smell of smoke was still strong. Some of the furniture was burned with only the outlines of the edges left, and there were a few damaged buckets thrown on the ground, presumably left over from putting out the fire. Is this the only house they have? Chen Mu asked. Sheriff Hu sneered. Before the court allocated money, the adults also specially gave them a new house. Who knows that this Mu Day turned to sell, took the money to the gambling house and lost. Ha, so it is. Chen Mu stepped on the scorched earth and scrutinized the burnt house. Sheriff Hu sighed. Generally there are very few murders in this kind of small place, and when there is a murder it's a big deal. We are not as smart as the constables in those big places. With the detective division above and the Ministry of Justice below, we're fine with small cases, but when it comes to big ones, it's a real headache, especially since it's not a good time for anyone during this deadline. See below. In the face of Sheriff Hu's complaint, Chen Mu also expressed his understanding. In the Dian dynasty, if there is a case in a place, the constable will be given a deadline to solve the case, which is called the limit. Small cases are basically a ratio of 5 days, while major homicides are a ratio of 3 days. The above i.e. will supervise. After this period, the constable will be reprimanded. The magistrate will also be reprimanded. This is why the case was solved by the Mailing County office soon after Mu Day's family was burned to death. Totally. Brother Hu, how did you deduce that the fire was caused by spontaneous combustion of coal and rock? Chen Mu inquired curiously. Sheriff Hu smiled and did not reply, but led Chen Mu up a short mountain on the right side. What comes into view is a devastated charcoal field. There were a number of crushed coal cinders scattered on the ground. Sheriff Hu said, this used to be a coal mine, abandoned 5 years ago, and the government has not paid any attention to it since it was filled in. There was a spontaneous combustion of coal and rock in March last year, which was still extinguished by me and my brethren in person. Sheriff Hu pointed to a collapsed area that had been covered by sand and dirt and said, I one half. After the fire the other day, I noticed that there was smoke coming out of the area, so I came up to check it out, and sure enough, I saw that there was another coal rock spontaneously combusting. Chen Mu walked to the edge of the collapse and gently placed his palms on the ground. Visible heat can be felt. It means the place did burn. But when he looked around at his surroundings, he frowned, plucking the sandy soil on the ground with his hand. He looked at the exposed weathered and inferior charcoal stones in deep thought. Sheriff Hu continued, Mu Day's house happens to be located at the bottom of the hill, and a lot of coal ash residue was found around the haystacks, so I'm guessing it was wind assisted that day that caused the accidental fire. Of course at that time I didn't know Musianger was dead. Chen Mu patted the sandy soil on his hands, got up and laughed. Brother whose ability to solve cases is still very strong. Other constables may not have this kind of insight. This ass-kissing was very flattering to Sheriff Hu. Smiles also bloomed like chrysanthemums. So Brother Chen also thinks it was an accidental fire caused by spontaneous combustion of coal and rock? However, Chen Mu gently shook his head. On the contrary, I think the fire at Mu Day's house was caused by man. And the spontaneous combustion of the coal and rock that you saw was also intentionally caused by a person. At these words, Sheriff Hu's smile froze on his face. How did you determine that? The one who asked this was not Sheriff Hu, but a pleasant and indifferent woman's voice. At some point, there was an additional woman beside Chen Mu. Like a ghost. Chapter 24 Yin Yang Sect. Woman in a basque tight dress. Lu Ti Xium. The body is delicate and buoyant. The perfect curves outlined in the visual pull carried a thrilling allure. It's hard to take your eyes off of it. It was a pity that on top of such a proud figure, it was a very ordinary face without any special features. Only the eyes that were glowing with indifference were permeated with a touch of enchantment. Greetings, Elder. Chen Mu clasped his fists and saluted. Lu Ti Xium. This woman was no other than the woman from the Yin Yang sect who appeared at the county office last night. Just now, in the Yangchun restaurant, Chen Mu had caught a glimpse of the other party and guessed that this woman might have come for the death of Musianger's family. Seeing the other party at the moment did not cause much surprise in his heart. This is Sheriff Hu, who had intended to drink and question the woman, saw that Chen Mu's attitude was so respectful. He immediately collected his anger and inquired in a suspicious voice. Chen Mu didn't know whether to reveal the other party's identity or not, so he had to be vague. This senior is sent from above to investigate the case. Lu Ti Xium. Up there? Sheriff Hu's heart skipped a beat and his expression became grave. It seemed that this case was more serious than he had expected, and he had to report it to His Excellency in a hurry when he returned. While contemplating, his eyes suddenly fixed on the yin and yang pattern on the back of the woman's hand. Sheriff Hu's pupils slightly shrunk, and he was busy cupping his fists and saluting. Maling County Sheriff Hu Kuan Yu has met Senior. The woman ignored him and stared at Chen Mu with a pair of reddish eyes. You said that this fire was man-made. Do you have any proof? Of course there's proof. Lu Ti Xium. Chen Mu raised his foot and stomped the edge of the charcoal mine collapse, saying, the phenomenon of spontaneous combustion of coal and rock does exist, but the conditions are quite harsh, and it is unlikely that such a thing could happen given the state of the waste areas today. What conditions lead to spontaneous combustion? Seeing that Chen Mu could not say anything in half a minute, the woman's lips picked up a sneer. It seems to be a figment of imagination as well. Chen Mu laughed bitterly. It is not a guess. Just after explaining it. Senior, I am afraid that I do not understand. Just say it. What is there to hear? Lu Ti Xium. The woman's tone was haughty. Chen Mu clenched his fist against his lips and coughed, saying slowly, spontaneous combustion of coal and rock in general is caused by excessive contact of the coal seam with the air in an environment where there is a buildup of oxidizing heat, resulting in oxidizing exotherm. In this case, the temperature will gradually increase and eventually reach the ignition point before spontaneous combustion is triggered, and the ignition point is basically around 300 to 350 degrees Celsius. So that's why, after just one look, I concluded that this spontaneous coal and rock combustion was man-made and in no way naturally triggered. The air became inexplicably quiet. Lu Ti Xium. The atmosphere was inexplicably weird. The woman raised her white chin, her expression still as calm as water, and her proud breasts pushed up in a rather large-scaled arc, but it was clearly evident that a million question marks were flying around her head. It's probably something like this, plus. The sight of the Hu sheriff is no better. Two eyes dry stare. Doubt that what he heard is not human. But he was resourceful enough to know that an awkward scene at a time like this had to be broken by himself. So he asked, Brother Chen, what is your solution to this oxidized heat? Lu Ti Xium. The woman was silent, but the gaze glancing at Sheriff Hu had a hint more appreciation. Chen Mu could not tell the other party all the basic chemical knowledge for a while, so he used extremely simple terms to explain oxygen, an oxidizing principle, ignition point and so on. Even then, some lip service was enough. So there is such a thing. Sheriff Hu was also wide-eyed and scared in admiration. There really is a reason why Brother Chen is addressed as the Divine Constable. The woman's beautiful eyes glittered, and the eyes that looked at Chen Mu obviously had a few more unspeakable meanings. Lu Ti Xium. Anyway, here are the specifics. Chen Mu pointed to the surrounding waste rock area and said, after a spontaneous combustion last year, Sheriff Hu and the others have reprocessed this area, refilling what they can. And more importantly, the remaining coal rock here is not in a crumbly form. Its propensity for spontaneous combustion is in a low state, and it takes a long time to form. It can't be spontaneous combustion unless it's man-made. Sheriff who sucked in a cold breath. Trouble. The result he least wanted to face was still in front of him. Lu Tixium. It was thought that even if Chen Mu investigated, it would be impossible to make gains in a short period of time. Who knew that he had just come and judged the direction of the case? It's a direct reversal of all the previous volumes. It's a good thing this case hasn't been officially closed yet, or else Lord Zhao and he would be in a world of trouble. And who do you think set the fire? The woman asked. Chen Mu lowered his head and didn't say anything. The woman craned her head to gaze at Sheriff Hu, again not saying a word. Lu Tixium. Seeing this, Sheriff Hu was a bit annoyed inwardly, but after looking at the yin and yang pattern on the back of the woman's hand, he could only smile bitterly and say, I'll go to the bottom of the mountain and take a look. Only after Sheriff Hu left did Chen Mu say, I met Senior Zhuge. He told you all that? Well, basically what I can say. I've been told. The case of Mu Xianger over there was also solved. It was victimized by her uncle. His uncle? The woman's slender eyebrows raised slightly. Chen Mu nodded and gave a rough statement of the case. After the woman heard this, the eyes she cast at Chen Mu were even brighter. So you think that it was the snake demon that captured Mu Xianger and came here to kill her, and killed her family, and that the fire was set by the snake demon as well? Lu Tixium. However, Chen Mu shook his head. I guess so before coming here, but now I don't think so. Why? It's easy. A snake demon needs to go through so much trouble to kill someone? The woman was silent. Indeed. For demons, there was absolutely no need to go through so much trouble to kill an individual. Chen Mu bared his teeth and rubbed his aching waist, helplessly saying, all in all, this case is getting more and more confusing. It's not good to investigate. So what's next? Lu Tixium. The woman asked. Chen Mu tilted his head in thought, said, wait for the statement, and then check the bones. Although it is not good to check, but the direction is still quite a lot. There is always a breakthrough. Yes. Did Senpai check the burned houses? Like demonic aura or something? Checked it out. Not much to gain. The woman faded. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. So there's a harvest? The woman spread out her palm. And what was reflected in Chen Mu's eyes was a bloodstained hair. The snake demon did come here. And it also cast a demonic spell on Mu Xianger, but it is suspicious that this demonic spell is not pure. Lu Tixium. What the hell is demonic impurity? That is to say, either the demonic creature was seriously injured during the process of casting the demonic spell, causing it to be ineffective, or it's a small demon with a low level of strength. Then which one does the senior prefer? Chen Mu asked. I'm leaning toward. The woman was just halfway through her sentence when her gaze suddenly landed at Chen Mu's wrist, and she grabbed it without waiting for the other party to react. The eyes were dead set on the copper coin at Chen Mu's wrist. Lu Tixium. Who gave it to you? Chapter 25, Is your sect harsh in accepting disciples? This copper coin was tied and worn by the mourning maiden. White fiber feather. Herself. Tie it on. Seeing the woman suddenly inquire about the origin of the copper coins, Chen Mu couldn't make sense of it and honestly said, it's from my mother. What's wrong? The woman rubbed her jade hand over the copper coin and stared. A moment later pink lips picked up a smile. Your mother is quite good to you. Willing to give you such an important amulet. Amulet? Chen Mu was surprised. Just this broken copper coin? The woman faintly said, this is a top-quality amulet that has been raised by the Buddha Bone Shelter, purified by the heavenly pool, and conceived by the heavenly ruins. It has an extremely strong ability to ward off evil spirits and protect against evil, and it's much stronger than the fake one you're wearing around your neck. Chen Mu subconsciously touched the guanyin talisman between his neck. O.C. Pound the talisman. It was given to him by Meng Yanqing. Looks like the woman was tricked by the so-called high priest abbot and paid a lot of money for a fake. And so on. Chen Mu suddenly furrowed his silkworm brows. If the amulet sent by Niang Zi was really that powerful, why didn't it work when he encountered the white bone puppet at Lion Mountain Ridge? He was literally hiccuped by a broken neck at the time. Chen Mu hesitated and said softly, Senior, when I went to investigate a case with Senior Zhuge today, I encountered an attack by white bone puppets. No wonder the amulet is ruined. You kid has a pretty big life. Go home and thank your mother. The woman laughed. The amulet is ruined? Chen Mu was a bit stunned and looked down at the copper coins. Sure enough, the copper coin was covered with a thin crack, and its color was much duller than before, completely devoid of spirituality. But it's also strange. It's reasonable to say that this amulet of yours can completely withstand a powerful strike from a mid-grade level demonic creature. It's unlikely that a mere white bone puppet would directly damage it. The woman inclined her head, her hair swinging between her clear brows with a hint of doubt. Then he shook his head and laughed. I guess this amulet of yours has been used a few times before, and its ability to withstand it has become weak. At this moment, Chen Mu was even more confused. He was clearly killed by the white bone puppet, indicating that the amulet did not work at that time. So how was the amulet nullified? Unless, a piercing chill emanated from the inside out, as if he had been washed in ice water from head to toe. Chen Mu's face flushed a shade of pale. There is only one explanation. Till, that is, before the white bone puppet attacked him, there were already demons that had secretly attacked him. Only he didn't notice. Chen Mu carefully recalled today's events, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't surmise where exactly he had been sneak attacked. He's been to just a few places. Meng Yanqing's house, the county office, Zhu Chunlu, and Mu Er's house. If these were the places that had been sneak attacked by demons, it meant that the other party had been onto him for a long time, which was not a good sign. Peace. I one half. This demon does not speak of martial virtues. Sneak attacking a mortal like me. Do you still want to lose face? Back to the Mu family home that was burned to the ground. Sheriff who was wandering around in the ruins, and when he saw Chen Mu and his duo coming down from the mountain, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Mu knew that the other party had some minor grievances in his heart, so he took the initiative to step forward and said, "The case is a bit complicated. If this case can be solved, then there will be a bit more luster on the faces of Sheriff Hu and Lord Zhao." Hearing this, Sheriff Hu's heart stirred. Osipanda. Obviously Chen Mu is implying to him that this case can't be hidden. Only by collaborating in the investigation, everyone can be praised by the above. Sheriff Hu tried. With Brother Chen's ability, how long will it take to solve this case? Chen Mu smiled. With Brother Hu and I's abilities, this case will be solved in 3 days at most. I believe Brother Hu has confidence in himself as well. 3 days? Seeing the other party so sure, but also willing to share half of his credit, Hu's sheriff's heart of the little resentment instantly dissipated. The smile on his face widened. Then I'll look up to Brother Chen for more. But if you have any orders just say so, and I, old Hu, will never frown half-heartedly. Where? I have to look up to Brother Hu as well. The two hooked up and had a good time. It's all in the words. The Yin Yang sect woman who was eyeing the two men. A hint of sarcasm surfaced on her expression as she murmured in a low voice, "People in officialdom are all so hypocritical." After inspecting the fire scene, Sheriff Hu brought Chen Mu's 3 men to the Yizhuang. Yizhuang is a place where coffins and corpses are kept, equivalent to the mortuary of a government office. Individuals whose remains have not been arranged by their families in a different place, or whose relatives are so poor that they have no other place to put them in, will be transferred to this place in the first place. Cemeteries. The bones of Mu Xianger's family members are now unclaimed and can only be placed in the Yizhuang. Entering the large, eerie room, Sheriff Hu asked his subordinates to place a worn-out old coffin in a brightly lit area. After opening the coffin lid, Chen Mu frowned. Inside were piles of burned and fragmented bones, obviously throwing all 3 of the men's corpses together. It is also enough to show how lazy the mailing county office is on weekdays. Somewhat embarrassed, Sheriff Hu explained, "All the bones that can be picked up are here, and since the coroner is sick, it's like this for now. Is there an autopsy report? AKA, I don't know if I have an autopsy report," Chen Mu asked. Yes. Sheriff Hu asked for a yellowed and broken book from the old man who was watching the door, and handed it to Chen Mu after flipping to a page of the Mu family's autopsy report. Chen Mu took a general look at it, and it was all nonsense. Didn't find any useful information. Handing the autopsy records back, Chen Mu said helplessly, "This won't work. We have to try to piece together the bones first." Putting it together? From the book, Sheriff Hu's face was a little tangled. It wasn't that it couldn't be spelled out, but it would take a long time. And this pile of broken bones made one's scalp numb just looking at it. "I'll do it." The Yin Yang sect woman on the side suddenly spoke out. She asked Sheriff Hu to kick out the unrelated people and took out a stack of golden-colored rune paper with runes written on it and placed it around the coffin, arranging it in a Yin and Yang circular pattern. After doing so, the woman's 10 fingers bloomed like flowers and formed a spell seal. Yin and Yang past life, the 19th seal. From the first seal, cold winds arose steeply, swirling and floating back and forth across the chilly room, circling the coffin in circles and triggering a gentle shiver of broken bones. The skirts fluttered and fluttered, vaguely revealing a pair of slim, perfect calves. The woman's 3,000 green silk swayed gently with the cold wind, and with her extremely ordinary face, it had an inexplicable beauty. Under the urging of the spell, the broken bones inside the coffin slowly floated up. The columns are lined up, a whiskerless stream of air wrapped around each bone, moving with the woman's shifting handprints. Osipanda. 1 piece, 2 pieces. In Chen Mu's dumbfounded gaze, the bones seemed to be searching for their companions and soon assembled 3 skeletons on the ground. There are 2 men and 1 woman respectively, and on closer inspection there are no mistakes. Scary as hell. Awesome. After the other party finished casting the spell, Chen Mu couldn't help but stick out his thumb and asked, "Senior, Are your sex criteria for accepting disciples harsh? Chen Mu's heart was moved. Totally. It felt like the Yin Yang sect was the real big brother compared to the unreliable Guanshan Yuan. Of course, he just wanted to practice. There's no such thing as a cheap idea of craving someone's body. Later, the corner of the woman's lips curled, leaving it in suspense. Chen Mu smiled sarcastically and rubbed his nose, turning his attention to the three skeletons. After the human body is burned, the bones are difficult to cauterize, because the hardness of human bones is no worse than some stones. After burning is basically all lumps, or small particles. Those ashes that come out of the crematorium actually go through several processes. Pick out the bone chunks and break them up before grinding them, etc. As for why Chen Mu knows this, look for an ex-girlfriend who works at a crematorium and you'll understand. Chen Mu asked for a pair of rudimentary gloves, squatted down and began to carefully study the bones, and soon made a discovery. One of the bones had a little black sticky object stuck to it. Chen Mu removed the object, broke it open and placed it between his noses and smelled it, saying faintly, "It's a dregs of fabric oil dipped in sheep's fat. I one half 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 I." What does that tell you? The woman looked at him curiously. Chen Mu said, "From my investigation at the fire scene, it seems that even if the fire was put out at a great distance, it would be impossible to burn the body to the bone in such a fast time. Now we basically have the answer. Someone who put goat fat on the dead man should have been prepared in advance." The faces of all those present changed, together with the previous investigation of the spontaneous combustion of coal and rock, so it can be concluded that the murder of Mu Xianger's family is ordinary people, premeditated. It is by no means the work of any demonic creature. Trouble. There's also the strangest point. Chen Mu wiped off his gloves, his brows knitting into Chuan. Chapter 26 Mrs. Mu's gossip. What else is weird? From the book, the Yin Yang sect woman stared at him with interest, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Chen Mu pointed at the bone chunks on the ground and said, "Some of the bone fragments of Mu Day's father and son were obviously cracked, indicating that they had been hammered, and I hypothesized that they had suffered extremely heavy torture in their lifetime. And strangely enough, no cracks were found in Mrs. Mutaha's bone block." When the crowd heard this, they came forward. After carefully observing the three corpses and bones, they were indeed found to be consistent with what Chen Mu had said. Sheriff Hu frowned. This suggests that although the murderer killed the three of them, he was quite resentful towards Mu Day's father and son and tortured them before he died. Torture. Exactly. Chen Mu lightly exhaled. From this point onwards, we can narrow down the murderer's scope, and anyone who normally befriends this father and son pair is suspected. Sheriff Hu, however, laughed bitterly. There are quite a lot of people who have crossed paths with this father and son, and there are even more who want to kill this father and son. Take the case of putting out the fire on that day as an example. In fact, many people looked at putting out the fire, but behind their backs, they deliberately delayed the fire in the hope of burning this father and son to death. On that account, it's probably possible that the murderer is hiding inside the people who put out the fire. Chen Mu was silent. There is some truth in what the other side is saying. Totally. Maybe the killer was hiding among the firefighters. In terms of criminal psychology in a previous life, this is still very common, but there is still the biggest doubt that since this case is man-made, what role did the snake demon play in it? Did you just come over and hit the sauce? After leaving the righteous village, Chen Mu asked Sheriff Hu to find the first person who discovered the fire at that time. Instead, he took Zheng Wei and the woman to the site of the fire ruins again. On the way, Chen Mu asked the Yin Yang sect woman, "Senior, is there a technique that can confuse people's minds?" "Yes," the woman said faintly, "but trying to compel someone would take a great deal of concentration, at least not with the snake demon's ability." At those words, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After re-examining the fire scene several times, Chen Mu finally made another discovery. Underneath a broken and ruined beam, some burnt herbs were dug up, vaguely visible as green leaves with pale pink tentacles. Does Senior recognize what herb this is? Chen Mu took it to the Yin Yang sect woman. Limited. The woman only glanced at it and replied, "It's quinine." "Quinine? For what?" "Abortion." Chen Mu froze. He rubbed the herbs in his hand, an aura crossed his eyes, and waved his hand to beckon Zhang away. "Take this herb and go to the town's drugstores one by one and ask who actually bought it." "Got it, squad leader." OC pound. Zhang Wei took the herbs and hurriedly left. Perhaps it is good luck. Less than 20 minutes Zhang Wei rushed back, panting. It was bought by Mu Dai, at a nearby pharmacy. Mada ha? As Chen Mu pondered, Sheriff Hu came with an old man in his 50s. Brother Chen. His name is Wu Shirgui, and he was the one who first discovered that the Mu family was on fire, and called the neighboring villagers to come and fight the fire. Chen Mu sized him up. The latter was a bit formal, nodding his head in greeting. The little people pay their respects to the official. When did you realize the house was on fire? Chen Mu asked directly. Wu Han honestly replied, around the beginning of the 11th hour. Early in the 11th hour? At that time Mu who was far away in Xingyu County, had already laid hands on his niece, and the corpse was also taken away by the snake demon. Chen Mu took out a small notebook to write down the timeline and asked again, did you hear shouting coming from the house? There was, and there was the sound of a slamming door. The sound of a slamming door? Chen Mu's gaze sharpened. That means the door inside can't be opened? I think so. I guess the fire caused the door to be blocked by something, and I couldn't get near the house if I tried to save it. A few moments of shame welled up on old man Wu's face. Was there any sound left in there when you got the other neighbors to help? No more. There was a lot of hand wringing. Anyway, I never heard any more banging on the door. I guess I choked and passed out. Wu Laohan said. Totally. The charcoal pencil between Chen Mu's fingers gently tapped the book, carefully chewing on the information hidden in the other party's words. After that he asked a few more questions and then let old man Wu leave. Chen Mu put away the record book and said to Sheriff Wu, just now I found some herbs from the ruins. Quinine. For abortions. I asked Wei to investigate and found that Mu Dai bought it from a nearby pharmacy. What does Brother Hu think about this? After hearing Chen Mu's words, Sheriff Hu instantly raised his eyebrows and muttered, could it be that the rumors are true? OC pound. What rumors? Chen Mu instantly smelled gossip. Sheriff Hu pursed his lips and said, this Mu Xianger's mother used to be a lady of the house and good-looking. Only later she ran away with a poor scholar and spoiled her reputation. Elope? Yes. Her family captured her and punished her severely, then sold her to Mu Dai and gave birth to a boy and a girl. After a pause, Sheriff Hu continued, I won half. But last year that scholar came back and became a merchant, and he made a special visit to Mrs. Mu and left some money behind. Somehow there were rumors that Mrs. Mu was renewing her relationship with the scholar. That Mu Dai is a violent temperament. That period of time is every day beating his wife, almost caused a death. In spite of this, there are still quite a few people who believe that the scholar and Mrs. Mu have burned their old love. Now it seems, I'm afraid, that Mrs. Mu, Sheriff Hu didn't continue, but the meaning of it was understood by Chen Mu. It's nothing more than Mrs. Mu cheating on her wife and then accidentally spoiling the scholar's child. Mu Dai learns about it and violently beats his wife and buys medicine to abort the baby. Totally. What about the scribe? He left Meiling County by boat this morning and went to Shangzhou. Captain. Hu said. After he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed as he stared at Chen Mu. Right. He was also involved in putting out the fire. Could it be this scholar who did it? Chen Mu didn't say anything. From the current point of view, if Mrs. Mu had really aborted the fetus, then the scholar's suspicion would definitely be the greatest. But only just a suspicion. Totally. Interesting. The case is getting deeper and deeper involved. What a mess of information is popping up. Chen Mu smiled to himself. At the moment, he was incredibly hopeful that this case was the work of a demon, so at least he wouldn't have to have this headache. Squad leader. The transcripts are all done. At this time, a few constables hurriedly arrived, handing over a large pile of transcripts in his hands to Sheriff Hu, which was thick enough to be a slab. Chen Mu's eyes lit up and he hastily took it over. These transcripts are described by people who have had contact with Mu Xianger's family on weekdays, and are the biggest thing that can be relied on to solve this case at this point. Totally. It's all about where the case goes from here. Thanks to the brothers for their help. It's too hard on you guys. I'll definitely treat you to a drink some other time. Chen Mu didn't forget to thank these constables from Meiling County. When the constables saw how polite Chen Mu was, they were also greatly impressed and responded humbly. Do these things work? The Yin Yang clan woman was puzzled. Chen Mu laughed. To a certain extent, this is surveillance. By the way, has Senior ever heard of such a saying dash? What's the word? The woman's wintry eyes opened. White can never disguise black, and all disguises will be pierced. What do you mean? The woman was a little confused. Chapter 27, Stygian Guard. The investigation in Mallory County is considered closed for the time being. Gaining momentum. Those collected transcripts Chen Mu planned to take them back and go through them carefully, and in the meantime interrogate Mu some more. Before leaving, Chen Mu once again paid a visit to Lord Zhao, the magistrate of Meiling County, while thanking the other side, but also in the words implied in this case if broken credit will be divided into half of the other side of the commitment. Lord Zhao was quite pleased that Chen Mu was so on the ball, also loved this talent even more. After several attempts to draw, Chen Mu did not have the intention of mixing with him, but also can only endure the loss of feelings to stop. It's like the saying, turning up. I had turned my heart to the bright moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Arriving at the shore, Chen Mu was surprised to find that Su Chao's father and daughter's small boat was still there. The two were about to prepare for their return flight. Chen Mu couldn't help but snicker as he boarded the ship. It seems that Miss Chower has waited for me specifically, and I'm flattered by such a generous love. Ugh, I'm not waiting for you. We've just finished delivering a boatload of guests. Gathering up. Su Chower spat with a red face. The Yin Yang sect woman following behind watched with interest as Chen Mu molested a little girl, the corners of her mouth pursing up in a line. Entering the cabin, Chen Mu ordered a few more grilled fish. Rubbing his aching waist and leaning back on the soft fur cushion, he sighed. If this case goes on like this, I don't know if it's solved or not, but I'm sure my people will fall apart. You're too weak. The woman was truthful. On the side, Zhang Yiwei held back his laughter and sipped his tea with his head down. It seems that many people say that the head of the class is too weak. Gather up your hands. Chen Mu laughed and didn't bother to argue. By the way, senior, I still don't know what your name is. Can you reveal it conveniently? Chen Mu suddenly looked at the woman curiously. At this time, the sky was already dark. The cabin was lit with oil lamps. The woman casually picked the wick and faintly said, Yun Jiue. Jiu? The name is okay. The body is bursting. The skin is very tender and white. But it is a pity that this look would be perfect if it is slightly added to the posture. Chen Mu's gaze fell on the yin-yang pattern on the back of the woman's hand and said, How strong are you in your sect? Gathering. Patted. Yun Jiue's eyes were flooded with smiles. Listen. This is the cultivation of people should have the humility of it. And then look at that Zhuge Fengbei. Obviously unreliable. Is it hard to enter the yin-yang sect? It's not hard, as long as you don't go over 9. The chat stalled there. Gaining momentum. Chen Mu took a deep breath, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, and shouted at Su Chower outside the cabin. Girl, is there any wine? Yes, it's just ordinary sake. I'm afraid that Sheriff Chen won't be able to drink it, the girl said with a smile. There was a bit of derision in the words. Chen Mu slapped the table. What is not accustomed to drink? End up hot atmosphere. And now a good time. The night is getting thicker. Floating in the river above quite a mood. By the way, a few poems is not beautiful. Hearing Chen Mu's words, several people revealed smiles. Su Chower brought the sake and flirted. Yo, I don't see that Sheriff Chen can still recite poetry. Gaining momentum. On weekdays, Chen Mu's image in the eyes of the people of Qingyu County was very gentle. Coupled with Su Chower's lively and naive nature, there were a few less scruples in her speech. Girl, you're underestimating me. The one sitting in front of you is a poetry fairy poetry saint. Chen Mu looked at the young girl's childishly beautiful face and said conceitedly. Su Chower naturally didn't believe it. Tiny pear nests blossomed on her cheeks, and her voice was clear and crisp. Then you should compose a poem now and see. Really? It's okay if you don't make it. No one's forcing you to anyway. The young girl grunted. Gathering up. Come on. I originally intended to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to get contempt in return. So it looks like I must show my hands. Chen Mu braced his jaw and closed his eyes in contemplation. A moment later jerked himself upright and slapped his thigh. There. It's really going to be a poem. Su Chower froze, looking at Chen Mu's handsome jade-like face. Inexplicably her heart rippled a little. It was a moment of anticipation. And Yun Jiu was also listening with her side ears, wanting to see what good poem the other party could produce. Gathering up. Chen Mu picked up his wine cup and took a wild sip, looking out of the cabin at the quiet night and the dark rolling ridges, and slowly opened his mouth. Spring sleep. There are fewer beautiful women on the pillow. I can't sleep at night. I'll look for it on the boat. Quiet. The cabin was quiet. Gathering up. Su Chower opened her pink moist lips wide and looked at Chen Mu, who was shaking his head and immersed in his perfect poetry, her brain buzzing. What is this? Have you ever composed a poem like this? It's illogical. The girl was looking forward to this for nothing. Tutaying a small-mouthed slender-waisted twist. Out of the cabin outside the grilled fish to go. Yun Jiue was also quite speechless as a smile with a hint of seduction blossomed on that ordinary face. How about an explanation? Chen Mu shook his head. This poem can only be understood, not explained. It needs to be savored. Savored. Gathering up. Yun Jiue. She could kind of tell that the guy had one of the best traits, besides his brain smarts. And that was cheeky. Uneducated cheeky. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when the ship arrived at Qingyu County. The cool moonlight poured down. The lights have been extinguished in one house, and only the lanterns hanging high under the eaves of the porch still emit a ghostly bright light. Gathering up. Not far away, however, was the brightly lit Juchuan Yuan with some restaurants. The greenhouse remains open. A pairs of colorful red lanterns in the moonlight exudes a woozy flavor. Huailan River on the faint fog smoke whisked the women's voluptuous song. The lights are on. It's time to sing and blow. Well, Chen Mu walked out of the cabin and jumped onto the shore, gazing at the scene in front of him, inexplicably emotional. He murmured in a low voice, smoke covers the cold water and the moon covers the sand. And the night mooring in Huailan is near the restaurant. Getting up. Yun Jiue, who happened to be following behind, heard this half of the poem and her head snapped up. The eyes were streaming. After parting with Yun Jiue, Chen Mu and Zhang Wei went directly to the county office. Gao Yuanchun had not yet fallen asleep at this hour. After Chen Mu carefully stated the investigation, Gao Yuanchun laughed. It seems that letting you kid investigate the case was the right thing to do. You gained so much in just one day. It's a bit of a condescension to put you in this small place. Gained. It's all because your lordship cultivated it well. Chen Mu tapped his ass. Gao Yuanchun laughed and cursed. Before he said with a straight face, I heard that the underworld guards are going to come to investigate the tragedy of the Bow Spring House a month ago. And when the time comes, you and I are afraid that our days will be difficult. Underworld guards. Chen Mu's eyelids jumped steeply. Although he didn't know much about the Demon Suppression Division, the Yin Yang sect, and the like, he had heard of the Underworld Guards like a thunderclap. The Underworld Guards were a direct division under the Apocalypse Guards. It's coming up. Its main function is to take charge of the direct driving guards, inspect and arrest, and engage in scouting, arresting, interrogating and other activities. To put it simply, they are the Jinui of the previous generation. There's even been more than that. Ever since the death of the late emperor, the Underworld Guards had been firmly in the hands of the Empress Dowager, and only in recent years had they been weakened. Nowadays, the Underworld Guard is the right tool to participate in political struggles. So how did it come to this Thai place? Chen Mu couldn't figure it out. You go home first. Mu Xianger, this case is actually not urgent. It's good if it can be solved, but its ultimate goal is still to catch the demon. Gather up, Gao Yuanchun said slowly. Chen Mu savored the meaning of the county magistrate's words, cupped his fists and saluted. I will certainly live up to your excellency's trust. Chapter 28, Mother is furious. The night was deep, and the heavily gated, tiered mansion was quiet. Bing. Chen Mu returned home and saw his sister-in-law Qing Luo leisurely swinging under a grapevine, with slices of melon seeds scattered on the ground. The young girl was wearing a long light blue dress. The skirts fluttered. A pair of crystalline jade-like calves were glowing with a charming luster under the moonlight, just like elves under the moon. Chen Mu tiptoed around and prepared to leave. Outside he could molest people's little girls at will, but at home facing this enchanting and lively sister-in-law was quite a headache. Try not to mess with it if you can. Bing. Brother-in-law. A deliberately elongated, coquettish voice came through. Chen Mu bared his teeth and stood still before rushing at the young girl with a surprised look. Ha! Qing Luo, you're still awake. Qing Luo can't sleep without her brother-in-law's company. The girl looked sultry. Chen Mu was speechless. Bing. Qing Luo raised her jade arm and beckoned, putting on a sweet and sticky voice. Brother-in-law, come over here, I have something I want to say to you. Say, what is it? Come here, I'm not going to eat you. Chen Mu hesitated for a long time before finally walking over. Qing Luo leaned on the swing rope with her side face. A pair of almond blossom eyes were like brimming, seemingly with infinite flavor flow. Bad man, which Thai fox did you go behind your sister's back to warm the bed again at this late hour? Bing. Poses are allowed. Words are not. Chen Mu righteously said, before I met your sister, I am a gentleman who abides by the nature of a man, and after marrying your sister I am more of an example among husbands, never womanizing outside, and even more unlikely to have any thoughts about the wildflowers outside. Chang Luo giggled and shook the swing. So do you think I'm a houseflower or a wildflower? The swing creaked and swayed, and the dress occasionally fluttered with the help of the wind, lifting up a piece of charm. Because of his standing position, every time the swing swung up, Chen Mu's eyes couldn't help but follow the other party's raised skirt. Chen Mu coughed. I'm a bit too tired after investigating the case for a day today. I'm going to take a rest first. You also take an early rest. Don't. You play with me. Bing. Qing Luo pouted her pink moist lips with a pitiful and compassionate look. You play alone. Bye. Without looking back, Chen Mu took the grapes and left quickly, ignoring the girl's shouts behind her back. Returning to the house, Chen Mu saw that Nyang Zi was resting on her desk with her eyes closed. The candle flame on the table was bright and colorful. The white, smooth skin became colorful in the candlelight. Bing. Chen Mu took a thin blanket and gently covered her body, and was about to turn around to rest when the latter slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Husband is back. The woman squinted and stretched a tiny bit, the delicate curves of her body beautiful in the pale yellow shimmering light. Sorry to disturb your rest. Chan Mu, who was a womanizer outside, became honest when facing this stunning woman, playing the role of a mute husband. It wasn't that Chen Mu wasn't willing to say something flirty to liven up the atmosphere, but whenever he stood in front of the other party, he was always inexplicably serious. Bing. It felt as if the other man had firmly fixed his emotions in nature. Are you hungry? Let me go cook a bowl of noodles for you. Bai Jianyu's tone was gentle. No, I've already eaten. Chen Mu hurriedly stopped her. When Bai Jianyu nodded. She poured a cup of warm tea and placed it in front of Chen Mu. Husband is going to investigate a case today? Chen Mu sighed. Yes. His Excellency asked me to look into Mu Xianger's case. Any progress? Bing. Of course there is. Except that. Chen Mu said. Suddenly remembering something, he removed the ruined copper coin from his wrist. Mother, where did you get this amulet? Looking at the crack on the copper coin, the smile at the corner of Bai Jianyu's lips instantly stalled. Pupils shrink like pinpricks. But then, she said easily, it was left to me by my father, saying that it was an amulet given to him by a Taoist priest back in the day. Husband is in danger today? There is no danger. It is almost assassinated, but I do not know what kind of human demon attacked me. Chen Mu scratched his head, unwilling to say much. Bing. White Fiber Feather's face showed some tension, and she didn't know if it was deliberate or if she was really worried about Chen Mu. Husband, you're not hurt, right? That's not true. Chen Mu stared at his wife in front of him and asked again. This amulet, is it really from a Taoist priest? That's what my father said. Bai Jianyu smiled faintly, stretching out her slender, moist jade hand to hold Chen Mu's palm, her throaty voice still pleasing to the ear. Husband should believe in concubine. The cool, smooth touch of his fingers was like a mass of delicate jade, causing Chen Mu to swing inwardly. Bing. As she spoke, the woman's surging eyes were filled with ink-colored microarray, like a whirlpool that was as disorienting as letting people fall deeper into it. Chen Mu's expression appeared in a slight trance. The eyelids became a little heavy, as if all the fatigue of a hard day's labor had pressed down. I believe in mother. Chen Mu murmured, his voice like a puppet. Husband, if you are tired, my concubine will help you to rest. His wife's voice in his ear also became a little wispy. Bing. Chen Mu, in the White Fiber Feather thoughtful support, came to the ground beside the bunk. The clothes on the body one by one faded. Once his head fell back on the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. The door to the room opened gently. The cool breeze blew in with the green roses, rattling the candles on the table and swaying the light in the room. Sister. Looking at the sleeping Chen Mu, Cheng Luo's beautiful eyes were somewhat worried. Bai Jianyu was silent. Bing. Looking down at the ruined protective copper coin in her palm, her jade hand slowly clenched. When the slender 5 fingers held it open again, the copper coins actually turned into flying ash, spilling onto the ground like dust grains. Go check. Chapter 29. Principled Civilized Chen. Yun Yue Inn. Inside a fine guest room. Zhuge Fengdiao. Yun Jiyue and Wen Mingren sat around the round table and began to summarize the results of today's investigation. The store assistant brought hot tea and then quietly retreated. Before leaving, the pair of eyes with covetousness reluctantly moved away from Yun Jiyue's proud figure, filled with regret. Tell me what's in store. Compared to the calm Zhuge Fengxiao and Yun Jiyu, Wen Mingren was clearly in a bad mood, writing a sad Chuan character at his tightly furrowed brows. All in all a bitter face, Zhuge Fengdiao pulled the candle flame on the tabletop a little farther away and looked at Yun Jiyue. You first or me? You first. Yun Jiyue faintly said. Zhuge Fengbei nodded and added a cup of hot tea to each person. Today's harvest is still not bad. At least we found the snake demon's trail. The teacup Wen Mingren picked up gave a start and put it back down, patiently listening to the other party. Zhuge Fengdian took out a black crumb and said, this is the cold sprite stone, which is generally used to assist in soul-changing type formations. I went to Bao Spring House and found the room where the snake demon cast the spell, on the 3rd floor facing southeast. From deduction, the snake demon did not succeed in casting the spell at that time. You're okay. When Mingren looked at him with some concern, he knew very well that with Zhuge Fengshui's ability, if he were to go through the clues one by one in the Bao Spring building, it would take a great deal of spiritual energy. By that time, not only would his energy be deflated, but even his own Dao would be damaged due to the load. It's hard for him too. However, Zhuge Fengbei said rather smugly, it's fine. It only took half a column of incense to find out. Half a column? When Mingren froze. It's amazing how lucky this guy is. There was also the significant discovery that the snake demon had been to Lion Mountain Ridge. Zhuge Fengshui's eyes flickered. That place is a barren grave, with extremely heavy yin qi, and there are even white bone puppets. That's why I suspect that the snake demon is definitely severely injured and needs to heal. When Mingren frowned, how do you know it has been to Lion Mountain Ridge? Hearing this, Zhuge Fengdiao unconsciously straightened his waist and smiled. Fengxiao is not talented. Today while tracking down the demonic creature I accidentally solved a small case and found out the real murderer behind the scenes who harmed Mu Xianger. Just you? Investigating? When Mingren stared at the other party with a look of an idiot. It's a travesty. He doesn't know the level of the other side? Not to mention solving the case. Even breaking the child's body is estimated to be difficult. Zhuge Fengyi did not argue, and told the details of Mu Xianger's case one by one. Listening to Wen Mingren, Anyway, if brother Wen doesn't believe me, he can go to the county office and ask. Zhuge Fengdao was smiling. When Mingren opened his mouth, basically accepting the fact that the other party had solved the case despite the suspicions that remained within him. What a situation. Has this guy suddenly gotten smarter? On the other hand, Yun Jiyue on the other side looked at Zhuge Fengdao's complacent appearance and cursed in a low voice. Shameless. She is aware of the truth of the matter. Without Chen Mu's help, this bastard would probably have been deflated in the Bow Spring building. Let's just say the cheek is too thick. I didn't realize there was a hidden agenda in Mu Xianger's case. It seems we were heading in the wrong direction before. When Mingren lowered his head and pondered for a long time before looking at Yun Jiyue again. What about you? Shouldn't have solved any cases as well. Yun Jiyue's face was expressionless, pretty much. Mingren's eyes widened, and really solved the case, without waiting for him to inquire. Yun Jiyue spoke in detail about the case of the Mu family in Meiling County and faintly said, "It has now been determined that the death of Mu Xianger's family was not a demonic act, but man-made. As for the snake demon, it had cast a soul-devouring spell there, and it is estimated that Mu Xianger also died in Meiling County." Hiss. When Mingren couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What's going on here? How did the two naive teammates who were around suddenly turn into master detectives? Why am I the only one who hasn't transformed? What about Lord Man? What did you get today? Yun Jiyue asked, seeing that the gazes of the two men were all staring at him. When Mingren's face was slightly reddened, and after dryly coughing twice, he squeezed out an ugly smile. Accidentally ate a bad meal today. So, no wonder Lord Fumi doesn't look refreshed. Zhuge Fengdao comforted. It's fine Lord Wen. With Miss Jiyue and I here, we can definitely catch the demon. So just rest well. When Mingren's eyelids fluttered wildly, a million heads of grass ran through his heart. This one is clearly mocking the fact that I'm no different than air. MMP. When Mingren didn't want to put himself in an awkward position again, so he forcefully changed the subject. Miss Yun, just now you said that the spontaneous combustion of coal and rock did not understand. Can you speak a little more plainly? Yun Jiyue sipped her tea and faintly said, quite simply, an environment where there is a buildup of oxidative heat leads to exothermic oxidation, a gradual increase in temperature, and ultimately spontaneous combustion when the ignition point is reached. Civilization Gen. Zhuge Fengyi. The atmosphere escalated from one person's embarrassment to two people's embarrassment, until the shopkeeper outside the door of the room shouted that the meal was ready. The stagnant atmosphere only slightly eased a few points. The meal is served. The three ate their food in silence. Miss Yun, you met that boy Chen Mu in Meiling County, didn't you? Eventually, Zhuge Fengdao couldn't help but ask. Yun Jiyue's shell teeth lightly bit her chopsticks, her smile sneering. Aren't you the same? Zhuge Fengdao laughed dryly. Next to him, when Mingren was filled with confusion. What Chen Mu? What are you guys talking about? It's the same constable you saw at the county courthouse. Yun Jiyue didn't hide anything and told the whole story in its entirety. After hearing this, when Mingren was filled with incredulity. So the reason why you guys are progressing so fast is all because of that little constable named Chen Mu? He's really smart and too bent out of shape for this little place. Yun Jiyue said. Zhuge Fengdao also nodded his head in agreement. Although his looks are a bit worse than mine, and his roots and bones are far inferior to mine, his brain is indeed powerful. Snap. When Mingren slapped his chopsticks hard on the tabletop. The people above us have repeatedly told us to try not to let too many people know about this case. Why don't you guys listen? Yun Jiyue snorted and laughed. Just be able to catch the demon. Why do you care so much? That's just it. And anyway, with his status as a constable, he's going to find out sooner or later. Zhuge Fengdao was equally unimpressed. When Mingren said coldly, even so, what can he do as a small constable? Can he help us catch demons? Simply nonsense. Lord Wen, if we want to catch the demon, I guess we really need to rely on that kid. Zhuge Fengdao said vaguely as he ate his food. Why don't you go to him tomorrow? Perhaps progress will be faster. Humph, my halogen demon division's Xian-size demon hunter, going to catch a demon and still needing the help of a small constable? Simply ridiculous. When Mingren was full of disdain. The dawn is breaking and the east is whitening. After putting on his errand clothes and eating the flavorful breakfast made by his sister-in-law, Chen Mu prepared for a new day of boring case investigation. I had just stepped out of the courtyard when I saw a man standing across the street. It seemed to be waiting for him. This person was no one else but the Xian-size demon hunter of the Jin Demon Division, Wen Mingren. Good morning little friend. When Mingren gave a very stiff smile. Chapter 30, this one is a bit arrogant. The morning breeze blew by, and the supporting branches swayed with the wind. Of a friend or family member. Chen Mu and Wen Mingren walked silently on the East Street pathway, just like two walking puppets. No one spoke. Both were expressionless. Walking to a breakfast stall. When Mingren asked, Eat something? Chen Mu nodded. The two sat on a bench, facing each other. Chen Mu unclipped the plain sword on his waist and placed it on the table, saying to the ladies selling breakfast, 2 bowls of tofu brain. When Mingren likewise unclasped his sword and placed it beside the table. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but it was placed together with Chen Mu's park sword, and the sheath slightly pressed the other park sword's half corner. Superior? Chen Mu glanced at it, and a spit crept up at the corner of his lips. Wait a moment, 2 officials, it will be ready soon. The stall owner's elder lady squinted the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, nimbly removed the tile cup and flat wooden spoon from the back basket, and uncovered the lid of the urn. A warm, rich aroma of beans hits your nose. Compared to the food stalls of the latter days, Chen Mu preferred this kind of purely handmade meal with the smell of a folk house, which was more pure. Of course, the lack of supervision and hygiene is naturally almost as bad. Friendship. But this is nothing when you consider that certain major hotels in previous generations have blown up with a lot of hygiene problems under the supervision of the market. Eating all over the place depends on the individual's life. I heard that you helped those 2 solve the case yesterday, and that you had a great deal of success in tracking down the demon. When Mingren said faintly, Chen Mu laughed. I'm just cooperating with the investigation. After all, I'm just a mere mortal who doesn't know anything about demon hunting. However, I heard from Elder Zhuge that Lord Wen is an elite in the demon catching world, and is highly valued by the above. Regarding Chen Mu's ass-kissing behavior, when Mingren was still very flattered, waving his hand in modesty, he said, it's true that I'm highly valued, but in the business of demon hunting, I'm still far inferior to the other brethren. Lord Wen is wrong. If it is not as good as it should be, how can it be valued? Chen Mu continued to kiss ass. When Mingren smiled, and his gaze, which was still slightly disconcerting to Chen Mu, had a few more points of gentleness and became appreciative at this time. Seems like a talent. In a short time, the stall owner's wife brought the tofu brain, and the rich aroma also drilled into the 2 people's noses. Tastes good. When Mingren looked at the orange-red, translucent gravy wrapped around the surface of the tofu brain, picked up a spoon and scooped a mouthful of it, exclaiming in admiration. The stall owner's wife was relieved to hear the appreciation and smiled. Sir, my marinade is made with mung bean powder, soup and soy sauce. The flavor is much better than others. You should come more often in the future. When Mingren, however, just lowered his head and ate without saying anything. Seeing this, the damsel who had intended to climb a couple more sentences, laughed dryly and left to greet other customers unhappily. Any other thoughts on the case yet? When Mingren asked, Chen Mu savored the layered tofu brain juice and shook his head when he heard the other party ask. Not yet. A hint of disappointment passed through when Mingren's expression. However, thinking about this early in the morning, the other party has not yet started the case. It is not appropriate to rush to ask questions now. Does your excellency have any free time today? Chen Mu suddenly looked up, when Mingren froze and feigned calmness as he asked. What? Looking for me for something? Chen Mu, who roughly felt out the other party's temperament and intentions, pretended to be embarrassed and said, the case has run into some trouble, so I would like to ask your excellency to help me investigate the case, and perhaps it will help in catching the demons as well. This isn't quite right, is it? Friendship. When Mingren frowned with a rather torn look, pretending to be a nasty piece of, you came to see me because you want to investigate the case. Chen Mu cursed in his heart, but smiled bitterly on his lips. I know that your excellency is very busy, but this case is very difficult to investigate any further with my own strength. Since you are highly respected by the higher-ups, and you are the main force that came to catch the demon this time, your ability is of the highest grade. If we can get your help, I believe we will be able to solve the case as soon as possible. Being praised by Chen Mu like this, when Mingren's smile hidden in the corner of his eyes finally couldn't be strained, so I reluctantly agreed. Since young friend Chen invited in good faith, then one had no choice but to help. After all, you and I are both for the court, for the sake of the world's people. Yes, it's all for the sake of the world. Chen Mu nodded his head like a peck of rice. By this moment, he was considered to have roughly figured out the character of these 3 people. Although Zhuge Fengdiao, that fellow, was a little bit of a pretender. He had a kind nature and didn't care about appropriate jokes. Yun Jiyue appeared to be high and cold, but she was by no means that detached from people. Just tell her what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. And sometimes you can run the cartwheel over her face, assuming the other person doesn't understand. Of course, friendship. And this person, when Mingren, was a little arrogant in nature. He has a typical bureaucratic air, likes to be blown off, and has a few hints of a martial artist's personality. Talk to him in a submissive way and be more ass-kissing. From the surface of these 3 people, Zhuge Fengdiao is the most suitable to make friends, but in fact the opposite. This kind of people have bottom line. You can play around and joke around, but the other person won't really know their way around you. On the contrary, Civilization Run, the little arrogant one, is full of stinky problems, but if you become friends with him, you must care about you very much. The two finished their breakfast, but it was when Mingren who took the initiative to pay. Friendship. From this point on, it also verified Chen Mu's judgment. Now that the death of Mu Xianger and her family are considered two cases, I think we need to focus on one of them first. Civilization Jen said crap. Chen Mu said while rubbing his propped up stomach and complaining that he ate too much in the morning. Lord 1. In my opinion, there is currently a great deal of hidden meaning in the deaths of Mu Xianger's family, and although the possibility of demonic involvement is very small, if this case can be solved, the mystery of what happened to Mu Xianger will definitely be solved as well. Well, that's what I thought. When Mingren nodded slowly. You think of a hammer. Friendship. Chen Mu continued. Let's first go to the county jail and interrogate Mu Xianger's uncle, Mu and see what we can pry out of him. With Lord Win's tactics, I believe that old thing wouldn't dare to lie. That's natural. Although the interrogation techniques of Maijin Demon Division are not as good as those of the underworld guards, they are still very good at dealing with ordinary people. When Mingren said rather proudly, the two men came to the county courthouse. Just in time, he saw Zhang Wei coming from the inner hall, holding a money bag in his hand to go out. Why? Today is the day of salary payment? Yi. Chen Mu was puzzled. Zhang Wei said sardonically, I told His Excellency, and went to the accounts office in advance to settle 3 months' salary. What do you want the money for? Chen Mu had just finished asking, when he suddenly stared at the other party with a strange gaze. No way bro, you're really planning to go to the ransom? Zhang Wei scratched his head, uttered a half whisper. I thought about it all night last night, and I also told my mother in the morning. She agreed? No, didn't agree, but she said I'm an adult and just make my own decisions. Yi. Chen Mu sighed and patted the other party's shoulder. You have to think clearly. I thought it over. Just a very ordinary maid. Maybe not with the guests that. So I think, she is very good. Forget it, your mom is not against a hammerheart. Go. Chen Mu helplessly waved his hand. As the other man left, he suddenly said, by the way, you remember a famous saying. What quote? Friendship. Zhang Wei looked at him suspiciously. The woodland path you aspire to. Forget it, you won't understand if you say it. Chapter 31, Goose Goose Goose. After parting ways with Zhang Wei, who was bent on ransoming the women in the greenhouse, Chen Mu told Wen Mingren to first go to the county jail to arraign Mu Commander. Instead, he headed to the inner hall to get some information from Gao Yuanchun. Entering the inner hall, Chen Mu happened to see the county magistrate and a green-shirted man playing a game in the hall. It's a leisurely game of chess this early in the morning. Chen Mu secretly spat. The man was in his 40s, and although his face looked somewhat young, there was gray hair across his temples, and his temperament was rather indifferent. Chen Mu recognized this man, surnamed Ruan. He is a gentleman of the Qin Academy with a Shiokai title, who had been discouraged after several unsuccessful examinations in the imperial examinations, so he concentrated on teaching the children. Commander, Zhang Wei's sister, Xiao Xianer, was his student. While Chen Mu was hesitating to go in, Gao Yuanchun saw him and waved his hand to signal him to come in. My lord, Mr. Nguyen. Chen Mu saluted both of them separately. Is there another progress in the case? Gao Yuanchun seemed to be in a good mood and asked with a smile. Chen Mu shook his head. No, my humble servant wanted to ask something from your excellency. Oh, what is it? Commander. Gao Yuanchun picked up his teacup and gently sipped it. Chen Mu looked at Mr. Ruan and didn't say anything. Seeing the situation, Gao Yuanchun put down his teacup and said with some amusement, there are no outsiders here, so feel free to say it. No outsiders? Looks like these two have a thing going on. Chen Mu straightened his mind and opened his mouth to ask, regarding the case of Mu Xianger and her family, I have a bit of a guess in my heart, but what I want to know is, if this case involves the one from a month ago, do I need to continue to investigate? Gao Yuanchuan's movement of picking up the chess pieces stalled slightly, falling into silence. Fun. Chen Mu waited quietly. The reason he had to ask this was to avoid getting his lord and himself in trouble. After all, the month-long Bao Springhouse fiasco has been closed and publicized. Those 11 greenhouse girls died by accidentally taking poisonous mushrooms. If the case is overturned, does it need to be publicized? If it is publicized, it will do great damage to the prestige and image of the county court. When the time comes, in order to appease the people, the higher-ups will surely hold Gao Yuanchun accountable as well. Commander, these two cases would have been implicated in the snake demon. Gao Yuanchuan's tone was extremely slow, weighing his words while rubbing the pieces in his hand and said, you try to be within control. If Chen Mu waited for half a second without seeing the other party continue. Instead, He stared at the chessboard. Just as Chen Mu was about to open his mouth, Yao Yuanchun sighed quietly and casually threw down a piece. Forget it, you go ahead and check. You mean you want me to let go and check it out? Chen Mu gently nodded. Understood. Then humble servant will leave first. Commander. Watching Chen Mu's figure go away, Yao Yuanchun rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. Sometimes it's not good for this subordinate to be too capable. You chose to let him investigate the case. Didn't you hope to give him a chance? Nguyen eats his opponent's pieces. Yao Yuanchun said. This kid stays in this small place is indeed too much of a talent. Now it's hard to have a big case, and the above attaches great importance to it. If this kid makes a big achievement, it's only a matter of time before he's flat on his back. Then why not let him investigate the case in the first place? Nguyen asked. The corner of Gao Yuanchuan's lips drew a touch of mockery. The situation is unclear. Ah, the three rash youngsters sent from above to catch the demon. It is obvious that there is an inside story. Risking this brat's head will likely send him to the guillotine. Commander, no wonder you're so angry. So it's a deliberate act to show it to the top. I thought you were really angry over the concubine. Nguyen laughed out loud. Gao Yuanchun dropped his pieces and said astringently, I'm angry is true. After all, husband and wife. If you say there is no some feelings that's too false. If you were green, can you stand it? Upon hearing this, Mr. Nguyen was silent. Something like being green. Indeed no man can stand it. Commander. After the two of them landed a few pieces in turn, Mr. Ruan said, do you think that the arrival of the underworld guards this time is actually a good thing? Gao Yuanchun shook his head. I don't know. Although the Empress Dowager's control over the underworld guards is not as good as before, and is subjected to the clampdown of the West Factory's governor, Yu Eunuch, at least the power is in the hands of the Empress Dowager. The fact that the underworld guards came this time means that the Empress Dowager has taken it seriously. Otherwise how could I have let that Chen Mu kid investigate the case? So, who do you think the underworld guard will send this time? Don't want to know. This underworld guard scum are just as disgusting as that bunch of castrated dogs that have been terrorizing the court. It's the same for whoever comes. Gao Yuanchuan's gaze was cold. From the words, it is clear that there is a deep hatred for the underworld guards and the Western Factory. Commander. Feeling the other parties spewing anger, Mr. Ruan busily said, Alright, don't get angry. Be careful of the walls having ears. How our teacher was captured by the factory guards back then. Have you forgotten? Hearing the word teacher, Gao Yuanchun subconsciously clenched his fists, and a strong grief welled up in his eyes. Boo! Picked up the case on the teacup as a strong drink pour, ruthlessly smashed on the chessboard. Chess pieces spilled all over the place. Looking at the ground full of chess pieces, Mr. Ruan, who was about to drop the winning piece, could only smile helplessly and bitterly. I also wonder if the other guy did it on purpose. Commander, by the way, it just so happens that I have a very good poem here. Are you interested in appreciating it? Nguyen changed the subject. Gao Yuanchun calmed down and snorted. No wonder he suddenly came to visit Lao Fu. So it was because he wrote a new poem specially to show off. Showing off is certainly true, but I didn't write the poem. Oh, who wrote that? Gao Yuanchun was instantly aroused. Mr. Ruan said, it was written by one of my students, named Zhang Jinxian. She is also the sister of Zhang Awei, the constable of your yamen. Commander. At those words, Gao Yuanchun had an odd expression. You're showing off with a 9-year-old's poem? No fever. Don't worry. You can make your assessment after I read it. Mr. Nguyen smiled faintly, moistened his throat with tea, and slowly and softly chanted, Goose, goose, goose. Pust. Gao Yuanchun spewed out his tea and said breathlessly, I shouldn't have expected it. It's true that a 9-year-old wrote it. Sing to the sky with a curved neck. Commander. Gao Yuanchun froze. White hair floats on green water. Red palm plucks clear waves. Looking at the stagnant-faced county magistrate, Mr. Ruan was in a good mood and deliberately asked, What? This poem doesn't fall into Lord Gao's eyes. Hiss. Gao Yuanchun, who reacted only after half a minute, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and stared wide-eyed. Is this really made by a 9-year-old child? It's a homework assignment I set, but that child Zhang Jinxian has average qualifications. Commander. Mr. Nguyen said. Yao Yuanchun heard the subtext in the other party's words. In other words, the poem was made by someone else, not the little girl. Who is it? I don't know. I didn't ask. It must have been one of us from Qingyu County who did it. Mr. Yuan said. Gao Yuanchun chewed on the poem and couldn't help but exclaim, Awesome. I didn't think that my little Qingyu County would have such a talented person. Commander. Chapter 32, Strange Monk. Inside the eerie, damp dungeon. Flood. Wearing a prison uniform and dragging shackles, was taken to the outer interrogation room. Since the prison, Mu-er has if older than a dozen years, hair dirty white, eyes dark, not a trace of spirit. For this kind of young girl who is laying hands on the neighboring girl, Chun-Mu has no half-sympathy. He gazed coldly at Mu-er, his tone chilling. Mu-er, I've come to you today to ask something about Mu-dae's family. You have to answer honestly. If there's any semblance of concealment, you will not be spared. Ask whatever you want, my lord, and the little people will never hide it. Mu-er knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Flood. Chen-Mu habitually took out his small notebook and charcoal pencil and asked in a cold voice, how is the relationship between Mu-dae and Mu-Xianger, the father and daughter? On weekdays? Very average. Mu-er shook his head. In that man's eyes, daughters are commodities to be sold out. Commodities? Be specific. Chen-Mu stared at him. Mu-er obediently replied, I remember a few years ago, Mu-Xianger was almost sold to an old landowner in a foreign village as a concubine. However, the court has long had a law. A woman under the age of 16 cannot be married, and cannot be sold before the age of 12 as a maid, or will be punished their parents. The local county magistrate knew that they stopped the sale. Flood. But Mu-dae didn't die and planned to sell it secretly. But who knew that the girl accidentally broke her leg before she finally gave up? Listening to the other party's statement, Chen-Mu fell into deep thought. In other words, Mu-dae has a strong patriarchal mindset. Totally sell your daughter as a commodity. Perhaps guessing what Chen-Mu was thinking, when Mingren faintly said, although the court has encouraged the people to give birth to more girls over the years, and the Empress Dowager has also issued several decrees to give grants and subsidies, there has not been much improvement in the mentality of emphasizing sons over daughters. A man passes on his family's name, but a daughter loses her money on the sale. Flood. In fact, there are such incidents of selling daughters in many places, and people like Mu-dae are in the minority. Chen-Mu was in a heavy mood. Not to mention ancient times, this is occasionally the case in some extremely backward areas of modern society. He wrote a few sentences in his book and asked, how is Mu-Xianger's relationship with her mother? It's kind of average, Mu-er said. Chen-Mu was a bit dissatisfied with this reply. What do you mean it's also considered average? Flood. Mu-er smiled bitterly. Mrs. Mu loves her daughter, but after all, she is only a weak woman, and she is also afraid of her husband. And sometimes when she sees her husband drunkenly and violently beating her own daughter, she also mostly chooses to look on. Typical of the average little woman. Chen-Mu tagged the woman. What is the reaction of Mu-Xianger's family to this blind date? Chen-Mu asked. Mu-er's face was a bit bewildered. This little people do not understand. Chen-Mu sneered. This blind date was brought up by your wifely. At least she mentioned something. Flood. Mu-er bowed his head and thought for a while before saying, it seems that I've heard Madam say that Mu-Xianger's mother is very supportive of this matchmaking, but her father doesn't seem to be happy about it because the other party's family isn't wealthy and probably can't get a good dowry. Is it just because you can't get a good dowry? Chen-Mu rubbed his chin, piecing together and intersecting the information he knew bit by bit in his mind. The case is stuck in a dead end so far. According to the timeline, Mu-Xianger was first killed by a snake demon and devoured her soul. Then her parents and brother were burned to death one after another. And in the meantime the snake demon's soul-switching incident at Bao Chanlu occurred. While the case as a whole seems disorganized, there is a hidden thread that is always interspersed throughout. Flood. But if you switch the timeline around, Chen-Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that when one run on the side seemed to be a bit bored, Chen-Mu tore off a piece of paper and wrote questions and handed it to him. Lord 1. You'll interrogate next. What about you? When Mingren took the paper and scanned it low, his face a little odd, Chen-Mu took out a stack of transcripts as thick as a slab from the bag he was carrying and smiled helplessly and bitterly. These transcripts were registered by people who had contact with the Mu family in Meiling County. I have to go through them one by one to find any clues. If Lord Wen is interested, we can also switch. You come to see the transcripts? Flood. I'll do the interrogation. Seeing such a thick transcript, when Mingren felt like his head was going to crack and said in a hurry, good. Chen-Mu smiled faintly and left the interrogation room. Leaving the dungeon, Chen-Mu intended to find a quiet place to go through the transcripts. Coincidentally, when I walked out of the gate, I saw that the beautiful woman Mang Yanqing was walking towards the county government office, wearing a light-colored blue dress, as delicate as a peony. Flood. Auntie, Chen-Mu greeted. Here to see Wei? Looking at Chen-Mu's handsome face, Mang Yanqing's lacquer-like eyes blossomed with some complexity, and then said grimly, is Xiao Wei here? Not there. He went to, you know the drill. Chen-Mu shrugged his shoulders. Mang Yanqing smiled bitterly and lightly nodded her forehead. I had a fight with him in the morning, and perhaps I spoke a bit too harshly, so that child left in anger without even eating breakfast. Afterward, I thought about it and planned to come over to have a good talk with him. hoping you didn't agree. The kid said you told him to make up his own mind. Flood. Chen Mu was a bit surprised. A touch of inexplicable emotion surfaced in Meng Yanqing's clear eyes. It is not that he did not agree. If he really liked that is nothing. Just, find a good woman is still good after all. In this society, reputation is important for individuals. Marrying a greenhouse girl is ultimately dishonorable. Chen Mu laughed. I understand your aunt, but now Zhang Awei is mesmerized and can't listen to anything he says. As luck would have it, that maid is really a good match for him. Anyway, you shouldn't toss it, just let him be. As a person of the 21st century, Chen Mu didn't have much malice towards those types of women, and flirted with them at best. Flood. Plus, in those days, it was good enough to find first-hand goods during your college years. Meng Yanqing looked bitter and silent. Looking at the woman's gloomy and tangled appearance, Chen Mu said, why don't we go to your house and wait first? That kid will definitely bring a woman to your house after he redeems himself. How about we take a look then? It just so happens that I still have some official business to take care of. So let's borrow Auntie's house for a while. Or not. The woman hesitated and nodded helplessly. Flood. Chen Mu casually beckoned a carriage and was about to get on when the rest of his eyes steeply glimpsed a monk standing not far away. The other man had his hands folded and was gazing at him steadily. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This monk is the same fake monk who said that his mother was a demon that night. Chen Mu ignored him and boarded the carriage with Meng Yanqing. After the car had traveled some distance, Chen Mu lifted up the window screen again and looked, and found that the monk was still standing there. Only his back was turned, and he seemed to be talking to someone. Flood. Chen Mu endeavored to probe and look, only to see a touch of soulful green dress looming around the corner. The other man sat on the stone pier at the end of the bridge, wiggling his slender calves. Can't see the face, but there was something familiar about that figure. Ching Lo? Chapter 33, the first break in the case. The two came home, frozen. Little Xianer had already left for school, and only the old servant was cleaning up the debris in the courtyard. There was also some laundry drying in the yard. One of them is a satin bib with onion blue and green edges, which is quite conspicuous in the morning sunlight, and is Meng Yanqing's at a glance. Chen Mu glanced at the beautiful woman beside him. Well, it's not small. The latter's brow was knit with worry, not realizing that her intimate apparel was being seen by another man. Entering the living room, Meng Yanqing made a cup of hot tea and served it to Chen Mu. Frozen. Weekdays Chen Mu often come to Zhang Awei's house to visit. A man and a woman alone in a body is nothing to be afraid of. After all, we're all acquaintances. Has Sheriff Chen seen the girl? Meng Yanqing sat on the other side of the wooden table, her brows still worried. Chen Mu placed the transcript on the table and shook his head. I've never seen it, but there's no ugly girl in Juchuan. Certainly not compared to Auntie. Meng Yanqing's jade dimple reddened and she laughed at herself. I'm old. How can I possibly compare to those young girls? Frozen. Chen Mu said with a straight face. Auntie is too modest. Who in Qingyu County doesn't know that you are one of the most beautiful women in the county? How can those girls from Jukanlu be as good as you? Even the famous Shui Kai-ching has to lose her charm in front of Auntie. As pretty as a peach in 3 springs, and as clear as a chrysanthemum in 9 autumns, these words could not be more aptly applied to Auntie. Hearing Chen Mu's compliments, Meng Yanqing's cheeks flushed with 2 fever-like blushes, glancing at him as if he was angry. Meng Yanqing deliberately slapped up her pretty face. No wonder Sheriff Chen married that beautiful fairy daughter-in-law. This little mouth is like honey. I guess there aren't many girls who can resist. Chen Mu laughed. I've always been a very honest person. I don't know any flowery language. I'll say what I have to say. And in my eyes Auntie is she sure. Sissy? Who is she sure? Meng Yanqing curiously opened her beautiful eyes. Frozen. Chen Mu said. It's a beauty rumored to be at the absolute fairy level in our old home. There's also a local saying that says, in the eyes of a lover, there is a Western beauty. So it is. Meng Yanqing nodded her head, but immediately afterward, she tasted something wrong. Lover's eye. Meng Yanqing murmured softly. Gradually, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes strained wide, and a rich mixture of shame and annoyance seemed to spurt out. Frozen. Auntie, I'm going to take care of business, so go about your own business and pay no attention to me. Chen Mu turned over the transcript and read it. The frown was too much to be bothered with. Meng Yanqing, who was about to angrily rebuke the other party for being so rude, had her words stuck in her throat, her snowy green and red color constantly changing. After glaring straight at him for half a day, he finally pressed down his sulk and chose to remain silent. Maybe the other guy didn't mean it. Meng Yanqing thought darkly. Frozen. After staying in the chair for a while, Meng Yanqing picked up the embroidery on the table and began to work on it. The atmosphere in the room was quiet. Chan Mu, who was carefully flipping through the transcripts, gently breathed out, and the rest of his eyes swept a glance at the beautiful woman. seeing the other party tightly pinching the needle and ruthlessly stabbing the fabric, needle after needle, as if he was venting some kind of resentment. Shenmue couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Damn, I can't believe the molestation crossed the line. It's true that when a man only has to think with his lower body, there's nothing left for his brain. Gotta watch out for that in the future. Frozen. Oh, my god. Shenmue self-examined and focused on the transcript in front of him, and began to carefully flip through it. The minutes ticked by. The room was quiet, except for the occasional sound of Shenmue flipping the pages of paper. There was only the sound of two people's slight breathing. Meng Yanqing was a little tired of embroidering and moved her sore and tired neck. With a sideways glance, the man across the room ambled to his office. The look was extremely serious. Frowning at times, he turned the charcoal pencil in his hand with a fancy technique that dazzled the eye in a circle. Frozen. The light outside the door rolled slowly, folding a few scattered shadows through the cracks. Lining Shenmue's figure was a bit hazy. The man in a trance is like a framed painting. Meng Yanqing was so lost in thought that she forgot to continue the embroidery in her hands until her white fingers were accidentally stung by the needle tip before she drifted off. He was busy putting his jade finger between his lips. A slight redness drifted up on the polished jade-like cheeks. She lowered her head to embroider for a while and couldn't help but look at it again. Inexplicably, a strange feeling grew in the beautiful woman's heart. Frozen. It's like they're a couple. The man's office and the woman's housework were inexplicably harmonious. Just fantasy to fantasy. Although Meng Yanqing complained about her marriage, she also retained the expectations of her teenage years. But reality is like a chain. A constant reminder that she has lost her emotional freedom. One can only think about it. Old. Meng Yanqing lightly stroked her cheeks and smiled to herself. Frozen. All the transcripts Shenmue finally finished reading. It took more than an hour. Throwing away those completely useless information, Shenmue specifically sifted out some transcripts that were helpful to the case and recorded them. It's pretty much as expected. The human heart is unpredictable. Shenmue muttered. Stretching, he prepared to get up and move around, only to have the soreness in his lower back hit him exponentially just as he stood up. Frozen. It hurt so much that Shenmue could only hold on to the table with one hand and pound the lumbar vertebrae with his other hand. You're okay. Meng Yanqing put down her embroidery to look at him with concern. Shenmue waved his hand and slowed down for a while before straightening up, smiling bitterly. It's fine. Old habits. Your body is too weak. Meng Yanqing said. Shenmue, how come someone always says the old man is weak? Laughs. Hey. Sorting out the useful transcripts, Shenmue looked at the missed moments and frowned. What's this way up to? Does it take so long to ransom a body? Why don't we go check it out? Meng Yanqing was a little worried. Shenmue smiled and sat back in his chair. There's no need. I guess there are more rules over there. It'll be fine. Just wait more. Aha. Meng Yanqing nodded slightly. Seeing Shenmue carry that small book full of words, could not help but curiously ask, Frozen, any leads on the Mu Xianger family case? Because her son was the constable, she knew something about the Mu Xianger case. When I learned that Mu Xianger was killed because of Mu'er, I was shocked inside for a long time, and I didn't think that there would be this under the sky. At the same time, Shenmue's ability to handle cases was admired to the extreme. I have a clue. Mu Xianger's family did die of homicide. Shenmue let out a deep breath, a touch of bitterness spreading at the corners of his lips. Any idea who the killer is? Meng Yanqing asked. Frozen. Shenmue did not answer, but stared at the woman's delicate face and asked rhetorically, who do you think is the most pitiful? Meng Yanqing froze and said thoughtfully, of course it's Mu Xianger, who should have had a bright future, but because of her neighbors led to the death of her fragrance. Now her family has been killed, and she doesn't even have a person to worship her in the future. Yes, she is indeed pathetic. Really, very, very pathetic. Shenmue sighed. Meng Yanqing raised her eyebrows, feeling that there was something in the other party's words. Shenmue picked up the stack of transcripts and faintly said, Frozen. Mu Date and his son belonged to the mongrels, usually stealing chickens and dogs around the county or going to the gambling house to fool around. But, on the first day of June, these two men failed to show up in town. No one had seen them in the gambling houses, the docks, the poor streets, etc., including the second and third days of June. So from this it can be concluded that the father and son did not die in the fire on the 4th of June, but on the 1st of June, or, they had lost their personal freedom by then. I'm leaning toward the latter. Meng Yanqing stared with wide almond eyes. She died on the first day of June. What about Mu Xianger's mother? Did she also die on the first day of June? Frozen. No, she probably died a day early, Shenmue said. Meng Yanqing listened with some confusion. Suddenly she remembered something and looked straight at the other side. No, if they died on the first day of June, what about Mu Xianger? She left home on the second day of June. Don't you get it? Shenmue twirled the charcoal pencil. a smile tinged with a touch of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Understand what? Frozen. Meng Yanqing looked bewildered. Gradually, an icy chill crept up her spine, and her face changed, gradually transitioning from rosy to pale. You mean? That's right. Chen Mu nodded. The murderer of the Mu family father and son is Mu Xianger. Chapter 30 For the brutal truth. It was quiet in the house. A little scary quiet. Either way, it was quiet. It's like all the air has been drawn out. At this moment, Meng Yanqing seemed to be a puppet immersed in a cold pool, staring blankly at Chen Mu's handsome face with a shock in her eyes. Do you have proof? She asked in a shaky voice. Chen Mu smiled faintly. There is, but it's no longer necessary. I once told Zhang Wei that any murder case has a motive present. You just need to eliminate irrelevant miscellaneous items one by one. You can always find the real murderer by pulling the threads out of the cocoon. But, Meng Yanqing's mind was still confused. Then what was Mu Xianger's motive? Just because father treated her poorly in normal times? Either. Yeah, but not really. Chen Mu put the notepad into his arms and got up. This Mu family's situation is very complicated. And I was almost also misled by Sheriff Hu of Meiling County before, leading to a dead end in my thoughts. It wasn't until I went through the transcripts of the others carefully that I realized a secret. Meng Yanqing's beautiful eyes glittered. What secret? Gossip is always of the greatest interest to women. Chen Mu poured a cup of tea and said slowly and methodically. Mu Dai's son was actually born to him and his ex-wife. Either. Mu Dai still has an ex-wife? Meng Yanqing looked surprised. Chen Mu said. It was a foreign woman who was bought and only lived with Mu Dai for a month before leaving home. Within days after she left, Mu Dai married Mu Xianger's mother. You mean his ex-wife was pregnant when she left? Meng Yanqing asked. Chen Mu nodded. Around the 9th month after Mu Dai got married, his ex-wife gave birth and secretly sent the child back. And at that time, Mrs. Mu was about to go into labor and gave birth to Mu Xianger a few days later. Plus, Mu Dai's house was already remote and uninformative. Whether or not, that's why most people at the time mistakenly thought that the pair of children were born to Mrs. Mu, but very few people knew the inside story. So it is. Meng Yanqing had mixed feelings. I didn't realize there was such a hidden agenda in what seemed to be an intact family. Still, the woman didn't understand and frowned as she asked. Even so, what does this have to do with Mu Xianger killing her father? Chen Mu's lips curled into a smile. I've always wondered before. Even if Mu Dai's patriarchal mindset is very heavy, but after all, Mu Xianger is his own daughter, and should have some feelings, either. But why does he treat his own daughter so poorly, treating her completely like an emotionless commodity? Until I discovered another important piece of information from the transcript. What message? Meng Yanqing couldn't help but ask anxiously. At this point, she was completely immersed in the confusing case and desperately wanted to turn to the last page for answers. Chen Mu picked up a transcript and said, This is the transcript of a Longzhong in Meiling County. In it is recorded a very interesting thing. Before Mu Dai's ex-wife left home, the husband and wife had an argument and fight. Whether it was a buckwheat, and Mu Da was slashed at that time, and was slashed in exactly the right place. Chen Mu pointed. Meng Yanqing's clear and moving pretty face smeared a layer of rouge red, and her pretty eyes glared at the other party. The next moment, though, she realized something. Wide-eyed, the face was full of incredulity. Chen Mu smiled and said, According to this bone setter, Mu Dai may not even be able to have intercourse in the future, either. But here's the problem. If you can't have intercourse, then why did Mrs. Mu give birth to Mu Xianger 9 months after her marriage? Meng Yanqing spat lightly with a red face, but she already understood the truth. So, Mu Xianger is not Mu Dai's daughter, but was born to Mrs. Mu and someone else. That's right, Chen Mu said. At that time, Mrs. Mu was caught by her family after eloping with a scholar. So, the child is definitely that scholaress. This also explains why that scholar had inexplicably given the Mu family a sum of money when he returned to Meiling County the other day. Whether it was a buckwheat or, it's probably because he knew the truth, but didn't dare to recognize it, so he could only leave money to make amends, and also hoped to use it to appease Mu Dai. After listening to Chen Mu's analysis and deduction, Meng Yanqing had mixed feelings inside. It's ridiculous. The absurdity of the muse makes it impossible to put into words the chaos of this family. The son was born to his ex-wife. The daughter was born to someone else by his current wife. How ironic. Either buckwheat or sorghum. Meng Yanqing said quietly. It seems that Mu Xianger also knows the truth. So, she did that kind of thing. However, why did she kill her brother again? Even if that wasn't her own brother. After all, the other party didn't do anything wrong? Her brother is the biggest scum in this. Chen Mu's tone was cold. Meng Yanqing looked at him doubtfully. Why? Chen Mu flipped up another stack of transcripts and said in a cold voice. Through these people's transcripts, It can be seen that Mu Day's son is of the same virtues as him, loitering in his spare time. And because of the birthmark on his face and crippled legs, he was loathed by other women. And even the girls in the brothel also looked down on him, which also developed his violent and withdrawn nature. On weekdays, for this girl, she also beat and scolded her recklessly, and even once kidnapped Mu Xianger and gave her to a rich young man. Either. Scum! Meng Yanqing's chest rose and fell in anger and she slapped the table hard. How in heaven's name could there be such an elder brother? That's still the lightest. Chen Mu said indifferently. I found a medicinal herb in the ruins of the Mu family. It's quinine, used for abortion. When I was in Ma Ling County, sheriff who said that it might have been used by Mrs. Mu, but I was skeptical. And then I made a discovery while going through this information that confirmed my suspicions. A few years ago, Mrs. Mu had become infertile due to an overdose of musk, so she wasn't the one who had the abortion. Rather, Mu Xianger. Either. How? Meng Yanqing was struck by lightning, clearly unable to accept this inference. As a woman who once intended to make her daughter-in-law, it is shocking that she had an abortion. That's a good girl. Chen Mu didn't have much of a reaction. In the age of the internet, he had seen countless absurd and outrageous family cases. Each one taken individually is incredible. How can human evil be so absurd? Either way, I'm not going to be able to do it. Chen Mu lifted his teacup, his fingers gently clasping the rim. The reason why Mu Xianger killed Mu's father and son was actually largely due to her mother's death. And I have reason to believe that her mother was killed by Mu Day. Perhaps by mistake. Meng Yanqing looked at him. After experiencing the mind-blowing shock in front of him, he was already somewhat numb to the information that Chen Mu was bursting out again at this moment. Chen Mu said, according to the transcript, Mrs. Mu would go to weaving and spinning every day to help with the work to earn spare change. But she didn't show up on the 30th and 31st of May. No one had seen her, including the 2 days that followed, associated with the fact that that scholar had been to Mu's house. So Mu Day was beating up on Mrs. Mu because of his wife's old lover. Either or. In the end, the hand was too hard, resulting in the accidental death of Mrs. Mu. The most effective proof of this is that on the 31st of May, Mute was seen, and the latter looked nervous and bought a straw mat. Meng Yanqing sat on the chair for a long time. Who would have thought that such a heinous crime was hidden behind this case? Unbelievable. Chen Mu took a long breath and smiled bitterly. At present, the case is considered to be half solved. There are still a lot of evidence that needs to be collected, as well as a number of contradictions that need to continue to be investigated. In addition, Chen Mu's biggest headache right now was the demons, either of the buckwheat. There is no clue as to what role that snake demon played in this case. Mother, I'm home. At that moment, Zhang Wei's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 35. A daughter-in-law enters the house. Zhang Wei's arrival washed away some of the gloomy atmosphere. Totally. Seeing Chen Mu in the living room, Zhang Wei looked a bit surprised. Bantu, why are you here? Waiting for you, kid. Chen Mu said without any good humor, his gaze crossing over Zhang Wei to the woman behind him. The woman was white and quite clean. The head is also 1.5 meters or so, wearing an emerald green dress. From the tender face is estimated to have just turned 18. A package was clutched tightly in his arms. The woman's expression was a bit timid. Half of her body was hidden behind Zhang Wei. Her head lowered in silence. Totally. Mother, her name is Nettle. Zhang Wei scratched his head, not daring to look at his mother. The girl lightly bit her pink lips and gathered enough courage to go forward and salute. Good day, Auntie. Her voice was sweet and sticky, quite melodious. Chan Mu, who was on the side, rubbed his chin and sized up the girl. It's okay. It's a fledgling. Regarding whether a woman is chaste or not, Chen Mu can still tell a thing or two from her appearance. After all, you didn't change girlfriends much back in the day. I one half. Although Meng Yanqing was annoyed with her son's behavior, she didn't embarrass him on the surface and squeezed out a smile. Miss Nettle, hello. A silence ensued. The atmosphere continues to cool. Zhang Wei didn't know what to say for a moment. After uttering half a day before speaking, that little Nettle may have to temporarily stay here for a few days. Let Aunt Lu vacate a room. Meng Yanqing's eyelids fluttered and she didn't say anything. The girl named Nettle was restless. Nettle, quietly tugging on Zhang Wei's sleeve. His bright eyes flushed with some pleading. He made a I'll go out first gesture. Zhang Wei shook his head gently. He turned his gaze to Chen Mu and passed a look, hoping that Chen Mu would help put in a word for his mother. The brat. Chen Mu cried and laughed a little. But he wasn't going to get involved in this. After all, it's a family matter. And once outsiders get in the middle of it, it becomes tainted. I don't know. Chen Mu put the transcripts on the table into his bag and smiled. Then I'll leave first. I still have to check on the case. You guys take your time to chat. I'll walk you. Meng Yanqing spoke faintly. Shenmue hesitated and didn't refuse. As he walked out of the courtyard door, Shenmue still couldn't help but speak up for his brother. Auntie, it's impossible to say something like marriage. If that girl is really suitable for Wei, so what if she's from an unclean background? The most important thing a person can do is just to find an old partner that suits them. Meng Yanqing moved her red lips and said nothing. It wasn't until Shenmue turned around that she suddenly spoke. The poem you wrote to little Shinner, did you compose it yourself? Poetry? Shenmue froze. What poem? Winged goose. Meng Yanqing's beautiful eyes blanked him horizontally. This guy is playing dumb on purpose. Hearing the other party mention it, Shenmue then reacted and said with a smile, that's right, it's exactly what I did. Was Auntie convinced by my talent? Ugh. Meng Yanqing was used to Shenmue joking around and lightly spat. I knew it wasn't you. In her speculation, if Shenmue denied it, it meant that the poem was most likely made by this guy. However, the other party admitted it so readily, but instead, it made people suspicious. Awesome, awesome. How do you know I didn't make it? Shenmue gave a thumbs up. Meng Yanqing wrinkled her agaric nose, showing a rare hint of a little girl demeanor. You're not the only one who's smart. Grand Constable Chen, if you really have such talent, why do you still need to be a small constable? OC pound. So in Auntie's eyes, I'm just a small constable. Shenmue sighed. The loss was overwhelming. Meng Yanqing realized that her words had hurt someone and was busy explaining. I didn't mean it like that. So am I big? Or small? In Auntie's eyes? Shenmue asked with a smile. Meng Yanqing didn't think much about it and casually complimented. You're great, right? You're the best in the entire Qingyu County. After saying that, it suddenly felt like it didn't smell right. Weird, but I can't tell what's wrong. Shenmue saw fit to stop molesting the other party. Alright, I'll leave then. Still, if it really suits Wei, you might as well try to accept it. I'm afraid I'm too small-minded to accept it. Meng Yanqing smiled bitterly. I don't know if you have a small heart, but you don't have small breasts. Shenmue persuaded. Even a vulgar human object like me, Auntie, can accept me? But are you still afraid of a little girl? Well, I'll think about it. Meng Yanqing nodded. You really didn't compose that poem? Of course not. Shenmue spread his hands. He was telling the truth. The poem was written by the Tang Dynasty poet Luo Binwang, so it really wasn't him. Meng Yanqing could tell that Shenmue wasn't lying, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss inside. And somehow lost. I don't know why I'm lost. Back to the yamen. When Mingren has long since finished interrogating Mu'er, sitting on a stone bench in the outer courtyard holding a wooden branch and drawing circles on the ground in boredom. Seeing Shenmue's arrival, he hurriedly got up. Well, any clues? How's the Mu'er he trial going? Shenmue did not rush to tell the other party about the progress of the case and opened his mouth to ask. When Mingren took out the recorded confession and handed it to him. These are all that can be pried out. Even how many times he and his wife had intercourse were asked out by me. Shenmue was speechless. Tick. Good lord. Who asked you to ask that? He took the confession to the stone table and sat down to scrutinize it. After a long time, Shenmue put the confession away, frowned and muttered. Strange. It seems unintentional, yet it seems intentional. What unintentional? Intentional? When Mingren was filled with confusion, Shenmue twisted his head and stared at the other party, his tone extraordinarily serious. Lord 1. What you call the demonic soul-changing technique, can you explain to me specifically how it actually works? When Mingren pondered for a moment and faintly said, it's actually quite simple. For example, if I am a demon, in order to take over your body, I will engage in a soul swap with you. Although it's a swap, I must first devour half of your essence before I can completely destroy your spiritual resistance and thus take over the body. And what's left of your soul will be forced to switch to my body, but won't live for more than a moment. So it is. Hearing this explanation, a bright aura suddenly crossed Shenmue's mind. Vaguely there seemed to be a very important clue in front of him, but he could never catch it. Something was always missing. Tick. Lord 1. The premise of the soul swap technique. Does it require the consent of the other party? Shenmue asked. When Mingren stared at the other party with a look of idiocy. I still need your consent to kill you? The reason why I devoured half of your essence is to forcefully integrate it into your body. But what if I volunteer? Voluntarily killed? Right. Shenmue wasn't kidding. When Mingren froze, then snorted. Even if it's voluntary, it will still die. Because only one can live from the soul swap. But, the risk is reduced. Be specific. Shenmue's pupils contracted as he discovered Hua Dot. When Mingren patiently explained, any spell has risks, especially when it comes to souls and the like. If you fail, you will lose your life, or you will be knocked back. However, if the victim voluntarily cooperates, the process will be much smoother as there is no need to use too much spiritual energy to destroy the resistance of the other party. Chen Mu hurriedly pursued. Then isn't it more effective for a demonic creature that has been severely injured? When Mingren froze, only after half a second did it nod. Yes, when a demonic creature is seriously injured, its spiritual energy is naturally unstable. So if the victim voluntarily cooperates with it to change its soul, the risk will be much lower. Snap! Chen Mu clenched his fist and struck his palm hard. In this way, the biggest mystery is sort of solved. But why did Mu Xianger do that? Chen Mu was once again in thought. He stood up and took a few steps back and forth across the courtyard, occasionally hitting his head hard with his fist. Something kept coming out of his mouth in silence. Or maybe take out a small notebook and repeat the information on it. One by one, one's inferences are established, and subsequently overturned and reorganized when contradictory points are encountered. In an attempt to spell out a bright line, when Mingren looked at Chen Mu, who was in a state of thinking and didn't disturb, continue to pick up the wooden branch and draw circles on the ground. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Mu's eyes abruptly burst out with a brilliant aura, and all the puzzles seemed to become clear. Got it. Finally, from the bottom of the page, you get it again? When Mingren was not surprised to see this situation with Chen Mu and was quite depressed, always felt like a bean. Chen Mu's eyes shot out an icy cold aura. This Mu'er isn't honest. I almost let him fool me again. Chapter 36, Interrogation again. Inside the dungeon interrogation room. Tickets. The shackled Mu'er was brought in again. Chen Mu pulled a chair and sat in front of the other party, his sharp gaze staring at the other party like a sword. Mu'er, is there anything you haven't explained? Not accounted for? Mu'er was at a loss. Sheriff Chen, I have said everything I should say. If you still want to ask anything else, the little people will definitely know everything. Chen Mu laughed and lightly patted the other party's cheek. Then let me ask you, that day when you bullied Mu Xianger, it shouldn't have been a brain fart. Before that, did you do anything to her? Mu'er's body trembled abruptly, and a few moments of panic flashed in his eyes, but shook his head forcefully. Chen Sheriff, I really didn't. That day I didn't know what was going on, just my head was hot. I am sorry for Xianger. I am still not honest. Chen Mu got up and lifted the wooden chair. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a chill that went cold to the bone. Boo! The wooden chair slammed hard into Mu'er's back. Instant quartering. Trouble. Mu'er screamed miserably and fell heavily to the ground, curling up and writhing in pain on the ground. Civilization Run, who had followed him, saw this and looked expressionless. Although he was puzzled as to why Chen Mu'er was certain that Mu'er was hiding something, he didn't stop him. After all, this type of interrogation was common for the Jinmu division. Remember anything yet? Chen Mu crouched down and grabbed Mu'er's hair and asked in a cold voice, a pair of cold forehead eyes without any feelings. I don't think so. Mu'er didn't dare to meet his eyes. His body couldn't stop trembling. I really explained everything. I swear. Chen Mu turned his head to Wen Mingren and said, what are the spells that have the power to make him spit out the truth? There is. Wen Mingren said, but it requires someone with a high level of cultivation to be able to do so. We can't. But, when Mingren paused, releasing a few cruel glints in his eyes, it's actually very simple to make him spit out the truth. Leave it to me. Unloading his arms and thighs and still afraid that he won't confess? Mu'er's face turned pale with fear, but Chen Mu shook his head. If the top of this case comes to investigate, seeing the prisoner half dead is also troublesome. It's better for me to do it. Chen Mu grabbed Mu'er and had Wen Mingren tie him to the bench on his back. Tie. The limbs are immobilized. Then he got a rag and put it over his face, picked up a teapot filled with cold water, and slowly poured it down. As the bone-piercing cold water fell, Mu'er desperately shook his head and made whimpering noises, but there was no way to break free. Soon his body began to twitch, his 10 fingers twisting in a bizarre gesture as if they were chicken claws, struggling with extreme pain. It wasn't until half a pot of water was poured down that Chen Mu removed the rags from the other's face. Ahem. Mu'er has a survivor of drowning ashore. Breathing heavily, snot and tears with violent coughing all overflowed. Extremely miserable. Chen Mu indifferently asked, is there really nothing to explain? Seeing that the other party was just breathing desperately and didn't seem to hear his question, Chen Mu covered the rag back up again. I move. Mu'er was so frightened that he hurriedly screamed and blew violently from time to time, trying to blow away the wet cloth on his face. The body struggled even more fiercely than before. Chen Mu slowly put down the teapot, removed the cloth from his face, and laughed. Isn't this honest? I one half. Mu'er gasped violently and said in a broken voice. In the early years, there was a time when I went to my big brother's house to deliver something, and I happened to see Xianger alone, and then I just did. Chen Mu slowly closed his eyes. Sure enough, It was the same as what he had speculated. This had long ago laid hands on Mu Xianger. In hell. Hearing the other party's words, Wen Mingren instantly exploded and rushed forward to punch Mu Er in the face, kicking the chair to the ground again. I'll get you killed today. Another punch slammed down. Mu Er cried out miserably, accompanied by a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth yellowed by smoke. The screams startled the other magistrates in the cell and they ran to check. Seeing that it was Chen Mu and Wen Mingren, they left in a sensible manner. Chen Mu blocked Wen Mingren, who had picked up a wooden stick and wanted to continue beating him violently, and said indifferently, a more brutal punishment awaits him. Wen Mingren froze and slowly lowered the wooden stick in his hand. The gaze that glared at Mu Er seemed to be devouring. According to the law of the Dian dynasty, anyone who insults a young girl will be subject to the death penalty of lynching without any remission. I'll watch you die. Wen Mingren glared menacingly at the wailing Mu Er and spat. After letting the magistrates drag Mu Er back to his cell, Chen Mu left the county office jail with Wen Mingren. Wen Mingren's fire had not subsided, and he kept cursing and swearing. This is really inhuman. But Lao Zi just wondered. He killed Mu Xianger is also a capital offense. Why is he hiding what he did before? Just because he is afraid of being lynched? Your Majesty is also at the age of tying your hair now. Chen Mu spoke quietly. Wen Mingren was stunned, and his pupils instantly contracted. He understood what Chen Mu meant. In 2 months, His Young Majesty will turn 15, and according to the great Yan ancestral tradition, a young emperor can assume power when he is in the year of binding his hair. In other words, the days of the Empress Dowager being the sole ruler of the court are coming to an end. Moreover, according to the past rules, the day the young emperor took over the government, he would promulgate a series of policies to benefit the people, such as tax reductions and exemptions, and so on. Among them was the decree of amnesty. Of course, it doesn't mean that all criminals will be pardoned for their sins, just some of those with lesser offenses. Limited. There will also be modest reductions in the sentences of those convicted of felonies. This is why Mu Er is hiding it. Although his persecution of Mu Xianger this time will be convicted of a capital crime, but the beheading will not take place until after the fall, because there are layers of review above, waiting until after the fall, when the emperor's proximity to the government had long since issued a general amnesty. Naturally Mu Er's crime would be commuted. A capital offense would be impossible to execute. But today it is different. This act is a felony of felonies, and there is no possibility of pardon. Trouble. The law is clear, those who commit the crime of lynching can never be forgiven. So Mu Er must die. When Mingren bared his teeth and cursed, damn it, this Mu Er can be a real chicken thief. To think of this, thank goodness for you. But then he was puzzled. By the way, how do you know that this has done that kind of thing to Mu Xianger before? Chen Mu's lips curled into a bitter smile. If he didn't do it, why would Mu Xianger seek revenge on him? Revenge? Avenge? When Mingren was even more confused as he listened. Are we talking about the same case? Chen Mu looked up at the clear sky and murmured. Although there are still some puzzles that have not been solved, this case is basically considered solved. He smiled slightly at Civilization Run. Come on Lord One. Let's go find Lord Gao. Next I'll tell you about this absolutely brilliant case. Also tell how a tender young girl carries out her great work of revenge. Chapter 37, A Brilliant Plan. The Inner Sanctum of the County Courthouse. Limited. Gao Yuanchun, who had just finished mediating a neighborhood dispute, rested his sore and tired legs on a low stool and leaned back against a padded bench to rest. The underlings brought tea. Before he could take 2 sips, he heard Chen Mu's voice demanding to see him from outside the door. This brat, can't he stop? Gao Yuanchun threw the teacup back onto the table, rubbed his brow, and cursed in a low voice. Although he grumbled on his lips, he still got up and changed his clothes, signaling his subordinate to bring them in. When Mingren was not the only one who came along with Chen Mu, Tuti-eyed Deridi. There's also Zhuge Fengdio and Yun Jiyue. What? Looking at this gesture the case is progressing again? Yao Yuanchun casually asked. Chen Mu cupped his fists. Your Excellency, after 2 days of investigation by my humble servant, the Mu family case has basically been solved, and the rest of it is no longer within the scope of my abilities. Is it really broken? Yao Yuanchun violently straightened up, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Although I knew this subordinate was very capable, this was outrageous, taking 2 days to solve the case. This was not what he expected. Totally. And Zhuge Fengbei and Yun Jiyue were equally shocked. They came to the county office to do some work before they met Chen Mu, and thought the other party had come to ask for some instructions, but it turned out to be a solved case. This guy is really scary. There was no comparison to the efficiency of the 3 of them as they dawdled through the case. People are more angry than people, Chen Mu said in a deep voice. The fact that my humble servant was able to solve the case in such a short period of time was also due to the help of your lordship and the 3 seniors. or else he would still be struggling to investigate. Anyway, let's get the horse's ass on the ground first. Totally. Hurry up and say it. Don't ink it. Yun Jiue, the only one who was immune to horse *****, couldn't help but urge. She was desperate to know what came of the case. Chen Mu nodded, took out all those transcripts and slowly said, "In fact, we got the timeline wrong at the beginning, thinking that Mu Xianger died first, followed by the tragic deaths of her family members, thus hitting a dead end. Is it not right?" Zhuge Fengshui wondered. "Of course not." Chen Mu raised his chin, his voice open. "Actually, the real timeline should be like this. On the 30th of May, Mrs. Mu was killed by her husband, Mu Dai, by mistake. On the first day of June, Mu Dai and his son were restricted in their personal freedom, and the one who restricted their personal freedom was Mu Xianger. During that time Mu Xianger should have gotten help from the demon to put down that father and son. Mu Xianger then brutally tortured the Mu's father and son, broke multiple bones of father and son with a blunt instrument. On the second day of June, Mu Xianger killed Mu Dai and her brother and came to her uncle's house in Xingyu County. In the afternoon at Shenzhen, Mu Xianger set up a trap for Mu to kill her by mistake. Troubleshooting. Because of the help of the demon, Mu Xianger actually faked her death. After Mu threw away the corpse, Mu Xianger, who had faked her death, returned to her own home in Mailing County in a very short period of time and began to set it on fire. He also ignited the coal and rocks in the waste charcoal area on the hill to create the illusion of spontaneous combustion of the coal and rocks, deliberately staging the scene as an accidental fire. In order to completely destroy the corpses, a flammable fabric possessing sheep's fat was wrapped around the bodies of the three men. It even deliberately creates sound so that those who discover the fire mistakenly believe that the people inside are still alive. On the night of the 4th day of the 6th month, Mu Xianger was brought by a demonic creature into the Juchuan building for a soul exchange. But because of a mistake in the middle, the exchange failed. Mu Xianger should have died, and the demonic creature fled under our attack. O.C. Pound the quiet. The room was silent. After listening to Chen Mu's account of the case, everyone present was dumbstruck, as if they had been cast in a fixation spell. The brain stopped everything. It wasn't until the teacup in Zhuge Fengbei's hand accidentally slipped on the ground that the crowd came to their senses. Shock still lingering. "Are you saying that Mu's father and son were killed by Mu Xianger?" Yun Jiue's face was full of incredulity. Totally. Even if she had seen Chen Mu's ability, she was still skeptical. After all, it sounds too far-fetched. Chen Mu didn't nag, handing them the transcripts and analyses pertaining to it, telling the brutal truth of the situation. He also recapitulated the inside story of what he had said to Meng Yanqing in the morning. Some key information is even explained repeatedly. After reading the information from Chen Mu's investigation, the crowd remained speechless for a long time. The shock in their hearts could not be expressed in 3 or 2 words. People. Scum. All ing scum. When Mingrun clutched the paper tightly, his eyes red as if they were about to spit out fire. What's wrong with this mauling magistrate? He didn't even notice that there was something so ugly and outrageous in his jurisdiction. A dim-witted official. Even putting a pig up there is better than this do-nothing idiot. When Mingrun cursed more and more angry, directly on the table of the teapot ruthlessly slammed on the ground, wishing to go back in time to personally go to slaughter that pair of father and son. The others didn't make a sound. Tick. After all, when Mingren had a special status, and it was normal to scold a local parental official, they wouldn't be able to make random curses. Gao Yuanchun frowned. What did you mean when you said Mu Xianger went to Li's house and deliberately lured the other party into committing a crime, without waiting for Chen Mu to open his mouth? When Mingran gritted his teeth. We've been to the dungeon for interrogation. Anyway, it's a. The crowd had mixed feelings. This family is totally on the same page. Totally. Father, son and uncle are all scum of the earth, so I guess the dirty genes are in their bones. Pity the girl, living in such circumstances. Chen Mu said. The blackened Mu Xianger didn't intend to let her uncle go, so she devised an elaborate setup. I was a bit puzzled when I surveyed the scene at Mu Er's house earlier. The door did not show signs of vandalism. What's more, it's still in someone else's house, so vigilance can't be that low. Chen Mu paused and continued. In addition, Mu Er returned home while his wife was away, not to repair the carriage, but specifically to kill Mu Xianger. Listening to Chen Mu's inference, the crowd couldn't help but be moved. Honestly, if it were anyone else, where would they have made such subtle observations and inferences? No wonder the case was solved in such a short time. Chen Mu went on to state the case. Mu Xianger saw through Li's husband's mentality, so she utilized this to make Mu Er lose his temper. He was then strangled and dumped. Yet all of this, in the scheme of things, can be awesome. From the book, Yun Jiue said, with that girl's ability, it's impossible to have such a subtle plan. It should be the demonic creature behind it pointing the way. The others nodded with emotion. This plan is truly awesome. Using himself as bait, he caused Lee's husband to commit a murder. It clears the suspicion of killing Mu's father and son and sends Lee's husband to jail. Although Chen Mu was very good at solving cases, there were too many doubts in Mu Xianger's case, so anyone else could have found out. It's only a matter of how long. Limited. In any case, Mu could never escape the sanction of the law. As for the death of his family, it is too troublesome to investigate instead. And with the action of the magistrate of Maling County, surely the case will be closed by an accidental fire. It all worked out as planned. The only variable is that there's a Chen Mu out there. Chen Mu sighed. This girl has lived in despair and darkness for years, and has been suppressed to a great extent. It wasn't until her mother's death extinguished the last ray of light in her heart that she completely blacked out. But the question is, what's the point of Mu Xianger tossing around like this? She's going to die anyway. If the demon really helped her, why didn't it just avenge her? Zhuge Fengyi stated the biggest point of doubt. Chen Mu laughed. Facing the person you hate the most, doing it yourself is the only way to truly release that hatred. As for the other point you made, my guess is that Mu Xianger might have been tricked by a demonic creature. Tricked? Yun Jiyue looked at him in surprise. Chen Mu gently nodded. Because from these behaviors of Mu Xianger's, it's obvious that she intends to escape the law and start her life over. So she didn't realize that once she started exchanging souls with a demon, she would lose her life. And the reason why the demon accompanied Mu Xianger in such a tortuous manner indicated that its mana was very weak and it needed Mu Xianger's voluntary cooperation. Totally. So is there any other way than to swindle the other side? When Mingren drifted off. No wonder you asked me before if there were people who would voluntarily cooperate with the demonic creature. So that's how it is. Yeah. Chen Mu sighed slightly, but my speculations about demonic creatures are still a bit vague. After all, this isn't an area I'm familiar with. As a side note, to some readers, maybe what happened to Mu Xianger is too cruel and absurd to have happened, but this is adapted from a real case abroad. Plus, there's a big reversal later on. Chapter 38, Meeting the Rivals. Inside the county courthouse, the Duke. The crowd was still trying to digest the unthinkable case, seemingly disorganized and uneventful. The two cases are so jaw-droppingly brilliant that they can be described as wonderful under Chen Mu's careful combing. It's a difficult case so far. Gao Yuanchun laughed bitterly. All the people involved in the crime are basically dead, leaving only one scumbag. Mu who was used. Who else is there to arrest? As for the demonic creature, it is still difficult to find traces of the Duke. Alright, this official will write down a complete account of the process of this case and send it to the top for review. Basically it's considered closed. Gao Yuanchun walked to Chen Mu and patted the latter on the shoulder. Brat, this official still underestimated your ability. But sometimes it's not good to handle a case too quickly. Even if you're capable, you have to understand the tension and relaxation. Chen Mu frowned, not quite understanding the meaning in the prefect's words. But this small temple of mine, I guess it won't be able to accommodate you anytime soon. A complicated smile appeared on Gao Yuanchun's face. It's both a relief and a dismay. The Duke. Hearing these words from Gao Yuanchun, the other three people in the audience moved. Does this mean that Chen Mu is going to be promoted? But think about it, as also should be. With Chen Mu's ability to stay in this small place is too condescending. Sooner or later is going to be flat. When Mingren stroked his 8-handed beard and looked at Chen Mu with a slight aura flickering in his eyes. And I don't know what I'm calculating. It was dusk when we left the county office. The Duke. A blood-colored red sun set over the banks of the Huailan River, shedding a roiling evening sunlight and reflecting a fiery red. The three of them, when Mingren, had mixed feelings. Having solved such a twisted and bizarre case, it was naturally over the top. But it didn't make substantial progress in tracking down the demon. As Chen Mu said, the rest was out of his reach. That's why it's still up to the three of them to catch the demon. The biggest doubt at the moment is why the demonic creature chose Mu Xianger to change her soul, and was even willing to accompany her to toss so many things. Chen Mu slowly said, in addition, I have an intuition that I don't know whether to speak or not. Duke, tell me about it. Yun Jiyue's beautiful eyes floated brightly. Chen Mu pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps this demonic creature isn't a snake demon. Or perhaps it's not related to the previous tragedy at Bow Spring House. The three froze. The direction they have been pursuing is the snake demon. And to think that this case is the work of the same demon as the tragedy at Bow Spring House a month ago, and now you're telling us it's not? Are you kidding me? The Duke. Chen Mu laughed. Of course, I really don't know anything about this aspect of demons. So ultimately, I have to rely on you guys to analyze it. The three didn't speak, all of them wrinkling their brows. After having seen Chen Mu's superhuman abilities, there were still a few things to value about this guy's intuition. It's possible Yun Jiyue chose to trust Chen Mu's intuition, The reason why the demonic creature took Musianger to Bao Spring House to exchange her soul is because that place is heavy with grievances, which helps in the activation of the formation. After all, 11 women from the greenhouse died a month ago, and their grievances were not dispersed, plus that place was originally a place where Inchi gathered. It is simply blessed for demons with low mana. Duke. When Mingrun smiled bitterly, logically it makes sense, but if that's the case, then our tracking down the snake demon these days would almost be the same as making no progress at all. The crowd was silent. It does hit a little too close to home. It is equivalent to is hard work to female anchor brush money into the list of Big Brother. Fought immediately and got us intimate contact. Never thought the other side is a tank Big Mother. It's too damn bad. Shenmue stretched and said with a yawn. That's it then. I'm going to go home and rest for a while. If any of you three need any help, feel free to come to me. Duke. By the way, this time the focus is to thank the three seniors for their help. Mainly, it is Lord 1. The fact that this case can be solved quickly is not a small part of your credit. When Mingrun blushed a little at what was said, looks like he didn't do anything, but on the surface, he still politely said, I should. In addition, young friend Chen, don't call me Lord 1, just call me Big Brother. Holy, so soon you're getting? Broadly. Since the other party threw out an olive branch, Shenmue naturally wouldn't excuse himself, clasping his fists and saying, then little brother will have the audacity to call out to Big Brother 1. Duke. Zhuge Fengbei and Yun Jiyue furiously rolled their eyes. It was obvious that this Ming Mingren saw the potential in Shenmue and intended to invest in advance. After parting with the three, Shenmue returned home. Although there were still some slight doubts that were still weighing on his mind that he had not been able to solve, at least it was a lot easier. Arriving at the courtyard, but not seeing that silhouette that was always lively and active on weekdays, Shenmue did not care in his heart. Thought the other guy might be in the kitchen cooking, but when passing by Qing Luo's room, a cough was heard coming from inside. The Duke. Shenmue stopped and knocked on the door of the house with doubts. Whoops, the young girl's voice sounded a little weak. Shenmue frowned. It's me, come on in. After a sibilant sound, the young girl said. Shenmue pushed his way in. The Duke. A strong smell of herbs came over the table, only to see the jar of herbs on the table, some dregs of herbs left over, and the bowl next to it. Brother-in-law, you're back so early today, the young girl said tiredly. Shenmue twisted his head to look, only to see Qing Luo lying on the bed and couch, tightly wrapped in the quilt, as if wrapped in dumplings. Only a pouty, cute little face was revealed. The face is a little pale. The Duke. Less bright and glowing than usual, more delicate and sickly. Sick? Shenmue was a bit surprised that he was still alive and kicking in the morning. Qing Luo's small mouth flattened, and she nodded her head in resignation. Going out for a trip resulted in accidentally catching a wind chill. Why don't you put more clothes on? Shenmue sat beside the bed and touched the young girl's forehead. Sure is a little hot, Duke. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen Qing Luo outside in the morning and had spoken with that mysterious monk. What are you doing out there? Shenmue deliberately inquired. Originally, I went to buy some rice, but I met a monk halfway, and I guess it might be that monk who told you bad things about your sister. Qing Luo didn't hide it and huffed. So I went off to theorize for a while and came back sick. Shenmue cried and laughed. You're a girl, looking for someone else's monk theory? What? No? Qing Luo wrinkled her agaric nose and coldly snorted. I was already polite enough when I didn't knock that bald donkey's head with a spatula. The Duke. For this temperament of the young girl, Shenmue was also at his wit's end. Will the other side sickly too much to provoke pity? Shenmue said. Why don't I go find a doctor to give you a look? Sister has gotten a doctor, and the medicine is all drunk. It's so bitter. Qing Luo pointed to the medicine pot on the table with her chin. When he finished, he coughed again. Good medicine tastes bitter. Shenmue lamented the girl's poor physique while finding hot water to soak a wet towel to cover the young girl's forehead. Duke. Qing Luo's beautiful eyes blinked. The sickly pretty face with the choo-choo's aggrieved look. The whole person is as lovely as jade snow. Still not honest when you're sick? Shenmue wrapped the quilt tightly and wrung the other party's face. Get well. I'll go see your sister. Where is she by the way? Qing Luo pouted her little mouth. Sister had a fight with me and is still angry. Probably cooking in the kitchen. You, don't talk back to your sister in the future, okay? Shenmue did not have the good sense to say. Duke. The young girl looked at him with a grumpy face. I don't want to contradict my sister either. Chapter 39, The Injured Qing Luo. Leaving the female driver Cheng Luo's house, Shenmue went straight to the kitchen. Again. Sure enough, White Fiber Feather was busy making noodles. The woman was dressed in a white dress and stood in front of the wooden tablet as if she were a quietly blooming white rose. The air is out of place in the kitchen. After all, she had once been a great lady with 10 fingers and had not been in the kitchen before marrying, so naturally it was quite out of character. Husband, you came back. Seeing Chen Mu, Bai Jianyu revealed a touching smile. It was like a room full of spring. Again, Chen Mu froze, came back to his senses and pushed up his sleeves and said, I'll cook. No need. Husband is already tired after a long day of labor. It's better to go and rest. My concubine will call you when dinner is ready. White Fiber Feather used the back of her hand to wipe over a few strands of green silk scattered in front of her forehead and said softly, a little flour was accidentally smeared on my brow. Chen Mu washed his hands and forcefully squeezed his way to the counter to snatch the dough from the other's hand. I'm good at this job. I'll do it. I'm not bragging to you. I've kneaded a lot of dough in the past. Bai Jianyu had no choice but to step aside. And again, looking at her husband who was making noodles, she couldn't help but laugh a little again. A big man entering the kitchen, not afraid of being laughed at by others. Shame on you. Shame on me. What's wrong with missing a piece of meat? Chen Mu was not impressed. Bai Jianyu was silent. After half a minute, she said quietly, husband is different from before. It should be different after the marriage. How is it different? Maybe it is the detection of the case, so that Chen Mu is in a lighter mood, and it is rare to race in front of Nyangzi. Again, White Fiber Feather smiled, washing her hands and sitting on a small stool in the doorway. The two long legs were close together, the slightly taut skirt faintly outlining the tantalizing contours of the thighs. It's really different. Bai Jianyu placed her hands on her knees, her beautiful eyes fluttering. My concubine remembers that when I first met you, you were just as mute as the rumors. As a small constable, there was no difference from other people, only a few more points of stubbornness and justice. Acting very dull, with nothing more to offer than a very handsome face, at least not much for a girl. But after the wedding, you seem like a different person. Again, unpretentious, and occasionally able to tell some jokes. The person also became much smarter, and was again appreciated by the county magistrate and promoted to the position of constable. Chen Mu laughed as if nothing had happened. It means that you have a prosperous husband's face. Ma'am. Really? Of course. The neighbors all say that my family's ancestral tomb has gone up in smoke to be able to marry such a heavenly maiden as you. Then husband also feels that marrying a concubine is a blessing from a previous life? The woman's beautiful eyes glanced with a hint of cunning. Chen Mu nodded solemnly. Disgruntled mama said that I now feel like I'm dreaming. So in order to prove that it's not a dream, I hope that Nyangzi can bully me properly at night. Again. Chen Mu was originally speaking in jest. Bully the other guy for not knowing anything and intending to drive the car. But when he finished the second half of his words, Bai Jianyu, who was originally wearing a smile, changed her expression abruptly. The face was as if covered in frost. The warm kitchen also instantly looked like it had been flooded by a glacier, and the temperature dropped a dozen degrees straight down. Chen Mu, who had his back to his wife, couldn't help but shiver. Did not notice anything unusual about his wife? And again, what's the situation? Is it possible that Cheng Luo has infected me with the wind chill? White Fiber Feather looked into the courtyard with a pair of beautiful eyes, looking at the leaves that were swept down by the cold wind, and muttered, you will regret it. By the way, how did that girl Cheng Luo contract a wind chill? I remember that her body wasn't this bad before. Chen Mu curiously inquired. Bai Jianyu stood up and walked over to the vegetable pot and picked the leaves while saying, she made it purely on her own. A real fight? Again. Hearing the indifference in his wife's tone, Chen Mu raised his eyebrows lightly. White Fiber Feather faintly said, knowing that he is a praying mantis, but presuming to block the car, not being crushed to death is even good. What do you mean? Chen Mu was a bit confused by what he heard. Bai Jianyu didn't explain much and turned to ask, how is Mu Xianger's case going? Broken. Broken? Again. Yeah, it's basically broken. Chen Mu nodded and recounted the case in its entirety. After all, it's her own mother, so there's nothing to hide. After listening to her husband's account, White Fiber Feather for a long time without saying anything. The hand of the leaves were unconsciously pulled into pieces also did not notice. It wasn't until Chen Mu reminded him that he suddenly came back to his senses. Wasn't shocked by the complexity of this case. Chen Mu said. Bai Jianyu turned her head to look at this husband who had lived under the same roof for half a year. Her expression calm and serious. Husband is too condescending in this small place. And again, Chen Mu had heard this countless times. Still, it was rather amusing to have heard my own mother tell it. He shook his head and laughed. Listening to the county governor, I will be promoted soon. But to be honest, I still like staying in this small place. Every day is leisurely. Not much pressure. It's quite good. In the future, if you have children, a happy family. Ahem. Seeing that his wife's eyes were not right, Chen Mu stopped thinking freely. White Fiber Feather stared at him for a long time, slowly smiled, suddenly like a lily blooming. Snowy nightmare spring. Does husband want children? Again. I can work on that if mistress wants it. Chen Mu tried carefully. Bai Jianyu thought sideways, suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned over to Chun Mu's ear. Whispered, "How about we adopt one?" Clunk! The vegetable basket under the wooden case was accidentally kicked over by Chen Mu and spilled all over the place. Holy! I didn't expect it. Even the serene as an orchid lady knows this kind of tune? Again. It was as if Chen Mu had recognized the other party for the first time. No, the old man is decent. Chen Mu shook his head, dismissing the miscellaneous fantasies in his mind, and squeezed out a smile. Nyangzi can joke too. White Fiber Feather didn't continue to tease and said softly, "Husband has such skills that even if he is buried in the earth he will be dug up and offered to the temple. It's gold that never has a day to be covered up. Perhaps someday the husband will be seen in the temples of the capital." Again. The temple? Chen Mu frowned slightly, then shook his head. "I don't want to go to this kind of Thai place. Mute is free. To go or not to go. Sometimes it's up to you." White Fiber Feather sighed softly. After dinner was ready, Bai Jianyu specially boiled another bowl of porridge for Qing Luo. "I'll serve it." Chen Mu volunteered to help. And again, Bai Jianyu, however, looked at him with a strange gaze. Husband won't take it seriously. Chen Mu was a bit uncomfortable being stared at, and quickly waved his hand. "Don't think too much. You're still not clear about what kind of person I am. I'm an honest person." The woman's shell teeth seemed to bite her lips lightly with a hint of mockery. Chen Mu was speechless. "It's better for me to go. After all, it's inconvenient for a daughter's family." Bai Jianyu placed the hot porridge on a plate and left the kitchen. Chen Mu spat out in a low voice, "Isn't it good to be honest?" Also, enter Chang Luo's room. Bai Jianyu placed the hot porridge on the table and came to the bed. At this moment, Qing Luo was even more sickly than what Chen Mu had seen before, with a pretty face that was almost devoid of any blood color and white lips, though his forehead rolled. Chills rose now and then from under the covers. "Sister, I'm cold." Qing Luo trembled. Bai Jianyu's face was expressionless. "I asked you to look into it, not to mess with it. Knowing what level you're at, you still dare to die. Again. I didn't mess with. I didn't mean to." Qing Luo's eyes reddened. This pathetic appearance of anyone who looks at it will be sympathetic. "Don't come to this with me. Figure it out yourself. You deserve to die," Bai Jianyu said in a cold voice. Just as she was about to get up, her dress was pulled by Chang Luo. Sis, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'll never get into trouble again. I'm sorry. Figure it out yourself." Again. Bai Jianyu broke free and left the room with a cold face. "Sister," Chang Luo screamed, tears like pearls falling, wanting to get up, but climbed to the edge of the bed and lost all strength. Her skin seemed to be wrapped in frost, and the gleam in her eyes dimmed little by little, as if becoming an ice sculpture at any moment. After a while, the door to the house was suddenly opened again, only to see White Fiber Feather carrying a pure white rabbit in her hands and throwing it onto the pillow. "The blood chi is very pure, so you can make do with it for now." Again. "The rabbit is alive, but can't move. Sealed spells." The trembling Qing Luo made an effort to tilt her head to look at it, and complained, "The rabbit is so cute. How can you eat it?" White Fiber Feather sneered. The young girl grabbed the rabbit despite what she said. She opened her mouth. 2 sharp teeth were revealed. And again. Bite down hard. Chapter 40 Angry Qing Luo. After dinner, Chen Mu was still relieved to see the sick Qing Luo, and purposely went to visit. But what surprised him was how much better the girl looked. It was no longer the sickly and pitiful look from before, and her face had regained a little bit of redness, with a pair of pretty eyes flooded with a surfeit of wintry light. When they saw Chen Mu, there was another round of verbal banter. Chen Mu was helpless in this regard. It was even suspected that this girl was not purposely pretending to be sick to gain pity after being scolded by her mother earlier. By the next day, Qing Luo had completely resumed her old active nature, though the spirit still carries a hint of fatigue. I one half. But judging by the early morning hustle and bustle of cooking, laundry, cleaning, and pruning the flower beds, the condition is largely recovered. Aren't you going to the courthouse today? Seeing that Chen Mu was not wearing an errand uniform and was leisurely strolling within the flower garden, Qing Luo inquired curiously as she ate her honey jujube child. The young girl has changed her dress today, no longer the lime green that was often favored before, but a pure white. The thin and soft waist was tied with a tasseled belt with small silver and white pearls, swaying as she walked. Innocence with a touch of dainty liveliness. Tastefulness. Chen Mu laughed. Because of the merits of solving the case, His Excellency granted me a special day off to relax and unwind. Really? That's great. Qing Luo's eyes lit up and she excitedly came to his side and said, "Why don't we go out to play today? Go boating by the lake or climb the mountain. Tell your sister to go." "I'm not interested." Chen Mu planned to be a homebody and stay at home for an honest day. By the way, there are still some doubts about the case that need to be sorted out again. Chang Luo's little mouth turned up. Sister encountered a problem making clothes for you, and went to the next door house to ask for advice. So where else would she have time for me? Then you go play alone. Shenmue stretched his back and found a recliner to lie comfortably on. Looking at the iron cage in the corner where the rabbits were kept, he was surprised. Ha! I remember there weren't 5 rabbits before. Why is there one missing? Accidentally ran away. Ching Luo's tone was light. Her eyes rolled, and she once again came to Shenmue and whispered, "It's idle anyway. If you don't want to go out, let's find some fun to play." What kind of fun? From the book. Half an hour later. With a pop sound, Shenmue proudly pointed at the 5 white pieces in a line and laughed. Sorry, another win. No more playing. It's not fun at all. Ching Luo threw the chess piece in her hand away. Huffing and puffing, she picked up the washed carrot next to her and took a hard bite, cackling and chewing hard. I won half, 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 as if venting a grievance. Thought it was some kind of fun, but I didn't realize it was here. Shenmue picked up the pieces one by one and said with a smile, to play this game, you still need to use your brain. How can you win if you don't use your brain? You mean I'm brainless? Ching Luo pouted her pink lips. Very unladylike. He rested his 2 long legs on the chessboard. Shenmue shook his head. If I say you don't have a brain, if I say that's like complimenting you? Have you heard of what big no brain? That's right. How can I scold you when you have neither? Ha! Cyan passed a blank stare. The next second, however, she laughed. Sis always told me you were the most perfect husband in the world. Your sister has vision. Shenmue extended his thumb. Any idea why? I won half. Cheng Luo complimented heartily. Because you are like the embroidered pillow that gives warmth. Chan Mu. At this moment, Shenmue truly realized the saying that it was better to offend a villain than a woman. This girl really can't be messed with. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Shenmue opened the courtyard door to see that it was Zhang Yiwei, and couldn't help but snicker. What are you doing here with me if you're not cultivating a relationship with your future daughter-in-law? I won half, 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 I. Ban 2. There's someone from the West Factory. Zhang Yiwei looked grave. Shenmue was puzzled. Didn't you say that the underworld guards would come? How come it's someone from the Western Factory? Could it be that they've also come to investigate the case of the snake demon? Zhang Yiwei looked around and whispered. The people from the underworld guards are still on their way, and it came from a small eunuch from the West Factory, surnamed Gu, but not for the snake demon case. But, Mu Jihi? Shenmue froze, then frowned and asked, are you sure you're here for Mu? Okay, tick, Zhang Yiwei said. The inside story of it I am not very clear, but I heard that it is Mu who trusts the relationship to find it, and it is estimated that it is to save him. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mu this bottom of the small people how can embrace the West Factory this thigh, otherwise it has long been developed. Shenmue had a premonition that there was something fishy going on here. After thinking about it, he said in a deep voice, wait for me to change my clothes. Let's go to the courthouse and take a look. Chapter 41, Dead Eunuchs of the Western Factory. Shenmue changed into his messenger uniform with great speed and rushed to the yamen with Zhang Yiwei. On the way, he also learned about this little eunuch surnamed Gu from Zhang Yiwei. This man's name is Gu Yuntai. He is a foreman of the Great Cloud State Seizure Service. Unlike the Ming Dynasty's East-West and East-West Factory secret service organizations known to Shenmue in his previous life, the Dian Dynasty's West Factory organization was a bit purer. The second emperor of that year, Emperor Shang, established the Western Factory, and a privileged watchdog was established in each of the state cities, called the Seizure Service. The main duties were to supervise local officials, investigate the direction of public opinion, diffuse or suppress public opinion information, etc., and to maintain authoritarian imperial power. I won half, 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 I. Another thing that also makes a difference is this. In Shenmue's world, the Ming Dynasty's East and West factories are generally only a few eunuchs in the upper echelons, and all other subordinates are deployed by the brocade guards. But in the Dian Dynasty, it was pure eunuch blood, pure castration party. That means if you want to join the Western Factory, then you have to cut it or off. As long as you cut, everyone is a good sister. When he came to the entrance of the county office, he happened to see that Wen Mingren was also there. As for Yin Jiyu and Zhuge Fengxiao, they didn't know where they had run off to. I don't know where they went. Brother Wen, you also heard that the Western Factory is coming? Shenmue asked. Someone from the Western Factory? However, unexpectedly, Wen Mingren was not aware of it and was also confused after hearing Shenmue's question. He just came to ask Gao Yuanchun about something. On the side, Zhang Yiwei said, It's a foreman of the Great Cloud State's seizure affairs, named Gu Yuntai, said to be here for Mu'er. Did the scum Mu'er commit another case? Like Chen Mu's reaction. When Mingren was equally surprised. Being targeted by the West Bureau. That's not good. Zhang Yiwei shook his head. It was said that Mu'er had asked for connections to find him, as if to save him. This is a bit of a stretch. Right. If Mu'er had this relationship, would he still need to be a carter? At least you can mix it up with a shopkeeper or something. When Mingren was clearly not convinced, Zhang Yiwei smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about the specifics. His Excellency has secretly sent people to investigate. Just waiting for news. Bantam, a Viagra. As he was saying this, a magistrate arrived in a hurry and greeted him. Zhang Yiwei was busy tugging at him. Xiao Jiao, didn't His Excellency ask you to investigate why Gu Yuntai wanted to save Mu'er? Why did you come so quickly? It's been investigated. The magistrate named Xiao Jiao laughed bitterly. That fast? Chen Mu was slightly stunned. Then asked, tell me, what exactly is going on? The latter nodded and began to narrate. I one half I. Turns out it wasn't a hidden thing. It started 5 years ago. 5 years ago, bandits were rampant in the Tianqing mountain area of Qianyuan Prefecture, plaguing the people. And then the imperial court specifically dispatched officials and soldiers to combat the bandits. The surviving bandits fled around like bereaved dogs, and a number of them fled to the territory of Dianzu. One of them was a small bandit leader who escaped to Qingyu County, going incognito to avoid being traced. The bandit rented a house just adjacent to Mu'er's house, and over time the two families became familiar with each other. Mu'er's daughter-in-law, Li, was a shrew. Once her husband went to visit prostitutes at the Juchuan house, so the furiously ran directly to the greenhouse with a kitchen knife to chase her husband. Although he was stopped, Mu'er felt that his face was dishonored. In a brainwave, he went so far as to slanderedly fornicating with that neighbor in front of the marketplace in the neighborhood, causing the crowd to have a heated debate. This pissed Li off. Under the emotion, he directly threw himself into the river intending to kill himself, but was saved by the little bandit leader, perhaps out of spite for her husband, or perhaps for other reasons. It turned out that one way or another, Li really got involved with this bandit leader. Mu'er could do nothing about it when he found out. Tickets. Leaving and afraid to leave. You can't fight and you can't beat it. He could only watch his wife and the bandit roll in bed on his own bed, and he could only hide in the nooks and crannies to practice his unicorn arm. After 2 months like this, the bandit leader was still caught by the government. Only then did peace return to Mu'er's house. Knowing that she was ashamed of her husband, Li restrained her temper a lot and settled down to help support the family. As for the bandit leader, he escaped during the escort. The leader of the bandits escaped on the way to be escorted. Perhaps it was fate that inadvertently saved a nobleman on the way to escape, a close associate of the governor of the Western Factory. Since then the bandit leader's life has changed completely. Under the promotion of your people, joined the West Factory and changed his name to Yan Hanju. Today, he is the chief executioner of the Great Cloud Continent. After listening to Xiao Jiao's narration, the three of them, Chan Mu, looked at each other in dismay, and were at a loss as to what words to use to express their feelings at this moment. It's a script everywhere on Earth. No wonder Li has disappeared in the past 2 days, so she's gone to seek help from her old lover. OC Pound. When Mingren sneered, this woman does have some affection for her husband. What's even more surprising is that the eunuch was even willing to help. Zhang Yiwei sneered. After all, it's good for 2 months. Chan Mu, however, thought of something. 5 years ago, I guess at that time Mu'er was also trying to vent his heart's pent-up anger and resentment. Damn, I've never seen such a loser and disgusting man. When Mingren cursed, obviously, he is incapable of controlling his wife, but he is taking it out on a little girl. Totally, or a nominal niece. Chen Mu frowned. Brother 1. In your opinion, if this Yan Hanju really wants to keep Mu'er, do we have the ability to refuse? It's hard. When Mingren sighed, enter the inner sanctum of the county courthouse. Chen Mu met eunuch Ge, who had come to the rescue this time. Not very old, just in his 20s, white and clean, about 5 feet 6 inches, but looks like a spar because he's so skinny. It falls down when the wind blows. At this moment, he was holding the dossier that Gao Yuanshan had organized and was reading it carefully. Upon seeing Chen Mu, he raised his head and stared at the other party with a burning gaze, asking in a slightly shrill voice, "You're Chen Mu?" Gao Yuanshan, who was sitting at the head of the side, smiled and said, "Chen Mu, this is Admiral Ge, the closest person to Admiral Yan of the Great Cloud State Seizure Affairs." Gao Yuanshan had already learned the cause and effect from Xiaojiu. While introducing eunuch Ge, he was also deliberately giving Chen Mu a small reminder with his eyes. This is a man you can't afford to mess with. Don't make a mess. Greetings, Lord Gu. although he was very upset with this misogynistic young person. After all, the other party had a special status, so Chen Mu could only respectfully salute. Eunuch Gu sized up Chen Mu while saying approvingly, "At such a young age, there is such a talent to solve the case. The future must be broad. Are you interested in coming to my West factory? I'm not going to be a castrated dog." Just as Chen Mu was thinking about how to politely refuse, Gao Yuanshan took the initiative to solve the problem, thanks to Lord Ji's love. But unfortunately, this bastard has already been spotted by Lord Yu of the Ministry of Penalty, and it is estimated that he is going to be reassigned at the end of the month. Lord Yu? Eunuch Ji's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of disappointment. If it was someone else, he could still ask Lord Yen to fight to get Chen Mu over when he got back. Totally. But this guy Yu Tai Ho? Forget it. Eunuch Gu put the dossier back on the table, lightly sipped his tea, and faintly said, "I'll take the person away, and when I return, Lord Yen will personally state the case up. As for the side of the underworld guards, there is no need for Lord Gao to worry. This official will handle it himself." "I understand." Gao Yuanshan nodded. Chen Mu looked puzzled and asked, "I take the liberty of asking, is Lord Gu planning to take Mu'er? What? What else does Sheriff Chen have to investigate?" Eunuch Gu was all smiles. The gaze that looked at Chen Mu was also quite appreciative and gentle. Chen Mu said, "It's true that my humble servant still has some cases to investigate from Mu'er. So, alright, so much for the case." Eunuch Gu interrupted him and said with a smile, "Even if there really is some kind of case on him, it's still the same if he's interrogated by our seizure affairs, and we'll send the results of the interrogation to Lord Gao at that time as well." Chen Mu said in a deep voice, "Then I dare to ask again, will Mu'er be executed by lynching?" At these words, Gao Yuanshan changed his face. He scolded, "Daring. How to convict a criminal is determined from above. What are you, a small constable, worrying about? Get out." Chen Mu knew that Gao Yuanshan was reminding him not to make a foolish mistake, but he was just bored out of his mind. From one Mingren's mouth, he learned that once he was sent to the wanted affairs, this Mu'er would basically escape the death penalty. So figure it out anyway. Eunuch Gu was not angry, but instead gave Gao Yuanshan a reproachful look. "Lord Gao, Sheriff Chen is also working on the case. Don't be so angry." Gao Yuanshan smiled bitterly. "My humble servant has taught him poorly, making you laugh. OC pound." Eunuch Gu smiled and said gently to Chen Mu, "Sheriff Chen, this officer sees from the case files you've solved that this Mu'er's crime isn't really that big." Chen Mu's heart sank. Persecuting one's own niece is not a big offense? Eunuch Gu laughed. "For one thing, Mu Xianger did not intentionally conspire to kill, which you have already written in the case file. Secondly, Mu Xianger faked her death to fool the other side, which is also a case you solved personally. So, by its nature, it doesn't constitute a capital offense. Of course, the charge is still there. We will be impartial when we go back to the seizure affairs. The sentence will never be tolerated." I don't know. Chen Mu looked straight at the other party. "Then is Mu'er not guilty of what he did?" Eunuch Gu picked up his teacup and said slowly and methodically, "Do you have any evidence from Sheriff Chen about this case? Or rather, do you have witnesses who can prove that Mu'er did that back then?" Chen Mu coldly said, "Mu'er has already confessed in person and drew a pledge on his confession." "Admitted in person?" Eunuch Gu pinched up the lid of the teacup, slowly filtering the tea, laughed, "But how did this official hear that it was you, Sheriff Chen, who tortured you to force a confession? Want this official to take you to the examination of injuries?" Chen Mu subconsciously clenched his fists. Tick. Sure enough, this group is trying to bail out the dog scum of Mu'er. Eunuch Gu sighed. "Chen Sheriff, you are still young. Some things it cannot just rely on subjective judgment. To use the brain, more with the high adults to learn. Lord Gu, my humble servant believes that this person Mu'er should still be handed over to the Ministry of Justice." Bang! The teacup smashed against Chen Mu's body. Shattered. I 1/2. Chapter 42. Then none of the rules. The teacup crossed a parabola and smashed on Chen Mu's shoulder. The warm tea spilled halfway down his body. If Chen Mu hadn't subconsciously straightened his body to avoid it, the cup might have landed on his head. Gao Yuanshan's face changed and he busily got up. "My lord, rest your case." Eunuch Gu took out a handkerchief and slowly and methodically wiped the tea spilled on his hands, pinching his dark and strange voice and said, "Sheriff Chen, this hasn't even flown up to the branch yet, and you think you're a phoenix?" Water droplets slid down Chen Mu's cheeks and stayed on his chin for a moment, slowly falling to the ground, scattering a crystal flower. Limited. He was silent and flat. The darkness contained in his eyes was like a ghostly fire slowly jumping. Eunuch Gu completely lost his previous gentleness and said sorrowfully, "Don't even look at what you are, daring to be so unbridled in front of this official. Kid, The only reason this official is bothering with you so much is because he appreciates you. Soft, hard. This official has given you a clear explanation, but you don't know how to behave. Do you really think that this official has no temper? The living room was silent. The originally peaceful atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. Totally. Civilization Run, who had never spoken, said, "Gu adults. Mu'er is the only prisoner that exists in the case of the Mu family. If even he is to escape the sanctions of the law, that is known by the people. I am afraid that, not only is it detrimental to the majesty of the Yamen, but it is also detrimental to the image of my Dayan. One Baihu, you don't need to put this high hat on me either." Eunuch Go laughed coldly. "This official has investigated more cases than you have caught demons. It's not your turn to lecture you, a demon hunter." When Mingren's face reddened and he clenched his fists without speaking. Among the many organizations of the Great Yin dynasty, the position of the Demon Suppression Division was particularly awkward. In the early days of the dynasty, because of the rampant presence of demons, the emperor himself set up the department of Jin Demon to specialize in catching and removing demons. That was also the most glorious time for the department of devil suppression. The status is supreme, but later with the gradual reduction of demons, the Jinmu division is declining. The status is not as good as before, but also was merged into the Taiyankawai, along with the Underworld Guards. They are the subordinates of the Apocalypse Guards. However, compared to the Underworld Guard, his own son, the Demon Suppression Division was obviously less valued, more like found children. This time, because of the sudden collapse of the Ninth Mountain Viewer's dream in the Mountain Viewer's courtyard, causing a large number of demons to escape, the Demon Suppression Division was able to regain some of its status. But it's not even close to the Underworld Guards or the Western Factory. And most importantly, the young emperor will soon be in power, and will then follow the late emperor's example of reusing the West Chamber. So Civilization Ren in front of this eunuch, also really do not have much existence must feel. It's normal to be sneered at by the other side. Gao Yuanchun saluted. "Please don't be angry, Your Excellency. This bastard boy's temperament has been spoiled by me on weekdays. When I go back, my humble servant will surely chastise him properly." After saying that, he turned around and glared at Chen Mu. "What are you still standing there for? Get out!" Chen Mu still wanted to say something, but was tugged by Wen Mingren's sleeve and had no choice but to leave the inner hall. Limited. Leaving the county office, Chen Mu sulked. At this time, he really realized how small and powerless he was without a foundation before the power. Even breathing has to be a charity for the other person. You're not fit to be in the official world. When Mingren took out a handkerchief and gestured for Chen Mu to wipe the water droplets on his face, and laughed bitterly, "Before I thought that your kid was a greaseball, but I didn't expect to be even more rash than I am. And I guess that the county magistrate was also scared by your kid." Chen Mu exhaled a cloudy breath. "Of course I know what I'm doing, but I can't swallow this breath." As a new young man who has traveled from the 21st century, although his three views could not be said to be much more positive, he must not let go of such scum as Mu'er, who should be killed by 1,000 cuts. One more second of such a person's life is a blight on the air. There's injustice everywhere in this world. Looking at Chen Mu's depressed expression, Wen Mingren persuaded, "You're going to have to go through much more, so think about it." Chen Mu kicked the wooden stool in front of him away. "Damn it, quit. Hey, I'm afraid it's out of your hands now. I one half. When Mingren picked up the wooden stool that the other party had kicked away and placed it behind Chen Mu, gesturing for him to sit down while he himself sat on the stone and laughed. "Listening to Mr. Gao. He has introduced you to Yu Taiho of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, so you can't get away even if you want to." "UT2? Chen Mu was puzzled. Who is this person? Why does he have such a strange name? It's not a name, it's a nickname. When Mingren unclipped the wine gourd he was carrying from between his eyes, unscrewed the cork and took a sip, then handed it back to Chen Mu. Chen Mu didn't mind, and directly took a wild gulp. Spirits in the throat. A spicy mellow flavor rushes up and is very unpleasant, and yet, it was extraordinarily smooth. When Mingren said, "He is the Minister of Justice, a veteran of 2 dynasties, and one of the officials who had the most headaches during the Empress Dowager's time in power. Let me tell you this, from the first emperor to the reign of the Empress Dowager, this guy as long as the dispute, whether with the emperor, the Empress Dowager or other ministers, anxious eyes will certainly hit the pillar. A total of 47 times he hit the pillars in the Golden Palace, 23 times he hit the pillars outside the Palace of Ringsho, 11 times he hit the wall outside the Noon Gate, and even twice he hit the doorposts at home. It's a lot of head banging time and time again, totally, but people still live well, without any problems, and now in their 60s, they are very strong. That's why the crowd gave the title you ironhead to tease. Chen Mu was secretly staggered. Awesome. That's all without a concussion. So it's clear that this guy is good enough at hitting pillars in a way that no one else can probably learn. Despite the flirtatious talk, the officials still respect this man. When Mingrun lamented, is also considered to be one of the many officials quite upright. If not for this stubborn nature, I'm afraid to do the chief minister are possible. I'm afraid that if it weren't for this stubbornness, I would have been able to become the chief minister. And it's also because of his presence that the Western factory and the underworld guards don't create too many unjust cases. Chen Mu was silent. To be evaluated so much by Wen Mingren, it seems that this Lord Yu is also someone worth following. But, guess he didn't get a chance to follow the other guy. Chen Mu tilted his head back and poured in the wine, returning the wine gourd. I want to be alone. Big brother one, you go and get busy. The wine is reserved for you. See below. When Mingren threw down the wine gourd and patted Chen Mu on the shoulder. Think about it. Don't get too entangled. With that, he turned away with a soft sigh. After Wen Mingren walked away, Chen Mu picked up the wine gourd and headed towards the county office jail. Entering the dungeon, Chen Mu saw two government officials unshackling Muer's feet and preparing to take him out of the cell. The latter had a smile on his face, obviously knowing he was saved. Squad leader. The magistrates greeted Chen Mu when they saw him. Seeing Chen Mu appear inside the dungeon, Muer was slightly startled and bowed. Little Min pays his respects to Sheriff Chen. You guys go ahead and go down. Chen Mu waved his hand. The two magistrates hesitated and silently exited the cell. Seeing that Muer was a bit nervous, Chen Mu smiled and comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm here to congratulate you. Muer laughed dryly without responding. Chen Mu didn't mind the dirt either. Sitting on the stone bench stained with dust and blood. You guys are also deep in hiding. How come you didn't tell me earlier if you have such a big backer? Totally. Hearing this, Muer roughly understood the purpose of Chen Mu's visit. Obviously here to draw closer. Knowing that his backstage was the West Chamber, he was afraid of retaliation. So he rushed to resolve his previous grudge. Such people are normal. Thinking of this, Muer's taut heartstrings suddenly relaxed, and laughed bitterly. Chen Sheriff jokes. The small people are just a bit of friendship with that Lord Yen. That's right. His wife slept with the other side for 2 months. This friendship is naturally shallow. Chen Mu slowly flirted. Oh, see pound the. Muer's face changed instantly. He looked straight at Chen Mu. Sheriff Chen is here to troll the little people, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm really here to congratulate you. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Mu's lips. Actually, I want to know, have you ever regretted it? Muer, however, showed a blank face. What is Sheriff Chen talking about? The little people can't understand. This guy, obviously have been instructed by Eunuch Gu. Totally, not ready to plead guilty. In the face of the other party's deliberate act of stupidity, Chen Mu did not get angry and purposely reminded him. It's that thing back when your wife stayed with someone for 2 months while you took your grievances out on the girls. Do you regret that? Muer frowned. Sheriff Chen, I've never done that kind of behavior. And you were the one who forced me to confess before by torturing me. Getting smart. Chen Mu unscrewed the wine cork and took a sip. Forget it, none of this matters. You can't be convicted of a capital offense anyway. Looking at Chen Mu's disheveled and helpless expression, Muer's brows stretched. Limited. A few moments of smugness surfaced on his expression. After all, it was only a small folk, and coming back from life and death without an excited dance was suppressed enough. Muer said, the little people have never done anything to break the law. Sheriff Chen, you are also a man. Chen Mu shook his head. I won't either. Ah, Sheriff Chen, why don't you believe me yet? Muer was filled with bitterness, combined with his rather honest face. It's easy to assume the guy is just innocent. Totally. It doesn't matter if I believe you or not. But, you've never repented. Chen Mu stood up. Muer was also too lazy to speak. Anyway, soon he would be taken away by Eunuch Gu. It was useless to waste more words here. Ever heard of Tai Ironhead? Chen Mu suddenly changed the topic and asked with a smile. Muer was bewildered. Don't understand what the other person is talking about. Tooty-eyed Derity. But the smile on that face somehow made him uncomfortable. He's been hit so many times and he's fine. And I don't know how many other iron heads like him there are in the world. Chen Mu sked and shook his head. He walked up to the wall and said faintly, did you write the words on this? Word? A little confused by Chen Mu's continuous jumping questions, Muer subconsciously walked over to check, following Chen Mu's gaze. It's a raised stone, slightly more pointed. What word? Muer stared for half a day but didn't see any words on the stone. Look closer. Chen Mu's face was expressionless as he drank the liquor from the wine gourd in a single gulp. Muer, his head full of fog, brought his face closer. But still nothing. Totally. Can't you see the word death that big? Beside him, Chen Mu's ghostly voice came. like notes floating out of hell, adding a bit of chill to the cell. Mu-Er was stunned, and his pupils abruptly shrunk like pinpricks. He subconsciously tried to look up, but the back of his head was held down by Chenmu's slap and slammed hard against the wall. The raised, sharp stone, pussed, blood splattered from his brow, staining the dirt-covered walls red. O.C. Pound the. Chapter 43, Mad with Anger. The Inner Sanctum of the County Courthouse. Tickets are available at. Gao Yuanchun personally replaced a fresh cup of tea and handed it to Eunuch Gu. Seeing the other party's lingering anger, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry, Lord Gu. I'll definitely teach that brat a good lesson so that he'll learn a lesson. Lessons aren't necessary, it's just scene work." Eunuch Gu laughed coldly. "This kid is a talent, but only some talent. If you don't grind your temperament, sooner or later you will lose your head." In the face of Eunuch Ji's warning and threat, a chill rose under Gao Yuanchuan's eyes, but on the surface, he smiled and nodded. "Your honor is right. All right. This official has official business to attend to and is not in a position to stay here for long." Eunuch Gu got up and said, "When the underworld guards arrive, you just tell them truthfully. However, they are coming this time, mainly for that snake demon, and a case like Mu Xianger's basically won't be on their minds." Gao Yuanshan arched his hand. "My humble servant understands." Obviously, the other party was reminding him that he could change the case file slightly. Take, for example, Mu-Er's confession. "Ah, Lord Gao." Eunuch Gu suddenly walked up to the other party and lowered his voice a bit. "It is said that the snake demon that escaped from Guanshan Meng in the first place knows something. That's why the top pays so much attention to it. Does Lord Gao know the exact inside story?" I don't know." Gao Yuanchun shook his head. The corner of Eunuch Ji's mouth hooked up in a grim smile. Does Elder Gao really not know? Or is he pretending to be confused? For example, when the Crown Prince turned into a civet cat incident? Swish! Gao Yuanchuan's head snapped up. A sharp light burst from those lazy, failing eyes. But soon he lowered his head and resumed his previous humble demeanor. "My humble servant indeed knows nothing. Eunuch Gu laughed. The laughter was as harsh as the turning of a rusty millstone. He heavily patted Gao Yuanchuan's shoulder and laughed. "Lord Gao is a smart man, much smarter than that teacher of yours." Gao Yuanchuan's body bent a little more, accompanied by a dry smile. Only the hands hidden in the sleeves had long been clenched into fists, with sharp-edged nails piercing into the flesh of the palms. "My lord!" From the top of the page. Just then, an officer ran in a panic and knelt on the ground and said in a hurried voice, "My lord! Mu-Er committed suicide in prison." Eunuch Ji's smile froze on his face. After freezing for a few seconds, he stormed forward and snapped, "What did you say?" The magistrate said stiffly, "Mu-Er committed suicide. Asshole." Eunuch Gu kicked him to the ground and cursed angrily and pointedly. "How could Mu-Er commit suicide? Didn't I tell you to bring him out?" The magistrate said. "Originally, he was going to take him out of the prison, but it just so happened that Sheriff Chen came and said that he wanted to have a chat with Mu-Er. Later, Mu-Er killed himself." "Chan Mu." Eunuch Ji's pupils contracted. A vein on his forehead rose up, and several tendons on his face, attached to his solar fossa, twitched there as much as they could. And Gao Yuanchun was confused. Is this kid crazy enough to kill Mu-Er? Let's go. To the brig. Come to the dungeon. Gao Yuanchun and Eunuch Gu then see Mu-Er's body lying on the cell floor. The bloody hole in his forehead stood out. The walls and floor were sprinkled with shocking blood, and the strong smell of blood made Gao Yuanchun slightly retch. He turned his head to look. Chen Mu was standing quietly in the corner, not saying a word. Without waiting for Eunuch Gu to speak, Gao Yuanchun grabbed the opportunity to ask, "Chan Mu, what is going on here?" Chen Mu reacted only after half a second as if he had been lost. With a pale face, he said, "Your Excellency, I don't know what's going on. I was going to talk to him about the case, but this Mu-Er kept yelling I'm guilty, I deserve to die and so on. And then he crashed headfirst into the wall, and my humble servant tried to stop it, but didn't have time to react. He was bull asterisk. Eunuch Gu couldn't help but burst out, pointing at Chen Mu and cursing angrily. "It's clearly you who killed him, as a constable, but you know the law and violate it. Killing a prisoner within the prison. The crime is aggravated. Someone come, give me." "Slow down." Gao Yuanchun suddenly drank off the other party, arching his hand and saying, "Lord Gu, before the matter is investigated clearly, do not jump to conclusions. Isn't that clear? No one here is a cutie pie." Eunuch Ji's tone was icy cold. Unmoved, Gao Yuanchun looked at the surrounding yamen. "Between you, did anyone see Chen Mu kill anyone? Give this official the truth." The magistrates shook their heads. Didn't see it. We were all outside at the time. And none of us saw the squad kill anyone. There's no way the class can kill someone. Listening to the people testify in a variety of ways, Yunekgu almost exploded with anger. One pupil was horribly twitchy. He glared at Chanmu. This official remembers that you are a talented person. As long as you tell the truth, this case can be dealt with lightly. Shenmu had an innocent look on his face. My lord, Muir really did commit suicide. I can testify. My lord. I mean it. I was there and I can testify. I was there. Yunekgu felt like his heart was going to explode with a vague pain. He reddened. Both eyes ejected a devouring light. There were only 2 of you present. If you didn't kill them, then who did? I see you don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. My lord, are you criminally coercing a confession? Shenmu bitterly laughed. You flatly assert that Muir was killed by me. Do you have any evidence? Why don't you believe even my words as a witness? Then give this official a reason for Muir's suicide. From the top of the page, Yunekgu laughed in anger. Shenmu said, he has been confessing, saying that he repented for insulting his neighbor's daughter back then. He also said that he had no face to face the neighbors after he was released from prison, so he chose to die to atone for his sins. I should have stopped him at that time, but I really didn't make it. You're full of. Yunekgu pointed at Shenmu. I wanted to curse something, but I couldn't hold back a word for half a day. Turning his head to Gao Yuanchun, he said, Lord Gao, this kid I'm going to take to the seizure affairs to personally interrogate. This official doesn't believe that he still dares to be so horizontal in the seizure affairs. However, Ko Wonsun flatly refused. Lord Gu, Shenmu is a magistrate, and according to Dian law, it should be handled by the Ministry of Justice. Besides, as my humble servant has said before, this boy is appreciated by Lord Yu, so if he is taken away by you, my humble servant will not be able to deliver. Hearing this, the anger on Eunuch Ge's face suddenly disappeared. He stared firmly at Gao Yuanchun, revealing a sinister and vicious smile. Senior Gao, have you forgotten what this official just said? Smart people, don't just get confused. Gao Yuanchun calmly said, my humble servant understands what he is doing. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Mu and coldly said, from today onwards, dismiss Chen Mu from his position as the constable of the Qingyu County Yamen, pending investigation. My humble servant understands. From the bottom of the page, Chen Mu looked bitter. The innocent look is as aggravating as it needs to be. Well. Eunuch Go was trembling, pointing at Chen Mu and then at Gao Yuanchun. This is what I've seen today, so let's just wait and see. With a flick of his sleeve, the shady man huffed and puffed away. Chapter 44, The Tavern Episode. Wow. Capotul. All the teacups on the table were slammed to the ground, including the newly carved teapot rolling in circles on the floor, revealing the angry state of mind of its protagonist at the moment. The inner sanctum of the county courthouse. Gao Yuanchuan's iron face, pointing at Chen Mu, who was standing still with his head bowed, wanted to give a head-splitting angry scolding several times, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't hold them in. He originally thought that he was considered to know Chen Mu very well, but today's events made him realize that he had never really known this kid at all. Compared to Mu'er's death, he was more concerned about Chen Mu's acting character. Capitals. Character determines life. Previously, he planned to let Chen Mu high, is valued the other side of the calm nature, mixed into the officialdom has a certain potential, but now, this kid was clearly way off base than he understood. Gao Yuanchun pinched his brow. Annoyance kept piling up and stuffing his brain, seemingly ready to burst his head at any moment. He casually picked up the vase on the table and threw it. However, the moment the vase just came out of his hand, his face changed and he hastily went to grab it, but unfortunately, the latter still fell to the ground. Capotul. Whoa. Into pieces with those poor teacups. Looking at the vase, which was usually quite a favorite vase for nullification, Gao Yuanchun was in a lot of pain. Full of anger also finally erupted. What the hell is wrong with you? What do you think you're doing? Doing justice? You're the magistrate's arresting officer. How can you just casually kill a prisoner? If you really want Mu'er to be ambushed and confess to the crime, there are plenty of ways to do so. Why do such brainless foolishness? Killing a Mu'er is nothing. But you would rather take yourself in for such a scum of a man. Is your brain in water? Besides, you've offended the Western factory. How many heads have you had chopped off? Do you really think that just because you have some ability to solve cases, others will care about your talent and not kill you? You are also too naive. In the face of Gao Yuanchuan's scolding, Chen Mu always kept his head down and did not say anything, a look of honesty and sincerity in admitting fault. From the bottom of his heart, he was still very grateful to Gao Yuanchun for whom he had formed a bond with that eunuch Gu. Capitalization of. But if he were to do it again, he'd still do it. The advantage of being in ancient times is that there are no surveillance cameras, no fingerprint identification, and not everyone is Bao Zheng Dai Jinji Song Ci. Since you don't follow the rules, I don't follow the rules either. The code of conduct has a certain amount of freedom before the Torah. After cursing for half a day, Gao Yuanchun finally got tired. I wanted to take a sip of tea to moisturize my throat, but when I looked at the shards of teacups all over the floor, I could only sit helplessly in a chair and gasp for air. Just sat down and a cup of tea was handed over. Capitalization of. But Chen Mu did not know when to secretly hide a cup. Perhaps already guessed so. Gao Yuanchun glared at him. After all, he took a few sips from his glass. He leaned back in his chair with some fatigue for a long time, and waved his hand feebly. You go down first, and reflect at home for the next 2 days. My humble servant excuses himself. Chen Mu clasped his fists and bowed, turning to leave. As he walked to the door, Gao Yuanchun's weary voice came from behind him. Chen Mu I've set up the ladder for you. You can really rely on yourself for the road afterward. Capital. Chen Mu's figure lurched and nodded. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Watching Chen Mu's back go away, Gao Yuanchun's gaze was haunted, flooded with indescribable and complex emotions. Ha! He suddenly smiled and muttered, quite similar to the teacher. Gao Yuanchun got up and came to the front of the bookcase, drew out a piece of paper, put up a pen and thought for a long time. Swish and write. It was already nighttime when he left the county office, the capital of the countryside. Round night dews hung on the stray fragrant grasses by the roadside, glistening with a crystalline sheen in the moonlight. Chen Mu found a short slope and sat on his butt on the damp ground, casually pulling off a few grasses and chewing them in his mouth. He's a little tired right now. It's not so much physical exhaustion as it is spiritual and mental exhaustion. Though he was well aware that the laws of this era could not be within the strict rules, it was still smothering to see how easily a scum criminal could get away with it. Not for myself, but for Mu Xianger, Capital. The other side worked hard to design all this, but in the end, they lost to reality. If she is still alive, knowing that her uncle can easily escape the sanctions of the law, what kind of mood is it? Will you regret not killing Mu'er with your own hands at that time? Still too young after all. Chen Mu rubbed his face. I don't know if I'm talking about myself or Mu Xianger. At that moment, a footstep came. It was Wen Mingren, Zhuge Fengshui and Yun Jiyue. They had learned what happened from Zhang Awei, and were all staggered in the face of Chen Mu's crazy behavior. Brat, are you crazy? The three of them looked at Chen Mu with different gazes. Wen Mingren had a complex look of helplessness and admiration as he gave a thumbs up towards Chen Mu. Zhuge Fengshui, on the other hand, had an expression of a melon eater. Yun Jiyue was simply just appreciating seniority. Chen Mu put on an innocent look. What? Even you guys think I killed them? That was really a suicide. Come on, don't pretend in front of us. When Mingren let out a laugh and cursed, and asked, how does the county magistrate plan to deal with you? Chen Mu shrugged his shoulders. He was dismissed from his post and told to reflect at home. Then it's okay. When Mingren breathed a sigh of relief and said, even though it's eunuch Gu who wants someone, Mu'er is after all just a civilian prisoner, and the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. However, you have offended eunuch Gu, which is equal to forming a bond with the West Factory, so you have to pay more attention to your actions in the future, and don't let them catch a hold of you. Capital. Chen Mu nodded. Your Excellency has already reminded me. He stood up, stretched, and laughed. Dismissal is quite good. At least you can take it easy for a few days. Three of you. Why don't we go find a restaurant and have a drink? My treat. Okay, I'll have a drink with you, old brother. When Mingren laughed out loud, Zhuge Fengdiu and Yun Jiyue were both fine with it as well. Find a random tavern. Senior citizen. There are quite a few guests. When the shopkeeper saw that it was Chen Mu, he was busy vacating a table, and good wine and food were served up at a very fast speed. It's still good to be an official. Even a minor official has privileges. Zhuge Fengdiu lamented. Yun Jiyue opened the seal of the wine altar and smelled it closely, revealing a smile. That's not true. Even the wine that you drink is a bit purer than the other guests. That's a purely mocking statement. Chen Mu bristled. If you don't enjoy some privileges when you become an official, then what is this official doing here? Capital. You're kinda proud of yourself. Yun Jiyue's slender 5 fingers clasped the edge of the altar mouth, lifted the wine altar with one hand and filled a bowl for each person. The action is flowing. The wine fell into the bowl like a trickle in tiny swirls, but not half a drop was spilled. One look at the stance tells me that he doesn't drink a lot on a regular basis. Dry. The woman didn't clink her glass with the others and just raised her slender neck and drank. Capital. 2 blushes immediately rose to her cheeks. Chen Mu couldn't help but flirt. Senior Yun, According to your drinking method, you are creating an opportunity for me, or else I'll book a good guest room in advance. Ha, how about we make a bet? Yun Jiue stared at Chen Mu with a burning gaze. 20 jars of wine per person. Whoever finishes it first wins. If you win, I'll get a room with you. If you lose, do one thing for me. Chen Mu shook his head decisively. Since the other party had proposed this kind of bet, he definitely couldn't win. Capotul. Coward. Yun Jiue skimmed her rosy lips and drank her own wine. Zhuge Fengbei hesitated for a moment, looked at the woman's ordinary but somewhat uniquely charming face, and whispered, "How about, I bet you? You can't." Yun Jiue's eyes crossed a line of sarcasm. Zhuge Fengbei was furious. Capotul. As a man, this is the most taboo. He slapped the table, got up with one foot on the chair and one hand on his waistcoat belt, and said, red-faced, "Why don't I show you now? Come on, I really want to see this." Yun Jiue smiled and said, with a clench of his teeth, Zhuge Fengbei was about to undo his sash. "Hooligans!" A shrill, frightened, pleasant voice suddenly rang out in the tavern, its powerful decibels instantly drowning out the paddling noises. Zhuge Fengbei was so frightened that he flopped back into his chair. Follow the voice looked, but a 16 or 17-year-old girl, full of blushing rage, angrily glaring at the side table of a big man with a face full of flesh. Thought it was talking about me. Zhuge Fengbei sighed in relief. Chapter 45, A Hero Saving the Day? Doesn't exist. With the sudden sound of the girl's chirping voice, it diverted all the attention of the diners in the tavern. Widow. The little girl looked quite clean, little face winded, dressed in a long willow-red dress and with a traveling bag on her thin shoulders. She was presumably from out of town. What happened? The shopkeeper who heard the commotion was busy running over to inquire. The young girl's eyes reddened. Crystal tears flashed, pointing at the big man and rebuking. He just played a hooligan on me. To me. Put your mother ********* ing ass on the line. I'm sitting right here. What's with the hooliganism? Widow. The big man with the cross-faced face looked drunk and sneered and didn't admit it. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads helplessly. The big man was a local gangster, and no one dared to venture out and mess with him. The little girl will probably just have to admit it. Yun Jiue sneered. Sheriff Chen, it seems that your Qingyu County law and order is not very good. Just a tavern can be met with gangsters playing hooligans. It's common, nothing surprising, and there are plenty of them in that part of the capital. 2. Chen Mu said indifferently. Widowed. He looked around at the surrounding diners. All of them are cold. The girl listened to the big man cursing foul language, angry delicate body trembling. Teardrops finally could not stop sliding down. With a sobbing voice scolded. It was you. You're the one who touched me. Scumbag. Asshole. The big man staggered to his feet. His mouth spewed with alcohol. Little, not to mention touching you. Even if I strip you of your clothes now, what can you do? Widow. He said that he was going to rush up, but was stopped by the shopkeeper. You. The young girl was so frightened that she took several steps back, her back against the wall. Looking around, she saw that no one was willing to help her, and cried even more aggressively. The crowd was sympathetic. Some of the disgruntled people glared at the big man and began to accuse him. Rubbish. Widow. When Mingren cursed, and when he saw that Chen Mu was just drinking leisurely, he frowned. You're not going to manage it? Chen Mu shrugged his shoulders. Forgot that I was dismissed? When Mingren was speechless, he was about to get up, but Chen Mu held his shoulders down. Chen Mu poured a bowl of wine and said with a smile, Do you know why the others in the tavern didn't come forward? Are they really cold-blooded people? They are afraid. Afraid of getting themselves in trouble. Widowed. This kind of gangster, you lock him up for a few days and then you have to let him go again. When he comes out, he can't change his ways and will retaliate. And who among the common people can withstand that? When Mingren sneered, You're right, but I'm not afraid of him. People's little girls are afraid. Chen Mu sighed. This girl looks like she's from out of town. It's not a big deal if she leaves. If she stays in this place for a few days, do you think she won't be retaliated against? I'm afraid all you'll see then is a stripped, dead body in a garbage dump. Snap. When Mingren heavily tapped the table and coldly looked at Chen Mu without speaking. Widowed. Disappointment is on the table. Yun Jiue inclined her head and stared at Chen Mu with a smile. Or not. It shouldn't be. It's not like the words coming out of your mouth. But it did come out of my mouth. Chen Mu laughed. Zhuge Fengbei did agree. Although it sounds uncomfortable, it is indeed reality. At this point the argument over there reached a fever pitch. No matter how much the shopkeeper tried to persuade them, both sides refused to give up. The two sides refused to stop. I could see that although the little girl was scared, her bones were filled with a stubbornness, glaring at the drunken big man and chastising him. You wait. I am going to report to the police. I don't believe there is no law in this world. You want to die, don't you? When the drunken big man heard the word report to the officials, he pushed the shopkeeper away and raised his fat palm towards the little girl's face to slap her. The girl shrieked in terror and cowered. Bang! A wine bowl suddenly flew and smashed into the drunken big man's arm. Widow! But it was Yun Jiuav who struck. Who? The big man stumbled and almost fell to the ground as he was smashed, looking around and storming off. The arm trembled slightly in pain. You've had your chance. It's time to be a hero, isn't it? Yun Jiuav looked at Chen Mu and smiled. Thanks a lot. Widowed. Chen Mu was slightly stunned. Then he clasped his fists. He drank the remaining liquor in the bowl in one gulp, got up and walked over to the big man. Wang Haizi, it hasn't been long since you've settled down and you're committing an old offense again? Chen Sheriff? Upon seeing Chen Mu, Wang Haizi was startled, his drunkenness instantly sobering up by half. The young girl looked at Chen Mu's handsome jade-like face and froze. Eyes blossomed with color. Who are you? Widow. He's the head constable of this county's court. Constable Chen. That shopkeeper was relieved to see Chen Mu finally willing to step forward. Sheriff? The young girl's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she became angry. Since you are a magistrate, why didn't you step in when I was bullied just now? Sorry, I fell asleep earlier. Chen Mu smiled and explained. The three people who followed Yun Jiue were all rolling their eyes. Obviously this guy was just trying to find a suitable time to save the beauty of the hero. The young girl also knew that Chen Mu was lying, but there was nothing she could do about it. Widowed. Pointing at the big man, he said, he just played a hooligan on me, and as the county's constable, you can't just ignore it. Of course not. Don't worry little girl, I'll do you justice. Chen Mu's tone was gentle, combined with his handsome, self-effacing face, it was hard not to trust him. The young girl snorted coldly, but the anger on her face subsided a bit. Tell us what happened, Chen Mu asked. Widows. The young girl viciously gouged out the big man and said, just now I passed by here, and someone ended up touching my body. Wait, what specifically did it touch you? Chen Mu interrupted her. Hearing this, the people around them couldn't help but frown, feeling that this was a somewhat inappropriate question to ask. When Mingren moved his lips to say something, but didn't open his mouth, the young girl's pretty face flushed red. Seeing that Chen Mu didn't have a playful demeanor, she only then endured her great shame and pointed to her hip position. Just, right here. Widow, are you sure? How could I be wrong about something like this? The young girl exasperatedly said with a red face. Chen Mu circled around the girl. He also looked at the meal on the big man's table and laughed. Wang Haizi, the food is quite sumptuous. It seems that he has developed a lot recently. Sheriff Chen, The big man was nervous and sweating coldly, waving his hands and stuttering for half a day, unable to speak. Come on, you don't have to explain. Widow, Chen Mu sighed and said, I'll give you two ways, either get lost now, or go to the prison with me. The crowd was disgruntled at these words. Obviously this is to let the other side off the hook. But come to think of it, Chen Mu had been dealing with these landlubbers all day long, arresting and releasing them and arresting them, and it was too much of a hassle. Mutual friendships are presumably made. When that little girl heard Chen Mu's words, she immediately became anxious. How can you let him go? You must arrest him. Chen Mu stared at the young girl and said word for word, I'm talking about you, widow. Chapter 46, another twist in the case. When Chen Mu's words fell, the entire hall was silent. Laos. It was as if the crowd that was still voicing out accusations had been pressed the mute button, and all of them were silent. One had a dumbfounded expression. What's the situation? Obviously the one who should be arrested is the hooligan big man. Why this little girl? Is Sheriff Chen confused? Even the three of them? When Mingren froze in place, thinking that Chen Mu had just drunk too much alcohol and damaged his head. What are you saying, Laos? The young girl froze for a long time before she reacted, her pretty face red with anger. Are you confused? Instead of arresting him you want to arrest me? I'm not confused. Chen Mu stared at the girl with a smile. It's you I'm going to arrest. The young girl clenched her pink fists. Bright eyes burned with rage. Good. I kind of understand now. So it's collusion between the officials and the gangsters. No wonder you haven't come forward just now. Oh little girl. This little trick of yours won't work in front of me. Chen Mu didn't bother to talk nonsense, and said indifferently, you said he touched you just now, right, Laos? Yes. The young girl responded coldly. Chen Mu smiled, pointed at the half-eaten roasted suckling pig on the table next to him, and grabbed Wang Haizi's hands again. Do you understand now? Looking at Wang Haizi's greasy hands, the crowd first froze, then looked odd. The young girl's face also changed, and a few moments of panic flashed in her eyes. Starting to get restless, Chen Mu pulled the melon-eating crowd, Zhuge Fengdiao, over to him, then grabbed Wang Haizi's hand and gently placed it on his clothes. Laos. Immediately, a few more greasy marks appeared on Zhuge Fengshui's clean shirt. The latter wanted to cry. Don't make experiments on me. Don't you have any clothes? I just don't understand. Wang Haizi's such greasy hands will leave a mark if he lightly touches on someone else's clothes. Why did it touch you instead and leave no marks at all? Chen Mu looked straight at the young girl and asked with feigned curiosity. The young girl's pretty face was green and red. Speechless. Laos. The surrounding people also understood that they had wronged Wang Haizi at this time. Remembering the groundless accusation just now, one looked embarrassed. When Mingren scratched his head and cursed, this kid must have seen it a long time ago. Oh, I see. Chen Mu purposely stretched his voice. He must have taken off your pants and touched it. Why don't you take off your pants and let me con? You. The young girl blared at Chen Mu, her shell teeth biting her lips to death. Seeing the surrounding people talking, he could only harden his head and argue, even if I have wronged him, but just now someone must have touched me. Maybe it was someone else. Laos. Chen Mu clasped his arms in front of his chest. The only place you went to was Wang Haizi's table. Where did the others come from? You. Maybe something else touched me and that's why I mistook it for. Was someone else. At this point the young girl finally panicked, forcing out an ugly smile. I'm really sorry. I apologize to everyone. And this big brother? I'm really sorry. With that, he was about to leave, but was yanked by Chen Mu's arm. The young girl apologized with a sobbing voice. I'm sorry, officer. It's me who misunderstood. Just let me go if you have mercy. Laos. Just gave you a chance. Chen Mu let Wen Mingren clamp down on her arm and sneered. What's more, your accomplice hasn't been uncovered yet. The young girl's face changed drastically, hurriedly shouted. I am the one who has no accomplices. Don't spit blood. The voice was loud, as if it was a reminder of something. Chen Mu felt amused. Bright Eyes glanced around at the surrounding diners before walking over to a young girl, also 16 or 17 years old, hidden behind a table and chair. Laos. The tone was flirtatious. Been watching you for a long time, sister. The woman was dressed in a rough blue dress, and although her appearance was not as good as the young girl, she also had a few moments of beauty. In a fluffy and playful drop horse bun, temperament similar to a maid, facing Chen Mu's eyes that seemed to know everything. The girl in the blue dress looked flustered and waved her hand forcefully. I am not an accomplice. Yeah, that's odd then. Laos. Chen Mu was puzzled. Just now, everyone else was attracted to the counter, but you were the only one sneaking around. Why? I didn't. The blue-skirted girl's palm-sized face suddenly turned white, desperately shaking her head in denial, but the expression is hardly convincing. At this moment, the onlookers and eaters finally realized the truth of the matter. Obviously these two are in cahoots. That red girl was in charge of drawing attention to herself while this blue-skirted girl was off stealing. Laos. The crowd had mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Chen Mu today, I'm afraid that everyone would have been fooled by these two girls. The shopkeeper rushed to the counter to count the money. It's easy to take inventory because every account for the day at the pub is recorded. In less than a cup of tea, the tavern keeper came to Chen Mu's side and said with a bitter smile, Sheriff Chen, there are indeed 20 pieces of money missing. $20? An odd color emerged on Chen Mu's face. Laos. That red-clothed girl was also dumbfounded when she heard this figure, glaring angrily at the blue-skirted girl with a pair of large Kazran eyes, as if cursing, how did you steal so little? The blue-skirted girl lowered her head in aggravation. Chen Mu stretched out his hand and stared coldly at her. Will you be arrested and taken to jail to be searched slowly? Or will you bring it out yourself? I. The girl looked at the girl in red, and seeing that the latter's face turned green without any indication, she could only slowly take out a money bag, pour out all the copper inside. Laos. No more, no less. Exactly 20 cents. Chen Mu handed the money back to the shopkeeper and walked over to the girl in red. According to the crime of theft, you should be arrested to go to jail for a few days. But remembering that you are still young, and that the amount of money stolen is not large, you will be warned once, so do not do anything stupid next time. Hearing that Chen Mu was actually willing to let them go, the young girl was quite surprised, but the thought of this guy is bad for her, so that she lost face, aggrieved by the countless irritation. As soon as he yanked up the blue-skirted girl's arm, let's go. Hey, Laos. Chen Mu suddenly called out to the two. The young girl turned around and asked viciously, what, backpedaling again? Want to arrest us and put us in jail? Chen Mu smiled, took out a piece of broken silver and threw it over, which was caught by the blue-skirted girl. But don't go hungry. In addition, go home earlier. It's not safe outside. To hell with you. The girl in red grabbed the broken silver in her companion's hand, threw it on the ground, and huffed and puffed away. Ha, Missy who hasn't endured the beatings of society. Shenmue shook his head and smiled helplessly and bitterly, picking up the broken silver on the ground. Laos. A storm has died down. Seeing that there was no more hilarity to watch, the melon eaters also returned to their seats to continue drinking and chatting. The crowd didn't have much to say about Shenmue letting the two girls go. After all, they are two girls and good looking. A warning is enough. But then again, if Shenmue had let go a rough hulk like Wang Haixi, then the crowd would have something to think about. It's not for nothing that the three views follow the five senses. Laos. Thanks. To Sheriff Chen. Wang Haixi came over and thanked him gratefully. Shenmue looked at his naturally fierce face and frowned. I say you can't change your crappy temper? Knowing that you look like a bad guy, you still have a violent temper. If it was any other constable today, you'd definitely be in jail. Wang Haixi scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded his head repeatedly. Chen Sheriff's lesson is, I will change, I swear. Okay, hurry home and drink less in the future. Shenmue waved his hand. After Wang Haixi left, Shenmue returned to his table. Laos. Seeing Wen Mingren's trio staring at him, Shenmue laughed. People always like to stand on the side of the disadvantaged and indiscriminately accuse others for no reason. This is human commonality and human nature. It's normal. You found out a long time ago? Yun Jiyu gave a blank look. Shenmue shrugged. It can't be helped. Those who eat this bowl of public food, do anything and go anywhere will keep an eye on the surrounding for observation. Damn. I always feel pretty brainless when I'm around you boys. When Mingren laughed and cursed. The other two know it well. Zhuge Fengdiu flirted. But your kid is also compassionate. Seeing that people's girls are pretty and then open up a net. Laos. Just a young lady who ran away from home. I guess someone stole her money on the way. Shenmue gave his judgment. Yun Jiue guffawed. But that little girl is smart. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have gotten it. It's a common ploy, where one person is responsible for creating chaos to attract attention while the other dash. Shenmue's words came to a sudden halt. A bright electric light cut through his mind, as if a mouth had been opened by a rock crack, and he was enlightened. He stiffened. Laos. It was as if a fixation spell had been cast. He looked out the window of the tavern, but his focus was on the void, and a little light gradually appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Yun Jiue, who had noticed Shenmue's abnormality, asked curiously. When Mingren and Zhuge Fengbei also looked at him. Snap. Without warning, Shenmue heavily slapped himself on the head and muttered, Laos. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Right. I should have thought of that. How could I have overlooked such a simple trick? The three of them looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding what this guy had gotten himself into again. Shenmue stood up and paced back and forth in the corridor with limited space, muttering and tapping his head as he thought about something. The noisy sounds around them all disappeared in what seemed like this moment. He was the only one in the tavern. Quiet reflection. A few moments later, he took out the small book he carried at all times and scrutinized the information on it about the information in Mu Xianger's case. Laos. Over and over again. Until he reviewed the case of Mu Xianger again. The mystery that confused him for many days was completely solved at this moment. Ha! A strange smile appeared on Shenmue's face. Awesome. Really awesome. He laughed while shaking his head as if he had fallen into madness, causing the three of them, Yun Jiue, to be both curious and worried. Hey, what's going on? Laos. Yun Jiue couldn't help but tug on his arm and ask. Shenmue took a deep breath and slowly said, Wrong, all wrong, we were tricked by Mu Xianger. Chapter 47, Mystery Solved. The fog of the case that had plagued Shenmue for a long time was finally lifted at this moment. Crimson. All the contradictions and doubts in the previous case of Mu Xianger were like a series of cannonballs that blew up in sequence, revealing the truth that was hidden deep inside. You said Mu Xianger lied to us. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Zhuge Fengdao's trio's minds were itching as if they were being scratched hard by a cat's claws. Can't wait to smash this guy's head open. Dig up what you know and look through it. Shenmue smiled and sat back in his chair, picking up the bowl of wine and drinking it all in one go, taking advantage of the smoothness that the spirits ignited in his belly. He said, the case was actually fine overall, but we made one of the biggest mistakes. Crimson. What mistake? When Mingren asked busily. Shenmue didn't answer, but instead asked back. Earlier, you said that after a demonic creature exchanges its soul with a person, the person will die, right? Exactly. When Mingren nodded, Shenmue asked again. So what if it's the other way around? When Mingren froze. Himiko. It was late at night when they left the tavern. The moonlight poured all over the ground, and the silver glow was like frost. Flowers, plants and trees, near and far, swayed like shadows under the moonlight. It's cold. Shenmue rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but shiver. The three people following behind Shenmue had complex expressions and were all silent. Crimson. Recall the truth of the case. Only after a long time did Jun Jiyue raise her head to look at him and ask, "Then what are you going to do next?" Chen Mu shook his head. "I don't know, but I need to continue investigating to prove my suspicions. As for what's going to happen in the end, we'll see. Can't you just give me a little bit of information? At least let us know who the demons really are." Yun Jiyue was a bit exasperated. Just now, this guy in the tavern was just flat out trying to get information out of them, but he was vague about the demons' whereabouts, though the three of them roughly understood the truth of the case and were shocked for quite some time. Crimson, however, he still couldn't pry the desired answer out of Chen Mu's mouth. What an asshole! Chen Mu was embarrassed and spread his hands. "I'm sorry, I don't think you guys are good people, but I can be sure that this demonic creature has absolutely nothing to do with the snake demon. You guys are looking for the wrong person. Ha, you're really going to be a mess." Yun Jiyue sneered. "Good people?" Chen Mu exhaled deeply, looked up at the bright moonlight, and muttered, "In this world, who dares to say that they are truly a good person?" Crimson. The next day, Chen Mu paid a visit to Ju Chunlu early in the morning. It didn't come out until noon. Go in refreshed and energized. When he came out, he had a sore back and tired legs, a look of a body that had been severely hollowed out, and he even had to take a few breaths when he walked. Sheriff Chen? Meng Yanqing, who happened to be passing by, saw Chen Mu holding his waist as he came out of the Bowspring building, and was filled with a strange look. "Crimson, don't think much of it, I'm here on a case." Chen Mu waved a large stack of transcripts in his hand and explained. Meng Yanqing was obviously a bit unconvinced. "Haven't you already been dismissed? What other cases are you working on?" "I'm afraid you're not working on a case on a girl?" Chen Mu muttered in a low voice and said with a smile. Although he was dismissed, there were still some problems with Mu Xianger's case before. "But I heard from Wei that case is closed." Meng Yanqing's gaze was surprised. Chen Mu sighed. "That's right, the case is basically closed. I'm just asking something random. By the way, where's Wei?" Crimson, accompanying the little nettle girl out shopping. A few moments of helplessness surfaced on Meng Yanqing's face. This brat, having a daughter-in-law and forgetting his mother. He doesn't even care about me anymore. Chen Mu laughed. "Isn't this good? You'll soon be able to hold grandchildren. Hug your grandchildren." Hearing Chen Mu's flirtatious words, Meng Yanqing looked a little dazed. There was anticipation and a hint of loss. Touching his white, jade-like cheeks, he bitterly smiled and muttered, "So I'm the one who's going to hold grandchildren too. Crimson, let's go. It just so happens that I'm looking for Zhang Wei for something, so I'll stop by your house to rub a meal. My stomach is hungry from exercising for half a day." Chen Mu said. Meng Yanqing came back to her senses and gave a playful blank look. "You're quite the outsider." Chen Mu really doesn't see outsiders. Stiffly dragged the beautiful woman to buy a chicken and 2 pounds of beef, and went to buy 2 jugs of wine, apparently intending to eat and drink well in the other's house. There was nothing Meng Yanqing could do about it. However, deep inside the beauty woman's heart, there were a few hidden moments of indescribable joy. Crimson. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Wei and Nettle returned home. Squad leader. Upon seeing Chen Mu, Zhang Wei greeted him. Looking at the pile of things that the two of them bought in big bags, Chen Mu smacked his lips and said, "Good guy, you guys are robbing?" Little Nettle, who was following Zhang Wei, blushed slightly. "Still as shy as the last time we met." Zhang Wei scratched his head and giggled. "It's mainly some clothes and daily necessities." Crimson. Not bad, not bad. There aren't many good men who are willing to accompany a woman to go shopping and buy things anymore. It seems that this wedding wine is a sure thing. Chen Mu stretched out his thumbs in heartfelt admiration. In the face of Chen Mu's flirtation, Little Nettle's face turned even redder, pinching the corner of her skirt and bowing her head. Although Zhang Wei had a big smile on his face, his mouth denied it. "Don't kid yourself. Ban too. I'm just a friend with Miss Nettle, okay? You're very innocent friends." Chen Mu laughed, picked up the wine jug and poured 3 glasses of wine, signaling the two to sit down. "Drink with me first to celebrate my dismissal." The smile on Zhang Wei's face froze. Crimson, relieved to see that the other man just had a joking expression on his face. He lifted his glass and said, "Bantam, you'll definitely be reinstated. Aren't you talking nonsense? Who would dare to bury this piece of gold of mine in the earth?" Chen Mu was dissatisfied. Little Nettle was amused by Chen Mu's cheeky confidence, giggled, and then busily lowered her head, red-faced and silent. It was only when Zhang Wei heard this that he completely let go of his heart, knowing that Chen Mu had not been demoralized by his dismissal. "Come on, have a drink." Crimson. Chen Mu raised his glass. "Let's not get drunk today." Zhang Wei also did not tilted his head and drank it all. Nettle was a little hesitant, but when he saw Chen Mu staring at him with a smile, he could only pick up his wine glass and took a small sip, but choked and coughed. A nice light blush spread across her pretty face. Zhang Wei saw the situation and wanted to pat her back, but just raised his hand and felt that some of the good people, a moment do not know what to do. Silly boy. Crimson. Shenmue shook his head, rather speechless. Fortunately, little Nettle quickly returned to normal and said with some embarrassment, I am sorry brother Chen. I haven't had a drink. It's rare to come out of the bowspring house and not have dabbled in alcohol. Shenmue laughed. Zhang Awei frowned, momentarily wondering how many layers Shenmue meant by this. However, he also understood that Shenmue would not intentionally satirize the other party and did not take it to heart, saying to the girl with concern, Little Nettle, why don't you have some tea? It's okay, just get used to it. Crimson. Nettle lifted the wineglass with both hands, raised her slender white neck, and slowly drank the remaining wine. Although the frown was extremely deep, it was much better than a moment ago. Shenmue added more wine to the two of them and said lightly, We're not outsiders, so I'll get straight to the point. That Mu'er was indeed killed by me. Zhang Awei froze. Although the people of the Yamen had this matter in their hearts, when they heard Shenmue admit it in person, they still had some inner complexity. Nettle paled slightly when she heard that the other party had killed someone. Shenmue sipped his drink and lamented, The only reason why I want to kill Mu'er is because I don't want this scum to escape the sanctions of the law. Crimson. You say if this kind of scum lives, what kind of justice is there in this world? Some of you may think I'm stupid to put my future and even my life on the line for a little girl I don't know, but I don't regret it. If it were to happen again, I would still kill him, and if conditions permit, I will slowly torture this to death. Snap. Zhang Awei heavily put down his wineglass and said in a deep voice, Squad leader, maybe me and the other brothers don't have the same vigor as you, but believe me, I also hate to slaughter that Crimson. This matter will not have other people know. More, this is to fear the crime of suicide. Even if the people of the West Factory flayed my skin, I said so. Shenmue waved his hand. I know you kid won't betray me. I just want to find someone to talk to. I understand. Zhang Awei was in a heavy mood. These Yamen actually really have not killed anyone. Shenmue is also the first time. Naturally there will be some shadows in the heart. I guess that's why I came to see him today. It's always good to have someone to talk to. Crimson. And it was also enough to show that in Shenmue's mind, he was a trustworthy brother. After all is said and done, the most pitiful one is still that Mu Xianger. Even after accomplishing her revenge, she still ended up dying at the hands of a demon. Shenmue said angrily, This demonic creature is so damn not a good thing. Yeah. Zhang Awei nodded in sympathy. Shenmue looked at Little Nettle and slowly asked, Miss Little Nettle, if you were a demon, would you bear to deceive a girl who wants to seek freedom? Demon. Demons? Crimson. Apparently, the word was somewhat foreign to the young girl. There was confusion in his eyes. Are there demons in this world? The young girl timidly inquired. Only then did Zhang Awei realize that there was a girl sitting next to him who didn't know anything about anything, and he busily said, I'm joking with the head of the class. Oh. Nettle blinked, her little face still holding a few moments of skepticism, and Shenmue didn't say anything else, chatting with Zhang Awei about other things while drinking. Crimson. After a while, Nettle apologized a little. I'm sorry brother Chen. I've been shopping all day today and I've sweated a lot. It's fine. You go ahead. Have Wei call you when Auntie gets the food ready. It's quite rich today. Shenmue's tone was gentle. Little Nettle nodded her head, then got up and left for the backyard. Shenmue drank a few more cups of wine and suddenly frowned. This wine isn't powerful. Ah Wei. Go to the Fuchin restaurant on East Street and re-buy 2 jugs of wine. Going to buy liquor there on East Street? Zhang Awei was a bit dumbfounded. Crimson. That's pretty far. One round trip is estimated to take half a column of incense. Shenmue kicked him without any good reason. Hurry up and go. Don't dawdle. I must get drunk with you kid today. Okay, I'll get it then. Zhang Awei had no choice but to run and buy alcohol. After Zhang Awei left, Shenmue lay on the table, his head against the cold desktop, knocking and knocking, and he seemed to be struggling with something inside. Eventually, he jolted to his feet. Crimson. Walking to the backyard. There were only a few houses in the backyard, and soon Shenmue found Little Nettle's room. Standing outside the door, you could hear water running inside. The other guys in the shower. Shenmue stood outside the door for a long time, gently pushed the door open and walked in. Behind the screen, a large oval-shaped wooden barrel was placed. Amidst that steaming thick white mist, Shenmue could vaguely see a petite and moving body that was very alluring. Crimson. He was light on his feet. Walking over to the tub, he rested his hands on the edge, gazing at Nettle, who was leaning back against the rim of the bucket, her eyes slightly closed as she wiped herself down. The latter seemed to notice and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing that there was actually a large man standing in front of the tub, the young girl's head seemed to go down in half and she froze for a good 10 seconds before letting out a scream. Clatter splashed a large amount of water. Mu just looked at her and didn't do anything. Crimson. Looking at the panicked young girl, he smiled faintly. Don't scream. Zhang Wei has already gone out. Auntie Li and Auntie Li are in the kitchen. They can't hear you. Brother Chen. You. The young girl's cheeks were pale, and her lips trembled as she couldn't speak. Mu was silent for a moment and said with a smile, taking a shower or leaving the door open? MS. Mu Xianger? Chapter 48, Death. What did you say? From the original article, the young girl strained her good-looking eyes, and there was a moment of stagnation when Mu's words just fell, obviously fluctuating in mood. The tub was steaming. Mu casually removed a nearby morning jacket to cover the face of the barrel, covering the vaguely visible half of the other party's body. There's a question that's been bothering me for a long time. Mu pulled a chair and sat across from the young girl and said indifferently, that was the night of the 4th day of the 6th month. Zhang Wei and I were drinking at the tavern across from Bao Spring House when a scream suddenly came from there. Then we saw you. It should be the demon that invaded Mu Xianger's body run out of Bao Spring House. And it attacked us. Nettle facepalmed. Gump. Didn't understand what Mu was giving her this for. Lightly biting her lips, she hesitated and weakly spoke. I also saw it that day and was scared. No. However, Mu smiled and shook his finger. You didn't see it, but you know why the demonic creature ran out. The young girl's eyes were open, still with that very innocent and confused look. A look of not knowing what you're talking about. Mu said, I have always thought that the demonic creature escaped from the Juchuan building because it failed to change its soul, and that's why the latter scene happened. Although there are many doubts, after all, I am not a professional demon hunter, so I can only follow the thinking of others. Gump. But last night, another possibility suddenly occurred to me, so I combined the information I knew about the case before and reasoned step by step, and was surprised to find that all the doubts could be solved. Would you like to hear my reasoning process? Little Nettle squeezed out an ugly smile. Brother Chen, shouldn't you give Brother Wei a word about this kind of thing? I'm not suitable, right? I'm afraid his heart can't take it. Mu sighed. Nettle's face froze with a smile and she fell silent. Gump. Mu rested his arm on the rim of the bucket and spoke extremely slowly. The demonic creature didn't escape because it failed to exchange its soul. Quite the contrary. It succeeded in exchanging its soul with Mu Xianger. So the question is, why run away if you've succeeded and made so much noise? Because it's creating chaos on purpose. And its purpose in creating chaos is to create enough time for someone to get the soul-changing ceremony to end perfectly. The young girl's pupils shrank. The slender fingers gripping the morning jacket tightened a few times, flushing a few shades of pale. The corner of Mu's lips curved up into an arc. Nowadays, I also understand 7 or 8 points about the demonic creature's soul exchange ceremony. Gump. Normally, demons needed to devour half of their opponent's essence and then forcefully infuse their soul into their opponent's body. Transfer the remaining remnants of the other person's soul back to yourself. This is how the soul-changing ceremony is truly completed. Upon success, the demon takes over the new body and survives, while the victim dies. Am I right? Nettle's voice was vaguely shaky. How do I know? Mu smiled faintly and continued. But this is just a soul exchange in general. What if it's the other way around? For example, the demonic creature takes the initiative to offer its own body so that the mortal can complete the soul exchange ceremony. Gump. Whoa. The young girl's hand holding onto her morning jacket slipped and splashed. She glared angrily at Mu. Sheriff Chen, I don't know exactly what you want to say, but I want you to go out. Instead of saying something cloudy and running to bully me. A weak woman. Right. This should be your real character. Or rather, the character of Mu Xianger after blackening? Mu grinned. White frosty teeth with knife-like cheeks had a unique charm that mesmerized countless women, but for the young girl in front of him, the other's smile was like the devil. Gump. Cold seeps in. Mu stretched out one hand to gently ruffle the water in the tub that seemed to have cooled down a bit and said slowly, I've asked professional demon hunters and this method works. Demons can change their souls into humans and survive. Then humans can occupy the body of a demon and survive. The process is just a little more complicated. In addition, after the soul exchange method was successful, the demonic creature would surely die. So one has to die either way. It just depends on who's willing to sacrifice. Gump. Mu paused for a few seconds. His expression complex. I don't know much about demons, but I believe that since it is willing to sacrifice itself, it should be considered a good demon. Nettle hung her neck and narrowed her eyelashes. She had been angry just a moment ago, but now she was quiet as a puppet doll. By the way, there is the most important point. Mu said, mortals need to endure great pain when integrating into a demonic body, especially in the moment of soul fusion. Not being able to gag my mouth yet, I asked my companion if the souls enter the body by the mouth before fusion takes place. That moment of pain is unbearable to normal people, several times more painful than giving birth, and is bound to make a scream. Gump. So, little Nettle suddenly raised her head and asked calmly. The gaze that looked at Shenmue also did not have the deliberate timidity and confusion from before, but rather a ghostly coldness, very deep ethereal cold. Shenmue laughed. So the screams we heard that day weren't from demons, but you Musianger. Your soul enters the demon's body and lets out a scream, caused a lot of people to hear it at the time. Gump. However, at this time the soul-changing ceremony was not yet over, and it needed some time to stabilize or it would backfire. But the problem is that so many people heard the screams at that time, and they would definitely go upstairs to check what happened. Once they see it, it will be difficult for the soul exchange to continue. Nettle gave a wry smile and cocked her cute head. What should we do then? Shenmue leaned his body forward slightly and looked directly at the girl. In that situation, someone had to create chaos and create enough time for you. This person is the demonic creature. The remnants of its soul entered your body, but it can't live much longer. After you let out a scream, it rushes out as Musianger, causing all of everyone's attention to be drawn to it. Gump. Yet none of them thought that there was another young girl in the room on the third floor, completing the soul-changing ceremony. By the time the commotion stopped, the soul-swapping was long over, and you also took the opportunity to blend into the crowd and act as a crowd of eaters. No one will know that the real Musianger is hiding beside them, not to mention that no one would have thought that the previous maid called Little Nettle was actually a demon. From the beginning, it was her who helped you. Sacrifice yourself without hesitation. Shut up, as in, I don't know what I'm talking about. A sharp, angry, even somewhat distorted rant escaped from the young girl's pink lips. She stared coldly at Shenmue. It's like a snake trapped in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to prey on an animal. After a long time, she suddenly smiled. The smile was no longer as pure as before, but more than a little morose. It's a great story to tell, and maybe what you say is true, but there's still one of the biggest mysteries. The young girl asked with a cold smile. If I were Musianger, why didn't I flee Qingyu County ahead of time, instead of foolishly waiting for you to expose me? Gump. Shenmue shrugged his shoulders. A young girl who has been in the darkness for years will be eager to get out of there once she gains her freedom. But the girls in the Bao Spring House don't just leave. Once they escaped privately, Bao Spring House would conduct a close pursuit, which would cause unnecessary trouble again. You've been planning this for so long. There's no way you could have committed such a stupid question. That's why one must be allowed to redeem oneself and go out unnoticed. The young girl snorted out a laugh. This inference is also too far-fetched. I wasn't the only one who wished for Zhang Awei's redemption at that time. That's right. As in, I don't know what I'm talking about. Shenmue snapped his fingers and took out a stack of the transcripts that he had redone this morning when he went to Bo Spring House, and laughed. I went to investigate, and there were a total of 19 girls who offered ransom to Awei that day. Yeah, so what makes you so sure it's me? Nettle's gaze was mocking. Shenmue sked. That's how good you are. Other girls? There are quite a few that are prettier than you. There are some that are more knowledgeable than you, and there are some that are gentler than you. But in favor of Wei, that kid chose you. Why? With a sneer on her face, the young girl waited for his answer. Shenmue's eyes were like sharp blades as he said in a deep voice. Because he found common ground in you. I asked Zhang Awei when he was taking your statement and you inadvertently talked about something about yourself. Gump. For example, your father killed himself because of gambling debts. Let's say you like to dawdle when it's thundering. For example, you don't like to eat things that are too sweet. For example, these, however, are extremely similar to Zhang Awei, both in terms of his life and habits. That's why he insisted on ransoming you, because it's as if he sees himself in you, and thinks that you are the other half that God has blessed him with. Unfortunately, all of this is fake. You made it all up. Nettle laughed. I made it up? I've been staying at Ju Chunlu, and I don't know Zhang Awei. How am I going to make it up? It's hard not to think that I can read minds. Good question. Gump. Shenmue let out a deep breath. This is the reason why I finally determined that you are Musianger. In the middle of May, Awei's mother and your aunt, Li, made a special trip to Maling County to meet you. At that time, you met at a restaurant called Yang Shui, and it was your brother who accompanied you then, because it was a blind date for her own son. Auntie said a lot of things about Zhang Awei, including his life and habits. You have memories of all these. That's why, when you see Zhang Awei you know the opportunity has come to make an impression on his heart. After all, you've met his mother and know him. Not that I'm aware of that. The young girl's face changed. Even though she had long since given up her disguise, she was still shocked inwardly when she heard Shenmue perfectly reason out the course of everything. It was as if the other person had been at her side the whole time, watching her make plans with her own eyes, even drilled into her head to know what she was thinking. Now, you shouldn't deny that you're Musianger. Shenmue smiled slightly. Mu Xianger looked at him and gave a bitter smile to say something, but just as she opened her red lips, she suddenly looked behind Chen Mu. Brother Xiaowei. Gump. Chen Mu froze and subconsciously turned his head. It turned out to be nothing. Whoa. The water splashed and flew, and before Chen Mu could turn around, the figure within the tub swooped over like a dexterous swallow. With a fluttering sound, it directly overturned Chen Mu on the ground with a chair. A sharp pain came from the back of Chen Mu's head, buzzing straight. Gump! The young girl's bare thighs pressed against his chest, and in her hand at some point there was an additional jade hairpin, sharp and glowing with cold light. Go to hell! The jade hairpin was aimed at Chen Mu's throat and ruthlessly stabbed down. Chen Mu quietly looked at the girl whose face was twisted because of anger or because of fear, and did not choose to resist or close her eyes. He's waiting to see if the other side can take control of their own destiny. Elusive. Chapter 49, The Butterfly Breaks the Cocoon. Reborn to Freedom. The sharp jade pin was against Chen Mu's throat. Son. With a gentle push, one could pierce the flesh and see the gaudy scene of blood and life intertwined and flowing. But the girl stopped. The hand holding the jade pin was taut and pale, trembling slightly. Aren't you afraid? Looking at Chen Mu's excessively calm eyes that even seemed to carry a hint of pity, Mu Xianger asked in a hoarse voice. The bloodshot eyes were flooded with unspeakable emotions. Feeling the subtle stinging pain coming from his throat, Chen Mu had a smile on his face. I had a premonition of this scene long ago, only I wanted to take a gamble. Participate. What's the bet? Mu Xianger asked. Chen Mu said, bet on, coughing in your gun. Bet on whether you can grasp your own destiny. Destiny? Mu Xianger's gaze flickered. Immediately afterward, she suddenly laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Tears burst from the corners of his eyes. Participate in the... Her laugh was a strange sound, seemingly a mishmash of pain suppressed from her bones, and it was exceptionally harsh. It was by no means something that could come from the mouth of a saucy young girl, but then again, it's biased. As the strange smile on the girl's face faded a little, she glared viciously at Chen Mu and snapped. You talked to me about destiny? Did I? From the moment I was born, I was an extra piece of trash. I don't know what I did wrong. Father hates me for no reason, beats me, scolds me, even if I use all my efforts to try to please him and pray that he gives me a little, even if it is only a tiny bit of love. Participate in the... But all they got in return was kick after kick of abuse. In his eyes, I'm not even as good as the crickets in the tin can that he catches to amuse and relieve himself. Do you think I'm trash? Chen Mu sighed. I understand. No, you don't understand. The young girl laughed miserably, and the icy cold and salty teardrops fell down her cheeks into Chen Mu's neck. When I was little, my brother loved me very much, but slowly, he changed and became as cold as father. I thought I had done something wrong, wagging my tail in front of him like a humble puppy, expecting to amuse him and make him the same as before. Participation. But slowly, I realized that he had the blood of livestock in his bones, just like that man. Chen Mu was silent for a moment and said softly, at least, your mother still likes you. Fart. The young girl burst out in foul language, her white cheeks a twisted mess of pain and sadness. I hate her the most. As a mother, she can't even protect her own daughter, because she's afraid. She's cowardly. She watched her daughter being beaten and scolded, but like a turtle in a shell, she stood by forever coldly. Participate. You can't feel a bit of warmth from her, even if you grasp her hand. It seems like you're grasping a stone statue, an emotionless stone statue. She doesn't deserve to be a mother at all. At all. At all. Looking at the young girl in front of him who had fallen into hysteria, Chen Mu said indifferently, but she was the one you loved the most in your heart, wasn't she? Because of her death, it caused the last bit of light in your heart to be extinguished, and only then did you make the move to kill Mu's father and son. The young girl was stunned. The madness and hatred in his eyes gradually became hollow. At this moment, she was like a puppet that had lost its soul, not moving at all, and the jade hairpin in her hand had slipped to the ground at some point. Participate. Chen Mu pushed her away and found a piece of clothing to drape over her body. Then sit in front of the girl. He asked carelessly, what did it feel like when you killed Mu's father and son? The young girl's eyes twitched. It was a long enough time before she got a hint of emotional feedback. What did you say? Nothing. Chen Mu smiled. Participate. Mu Xianger looked at him and suddenly smiled again. It was rather like a relieved smile, but the words came out extraordinarily oozy. It's cool. Very cool. I took one so big. The young girl gesticulated, cocked her head in thought, and re-gesticulated. A hammer this big to hit them with. Nope. I turned them into eunuchs before slowly torturing them. Hammer. Hammer down. Participate in the... The sound of the bones breaking sounded like the tune my mother used to lull me to sleep when I was a child. And it was beautiful. Chen Mu nodded and suddenly asked, you should use a small hammer. Why? Mu Xiang'er strained her eyes wide and looked at him curiously. Chen Mu sighed. The sledgehammer is too expensive. It has to be 80. The small hammer is only 40. And it's more effective than the sledgehammer. Really? Of course it's true. Chen Mu nodded his head seriously. Participate. The young girl pouted her red lips unhappily. A little angry. I thought the sledgehammer smashing up would be more effective. What a pity. Too bad indeed. Chen Mu thought deeply and suddenly said, why don't I bring their bones over and you smash them again? But this time the girl didn't answer. She slowly curled up and wrapped her hands around her knees. Only the clear eyes stared firmly at the sunset light and shadow spilling down through the openwork window in a daze. Actually, I'm not happy at all. See, for a long time, the empty, ghostly voice of a young girl rang through the room. Chen Mu didn't say anything. Mu Xiang'er said with some fatigue, Sheriff Chen, take me to the county court. While little brother Wei is still not back, and there is no need for him to do it himself. What do you think? What kind of sentence will you get? Chen Mu asked. Mu Xiang'er looked lost in thought for a moment, and then said with a smile, killing one's father and one's brother is unfilial and unkind, and should be executed by lynching. That's right. CF. Chen Mu nodded. He stood up and stretched heavily, but Mu Xiang'er is already dead. How else can we lynch her? The girl froze and looked up at him. A slight glow flared in the gray eyes. Sheriff Chen. What's your name? Chen Mu interrupted her and suddenly inquired. The young girl was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes little by little. Raising her chin and smiling, she replied, my name is Little Nettle Dongxiao Nettle. Participating. Chen Mu spread his hands. Then no. The person I'm going to arrest is Mu Xiang'er. What's the relationship with you? Dongxiao Nettle? Right. What does your arrest of Mu Xiang'er have to do with me? Dong Zai Jai Oe? The girl took his tone of puzzlement. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and all of them laughed, washing away all the previous gloomy atmosphere. Nettle wiped her eyes, bowing his head for a long moment of silence. He whispered, thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. Participate. The corner of Chen Mu's lips curled slightly, but he asked, but I'm curious, when do you plan to leave Qingyu County? Nettle looked at him in surprise. How did you know I was leaving? Chen Mu laughed. When a butterfly breaks out of its cocoon, it will look for a wider sky to seek freedom. The same goes for you. The freedom you want isn't here. Hearing this, the girl's body shook and her beautiful eyes burst out. This was the first time she had seriously scrutinized Chen Mu. It seemed that this man was the only one in the world who understood her. Unfortunately, participates. She hesitated and lightly nodded her head. You guessed right. I had planned to leave Qingyu County the day after tomorrow. Chen Mu sighed long and hard. My poor Wei. Is nothing more than a tool man since the beginning. Nettle blushed and looked guilty. Brother Wei is a good man, but he is not suitable for me, and I don't deserve him. Besides, after experiencing all these, the so-called marriage, the so-called mothering is more like a prison in my eyes. Chen Mu expressed his understanding. Girls who grow up in that environment already have a shadow over their families. Participation. Okay, then I'll wish you a safe trip in advance. Chen Mu waved his hand and walked towards the door. It's all over. The moment the jade pin stopped, the pair chose to take their fate into their own hands. This was the opportunity Chen Mu had given her. She grasped it. Brother Chen, don't you want to know about the demon? As he walked to the door, Little Nettle's voice came from behind him. Participating in the... It's obvious you don't want to talk about it, and I'm not going to force you, Chen Mu said indifferently. With that, he closed the door to the room. Walking out of the room, Chen Mu raised his eyes to the sky. In the dusk of the afterglow, the setting sun with its golden edge looks like a mirror in a psychedelic wonderland, reflecting all the ugliness and beauty of the world. There should be a light of righteousness shining on me at this moment. Participation. Chen Mu muttered. Chapter 50 Farewell. Leaving the backyard. It just so happened that Zhang Wei also came back from buying wine. O.C. Pound the. Panting. Bantu. Not so good luck. The East Street Fuchin restaurant is not open today. I went to the apricot garden to buy 2 more pots. The flavor shouldn't be bad, Zhang Wei said rather depressingly. Chen Mu took the wine pot and sniffed it close to his nose. The aroma of the wine is very strong. It seems to be brewed from steamed glutinous rice, mixed with a few flavors of concocted ripe fruits. Looking at the layer of sweat on Zhang Wei's forehead, Chen Mu lightly patted the other party's shoulder and lamented. Wei, promise me that you won't be a good person anymore in the future, okay? You're not a tool person. Benji, let's be polite. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was a bit upset. Obviously, this honest child didn't hear the true meaning underlying Chen Mu's words. Besides, being a good person seemed good to him, because when I was shopping with Nettle today, the other party said in all seriousness, why, you're a good man. He was happy at the time. Anyway, Don't ever let a girl say you're a good person, or your mother won't be able to hold a grandchild in her life. I'm truly advising you. I'm not a good person, Chen Mu reminded in a serious tone. Zhang Wei froze. Why? You'll see later. That phrase is worse than I hate you and makes you want to cry with sadness. Chen Mu revealed a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei frowned. Ban 2. It's not possible that my mother has said something to you again. It's not like you don't know her well. She's a mother-in-law and always wants me to act according to her wishes. I'm an adult and she still treats me like a child. I 1/4s. Listening to Zhang Wei chattering and complaining about his mother, Chen Mu felt doubly amused, especially when he glanced at Meng Yanqing, who happened to appear at the door with a dish tray. He didn't remind the other party, but instead deliberately advised. That's not true. Your mother is also doing this for your own good, and since she's so beautiful, so virtuous, and so gentle and kind, it's too late for others to envy her. Envious? Zhang Wei skimmed his mouth. If you stay in this home for a few days, you'll feel that it would be better to go to the bridge on the banks of the Huailan River and settle down. At least it would be much cleaner. Ahem. A coughing sound came out of nowhere. Tick. Zhang Wei's expression instantly froze, and he turned to look at Meng Yanqing's dark and pretty face. After staying for a few seconds, he busied himself with the dish tray in the other party's hand and smiled sarcastically. Mother, are the meals already done? I will immediately go to the kitchen to serve it. You don't get tired. Just let me do it. Go to the study and tell your sister to eat. Meng Yanqing's beautiful eyes glared fiercely as she snapped. And, don't forget about little Nettle girl. Understood. Zhang Wei nodded his head and instantly ran out of sight. The beautiful woman's teeth itched with anger. Brat, you just know how to whine about me behind my back all day long. Seeing Chen Mu staring at her with a smirk on his face, he didn't have the heart to say, has Sheriff Chen seen enough jokes? Chen Mu cried out in injustice. When did I look at you as a joke? Just now I was praising you one after another. Almost as if you were praising Auntie as a fairy. Of course, those are my heart words. Just telling the truth. Meng Yanqing's pretty face flew up some faint scarlet. White glance, away if you have half of your smooth. Also save heart. Is Auntie slippery then? Chen Mu asked. Meng Yanqing grunted and sneered. Concubine is not as slick as Grand Sheriff Chen. She can't learn. Chen Mu looked aggrieved. Auntie, you've wronged me here. What do you mean? From the book. The beautiful woman obviously failed to understand the meaning of Chen Mu's words. Chen Mu explained seriously. Because we're both acquaintances now. There's no need to knock on the door. I came right in. Snapped. Quickly. What a mess. The more Meng Yanqing heard, the more confused she became, and she didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party. Turning to the kitchen to serve the food, the meal was scrumptious. Little Nettle finished bathing, and after coming to the hall just lightly nodded her cicatrization towards Chen Mu, with a smile on her lips, and then she didn't communicate much more. Nettle. Chen Mu didn't deliberately strike up a conversation either. It's like nothing just happened. Nervous Zhang Wei naturally did not notice the abnormality. Looking at the table full of sumptuous meals sighed. It's been a long time since mother cooked herself. Aha! Little Xianer, the 9-year-old infant daughter sitting beside Chen Mu, nodded her little head and said crisply, Mother will only go to the kitchen every time Brother Mu comes, just like she used to cook for father. Clunk! Clank! Meng Yanqing, who was just about to take her seat, almost fell over. She righted her chair and glared darkly at her youngest daughter. Hurry up and eat. There's still so much homework left to do. Chen Mu looked at the aggrieved little Xianer and said with a smile, This is called a humane situation, because your brother is working under me as an errand boy. Understand? Little Xianer shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. You'll get it later. Chen Mu blinked. Seeing that Chen Mu had successfully resolved the embarrassment and crisis, the beautiful woman was relieved. Totally. Fine that your back is sweating. However, once she thought that she and Chen Mu were nothing in the first place, she was suffocated inwardly, and even Chen Mu was annoyed. A hard stare was given to the other man. Chen Mu only felt puzzled and simply complimented the other party's cooking skills. I have to say, Auntie's cooking skills are awesome. I guess the cooks in those big restaurants are all inferior in front of you. Oh, then Sheriff Chen, tell me how good these dishes of mine are. Meng Yanqing was storing up a difficult situation. With a grasping face. A person who is not in a position to do anything. Chen Mu choked for a moment. It was a rare moment to see the other party embarrassed and defeated. The smile in Meng Yanqing's eyes grew even more, and the depression in his heart dissipated quite a bit. He was about to stop embarrassing the other party when the latter spoke up. I'm not just praising. Take this dish for example. The color is like a jade version of cat's head bamboo shoots. The taste is comparable to camel's hump oxtail scarlet. Not ordinary cooks can make. There is also the small shortcake. Idle entrance like chewing the moon. There are crispy and syrup. Taste 1,000. I guess the cake made by the fairy in the moon is just like this. And Chen Mu spoke eloquently for half a day, listening to the crowd. It was as if under his portrayal, they were in front of a table of delicacies that even the immortals would hardly have the chance to savor. Even little Xianer, who didn't understand much, swallowed her saliva. Hurriedly, he buried his head and ate. Meng Yanqing was complimented with hot cheeks, the tide in her chest. Even the air was sizzling and rolling. Red-faced spit, okay, just an ordinary meal, which is as exaggerated as you blow it. Every word from the heart, never an exaggeration. Chen Mu had a serious face. Fear that this guy more and more outrageous. Meng Yanqing hastened to change the topic. Complimenting people's cooking skills are quite literary. Well, that winged goose is not really you write it. I told you, I wrote it. Chen Mu resumed his joking tone. For a while, Meng Yanqing couldn't tell whether this guy was serious or joking. Little Xianer, who was burying her head in her food, suddenly spoke up. Brother Mu, our mister asked who wrote that poem. Oh, and how did you answer? Chen Mu asked. Little Xianer wrinkled the tip of her pink nose and said sullenly. I said Brother Mu wrote it, but mister didn't believe me. I won half. It's weird to believe that. If a constable can write that poem, what's the point of being a constable? Moreover, in Chen Mu's opinion, the act of a traveler copying a poem was too breathless. It would be fine if there was a cultural background, but if there was little culture and one was forced to make a name for himself by copying poems, then that person was absolutely brain-dead. He wasn't going to get famous copying poems anyway. Have faith in your teacher. Chen Mu rubbed the head of the little girl and lifted the wine cup. Come on, let us all have a toast first. This cup of wine. For Mu Xianger. The crowd was stunned. Nettle's gaze turned to Chen Mu, who wasn't looking at her, so she smiled and picked up her wine glass. For Mu Xianger. Zheng Wei reacted. His wine glass raised. For Mu Xianger. Recalling that girl's misery, Meng Yanqing also sighed, her slender jade hand raising her wine glass. For Mu Xianger. I wish her all the best. Chen Mu drank it all in one go. A double entendre. Tick. The crowd sipped their drinks. The young girl gently wiped away a tear that had slipped from the corner of her eye and murmured, Thank you. Chapter 51, Husband Protector? Swish. Fig. The bamboo curtains covering the windows were lifted. The piercing morning light pierced through the window pane and drilled into Chen Mu's tightly closed eyes, scorching them to a blazing red. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his forehead. Squinting, a green-skirted girl stood at the foot of the bed, was crossing her arms over her thin, limp waist and glaring at him. The sun's almost on your ass. Why don't you get up? What hour is it? Chen Mu yawned and lifted the covers to sit up slowly, only to feel that 2 pounds of weight had been placed in his head, making it difficult. I don't know how long I drank last night at Zhang Wei's house. Walking with a twist anyway. He only remembers that it was his mother who came to look for him and Qing Luo who helped him to the carriage before he returned home in a daze. It's almost noon. The little girl snorted coldly and threw brand new clothes on him. This is the new clothes my sister made for you. Try to see if they fit. They should be about right. It had to be said that Chen Mu was born with a rack of clothes. The new clothes were worn as if they fit the curves of his body, and they were quite magnificent with a strong manly masculinity. Fig. Coupled with those handsome and extraordinary cheeks, it was like walking out of a painting. It fits pretty well. Qing Luo stepped forward and straightened her collar, carefully sizing up Chen Mu, and a gleam of light blossomed in her moist, beautiful eyes as big as citrus oranges. Couldn't help but heartily compliment. That's so handsome. Chen Mu didn't have the good sense to push her away, rubbed his still somewhat inflamed brain, saw that there was sour plum soup on the table, and took a few sips. The cold, sour soup slid into the stomach and that discomfort subsided a lot, and the brain cleared up a few points. Spoilers, I really want to eat you. A little. At this time, Qing Luo somehow looked vaguely exuberant. Face flushed, the remaining clarity in the original eyes, as if it was slowly being eaten away by a layer of blood. The youthful and lovely appearance was a little more bewitching. She came behind Chen Mu like a cat. Shellfish teeth nibbled lightly on her lip, oozing blood. It seemed to be bitterly repressing something. Chen Mu, whose back was turned to her, naturally didn't notice the woman's abnormality. Sitting on the chair and drinking the sour plum juice one sip at a time, Qing Luo silently gazed at the man's neck. Swallowed. Shortness of breath. After struggling internally for a long time, the young girl opened her pink lips and came up, her 2 sharp teeth showing silently. By the way, where's the maiden? Fig. Chen Mu drank all of the sour plum soup. His body felt a rush of pleasure, and put down the bowl to ask. Hearing the word mother, Qing Luo's delicate body shook. The blood color in her eyes instantly faded, and she scrambled to straighten up and said, That of hers is out of town. Only then did Chen Mu notice that the other party was standing behind him, and the face is red and flushed, no less than a monkey's ass. Chen Mu was a bit puzzled. Why is your face so red? Are you alright? Fig. 2. No. It's okay. Chang Luo gave a stiff smile, one hand hidden behind her back, twisting the soft flesh of her waist hard. Damn it. Almost old habits come back to haunt me. It's all that stinking monk's fault. If he hadn't been hurt by him, it wouldn't have been like this. The young girl cursed in her mind. Is it really okay? Fig. Chen Mu frowned as a worried look appeared on his face. It's okay. Ching Luo blinked her beautiful eyes and laughed. Hurry up and wash your face. I've made you a delicious meal. Otherwise it will get cold. After saying that, the young girl lightly twisted her willow waist and left the room. This girl, always inexplicable. Chen Mu scratched his head. After washing up, Chen Mu came to the living room. The meal was already set. Come and taste it. This is a medicinal porridge that I specially made with a new recipe that has the effect of moisturizing the lungs and nourishing the veins. Ching Luo brought a glazed bowl. The bowl is so thick and white and juicy that you can smell the light medicinal odor between your nostrils. It must be brewed with herbs as a guide. Chen Mu lightly tasted it. Spoilers. In the mouth, there is a delicate aroma, with a hint of mint, and a distinctive flavor that lingers on the palate. It dripped down into the abdomen, and his body instantly vaporized with waves of heat, floating like a dream. Is it good? Cheng Luo was full of anticipation, and those flirtatious almond eyes stared at Chen Mu without blinking. Chen Mu smacked his lips and marveled. What kind of herbs did you brew this with? It's so good. With that, he changed the topic again. You said your sister went out of town. Where exactly did she go? Going to teach someone a lesson. Ching Luo said gently. Lecturing people? Chen Mu looked puzzled. Who did you go to teach a lesson? Has anyone offended your sister? Ching Luo picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of lotus root and put it in her mouth, saying vaguely, it's to teach someone a lesson for you. Last night you said that you were bullied by a eunuch surnamed Gu, so my sister was very angry when she heard that and planned to take it out on you. Chen Mu froze. Thinking back to last night, it seemed like I had actually scolded that eunuch. He instantly changed his face. Are you serious? Ching Luo looked at him with a smiling face, and only when Chen Mu intended to get up could she not help but laugh out loud. Stupid. Don't you think about it? That eunuch Go has already returned to Yunzhou a long time ago. Even if my sister wanted to take revenge for you, how far would she have to run? Besides, she's a weak woman. How can she retaliate against the court officials? She's gone to the old king's house next door, intending to make you more clothes. Caring is messy. After being reminded by his sister-in-law, Chen Mu was then reassured and smiled bitterly. I'm actually very smart, but I don't know why I habitually mess up every time I encounter something related to your sister. Proves you care about her. Cheng Luo laughed. Fuxi Village, official road. Eunuch Gu, who was being talked about by Chen Mu and Cheng Luo, was currently sitting in front of a tea stall at the intersection of the official road, slowly drinking tea. There were also a few Western factory guards with good hands surrounding them. At the edge of the forest on one side, 2 wagons were hitched. Spoilers, one was Eunuch Ge's exclusive carriage, while the other carriage was loaded with 2 large red boxes containing some gold and silver treasures. It was still half an hour's journey from the Yunzhou seizure. Logically speaking, they had arrived in Yunzhou as early as yesterday, and the reason why they had delayed until today was because of those 2 boxes of gold and silver treasures. Being a public officer in the seizure service, he has to collect some fees from the magistrate every year. Simply put, it's official protection money. This time, although he had hit a snub in Xingyu County because of Chen Mu, he had gained quite a lot in other counties. I will be sure to report this to His Excellency when I return. Fig. Recalling the encounter in Xingyu County, Eunuch Ji's eyes welled up with thick hostility. A tiny constable dares to be so wild, not letting him endure some suffering. Where is my face in the West Factory? And that Gao Yuanchun? Eunuch Ji's gaze flickered slightly. Ever since that year's Crown Prince to Civet Cat incident, the forces led by Chief Minister Su Zhilian have completely disintegrated. As one of Su Zhilian's students, Yao Yuanchuan's performance was still satisfactory. Shrinking within this tiny Qingyu County, honestly muddling through, but now it seems, this old thing's bones seem to be itching to forget how his teacher died. Fig. Eunuch Gu decided. When he went back, he would collect some black material on Gao Yuanshan and give the guy a good hammering. Shao air. Serve tea. While he was pondering, a cold woman's voice suddenly sounded. Eunuch Gu looked sideways, only to see a white woman wearing a gauze hat, sitting in front of the square table in the corner, the long snow-colored gauze curtains hanging down to the waist and back, sitting like a ritual. The surrounding Western factory guards all stared intently at the woman. Scrutinizing, Eunuch Ge's eyes narrowed. The woman's figure was quite delicate, and her curvaceous back was beautiful beyond words. The breeze whisks. Lift the white veil some. Vaguely only the woman's pointed jaw and rosy lips were revealed. Its style is enough to pass on to the next generation. Guest, what kind of tea would you like to drink? The tea stall waiter was also dumbfounded by the woman's overwhelming beauty, and busily went forward to ask. The woman placed the sword in her hand on the edge of the table, her jade-like slender fingers tapping on the scabbard. The voice was warm and melodious, but it was oozing with coldness. Is there a severed head tea? Chapter 52 De Wei Tian Long. Shine, 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 shine. After the woman spat out the words severed head tea under her breath, a series of dense sounds of blades being sheathed rang out in succession. The guards who were protecting eunuch Ji's surroundings had drawn their long swords. Cold eyes policed the woman with murderous intent. Compared to the underworld guards, public officials of the Western factory were more likely to suffer assassinations, which had something to do with the low popularity of the folk. Every year, there are no less than 20 ruthless people who want to assassinate the reign governor. It is clear how much the West factory invites disgust. The tea stall junior and the stall owner boss were so scared that their faces turned pale, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Standing straight in place, troubleshooting. No? The woman asked again. The stall owner's boss voice shivered. Yes. I'm sorry customer. Our small store doesn't have the tea you asked for. Just any pot then? I'll mix my own, the woman said. The boss nodded busily and brought up a freshly brewed pot of tea. You can roll. Tick. A silver ingot flew into his arms. The latter froze for a moment, hearing the warning intent in the woman's words, and hurriedly pulled Junior, who was still staring at the spot, and ran towards the path. Soon the two were nowhere to be seen. Who are you? Eunuch Go was not panicked as he estimated the other party's strength while pondering the woman's origin in his mind. He had been through several assassinations and the assassins had been caught easily. Naturally didn't take women seriously. Totally. Instead, he was contemplating how he was going to do some torturing after capturing this woman. The woman did not respond. The 4 white porcelain teacups placed on the table were arranged in a line, and the tea was added in turn, all of them stopping after half a cup. Only then did he slowly say, "Don't be afraid. Today we will only bleed and not kill." Eunuch Go frowned, disliking the atmosphere, inexplicably irritated. The sharp voice couldn't help but bring up a bit of hostility. Pretend to be a god. Take it down for this official. I want half, 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 I. The guard closest to the woman swung his sword. The guards who can follow the side of the narcotics officer are not weak, and have undergone rigorous training, which is not comparable to the jungle and grass. The blade swept through a white aura. In an instant, he appeared above the woman's head, and when he saw that the other woman didn't hide, the guard flicked his wrist to turn the blade, intending to take the woman alive. Just then, however, the woman's onion-like fingers gently tapped on the tabletop. Tea swirled in the cup. A droplet of water bounced violently out of the teacup, only to hit the surface of the blade with a dull thud of a clunk. That guard was directly shaken out. Together with the 2 companions behind him, they planted themselves on the ground, blood spurting out and making it difficult to get up, and the sword forged from fine iron in the guard's hand was actually bent at 90 degrees. Eunuch Ji's pupils instantly shrunk like pinpricks. Frightened, he backed up and almost stumbled and planted himself on the ground. Quickly, quickly kill her quickly. The remaining Western factory guards understood that they had encountered an expert, and did not mess up due to their superior's panic. After exchanging glances with each other, they formed a special formation to rush towards Bai Jianyu at a very fast speed. Every blade light is that harsh and strong. The light of the blade is so powerful. In an instant, it was spread into a densely woven net of knives, enveloping Bai Jianyu's entire body, and the sharp sound of breaking air brought a feeling of suffocation. The chaotic but orderly shadow of the sword completely drowned out the woman's slender figure. Swish! Suddenly, the sword came out of its sheath. The thin, cicada-like blade pulled out a brilliant light. Before Eunuch Go could see clearly what was going on, he felt an extreme oppression pouncing on him, as if a mountain was tumbling down. His body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. It smashed heavily into a tree on the side of the road. When he raised his head after enduring the sharp pain in his spine, he was shocked to see all the guards lying on the ground in a state of immobility. I don't know if they are unconscious or dead. And there was even a long, cold sword pointing at him in front of him. The person holding the sword has a white skirt that floats, such as the Gushu immortals, unspeakable, dusty and moving. Who the hell are you? Gugongang's face was pale. His heart set off countless waves of shock and fear. Looking at the mysterious woman in front of him, do you know that I am a person of the West factory? The woman's wrist slightly vibrated, and the 4 cups of tea on the table actually flew through the air on their own. It stuck to the sword in turn, sucked in general. Drink. The sword was tilted, and the tea in the 4 cups slowly overflowed. connecting into a line and condensing at the tip of the sword. As if trapped in a swirling stream, Unetgo subconsciously opened his mouth. The tea fell into his mouth along the tip of the sword, and he could only try to swallow, not daring to put up any resistance. O.C. Pound the. When all the water in the 4 teacups had run out, the woman's white dress flipped and she kicked Unetgo in the chest with an elegant spin. Ka-chow. The sound of ribs breaking in sync with the trees behind them. Unetgo once again flew out backwards, breaking 2 trees in a row, his blood spraying out like rain, showering the air with a crimson color. Bai Jianyu's wrists flickered. The 4 teacups glued to the sword flew up again and would suck the blood in the air into the cups as if with suction. No more. No less. Exactly 4 cups full. Limited. Floating down in front of Unetgo. Next time, I'll really make you drink this head-breaking tea, White Fiber Feather said slowly. Unetgo looked at the 4 cups of bloody tea in front of him, opened his mouth, and before he could make a single sound, he fainted. The woman watched for a moment and turned away. Right at this moment, her footsteps suddenly lurched, as if she sensed some crisis, and her delicate body abruptly tensed up. The light veil on the drapery shifted slightly. From the top of the curtain, swish, the long sword was swung out, and the green awns were like fireflies. The sword light swept the right side of the woods, instantly skyrocketed 10 feet, twisting off countless trees and raising out a flat land. Only a monk appeared above the flat ground. The monk was stout, with large and powerful bones, but with a handsome face with masculine features. It was not abrupt and incongruous. It was the mysterious monk that Chen Mu had encountered. At the moment, he was standing there quietly, penetrating a few Buddhist immortal postures. Totally. Ba. The monk folded his hands and looked at Bai Jianyu with a bright gaze. White Fiber Feather coldly stared at him. In the past is not quite open and honest. Why now began to hide? The poor monk did not hide. If he did hide, how would the master find the poor monk? The monk smiled faintly. Ha, that's pretty thick-skinned. White Fiber Feather was coldly sarcastic. Totally. The monk's gaze skimmed over those guards on the ground, then looked at the fainting Unetgo, and asked softly, what is this for? Take it out on my Sangha. How he bullied your Sangha, throwing a cup of tea on my husband, and cursing and abusing my husband, in addition to surely threatening my husband's well-being in the future. Then why don't you kill him? The monk asked again. White Fiber Feather said indifferently. You even ask this kind of idiotic question? It's not like you don't know my rules. You still haven't changed. You want me to change? The woman asked rhetorically. The monk was silent, feeling the fluctuation of spiritual energy radiating from the other party. Bai Jianyu laughed. What do you mean? You don't want me to go home? Don't want. The monk shook his head gently. Seek death. White Fiber Feather stepped on the ground with the tip of her foot and stabbed at the monk with a majestic killing intent. As the mountain moves and the ping-pong floats, because the previously scattered leaves were vibrating and arching up, they even condensed into a majestic and horrifying giant snake, bringing up a crushing momentum. The woman's white dress fluttered. It appeared in front of the monk in a matter of moments, seemingly capable of twisting the other into pieces in the next second. De Wei Tian Long. Abruptly, a popping sound like a drum pounding a bell exploded throughout the woods. It's not a good idea. But see the monk body flooded with golden aura, vaguely a golden dragon around the body and around. The dragon roar up, bombarded the White Fiber Feather heart stagnation. The palm died with golden aura swung out. The ground beneath his feet tore apart inch by inch, and smoke rose up in all directions. With a loud rumble, the huge python that was condensed from grass and trees turned into pieces in an instant, and White Fiber Feather was also shaken back by about 10 feet. The sword in his hand came off. The gauze hat on her head flew up, spreading out her long, shiny, waterfall-like hair. The pretty face was slightly pale. Tutti frutti. She stared at the monk and laughed coldly. Straight away. You're zooming in. Looks like your cultivation has regressed a lot. Ha? No. It's the cultivation of the Shih Tzu that has progressed. The monk's face was expressionless. White Fiber Feather waved her hand and gripped the long sword on the ground in her hand, and coldly said, I don't have the time to accompany you here to waste your time. If you really want to stop me, think of the price. At what cost? The monk asked. White Fiber Feather's tone was icy cold. Either you press me under the heavenly thunder tower, or my old lady drowned your Dawei temple. You try it. The monk did not utter a word. He knew the woman's character and would never make empty promises. After waiting for a moment to see that the monk did not respond, the corners of Bai Jianyu's lips lifted up a cold smile and sheathed her sword back. You haven't changed at all either. After saying that, he walked straight towards the monk, rubbing shoulders. The latter folded his hands like a statue and didn't block it, until the two were far enough away. He spoke softly, your husband will know the truth. And then, will you kill or not? I one half 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 I. The woman was on her feet. She raised her head to look at the blue sky. and after a long silence, she suddenly smiled. The white smile is like a flower blooming, pure without a trace of refutation, dazzling, but said, "None of your business." Chapter 53 The Doubt in Coming to Confidence. After eating breakfast, or also a kind of lunch, Chen Mu was going to go back to his room to sleep for a while more, but Zhang Wei hurriedly came. "Ple." The boy looked flustered. As soon as he entered, he shouted at Chen Mu, "Bantu is bad." Nettle left. Looking at the man with an eager face, Chen Mu didn't react too much. Leaving is leaving. What's the fuss? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. "Bantu, didn't you understand what I meant? I'm saying that little Nettle left. She won't come back later. The packages in the room are all gone. She really left." Oh. The other party's reaction made Zhang Wei a little frustrated. Pleading. He still wanted to emphasize the seriousness of the matter, but Chen Mu tapped his shoulder and said, "Wei, don't get excited. I've expected this." "You expected that?" Zhang Wei frowned. Chen Mu sat on the recliner, his hands resting on the back of his head. The purpose of people leaving Bao Spring House is that they wish to be free. So what is the point of staying by your side? "But, left you a letter, right?" Chen Mu interrupted him. Zhang Wei froze and nodded. Earnestly, Chen Mu asked, "What did the letter say?" Zhang Wei was silent for a moment. Looking gloomy, she said she wanted to go and find a life of her own, and told me to stop thinking about her, that there was a better girl waiting for me. "That's right. I told you you two weren't right for each other." "Did she still say you were a good person?" Ah Wei. Remember the saying, when you meet a girl who thinks she's perfect for you, then 9 times out of 10 the other person isn't right for you. "What do you mean?" Zhang Wei was confused by what he heard. Pleading. Xing Luo in a green dress walked in with a fruit plate and said with a smile, "Because 9 times out of 10, the other party is deliberately disguising themselves to cater to you." "Deliberate camouflage?" Zhang Wei scratched his head and looked suspicious. "Do you guys mean that little Nettle is lying to me? Does it matter if you cheat or not?" Chen Mu took Cheng Luo's peeled orange and said while eating it, "The fact that she's leaving now proves that she doesn't like you. So what's the point of you dwelling on it?" Zhang Wei was frozen in place. Trance. Earnestly, as if he had been drained of all his spirit, he slowly sat down in his chair, burying his head and wondering what he was thinking. Chen Mu didn't continue to persuade him either. Emotional matters can only be truly put down if you get through it, and outsiders are useless. After a long time, Zhang Wei said bitterly, "I feel so useless, like a very mediocre wastrel, without a single thing that can attract girls. I'm really useless. What do you call that?" Seeing his brother so disheveled, Chen Mu couldn't stand it anymore and angrily rebuked. "You think you're wasted? Then look at others. They are even more wasted than you. Plead. For example, what else do I have besides being a little bit better looking and a little bit smarter in the head? I'm the one with nothing. I don't suppose there are many men in the world who would put up with a wimp like me." Avi Zhang. Killing is not only killing, but also killing the heart. It's not just about killing the heart, it's about salting it. It's too much. Earnestly. But Chen Mu thought he was telling the truth. Originally, he was now a white boy, and really had nothing to show for it except his looks and intelligence with having a rich woman to keep him. "Oh yeah, the wife won't even let me share a bed. It's so sad." Realizing that he might be cracked by Chen Mu's blow if he stayed any longer, Zhang Wei got up and said, "Bantu, I'll go back first. By the way, little Nettle also left a letter for you." "Letter? Plea? Well, leave it to you." Placing the letterhead on the table, Zhang Wei left in a state of disorientation. The envelope is intact. It means that Zhang Wei didn't unwrap it and look at it. It also shows that the boy is an honest man. Chen Mu opened the letterhead. The first few sentences were Mu Xianger's words of thanks, but later on, it was information about the demonic creature, which was written on more than 4 pages. Pleading. A detailed account of her acquaintance with the demon. Just as Chen Mu predicted, the demonic creature that helped Mu Xianger was not a snake demon, but a grass spirit that had been practicing in Lion Mountain Ridge for 200 years. It can also be referred to as a grass demon. Chen Mu had been to that place, Lion Mountain Ridge, when he was investigating the case before. At that time, he was also attacked by the white bone golem, and died once with Zhang Wei, and was finally eliminated by Zhuge Fengdiao. According to Zhuge Fengyi, that place used to refine corpse puppets and had a very heavy Yin puppet fury. That grass spirit was cultivated into human form with the help of this Yin Qi. I'm sorry. The letter records that Mu Xianger and Grass Essence met in early September last year. At that time, the grass spirit was seriously injured, fled to the vicinity of the Mu family, changed back to its original form, coincidentally picked up by Mu Xianger, planted in a flower pot and carefully cared for. At that time, Mu Xianger endured the violence of her elder brother, purely because she wanted a partner to talk to, and that grass spirit became the object of her confidences. Of course, Mu Xianger didn't know that the grass spirit had consciousness, thinking that it was just an ordinary flower plant that told her heart every day. Over time, the grass spirit developed a sense of pity and sympathy for Mu Xianger, but it doesn't have much magical power after all, so when its injuries are almost healed, it sneaks out of Mu Xianger's house and heads for Juchuan House, PLE, and named herself Nettle. As to why the grass spirit entered Bo Spring House to practice, Mu Xianger's letter did not give an answer, but Chen Mu guessed. The Juchuan building has a very yin atmosphere, and the perennial woozy aura is pervasive, so it might be very helpful for cultivation. It's even convenient for picking up the yang and replenishing the yin later on. That's why it's lurking in that place. Until late May of this year, the grass spirit suddenly found Mu Xianger, and told him what he had been saved by the other party, pleading. At first Mu Xianger didn't believe that the other party was a demon, but when the grass spirit showed its original form, the girl was then convinced. It was just that at this time, the grass spirit seemed to have suffered some fatal injury, and his soul was severely corroded, so he could no longer live for long. It came to Mu Xianger with the intention of repaying the other party's former favor before it died. It's also the fulfillment of a wish. So with the help of the grass spirit, Mu Xianger not only accomplished her revenge, but also successfully changed her soul and had a new identity. Good lord, that's enough experience to make a movie. PLE. Chen Mu was overwhelmed with emotion, but what made him feel most absurd was that grass could take human form. In the future, if you find a grass spirit as your wife, is it grass? Or is it grass? Thinking about that image must be a hunt. There's still something wrong. Chen Mu found a contradiction in the letter. According to Mu Xianger's records, this grass spirit called Little Nettle had a very kind and simple character and had never done anything to harm anyone. But that night, he and Zhang Wei rushed out of the restaurant and were directly killed by the other party. PLE. The means are quite brutal. Obviously very inconsistent with the character of the grass spirit as recorded by Mu Xianger. Of course, Chen Mu still trusted Mu Xianger's judgment on this point. Coming from that kind of family, one's perception of human nature was sharp. Since she said that the grass spirit was kind, she shouldn't be wrong. There was only one possibility, that the grass spirit had been infected by something. It leads to a change in temperament. Moreover, Mu Xianger had also said in her letter that this grass spirit would sometimes lose her temper inexplicably, but every time she lost her temper she would sincerely apologize again. Sincerely. It was as if something existed within the grass spirit's body that was affecting its mind. In addition, the grass essence had once given Mu Xianger a vague mention that it had gone to Blood Moon Peak to look for treasures before it was fatally injured. It causes the soul to be corrupted. In other words, the grass spirit's change in temperament could be related to the Blood Moon Peak. But the question is, where is Blood Moon Peak? Forget it, don't think about it. For the demons and all this crap, Chen Mu was not interested at all, and casually put the letter into his arms and went back to his room to rest. PLE. Chapter 54. I really don't want to like him. It was late in the evening when Bai Jianyu returned home. Seeing Chen Mu wearing the clothes she made with her own hands, her beautiful eyes were colorful. Not bad. It fits you quite well. The lady makes beautiful clothes. Chen Mu looked down at the color of the clothes and smiled bitterly. This green is also a little too natural. And I remember, last time I said I didn't want this color. Yes? Husband said he didn't like the color last time? The woman furrowed her pretty eyebrows. From the look of bewildered innocence, it seemed as if he really had forgotten. Chen Mu nodded. It did say that. Lohan _9182 right arrow curving left. So, Bai Jianyu pondered for a moment, gently smoothing out the other party's somewhat wrinkled collar. And her white, pretty face blossomed into a charming smile. It's okay, husband will get used to it. There is a hint of apology, pleading, and unrefusable dominance in the tone. Chen Mu sort of understood. This woman is one of those typical strong people who will listen carefully to what you have to say, yet won't take it on board. She wants to do something and no one else can change her mind. Chen Mu was also too lazy to dwell on this issue, and seeing that the other party had a few moments of fatigue between his brows, he said, "You're a bit tired. Rest for a while first." "No need." White Fiber Feather gently shook her head. She took an undershirt and dress from the closet and came behind the screen, dimmed some candlelight and asked as she changed, "Husband has been dismissed this time, so it will probably take how long before he returns to the court?" "I don't know. I one half. Looking at the shapely and moving figure behind the screen, Chen Mu automatically brainstormed the image. It depends on the attitude of the underworld guard who came to investigate the case this time. This woman, every time she changes her clothes, she changes them in front of her face, intent on seducing her husband. Too bad there's no camera. Wait, camera? Chen Mu suddenly glanced at the bronze mirror that he had accidentally moved in the morning, right behind the screen, and his gaze steepened. This isn't very good. At least I'm a decent man. How can I do such a thing? Spying on one's own wife is nothing. But then again, it is one's own wife after all, so it's not exactly spying. During the internal struggle, Shenmu's footsteps moved little by little, trying to find a good vision. Earlier you said that Lord Gao intended to transfer you to the Ministry of Justice. Is that true? The woman did not notice her husband's behavior. The voice is pleasant and soft, accompanied by the sound of clothes off the sizzle and sizzle of a different kind of mood. It's true. I one half. Shenmu carefully shifted his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on the bronze mirror, his tone smooth. But now that I've committed a crime, I guess I'll be cold. Since Lord Gao is not pursuing you, it means that your path to the Ministry of Justice is secure. Maybe. Anyway, I think it's good to stay in this place. The bigger the official, the bigger the responsibility. It's too tiring to live. See? The woman's fragrant shoulders with some pink back finally emerged within the mirror. Although the lights were on the dim side, the reflected skin was like a top-quality snow-trained white silk, so that people could not move their eyes. Too bad it's back to front. Totally. Shenmu inwardly had some regrets. If it was positive, he would be able to gauge in advance how sumptuous the child's future nutrients would be. Others are hoping to step up, but you don't want to move up. But dash. The woman's voice suddenly paused. Even the act of dressing stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. Chanmu, who was raising his feet with the intention of continuing to expand his vision, violently tensed his nerves and moved in a golden chicken stance. Found it? No way. It's not like the lady has eyes in the back of her head. I don't think so. Shenmu was inwardly apprehensive. Hesitating for a few seconds, he slowly landed on his feet and returned to his original position, feigning curiosity. But what? The woman doesn't say a word. The atmosphere that filled the air was as if it had been frozen, permeated with a chill. Just as Shenmu was about to open his mouth again, the woman's somewhat irritated voice then sounded. What's wrong with this girl Chanluo? Her clothes aren't even clean. Shenmu let out a long sigh of relief. Limited. Grandma's. Almost gave my brother a heart attack. Turns out the clothes weren't clean. When he thought of his own goofy behavior just now, Shenmu sighed. Man, ah man. Even peeking at his own wife is so goofy. Let me get you another one. Shenmu said. No need. Bai Jianyu's tone was flat. It's just a little problem. Oh, I one half. Shenmu also stopped talking and honestly stayed where he was. After a while, Bai Jianyu finished changing her clothes and came out from behind the screen, continuing what she had just said. With your ability to rise high is sooner or later, but sometimes it's not good to be too fast, and it's appropriate to become a bit dumber. Lord Tal said something like that too. Looking at the clear and beautiful Niang Zi, the scene Shenmu had just seen in the mirror surfaced in his mind. It's really a beauty. Lord Gao also really wants to train you, but this time you've pissed him off enough. Bai Jianyu sat on the chair, took down the hairpin that fixed her hair, spread out her waterfall-like green silk, picked up the comb and said somewhat helplessly, I one half. Shenmu poured a cup of tea for the other party and laughed. It's because he doesn't really know me. Yes, that's the most taboo thing in officialdom. Bai Jianyu slowly combed her ink-colored hair, her gaze floating in a slight trance. Because you don't understand. You will make a big mistake. Shenmu was about to respond, but he saw a little black stain sticking to the hem of the woman's skirt. It was expected to be the cause of the other party's anger just now. So Shenmu picked up a wiping cloth, squatted down and put the other party's skirt in his hands, gently wiping it, and the black stains became much lighter. Perhaps it was a bit of a twist to simply rest your right knee on the ground. I one half. A sight of a man on one knee asking for his hand in marriage. Bai Jianyu had not expected this move from the other party at all. Subconsciously, she wanted to get up, but when she looked at her husband, who was half kneeling on the floor and patiently wiping the stains on the hem of her skirt, she had a pair of beautiful eyes with mixed emotions. I think that girl accidentally stained it when she was putting away her clothes. It's fine. After wiping off the black stains, Shenmu tilted his head to look at the woman's delicate features and wondered, why are you looking at me with that kind of look? Bai Jianyu coldly said, a big man. How can he casually kneel in front of his own wife? I one half. What? Shenmu was a bit confused. I'm just rubbing a stain for you. Why do you think so much? The woman gave a playful white glance, her flavor flowing, but this kind of thing is not something you big men do. Shame on you. There's no shame in that. Shenmu bristled. This is all very normal. Shut up. Bai Jianyu's beautiful eyes flinched as she raised her tiny embroidered shoes and couldn't help but kick the other party. Don't think that my concubine doesn't understand what you're saying. The woman's delicate face floated in a faint colorful blush. Shenmu stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. somewhat surprised. It seems that following this girl Chang Luo, she more or less knows something about men and women. You can't talk freely from now on. Chen Mu patted his shirt, stood up and hemmed and hawed. Maiden misunderstood. I'm a decent person. Besides, people as strong as Maiden like to be in control of the whole situation. Concubine didn't understand what that meant. Can husband explain it properly? Bai Jianyu's phoenix eyes narrowed. Oh see pound the. A cold aura burst out. Oops. I drank a bit too much tea earlier. I'll go relax. Chen Mu took a look at the big deal and busily left the house. Snap. White fiber feather tapped the table. Exasperated and not a little amused. Recalling the scene where the other party had just wiped the hem of her skirt. Her eyes filled with endless tenderness and she let out a long sigh. I really don't want to like him. I one half. The woman got up and walked over to the dresser, reversing the direction of the bronze mirror that Chen Mu had just used to spy on her. Chapter 55. The poet saint is here. Without realizing it, 2 days had passed. Touché. These 2 days were quite leisurely for Chen Mu, shopping with his wife to cultivate his feelings. Addicted to the role of the adopted gigolo can't help himself. Instead, the outside world is quite unsettled. Because of the arrival of the underworld guards, it caused Qingyu County to be covered with a layer of gloomy atmosphere, and the normally rowdy county office became extraordinarily quiet. Those magistrates saw the underworld guards in their flying fish suits and walked cautiously for fear of making noise. One by one, nerves were tense. There are also rumors going around that the Juchuanlu tragedy that happened over a month ago will be reinvestigated. Torture. The news is quite intriguing. After all, the public announcement of the closing of the case given by the county government office earlier had clearly stated that those 11 women from the greenhouses had died due to accidentally taking poisonous mushrooms. Even the prefectural office and the Ministry of Justice have reviewed this closed case at all levels. Yet now it is being reversed. It's a slap in the face. This is an uncommon example in the history of the Dian dynasty, in which the fog of suspicion is known only to insiders. In short, at this time, Qingyu County was completely shrouded in a fog. Totally. Beneath the calm, there is a crisis. In addition to this, there is an interesting incident in Qingyu County that has added a few points of activity to the current stagnant atmosphere. It's because of a poem that came along. Winged Goose. This catchy poem was circulated in the Qinshu Academy and soon spread like a virus. Known to everyone. Even a 3 or 2-year-old child on the street could recite it in full. Its magic power was beyond the imagination of the crowd. And in just 2 days, not only Qingyu County, but also the surrounding neighboring counties were spreading like crazy. Osipanda. It has generated a great deal of literary buzz, but the most controversial is still its author. At first said to be a 9-year-old child, but then said what the constable, and then said to be a beggar, Taoist priests, monks, mysterious people, and even said to be a yellow cow maid. In short, the more you cross the line the more evil you get, and there is no one definitive source of information. Adds a mystical touch to the poem. Inside the small, quiet courtyard, a white dress of Bai Jianyu stood in front of the stone case and wrote carefully. Touché. She has a nice font, both the woman's graceful and elegant, but also with a little bit of harsh and awe-inspiring, like a real person outside the soft and hard inside. Even Chen Mu, who had seen many master-level ancient fonts, sked in wonder. It seems that Niangzi is also a bookish woman. This can't help but remind Chen Mu of an ex-girlfriend in his previous life. The other party is a calligraphy ashes level enthusiasts. Usually like to copy the posters, whether it is Yen Lu's style or thin gold style. He has certain attainments and has won numerous awards. Even Chen Mu was hard-pressed by her to learn calligraphy, only for the latter to have no talent at all and could only give up after wasting countless sheets of paper and ink. Totally. However, for some superficial knowledge of calligraphy, Chen Mu followed a lot. Sister, is this poem the one that's been so hot these past 2 days? Sitting in front of the stone case, Qing Luo intertwined her fingers, the backs of her crispy white hands resting on her cheeks as she looked at the words on the rice paper, and said with great vigor, what white fiber feather wrote was winging the goose. Aha! Bai Jianyu rested her pen next to the inkstone, gently stroked a strand of hair that hung down from the corner of her compact forehead, and sighed in admiration. This poem is really good. It's average. English. Chen Mu took the peeled grapes from Chang Luo and threw them into his mouth. Bai Jianyu glared at him. The movement is appropriate, such as watching its behavior as hearing its voice. The person who wrote this poem is quite spiritual. Don't talk nonsense. It was written by a gifted 7-year-old. Can you believe it? Chen Mu said with a smile. As a classic poem for children's enlightenment in the previous life, almost everyone would memorize it and know that it was written by Luo Binwan when he was 7 years old. And even though many people in the later generations questioned it and thought that it could not have been written at the age of 7, how many people could understand the world of a child prodigy? In the greatness of the world, There will always be things that are often unbelievable. White Fiber Feather didn't retort. Qing Luo laughed and said, brother-in-law, if you can write this kind of poem one day, I guarantee that my sister will cave with you. Really? Shenmu steeply came to life, his eyes glowing. If I had known that such a shortcut existed, what would I have waited for if I had been bitter? Stinky girl, looking for a fight, aren't you? Bai Jianyu furrowed her moth eyebrows and kicked the other party without any goodwill. Qing Luo laughed mischievously. It was originally, I tell you brother-in-law, sister used to be the most favorite poetry. Why don't you go back to the academy to study again? Maybe the talent will inspire, and you can really write 1 or 2 good poems? Stinky girl, can't keep your mouth shut can you? Bai Jianyu made a gesture to hit, frightening the latter to get up and run behind the grape arbor in a hurry. The young girl poked her head out and made a face. Sis, I'm intentionally mocking my brother-in-law. If he can really write a poem or 2, I'll do a handstand. Alas. At that moment, Shenmu let out a long sigh, only to see him standing with his arms folded, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of melancholy and vicissitudes. He slowly opened his mouth. I intended to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to get mockery in return. In that case, I can only stop pretending. He twisted his head to look at the dazed Bai Jianyu and Qing Luo and smiled faintly. That's right. I wrote this poem. Time stood steeply still. 1 second. 2 seconds. After a full 10 or so seconds, Qing Luo, who couldn't hold it in, finally let out a giggle and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and laughing so hard that tears burst out of the corners of my eyes. Tot. White Fiber Feather was rather expressionless. She turned around and coughed twice, seemingly holding back her laughter, and stared at Chen Mu angrily. Husband's joke is quite amusing. Chen Mu spread his hands. What do you mean? Don't believe it. Faith. Qing Luo laughed while sticking out her thumb. Brother-in-law is the #1 poet of daydreaming in the world. My youngest daughter is impressed and impressed. Chen Mu couldn't bear it anymore. The big event that concerns whether he can cave with his wife. He decided to let the other party see what it means to be a combination of the poetry immortal and the poetry sage. Tooty-eyed Derity. Okay, then I'll do a song on the spot, Chen Mu said. Seeing her husband's serious face, Bai Jianyu looked oddly surprised, but she was really looking forward to it. Qing Luo also suppressed her laughter and strained her big watery eyes. Chen Mu paced slowly with his hands behind his back. There, until at the 7th step, his eyes blossomed and he opened his mouth and chanted. Life has a way of making heroes cry. White Fiber Feather. Qing Luo. Chapter 56, Involved in the Court. Great poem. After finishing the song, Chen Mu only felt a sense of euphoria and couldn't help but clap his hands. But looking at the two women's strange eyes, he said sardonically, it may sound slightly out of place, but it's really a rare good poem. Brother-in-law, you're a great talent. I'm impressed. Qing Luo hilariously laughed. A woman's 40 is like a wolf and tiger, and long makes the hero's tears fill his lapel. Ha ha ha, this kind of poem is only thought up by you. Bai Jianyu was also angry and amused. It was a shame that she really expected the other party to make some good poems, but it turned out to be as immodest as this guy's nature. All crooked poetry. Of a poem, but then again, except for that line about women being like tigers and wolves, the other 3 are great. At least it was evident that Chen Mu had a fair cultural background. Shall I compose another song? Chen Mu said with a straight face. Yes, come back with something more powerful. Qing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was busy clapping her white and tender little hands to urge. Bai Jianyu glared with her pretty eyes and said in a cold voice, alright, husband's poetic talent concubine has also seen. If outsiders know about it, I'm afraid that husband is really going to become a big celebrity. In the future. Concubine hopes that husband won't display your talent freely. It wasn't that she was deliberately mocking her own husband. After all, the circulation of crooked poems like this one is still sufficient, and if it really catches fire, it will not be good for Chen Mu's career. Many of the civil officials in the court were proper scholars. Once they heard such a crooked poem, I'm afraid they would really spray Chen Mu to death. Chen Mu picked up the tea and moistened his throat and laughed. In fact, just now it was a joke. This time really good to a song. Do not lie to you. He closed his eyes and began to brew. But before he could open his mouth to read, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Hemp eggs. Tick-tock. Which ruins the mood for the old man. Chen Mu cursed. Qing Luo lifted her skirt and jogged to open the door. And it was actually Meng Yanqing. The woman looked flustered. Her beautiful face was covered with a tragic white color. And when she saw Qing Luo, she asked in an urgent voice, Miss Qing Luo, is your brother-in-law in? I'm looking for him for something urgent. Auntie, what's wrong? Chan Mu, who heard the commotion, walked over quickly. Sheriff Chen, From the top of the page, Meng Yanqing rushed over and grabbed Chen Mu's arm. Perhaps because he was too anxious, his fingernails almost sank into Chen Mu's flesh. You go save Xiaowei. Go save him, please. Why? Chen Mu's expression changed. What happened to Wei? He was arrested by the people of the underworld guard. The woman almost cried out, her eyes reddening. What? Chen Mu's pupils contracted. Although he had already been dismissed from his post, Chen Mu still made a point of changing into his messenger uniform and going with Meng Yanqing to the Yamen to check out the situation. On the way, the situation was also roughly understood from Meng Yanqing's mouth. Turns out it happened at noon today. At that time, Zhang Wei was patrolling with his companions in the vicinity of Tweed West Street, and happened to see a man was forcibly pulling a young girl in the alley. The young girl cried out for help and was in a rather bad position, so Zhang Wei rushed up with his companion to stop the man, trying to free the girl. I one half. However, he did not want that man to be quite strong, a practicing martial artist, and in 3 to 5 blows, he knocked Zhang Wei and his companions to the ground, and the maiden fled while they were fighting. After the man searched around for the maiden for a while in vain, he brought Zhang Wei to the government office and revealed his true identity as an underworld guard. He also said that Zhang Wei had obstructed his investigation and was to be severely punished. Did Lord Gao not save Wei? Chen Mu frowned. Meng Yanqing kept gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, and said with a sobbing voice, originally that underworld guard was going to kill Xiaowei. It was because of the Lord's plea that he left his life behind, but he said that he would chop off one of Xiaowei's arms as a punishment. So tough? Although he had heard that the underworld guards had always acted in an overbearing and ruthless manner, it was still quite a shock to hear that the other party was moving to kill and remove their arms. Who informed you? Chen Mu asked. Meng Yanqing's fragrant shoulders lightly trembled. It was Xiaojiu who ran to tell me the original story, and also said that it just so happened that an eunuch from the palace had come, so that the medieval guards had not yet made their move, and asked me to come to you to find a way to perhaps save Xiaowei. There's an eunuch in the palace? Yes, ma'am. Chen Mu was puzzled, but he was secretly relieved to hear that the underworld guards hadn't made a move on Wei yet. The two men came to the county courthouse. What stood at the doorway was not a magistrate, but 4 guards dressed in green and green brocade suits guarding the doorway, exuding a strong aura of solemnity around them. Judging from their auras, all of them were cultivation experts. Stop! Upon seeing Chen Mu and Meng Yanqing, one of them stepped forward to stop them. Sweeping his eyes from the errand uniform on Chen Mu, he said indifferently, the county courthouse is temporarily blocked off, and no magistrate is allowed to enter. Numb nuts! Looks like there's something major going on in there. Chen Mu took out the magistrate's waist tag that hadn't been confiscated earlier and cupped his fists and saluted. My humble servant is Qingyu County Constable Chen Mu. I have an important matter to see your lordship. Please inform me. Chen Mu? The guard was stunned, his gaze surging with a few moments of strangeness. You're Chen Mu? Aha! Recognize me? Yes. Chen Mu nodded. Precisely my humble servant. The guard carefully sized up Chen Mu, and a mysterious wry smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he signaled his companion to get out of the way. Go in. Thanks a lot. Not expecting to be released so easily. Chen Mu was also quite puzzled. Am I famous now? He was about to bring Meng Yanqing in with him, but the guard stopped the woman, his tone cold. You can't go in. Meng Yanqing froze in place, her eyes seeking help turned to Chen Mu. Big brother. She's. No way. Only you can go in alone. The guard's tone was resolute. Chen Mu had no choice but to give Meng Yanqing a comforting look. Auntie, you go home first. I'll take Wei back. Chen Mu. You have to be careful too. Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere of the county office today was different from usual, Meng Yanqing also had a few worries about Chen Mu within her heart. Don't worry. It's fine. Chen Mu smiled and turned around to go inside the inner hall. Entering the inner hall, Chen Mu saw that Gao Yuanshan, who usually sat at the top, was sitting at the left guest position. Next to him were Zhuge Fengshui, Wen Mingren, and Yun Jiyue in that order. And opposite, on the right side of the guest chair, sat a middle-aged man with a waist as broad as a bear and a dark face. The 2 eyebrows were like brushes of paint, and the eyes were filled with an awe-inspiring light. Judging from a flying fish suit, he should be the head of the underworld guards who came to investigate the case this time. At the topmost position, a man sat. Osipanda. The man was about 50 years old, wearing a scaly robe and official boots, with a white face and no beard, and was filled with a sense of femininity. At first glance, it's a eunuch. It should be the eunuch from the palace. Chen Mu, you've come at the right time. I was just about to send someone to look for you. Upon seeing Chen Mu, Gao Yuanshan revealed a smile. Hearing the word Chen Mu, the underworld guard leader who had been sipping tea with his eyes down lifted his eyes violently, and his sharp gaze shot towards Chen Mu like a sword. In that instant, Chen Mu felt like he was in an ice cave, and fine sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. It was as if any secret had been seen through by the other. Uncomfortable. Instead, the eunuch sitting at the top looked gentle, first sizing up Chen Mu carefully and exclaiming, "Truly a dragon and phoenix among men." "Ha ha," eunuch Rong overpraised. "This kid is just a jerk." Gao Yuanshan acted as if he treated Chen Mu as his own son, and turned his head and said, "Chen Mu, this is eunuch Rong, but the most valued person beside his majesty." Gao Yuanshan deliberately weighed down the word valued slightly. "An eunuch at his majesty's side? Touché." Chen Mu was confused. What a situation this is. Hearing Gao Yuanshan's words, eunuch Rong laughed. "Lord Gao has flattered us. We are just a small servant of the Secretarial Supervision Bureau. How can we be respected by His Majesty? Secretary of State." Chen Mu's heart was shaken. He was busy bowing and saluting. "My humble servant Chen Mu. I have met eunuch Rong. No need to be polite." From the top of the page, eunuch Rong got up and walked to Chen Mu, reached out and gently flicked off some dust on the latter's shoulders, and laughed. "Today, we have come here specifically for Sheriff Chen." Despite his guesses, Chen Mu was still quite surprised to hear the other party say it in person. As the eunuch beside the emperor, why did he suddenly come to a small constable like him? Is it my face or my ability? Make the big man look so good? It should be face value. Thinking of this, Chen Mu hastily assumed a posture of trepidation. "I don't know what eunuch Rong came to find my humble post is. His Majesty has a message for you." Eunuch Rong smiled wryly. Chapter 57, Is the Emperor my son? The Emperor's Oracle? Totally. Now Chen Mu was truly shocked. Although the young emperor had not yet formally ruled, after all, his status was that of a country's king, so how could he suddenly pay attention to him as a small constable? It's like having one's social media account suddenly followed by the president. It makes people panic. "Chen Mu, what are you waiting for?" Gao Yuanshan drank low. Chen Mu reacted by kneeling on the ground. Eunuch Rong was accustomed to Chen Mu's reaction. With a faint smile at the corner of his lips, "There is no need for Sheriff Chen to be nervous. This time, His Majesty has sent us here, mainly for that Juchuan Lu case." Sure enough, Chen Mu already had a guess in his mind. Still, hearing that it was the emperor himself who was concerned about the case made him feel puzzled. It seems that there must be an inside story. Eunuch Rong's tone was gentle. "His Majesty is quite appreciative of Sheriff Chen for solving Mu Xianger's case, and also said that Sheriff Chen will be a great talent of the country in the future. Thank you for your Majesty's love. But this case was not solved by my humble servant alone. Without the help of your Majesty and Senior Wen and others, I'm afraid that my humble servant would hardly be able to do so. I one half. Chen Mu hurriedly said modestly. By the way, he brought along Gao Yuanshan with Wen Mingrun and the others. In response to Chen Mu's reaction, Eunuch Rong nodded rather appreciatively. Not bad, not bad. If it were any other small person, I'm afraid that hearing such praise from the emperor would have long ago excitedly fainted and started to get carried away. On the contrary, although the kid Chen Mu looked excited, his head was clear. It's a trainable talent. Limited. Eunuch Rong continued. But His Majesty is very dissatisfied with the Juchuan Lu case and has decided to re-investigate it. So I hope that Sheriff Chen can investigate the case thoroughly as soon as possible, and give the relatives of the deceased an explanation, and the people an explanation. These words, however, were a bit hard to hear for Chen Mu. If you want to investigate this case thoroughly, why don't you just give Gao Yuanshan the oracle instead of giving it to me? It's not embarrassing for Mr. Gao. Is it intended to sow discord? But come to think of it, the young emperor couldn't have been so naive. With a sharp turn of mind, Chen Mu said in a deep voice, I will live up to His Majesty's holy grace and assist Your Excellency in solving this case as soon as possible. Very good. From the book, the smile on Eunuch Rong's face grew stronger. He leaned down and grabbed Chen Mu's arm to help him up in an intimate gesture. His Majesty's oracle, we will bring it to you. I hope that Sheriff Chen will give justice to those 11 poor women who died as soon as possible, so that His Majesty can sleep peacefully. The second half of Eunuch Rong's sentence seemed to contain other implications. Chen Mu clasped his fist. His Majesty loves the people like a son. Please rest assured. Your Excellency, I will do my best. Then, our family will wait for your good news. Eunuch Rong came a little closer and whispered again. If Sheriff Chen really gets something out of the Juchuan Lu case this time, His Majesty will surely reward you heavily. After saying that, he heavily patted Chen Mu's shoulder and left the county office. Is this a blank check? Chen Mu secretly said. Only after Eunuch Rong left did that head of the medieval guard sitting in his chair open his mouth and laugh. Congratulations to Sheriff Chen. for being reused by His Majesty. The words seemed to be tinged with a bit of sarcasm. Gao Yuanchun introduced. This is Lord Qian Dulai of the Underworld Guard Xuanwu Hall. Qian Wu Tang? Totally. Chen Mu's heart stirred. Among the Underworld Guards, the most famous were the 4 ambassadors of the Underworld Guards who made people scared. Green Dragon Envoy, White Tiger Envoy, Qian Wu Envoy and Vermilion Bird Envoy. The 4 of them were in charge of each of the 4 churches. The Green Dragon Hall was responsible for the guards, and its public officials were all top-notch experts, especially the Green Dragon Envoy, whose strength was said to be in the top 10 of the central state. He is also the personal bodyguard of the head of the Underworld Guard. Back then, he shook the world by killing the 18 experts united by the 3 major clans of Lingyun, Zitsong, and Yaoqi with his own strength. Troubleshooting. The White Tiger Hall is responsible for checking inside. The main purpose is to manage the inner workings of the Underworld Guard, regularly auditing and calibrating internal personnel, as well as purging internal traitors and so on. The Xuanwu Hall is responsible for checking outside. It monitors officials in the court, inspects cases, and arrests prisoners. The Vermilion Bird Hall was responsible for the Imperial Prison, interrogating and torturing prisoners, and was the most talked about department. The Jubilee Envoy, in particular, was known as the female Rakshasa. 9 times out of 10 prisoners interrogated by her would die inside, and even those who were lucky enough to get out would be left with an extremely heavy psychological shadow. Torture. Even the sight of a needle after being released from prison can scare you into insanity, so much so that whether it was the court or the people, there was a saying that it was better to go to the 18 layers of hell than to enter the gate of life and death of the Vermilion Bird. My humble servant has met Lord Chitos. Chen Mu saluted. The opponent was 1,000 household of the Xuanwu Hall, so it was evident that the Underworld Guards were paying a lot of attention to the snake demon this time. Li Qiandu threw the teacup onto the table and got up, saying faintly, "There's no need to be so polite to me. In the future you'll be His Majesty's big red man." Chen Mu frowned. Tick. What's wrong with this guy? He just met me and he's choking so much fire with me. Is it jealousy? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Chen Mu voiced out. Lord Thousand Households, please stay. My humble servant has a subordinate named Zheng Away, who accidentally offended. You want to intercede for him? Li Qiandu interrupted him, squinting and sneering. Chen Mu arched his hand. Thousand Household Lord. Zheng Awei was also unaware of the circumstances before he ventured out, so I hope that your excellency will be lenient. Could be. Tick. This time Chen Mu froze. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to beg for leniency, but he hadn't expected the other party to agree so quickly. Are all these officials so hard to figure out? But I'm going to make a bet with you, Lai Qian-Tao said. Chen Mu frowned. I don't know what kind of bet Lord Qianhu wants to make with my humble servant. Li Qiandu squinted his eyes and grunted. I've seen Mu Xianger's dossier. Your kid does have 2 brushes, but there are a few doubts in it. Either you really didn't investigate it or you deliberately hid it. Chen Mu's heart fluttered, but his face feigned a look of bewilderment. Doubt? That's when Gao Yuanchun rounded off the conversation. Lord Lai. After all, Chen Mu was only an ordinary person, and he doesn't know enough about this aspect of demons, so it's inevitable that there will be oversights. Li Qiandu, however, smiled coldly. To put it bluntly, it's still a lack of ability. Chen Mu was silent. This is not because the old man is too handsome to look at me? I'll make a bet with you to see if I catch the snake demon first, or if you solve the case of Bao Springhouse first. Li Qiandu said indifferently. If it's me who wins, that kid called what's-his-name Wei breaks both his arms, and you have to kneel down and lick my shoes. If it's you who wins, I won't trouble you again in the future. How about that? Your uncle. Is that ing fair? Why don't you lick my shoes? Chen Mu cursed. Without waiting for him to reply, Li Qiandu raised his head and left. Then it's a deal. Chen Mu. Citing Qian Tu Lai as he left, Gao Yuanchun looked at Chen Mu strangely. You've offended him before? It's our first time meeting. Chen Mu smiled bitterly. Gao Yuanchun was also puzzled. That's strange. It's logical that he shouldn't be targeting you like that. Forget it, as long as Wei is fine. Let's talk about the rest. Chen Mu's heart was tired. Limited. Recalling the oracle of His Majesty transmitted by eunuch Rong before, he couldn't help but ask, My lord, why did this His Majesty give me the oracle? He's not giving it to you, but to the Queen Mother. Gao Yuanchun sighed. Empress Dowager? Chen Mu listened in confusion, more question marks on his head. Could it be that? Chen Mu suddenly understood. Giving me oracles is giving oracles to the Queen Dowager. So conclude me equals Queen Dowager. And then to conclude, the Emperor is my son. Ever heard of the Civet Prince incident? Gao Yuanchun asked softly. Chapter 58, The Beaver, the Prince of Civet. As a traveler, Shenmue did no such an illusion from the case of Bao Gong. It's called a beaver. Is it hard to believe that the Great Yin dynasty also has such a play? Gao Yuanshan faintly said, this is a strange incident 22 years ago. At that time there was a concubine named Su Tonger, born very beautiful, gentle and dignified temperament, is the daughter of the chief minister Lord Su Jilin. The late emperor was particularly fond of her, but also specially appointed as a noble consort, set thousands of favor in one, even to the point of preparing to make your consort's child the crown prince. Perhaps it is the reason for the royal family's luck. Before the noble consort had given birth to a son, the late emperor only had 2 daughters, and the other 3 imperial sons all died at a young age. See below. So when the late emperor learned from Taoist Tianji that your highness was carrying a baby boy, he was very happy. Before the child was born, it was announced in public that he would be made the crown prince, and none of the ministers objected. That's a lot of opposition. Chen Mu bristled. If we don't have a boy, we'll probably have to find an heir from one of the other royal heirs. Ministers are out of their minds to oppose it. Gao Yuanshan looked gloomy, as if he was reminiscing about something, and slowly said, unfortunately, the heavens did not meet the wishes of man, and just when the people were caught up in the joyous celebration, bad luck struck. I won half. That night, your highness actually gave birth to a skin civet cat. Chen Mu had an expression that said it all. At that time, all the people in the court were in shock, and the late emperor was also furious, believing that someone was secretly playing tricks. So he ordered the underworld guards to conduct an investigation. But the investigation went on and on. People died one batch after another, and no suspicion was ever found. It seems that the noble lady gave birth to a real civet cat. So much so that rumors arose at the time that your highness was a cat demon in disguise, confusing the king and demanding that his majesty put her to death. I won half. Gao Yuanshan sighed deeply, picked up the teacup on the table, and continued. The more the matter spread, the more intense it became, coupled with the frantic impeachment of the political opponents of the then chief minister, Lord Su. The late emperor was overwhelmed. In the end, the most prestigious person of the time, the Xin Yizhinzhen, was invited from the Guanshan Yuan to conduct a body check on the Empress Dowager. But what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. That Xian Knight realist came to the conclusion after the Linglong Pagoda and the 7-star formation tests, saying that your highness is a human cat soul. A human cat soul? Chen Mu's eyes widened. Gao Yuanshan nodded. Realist Xian Knight said that in her previous life, your highness was a cat demon, from the mountain of prison laws, and suffered the 5-colored Xian heavenly thunder tribulation for mutilating countless living beings. At the time of his death, his resentment did not diminish and he retained a trace of his demonic soul. When the empress was born, this demonic spirit began to grow and gradually ate away the empress soul, thus taking the body for itself. Because of this, the civet was born. Chen Mu heard a chill down his spine. Is this true? Although Chen Mu was an atheist, after all, the world that he had traveled through was a world where demons were rampant. Reserving his doubts, I don't know. A faint bitterness surfaced on Gao Yuanshan's face. At that time, realist Xian Knight was the most prestigious person in the central state, and not many people dared to question his words. Even the late emperor, who was originally only half convinced, began to accept the fact that your consort was a demon after hearing the assertion of the Xian Knight reality. He then ordered that the princess be roasted alive in a copper furnace. On the way to the raw roast, there was really a cat demon soul that ran out, and was corralled by realist Xian Knight and escorted into the 9th Observatory Mountain Dream for purification. So that noble princess really is a demon. Chen Mu sighed. I won half. Gao Yuanshan smiled bitterly. With the situation at that time, no one would question it. After Guifei's death, the late emperor's temperament changed drastically, becoming much more withdrawn, and the chief minister, Lord Su, who was implicated because of his daughter, was arrested by the underworld guards for interrogation. It ended up with a full house. At that time, many of Lord Su's friends and students also died, fled, or honestly became shrunken heads, like me, shrinking turtle for so many years. Ha ha. Ko Wunshan laughed. The laughter was indescribably bitter. I won half. Chen Mu looked over in surprise. I didn't realize that this county magistrate was also a student of Lord Su. Gao Yuanshan gazed at the tea in his cup for a moment before continuing to pick up the conversation. After that, the late emperor's health deteriorated, and his temperament became more and more violent, and even the concubines of the time were executed quite a lot. About 6 years later, the late emperor died. On his deathbed, he issued a decree to access a newborn baby boy from Prince Yuan's house to the palace and give him to the empress to raise and recognize him as his mother. And that baby boy is now his majesty. I one half 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 I. Shenmue bared his teeth. What a guy. He's just born to be an emperor. It's too good of a fate. It's not a good idea to disobey. However, Gao Yuanchuan's next words caused him a lot of egg on his face. Gao Yuanchun said, not long after that baby boy was accessed into the palace, Prince Yuan's residence was attacked by a demonic creature and his entire family was slaughtered. Hiss. Because of this cool breath of Shenmue, the trend of global warming has been accelerated more and more. I one half 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 I. It's too hard. It is true that it is the most ruthless emperor's family. The result of the Underworld Guard's investigation at the time was that it was because Prince Yuan had a bad relationship with a fox demon when he was young, causing the other party to seek revenge. Gao Yuanchun said. In the face of such talk, Shenmue could only laugh. Puzzled, he asked, this matter has been over for so long. What does it have to do with the current snake demon? It didn't matter, but lately it has. I one half 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 I. Gao Yuanchuan's eyes flickered. At that time, this snake demon was imprisoned in the same Guanshan dream as your highness's cat demon soul. Later on, the ninth Guanshan Meng suddenly collapsed for no apparent reason, causing countless demonic creatures to flee, including that white snake. Shenmue was mesmerized by what he heard and asked, what about the cat demon soul? Did it escape too? Not really, its soul was refined a long time ago. Gao Yuanchun shook his head and said, however, according to some of the demonic creatures that were captured later, the white snake has a close relationship with the cat demon soul, and it seems that he has learned some secret. Secret? Totally. Can't it be that this civet prince really has something inside? Shenmue rubbed his chin. Gao Yuanchun said, until a rumor appeared a month ago, saying that back then, someone secretly took a civet cat and stole it for the crown prince, causing your highness to die unjustly, and the real crown prince was originally going to be killed by the person behind the curtain, but because of the intolerance of a young eunuch, he was secretly carried out of the palace and straight into the civil world. What a familiar plot, and sure enough history is strikingly similar. Shenmue inwardly spat. I don't know who said this rumor, but everyone in the palace already knows about it, plus the fact that realist Shen Knight fell 10 years ago, and confessed before he died that he had done something wrong. Gao Yuanchun sighed. Pushed by the forces in the shadows, there are quite a few officials who wish to reopen a thorough investigation into the case and return your consort's innocence. And there's even a suggestion to look for stray crown princes. Don't look for it. Even if the plot was true, the poor prince would have been dead through and through. Shenmue made a direct judgment. If the person behind the scenes really wanted to frame your highness, how could they let the crown prince live and let a little eunuch carry him away? It's so ing-bull. I one half. LOL. Anyway, 3 seconds of silence for the prince who just hung up at birth. Don't go to the royal family in your next life. Poor baby. Amen. Shenmue drew a cross on his chest. Chapter 59, The Helplessness of the Little Pawn. Through Gao Yuanchuan's narration, Shenmue probably understood why the court valued the snake demon so much. Limited. It was presumably to investigate the truth of the matter through the mouth of the snake demon. But if that's the case, why didn't they send someone high up to investigate a month ago, but instead send Wen Mingren? These 3 simpletons? You don't want to? Or are you worried about something? Perhaps seeing Shenmue's doubts, Gao Yuanchun faintly said, this rumor was actually around as early as last year, but it was only a month ago that it was really hotly debated, and coincidentally, at that time, the Bao Spring House tragedy occurred, and it was concluded to be the work of a snake demon, so all the more reason to pay attention to it. Shenmue did not understand. Limited. Gao Yuanchun, however, revealed a strange smile. After the death of the late emperor, the new emperor who was just born assumed the throne, but after all, he was young, so the affairs of the dynasty were handled by the empress dowager. Over time, the empress dowager's power gradually expanded, the West Factory to suppress, reuse the underworld guards for their own use. Some of the ministers in the court who were dissatisfied with her were also gradually purged for the most part. In these 15 years after the late emperor's death, the empress dowager could be said to be in sole control of the dynasty, and there are even rumors that the empress dowager has the appearance of a female emperor. So it is. Shenmue truly understood at this moment. The empress dowager wanted to claim the title of emperor, but did not dare to go against her ancestral instructions. The queen of the House of Lords. The heart of the young emperor was not willing to see him grow up day by day and reach the age of ruling in person. So they made use of the civet prince incident to try to create some trouble for the young emperor. If the noble consort was really wrongly accused back then and the crown prince was in exile, she could have secretly instructed some ministers to obstruct the young emperor from ruling. This wandering prince, after all, is the rightful heir. It's the late emperor's own flesh and blood. Regardless of the outcome, The ministers in the court were bound to argue, and by then the young emperor would face great obstacles if he wanted to rule, and as Empress Dowager, she could then continue to control the dynasty. The queen. It can be shrewd. Even Shen Mu suspected that the message about your highness being wronged was something she secretly had spread. This includes the snake demon knowing the secret, etc. Gao Yuanshan stood with his hands in the air. When the rumors first appeared, they did not make too many waves in the courtroom, and even the Empress Dowager personally stepped in to appease them. But as the rumors intensified, the Empress Dowager had no choice but to send the underworld guards to investigate. Helpless? That's a good word to use. Chen Mu only wanted to laugh when he heard it. No wonder only the three simpletons, Wen Mingren, were sent to catch the demon a month ago, so the court side is still acting. Only when the drama was over did they send the underworld guards to investigate. This would make it appear that he was helpless and was forced to investigate by circumstances, without brushing off the young emperor's face. So now you understand why His Majesty gave you the oracle. Gao Yuanshan faintly said. Chen Mu nodded. I probably understand. The young emperor didn't want to sit around and wait for his turn. But there were too few cards in his hand to use to intervene directly. The young emperor did not want to sit on the fence. But he had too few cards in his hand and could not intervene directly. Because once you intervene, it shows that you don't trust the Queen Mother. That's going to be hard to do. So, one can only think of another way. So the young emperor was ready to reinvestigate the tragedy of Zhu Chunlu. For one thing, the case is closely related to the snake demon. Secondly, Empress Dowager, you are sending people to catch the demon. While I am going to investigate the case, we are not in conflict, Gao Yuanshan said. Although the Empress Dowager was in sole control of the court before, she has appropriately decentralized in order to appease the ministers and His Majesty. For example, over at the Ministry of Justice, His Majesty has a lot of decision-making power. This is why His Majesty can easily overturn the case and reinvestigate it, and the Empress Dowager is unable to stop it. As for you, Gao Yuanshan shook his head and smiled. Your role in this is not very important, but your ability to investigate the case deserves to be recognized, which is why His Majesty made a special trip to give you a verbal message. Whether the case is solved or not, His Majesty doesn't care. He only wants the so-called Your Highness's wronged rumor to be false. Chen Mu smiled to himself. To put it bluntly, he's just a pawn, taking advantage of the case of Jukenla to investigate deeply into the secret of the snake demon. He crushed the rumors before the Empress Dowager. See the story. It also tells others that I, Chen Mu, am the Emperor's man. In this way, the underworld guards would naturally be wary of me as well, causing me to completely side with the Emperor and oppose the Empress Dowager. Holy, what a chicken thief. Chen Mu was depressed in his heart. Gao Yuanshan also understood that Chen Mu's situation was quite difficult at this time and smiled bitterly. I originally planned to let you go to the Ministry of Punishment first, but now with this move of His Majesty's, he has completely placed you on the opposite side of the Empress Dowager and the underworld guards. Your kid is also really backward. First offending the West Chamber, and now antagonizing the Empress Dowager. I don't know what to say. Alas, had I known that the Mu Xianger case would not let you investigate. Gao Yuanshan rubbed his brow. His headache immense. Chen Mu asked, Your Honor, then how will this case be investigated now? Check however you like. But no matter what the process is, the result must satisfy His Majesty. Got it? Gao Yuanshan's gaze was meaningful. Leaving the inner hall, Chen Mu was in a heavy mood. Limited. This is the sadness of the little guy, being played as a pawn at will, and not being able to break free. It's really add up. Squad leader, Zhang Wei, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hurriedly walked up, looking apprehensive. Are you alright? It's okay. Chen Mu surveyed the other party and saw that there were no injuries before putting his heart down. Squad leader, actually, today come on, none of this matters. I won half. Chen Mu waved his hand wearily and wrapped his arm around his shoulders, saying, Go to your home first, and report peace to your mother. When he came to Zhang Wei's house, Meng Yanqing was still waiting anxiously. Seeing her son return unharmed, the beautiful woman's taut nerves finally loosened up, and her tears rustled down. That crying swollen apricot eyes were also pitying to look at. Zhang Wei was guilty and touched. The previous annoyance with her mother over the matter of the little nettle girl had dissipated. Dinner was naturally at Zhang Wei's house. In order to thank Chen Mu for saving her son, Meng Yanqing personally cooked a lot of meals. Unfortunately, Chen Mu was in a bad mood, casually chucking a few mouthfuls of food and then drinking in silence, causing the beautiful woman to mistakenly think that she had played poorly and hadn't cooked well, and she was unhappy for a long time. Ban 2, is there any way to investigate the Jukenlu case? It's been over a month? The bodies have all been burned. Zhang Wei's thick brows knitted. Although the tragedy from over a month ago was still fresh in his mind, at that time, Gao Yuanshan did not allow an investigation, causing Chen Mu to not even have the opportunity for an autopsy. Now it's going to be overturned. So what's the point of checking? The clues are gone. Tick. Chen Mu chucked a mouthful of rice and smiled. Checking is definitely possible. But His Majesty's meaning is very clear. Either to catch the snake demon one step ahead of the underworld guards and crush the rumor of a civet cat swapping the prince, or to directly ascertain that the case of the Bao Spring House has nothing to do with the snake demon. So does it matter or not? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Chen Mu couldn't help but slap him. Do you think I'm an immortal? How would I know if there's a relationship? Hey, I'm not used to this. I always feel like the head of the class knows everything. Zhang Wei scratched his head and laughed nervously. Chen Mu said indifferently. If we follow Wen Mingrun and the three of them's previous speculation, the reason why the snake demon killed those 11 women was to heal their wounds, then this snake demon should be hiding in an extremely remote place now. After making such a big commotion, it couldn't still be living in the middle of the city in a big way, and the only way to avoid tracing it was to hide. But the problem is, there's nothing too secluded around Green Jade County. Speaking of this, Chen Mu suddenly remembered that the letter Mu Xianger had left for him before when she left had written such a place as Blood Moon Peak. With the attitude of casually trying it out, Chen Mu asked, do you guys know that there is such a place as Blood Moon Peak? Blood Moon Peak? Zhang Wei frowned in thought and gently shook his head. I've never heard of it. OC Pound. Where's Auntie? Chen Mu looked at the beautiful woman. Meng Yanqing also shook her head helplessly. Concubine has never heard of such a place either. Just as Chen Mu was disappointed, the 9-year-old little Xiener, who was eating with her head down, raised her head and flashed her big bright eyes. I've heard of it. Chapter 60, the Taoist priest is nameless and famous. Are you sure you've heard of it? Chen Mu looked at the delicate and lovely little girl beside him with a surprised face. His eyes filled with skepticism. Little Xiener, the adults are talking business. Don't interrupt. Meng Yanqing chided. Little Xiener looked at her mother accusingly. I'm not lying. I've heard that name before. Realizing that this girl might actually provide useful information, Chen Mu hurriedly stopped the beautiful woman who was about to rebuke again, her tone gentle. Little Xiener, where did you hear that? It's the bookstore. Little Xiener shook her slender little legs and said with a crooked head, I overheard it by chance when Mr. was chatting with someone else earlier. Mr. That would be Mr. Nguyen. 2 days ago Chen Mu also saw this Mr. Ruan playing chess with Gao Yuanshan at the county office. Are you sure you heard the name Blood Moon Peak? Chen Mu asked again. Little Xiener pouted. Of course. Obviously a little dissatisfied with Chen Mu and her mother's lack of trust in her, she added crisply, I have a good memory. Chen Mu couldn't help but pinch the little girl's agitated nose and said with a smile. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect our little Xiener to be able to help Brother Mu with clues to solve the case. Much better than your stupid big brother. Bantu. I'm that bad. Zhang Wei was full of grudges. Next to him, Meng Yanqing knocked his head. Still not convinced? Compared to your sister, you're far worse. Sheriff Chen wasn't wrong at all. You just know how to get into trouble all day long. Zhang Wei wanted to cry. Why does it feel like they're the family and I'm the outsider? Go ask Mr. Nguyen tomorrow, Chen Mu secretly said. Although it wasn't certain if this Blood Moon Peak had anything to do with the snake demon, it could at least be investigated first. The next morning was misty. After eating the sumptuous breakfast made by Qing Luo, Chen Mu went straight to the Qing Shuyuan. As the only public academy in Qingyu County, the quality of its teaching is still very good, and the teachers invited are mostly learned people. There were almost 100 students in the entire academy. Classes are divided from age 6 to 14. Although the Empress Dowager's sole control of the court caused a lot of resentment, the series of policies enacted did give the people favors. The most typical example is some reforms in education. Strengthening the status of women's studies, appropriately lowering the threshold for enrollment in the state children's college, subsidizing student fees, adding grants to the knowledge learned, etc. These policies have been implemented with good results. Chen Mu entered the academy under the lead of the junior servant, and just as he turned the garden path, he heard an argument coming from him. Just inside the porch pavilion, Mr. Ruan was discussing something with several other gentlemen. This poem is average, far worse than that goose chant, although there is so much of a mood, but the meter of the second half is obviously not set off. Brother Jinghao, it's true that this poem is not as good as Winged Goose, but it's not as bad as you say. I'm just being honest. If Brother Winching doesn't like to hear it then forget it. Well, the two of you don't argue. Why don't you put it in the book pavilion, so that outsiders can also come along to appreciate? Good or bad we'll naturally know. The speaker was Mr. Nguyen. Hearing that it was going to be put on display in the book pavilion, the man was deflated. Helplessly, he laughed dryly. That's not necessary. Recently that song Winged Goose has become too popular. Now publicizing it is purely asking for trouble. I agree with Brother Winching's words. I have written quite a few poems recently, but I don't have the guts to post them. Ha ha, you've made a fool of yourself. It was you, Elder Lee, who had to post that poem in the first place. Now you know the pain. The others laughed in the face of their co-workers' teasing. The smile was accompanied by the same inner bitterness. In the past, everyone's literary talent was half a caddy, and every day they would post the poems they made to the book loft to display and show off. But since that Winged Goose was publicized, no one has had the guts to post it again. There is a real fear of being compared. Sheriff Chen. Seeing Chen Mu arrive, Mr. Rowan's eyes lit up and he rose to arch his hand. Mr. Rowan's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Mu's arrival. The others saluted. As a well-known constable in Qingyu County, the people were no strangers to Chen Mu. When they met on the street on weekdays, they would also nod their heads and greet each other. There you are, gentlemen. I'm really sorry to bother you. Chen Mu cupped his fists and apologized. Mr. Rowan laughed. We are also just having a casual conversation. Is there something that Sheriff Chen came to the academy for? Yes, there is. Wait. At this time, the gentleman addressed as Elder Lee suddenly remembered something and stared at Chen Mu with a smile. Sheriff Chen, it just so happens that you're here, so there's one thing I'd like to ask about. There's no harm in asking. Sir. Chen Mu froze for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Lee said, the other day, Mr. Ruan assigned a question to his students to write a poem on the topic of poultry, and that girl Zhang Jinxian wrote a poem. You know? I know. It's Winged Goose. Chen Mu nodded. Mr. Lee's eyes burned. We asked that girl who the person who wrote this poem was, but that girl said that you wrote it. At this time, the others were also staring closely at Chen Mu. Faced with this pair of gazes filled with eager desire to find out, Chen Mu's face did not change and he shrugged his shoulders. What did Sir think? We both know you didn't write the poem. Mr. Lee's tone was certain, and he asked lightly, but the source of this poem came from you, so we want to know where this poem actually came from. Good lord, do I look so uneducated? Just deny that I wrote it? Chen Mu was upset. It was only, he pulled a serious face, not to hide it from you gentlemen. I indeed did not write this poem, but it was made by a Taoist priest. Dog? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Mu smiled bitterly and said, yes, about half a month ago, I went to Donglin Township to investigate a case, and when I crossed the river, I happened to be on the same boat with a Taoist priest, and the two of us chatted for a long time, quite a bit, and that Taoist priest recited a few lines of a poem, which I memorized. After hearing what Chen Mu said, the crowd remained silent for a long time. To be honest, they still believed what Chen Mu said. After all, there was no need for the other party to bother talking nonsense here, and so good looking, how does one not look like a lying child? Only, Elder Lee asked again, what is the name of that Taoist priest, and can Sheriff Chen know it? Rub? You guys really believe that? Chen Mu was a bit dumbfounded. He coughed and made it up as he went along. The Taoist priest called himself Nameless. No name. The crowd looked different when they heard it. After a long time, Li Lao gently stroked his 5 locks of long beard and sighed with emotion. Nameless. Nameless. Such a transcendent and mundane person. It's no wonder that he can write that kind of poem with a light mood. The others nodded. Chen Mu was speechless. Don't you have any intelligence? It's true that nerds are the best to fool because they make up their own minds. Sheriff Chen. Li Lao had an expectant look on his face, his eyes burning like a torch. That nameless Taoist. Can he have chanted any other poems? This one? Chen Mu originally said no, but looking at the crowd all looking very expectant, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly had a calculation in his mind. Since these people believe it, it would be better to. He feigned a look of trying his best to think before slapping his head. Yes, yes. When the crowd heard this, their eyes instantly glowed. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves that had seen their prey were itching to pounce on Chen Mu and dig out the memories in his head. Does Sheriff Chen still remember? Elder Lee suppressed his excitement and hurriedly asked. I don't remember a lot, but there are a few sentences. Chen Mu smiled sarcastically. Read it out. Someone in the crowd was already impatiently urging. Rush your horses, rush. I haven't figured out which one to copy yet. Only one. Chen Mu inwardly gave a blank stare. He lifted his chin slightly and tilted the sky at a 45-degree angle, the morning afterglow spilling onto his face. Looking at some female students in the distance with peach blossom in their eyes. Can't think of a suitable song to copy for a while? Chen Mu simply released the nuclear bomb. Where no one has gone before, no one will come after. Think of the longevity of heaven and earth. And look down in pathos. Chapter 61 Blood Moon Peak. Silence. Tart. It was as if the air had been pulled out of the air and plunged into an absolute vacuum. The people present were all like statues, dull and immobile. One held his breath. Although these gentlemen were full of expectations that that nameless Taoist priest would be able to create a few more masterpieces, they never imagined that it would be so horrible. Where no one has gone before, no one will come after. Think of the longevity of heaven and earth, and weep in solitude. From a poem, Nima. If this is spread out, I'm afraid that the entire literary world of Central State will be stirred up. A mouthful of cool air per person will be missing when the time comes. Seeing this expression on the faces of the crowd, Chenmu realized that he might have gone a bit overboard and laughed. Anyway, I remembered just a few sentences, and I forgot the name, so it feels pretty good. More than good. Hearing this comment from this Chenmu, these several gentlemen could not wait for one person to kick them over. Li Lao hissed, Chen Sheriff's learning is limited. Naturally do not understand the charm of this poem. This is the rhetoric body of poetry. Just 4 lines can shake the present and the past. I'm afraid that today it is difficult for someone to write this kind of hoary masterpiece. Beyond the image. Get the center of the ring. From a book. Mr. Nguyen was inwardly shocked and gave his assessment. One of them also shook his head in admiration. For short words, but they make one truly feel the emotions of loneliness, isolation, sadness, and bitterness pouring down like a torrential river. Only a transcendent and high-minded person can have such a state of mind. What a nameless! Only when there is no name, there is heaven and earth in one's bosom. This person is a strange man of the ages. And it can also be seen from this poem that this strange man put down his fame and fortune to become a Taoist priest and took the name Nameless because he had ambitions but was depressed. That's right. No wonder there's also something as vivid in imagery as winging the goose. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Me too. AKA I'll be there. The crowd is talking and starting to diabolize. Chenmu couldn't help but laugh and cry as he listened. He pulled Mr. Ruan, who was involved in the argument, aside and said, Mr. Ruan, there's something I'd like to ask you. Can we find a quieter place? Ruan smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go over to the water pavilion. After the two left, several of the gentlemen talked even more aggressively. Gentlemen, should this poem be publicized? Elderly asked. The man next to him bristled. Isn't that nonsense? I can't wait to see the reaction of the outsiders. That's going to be fun. Elderly, I'll go to the book pavilion now to make a public announcement. Wait a minute. Have you guys thought about the consequences of publicizing this poem? Elderly suddenly said seriously. The crowd was stunned at first. Then they understood what was going on and their expressions became complicated. The poem is good, but the sadness as well as the depression revealed in it can get you into trouble. I one half. The reason is the current state of the court. Since the Empress Dowager was in sole control, although she tried her best to suppress the officials who opposed her with her medieval guards, on the other hand, she also showed her eagerness to seek for talents. He has promoted many capable and competent people in the court, even some officials who had insulted her. As long as they were talented and capable, the Empress Dowager would reappoint them regardless of previous suspicions. A gesture came down, causing the somewhat decayed Dayan dynasty to regain a few moments of vitality. The people were well off, and for a time there were signs of a tendency toward prosperity. There are many people with ambitions praising the Empress Dowager, praising her as a magnanimous person who is the queen of sainthood and the blessing of the country. The Empress Dowager is a great honor to the nation. That's why the Empress Dowager has a very good reputation among the people. And at this time, there suddenly appeared a talented but depressed unnamed Taoist priest. What will the crowd think? Either this person used to be extremely opposed to the ruling of the Empress Dowager before being suppressed, thus seeing through the world to be indifferent to the world. Either that or the Queen Mother doesn't know about this person. But in any case, the literati are not to be messed with, especially if they are extremely talented. Just this one poem was enough to make the world sympathize and feel sorry for the nameless Taoist priest and naturally question the Empress Dowager. From the poem, The Unknown Taoist, although in the past there have been quite a few poems of indignation with unrecognized talent, they were all written in a mediocre manner and couldn't make much of a wave. But this poem is different. If it's really posted, no one will believe it's a minor character. Elderly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The bystander said faintly, but even if we don't publicize it, who can really gag themselves? This statement resonated with the crowd. Such a masterpiece of the ages, since it has been created, cannot be covered up. Never mind. It's not like I et al. Wrote it anyway. Elderly waved his hand. Make it public. OC Pound. Come to the secluded part of the water pavilion. Chenmu directly looked at the door and asked, Mr. Ruan, do you know the place Blood Moon Peak? Blood Moon Peak? Mr. Ruan looked surprised. Why is Sheriff Chen asking this? The investigation is for the Bao Spring House case, Chen Mu said. Mr. Ruan cast his gaze to a corner of the wigwam and slowly spoke. Does Sheriff Chen suspect that the snake demon is hiding in that place? There's that speculation. Chen Mu nodded. A smile emerged from the corners of Mr. Ruan's lips as he raised his hand to point to a foggy mountain to the south. His words were clear and quiet. The moon sets over Mount Wu. The red haze seeps through the blood, and a wall is like a peak. That's Blood Moon Peak. Yuzhen? Chen Mu looked at that very ordinary mountain peak with an odd expression. Are you sure? Why don't I remember that was once called Blood Moon Peak? A long time ago. AKA a long time ago. Mr. Nguyen looked sullen inside. No one's been called that for at least 100 years, either. And do you think, sir, that the snake demon will be hiding there? Chen Mu asked curiously. Mr. Ruan gave him a strange look and shook his head with a smile. I don't know. Only Sheriff Chen can seek answers to these. Leaving the academy, Chen Mu saw that there were quite a few people gathered in front of the public notice board of the book pavilion outside, and the sound of inhalation rose and fell. He didn't go to the hustle and bustle, but came directly to the Yunyue Inn. O.C. Pound the intend to discuss things with Civilization Run, but after knocking on the door of Wen Mingren and Zhuge Fengshui's room and not getting a response, it was assumed that these two had already gone out to run their errands. Something? The door to Yun Jiue's house on the opposite side, however, opened. The woman was dressed in a long black dress, with a few tired eyebrows tinted in faint dark circles under her eyes. Where are they going? Demon hunting? Of course. I left before dawn in the morning, called away by the underworld guard. Yun Jiu yawned and turned around to pick up the towel soaked in the nearby basin and casually wiped her face to ease her spirit. Chen Mu followed into the room. I only saw a lot of talismans on the table, as well as vermilion sand and yellow paper, etc. I guess that the woman had tossed and turned all night last night. What do you want with them? Yun Jiu asked as she packed up the talisman seals on the table. Chen Mu's eyes swept over the apricot yellow belly bibs littered on the bed and couch and said, have you heard of Bleeding Moon Peak? Nope. Totally. It's now called Wushan, and it's right at the border of Green Jade County. Oh, and then what? The woman carefully sorted the talismans into one of the thin animal skins she carried with her, pulling off one of her long hairs and tying it up. After tying it, the woman remembered that she had missed something and rummaged through the table again. Can I help you? Chen Mu asked. No, go ahead. See below. After searching fruitlessly on the desktop, Yun Jiue unimaginatively knelt down under the table and continued to look. Nice guy, totally treating me like one of his own, and not afraid of being contradicted by me. Chen Mu moved his gaze away with difficulty and said, I have a little bit of a small guess. Maybe the snake demon is hiding there. What did you say? Yun Jiue suddenly turned her head to look back at him. Beautiful eyes blossomed. Limited edition. Even half of his body subconsciously bent over, making the soft waist reach an amazing curve. Chen Mu swallowed his saliva. He squeezed out a smile. I'm just purely guessing, so I'm going to ask Big Brother Wen to accompany me to take a look. I'll stay with you. Yun Jiue immediately said with excitement. Chapter 62 I am a good and dedicated man. Wushan is located at the northern border of Qingyu County. It is located on the northern border of Aoyu County. It is adjacent to the Huailan River. In order to save time, Chen Mu and Yun Jiue decided to ferry over. Coincidentally, this time the boat ride was again owned by Su Chao's father and daughter. And seeing the delicate and lovely young girl, Chen Mu suddenly remembered the last abalone incident. I'm sorry, I forgot what I promised Miss Su earlier. Chen Mu entered the cabin and lamented. I was planning to try Miss Chao's fresh abalone, but I guess I'll have to wait for the next time. Sheriff Chen is a busy man. Where would he remember this little thing? The young girl offered tea with a few flirtations. O.C. Pound the. Chen Mu ordered 2 grilled fish and smiled faintly. Next time, you must remember, or else you won't really have a chance in the future. What do you mean? Sheriff Chen is leaving? The young girl strained her big watery eyes. Chen Mu shook his head. Not for the time being, but in the future. I can't say. I hope Miss Chao won't miss me after I leave. Che? Hell no. Just at the beginning of the young girl in the beginning of love red face spat lightly. Can be held in the slender waist a twist, left the cabin. Casually picking up a stick standing on the side of the boat, he knocked 2 of the live fish unconscious. A fish in a boat. Or, B, a fish in a boat. Start butchering and roasting. Yun Jiue leaned on the soft cushion and kicked Chen Mu's knee with the small deerskin boots wrapped around her jade feet, narrowing her eyes and asking, is the snake demon really in Mount Wu? She was extremely cognizant of Chen Mu's abilities. Trust each other's instincts more. Since this guy guessed that the snake demon was in Ozen, there would definitely be something. Shenmue glanced at Su Qiao's delicate back outside the cabin and laughed. I'm making a wild guess. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. I believe you. Yun Jiyu's eyes curved into a crescent moon. Shenmue looked at the dark circles under her eyes that hadn't faded, and said rather breathlessly, at least you're a person of cultivation. How can you have dark circles under your eyes even after staying up all night? Copying rune seals is not a simple job. Yun Jiyue drew out a yellow talisman and pointed at the weird pattern on it and said, for example, this Tai Xian Trinity talisman pattern. A slight difference will lead to the end of one's previous work, or even a backlash against one's power. Not to mention sleeping. I don't even dare to blink my eyes. Don't your eyes dry out if you don't blink for that long? Shenmue asked curiously. Yun Jiyue rolled her eyes and laughed coldly. So what if I do it? What if it's not dry? Can you help me wet it? I'm good at this job. Shenmue immediately made a gross introduction. Yun Jiyue was also too lazy to fight with the other party. Curling up a pair of slender legs, he folded his hands under his side face. I'll rest for a while. Call me when I get there. When he finished, he closed his eyes, dropped those 2 rows of thick, slightly curled lashes. Shenmue looked at the woman's side face. Though the woman was plain looking, she was found to be quite durable over time, like a treasure that needed to be constantly dug up. Who is the most beautiful woman in your yin-yang sect? Shenmue ignited the heart of gossip, but the woman did not respond. Her breathing was even and long, and she looked as if she had fallen asleep. It's a quick sleep. Shenmue was speechless. After a moment, the woman suddenly spoke. What are you asking for? OC pound. Looking at the woman who was still resting with her eyes tightly closed, Shenmue shrugged, purely out of curiosity, wondering if there are any prettier ones than you. Humph. Greaseball. The corner of Yun Jiyue's lips scratched a mockery. The prettiest is naturally Xiao Siming, innocent and high-cooled, extremely gifted, pursuing countless admirers, held in the hearts of all the masters and brothers, and even the heavenly monarch Lord dotes on them beyond measure. Why do I smell a sour odor? Do you smell it? Shenmue endeavored to sniff his nose in feigned puzzlement as he looked at the woman. Yun Jiyue opened her eyes and kicked out with her long, thin, straight leg, sending Shenmue tumbling, without good humor. I'm not that cheap. People are already attractive. What do I have to be jealous of? What about Deci Min? I heard Elder Zhuge say that she is also extremely talented. Shenmue sat up and asked. Yun Jiyue closed her eyes again. Her voice more than a few points of lethargy, generally speaking. Average? Yeah, everything's average. Seeing that the woman was disinterested and didn't want to talk more, Shenmue also didn't disturb her rest. Looking down at the tea leaves spinning in the teacup, I suddenly remembered a poem in Chu Shi, and looked down and whispered expectantly. Widely open the gates of heaven. Strife we ride in the mysterious clouds. Make the drifting winds Ruwashi pioneer. Make the freezing rain Ruwashi sprinkle dust. Yun Jiyue suddenly opened her eyes. The moonlight-like eyes seemed to penetrate the man in front of her. You fly below, over the empty mulberry and from the woman. There are many things to do in the 9 states, and what life is in my hands. Shenmue couldn't recall the sentence that followed and shook his head with some regret, but he saw the woman staring at him in a daze with an odd expression. Shenmue said, this was made by a Taoist priest named Nameless. Does this poem you're reading have a name? From the poem, Yun Jiyue straightened up, a few strands of hair at her temples softly hanging down as she softly asked. Shenmue nodded. Daxin. Daxin. Yun Jiyue stared sideways at the hazy mountains outside the cabin window with a blank expression, and after a long time she sighed quietly. It's a pity. Unfortunately what? Noticing that the other party's mood had suddenly become low, Shenmue asked suspiciously. Yun Jiyue also stopped resting, sat on her end and stared at him with a smiling face. Is there any more? Does that nameless Taoist have any other poems? Nope. Don't. There must be more. Or I'll trade these talismans with you. Yun Jiyue pulled out a stack of talisman seals from her bosom and handed it to him. However, Shenmue's gaze fell on a ring on her right index finger. How about taking this in exchange? It was this ring that the woman had been searching for earlier in the inn room, lying under the table. It's just a broken ring. The woman removed it without a care in the world and threw it on the table. Are you sure you want to trade this for it? It's just a souvenir. It's useless. From the table, I'm sure. Shenmue reached for it, but before her hand could rest on the ring, the woman tapped her toe on the table leg and the ring flew up in the air and back onto her index finger. You know what it is? The woman's gaze was cold. Shenmue laughed. Storage magic treasure. No. Tick. Absolutely. How are you going to prove it? Yun Jiyue sneered. Shenmue said, when the two of us left the room before, you were holding a cucumber in your hand, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Definitely hidden in this ring. Yun Jiyue shook her head. You're looking at it wrong. How do you explain the cucumber? You don't have another coat pocket on you, much less in your arms. There's a pocket under the skirt. I don't believe it. Unless you lift up your skirt for me to con. Chen Mu's gaze was resolute. You. Yun Jiyue gritted her teeth and stared at the other party for half a second before sneering. This is indeed a storage magic treasure. But it's impossible to give it to you because it's very precious and there aren't many in the entire central state. Then forget it. I'm not imposing. Chen Mu was smiling. Yun Jiyue glared at him and wanted to say something else. Su Chao just happened to enter the cabin with roasted fish. Sheriff Chen, enjoy your meal. Here, eat the fish. Chen Mu cut off a piece of fish with a wooden stick and handed it to Yun Jiyue. Oh, see, pound the. Seeing that the woman just looked at him and didn't move, Chen Mu helplessly said, there's only one sentence. Do you want to hear it? Without waiting for the other party to respond, Chen Mu opened his mouth and chanted, 10 years of cultivation to cross the same boat, 100 years of cultivation to sleep together. Su Chao, who was planning to leave, brightened her beautiful eyes. Ha! It's rare for Sheriff Chen to make a remark today. It's much better than last time. This poem is for you. Chen Mu winked at the little girl. The young girl made a big red face, gave the man a hard stare and left the cabin. Heart like a deer in headlights. I'm sorry. Yun Jiyue took the grilled fish in Chen Mu's hand and said with a sarcastic smile, Sheriff Chen, does your mother at home know that you are such a womanizer outside? That's not a good thing to say. I'm a good and dedicated man. Chen Mu said with a straight face. Yun Jiyue pulled up a mocking smile. Your little flowery mind. Can't fool me. I can observe the mind. You have that much cultivation? You don't believe me? I believe. Chen Mu cupped his fists and sighed. Elder Yun is unfathomable. It's beyond my whip's reach. I'm impressed. Yun Jiyue frowned. Always thought that was a weird thing to say. She opened her cherry lips to gently bite off a piece of fish, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, tomorrow I will go see your mother. Chapter 63, so horizontal with a golden finger. The diaphanous mountains stretching across the sky, surrounded by layers of mist and light smoke, appearing hazy. Recognize. Chen Mu and Yun Jiyue traveled along a grass-covered path and entered Mount Wu. The deeper you go, the more jungle grows on the ridge. The large tree crowns were like giant umbrellas in the sky, intertwining into an impermeable dome, giving Chen Mu an invisible sense of oppression. No one has ever come to this place? Smelling the rotting scent of withered branches and leaves that filled the air, Yun Jiyue's oval eyebrows knitted slightly. In her hand she held an oil lamp. The oil lamp was quite small, with a wick like a hairline, burning with a bluish glow, and gold-colored talisman seals were affixed to both sides of the lamp. Recognize. This is a magic weapon for detecting demonic aura. It can detect the presence of demonic aura within a 5-mile radius, provided that the demonic creature does not know how to restrain its aura and is below medium strength. Chen Mu said, I remember that there used to be a village at the bottom of the mountain, and the hunters used to come here to hunt, but after that, they all relocated, and at least in the last few years, no one has come to such a remote place. This place has a heavy in aura. Yun Jiyue took out a talisman seal and stuffed it into Chen Mu's palm. Be careful, even if there are no demons, ordinary beasts, birds, and poisonous insects infected by this will be more ferocious than normal. When the talisman entered his hand, a warm current immediately filled his body, and most of the previous discomfort faded. Chen Mu asked blearily, can you give a few more? Discriminating. I gave it to you before, but you didn't want it. The woman smiled proactively. Chen Mu was helpless. It's true that women are terrible at holding grudges. The two of them circled the mountain and searched everywhere they could enter, but they never explored the presence of demonic aura. Looks like we made a trip for nothing. Yun Jiyue said helplessly. Recognize. As she spoke, her afterglow glimpsed a half-meter brown snake on a nearby branch quietly flying towards Chen Mu, and she reached out and pinched the 7-foot position. With a flick of his white wrist, the unlucky long snake hiccuped. Good luck. At least it got the future snake demon killed. Chen Mu joked. You're quite calm. Yun Jiyue looked at the leisurely Chen Mu with some surprise. You've been attacked by quite a few poisonous insects and beasts along the way. Without me you would have died earlier. The woman was telling the truth. Along the way, perhaps sensing that Yun Jiyue was a cultivator, most of those beasts and poisonous insects attacked Chen Mu. Recognize. But this kid was completely unfazed and laid back. The mental strength is not too strong. Chen Mu took the dead snake in her hand and observed it for a moment, smiling. It's precisely because the beautiful and super strong senior Yun is here that there's no need for me to be afraid. Asterisk 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 off. Your pickup tactics don't work on me. Yun Jiyue's lips curled slightly. Chen Mu threw the dead snake on the ground and whispered. I'll tell you a secret. I'm not afraid because I can't die. I can just be reborn. Yeah? Then next time you get attacked, I don't care. Discern. Yun Jiyue, who thought it was Chen Mu who was joking, didn't believe the other party's bull asterisk 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 and took out 3 more amulet seals to stick on the other party's back. The guy's good at everything, but he's just too good at blowing off steam with that mouth of his. And a random rebirth? Even the Yin-Yang sect's Supreme Codex, the divine book of heavenly secret rebirth, didn't dare to be so horizontal. I have noticed an anomaly though. Have you? Chen Mu looked serious. Yun Jiyue tore off the talisman seal on the lamp and replaced it with one on it, casually asking, "What's the abnormality?" Discriminating. We entered from the dense forest on the north side, and we turned our direction once in the middle, heading east. In the beginning, there were many beasts and poisonous insects that attacked us, but now it seems to have gradually become less. Chen Mu pointed to some aged white bones not far away and said, "And there are more skeletons of wild beasts." After this reminder from the other party, Yun Jiyue also noticed where the abnormality was. She walked over to the beast's skeleton and after a closer look said, "It did seem a bit odd that it died of natural causes and wasn't attacked. And the trees, they're starting to thin out, with more and more dead leaves," Chen Mu said. Looking around at the gradually yellowing woods, Yun Jiyue tightly knit up her good-looking willow leaf eyebrows. Recognizing, an uneasy feeling gradually welled up under his heart. She took out a white porcelain vial from her storage ring, poured some potion into her palm, rubbed her hands together vigorously, and then rubbed her eyes a few times. A faint red luminescence emanated from the black and white beautiful eyes. The yin and yang eyes are open. Enduring the feeling of burning pain in her eyes, Yun Jiyue led Chen Mu to start looking around. About 100 meters into the journey, she came to a steep stop, gazing at a faint wisp of black gas ahead. He reached out and stopped Chen Mu behind him. "Follow me. Don't run around. Recognize." Yun Jiyue took out a long glowing blue sword and held it tightly in her hand. Seeing this, Chen Mu snapped his bow on his right arm and placed a short arrow, then drew his plain sword and carefully followed behind, watching his surroundings. "There's a demonic aura?" "Shut up." Yun Jiyue let out a low gulp and touched over little by little along the winding direction of the black fog. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Mu skimmed his lips. "Recognize." I don't know how long the two of them had been walking. The bottle of potion was all used up, and Yun Jiyue's eyes had swollen up like walnuts. Chen Mu wanted to laugh a little at the funny face, but held back. "It's not right. This place isn't right." Yun Jiyue's gaze was cold. She hurriedly took out a wide white cloak and wrapped her and Chen Mu up, her face incomparably grave. "There is an evil aura here." Evil? Because the two were under the same cloak. Chen Mu could feel the breath exhaled by the other party as he spoke. "Recognize." Yun Jiyue couldn't care less about men and women at this moment. Nodding her head, she said, "But all living beings can be harmed by evil qi. Look at so many bones on the ground. It's obvious that they've been drained of their vitality alive. It's too horrible." Looking at the skeletons scattered around, chills ran down Chen Mu's spine. It's hard not to. The snake demon is really here? At that moment, he noticed that the white cloak that wrapped around the two men appeared speckled with black spots, as if drops of ink had fallen and begun to infest it. "The evil aura is very heavy. I'm afraid the body shield won't last long." Yun Jiyue looked unsightly. Discriminating. Chen Mu looked around and pointed to an open space not far away. "There's not an inch of grass in that place, but there's no beast corpses. Go over and take a look." But, at this time, Yun Jiyue had already developed the intention to retreat. But remembering the purpose of the two people's trip, she gritted her silver teeth and went over with Chen Mu. As they walked out into the open, the two couldn't help but inhale, only to see that a huge deep pit had appeared in front of him, unable to be seen at a glance and as deep as an abyss. It's like a giant well that's been cut into. A strong smell of charcoal pierces the nose from time to time. Recognize. Looking at the cloak which had been completely stained black by the evil qi, Yun Jiyue waved her hand and struck out 36 talisman seals, forming a barrier to protect the two around them. "The evil is coming from below," Yun Jiyue said. Chen Mu looked at her. "Could the snake demon be down there?" Yun Jiyue shook her head. "I don't know. Logically speaking, a snake demon shouldn't have such a powerful demonic aura, but it's impossible to say. Do you want to find a way to go down and take a look?" Chen Mu proposed. "Do you want to die?" Discriminate. Yun Jiyue's almond eyes glared at him. "I'm already having trouble supporting myself with these Fury evil qi alone, and you still want to go down? Going down will surely kill you." "What then? Go back first and get some support," Yun Jiyue said indifferently. "Support?" Chen Mu looked at the deep pit, his eyes bright and uncertain. When the time came to call for backup, the underworld guard's men would surely follow. "Is there any way to just take a look?" Chen Mu asked. "I just want to know what's down there. Just be able to take a look. Discern. There's no other way but to go down. But then you're bound to die if you go down." Yun Jiyue shook her head helplessly. "Are you sure of certain death?" "Of course." The woman gave him a blank look. "You can try. Anyway, didn't you say before that you could just respawn?" It was clearly a joking remark, but Chen Mu seriously considered it. He was a man of great curiosity. I'm afraid he'll go crazy if he just leaves. And he can vaguely sense what seems to be attracting him underneath this deep pit. Discern. How about? Try it? Anyway, there are extras. Shenmue clenched his fists, his gaze gradually firming up. The previous 2 time returns were about 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes was enough time to know what was hidden under this deep pit. Spell it out. Shenmue finally made up his mind. He took out the dagger and tied it to his wrist and said to Yun Jiyue, "Are there any talismans with strong blasting properties?" Discern. What are you doing? Give me a couple. I'll try throwing them down and see. It doesn't work. You first. Yun Jiyue had no choice but to take out 2 thunderstorm talismans and hand them to him. That's all there is. You can try if you want. It's really useless. However, after Shenmue received the talisman seal, he hid it in his sleeve. What do you mean? Discern. Thinking that Shenmue was deliberately cheating her of the talisman seal, Yun Jiyue was about to get angry. But just as the words fell, Shenmue took an arrow step and jumped straight down. Yun Jiyue was dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Chapter 64 What to do if you're stuck with a bug. The wind whistles in my ears. The wind is whistling in my ears. The wind is whistling in my ears. Scraping Shenmue's cheeks was painful, and every cell of his body seemed to be yanked downward raw by a suction force. To be honest, he regretted it the moment he jumped down into the deep pit. It's too presumptuous. What if this rebirth fails? What if I fall and pass out? You can't start head ironing just because you have an external gold finger. You can create a mistake at any time. ACI bar. Tutti I deriti. Shenmue grumbled about being shabby while placing the dagger strapped to his wrist on his neck and silently calculating the time. In fact, he had an idea for this rebirth golden finger. For example, he can go back 5 minutes after he kills himself. Then the moment he is reborn he kills himself again and goes back 5 minutes and kills himself again. In that case, wouldn't killing yourself over 200 times go back a day? Does this count as a card bug? If Goldfinger could really let him play like that, it would be unbeatable. Just as he was thinking, Shenmue felt his body steeply lighten, as if he was held by a gentle wind, slowing down his descent. What the hell? Shenmue had a premonition of a hint of bad luck. The darkness around them was covered with a curtain, and it was impossible to see anything but a gust of cold wind on their cheeks. The limbs gradually began to go numb as if they had been stuffed into a refrigerator. It's not right. Just as he was about to commit suicide, suddenly his body plummeted and fell into a lake with a plop. The icy cold lake water drew his body heat away sharply. Oh, see pound the lake water choked into his throat, so hard that Shenmue wanted his head to explode, and he hurriedly paddled his 2 feet to float out of the water, gasping for air. The fresh air cut into his stomach like razor blades, but it also eased the pain. There's actually a lake underneath this deep pit? Shenmue was inwardly surprised. He drew out a thunderstorm talisman from his sleeve, and following the method Yun Jiyue had taught him, he pinched a corner with force and violently threw it out. Crackle! Electricity lingers. Limited. Through the morose white light, Shenmue saw a huge irregular stone block standing not far away, dark as iron and ore. How does it look? Like a meteorite? Shenmue frowned. Just as he was about to swim over to get a closer look, a cool softness suddenly wrapped around his waist. His skin slick to the touch. Shenmue's heart suddenly tightened. The terrified face went a little pale, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Could it be a snake demon? Totally. With a quick turn of mind, he took out the remaining thunderstorm talisman and gently pinched the corner of the talisman with his fingernail, while slowly moving the bow on his arm down. Whether the snake demon is here or not just remains to be verified. Shenmue's finger gently rested on the trigger. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger of his crossbow, he realized that he couldn't move. Obviously every muscle had a sense of touch, but all of them were frozen in general. Shenmue tried hard to move his fingers, but he was dead set on not being able to move them by half. His body was floating on the lake entangled in a mysterious object. Limited. The black slimy thread-like object kept writhing and crawling all over his body. The black fog was so dense that it looked extraordinarily oozy. It was as if they wanted to possess the body. The water began to boil as well. Countless black threads lodged themselves into the pores of his skin, as if they were drawing nourishment and seemingly parasitizing. What the hell? Shenmue's body was in excruciating pain, and his 5 senses twisted up. Shoo! From the top of the page, he pulled the trigger with all his might, and the broken arrow shot into the water without making a ripple. Black thread-like objects surged under his skin, transforming into a soft, smooth and cool silk thread that covered his entire body's veins. Ah! The scream burst from his throat. The lake exploded into a column of water. Shenmue was yanked out of the lake, and the black thread-like object twisted him like a full bow. His spine was about to snap. In that instant, Shenmue almost fainted. Asterisk. From the top of the page, Shenmue clenched his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. and struggled to press his arm, which was entangled in black silk threads, towards his neck. A little. I don't know how long it took, but Shenmue finally forcefully pulled his arm over. The dagger strapped to his wrist pressed against his neck. Pull hard. The imagined scene of blood gushing did not appear. Instead, the steel dagger turned into bits of debris, leaving only the hilt. This nigga can't even kill himself. From the book, Shenmue cursed in anger. The talisman seal that was previously pinched in his hand had long since disappeared. At that moment, the black mysterious object began to forcefully occupy his body. His body began to swell, and his clothes tore into pieces. Strips of veins stood out from the taut, thin, white skin. Time passes minute by minute. As the mysterious object continued to erode, Shenmue's consciousness gradually blurred. His internal organs were gnawed clean and his skeletal muscles began to mutate. The soul seems to have been forcibly expelled. Feeling his life rapidly passing away, Shenmue was relieved. It's good to be able to die. Anyway, I can still be reborn. Boo! With the heart bursting with an unbearable thud, Shenmue's life drew to a close. The pain in the brain is immense. As if it was bursting out from the base of the skull, that needle-saving cold stabbing pain made Shenmue gradually awaken from his stupor. Is ING reborn again? Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully come to his senses, a burst of tearing pain came from his body. He was still on the lake. Those slimy black mysterious thread-like objects had entered his body and started to encroach, alienating his shell. Sure enough, it was reborn 5 minutes ago. I won half, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill myself right now and rewind 5 minutes. What can you demons do to me? But when Shenmue saw the dagger that no longer had a blade and only had a bare hilt left, his face abruptly changed. Nima! I can't kill myself now. Shenmue panicked. He tried hard to stab himself in the throat with the hilt of the knife, but to no avail. I wanted to bite my tongue, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Every time his teeth bit down hard, the nerve pain stopped his brainwashed behavior. Sure enough, all the tongue biting on TV is a ING lie. Shenmue was speechless. Before I knew it, 5 minutes had passed. Under the crazy erosion of the black mysterious object, his heart once again blew up like a balloon, and his life came to an end once again. When Shenmue woke up in pain from his drowsiness, he knew that he had been reborn again 5 minutes ago. Undeterred, he continued to look for a suicide opportunity. Unfortunately, it still ended in failure. Rebirth, death, rebirth, death, over and over and over again. Shenmue was completely trapped within these 5 minutes, enduring the cycle of life. Can only watch and feel the mystical body erode and kill him. Then he is resurrected by the golden finger, then killed by the mystical body again, and continue to backfile and resurrect. I'm stuck with a bug. Shenmue's mind collapsed. Chapter 65, Mutations. The distance between my soul and me is so far, while my presence is so real. Opaque. This was the true portrayal of Shenmue's heart at this moment. I don't know how many cycles of life and death I've experienced, but the pain, emotions and perceptions seem to have completely stripped away his shell, leaving only numbness. He remembered the resentment he felt when he played Ubisoft games long ago. I accidentally got stuck in a bug somewhere, but then I backfiled and realized that I was still stuck there, countless times to no avail. One can only curse and start over, but the game can start over, and he can't start over now. It's so sad. Opaque. Shenmue, whose spirit was already numb, no longer made any useless struggles and just let the mysterious object invade his body. He gave up resisting, both physically and mentally. Every cell in the body even began to betray its host and gladly accepted the invading mysterious object. Perhaps because of this change, things took a turn for the worse. The black mysterious object also realized that Shenmue's body was actually actively accepting it, so it eroded at an extremely fast speed. Muscles, bones, organs, blood, opaque, even emotions and memories. Shenmue could sense these gradually becoming strange, as if they were becoming the composition of another person. Judas was taken from him. His heart was still beating weakly and had not ruptured as it had before, but consciousness was fading as before. Until Shenmue lost his last ounce of consciousness, he slowly closed his eyes. Being ING reborn again? Opaque. The lake is quiet. Dots of fluorescent light appeared all around, burning through the dark curtain in a few clumps of light. This time Shenmue was not reborn. Although his consciousness had completely disappeared, his heart was still beating and flowing with a trace of life. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked to see a writhing humanoid body wrapped in a black sticky object floating in the void, surrounded by dense spider webs. I don't know how long it took, but there was a loud boom. It was as if a bomb had fallen into the calm water surface, setting off waves like waterfalls, and invisible fluctuations tumbled over to the surroundings. Opaque. Shenmue rolls over and leaps up. No! At this moment he had become a complete monster. The figure was like a giant of more than 2 meters, wrapped in layers of writhing black objects, with 2 eyes the size of snow pears in crimson. It gasped lowly, a constant thread of sharp black liquid boiling and jumping around its body. Swish! With a figure like a ghost, it arrived in front of the huge meteorite. Place your hand on it. Opaque. The 5 fingers opened up and turned into pitch black vines, deeply rooting into the boulder with a bared sound, and began to draw the mysterious substance inside. Thick black liquid continued to gush out, like blood gushing from a tube, replenishing energy. Boom! However, in half a pillar of time, the huge stone covered in cracks burst into a pile of pieces. It grew taller again, 3 meters or so. White quartz. Several thin black filaments appeared on the spine, dancing slowly. It looked up into the sky above, knees slightly bent. The next moment its legs were like machine tool springs installed, poofing up from the ground with such speed that the air resounded with sharp tearing sounds. When it jumped up to a height of about 10 feet, its body began to fall inertially. But at that moment, the black silk threads on the monster's spine suddenly swished and flew out, sticking to the walls on both sides. A fall. A pull. Oxymoron. Phew. The huge body transformed into a cannonball that was ejected and rushed overhead once again. Above the pit, Yun Jiyue, who had witnessed Shenmue's leap of faith, did not leave. At this moment, she was lying down in front of a short rock, holding a vermilion pen in her hand, rapidly drawing runes on yellow paper. The twisted blood-red text was either broken or connected. Rather bizarre. Opaque. Piled beside her was a coil of long rope made of soft branches braided and twisted, with a talismanic seal wrapped around the rope. The golden light flowed through a mysterious aura. Damn it guys, brainiacs, jumping right in. Yun Jiyue cursed while quickly creating talismans. Honestly, to this day, her brain was buzzing and she just couldn't believe that there was someone so headstrong in the sky. Take the 2 thunderstorm charms and jump off. Little cutie. Opaque. Idiot. The brain is absolutely kicked by a donkey. However, she also wondered if Shenmue's brain was not normal because of the evil chi entering his body. After all, the other party was just an ordinary person, unlike her who was a cultivator. But either way, she had to go down there and check it out. Even if Shenmue did die, he would still have to bring the body back. Finishing making the last talisman seal, Yun Jiyue lightly breathed out and grabbed the end of the rope to glue the talisman seal onto it. Almost there. Should be able to get down there. Opaque. Yun Jiyue took out a 30-centimeter long crimson thick nail, running her power, and nailed it hard into the ground. The yin and yang pattern spread out, solidifying the nails along with the ground. The ropes were also secured. Yun Jiyue walked to the pit, gazed into the abyss and muttered, "Old mother is really crazy. To block her own life for such a 2-bit brat. I hope the heavenly monarch blesses her." Despite the curses, she jumped without hesitation. However, just as she had jumped down for no more than 3 seconds or so, there was a muffled sound of bang, and a delicate figure flew out from the pit with a shock. Who is it if not Yun Jiyue? Opaque. She did a deft flip in the air, her slender feet lightly tapping the branches of the tree, and landed lightly on the ground, her white cheeks slightly pale. When he gazed at it, he saw a 3-meter-tall monster with a black body standing next to the pit. The skin is constantly writhing with black slime. The crimson eyes radiated indifference and ruthlessness as they gazed at her icily. What a heavy evil aura. What kind of demonic creature is this? The majestic fury caused Yun Jiyue's scalp to tingle, sending chills from the marrow of her bones. The heart was filled with an unspeakably strong sense of oppression. Opaque. Escape. At this moment, this was the only thought in her mind. What Shenmue? I don't care. Moreover, judging from the demonic creature's situation, Shenmue jumping down was probably already eaten by the other party. Swish! Yun Jiyue twisted her slender waist and turned around to escape. At the moment when she just turned around, a blast of wind swept behind her. The woman's heart was startled, and she hastily formed a yin-yang dharma seal and swung it out towards the back. Opaque. A greenish-colored light coalesced in the air, forming a huge yin and yang pattern. Boom! The seal of the law is broken. The black twisted and strange sharp claws directly penetrated the spell seal and pinched Yun Jiyue's slender neck. What? The woman's pupils contracted. Before she could react, she was directly held down against the mountain wall, splattering debris. Opaque. Swish, swish, swish. Several black threads shot out from the monster's spine, as if transforming into a hand touch, wrapping her arms and calves in a big shape. Yun Jiyue struggled, but it was difficult to break free by half. It was almost hard to breathe with the chokehold on his neck. The creature gasped low, and from time to time a strange sound like the banging of dishes resounded in its throat. Slowly approaching Yoon Ji-yue, the crimson eyes were filled with violence and killing. Opaque. Yoon Ji-yue was like falling into an ice cellar. Her heartbeat accelerated as if it was going to jump out of her chest at any moment. What kind of demonic creature was this, whose strength was so terrifying? She regretted it. Shouldn't have followed the douchebag Chen Mu to find some snake demon. At that moment, the monster in front of him slowly opened its bloody mouth, and dozens of teeth like knife blades flashed with an awe-inspiring cold aura, biting hard towards the woman's head. But just as Yoon Ji-yue was so scared that she hastily closed her eyes, the monster suddenly stopped. Opaque. It bobbed its head, as if sensing something in the woman, and lowered its head to sniff the other woman's neck. The huge eyeballs were flooded with some weird black mist. What's the situation? Yoon Ji-yue was a bit confused. I don't understand why the demon didn't stop eating. Was it because she wasn't tasty? Doesn't it smell good? While thinking wildly, the monster suddenly opened its mouth and hissed, and the thick fishy wind rushed out of its mouth scraping the woman's hair. Opaque. Yoon Ji-yue half narrowed her eyes and turned her cheeks sideways. It's hard to die. But what shocked her was yet to come, only to see two more black silk threads that transformed into hand touches emerge from the monster's spine, twisting and coming. Then, slowly, he pulled back her collar. Opaque. What for? Chapter 66, The Great Apocalypse Explosion. Yoon Ji-yue widened her black and white pair of clear almond eyes. Hulu. The cheeks were ghastly white. What is this demonic creature trying to do? Could it be that it intends to? The woman struggled frantically, but to no avail. The two black silk threads waving in front of her seemed like human palms, nimbly grasping both sides of her collar, slowly pulling apart. Although there was still a belly band lining, Yoon Ji-yue was still shy and angry, and her struggles became more and more violent. Hulu. Yet the monster's next move froze her in her tracks. Only the silken tentacle clawed around a necklace set with black stones on her chest, then gently tugged it off. This is. Looking at the protective necklace that was taken away by the other party, Yoon Ji-yue looked strange. The stone was only the size of an ordinary walnut, polished into an oval shape, black in color, and exuding a ghostly cold aura. This was given to her by the heavenly monarch when she entered the Yin-Yang sect to cultivate. The name is Xuanji stone. Hulu. It was quite beneficial to the kung fu she practiced. This Xuanji stone was obtained through a large explosion 200 years ago when the ninth Yin-Yang sect heavenly monarch was in the capital city divining the chi for the then Emperor Tianqi. It was the 6th day of the 5th month of the 6th year of the apocalypse. About 6 o'clock. The capital sky bright. Suddenly there is a sound like roar. From the northeast of the city gradually to the southwest corner of the city. At the same time there is an oversized fireball rolling through the air. The sound of the explosion penetrated the sky and the earth. And in an instant the sky was darkened. The smoke and dust blocked the air. And the day was obscure. In this big explosion, the capital city houses collapsed tens of thousands. White deaths and injuries is more than 20,000 people. Which is a tragedy. Hulu. Countless mutilated limbs and broken arms fell down like heavenly rain, and the scene was miserable. Most peculiarly, many of the dead and injured were naked and unclothed at the time, which was extremely puzzling to the investigating officials. And this explosion is also known as the Big Bang of the Apocalypse. After the incident, the furious Emperor Tianqi sent out the Guanshan Yuan, the Stargazers Station, the Documentary Spirit Institute, the Forbidden Guards, the Ministry of Penalty, the Metropolitan Police Department, the State Councilor, and the Dragon Protector's Temple to carry out investigations. During this period, there was also an influx of forces from outside the court. For example, the Dao sect, the Yin-Yang sect, the Snow Mountain sect, the Holy Pavilion, the Sihong Jingjai, and more than 30 other sects and powers of all sizes. There are even forces on the eastern side. Hulu. After more than 2 months of investigation, it was finally characterized as a demonic disturbance. But what the real situation is, no one knows. And it seems that the court and outside forces involved in the investigation at the time were given something that was tightly blocked. Yoon Ji-yue also only learned about it 2 years after entering the sect, when the Yin-Yang sect obtained a mysterious stone, cut into several pieces. It's called the Mystery Stone. One of the pieces was then worn on her body, when it was taken by the monster in front of her. Gourd. The monster looked at the small black and ghostly stones in front of him. Black flames ignited in his eyes, and a few more hints of greed were added to his violent emotions. It opened its mouth. A black, demonic flower was actually sticking out of his throat. The petals bloom in turn. Under the suction, the stone floated up and sucked down into the stamen, instantly erupting in black light. The monster hissed in pain and his body flew backwards. Breaking free from her bonds, Yoon Ji-yue paralyzed on her knees, covering her throat and constantly coughing and gasping for breath. Hulu. A circle of bruises covered the top of the snow-white neck. She looked up. only to see the monster tearing sound howling. Cannot tell whether it is because of pain or excitement. Arms and strips of silk threads waving randomly, between the trees, between the grass and stone, withered leaves flying. A chance to escape. Yun Jiyue pointed her toes and took advantage of the demon's frenzy to turn around and swept towards the dense forest. But before she escaped 5 feet away, her right ankle was steeply entangled in a silk thread, and then her entire body was dragged back. I'll fight you, old lady. Gourd. Yun Jiyue exploded with anger. Sol directly turned back and drew his longsword to kill. The sword awnings were brilliant, like a long rainbow running through the sun and the moon, setting off countless sword rains to envelop the pouncing monsters within. The powerful sword chi disappeared as much as it could with a loud rumbling sound. The monster, like a ghost, bullied to Yun Jiyue. His fist turned into a heavy hammer and smashed hard. Yun Jiyue was busy crossing her sword and laying down a sword shield. Click! As the sword shield cracked inch by inch, the steel-like giant fist swung and shattered the long sword in Yun Jiyue's hand. Hulu! The woman sprayed blood and flew out like a broken paper kite. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In mid-air, Yun Jiyue clenched her silver teeth. A powerful yuan power erupted around her body, and she rolled over Ting standing on a leafy tree branch. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan chi rapidly converged and bulged. She realized that the situation would only get worse if she dragged on, and that the only way to have a chance now was to fight. Yin and Yang Infinity. Yun Jiyue put her hands together and knocked slightly with her thumbs and middle fingers. Hulu! A huge yin and yang pattern appeared behind him, flashing out a piercing golden light. The moment the secret method was cast, the blood color on her face was completely drained away, as pale as paper, and the chi and blood in her body was rapidly depleting. It was evident that casting this secret method had completely exceeded her load. Condensation. Seeing the monster pouncing, Yun Jiyue's hand stacked up her magic seals, and her 3,000 green silk spread out like a waterfall, dancing against the wind. Whistling baleful chi converged from the 8 directions of heaven and earth. A translucent runic seal encircled the yin and yang pattern, outlining countless mysterious lines that resembled dots of starlight. Hulu! At this moment, she was completely enveloped in golden light, like the 9 heavenly maidens descending to earth. Break! With a delicate shout, yin and yang split apart, and a huge golden sword wrapped in a pale and ancient aura chopped from the void. Rumble! The golden sword on that looked like a heavenly river hanging down clashed with the black monster in a raw collision. The fury dispersed in all directions. The layers of black mist were torn through an opening by the golden light, and the monster hissed and was directly stabbed into the ground by the golden sword. Gourd! It was like the formation of a sparkling black mist firework bursting into flames. The surrounding trees and rocks were all reduced to pieces, raising out a vast flat land. The battle subsided. It became quiet all around. Seeing that the demonic creature did not move, Yun Jiyue's mind slackened and she was finally relieved. The body after the forced load exercise seemed to be sucked dry of all its strength, like a melted ice bag, falling softly to the ground. Shouldn't have come with that jerk. Hulu! Yun Jiyue slowly closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Boom! Shortly after she passed out, the ground suddenly burst open in the distance. The figure of the monster appeared. It gasped low and the black, slimy object on its body bounced and squirmed as if it had eaten a jumping candy. Seeing the fainted Yun Jiyue, it took a step forward. The palms of the hands transformed into sharp blades. Hulk! The killing continues. Just when it was less than 2 meters away from Yun Jiyue, suddenly an extremely ear-piercing sound was like a microphone aimed at a stereo emitting a whistling sound, bursting out from within the skull. The monster hastily clutched its head and howled in pain. The whistling sound grew sharper and sharper. The black mucus on its body likewise couldn't withstand the stimulation and surged madly, looking like a splash of water in a frying pan. Swish! The monster's legs shot out like bullets and ran towards the deep pit from before. Gourd! The whistling doubled again. The monster fell and smashed into the ground, rolling and howling. The black goo on the surface of his body began to melt on its own, occasionally revealing Chen Mu's face and body. Slowly, the monster's body shrunk a little bit and returned to the size of Chen Mu's body. The black goo burrowed into his epidermis, until the last drop of mysterious liquid on Chen Mu's body disappeared. The sinister black mist around him completely disappeared. All that was left was him, naked, lying on the ground. The gourd, coma. It was unknown how long it had been, but Chen Mu woke up leisurely. He struggled to support his incredibly weak body, looking dazed, his mind blank as if it had been rewashed. Where is this? Chen Mu struck his head a few times with force. Fragmented memories gradually emerged. Yun Jiyue and Yun Jiyue came to Mount Wu to look for traces of the snake demon. Hulu. Mysterious pothole found. He jumped. Stuck bug. Then what? Chen Mu frowned tightly and slapped his brain in agonizing thought, but he could never recall how he had escaped the bug predicament. There is absolutely no memory of anything that happened after that. Hulu. Strange how I escaped. Is it a hallucination? What the hell is going on? After half a day's effort, Shenmue couldn't remember a single fragment. So he didn't bother to think about it and effortlessly stood up. When he looked around and saw the devastated mountains and forests, he couldn't help but suck in his breath. Who the hell did this? Is it human? Hulu. Here we are shooting a special effects movie. Shenmue felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. It must be the work of a snake demon. Even if it wasn't it, it must be some other powerful demonic creature. It was too terrifying. I'll never come to this hole again. In the midst of cursing, Shenmue saw the unconscious Yun Jiue in the distance, and ignoring his nakedness, he rushed over to check the other party's condition. There's a heartbeat and a normal pulse. Thankfully it's not dead. Hulu. Elder Cloud? Elder Yun, wake up. Shenmue shook the other party's body with great force, but the woman was completely as limp as a piece of meat. Sludge did not move and fainted. He grabbed both sides of the other man's face again and shook him from side to side. The other side remained unresponsive. There's not going to be a problem. Hulu. While he was worried, Yun Jiue finally woke up. She slowly opened her almond eyes, in a dazed, hazy state, and mumbled something before passing out again. Chanmu. Chapter 67. Yun Jiue's resentment. Lone boat on the river. Water and sky. Of an illness. Yun Jiue woke up quietly from the cabin, looking out of the ship at the dreamlike sky that was dyed brilliantly by the evening sun, and was lost in thought. Where is this? She struggled to support half her body against the cushions. He saw Shenmue, dressed in white, outside the cabin, verbally teasing Su Qiaoer, the boatwoman. The latter's pretty face was scarlet, and from time to time she used her pink fists to knock the man's shoulders, and the watery eyes that were filled with shyness were obviously ruffled with hormones. Yo, Elder Yun, you're awake. Chanmu, who heard the commotion, turned around and found Yun Jiue looking confused, and entered the cabin with a smile. You're already dead. We're in the Western world of ultimate bliss. Disease. Then I'll be unlucky to die with a jerk douche like you. Yun Jiue skimmed her pink lips. Shenmue picked up the teacup on the table and handed it to her lips. Here, drink some water first? Yun Jiue, who was still weak and frail, was also too lazy to raise her hand to pick up the teacup, slightly opening her red lips and letting Shenmue serve the tea. A few sips of herbal tea down his throat cleared his head for a few moments. Looking at the familiar white clothes on Shenmue's body, the woman frowned slightly. Aren't these my clothes? Shenmue laughed. I rummaged through your storage ring and found it. I didn't realize you still had men's clothing. Although it doesn't fit, it's barely wearable. The disease. You went through my storage ring. Yun Jiue's almond eyes widened, almost unable to believe her ears. The original pale cheek suddenly surfaced a few points of shame and anger, wanting to get up and beat the other party fat. But it was really lack of strength, but could only kick the other party 2 feet. I can't help it. I can't be naked with all my clothes damaged. Shenmue laughed bitterly. Besides, I didn't mess with your things. Just some personal clothes. You're such an asshole. Yun Jiue was also too lazy to curse. Her head leaned on the soft cushion, and said feebly, say it, how did you survive? The disease. I don't know. I woke up and I was outside. I thought I was going to die. Shenmue said, give me your hand. The woman's tone carried a hint of command. Shenmue let out an "oh" and honestly extended his hand to the other party. Yun Jiue grabbed his wrist and ran her gong force, releasing a trace of spiritual energy to enter the other party's body to check. After looking around inside Shenmue's body, he was slightly relieved when he found no traces of evil qi. The disease. You've got quite a life, kid. Maybe I saved it. Thinking that the demon might have been killed by herself, Yun Jiue was relaxed and somewhat helpless. The consequence of forcibly operating the secret art was that one's meridians were disorganized, and all 5 viscera and 6 bowels were damaged to varying degrees. Most importantly, the yin-yang seal in the body was detached from the Dantian spirit sea. It will take a long time to correct and repair it later. Thinking of this, Yun Jiue couldn't help but feel aggrieved and annoyed, and couldn't help but kick Shenmue again. Are you a mixed-up kid with your head in the sand? Who told you to jump? I didn't know what was going on at the time. My brain was really ate up. From the movie, Shenmue spread his hands and said, it seems that this kid was really evil at that time and made that kind of brain-dead move. Yun Jiue's face was cloudy. Although his resentment towards Shenmue had lessened a bit, he was still angry. All in all, it's still your fault for messing with such a powerful demonic creature. Like you had to come with me. Shenmue had a face of injustice. You, disorder. Yun Jiue was dumbfounded and huffed as she twisted her cheeks to stop talking to the other party. Rather like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Shenmue looked ridiculous and asked, you had a fight with that demon? Is it a snake demon? No. Thinking back to that monster, Yun Jiue still had a heart palpitation at the moment and said in a cold voice, it's definitely not a snake demon, but I don't know what kind it is. It's very strong and terrifying. You killed it? I suppose so. Otherwise you and I would have come back alive? The disease. Awesome. Awesome. Chen Mu stuck out his thumb. It's a pity that he wasn't able to witness Senior Yun's elegance. Worthy of being a cultivation expert. Much more reliable than that Zhuge Fengbei. Ha! You should build me a temple to worship me later. Yun Jiyue did not have the good sense to taunt. Without me, I'm afraid you'd have died 8 times out of 10. Chen Mu gazed at her with a serious face. How about I give my body to her? Yes, you can. Take your lady off. Yun Jiyue sneered. Fig. An illness that is not a symptom of the disease, but a symptom of the disease. Chen Mu smiled sarcastically. It's a pity that such a beautiful daughter-in-law has taken a break. Why don't you give me a chance to enjoy the blessings of a man? Get out. Yun Jiyue couldn't bear it anymore. How in heaven's name can there be such shameless scum with skin thicker than pigskin? Chen Mu caught the cushion thrown by the other party, and without teasing the other party, said seriously, if it's not a snake demon, then we'll have to start checking from Bao Springhouse, which is unfavorable. How unfavorable? The woman asked. In a case from over a month ago, the bodies were all cremated. The clues you can look for are too limited, and the most important statements are difficult to make. The disease. Chen Mu sat at the table and analyzed. After such a long time, the memories of those girls in Juchuanlu are somewhat blurred and biased. You have to understand that sometimes it's the most seemingly insignificant clues that can be the key to solving a case. And, I'm too lazy to listen to you. Just ask if you're sure you can find the snake demon. Yun Jiyue had a headache from listening and interrupted the other party. Chen Mu shrugged his shoulders. There's no certainty, but rice is eaten one bite at a time, and the road is taken one step at a time. So take your time and you'll definitely find something. Alas, the woman let out a long sigh, not knowing what she was sighing about. Chen Mu walked out of the cabin to bring a plate of grilled fish. Let's eat something first. I guess I'm hungry from fighting with the demons for 300 rounds. The symptoms of the disease. Don't have much of an appetite. I'll take a nap. Last night's overnight plus today's overloaded battle also really made Yun Jiyue tired enough to feel that every bone in her body had turned into cotton. She lay back down and looked at the grilled fish on the table, suddenly remembering something and wondering. I think I woke up once before. Was I already on the ship then? Chen Mu had an odd expression on his face. Coughing a few times, he answered vaguely. Yes, I was just carrying you to the ship when you woke up once and passed out again. Hard to blame. Illness. The woman nodded and smiled faintly at Chen Mu. Even though I've been victimized by this dish bag of yours, I still have to say thank you. You're welcome. Do we need to be out of the way in this relationship? Chen Mu waved his hand. Yun Jiyu folded her hands on one side of her cheek and closed her eyes in preparation for sleep. But the smell of grilled fish wafting from the table from time to time aroused her hunger again, and her stomach rumbled. Helplessly, the woman got up and looked at the grilled fish and asked, I'm a little hungry, but this grilled fish really doesn't have much of an appetite. Chen Mu laughed dryly. Shower and the others have dry food. I'll go get it. The disease. All right. Yun Jiyue was a little disappointed. Chapter 68, A Visit? After sending the weak Yun Jiyue to the Yunyuan, Chen Mu returned home. Limited. My sister-in-law Qing Luo had already prepared the meal. Looking at the highly incongruous clothing on Chen Mu, Qing Luo narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, moved over to sniff a few times, and stuck out her thumbs. Awesome brother-in-law. Fooling around with women outside without a cover-up. Chen Mu pushed her away. Don't talk nonsense. Today I was out on a case and encountered some situations. I almost couldn't even come back. Che, who'd believe you? Smelling of rouge and more than one woman. Qing Luo wrinkled her nose, although mocking, but see brother-in-law so bright and frank. A body is not afraid of the shadow of the great appearance, but really believe that he is innocent. I'm not sure if he's innocent, after all, but any man who has cheated on his wife outside the home carries more or less a hint of weakness. Even if the cover is perfect, there will always be abnormal behavior. In danger again? White Fiber Feather, who was organizing the account books, raised her head at the words, her beautiful eyes welling up with strong concern. Are you alright? It's fine. Thanks to Elder Yun saving me. Chen Mu sat on a chair and grabbed a piece of braised meat and threw it in his mouth. You know about Wushan, right? That place is too dangerous. You guys must not go there in the future. Ozan? Touché. The tip of the woman's pretty brow furrowed lightly. Seeing Chen Mu pick up the bowls and chopsticks to plow the rice, she softly said, the rice is a bit cold. Let Qing Luo go and heat it up. Don't bother. It's not much cooler. Chen Mu waved his hand and took a big mouthful of rice with his chopsticks, swallowing it in one gulp without going through the fine jennings, like a hungry man who hasn't eaten in days. It was strange that my stomach still felt empty even though I had eaten a lot of grilled fish on the boat. Seeing her husband eating so hastily, Bai Jianyu did not also insist, adding a bowl of lotus root soup and placing it beside his hand. I one half 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 I. What's in Yusen? The woman inquired curiously. Shenmue said vaguely as he ate. Demons, but they were killed by Elder Yun. But I can't say there are any more. What demon? A quiet aura flashed in by Jianyu's eyes. Shenmue swallowed the pieces of meat in his mouth forcefully, picked up the lotus root soup and took a few more sips, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I don't know. Anyway, it won't be the snake demon we're trying to capture. Although Elder Yun may have killed it, she can't say what kind of demon it is. Not even her? This was a bit of a surprise to Bai Jianyu. She was aware of Yun Jiu's true identity. Logically speaking, as the Yin Yang sex Dashin should have seen quite a few demonic creatures, and if even she had difficulty distinguishing them, it meant that this demonic creature was an extremely rare thing. What kind of demon is it? The woman mused darkly. In these half a year's time, she had basically mapped out the situation in Qingyu County, but she had only overlooked the place of Wushan. Wushan, looks like we'll have to check it out sometime. I heard that husband made a bet with Chen Dulai of the underworld guard Xuanwu Hall? White Fiber Feather changed the subject. Shenmue nodded his head and said, it's still not for the sake of saving that kid away, but I also wonder why the other party is deliberately targeting me when I have no grudges with that Li Chendu. Maybe it's because the husband is handsome. White Fiber Feather made a rare joke. Although the absolutely beautiful Snow Dimple is the appearance of words and smiles, the eyes are not even a trace of laughter. I don't know what to say. A pair of watery eyes flashed with a cold light. Shenmue laughed and said as he ate, if that's the reason, then I shouldn't go out in the future. I guess half of the men in this world are going to have a hard time with me. Brother-in-law Shai. If other men in this world were half as brazen as you, there wouldn't be so many bachelors. Aura scraped her pink cheeks. Shenmue rattled the leftovers from his plate into a bowl and laughed. I'll take that as you complimenting me. Today's meal is good. Quite fragrant. When have I ever made a bad one? Looking at the man who wolfed down the food, Chang Luo coldly grunted. Oh, see pound the. But seeing the two plates on the table that had already been emptied, she steeply widened her eyes. Brother-in-law, are you starving today? White Fiber Feather also reacted. It was found that the husband had eaten far more today than ever before. It's a bit of a stretch. Shenmue froze for a moment and carelessly dumped all the dishes from the remaining plate into a bowl. I haven't eaten for a day. It's normal to overeat occasionally. Be careful not to eat too much. Xing Luo taunted. Oh, see pound the. Although Bai Jianyu was puzzled, she didn't take it to heart, thinking that her husband was really too hungry. After sweeping away the rice on the table, Shenmue touched his slightly bulging stomach, feeling a bit unfulfilled. It seems to be a bit more edible, but in order to prevent really blowing up my gut, I ended up calling it quits. Early the next morning, an uninvited guest came to the door. What? Not happy to see me? AKA, I'm not happy to see you. Looking at Shenmue with a constipation-like expression, Yun Jiue, who was outside the door, familiarized herself with the situation and pushed him away to enter the small courtyard straight away. Looking around at the quiet and elegant arrangement, her eyes glowed. The environment is not bad. Why don't I move in? Before in the cabin the other party said that they would come to see his mother. At that time Shenmue thought that this woman was joking, but I did not expect that she would really come. You're here to make trouble? Your body isn't weak anymore? Shenmue asked. Yun Jiue, who was wearing a long red dress, had her hands behind her back and said indifferently, it's almost time to rest for the night. Anyway, not as vain as you. Glancing at the man's unnatural face, she bit back a smirk. What are you nervous about? I one half 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 I. Shenmue walked to her side and whispered, big sister, you can't really be here to cause trouble. Let me tell you, we have a good relationship as a couple. Don't you dare try to stir things up. Hush. Yun Jiue stretched out her slender jade fingers like green onion roots against his lips. Then as he pushed him to a distance of 5 feet, don't get so close to me. What would your mother think if she saw you? As he was talking, Bai Jianyu's figure appeared outside the living room. Husband, this is. The woman's face was puzzled. Totally. Yun Jiue sized up the beautiful lady in front of her, and her eyes bloomed with both envy and admiration. What kind of virtue did this asshole kid have in his ancestry to be able to marry such a beautiful woman? Yun Jiue was inexplicably a little jealous, but the next moment, she suddenly let out an eep and frowned tightly. The original admiring gaze gradually changed to scrutiny, staring firmly at Bai Jianyu, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Mother, she's the elder Yun I was talking about, Shenmue introduced. Limited. Hearing that it was her husband's rescuer, Bai Jianyu busily stepped forward and curtsied. Concubine has met Elder Yun. I heard my husband say that Elder Yun saved his life yesterday at Mount Wu, so I can't thank him enough. Yun Jiue came back to her senses, stepped forward to assist the other party and said with a smile, it's just a small matter. At the moment of the assist, She slightly clasped her fingers, intentionally or unintentionally pressing on the other party's pulse, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy entered the other party's body like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single wave was stirred. Ordinary people. I 1/4 S. Yun Jiyue was inwardly surprised, but her face didn't show any emotion as she exclaimed, "This brat Chen Mu is enviable. Marrying such a beautiful wife. Elder Yun is joking." A touching smile surfaced on Bai Jianyu's pretty face. Chen Mu, who was standing on the side, secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two chatting normally. However, Yun Jiyue's next words made him explode. "But I just wondered, with such a beautiful fairy beauty at home, why is this bastard boy still womanizing outside?" Yun Jiyue looked like she was fighting for Bai Jianyu. Bai Jianyu smiled warmly. "If husband really flicks the flowers outside, it only means that concubine's charm is insufficient and can't compare to those flowers and grasses. With such a tolerant wife, it's no wonder that's so licentious." Yun Jiyue sighed. White Fiber Feather gently shook her head. "It is not tolerance, but respect. However, these wait for Cloud seniors to understand only after marriage in the future. By the way, Cloud seniors have not yet used breakfast." "Right. It just so happens that Qing Luo is doing it. If you do not mind, why don't you join together? I just came here specifically to rub it in." Yun Jiyue had learned thick skin from Chen Mu. With a smile on her face, Bai Jianyu turned to Chen Mu and said, "Husband, go to the kitchen and ask Qing Luo to bring an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks." "Oh, got it." Chen Mu nodded and honestly went to the kitchen. On her way out, she gave Yun Jiyu a warning look, but what she got in return was the other party's disregard. "Stinking," Chen Mu cursed. Bai Jianyu invited Yun Jiyue into the house, poured tea and said, "I've always heard my husband say that Senior Yun is a great cultivator. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he's also a beautiful person. That's exempt. I know best how my posture is. I one half 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 I." Yun Jiyue stopped the other party's superficial compliments and said with a smile, "Besides, that guy is so refined that he could never praise another woman's beauty in front of his own wife. Elder Yun does understand husband." White Fiber Feather had something in her words. Yun Jiyue naturally heard it and didn't refute the explanation, but stared at the other party's flawless and stunning cheeks and slowly asked, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" Chapter 69, The Great Reversal. "Right? Don't I know you from somewhere? AKA I've seen you before." The woman's sharp eyesight had the edge of a real blade, and her voice was soft but laced with a strand of condensation. Unconsciously, he used the yin-yang sex heart torture technique. White Fiber Feather's expression was stunned, her face showing a blank look. "Senior Yun has seen my concubine? I don't have much of an impression. Maybe. Senior Yun just thinks that my concubine has some resemblance to someone you have seen. Maybe." Seeing no abnormal emotions from the other party's face, Yun Jiyue retracted her gaze and said with a smile, she was unfamiliar with the face of White Fiber Feather, yet it somehow felt a sense of familiarity, and it was impossible to say where this familiarity came from. "I don't know where it comes from. Maybe it's really too much." Moments later, Chen Mu and Chang Luo came in with breakfast. Looking at the youthful and lovely Qing Luo in a green shirt, Yun Jiyue once again looked at the other party with a scrutinizing gaze with interest. After not noticing the abnormality, he became more and more envious of Chen Mu. There is such a beautiful wife. Not to mention, there is also such a delicate and moving sister-in-law. The brat is really enjoying the blessings of all people. "Ah, your sister Cloud, aren't you?" Qing Luo came forward to hold Yun Jiyue's arm. Her smile was sweet with a few points of naivety. "I heard from my brother-in-law that you're so powerful that you can go up to the sky and into the earth, cutting down demons and eliminating devils, and that you're the most talented disciple of some yin and yang sect. So can you take me as your disciple? If he really compliments me like that, it means he's out of his mind." Yun Jiyue's lips curled slightly. She stretched out a finger and pressed it to Qing Luo's brow for a few seconds, and sighed in admiration. "But your qualifications are very good. If you really want to cultivate, you can join the yin-yang sect. Hey, didn't they say you can't practice after the age of 9? Chen Mu looked at her with dissatisfaction. Yun Jiyue urged a smile. "There are exceptions to everything. If your root and bone qualifications are absolutely superior, it's okay to cultivate a little later. But unfortunately you're very average." Chen Mu was struck down. Limited. It seemed that he would have trouble crossing over to the cultivation path in his lifetime. Breakfast was delightful. Even if the three women have very different personalities and interests, they will have endless topics to talk about. Gossip always comes first. Chen Mu, on the other hand, was like an outsider who had been left out, in the middle of these three, unable to intervene at all. After breakfast was over, Yun Jiyue dragged Chen Mu to investigate the case. Limited. Although this kid Chen Mu pitied her yesterday, but after all, this guy was very good at solving cases. and following him would be the fastest way to find the demon. After the two left, the bustling living room went cold. Qing Luo, who was close and attentive to Yun Jiyu before, was full of displeasure at the moment. Sister, this stinky woman is obviously seducing her brother-in-law. You did a good job of not letting her find out about the anomaly. Bai Jianyu lightly sipped her tea. Hearing her sister's praise, Qing Luo's eyes curved like crescent moons. I thought the rumored Yin Yang sect's grand secretary was so powerful, but it's nothing more than that. She took the liberty of abolishing her own power 3 months ago and started to cultivate again. That is why her strength has fallen so much. Otherwise, you and I would not be able to hide it from her at all. White Fiber Feather said faintly. You're going to lose your power? Qing Luo rounded her big eyes. Why? White Fiber Feather's pink lips scratched a touch of mockery. It said that the heavenly monarch of the Yin Yang sect made a deal with the king of the Tibetan domain Tantric sect's Joyful Buddha, and was going to allow her to cultivate the Yin-Yang heavenly harmony with one of King of the Joyful Buddha's seated disciples. Yin and Yang heavenly harmony? Dual cultivation? Chang Luo's eyes flickered with curiosity. Bai Jianyu lightly nodded her head, but she refused to do so, so she abolished her powers without authorization, causing the heavenly monarch to become furious and stripping her of her position as the Grand Priestess. However, the heavenly king did not discipline her again after that, but restored her to the position of the Grand Priestess again and allowed her to resume her training. As for why she came back to Qingyu County to capture the demon, that's unclear. I guess it's for her to come out for a break. Chan Luo laughed. This woman has quite a personality. White Fiber Feather's fingers lightly rubbed the warm teacup, her eyes fluttering. It's quite individualistic, but the talent is also truly terrifying. In just 3 months, she recultivated to the second layer of the Yin-Yang code. Sis, why don't I secretly go tease her? Qing Luo's beautiful eyes were sly. Bai Jianyu's jade dimple sank slightly as she said in a cold voice, don't cause any more trouble. Trouble? I'm just saying. Qing Luo deflated her small mouth. I'm still not clear about your girl's mind. Back then you didn't clash with the Yin-Yang sex people. Bai Jianyu looked serious. In short, you give me peace and quiet. If you're as reckless as you were last time, get the hell out of here. Oh, I know. Seeing that the other party was really angry, Qing Luo didn't dare to make a move and honestly nodded her head. Bai Jianyu retracted her gaze and faintly said, I'm going to make a trip to Wushan. If my husband comes back, you can just say that I went to Sister Wang's house next door. After leaving the house, Chen Mu first made a trip to the government office and asked for a new, well-fitting uniform. Went to Ozen yesterday and got stripped all over, not even the messenger suit. Luckily, the logbook and charcoal pencil that I had with me was placed outside before I jumped into the pothole, so I didn't lose it. Why? Did you find anything yesterday? Calling his personal dog leg Zhang Wei to his side, Chen Mu opened his mouth and asked. Limited. Zhang Wei's expression was grim. Bantu. Yesterday, the people of the underworld guards went to Juchuan house to interrogate, and also took away a few girls, but they were released back at night. Did they get anything? I don't know. And then what? They're also doing door-to-door inventory, and they seem to have found some clues, but it's not quite clear what exactly. Chen Mu laughed. The method is quite stupid, but it's effective. By the way, Bantam, there's one more thing. I one half. Zhang Wei looked around and lowered his voice. I finally realize why the underworld guard punished me the day before yesterday. Oh, why? Chen Mu came to be interested. He had doubts before. Even if the underworld guard's men were really stopped from molesting a good woman on the street, it was impossible to get that angry. Sure enough, there is an inside story. It's like this. I heard that a dignified official young lady ran away from home, and it just so happened that the day before yesterday, the underworld guard saw a young girl who resembled that young lady's personal maid, so they went up to interrogate her. Zhang Wei laughed bitterly, and our brothers mistakenly thought that it was the other party who was molesting a good woman, so we went up to stop them, and that's why what happened back there happened. A runaway government lady? Chen Mu couldn't help but frown at the tip of his eyebrows. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the pair of masters and servants that he had met a few days ago while going to the tavern for a drink with the 3 Wenmingren. It can't be them. Chen Mu felt more and more likely. After all, judging from the circumstances, the girl clearly smelled like a pampered young lady. Forget it, this has nothing to do with you or me. Leaving the figure of that pair of master and servant behind, Chen Mu said indifferently, let's go to Bao Spring House after investigating the case at hand first. Going to do that? What statement again? Yun Jiyu asked with squinting eyes. Chen Mu smiled slightly. Of course, in this age of no surveillance, the human eye is the mobile surveillance. Unfortunately, human memory is limited. For now, one can only hope to extract useful information through the vague memories of those girls and then investigate in depth. Actually, what I'm thinking now is whether or not there will be a major reversal in this case of Bao Chunlu. I one half I. Yun Jiu's eyes had a few more points of anticipation in them. Walking to the side of the road and stopping a carriage, Chen Mu did a lady-first gentleman salute and laughed. There's no such thing as a big reversal in the world. Chapter 70 Investigative Interrogation. The three of them came to Juchuanlu, and the door was cold and depressed. Thinking back to the warbling and charming and prosperous scenes of the past, Chen Mu sighed. Things are unpredictable. This world is difficult to do business even for meat sellers. Zhang Wei, who was on the side, looked equally forlorn, but he was thinking of the little nettle girl. I don't know where the other person went and if they are still doing well. Yun Jiue couldn't help but mock. You men always say that dying under the skirt of a peony, being a ghost, is also flirtatious. But when you're really scared, each and every one of you have no more colorful balls. That depends on what's going on. Chen Mu laughed. For example, that girl Shui Kai Chung, who sells her art but not her body, said she was willing to bed serve. So look at how many people will line up then. Including you? Yun Jiu's narrow eyes carried a hint of playfulness. Earlier in the other's home, she barely recognized the man in front of her. He is obedient to his wife, seldom flirts with her, and the occasional jokes that enliven the atmosphere are uttered in the capacity of a dog licker. The Chen Mu at home and the Chun Mu outside were two completely different people. Inwardly infatuated, outwardly philandering. Of a person who is not a woman. Obviously contradictory personalities and emotions, but they form a unique charm in him that makes people loathe and love him at the same time. You guess? Chen Mu blinked, obviously guessing the answer. Yun Jiu's Ju lips curled and said with cold sarcasm, I shouldn't have saved you. For nothing. I'm blind to such a good maiden at home. I can't thank you enough then. Chen Mu laughed. In the face of the man's thick skin, Yun Jiue was at her wit's end and stepped through the door. Inside the Juchuan building, when the heavily made up, yet well-endowed pimp Su Xiniang saw Chen Mu, her sad face became a few points more bitter. I say, Sheriff Chen, can't you guys just calm down a little here? Looking at the bustard mother who was full of grievances, Chen Mu apologized. I'm really sorry, Mother Su. I know that you've been tossed around enough in the past few days, but with the orders from above, there's nothing I can do about this little constable. Seeing Chen Mu in such a low profile, Su Xiniang could not afford to be taught. Big complained bitter water. Chen Sheriff, I also understand you, but we also have to do business. Yesterday a group of medieval guards came to ask questions. The girls have been very cooperative, but they have to arrest some on the way out, although finally released back. But you go up to see. Those girls until now do not dare to go out. Shrinking in the quilt, shivering. I 1/4. Chen Mu frowned. They use torture? That's not true, but it's not like you don't know the underworld guards well. They're just like the little ghosts underneath the King of Hades, with a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Su Xiniang's face was bitter. Being an underclass citizen, the fear of the underworld guards was no less than facing the devil. I'm lucky to be back alive. Chen Mu stepped forward and patted her shoulder, comforting her. Mother Su, I understand all of this, but even a small constable like me wouldn't dare to go against the underworld guards. Nowadays, we can only solve the case as soon as possible so that you guys can get out of your misery, right? The words are this rationale. But when will this case be solved? Before it is not all closed. The case was closed. Su Xiniang's resentment was unabated. Chen Mu whispered, it's the emperor himself who is going to re-investigate the case by turning it over. And besides, Mama Su, you still really believe that your 11 girls died from taking poisonous mushrooms by mistake? Hearing this, a complex color flashed in Su Xiniang's eyes. Her face clouded over. She let out a bitter smile, and finally compromised. Tell me, how should I investigate? I'll have the girls cooperate with you. It's still the same as before. Making a statement, Chen Mu laughed. Okay, I'll get the girls down. By the way, don't call the girls who received a shock yesterday. I'll have her go to the girls' rooms and ask them one by one. Chen Mu pointed at Yun Jiue. Su Xiniang was stunned and looked at Chen Mu with a little more softness in her eyes, so she turned around and went upstairs. Chen Mu waved his hand and recruited Zhang Wei, handing him a stack of paper that had been prepared long ago. All the questions that need to be asked are on there. Write down all the details you can. Understood. Zhang Wei is already familiar with this process. Chen Mu took out another pile of paper and handed it to Yun Jiue. Pay attention to the tone. Try to calm them down first. You're a cultivator. You should have a method. After hastily scanning the questions on it, Yun Jiue frowned. So many? I won half, I won half, I won half. There's no way around it. It's been too long, and we have to use a casting net to find clues, even if it's just a tiny bit, Chen Mu said helplessly. In a short while, however, Su Xiniang gathered the girls into the hall. After yesterday's interrogation by the underworld guards, it could be seen that these girls were more or less nervous, and Chen Mu comforted them with a few words of comfort and a few bits of dirty talk, which eased a lot of emotions. Of course, the main reason was that Chen Mu was handsome. It has been scientifically proven that most of the time, the face value of a person tends to affect the emotions of others. For example, if you see a beautiful woman on the street, the mood value will unconsciously +1. Vice versa, it is the same for women. I won half, 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 I. Sheriff Chen, the girls that should be called down have already been called down. Su Xiniang pursed her lips, looked at the man's handsome side face, and said, I'll have Kai Qing wait for you upstairs. It's still Mother Su who knows me best. Chen Mu smiled broadly. Smoothly, he wiped a handful of oil from the woman's waist and strutted toward the stairs. That boy, he's got a good feel for women's minds. Realizing that she had been set up by the other party, Su Xiniang couldn't help but lightly spit towards the other party's back and cursed with a laugh. It's still the same accord as last time. When Chen Mu walked in, his gaze was unconsciously drawn to the woman sitting quietly at the table. A white dress is as ancient and quiet as a vegetarian. Like a waterfall of long hair as if the painter with the thickest Inca stroke hanging down against the delicate and pretty pink back, elegant as a lotus. Chen Mu walked to the table and faced her. The woman is still covered with a white veil. Only a pair of eyes as clear as the blue water in the sky was revealed. Chen Mu, who inwardly marveled at the woman's offbeat temperament, opened his mouth and laughed. Is seeing me as disgusting as eating a fly? Why does Sheriff Chen think so? The woman's gaze showed a hint of doubt and disbelief. Rather like an innocent and curious young girl. Chen Mu added tea to himself and apologized. I'm really sorry for offending you verbally last time. You already apologized, the woman said calmly. Tick. Chen Mu was also speechless. This woman is a complete puppet with so much emotion that I want to plow through her heart to see if it has solidified into shape. Let's just get started then. Chen Mu took out a record book and charcoal pencil and inquired. More than a month ago. Counting it should be 40 days. 40 days ago. How many details of that tragedy do you still remember? There's not much left. The woman's vermilion lips parted. Chen Mu gently tapped the charcoal pencil and gazed at her. Although it has been a long time, it is not so much that I have forgotten everything, not to mention that one of those 11 dead people is your maid of honor, and her name is Iris. I won half, 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 I. She's not exactly my maid of honor. She's only served me for 2 months and 4 days. Xue Caiqing's gaze was as flat as a deep, bottomless abyssal pool, and did not stir up a single ripple due to Chen Mu's words. Well, even so, her death is not on your mind? Is Sheriff Chen trying to say that I'm heartless? The woman asked rhetorically. Chen Mu laughed. Don't misunderstand me. I am just a little surprised. How can I say it? It feels like your emotions are too heavy. People are born to die, but it's just a matter of how long it takes. From the book, the woman's tone was hushed. Why sympathize with someone else's death when everyone's end is the same? Chen Mu was silent. This woman is rather like a nun who has seen the world. After a long time, he said slowly, I have a hunch that you're not involved in this case. Chapter 71 Another Murder. The room is filled with light rosewood incense smoke. A kind of animal. The two were silent. The seemingly leisurely and quiet atmosphere was condensed like a taut string, and it seemed to have returned to the situation of being deliberately targeted by Chen Mu as it was last time. Xue Caiqing let go of the celadon cup, looking down at her white jade fingers, which were as slender as onion roots. Her tone was calm and ethereal. Does Sheriff Chen think that I am a murderer? Chen Mu laughed and shook his head. I didn't say that. It's purely a wave of intuition. It always feels like you're hiding something. People's intuition is sometimes very accurate. From the article, so you admit it? Caiqing sincerely hopes that Sheriff Chen can solve this case and let those 11 sisters rest in peace. Xue Caiqing neither admitted nor denied it. She looked at Chen Mu. Her eyes as quiet as a lake finally showed a hint of emotion, more like mockery, and slowly said, but, can Sheriff Chen do it? Is this provoking me? Chen Mu smiled. Animal fact. Interesting. He hasn't even taken the initiative yet, and the other guy has put up a challenge post. Currently, it seemed that this Xue Caiqing did know something, but expecting her to take the initiative to talk about it was impossible. Interrogation and not being able to. After all, this woman has countless admirers, and there are some famous men and women among them, so if she really wants to take her into the prison for severe interrogation, it is estimated that the whole county office will be overturned by then. Can we start? Shui Xiqing's beautiful eyes landed on the record book in front of Chen Mu's desk. In a while, I still have to go to the Cold Mist Temple to burn incense, so I hope that Sheriff Chen can be quicker. Chen Mu laughed. I'm generally quite long. It's hard to be faster, especially when facing Miss Shui. From the original article, but the last time Sheriff Chen came, he seemed very weak. The woman's words sneered back. It turns out that you will also be angry. Hearing the annoyance in the woman's words, Chen Mu secretly smiled and gave a compromise. Let's do it this way. I'll accompany you to the Cold Mist Temple. We'll talk slowly on the way, so that it won't delay you and I can finish my statement. What do you think? Shui Xiqing's ink-like eyebrows gently knitted, and eventually nodded her head. Good. As the only temple in Xingyu County, Cold Mist Temple is not far away. Animal. In a horse-drawn carriage. It is about half an hour's journey straight west along the streets of the Huailan River. As the two entered the carriage, Chen Mu took out a clean handkerchief and placed it on the bench opposite, making a gesture of invitation towards the woman. Shui Qiqing was slightly stunned. Her gaze looked deeply at Chen Mu, and she didn't refuse. Let's get started then. I don't know if it's because of the small space of the carriage or the distance between the two of them, but Chen Mu can obviously smell the faint fragrance of snowy plums, he said as he placed the little notepad in his lap. According to the records of the county court at that time, the first deceased person found on April 28 at dusk was called Yuan Xinger, and she was in her room at that time, and the person who found her dead was you. The person who found her dead was you. So I want to know why you went to Yuan Xinger's room at that time? What was its purpose? Facing Chen Mu's burning gaze, Shui Xiqing's voice was soft. Didn't Sheriff Chen look at the records of the entire yamen? The door to Yuan Xinger's room was open at that time. It was only out of curiosity that I took a look and realized something was wrong. Yes, that is indeed what the record says. Chen Mu leaned forward slightly. But here comes the problem. Yuan Xinger's house is on the second floor in the east court, while your house is on the third floor in the little pavilion of sparse snow. Not only upstairs and downstairs, but also in the opposite direction. Where are you going early in the morning to do? Fetch the cock. Fetch a cock? Yes. 2 days before the incident, Shawan needed to play for a guest, but it just so happened that her phoenix feather shell was broken, so she borrowed mine. As a matter of fact, she borrowed it from me. Little Wan? You're talking about that dead flower girl Mei Xinwan? Chen Mu asked. After Chen Mu had crossed over, he had heard of the great name of this greenhouse girl. She is the newest flower girl of Ju Chunlu. Not only is her body delicate and soft, and her looks sweet, but she also plays a good blowjob, which makes many men fall for her. It's her. Shui Qiqing nodded lightly and spoke faintly. I was going to look for her, but as a result, I passed by Yuan Xinger's room and saw that the door to her room was open and animal. And what? Chen Mu pursued. Shui Qiqing said quietly, and without an inch of clothing, just lying on the bed. I realized that something wasn't quite right, so I went in to check, only to find that she was already dead. After that, there were other sisters who found the dead one after another, including Xiao Wan. Chen Mu will be before the yamen made the record carefully looked over the side. Indeed there is a record of the deceased at that time all the fruit body, but other clues are not documented. Chen Mu was somewhat helpless. Juchuan building tragedy occurred when he happened to accompany his wife out to play, and came back to Gao Yuanchan. Also do not let him touch the case, even the body are all burned. Directly announced accidentally take poisonous mushrooms closed the case. Although it was because of politics, it wouldn't have been such a pain in the ass to investigate at that time if it had been more meticulously documented. Animal fact. Of course, Chen Mu also understood the county magistrate. In that case, the above said it was a snake demon rebellion. A county magistrate cannot do much. Pulling his thoughts back, Chen Mu continued to ask, can you describe in detail the condition of Yuan Xinger's body at that time? For example, was there any facial swelling, any strange spots on the body, and how stiff the body was? And I'm sorry Sheriff Chen, I'm fuzzy on what you asked and didn't look closely at the time. Shui Qiqing interrupted him and apologized. Chen Mu stared at her. What about the others? For example, what were the specifics when Mei Xinwan died? She was so peaceful, it was like she was asleep. From the article, and then what? What then? The woman looked at him quizzically. Chen Mu's tone turned slightly colder. Since you're willing to lend a blowjob, it means that the two of you can have a relationship, but at least you should have a memory of what happened after she died. Shui Qiqing was silent for a moment and faintly said, there were no wounds on their bodies, and each of them slept on his own couch, uncovered by quilts and clothes, and unviolated. They are all in the same position, with their heads shifted slightly to the left and their right hands folded over their left hands and placed in front of the small of their backs. In addition, the nails of their right thumbs were all painted with red rouge. The nail on the right thumb was painted red rouge? Chen Mu's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. How could such an obvious anomaly not be recorded by the magistrate? These guys are so clueless. However, from the circumstances described by the woman, Shui Kai-ching did have the intention to observe the body at that time, and just now he just didn't want to say, "This woman, what the hell is going on? Is there more?" Chen Mu asked. The animal. Shui Kai-ching gently shook her head. "No more." Then the yamen took away all the corpses, asked us some questions, and closed the case. "Did you hear any commotion the night before you found the body?" "I don't know. I'm a heavy sleeper." "Is it that you don't know, or you don't want to say?" Chen Mu frowned. Shui Kai-ching did not reply, but lifted the car window curtain with her veiled hand and said softly, "Something happened in front." Chen Mu froze and directly lifted the carriage door curtain, only to see a number of people gathered around the far shore discussing something in low voices, and among them was the figure of the underworld guard. The figure of the underworld guard. Chen Mu told the driver to pull over to the side of the road and jumped off the carriage to check it out. From the murmurs of the surrounding people, he learned that someone had found a body on the shore. Passing through the crowd, Chen Mu saw the recovered bodies. It's a woman. Petite. A long willow-red dress with a few rips in the cloth. Upon seeing the woman's face, Chen Mu's brain buzzed and his pupils contracted rapidly. Animal fat. Chapter 72 Angry like Shinhu. The woman has a beautiful face. Look at the age. It's only 17 or 18 years old. However, Chen Mu recognized this girl as the young girl he had met at the tavern a few days ago. At that time, the other party falsely accused Wang Haizi of molesting her in order to steal something, and as a result, she was dismantled by Chen Mu on the spot and finally left in anger. On his way out, he even stiffly refused Chen Mu's alms. "I didn't expect to be a corpse today. Life is unpredictable. It is also a habit of pampering and habituation in the daytime, venturing away from home, and paying the price for its ignorance." But Chen Mu remembered something else. In the morning, Zhang Yiwei said that an official's eldest lady had run away from home, just as the underworld guards sought his maid for questioning. At that time, Chen Mu guessed that it was this pair of master and servant, and if that was the case, it would be troublesome. "Excuse me, please." Chen Mu squeezed his way through the crowd and took out the constable's token he carried with him and said to the medieval guards guarding the periphery, "My lord, I'm Chen Mu, the constable of the county government office. Can you let me in to take a look?" That underworld guard hesitated and sidestepped to allow Chen Mu to enter. Chen Mu swept his gaze around, and apart from the 4 underworld guards, he didn't see that Qian Huli, so he thought that the other party was rushing towards here. He focused his attention on the body of the young girl on the ground. The young girl's willow-red dress shirt was completely soaked, clinging to the curves of her luscious torso. Her skin was pale, wet hair with bits of grass and leaves clinging to it. There were no visible injuries seen on the neck, wrists, face, or other exposed areas. "The man is dead." The one who spoke was a middle-aged bearded underworld guard, looking at the corpse with a rather complicated gaze. Chen Mu stretched out his fingers on her neck artery, and sure enough, the pulse was all gone, while the temperature coming from her skin was somewhat cold. Pity. Although the two only met one side of the Ping Shui, but see such a young girl perished. Heart quite sorry. Shui Kai-ching appeared behind him at an unknown time. Perhaps it was because they saw that she and Chen Mu were together, coupled with her outstanding temperament, that the underworld guards let her pass. Life is really fragile. She gazed at the young girl in silence, a flash of compassion welling up in her bland eyes. Chen Mu reached out to untie the young girl's skirt, intending to take a look at the condition of the body and make a preliminary judgment on the time and cause of the young girl's death. But just as his hand landed on his skirt, the bearded underworld guard burst out. "What are you doing?" Chen Mu froze and cupped his fists. "My lord, I know some autopsy techniques. I just want to find some clues from the corpse." "No, you can't touch this body." The bearded underworld guard's tone was resolute, one hand resting on the embroidered spring sword, his gaze firmly locked on Chen Mu. But whenever Chen Mu made the slightest out-of-character move, he would take action. Chen Mu had no choice but to say, "Then it's always okay if I don't undress and just take a look from the outside." The longer the body is delayed, the fewer clues there will be. And if this girl has a special identity, it's all the more reason to check it as early as possible. The bearded medieval guard's face was cloudy. The other tall and skinny underworld guard coldly said, "You can inspect it, but you may not take off your clothes or touch any other hidden parts." "Good." Chen Mu nodded. "While there is no way to go and check the condition of the body's corpse, you can determine the time of death from other sources, such as the corneas. The cornea of the human eye, which is transparent, will gradually become cloudy with the time of death until the pupil is invisible, from which it can be accurately judged." Chen Mu flipped the young girl's eyelids, but in the next second, he froze and muttered, "It can't be. What's wrong?" Seeing Chen Mu's expression was different, Shui Kai-ching asked suspiciously. Chen Mu didn't say anything, carefully observing the young girl's eyes, and then using his fingers to press slightly harder on the other girl's eyeballs, and then loosening his fingers again. Looking at Chen Mu's strange behavior, the bearded underworld guard frowned. Don't you mess around. It's not right. Seeing the young girl's pupils gradually recovering from the distortion, Chen Mu's eyes blossomed with a refined aura. She's not dead. What? When they heard this, everyone around them froze. The tall, skinny underworld guard walked over and placed his fingers at the young girl's wrist, staring up at him. How can you be alive when there is no pulse at all? When a person dies, because of the loss of nerve function and muscle power, the pupil will be completely flaccid, spread to the side, and impossible to return to its original shape after squeezing. Chen Mu spoke words that the other party couldn't understand. His tone was certain. From this alone I'm certain that she's not dead at all. But, she's not breathing or having a pulse. Perhaps infected by the confidence emanating from Chen Mu's body, the tall and thin underworld guard's demeanor appeared to waver for a moment. The reason why she can't detect a pulse is because she's in a state of fake death. Fake death? Right. Typically, faking death causes breathing, heartbeat, and blood pressure to be so debilitating that it looks almost exactly like a dead person from the outside. Chen Mu said as he found a thin rope and tied it tightly around the young girl's fingers. When he saw the gradual appearance of bruising and swelling on the end of his finger, Chen Mu was even more convinced of his judgment. Blood circulation. She definitely faked her death. Next to her, Xue Caiqing's beautiful eyes blossomed with color as she asked, "Can it be saved? Try it." After all, there was a lack of modern medical equipment, and Chen Mu didn't dare to pack his bags. He tilted the young girl's head to the side, pinched her chin to force her mouth open, and when he found some fruit residue inside, he cleaned out all the foreign matter from her mouth. Those four underworld guards looked at each other in dismay and did not dare to stop Chen Mu for a moment. After clearing the foreign body, Chen Mu will be the girl's head is correct. Appropriate tilt back. According to the correct steps of artificial respiration. A hand upward to hold the girl's jaw. Pinch the nose. Lean over to blow. After blowing in one breath, Chen Mu folded his hands in front of the young girl's chest and performed pressure. Rhythmically. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw Chen Mu's move. What's this? A carbuncle. Publicly insulting a girl's body? Xue Caiqing frowned. The bearded man's face changed, and he was about to go forward to stop him, but he was stopped by the tall and thin medieval guards, who shook their heads at him. On the other side, Qian Tu Lai, who had been notified by his men, hurriedly arrived. The face was stony. The side medieval guards followed quickly while saying, "The identity has been confirmed to be Miss Lu. Her maid is not with her, and the person is dead." The body was found by a mother and daughter who were washing clothes on the shore. At that time, Miss Lu was lying on a double-forked branch. From the situation, it was not drowned, but the specific cause of death is still unclear. Are the clothes intact? Any signs of having been insulted, aka absolute? Li Qiandu asked in a cold voice. The subordinate replied, complete, should not have been insulted. The subordinate found the body and then rushed to report to His Excellency. Had not yet conducted a detailed examination. What's with all the people? Seeing the people gathered on the sidelines in front of him, Qian Du Lai couldn't help but frown. He brusquely pushed aside the masses blocking in front of him and arrived in front of the tall and thin underworld guard, who was busy saluting at the sight. My lord, where are the people? There. Following the gaze of the tall and thin underworld guard, Li Qiandu then saw Chen Mu, who was kissing the lips of the young girl. He froze for a few seconds before his face instantly turned ironic. Charge up and dropkick Chen Mu in the back. Chapter 73 saved. Artificial respiration is currently the only way Chen Mu can save the young girl. Siam. He had taken a cursory look at the young girl before rescuing her, and there were no external fatal injuries, at least on the surface. Secondly, the initial judgment from the cornea, skin and nasal passages is that poisoning is unlikely. When cleaning the young girl's mouth, he found a lot of fruit pulp crumbs in her mouth, and there were still residues deep in her throat, so he ventured to guess that the girl was mechanically asphyxiated due to food blocking her airway. It was good that the airway was not completely blocked, leaving a gap to allow oxygen to enter and maintain a trace of vital characteristics. It stands to reason that if the airway is blocked, the most useful first aid is the Heimlich maneuver. However, while cleaning the mouth, Chen Mu noticed that the mucosa of the young girl's upper laryngeal cavity had some hematoma, and judged that it should be a laryngeal contusion. In this case, if you take the risk of using Hayes first aid instead, you will aggravate the symptoms. Siam. The only way to have a chance of survival is to use artificial respiration to force the food out of the young girl's airway. Chen Mu's judgment proved to be correct. After he kept making exhalations, he could clearly feel the gas showing signs of breaking through the obstruction. But before he had time to be happy, suddenly a huge force came from his back. The whole body was planted forward. Fortunately, Chen Mu moved his legs in time when he planted himself, so that he didn't let his knee hit the young girl's head due to inertia. But the lip is rubbed and skinned. Siam. Which one is? He angrily climbed to his feet and turned just to question another kick to his chest. His body staggered back a few steps and sat down on the floor. Fixed eyes to see. But it is the face of red rage Li Qiandu. I'll kill you. With a swish, Li Qiandu drew out his embroidered spring sword and rushed towards Chen Mu with large strides. My lord. Siam. Shui Kaiqing blocked in front of her. A pair of bright, clear and moving eyes staring tightly at Li Qiandu. Sheriff Chen, he's saving people. Get out. The furious Li Qiandu would not listen to him, and his big hand fell on the woman's fragrant shoulder to push her away. But when he pushed hard, the other side didn't move at all. So much like a standing boulder. Qiandu Lai froze for a moment. His arm penetrated a few points of strength, and the other party still stood still. Highly skilled. Siam. Li Qiandu was surprised to look at the white veil-masked airy woman in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he remembered something. I seem to have seen you before. The one from Bao Spring House? Sheriff Chen is saving people. The woman's voice was throaty and pleasant, but it contained a bit of coldness. Li Qiandu laughed angrily. Saving people? Is it possible that I'm blind? Just now he was lying on. Anyway, what he was doing, everyone here should be able to see it. Shui Kaiqing couldn't refute it. After all, Chen Mu's way of saving people was too strange. However, she believed that Chen Mu definitely did not have the will to insult the young girl's corpse, but was really saving people. Siam. Shui Kaiqing didn't budge in the slightest. Lord Thousand Household. Under these circumstances, do you think Sheriff Chen would be foolish enough to insult a corpse? Ri Qiandu calmed down and his face clouded over. He looked toward Chen Mu, who stood up and opened his mouth to ask questions. However, when his gaze touched the latter's eyes, his voice instantly seemed to be stuck in his throat and could not be sent out. Because at this moment, Chen Mu's eyes were terrifying. The pupils were dark. It was as if there was a black wire dense in his eyes. Siam. A pair of dark eyes as deep and terrifying as the nine hells. Similarly, where he couldn't see, the back of Chen Mu's hand was also vaguely flooded with black threads, slowly writhing like violently bulging blood vessels. My lord. He didn't come back to his senses until the tall, skinny undertaker came up and called out to him. Finding that his back had been drenched in cold sweat, when he looked up again, he found that the grim aura on Chen Mu's body had disappeared, and his eyes were normal, with only a few moments of irritation. Did I just hallucinate? Siam. Ri Qianhu was puzzled. The tall and thin underworld guard said in a low voice, My lord, just now, this Sheriff Chen said that Miss Lu wasn't dead, but rather in a state of fake death, which is why my subordinate took the risk of letting him perform the rescue. Fake death? Ri Qianhu froze. He turned and walked over to the young girl on the ground, placing both fingers on the latter's neck, checking and then indifferently saying, There is no pulse. We also thought Miss Lu was dead, but Sheriff Chen said she could be saved. The tall, thin underworld guard smiled bitterly. Siam. At this time, Chen Mu walked over and stared coldly at Li Qiandu. Chito-sama. I was indeed saving people just now. It's just that you haven't seen this method of saving people before. Humph. It's true that I haven't seen it before, but I also know that you're just a small constable with a bit of case-solving ability, not some miracle doctor. So who knows if you're just fooling around. Ri Qiandu sneered and mocked coldly. Chen Mu raised his chin and looked straight at him. I'm just going to ask, are you going to let me save or not? You have to think clearly. If she really dies, you are the murderer. You seek death. Hearing Chen Mu's words, a fierce aura flashed in Li Qiandu's eyes, and he was about to step forward to teach the other party a lesson. Siam. The high-level medieval guard quickly stopped him and came to his ear and whispered, My lord. Anyway, the person is already like this. Might as well let him try. It is best to be able to save the life. If he cannot save the life, at that time he also has trouble. After all, this Miss Lu has a special identity. Ri Qiandu's eyes flickered into hesitation. He stared at Chen Mu, his tone cold. Are you sure you can save her? Chen Mu shook his head. I'm not sure, but I know that if the delay is longer, the slimmer the hope of her surviving will be. Fine, I'll let you save it. The corner of Li Qiandu's lips hooked into a cold smile. But if you can't be saved, you'll realize how much trouble you've gotten into. What if I can save it? Chen Mu asked rhetorically. Siam. Ri Qiandu's silkworm brows furrowed. What do you want? Chen Mu said calmly. You kicked me twice just now. I want to return it. What? For a moment, Ri Qiandu thought he had misheard his ears, and even the bystanders found it unbelievable. A little constable dares to be so reckless. Is this guy out of his mind? Only Shuetsiqing's beautiful eyes were rippling, as if she was recognizing Chen Mu for the first time. Siam. A little bit interesting. Li Qiandu snorted, staring at him sorrowfully and chillingly. Okay, I promise you. Mu nodded and didn't say anything else, kneeling in front of the young girl and repeating the behavior he had just done. Watching Mu kissing and touching again, Li Qiandu's face twitched and he somewhat regretted taking the risk of agreeing to the other party's rude behavior. This young girl's identity is just too special. Even if she was really saved, it was estimated that Mu's behavior would cause a lot of trouble for her and the family behind her. What's a nice young lady doing running around when she can't stay home? Li Qian too had a lot of complaints in his mind. Siam. Time passes slowly. Mu was still methodically performing artificial respiration and cardiac resuscitation. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and although his demeanor seemed calm, there was a hint of anxiety hidden in the depths of his eyes. If only we had adrenaline, Mu secretly thought. Although he was extremely sure that he could save the young girl just now, he was also compelled by the urgency of the situation, and in fact did not have complete certainty. Oh girl, you must give it a go. Don't think of casting off when you're young and gentle. Siam. Mu prayed inwardly. Perhaps praying for manifestation was the reason why when Mu exhaled again, in an instant, he felt that the other party's respiratory tract was unobstructed, and the young girl's thorax also showed signs of augmentation. Steady! Mu was delighted in his heart and hurriedly repeated the actions he had just done. Another tea time passed. Standing on the sidelines, Qian Lai really ran out of patience. Seeing that the number of onlookers was increasing, he coldly said, "All right, don't toss it." Siam. Mu was as if he hadn't heard. "I said enough." Li Qiandu went up to break Mu's shoulders. Seeing Shuetsiqing's desire to stop him, he glared angrily. "Can't you see that this brat is purely deceiving us? The person is already dead." Shuetsiqing's expression was stunned, looking at the unresponsive young girl on the ground, and then looking at Mu's efforts to save the move. A soft sigh. At least, he tried. The woman lowered her eyes and stopped blocking. Siam. Li Qiandu sneered and grabbed Mu's shoulder. "Are you deaf? Give me." Cough cough cough. Just then, a young girl's agonizing cough suddenly rang out, falling into the crowd's mind like a bomb. The originally murmuring crowd instantly quieted down. Li Qiandu's eyes widened as well. Dull expression. Their gazes were all fixed on the corpse that was trembling due to the constant coughing, and all of them were in disbelief. Siam. Really? Saved? Li Qiandu gulped and appeared in a slight trance, feeling like he was dreaming. Shueqiqing also strained her beautiful eyes, although she believed that Mu was trying very hard to save the other party. Watching a young girl come back to life was still a huge mind blow. Seeing Mu sitting paralyzed on the ground with a wide smile on her face, her eyes fluttered as if she was catching up on something. "Maybe if you'd saved her that way in the first place." The woman sighed darkly. Siam. Mu naturally didn't know what Shueqiqing was thinking in her heart, and was extremely happy as she looked at the resurrected young girl. It felt good to pull a flower girl out of a ghostly place. He wiped the beads of sweat on his face and was about to get up when his gaze suddenly fell on the young girl's white and tender jade hands, subconsciously stopping his body. What's this girl got on her hands? Mu grabbed the other party's hand and examined it carefully, realizing that the young girl's palm was covered with something purplish red that looked like paint. The color doesn't fade much when you rub it hard. Pigmentation? Siam. Mu's gaze flickered. Immediately after that, he found some blood-red fine flaky material in the fingernail crevice of the young girl's left hand, which obviously was human skin tissue. Chapter 74, Snake Demon Clues. It was obvious that the skin tissue in the crevices of the young girl's fingernails belonged to someone else. For sake, and she had a broken nail on her ring finger, so she should have scratched someone before she suffocated and fainted. From this, it can be judged that the girl was in a state of struggle and fight. But the thing was, the young girl's clothes were not disheveled except for the rips cut by the branches. So the enemy wasn't robbing people of their sex? Suddenly, Mu realized that his right index and middle fingers carried the same purplish red pigment, which he had not noticed before when he was busy saving people. Could it be? Looking at the ground, where the crushed pieces of fruit flesh had been cleared from the young girl's mouth, Mu suddenly realized. Forfeit. The coloring comes from the fruits that young girls eat. Just like eating everyone's dragon fruit on a regular basis, you get color pigment on your hands unconsciously. However, the pigments of dragon fruit are mainly anthocyanin and betanin, which are water-soluble natural pigments, and can be washed with water. And since the maiden was found from the shore, she should have been lightened a bit, if not completely cleansed. That's a bit strange. Just as Mu was pondering, the young girl who had been coughing for quite some time gradually stabilized. She looked blank and stared at Mu. Fork. The hazy brain was still not completely awake, and the pair of clear eyes were empty and unfocused. Remember me, girl? Mu smiled faintly and reached out to support the other party's shoulders, but the finger just touched the young girl's shoulder. The latter seems to be electrocuted, generally screamed in fear, shrinking up the body, shivering. Because of the contusion of the laryngeal bone, The sound produced is slightly hoarse. Qiandu Li was busy walking over and respectfully saluted. Miss Lu, my humble servant is Qiandu Li Braisji of the Underworld Guards Xuanwu Hall. You are now safe. Can you tell me who actually harmed you? By the way, where is the little maid who was with you? Little shadows. Forfeit. Hearing Li Qiandu's words, the young girl came back to her senses, and a strong urgency surged in her terrified eyes. Quickly go save little shadow. Quickly go save. Perhaps it was too much force that involved the injury to the throat bone. The young girl covered her throat with a pained face. You can tell she did go through a crisis. Miss Lu, calm down first. Don't be in a hurry and speak slowly. What exactly happened? Ri Chi Tu inquired soothingly. Snake demon. Fork. Li Qiandu and Chen Mu's bodies shook, sweeping his eyes over the people who had gathered to watch, the eyes glowing with excitement. Qiandu Lai ordered his subordinates in a low voice. Tell them all to disperse. Yes. Several underworld guards dispersed all the surrounding crowds that were watching. The young girl forced her throat to endure the pain and said, Xiaoying and I saw the snake demon in the Wu mountain, and then we ran away. A forest. I fainted, and woke up. Cough cough. The young girl coughed again. Shui Kaiqing came behind her, her veiled hand gently placed on her back. Li Qiandu, who had intended to rebuke her, looked at her and did not make a sound. Forfeit. The girl's pale face regained some of its redness, and her throat was more comfortable. She smiled gratefully towards Shui Kaiqing and continued. When I woke up, I found myself in a very large tree cave. Little Shadow had disappeared. She must have hidden me there and went to lure away the snake demon. Shire. Li Qiandu, who had almost blurted out his words, was busy changing his words and asked, Miss Lu, do you know exactly where in Mount Wu? What does that snake demon look like? The young girl lightly shook her head. We got lost in Mount Wu before we accidentally found it. As for what it looks like, it's a very big, white snake. Forfeit. A wave of excitement ran through Ri Qiandu's heart. That's right, definitely that snake demon. While listening to the young girl's statement, Chen Mu on the side was frowning. That's not true. Yesterday, he and Yun Jiyue went to the Wu mountain, and although they did find a demon, Yun Jiyue said that it was not a snake demon. Could she be mistaken? Forsake. Or maybe the snake demon was indeed in Ozen. Just that they were unlucky enough not to run into it yesterday. I woke up scared and didn't dare to go out. But after waiting for a long time the little shadow didn't come back. I was too hungry, so I climbed out of the tree hole and saw that there was fruit to eat. The young girl said, fear creeping out of her eyes again. But while I was eating the fruit, there was a man who lunged at me. Men? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that there were other people in Ozen at that time? See a girl single and want to plot against her? Forfeit. What does he look like? Do you still remember? Li Qiandu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he asked in a deep voice. The teenage girl's eyes were tearful and shook her head. I was too nervous. I didn't see clearly at all. It was dark. I only saw a black shadow, and then I turned and ran. As a result, ended up stepping off and falling off a cliff. And then, later on I didn't know anything about it. Didn't get a good look? The corner of Ri Qiandu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say about this girl. At least provide some useful clues, but no matter what, you must gather your men and go to Ozen to see what's going on. Fork. He glanced at Chen Mu, and when he saw the latter looking contemplative, his tone was cold. Sheriff Chen, there's nothing more for you here. You can leave. Nice guy. Straight up flip-flopping. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to the young girl and said in a warm and comforting voice, Don't worry, Miss Lu, my humble servant will definitely go to save Miss Xiaoying. I will first have my subordinates take you to the yamen to find a shelter to rest, and in the meantime, I will find a bone setter to give you a look. The young girl nodded her little head and left in the carriage, assisted by the underguard. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word of thanks to Chen Mu. Ri Qiandu didn't mention the rescue either. Chen Mu did not have any complaints. After all, the young girl has just been rescued and woke up, her head is still confused. Do not know who they were saved. Forsake. However, the actions of this Thousand Leaves had made him quite unhappy. Has Chito-sama forgotten something? Chen Mu spoke indifferently. Qiandu Lai, who was about to gather his men to catch the snake demon, froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, What is it? I'll make the bet with you. Hearing this, Li Qiandu's face instantly turned cold, and his eyes, like a bone-gouging knife, stared at Chen Mu. Are you sure you want to kick me twice? Forsake. Is Chito-sama trying to cheat? Chen Mu smiled broadly. Li Qiandu slowly clenched his fists and said grimly, Chen Mu, you're a smart man. A smart man should be clear about his own position. Don't push yourself into the fire pit for the sake of a moment of frivolity. So you're really going to cheat? No way. You're talking like a fart, aren't you? You. Ri Qiandu's veins popped up at the corners of his forehead. Lord Qianhu. Chen Mu's voice was open. A cold smile at the corner of his lips as he looked straight at the other party without fear. If you're really upset with me, you can kill me. Forfeit. However, I need to warn you. You heard Eunuch Rong's words the other day, and His Majesty personally gave me a message to investigate the case. You shouldn't be stupid enough to go against His Majesty. Li Qiandu swelled his red neck. His fists clenched and popped. Suddenly, he smiled, gritting his teeth. He said in a sardonic voice, Chen Mu, do you really think you've flown the coop? You're just a pawn, and when the time comes, I'll see how you die. Thanks for the reminder. Chen Mu smiled faintly, then violently kicked his opponent in the butt. Forfeit. Not much force. Even Li Qianhu's body didn't shake a bit, but the insults are extreme. Li Qiandu could have dodged. Perhaps because of his ego or because he didn't believe that Chen Mu dared to kick him, and he didn't move from the beginning. He froze for several seconds straight after receiving a kick in the ass. Subconsciously, I want to draw out the embroidered spring knife to cut this into 2 pieces, but ultimately held back. Fork. Those few underworld guards looked strange. Other than those higher officials, they had never seen anyone dare to provoke Qian Tu Lai in such a manner. The path is narrow for a young man. Ignoring the murderous intent and hostility in the eyes of Qian Tu Lai, Chen Mu took out a small notebook and said indifferently, I'll write down the rest of the kick first, and when a certain time comes, I'll personally ask for it from Lord Qiandu, so I hope that you'll be ready for it. You don't stand a chance. Thousand Householdly gave Chen Mu a deep look, stretched out his finger and pointed it in the air, and turned around to leave with his subordinates. Chateau-sama, go well and don't see me off. Chen Mu smiled and waved. For sake. Xuecaixing's gaze was rather odd as she said softly, you had the opportunity to resolve the grudge. Why did you escalate the conflict? I know, but I don't want to. Chen Mu admonished very seriously. Remember one sentence. When someone looks at you in a bad light, you shouldn't think about convincing people with virtue or trying to befriend the other party. It's useless. It will only put yourself in a more vulnerable position. So life and death look down. If you don't serve, then do it. Screw it. Chen Mu coldly said. Xuecaixing was speechless. She was kind of getting to know the man all over again. Fork. Gazing at the back of Li Qiandu and the others, Xuecaixing's vermilion lips moved slightly as she said quietly, that night, someone said that they saw a snake demon on the riverbank next to the Bao Spring house. I know, and I went to ask the guy about it later, but the guy was an alcoholic and talked a lot of gibberish. Chen Mu said indifferently. Yes? The woman looked at him. Although she was wearing a veil, Chen Mu still felt that the other party was smiling. Just now, you seem to want to ask that girl some questions, but unfortunately, Ri Qitu saw it and that's why he picked up the girl. Forfeit. Xuecaixing changed the subject. Chen Mu nodded with a bitter smile. That's right, because that girl's words have too many loopholes. You mean, she's lying? Xuecaixing's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. Chapter 75, Chen Mu is dead? Whether or not that girl is lying is too early to tell. Formal writing. Chen Mu patted off the dust on his knees and said indifferently, mind delaying you a bit? I want to go investigate something. Quickly. Good. Xuecaixing, whose interest had been piqued, nodded her head gently. Through some questioning of the surrounding people, Chen Mu found the mother and daughter who had found the young girl's body in the beginning. The mother and daughter, who live in the neighborhood, happened to be washing clothes by the river at the time. They were also frightened after seeing the corpse at first, but now that they learned that the young girl had been rescued by Chen Mu, the fear was dispelled quite a bit. What bearing did you find her in at the time? Mists and mists, Chen Mu asked. The woman in rough clothing pointed to the eastward direction and answered honestly. It's drifting from there. What time exactly? It was about 4 minutes after the 6th hour, 10 a.m. When my daughter found it first, and then we called for the girl to be carried ashore, and after a while those officials came. The girl was lying on her back when you found her. Right? Right. Mists. Chen Mu briefly asked a few more questions and then let the mother and daughter leave. He went to the first scene where the girl was lifted ashore and found the branch of the tree that carried the girl's body at the time. A large coiled branch to be exact. The topmost branch break level is new and hasn't been submerged in water for very long. The bottom layer is older. Chen Mu said indifferently after checking the coiled branches. This girl's weight is also light enough. Predicting that the cliff at that time was not high, after falling down and smashing a branch, cushioning again and falling on the raft of branches piled up in the water, before surviving. That is, it fits well with what she recounted. And she did fall off the cliff. Xuecaixing said softly. Chen Mu didn't deny it. It's true that she fell from above. Her back shirt has more cracks. The exposed skin has bruises. And she has suffered an impact. But what? Seeing that the other woman was silent again, the woman had to take the initiative to ask. This guy always likes to tickle the emotions. Shenmue gazed at the Huailan River in front of him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. There's actually a very obvious point of contradiction. The girl is floating from the off-east position, and from the direction of the water flow. It doesn't match with the position of Wu Shan at all. After Shenmue reminded him of this, Shui Kaiqing froze. Yeah, if we go by the waters we are in now, how is it that Yusen's position is in the middle to upper part of the water swim? And how is it that it must have drifted over in the opposite direction? Mists and mists. She's lying to us. She didn't even fall from the cliffs of Mount Wu. Xuecaixing's eyes burned. Shenmue shook his head. It's really hard to conclude this. After all, that girl is really a bit confused. Perhaps it's a deviation in her memory. You're quite defensive of her, so it seems that it's not unreasonable for a hero to be a hero, the woman said calmly. Shenmue looked at her with surprise. You've taunted me quite a lot today. You shouldn't have done this to others. Are you favoring me? Shui Kaiqing didn't answer and chose to remain silent as she looked away at the distant Mount Wu. Formal writing? For the cheeky ones, just ignore it. Shenmue clapped his hands and laughed. Alright, there's nothing to investigate. We still have to go to the Cold Mist Temple for incense. It's not good to delay you. The two returned to the wagon. Shenmue flipped open the small book bound by fine twine. Let's continue with the question from earlier. Where were we? Unclear. The woman shook her head gently. Formal writing? When Shenmue saved the young girl just now, the two of them vaguely had signs of drawing closer. But at this moment, they were beginning to drift apart again. Shenmue was also quite helpless in this regard. His lacquered eyes turned and said, Your strength is quite strong. Strength? Doubt surfaced in Xuecaixing's almond eyes. Shenmue looked at her with a smile. Stop pretending. Even though I was rescuing people at that time, I also noticed that at that time, Li Qiandu couldn't help you. You think I'm a practitioner? Formal writing, isn't it? At first, Shenmue did not think that Shui Kaiqing was a cultivator, but today the other party's behavior made him wonder what the woman's true identity was. Since he was so strong, he must have some other purpose for staying in the greenhouse. Shui Kaiqing said, Ever heard of meditation? Meditation? Shenmue froze for a moment and nodded his head after a moment of contemplation, saying, I probably know something about it. With the Eightfold Path as the main focus, supplemented by the 4 Brahma dwellings of compassion and surrender, and the 7 Jyotish pillars of Nembutsu, Dharma selection, refinement and determination. Right? Yes and no. Shui Kaiqing spoke in a calm tone. Outside the Eightfold Path there is a rocky realm. Meditation here is to walk like a rock, body like a rock, emotions like a rock, and heart like a rock. Granite cultivation? Shenmue seemed to understand something. You are a Buddhist cultivator of this kind, nurturing your body like a rock, rooted in the ground. That's why Qiandu Lai couldn't push you away. You're not stupid. Laughter flowed from Xuecaixing's eyes. Shenmue smiled. You have no attack ability, just like a normal woman, but your defense is very strong. It's not too much to say that it's an alternative Vajra unbreakable body. But, Shenmue gazed strangely, women who practice this kind of Buddhist cultivation not only have to have a luscious Buddhist heart, but also have to be physically constructed differently from others. So, you shouldn't be the legendary stone woman. The woman looked at him, neither admitting nor denying. Shenmue's heart was quite complicated. Stone women are not really rare. They existed in ancient and modern times. A lot of it is due to chromosomal mutations caused by genetic mutations that cause that part of the organ to develop abnormally. Surgery can usually correct this. Formaldehyde, e.g., in the form of a heavy weight, but in this society, it's impossible. Sure, maybe spells can. You're actually quite Buddhist. Shui Kaiqing's beautiful eyes did not hide her appreciation. Perhaps one day, you will enter the Buddhist sect and achieve something. Don't. That doesn't interest me. Shenmue laughed. To say a rogue word, I haven't even played enough women yet, but I don't want to go to be a monk of any kind. Staying in the flower world doesn't smell good? The man of love and lust is like a torch walking against the wind, he will burn his hand. Shui Kaiqing sighed slightly. Shenmue was quite offended by this and shot back. Since you have a heart for Buddha, why don't you go to a nunnery and have to stay in this land of smoke and fire? I don't look to Buddha. Looking at the sneer on Shenmue's face, Shui Kaiqing said quietly, if my heart doesn't turn into a rock, it's the same wherever I go, and I'll be able to better sharpen it here instead. Oh, for the way you treat me, your heart will never turn into a rock. Shenmue mocked again. Although the two hadn't seen much of each other, he could sense that the woman hated him on the inside, and a very distasteful one at that. Formal writing, and I don't know why. The woman was stunned, and after a long, grim silence, she said, You're right, perhaps I'm being too obsessive. After all, you're not him anymore. What? Shenmue's eyelids fluttered. somewhat unable to understand the meaning of these words. It always felt like the woman was implying something to him. Shui Kai-ching lightly lifted her hand and placed it on the veil fastening on the side of her ear, wanting to remove the veil, but gave up after a moment of hesitation. Her gaze toward Chen Mu was particularly cold. Actually, Chen Mu is already dead, right? Mists and Mists. Chapter 76, Monk, you are not pure in your 6 roots. Cold Mist Temple is located on top of Misty Mountain. Broken. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain, so Chen Mu and the two of them could only get off and step on the long green stone steps. Going up step by step, there was a steady stream of visitors. Because of Shui Kai-ching's outstanding Rulan temperament, she attracted the attention of many perfumers along the way, and also recognized her as the head girl of Ju Chunlu, and Chen Mu was more like a bodyguard, accompanied by the side, envy a lot of people. But at this moment, Chen Mu does not have the heart to appreciate the woman beside him, and he is full of thoughts about the words that Shui Kai-ching said to him on the carriage. What the hell does she mean? Broken. Did this woman see that he was a traveler? Or thought the original Chen Mu was dead and he was possessed? If that was the case, it meant that this woman was very close to that Chen Mu from before. It was only then that he perceived that the current Chen Mu was someone else. But the problem was that in the memories of the original owner of this body, there wasn't any information about Shui Kai-ching. The two never crossed paths, and how could Shui Kai-ching tell that the former Chen Mu was dead? Unless this woman had a pair of discerning eyes. Wait a minute. Bleak. At this time, Chen Mu suddenly remembered something. An overlooked thing. Although he had inherited the original owner's memories after crossing over, the memories he had inherited were incomplete. There are some memories lost. Chen Mu didn't know what memories were lost, but he did have this feeling that something always seemed to be missing. Is it hard to believe that I've developed a relationship with her before? Recalling the woman's cold as well as disgusted attitude towards him, Chen Mu secretly guessed, I dumped her, so she hates me? Lame. This kind of speculation was too much bull ***** even for Chen Mu himself. Not to mention other things, on the previous Chen Mu hanging like, not to mention Shui Kai-ching such as the head of the big beauty, even the widow next door cannot see him. Right. Don't think that if you're really good looking, other pretty girls will shamelessly stick up to you? It was only for a moment. The most important weapon to keep these women's hearts is to practice good mouth skills supplemented by length and time. This was something that Chen Mu in his previous life knew well. How else could you have so many ex-girlfriends? Lousy. Ba. Unconsciously, Chen Mu and Shui Kai-ching arrived in front of the temple gate. At the entrance of the monastery, a burly monk with thick eyebrows and eagle eyes lit up when he saw Shui Kai-ching, and he bowed his head in reverence. Scholar Shui. Master Hong Jie. Shui Kai-ching's willow waist lightly folded to return the salute, and softly asked, Is presiding Master Wu Hui in? The presiding officer is in the meditation hall. Please follow me. Scholar Shui. The monk named Hong Jie said. The trio crossed a wooded meandering mountain pass, which, in the end, is the same as the one in front of the other. The deeper you walk, the more the noise away from the more secluded and quiet. Only a burst of cicadas. Chen Mu enjoyed the pleasant pine breeze that hit his face and surveyed his surroundings. The Cold Mist Temple covers quite an extensive area. After all, it is the only Buddha's land dojo in Xingyu County. The four sides of the law hall towering, arch stacked like layers of mountains. Skillful workmanship. The sound of the bells in a distant mood is relaxing to the mind. Being a monk isn't so bad. Chen Mu gave birth to an inexplicably absurd thought. Broken. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a separate courtyard. The courtyard is covered with 3 rectangular detached houses, with a stone Buddha statue cast in the center. Old and smooth. Having experienced a lot of wind and sun, Chen Mu stood next to the Buddha statue, but was surprised to hear the sound of Qing Man's voice chanting the sutra. These chanting sounds seemed to be coming from a distant treasure hall, or as if a monk was murmuring in his ear, which was quite magical. Is it hard to believe that there is a mechanism in this stone statue? Chen Mu was secretly curious. Senior brother Hong Jie. Broken. A 12 or 13-year-old young sannyasin in black who was sprinkling water on the vegetable field in the courtyard saluted after seeing Hong Jie's trio. Hong Jie said, Scholar Shui is here. Please trouble senior brother to inform the presiding officer. Good. The little shaman bowed toward Shui Kai-ching and Chen Mu respectively before going inside the house. Soon he was out. Coming to Shui Kai-ching's face, Sure Master Shui. Master has an invitation. Thanks. Which is the same as the one you've been talking about for a while now. Shui Kai-ching nodded her head slightly and followed the little sandman towards the house that presided over the purification. This woman is not going to the incense. How come she's looking for the host again? Chen Mu muttered inwardly and was about to follow, but just as he lifted his foot a step, a broad arm stopped in front of him. It's none other than Hong Jie. He saluted with one palm and said in a deep voice, Sheriff Chen, please stay. The presiding officer has invited only Scholar Shui. Please wait outside. Ha, so this one knows me. Chunmu frowned. Broken. Just now. All the way here. This guy didn't even look at him squarely. And Shenmu thought that the other party just didn't recognize him. I didn't realize it was loaded. Is that a problem with me? Shenmu was inwardly speechless. What's wrong with Lousy lately? So many people don't treat me well. Whoever the hell sees me has a face of disgust and loathing. Who did I mess with? Now even monks are deliberately giving me looks. Is this because Lousy is too handsome? Looking at Hung Jie's indifferent face, Shenmu's heart moved. This guy wouldn't be because. In order to verify the speculation in his heart, Shenmu smiled and nodded. It's fine. Then I'll wait outside. Lame. After saying that, he turned towards a stone bench not far away. While stretching his lazy waist, complained in a low voice, this Kaiching is also too capable of tossing and turning. Tossing and turning all night, my waist is going to be almost broken. Alas. Cannot be spoiled her again in the future. Learn more tricks. Shenmu sat on the stone bench holding his waist and pretended to glance at Hung Jie without thinking. Sure enough, the other party's face was as black as a pot. The gaze toward Shenmu was almost murderous, and the veins at his forehead jumped and bulged. Shenmu didn't hold back his laughter. Monk, you ing6 roots are not pure even like the greenhouse girl. Lame. And cynicism? Humph. In the end, Hung Jie still endured the anger boiling within his chest, whisked his sleeve and turned to leave the special courtyard. Shenmu sighed and shook his head. Just this? This monastery isn't very good. After the other party left, the bored Shenmu took out his small notebook and began to look over the information he had inquired about from Shui Kaiching in the morning. Gradually blazing sunlight poured down through the forest foliage, imitation of a field of glowing awnings. Broken, lined with a yard full of lush pines and cypresses, exudes an ancient serenity of solemnity and solemnity. Such a quiet and secluded environment, however, did not allow Shenmu to sink his mind into thinking about that one piece of information. Instead, he was quite impatient inside. He took a processed charcoal pencil and scribbled in his book, his brow always furrowed. After a while, a footstep came. It's the little sannyasi. He came from a pathway on the right side of the Bujinkan, carrying a fruit plate in his hand. Seeing Shenmu, who was crouched on the stone table writing and thinking, the little shaman hesitated and took out 2 fruits and gently placed them on the table. Broken. Shenmu, who was engaged in thinking about the case, didn't notice. By the time he noticed the fruit on the table, the little shaman had already turned around and walked about 10 meters, his footsteps light, afraid of disturbing him. Thank you, little master. Shenmu, who had previously had an extremely poor impression of Cold Mist Temple because of Hung Jie, had changed his mind quite a bit at this moment. The little shaman's body was in a state of shock. Turning back towards Shenmu, he smiled apologetically, his voice carrying a bit of childishness. You're welcome, please enjoy your meal. This is our temple's pure heart fruit. Fruit of the spirit? Ragadi. Shenmu was given a whole laugh by the name, casually picking up the fruit and wiping it on his palm. He opened his mouth and took a bite. It's not bad. It's pretty sweet. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he had noticed something, and his gaze was dead fixed on the palm of his hand that was stained with a purple-red color. This fruit. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he suddenly opened his mouth to spit out the chewed-up pulp. A chill ran up his spine as he looked at the crumbly chunks of pulp in front of him. No way. What a coincidence. Lousy. Chapter 77, Branch Quest Opening? The pure heart fruit was about the size of a baby's fist, transparent and shiny under the sunlight, as if it had been carved from emerald, immovable, and wrapped around the epidermis was a purplish red color, as if painted on by pigment. It's too similar. It's exactly the same as the fruit that Miss Lu ate. Little master. Shenmu called out to the little shamans and held up the fruit in his hand and asked with feigned curiosity, is this pure heart fruit also available elsewhere? It's quite tasty. I'm planning to buy some to eat at home. Scholar, this is unique to our monastery. The little shaman had a proud look on his face. Definitely. Shenmu expressed his skepticism. It's just a fruit. Why is it that only your monastery can grow it, but not other places? Seeing Shenmu's disbelief, the little shamans became a bit angry. Pointing to the back of the mountain, he said, this pure heart fruit is only found in our monastery. There are only 4 trees in total, planted in the place where grandfather Mo Coriander passed away. Mo Parsley Hosting? Shenmu had heard of this name, being the first-generation presiding officer of the Cold Mist Temple, with quite high Buddhist teachings. The little shaman then said, Master said that because of the presence of the remaining 4 shamans' fruit Buddhist rhythms of the ancestral grandfather, the fruit of the pure soul would be born, and that it would be impossible to grow it anywhere else. I see. That's a shame. Definitely. Shenmu smiled and nodded. After witnessing the little shaman enter the house, the smile on Shenmu's face gradually disappeared. It's kind of interesting. The main quest doesn't have a clue yet. but instead the side quests are making progress. Come to the back of Cold Mist Temple. A large expanse of lush green trees was reflected in Chen Mu's line of sight. The whole wood is laid out in the shape of a back, and within it is an old house, the outer walls of which have been refurbished, and all of which are made of giltwood planed into inch-thick siding. Undoubtedly, this ancient house was completely enclosed and no stranger was allowed to approach. It can be guessed by a stone Buddha statue sitting outside that this used to be the house where the first presiding officer of the Cold Mist Temple lived. On the opposite corner level of the house, there is a cobbled path. Chen Mu walked through the dark path, and after a few twists and turns finally discovered the 4 fruit trees that were out of place in the dense forest. The tree bears a number of purifying mind fruits. Giant umbrella-like canopy stands straight up in the sky, dense branches and leaves swaying in the wind, like a bell that does not make a sound, extraordinarily good-looking. Chen Mu picked a fruit and examined it carefully. Nixie. If this fruit is only available at the Cold Mist Temple, then it is highly likely that Miss Lu was here at that time, and not at Wushan. Chen Mu's eyes floated as his brain raced. Why would she lie? Or did she have a memory bias when she was taken captive here and mistakenly thought that she was still in Wushan? Chen Mu gripped the fruit tightly and began to look around. Soon he found a hole that had been cut into the tree under a majestic ancient tree that was thick enough to be surrounded by 7 or 8 people, more than 20 meters away. The hole in the tree was small, less than 2 square meters. The surrounding area was covered by dense foliage, and if not for Chen Mu's deliberate and careful search, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to discover such a place. Chen Mu climbed into the tree hole. A coolness came over the whole body, quite soothing. It wasn't until he rummaged through the grass and found a pearl earring that all suspicions were confirmed. That Ms. Lu was here then, not Ozan. According to that girl's story, she and her maid encountered a snake demon in Mount Wu. Then she accidentally fainted on the way to escape, and when she woke up she found herself in a tree hole. Thought she was still in Mount Wu. Chen Mu pondered as he climbed out of the tree hole. Definitely a step-by-step scenario projection following the young girl's statement. Given the circumstances, she should have been standing next to one of the outermost fruit trees. On her way to eat the fruit she heard voices. Then she turned around and saw a man lunging at her. So she turned around in fear and ran, not taking more than a few steps before stepping on a. Yes, it must be here. Looking at the cliff that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chen Mu's expression rose in exuberance. It's not exactly a cliff. Exactly. It's not. 2 short hills were adjacent to each other, with a stone bridge in the middle, a crevice less than 2 meters wide on both sides, and a fast-flowing river about 30 meters deep down. There are trees coiled horizontally on both sides of the crack. At this moment, Chen Mu had basically restored the truth of the matter in his mind. Miss Lu wasn't lying, she just had a faulty memory. At that time, the 2 of them, master and servant, did go to Mount Wu, and perhaps they did see that snake demon, and she passed out on the way to escape. As for how she passed out, that's a question mark for now, but what is certain is that there must have been someone else in Ozan at the time, undiscovered. He or she brought the unconscious Miss Lu to the Cold Mist Temple and hid it in a tree cave, the purpose of which is unclear for now, but I didn't realize that after he or she left, Miss Lu woke up. Wake-up time should be around 5 or 6 a.m. The reason why Chen Mu had a rough guess about the time was because of 2 things. For one thing, Ms. Lu said she did not see the man's face clearly at that time, and could judge that it was still a bit dark at that time. After all, the fact that she had her opponent's skin tissue in the crevices of her fingernails meant that they had both pounced. It's kind of hard to tell when that's still hard to see. Definitely not. Secondly, if one were to fall from this cliff, at the current rate of rafting, it would take about 3 to 4 hours to float right to the bank of the Huailan River. The direction and timing of the flow of water match perfectly, so the whole thing should go something like this. Around 5 or 6 a.m., Miss Lu woke up and found herself in a tree hole, mistakenly believing that she had been rescued by a maid and was still in Ozan. Afterwards she was so hungry that she climbed out of the hole in the tree looking for food and found the fruit tree. Discovered on her way to eat the fruit, the one who found her was most likely a monk from the Cold Mist Temple who had come to the back of the mountain to do his morning work. When the monk saw Miss Lu, perhaps he saw the color, perhaps he mistook the other for a fruit thief and tried to arrest her. The ineffectualness of. Startled, Miss Lu turned and ran away. Because of the darkness of the day and the unfamiliarity of the geography, he accidentally stepped off and fell down the crevasse cliff on his way to escape. In the moment of falling, she must have grabbed the monk's arm. That's why the nails have each other's skin tissue in them. After falling off the cliff, Ms. Lu smashed into a tree branch that grew horizontally on either side and accidentally injured her throat bone. At that time, because Ms. Lu was escaping from eating the fruit and was in the stage of being swallowed, the laryngeal bone contusion caused by the impact led to the food being stuck in the respiratory tract. Then it fell on the branch valve on the water and fainted. thus suffocating and causing a false death, and floating to the bank of the Huailan River. Ineffective. We all know the backstory. That should be the general situation. The doubt now is, who exactly was the monk who found her at that time? Shenmue tapped his fingers on the side of his thigh. Until now, the cold mist temple was calm and peaceful, and no one seemed to know that a human life had been caused here this morning. It means that the monk didn't even mention it to anyone else, chose to hide it. But why choose to hide it? Unsurprisingly, it's not. Is it because you're scared? Whether he was motivated by the idea of catching a thief at the time, or he was motivated by the sight of sex that caused Miss Lu to fall off the cliff, he was considered a murderer. In Buddhism, creating killing karma is a very bad thing. It makes sense to choose to hide it. It seems that we must first find a way to uncover this monk who accidentally killed Miss Lu. Shenmue stroked his chin, secretly pondering. Who are you and what are you doing here? Just as Shenmue was about to take action, a man's voice that was thick and contained anger suddenly rang out. Defiant. Chapter 78. It was a young monk in his 20s. Play. The monk's robe is made of 5 pairs of cloth strips sewn together, one long and one short, and is the 5 strips of clothing worn by the monks in their daily work. Obviously this is a deaconess monk. At this moment, he was carrying a wooden bucket full of water in his hand, staring coldly at Shenmue and asking in a drunken voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Shenmue did not reply, but instead, his gaze fell on the other party's arm. The monk's sleeve is rolled up. His arms were tanned to a bronze color and were quite robust because he often worked outside on duty. "I asked you a question." From the movie, the young monk's tone was a bit naive and cross. "I came here to hang out." Seeing that there were no new injuries on the monk's arms, Shenmue withdrew his gaze and asked with a smile, "How many deacons do you have in your daily shifts? Hanging out?" The young monk looked at the fruit in Shenmue's hand and sneered. "How dare you come to steal my temple's pure heart fruit in broad daylight? I say why the fruit is much less these days. Go, follow me to see the law enforcement elder." With that, he threw down the barrel and tugged on Shenmue's lapel. Is this rash? Theatrical play. Shenmue was speechless. "I say big smart. Can't you see the errand uniform I'm wearing here? I'm a county court constable who needs to come here to steal fruit? Sheriff? That's knowing the law and breaking it. Let's go. Let's see the law enforcement elder with me." I can see that this monk is indeed a stick in the mud. Intelligence seemed to be crushed under his ass, and with a fierce face, he wanted to send Shenmue to the law enforcement hall of the monastery. Okay, I'll go with you, just so I have a case to work on. Shenmue nodded with a bitter smile. 11. The two went downhill. When he passed by the Paradox Buddha Hall, he happened to meet Hong Jie. Seeing the young monk grabbing Shenmue's sleeve and heading in the direction of the law enforcement hall, he couldn't help but frown and stop the two. "What's going on?" Seeing that it was senior brother Hong Jie, the young monk saluted and said in a muffled voice, "Senior brother Hong Jie, I caught a thief who was stealing our pure heart fruit from the back of the mountain." "A thief?" Hong Jie's face looked odd. Drama. Looking at the pure heart fruit in Shenmue's hand, he laughed coldly and said, "Sheriff Chen, if you really like to eat my temple's pure heart fruit, just ask for it directly. Why bother stealing it? Being an official, but practicing the behavior of a thief. Don't you mind being ashamed?" In the face of Hong Jie's sarcastic mockery, Shenmue sighed and sort of understood. There is a big difference between people and people. You expect everyone to be on the upper level of intelligence. That's impossible. There will always be a few shabbies who make moves and behaviors like 3-year-olds. There is no shortage of retarded people in this world, ancient or modern. Even in real life, you can always find people around you who are behaving in a low-class childish and retarded manner. Yet these people always piss you off and there's nothing you can do about it. Theater. The topic went off on a tangent. As a monk who had practiced in the monastery for a long time, it was impossible not to see that Shenmue had been wrongly accused, but he chose to ignore it. It's nothing more than a desire for revenge out of cynicism. Shenmue overestimated the mind of a monk. Think about it, monks are also people, also have 7 feelings and 6 desires. Not everyone can become a Buddha. There is always iron being mixed in. Take me to the host. I have something important to say to him. I don't have time to bleep you. Movie, Shenmue said indifferently. Seeing Shenmue's expression of looking down on him, the anger that Hong Jie had previously suppressed in his chest bubbled up. Tang. His gaze was cold. Stealing is still justified? No matter who you are today. According to the rules of my cold mist temple, you must be punished. After saying that, he grabbed Shenmue's shoulder and dragged it towards the law enforcement hall. I'm ing bleeped. The sharp pain in his shoulder came, and Shenmue's fire was finally provoked. As a small constable, I was bullied by the West Chamber's underworld guards, but now even a cat or a dog dares to ride on my head? Theater. However, it was not helped by the fact that this Hong Jie was a Buddhist cultivation expert, and it was difficult for Shenmue to break free at all. When he came to the law enforcement hall, the elder was not there. Hong Jia said in a chilling voice, "If the law enforcement elder is not present, the monk will enforce it instead." Historically, the law enforcement halls of all monastery dojos have been internal. My Cold Mist Monastery is different. You stole the pure heart fruit, defiling the ancestral karma Buddha Yun aura. You deserve to be punished. You're looking for trouble. Chenmu's dark eyes narrowed dangerously. Just finished, the right leg nest suddenly attacked a painful numbness. Chenmu half kneeling on the ground, but it was Hung Jia kicked a toe. In front of him is a statue of a golden Lohan in a knot. The drama. The back of his neck and shoulders came crushing down on a square of redwood and he couldn't move. By young monks clinging. Chenmu slowly clenched his fists. His temperament wasn't that easily provoked, but since he had returned from Wushan, he always felt that his disposition was a bit on the evil side. There is a sense of irritation from time to time, and there was a moment when a sudden urge to kill arose, like when Ri Chi-tu was kicking him earlier. And here and now, drama. At the moment, the pupils of his eyes were just stained with ink, and the whites of his eyes were spread with dense black threads. A faint tyrannical aura emanated from his body. Hung Jia naturally sensed Chenmu's abnormality, and when he saw him lowering his head unlike the struggle he had just done, the corner of his lips hooked into a cold smile. He's not stupid. The reason why they dared to deal with Chenmu was because of Cold Mist Temple's position in Xingyu County. The Cold Mist Temple has been established for more than 200 years, and has received many dignitaries, so even if Chenmu wants to retaliate at that time, he will have to weigh his options. With a backstage, what do you have to compete with me? Playing a game. Hung Jia gripped a black log erected next to him and said indifferently, "Those who steal should be punished with 1 penalty and 3 precepts." After saying that, he swung his wooden stick, falling hard. It appeared to have fallen fiercely, but Hung Jia secretly mastered the force, and the part that fell was Chenmu's back, not the fatal part. Although he wasn't afraid of Chenmu's retaliation, it would be troublesome if he really injured him. Ka chow. The law enforcement baton landed on Chenmu's back and actually folded into 2 pieces. The movie. Hong Jia froze. What's going on? He didn't use much force. How did he break the stick? Has the stick been too long to work? Hung Jia was ready to replace another wooden stick, when suddenly another click sound drilled into his ears, and when he looked back, the red square piece of wood that was pressed against Chenmu's neck had actually broken open as well. Boo! The young monk who was originally holding the square wood flew out backwards, overturning the fasting table where incense was offered. Hong Jia froze. The movie. The brain is in a state of downtime. Chenmu stood up and gently twisted his neck, emitting a series of bone-popping sounds. He seems to be taller. Eyes like ink. Turning to stare at the dumbfounded Hung Jia, he then swung his arm, whose skin protruded in strips of black threads, and slammed his fist down. Boo! Hung Jia flew straight out, blood spurting out. Movie. A movie in which a person's name is displayed on the screen. The body was thrown like a sandbag onto a small copper-colored bell in the corner with a clanging knock, followed by a sharp sound as it cut through the wall. In the midst of this sharp sound, the black threads that had been boiling in Chenmu's arm abruptly returned to calm, and the black paint in Chenmu's eyes was fading rapidly. What happened? The impression remaining in his mind seemed a bit too magical, and Chenmu was a bit confused as he looked at all this in front of him. My little universe exploded? Seeing Hung Jia, who was curled up in the corner and constantly coughing, Chenmu, without saying a word, picked up the stick on the ground and walked over. The movie. For the time being, I can't fight back against the Western Factory and the Underworld Guards, but it's still more than enough for me to bully a monk like you. Not to mention the fact that you guys still have a handle on me right now. Chenmu raised his stick and revealed a smile. That's right. I'm such a bully. Swish. The wooden stick smashed into Hung Jia's shiny bald head. It will continue. Don't worry. See, a number of readers asked whether the book will be unique. Private letter is also a lot. After all, many of you are old bookworms, have seen the experience. Heart to heart is to want to have a quasi-letter. I €1/4 a. And a few readers who have been with me for a long time know that I'm practicing my sunflower Bodler swish now. Originally I did not want to answer, because the author's commitment to this thing is simply fart. Believe not half a sentence. Many authors, including me, are the same. Swore that, I will not eunuchs, even if the last remaining readers, I will stick to the end. Mama 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 mama. Result, since the face. That's why I never left a comment in response, for fear of punching myself in the face. Unable to help a certain old brother. Sort of old readers before. Has been private message, has been private message, has been private message. Never ending, talking about is you. That old brother with the name with the word furnace. Yesterday afternoon again, out of nowhere, I found my long abandoned book group, and good lord, a mess. So, Beansprout sincerely apologizes to you, and says so here as well. First of all, this book really sucks, and I don't blame many readers for having this concern, and I'll admit, I had unique thoughts on New Year's Day and plan to start fresh in the new year. But I wrote it down anyway, because I have a gut feeling that if I do go too far this time, maybe what little desire I have left to write may be completely gone. After all, after so many previous failures, I really don't have any trust in my own abilities anymore. Secondly, my favorite subject is the psychic suspense genre, but for various reasons, I never dared to write it for fear of being river crabbed, so it has been held in the heart, some unwillingness, and this book is also disguised to want to use the metaphysical way, to write spiritual suspense, to avoid being river crab, but also hope to use this to ignite the desire to write. But at present, it is written as a detective mystery. Spiritual is not at all by the side, but writing is quite cool, very self-high. A quick note about the book's genre construction. The book is a mystery type, but the main focus is suspense, and each case will be a big reversal, with a small case leading to a big one, and then opening up the spin-off. In the original conception, the Bao Chunlu tragedy should be the most exciting one, with 3 major reversals. It was intended to be led by the case of Mu Xianger. The case of Mu Xianger. Unfortunately, after I finished writing the Mu Xianger case, I had a change of heart, a little crash, because the book's performance was so bad, and I watered down a few chapters in the back sparsely and was ready to unicize by New Year's Day as well. And if we follow the trend of the original outline, the Bao Chunlu fiasco should be halfway solved by now, yet it's only just opened at the moment. If any of the bookworms who follow along, they will notice the anomaly. The simplest example, the chapter written before, the chapter about saving that Miss Lu. According to the original outline, in fact, the protagonist and Yun Jiyue will meet them when they go to Wu Mountain, because there is an ambush here, and then changed it. There are readers who follow to see, will find that rescue this chapter, with the previous is too much against the grain, and this chapter is completely impromptu, because the day I went to the first hospital of Lanzhou University, in the bench for most of the day, physically and mentally exhausted, just happened to see a first aid tips pamphlet, so I directly apply it, water a lot of words. Although the next day when I read it, I was speechless and had the idea of deleting it and revising it, but in the end I was too lazy to change it. But the good thing is that while it's awkward, it's also just the right time to draw out some of the secrets of the Cold Mist Temple, which was key in the Bao Chunlu case, and gets quite a bit of space. Anyway, since I'm continuing to write, I'm sure I will. The Bao Chunlu fiasco is officially open. This case is kind of a very crucial middle case, not a big one, and the reason it's crucial is because it's going to change the fate of a lot of people. Shui Kai-ching, Chan Mu, Bai Jianyu, and even the Emperor and Empress Dowager above the court. Shui Caiqing's true identity, White Fiber Feather's true identity will all be revealed, including that Dawei Tianlong monk. But having said that, I wondered how many bookworms spewed that the protagonist is too retarded to guess that the heroine is a snake demon. All of them would suspect that their own maiden is a demon. So in that case, I won't leave it in suspense. I was going to reverse the wave. Is White Fiber Feather a demon or not? Watch. Book. Name. I've told you the ING riddle. What's the point of pulling it out of the air? Speaking of reviews though, there are some readers who would like me to delete the ones that should be deleted to affect their reading, but I don't think that's necessary. First, I'm too lazy. Secondly, web novels are just like that. They can't be deleted. So what's the point of wasting that time? It's natural for those who like it to like it, and it's normal for those who don't like it to leave bad reviews, and I'm afraid my mind is going to explode if I have to stare at it every day to delete the reviews. By the way, there is one more interesting thing. I one half. Just opened the book on the first day. Good guy. The comments are all the author to eunuch. And there is even a brother, I do not know if it is an old reader, directly put down the bold words. Said the book does not exceed 200,000 words. On New Year's Day, I was going to leave a message that said, "You know me better than my brother. Mwah 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 mwah." But now it's changed. We're over 10,000 words away from 200,000. So we'll see who punches who in the face. I'm going to solve the case. I'm going to keep up the suspense. I'm going to drive the car. I'm going to be awkward. And I'm going to be able to write it until the day it hits the shelves. Which means that I've got my King Gigi back. I'm grateful to those readers who have rewarded me for their support. And I'll thank them all when it hits the shelves. I was planning on deleting the first few chapters and rewriting them today. But after looking back at everyone's comments from when I wrote Mu Xianger's case earlier, I don't think it's necessary. I won €4 a euro. Books will always have ups and downs with the mindset that every chapter is going to be toxic to dissuade some people. So what's the point of worrying about that? All you worried readers, you can put your minds at ease now. And that old man, you win, didn't agree to you joining the group because that group is really scrapped and I don't have a readers group right now. Peace to all in the new year. Next, try to adjust your mindset and try to solve the case sooner. Mamma Mia. Chapter 79, Abbot Wu Hui. Stop. Sup. As the wooden stick was falling, a voice of drinking and blocking suddenly rang out, like a flood of scorched thunder. Appearing at the door was an old monk in a robe. At this moment, his eyes widened in anger, and when he saw Chen Mu, who was committing murder, he rushed over to stop the other party in a state of shock and anger. But Chen Mu did not stop. When the wooden stick was about to land on the bald head, he suddenly turned his wrist, and the wooden stick grazed Hung Jie's ear and smashed into the latter's shoulder. The latter stifled a grunt, his face showing pain. The monks who rushed to stop them were relieved to see this. Sup. He turned his head to look angrily at Chen Mu and was just about to angrily rebuke him. Then he frowned. Your Excellency is Sheriff Chen of the county office? Finally, someone who can run the show. Chen Mu threw the stick away from his hand and said with a smile, Master should be the elder of the law enforcement hall. I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble. Sheriff Chen, what exactly happened? Why did you commit murder on Hung Jie? The law enforcement elder was calm and inquired in a deep voice. The young rash monk climbed up from the ground and shouted, Elder, this kid was found by me stealing fruit in the back of the mountain, and senior brother Hung Jie wanted to punish him, but he ended up injuring us. Stealing fruit? Supplicant. The law enforcement elder was stunned and stared at Chen Mu with a strange gaze. He is not a cutie pie. It sounds too much of a stretch to have a head constable go to the back of the mountain and steal fruit. Hung Jie, is that what happened? The law enforcement elder looked towards Hung Jie, who was grunting in pain on the ground, and opened his mouth to inquire. The latter just stared hatefully at Chen Mu without saying anything. Say, sup. The law enforcement elder was as deep as a grinding iron, and the aftershocks of the sound waves seemed to be rolling around in his throat and belly. Hung Jie was startled. Seeing the law enforcement elder's face turn blue, he uttered half a day before he said, Master Garden Rue said that he witnessed Sheriff Chen stealing the pure mind fruit. Start dumping. Garden Rue, did you really see it with your own eyes? The law enforcement elder's gaze turned to Garden Rue again. Garden Rue honestly took the pot. I saw it with my own eyes. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but frown. Although this Garden Rue is a bit rash and does things tigerishly, he never lies. And since he said he saw it, that means Chen Mu is indeed suspected of stealing the fruit. Supple. Sheriff Chen, can you explain why you're going to the back of the mountain? The law enforcement elder asked. Chen Mu nodded and smiled. No problem, but first take me to your abbot's place, because next I have something very unfavorable to say to your cold Miss Temple. Something very unfavorable? The law enforcement elder's eyes narrowed as he stared at Chen Mu for a few seconds before nodding his head gently. Alright, I'll take you to see senior brother. Come to the cottage where the abbot lives. Supplicant. Chen Mu met this abbot of the cold Miss Temple, Master Wu Hui, who was quite famous in Xingyu County and even the surrounding neighborhood. Abbot Wu Hui looked old and slightly stooped. At first glance, it was just a very ordinary old monk, dressed in a sungale, with no cultivation to be seen, but when one is really close to him, there is a feeling of springtime. It's as if in his presence you can pour out all the sins of your heart and expect to be purified and repent. Chen Mu pays his respects to Master. Facing this rather prestigious abbot, Chen Mu didn't dare to be too presumptuous and bowed respectfully. Supplicant. The quiet house had a stale odor. It quietly exudes a rich and dry zen scent due to the long-lasting sandalwood incense. The wrinkles folded together on the old monk's face slowly unfolded, and those cloudy but wisdom-filled eyes looked at Chen Mu, a dragon and phoenix among men. Sheriff Chen has lived up to Lord Gao's praise. Ha! The magistrate blew me off in front of this old monk? Chen Mu smiled and humbly said, I don't dare. It's just a small constable, sharing the worries of the adults and solving the problems of the people. Sifu. The law enforcement elder walked over to the abbot's side and whispered out what had happened. Sup. On the other side of the Zen chair, Shui Kai Ching, who was holding a rosary and sitting like a bodhisattva, looked at Chen Mu, as well as the bruised and swollen Hung Jie in surprise. Out of curiosity, she walked over and whispered, What's wrong? Smelling the aroma of sandalwood mixed with body odor on the woman's body, Chen Mu didn't hide it and shrugged his shoulders and said, I went to the back of the mountain to investigate a case and was mistaken for a fruit thief. So that guy escorted me to the law enforcement hall to try to teach me a lesson. But I didn't realize that my little universe exploded and I taught him a hard lesson just like the brainless male lead in the cool article. Investigating a case? Shui Caiching's beautiful eyes were strange. What case are you investigating at the cold Miss Temple? Rain Maiden no melon. Chen Mu said an old line that had once been played until he vomited. Shuetsiqing's beautiful eyes flowed as she gave him a blank look. You really do cause trouble wherever you go. Sup. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Mu raised a wide, sparse eyebrow. What a cheek. Shui Kaiqing shook his head helplessly. Abbot Wu Hui learned about the course of events from the law enforcement elders, and instead of questioning Chen Mu first, he looked toward the great wisdom Garden Ru. Garden Ru, you witnessed Sheriff Chen stealing my temple's pure heart fruit, didn't you? Returning to the words of the presiding officer, disciple indeed saw it with his own eyes. A, K, A, A, K, A, A, K, A, okay, I believe you. Abbot Wu Hui smiled and nodded. That Hong Jia, who was still apprehensive, heard the abbot's words and showed a joyful face as he pointed at Chen Mu and rebuked. Abbot, according to the rules of my monastery, anyone who commits theft and steals is to be punished. It's only right and proper that I should punish him, and for him to injure me and Master Yuan Ru. It's really arrogant. Abbot Wu Hui just quietly listened to him vent his anger and did not say anything. Only after Hang Jia finished speaking did he ask softly, then let me ask you, do you believe in Garden Ru? Hong Jia froze, not knowing what the abbot meant by asking this. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, Disciple believes in Master Garden Ru. Sup. The tone seemed a little uncertain. Abbot Wu Hui sighed softly and looked at him with some disappointment. You shouldn't have hesitated. We all know your senior brother's nature well. He won't lie. Hong Jia's face flushed red as he sincerely said, Disciple believes in senior brother. Wu Hui added, then let me ask you again. Do you believe that Sheriff Chen stole the pure heart fruit from my monastery? Hong Jia was a bit confused. Feeling that there wasn't much difference between these two questions, he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Supple. See Hong Jia half a sound did not say. No we abbot hands together. Long sigh, love and desire is not more than color. Color is desire. It's big no outside. Lie have one carry on. If make two same. Universal people can't for Taoist carry on. Hong Jia you shouldn't covet beauty. Moreover, you shouldn't have a cynical heart because of coveting beauty. Hearing these words from the abbot, Hong Jia froze. It turns out that the abbot knows all. He glanced at Shui Kaicheng, who was sitting as still as a lotus, and flung himself to his knees, kowtowing uncontrollably, knocking his head bang bang. Disciple knows that he's wrong. Disciple knows it's wrong. I beg the abbot for forgiveness. The law enforcement elder on the side shook his head and sighed. Obviously, Hong Jia wanted to take revenge on Chen Mu because of his cynicism. This kid used to be quite intelligent, but ever since Shui Kaiqing appeared, he started to be soulful. Supple. You go down first, the abbot said softly. Hong Jia was secretly relieved to hear that the abbot had no intention of disciplining him. He was just about to leave, but when he saw Chen Mu standing beside Shui Kaiqing, he gritted his teeth and said, Abbot, but Master Garden Ru said that he did steal the fruit at that time. Hong Jia. The law enforcement elder glared angrily, his eyes filled with annoyance and disappointment. This kid is hopeless. Supplicant. Still can't get rid of that cynicism. Abbot Wu Hui did not get angry, and his tone was gentle. Then you stay, and listen to how Sheriff Chen answers. Sheriff Chen, now can you tell the poor monk, what exactly is the matter right? Sure. Chen Mu smiled faintly and dropped a bomb. I suspect that your temple is harboring murderers. P.S. One interesting thing, when reading the comments, a reader said, the first chapter just started with the protagonist falling down a cesspool and dying, which sounds diabolical, and suggested that Jean change it. Actually, I did write cesspool in my first original draft, then when I posted it I felt bad and changed it to pond, but today I saw that guy commenting, so I went back and looked, and it was still cesspool. I'm dumbfounded. Did I not click save, or did I forget to change it? And now it's changed again. Supper. Chapter 80 Something big is going on. Chen Mu's words were indeed like a bomb that landed in the crowd's state of mind, setting off shocking waves. Pathos. Monastery harboring murderers? If this was really true, then the reputation that Cold Mist Temple had accumulated over the past 100 years would be ruined. Even Hong Jia, who was cynical about Chen Mu, was stunned. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The first to speak out was the law enforcement elder. His eyes glared like bronze bells as he said in a loud voice, how could my Cold Mist Temple harbor murderers? Sheriff Chen, don't spit on me. Shuetsiqing's eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked at Chen Mu. What did you find out? Pathos. Chen Mu looked at the silent abbot Wu Hui and said lightly, Master Wu Hui, I went to the back of the mountain just to investigate the case. That's why I was misunderstood by Yuan Ru. Do you believe that? Can Sheriff Chen speak in detail? Wu Hui's voice remained gentle. Of course I will speak in detail, but there is one thing I don't understand. A cold smile spread across the corners of Chen Mu's lips. This monk Hong Jia is looking for trouble from me because of a woman. Yet Master doesn't have any intention of disciplining him. Why is that? The law enforcement elder frowned. Since Sheriff Chen has already punished him, why is he being so aggressive? I just returned his stick. If I really wanted to punish him, that stick would have landed directly on his head at that time. The law enforcement elder could not help but be speechless. Pathos. This was indeed the case with what he had seen. And it was only then that Chen Mu had deliberately shown mercy that he had not dealt a harsh blow. Don't you push too hard. Hung Jia coldly glared at Chen Mu, his eyes full of resentment. You want to punish me, don't you? Fine. I'll just stand still now. So feel free to beat me until you, Sheriff Chen, are out of breath. Even if you beat me to death. So what? Hong Jie. Seeing that the disciple under his door did not repent in the slightest, the law enforcement elder became more and more disappointed in him. For a woman? Inexplicably, he complained somewhat about Shui Kaiqing. Pathos. If not for her appearance, Hong Jia would have had some good cultivation in the Buddhist sect, perhaps not reaching the level of his senior brother, Hong Xin, but not bad either. It's true what they say, women are a curse. Amit Ba. Abbot Wu Hui pronounced a low Buddhist sound and slowly said, what Sheriff Chen said is very true. Violating the rules of the temple should be punished, but this monk is no longer a disciple of my cold mist temple, so, the poor monks do not have the right to discipline him. When these words came out, the crowd looked different. Hong Jie's expression was dumbfounded. There was no blood on his face. Pathos. After reacting, he rolled and crawled to his knees in front of the abbot, crying and begging, Abbot, I was wrong. Please don't expel me. I was wrong. At this moment, he truly regretted it. Regret to the core. By making this childish move for a moment of cynicism, instead of taking the heat for himself, he was going to be thrown out of the monastery. If he had known this, he would never have been foolish. Sifu. The law enforcement elder was unable to bear it and wanted to open his mouth to persuade, but seeing the disappointment in the abbot's eyes, he swallowed back his words of mercy. Pathos. There's no way out. Hong Jia is purely self-inflicted. Moreover, with the disposition shown so far, it was indeed not suitable for practicing in the Buddhist sect, and might cause much trouble in the future. Thinking of this, he had the little shaman call 2 practicing martial monks to drag the painfully weeping and remorseful Hong Jia out of the house. Chen Mu really didn't expect Abbot Wu Hui to be this resolute and desperate. After figuring out the joints, he couldn't help but give the other party a thumbs up in his heart, a ruthless man. No wonder he could become the abbot. Can Sheriff Chen speak in detail now? Pathos. Witless asked. From the bland and affable demeanor, it seemed as if nothing had just happened. Chen Mu nodded. Today on East Street against the Huai Lan riverside, a body was found floating from the water. Do you know about it? Corpses? The protector elder's face was puzzled. Wu Hui gently shook his head. Poor monk doesn't know. Miss Xue knows. Let her tell you guys about it first. Chen Mu said. Pathos. Shui Kaiqing was still thinking about what Chen Mu had found out, and when she heard that Chen Mu had asked her to come and speak, she hesitated but didn't excuse herself, so he gave a general statement of what he had encountered on the road. After listening to Shui Kaiqing's narration, Master Wu Hui recited the Buddha's name and said with a smile, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Sheriff Chen saving that girl's life is also considered to be a blessing as he added a great deal of merit to himself. Saving lives aside, let me talk about who almost got her killed. Chen Mu took out the pure heart fruit that he had picked earlier. This fruit, only your monastery has it, right? Master Hui Wu nodded. That's right. The girl's hands were dyed with the pigment of this fruit, and the pulp in her mouth was exactly the same, indicating that she was in the back of your cold mist temple at that time. Pathos. While stating his speculations, Chen Mu smoothly took out the pearl earring and waved it in front of everyone's eyes. So I went to the back of the mountain to investigate, and sure enough, I found a tree hole and found this earring inside. The people present looked at each other. Shui Kaiqing's bright and godly eyes blossomed with luster as she looked at Chen Mu with extraordinarily complicated eyes. This guy really surprises people at every turn. The law enforcement elder frowned. So according to your speculation, at that time, that Miss Lu accidentally fell off the back mountain cliff because she was frightened by someone? I'm afraid someone here is a monk from your monastery. Chen Mu's gaze was cold. Perhaps the early morning deacon monk had bad thoughts and wanted to bully the girl, hence the tragedy. Pathos. Don't you talk nonsense. The law enforcement elder shouted lowly. How could a monk of my cold mist temple do such a thing? If monks are all men of high moral character, then why would there be any who are jealous because of a woman? And who deliberately find fault with them? Chen Mu said with a smile. You. The law enforcement elder was dumbfounded. He waved his sleeve and said in a cold voice, the poor monk believes what you said before, but maybe it was someone else. After all, there have been quite a few hairy thieves who have come to steal the fruit over the years. Perhaps because of coincidence? That hairy thief saw the girl and the tragedy occurred. Pathos. Yes, that's a possibility. So I need to investigate. How is it investigated? It's very simple. Just call the monk on duty who was working early in the back mountain today and ask him face to face. Chen Mu said. The law enforcement elder sneered, pointing at the dull-witted Garden Rue. There is only one monk on duty every day at the back of the mountain. And the one on duty today is Garden Rue. You can investigate him now. Find out if he is the murderer. Him? Hearing this, Chen Mu instead frowned at the silkworm eyebrows. Pathos. If the deacon monk on duty today is Garden Rue alone, it's not really a good idea. But we can only gather all the monks together to check them one by one. It seems that Sheriff Chen is also merely making a wild guess. Seeing that Chen Mu didn't say anything, the law enforcement elder finally managed to wrestle back some face, and a smile appeared on his face. In the future, please also ask Sheriff Chen to be careful with his words. Don't slander the monks at will. You have to understand that people's words are fearful. However, at this time, Garden Rue scratched her head and muffled her voice. Elder, I'm not on duty today. The smile on the law enforcement elder's face froze. He froze for 2 or 3 seconds and walked quickly to Garden Rue and asked sternly, What did you say? You're not on duty today. So why are you working in the back of the mountain? Pathos. Garden Rue was stunned by the law enforcement elder and stammered. It's Master Yuan Yu who was on duty, but he ate a bad stomach in the morning. So, that's why I helped him. The law enforcement elder stayed where he was, as if struck by lightning. What a coincidence. Could it be true that Chan Mu, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Originally to this stupid big man no feeling, but somehow he felt a little cute. Walked over and patted Garden Rue's shoulder. Pathos. Good job. I like honest kids like you. Chen Mu looked at the law enforcement elder, whose face was cloudy, and said with a smile, Elder, then can you have little Master Yuan Ru come over and I'll ask personally? Maybe he really did have a bad stomach. Beads of sweat oozed from the law enforcement elder's forehead. Chen Mu nodded his head. Well, I hope that's the case as well. So would it not be a good idea to trouble you to have someone go and call him in? And let's clear his name? Good. The law enforcement elder wiped his sweat while he heckled Yuan Ru. Quickly go and call your senior brother Round Rain here. Don't tell the reason. Just call him here. Pathos. Okay, I'll be right there. Sonoro nodded busily and ran out of the house. Squinting at the white-faced law enforcement elder, Chen Mu laughed and deliberately sighed. I hope that young master is innocent, after all. That Miss Lu is the daughter of a certain great official, and even the underworld guards don't dare to act recklessly in front of her. If your temple does produce such a scum, it will be a problem. 100 years of reputation. TSK, not to mention 100 years of reputation. I'm afraid this temple is finished. Hearing this, the law enforcement elder's face was ugly to the extreme. Pathos. He squeezed out a hint of a smile. Sheriff Chen, you sit down first. Poor monk will pour you a cup of tea. Don't bother elder. No, it's no trouble. The law enforcement elder, who was already a bit flustered, had his palms pinched with sweat as he poured a cup of tea for Chen Mu and respectfully placed it on the table. Now you know how to give me cigarettes? Chen Mu had a look of contempt on his face. The eyes glanced back to Abbot Wuhue. Pathos. The latter's eyes were slightly closed, slowly turning the rosary beads in his hands, but he had a calm demeanor that was not alarmed by anything. It's okay. It's a little abbotesque. Chen Mu secretly nodded his head. Xuetsiqing's beautiful eyes skimmed over the three of them and she sighed in a low voice. The minutes ticked by. For the people in the room, except for Chen Mu, it was quite a bit of impatience and torment. The law enforcement elder sat down for a while, stood up for a while, and kept walking back and forth in the room, wanting to get close to Chen Mu but not knowing what to say. Pathos. Finally, as the door of the house opened with a bang, the law enforcement elder's heart was in his throat. However, when he realized that Garden Rue was the only one, he froze and asked drily, Why are you the only one? Where is Garden Rue? Live. Garden Rue, who broke in, panted heavily. No good. Something big has happened. Garden Rain master brother hanged himself. Chapter 81, Suicide? Or did he kill him? Hang yourself. Bait. The people in the room all froze. Chen Mu was the first to react, and his body rushed out like an arrow, with the others following suit. When he arrived at the western monastery with great speed, he saw a number of monks gathered in front of the door of a house discussing the matter. Get out of the way. Chen Mu squeezed through the monks at the door and entered the house at a fiery pace. Only 5 or 6 monks were seen gathered in front of a bed and couch. While on the bed and couch lay a short and thin monk quietly, Chen Mu quickly walked to the bed. Bait. The monk lying on his back was pale. An ebony strangulation mark was clearly visible on his neck, and his pants had wet marks and smelled of urine. Pulse is completely absent. Heart has stopped beating. Body has a slight hint of warmth. Corneas are clear and moist. Chen Mu meticulously examined the monk's condition, and his heart sank when he smoothed up his pants leg and saw the corpse spots that were beginning to show on the monk's calves. It's hopeless. The presence of corpse spots indicates that the person is dead, with no chance of survival. Sonoyu, the law enforcement elder who followed him, cried out in grief when he saw the body. Bait. Amit Ba. Abbot Wuhui folded his hands together, and a touch of compassion appeared on his aged face. Shui Kai-ching came to Chen Mu's side, her bright eyes looking at the body on the bed as if it were sleeping, and asked softly, "Is there any salvation?" Having seen Chen Mu's miraculous means of saving people before, this moment carried a hint of hope. Chen Mu shook his head. It's hopeless. The initial judgment of the time of death is within half an hour. Shui Kai-ching's beautiful eyes were gloomy. Elder, tell everyone else to get out. Don't ruin the scene. Bait. Seeing the increasing number of monks gathering to come and watch, Chen Mu frowned and said to the law enforcement elder. After the law enforcement elders drove the other unrelated people out, Chen Mu came to Garden Ru and asked, Junior Master Garden Ru, tell us a little bit about the situation. At this moment, the garden as the face is still with a touch of pallor. After hearing Chen Mu asked honestly answered, I came to find the Garden Rainmaster brother, but let me how to knock on the door he is not open, and then I forced to crash open the door. The result is to see the Garden Rainmaster brother he hanged himself. Forced the door? Chen Mu's eyes flashed. Are you sure the door was unlocked at that time? Yeah. I couldn't push it so I crashed it. Garden Ru nodded. Bait. Chen Mu walked to the door to take a closer look. The bolt was indeed broken, and after looking around the house, he saw a window and went over to check it out. The windows were also internally fastened and there was nothing unusual about them that could not be opened from the outside. Here's a letter. Shui Kai-ching, who was standing in front of the table, suddenly spoke out. The law enforcement elder was stunned and quickly walked over to take the letter in his hands. Reading softly, I have committed a sin, and I am ashamed of the abbots and masters' teachings, and I am ashamed of my brothers and sisters. Listening to the contents of the letter, the crowd had mixed feelings. Chen Mu walked over and pulled up the sleeve of the corpse, and sure enough, there were 5 wounds of varying shades on the arm, consistent with the symptoms of being scratched. Bait. It seems that the one who almost caused the death of that Miss Lu was indeed this little Master Garden Rain, Chen Mu said indifferently. The law enforcement elder's face was green and white, changing. Then he heavily slapped the table to curse something, but then sighed deeply when he saw the body that had killed itself on the bed. What's the use of cursing when people are dead? Abbot Wuhui turned his beads with his eyes downcast, recited sutras and chants, and gave silent transcendence to his dead disciples. Hasn't said a word since the beginning. Bait. Chen Mu took the letter in his hands and looked at it, asking, Elder, is this handwriting certain that it's Garden Rain's? It's his. He used to copy the scriptures for me for a while. The protector elder's tone was certain. Looking at the contents of the letter, Chen Mu muttered, could it really be a suicide in fear of a crime? Here's a book. Shui Kai-ching suddenly glimpsed a book hidden under the old clothes next to the bed, and took it out in curiosity. Book is a bit flooded with age. Side edges rolled up. Bait. When the woman turned it over, she looked odd, and a light blush appeared on her white neck. She threw the book at Chen Mu. Chen Mu, who was originally puzzled, looked down and was speechless. It was actually a book of spring pornography. You can tell the author has good drawing skills. The curious law enforcement elder also came over, and seeing the disgraceful drawing on it, his forehead veins bulged and he turned red. Asshole. How? Ugh, he is. If just now there was still a hint of skepticism, now he believed that Yuan Yu was indeed not wrongly accused. Bait. As a monk, I can't believe I'm reading this kind of stuff. Sin. Chen Mu was not surprised. Monks are not eunuchs. They are men after all. Is it wrong to like Uncle Lu? The other side is at least a spiritual boy. The fire is strong. All day is nestled in the boring temple will inevitably have to hold back the time. In his place, he'd probably be suffocated in a month anyway. The person is dead, so it's useless to scold him anymore, Chen Mu said, stuffing the book into his arms, intending to keep the evidence. Bait. The law enforcement elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. A moment later, he said quietly, Yuan Yu, this child's personality has been a bit introverted since he was a child, sometimes doing things a bit radical, and his self-esteem is extremely strong. If a senior brother scolded him, he would sulk for days, and would be apprehensive for a long time if he did something wrong, for fear of being ridiculed by his brothers and sisters, and he didn't have many friends in the temple. If that's really the character, suicide would make sense. Chen Mu was somewhat helpless. Because of the impulse to break the color barrier, he mistakenly killed the other woman. Afterwards, he must have been remorseful and afraid, and as a result, he got into the bull's eye and ventured the idea of committing suicide to atone for his sins. so he hanged himself. Preliminary judgment from the body is consistent with signs of suicide. Bait. Shenmue looked up at the rope hanging from the horizontal wooden beam. It was a soft constricting rope like a cloth belt, and it matched the injuries on the corpse's neck as well. At that moment, he suddenly saw that the incense burner on the table where the small Buddha statue was placed had been knocked to the ground. The floor was covered with a thin layer of scented ash, but because too many people had come in before, the ground was stained, and the miscellaneous footprints made the scene extremely confusing. This incense burner, did it just knock over when you came in? Shenmue looked toward Gardenryu. Gardenryu shakes her head. I don't remember. I think. Bait. Shenmue was speechless. I should have known he should have run in person then, so the scene wouldn't have been destroyed. The good thing is that there is another way to recognize it. Shenmue came to Garden Rain's body and leaned down to check the soles of his shoes, and sure enough, he found that the sole of the forefoot of his right foot was stained with incense ash. It suggests that the incense burner was knocked over before he died. Strange. Why did he knock over the incense burner? Shenmue felt more and more bizarre. He walks over to the wooden table where the incense burner is placed. Bait. There was incense ash sprinkled on the peeling tabletop, and the Buddha statue was also stained with some, which matched the trajectory of the incense burner rolling sideways. But soon Shenmue's pupils shrunk. Half a footprint. There was actually half a footprint on the tabletop. After careful comparison, it is the size of the forefoot sole of a round rain. In other words, at that time, Sonoya was indeed preparing to hang herself. But after hanging herself, because of her instinctive struggle, she kicked over the incense burner on the table. After kicking over the incense burner, he stepped on the table with the forefoot of his right foot, thus leaving a footprint. Bait. But if that's the case, then he can't be dead. And with the instinct of being on the verge of suffocation, if one foot is on solid ground, then the other will follow. However, only the sole of the right foot of the Garden Rain has incense ash, and the sole of the left foot does not. Why is that? Nope. Shenmue measured the distance between the wooden table and the hanging position, frowned deeply, and came to a puzzling conclusion. At this distance, it's impossible for Garden Rain to touch it after she hangs herself. Bait. Much less kicking the incense burner. Then why is there incense ash on his feet? Unless, Shenmue seemed to have thought of something and looked violently at the ground. Although the ground had become cluttered due to the trampling of those monks, Shenmue still found 4 traces of being pushed and pulled. He grabbed the edge of the table and slowly pushed it forward. The 4 table legs exactly match at one end of the trace. Shenmue looked up to estimate the distance from the hanging position, and a chill hit his spine. Bait. Ha! Shenmue suddenly laughed. The laughter caught the attention of the others. Even Abbot Wu Hui, who was chanting sutras for Garden Rain, looked at him suspiciously. What are you laughing at? The law enforcement elder looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Shenmue did not reply. He slowly closed his eyes and deduced in his mind what happened at the time of Garden Rain's death. Bait. That's right. The table was in this position at the time. There must have been someone else in the room at the time of Sonoya's death. He just stood and watched as Sonoya hung herself while she kicked over the incense burner in her struggle. 1 foot on the table. And the man, then, pulled the table slowly back. It extinguished Garden Rain's last hope of survival. It's homicide. Bait. Secure the scene and don't let anyone in, Shenmue commanded, staring down at the messy footprints on the ground, all the way out of the doorway, carefully screening them. Soon, Shenmue realized that a footprint was out of place. It goes along the west side in the direction of the vegetable garden. When those onlooker monks left just now, no one went in that direction. Shenmue walked quickly towards the vegetable garden. Unfortunately, the footprints got shallower and shallower along the way and disappeared completely by the time we got to the vegetable garden. Bait. Shenmue gripped the plain sword on his waist and pushed open the iron gate of the vegetable garden and walked in which some radishes and cilantro were planted. After carefully searching several times and not gaining anything, Shenmue couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just as he was about to go back, he froze abruptly. He stared straight at the closed iron gate of the vegetable garden. A chill gradually running up the soles of his feet. He clearly remembered that he hadn't closed the door when he came in just now. Chop! A slight stomping and cracking of vegetable leaves sounded behind them. Shenmue's nerves were taut, and he drew out his park sword with great speed, the snow-white and cold blade slashing towards the person behind him. Bait. However, when he looked at the person behind him, his head was instantly confused. Ra deflected the slashing park sword by 2 centimeters. Swish! The sharp blade grazed the side of the young girl's ear, cutting a strand of green silk that fell slowly along with the blade. What the are you doing here? Shenmue glared at the sister-in-law in front of him and shouted angrily. Bates. Chapter 82, Quirky. The young girl in front of her was no other than Chang Luo. I don't know. At this time, she was still wearing the familiar green dress, with a tasseled belt with small silver pearls falling from her thin and soft waist, dainty and lovely. because she was almost struck by the park sword. The young girl's delicate little face was slightly pale, standing straight up as if they were stakes. Only when she heard Chen Mu's angry roar did Xing Luo react, her almond eyes glaring at the other party. Have you gone crazy? You almost killed me. Is that my fault? Chen Mu laughed in exasperation as he swept his gaze around and coldly said, Tell me, how did you end up here? I don't know. AKA I don't know. Or I don't know. Seeing the other party being so mean to her, the little girl's temper also came up, puffing up her fragrant cheeks and twisting her head away. Chen Mu grabbed her fragrant shoulder and pushed it to a rock not far behind her, holding it down and sitting on it. Raise your feet. What for? Cheng Luo looked confused. I told you to lift your foot. I digress. Then I'll do it myself. Chen Mu did not spoil her either, and bent down to lift the young girl's feet up. I won half. The latter almost stumbled and fell over, scrambling to tug on Chen Mu's collar before stabilizing himself, and said angrily, Hey, are you really crazy? Chen Mu ignored her and carefully examined the other party's sole. The young girl was wearing a pair of showy green embroidered shoes. The upper was made of expensive satin, embroidered with flower and bird patterns quite exquisite. Chen Mu remembered that the show shoes were made by white fiber feather, and the workmanship was exquisite. No. Seeing that the soles of his shoes were not stained with incense ash, Chen Mu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, put your shoes on and tell me why you're here. I don't know, Chen Mu asked, seeing the young girl's lingering anger, glaring at him in exasperation and not saying anything. Chen Mu faintly said, I'm catching the murderer. Have you seen anyone else appear in this vegetable garden? The young girl still kept her mouth shut. Chen Mu was helpless. I don't have time to mess with you here. The monastery is dead. I have to catch the murderer in a hurry. And what? Seeing Chen Mu stop halfway through his sentence, Cheng Luo's pink lips hooked into a cold smile. You suspect me of being a murderer? Suspect that I killed someone? Chen Mu coughed and said, It's not that I don't believe you. You said that it's hard not to be suspicious when you're staying well at home and suddenly run here. Fine. Then you can arrest me and take me to the brig. Xing Luo stretched out her hands. Lock me up with shackles. Interrogate me with torture all you want. Beat me to death and forget about it. Why are you so rude and unreasonable? You girl. Chen Mu frowned, just about to chide a couple of sentences. See the other party's nose tip reddened. Eyes seemed to have teardrops rolling. Suddenly a little dumbfounded. What the hell? Totally. Is this girl really angry? Chen Mu hurriedly conceded. Okay. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been mean to you. He carefully told the story of what happened, including why he had to check the soles of her shoes. You don't trust me at all. Crystalline teardrops eventually escaped from her eyes and flowed down her lovely cheeks. The young girl kicked off her shoes with all her might, including her socks, and said in an annoyed voice, Check. Keep checking. See if I'm the murderer. See if there's any incense ash on the bottom of my feet. I was wrong. Okay? Don't be angry. Chen Mu cried and laughed, knowing that he had really upset the other party. Oh, see pound the. At least they were family and had lived intimately for so long. They really shouldn't have suspected her of being a murderer right off the bat. I'm going to tell my sister you bullied me. Xing Luo wiped away her tears and just jumped off the stone in her bare feet and walked towards the entrance of the vegetable garden. Watch your feet. Chen Mu's head got big, and he hurriedly forced the other party back onto the rock, holding down the fragrant shoulders. I am truly admitting that I am wrong. When I get home, you can bully me as much as you want, okay? I was really too anxious just now, so I didn't care about your feelings. I shouldn't be mean to you, and I won't be mean to you again. Chen Mu coaxed for half a day before this usually elfin and eccentric little girl settled down. Twisting her head, she huffed and puffed. Chen Mu was inwardly exhausted. It's true that women are completely unreasonable when they make a fuss. It's still Nyang Zi who is good, always so understanding. He saw that Xing Luo's feet were covered in mud, and looking around, he happened to find a bucket. There's still half a bucket of water in there. Chen Mu brought the bucket over and didn't expect the other party to wash himself, scooping up the water with his hands and slowly cleaning the dirt on the other party's feet. Xing Luo, who was still angry, trembled as she looked at the situation in front of her with an odd expression. Perhaps the clear water was too cold. The young girl subconsciously curled her cute toes. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but it's a good idea. After washing, those little feet were back to being clean. Chen Mu took out a handkerchief from his arms to dry them off, and then put on his shoes and socks. Little fairy Xing Luo, you're not angry now. Chen Mu straightened up, rubbed his aching waist, and looked at the stunningly beautiful young lady whose face was translucent with redness and said with a smile, Humph. Xing Luo subconsciously twisted her small head. However, after her face was taut for a few seconds, she turned her head to look at Chen Mu again, her eyes blossoming with a spiritual charm turning slightly. Have you washed your sister's feet? No. Why do you ask? I'm not a servant. I'm not a servant. Shenmue didn't have the heart to say. As the soreness in his waist grew worse, Shenmue simply found a short wooden stake to sit on and rest, pressing hard on the sore location. This back pain is as bad as ever. I really need to get a doctor to look at it. So I'm first? Qing Luo's beautiful eyes glowed as she deftly jumped off the stone like a swallow, unable to help but raise her eyebrows. With her hands behind her back and her tight little waist swaying with the wind, she tiptoed to the tip of her embroidered shoes and came to Shenmue with a jump. Her voice as sweet as sugar. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have made a little fuss. So forgive me. Will you? Looking at the young girl who had resumed her usual quirky nature, Shenmue was completely speechless. Totally. Women's moods can turn faster than a book. In fact, I originally went to the Bow Spring building to find you. But away that kid said that you accompanied a Thai fox to the Cold Mist Temple date. So I was ready to come to catch the adultery. Just happened to see you running towards the vegetable garden, ready to give you a surprise. The results did not expect. The young girl pouted her rosy little mouth, and aggrievedly stated out what had happened. Shenmue believed the other party's words and laughed bitterly. You're not a surprise. You're a shock. What about your sister? She wouldn't have come along to catch the adultery. No, she went to the old king's house next door. Why don't I accompany you to catch her in the act? Qing Luo proposed. Get lost. Shenmue skimmed his mouth. Tick. Outwardly calm. He was still a little nervous inside, and was relieved to hear that his mother hadn't come. After all, it was indeed inappropriate to accompany a woman from a greenhouse to a temple to offer incense. I shouldn't have been a little naughty just now. I'm just sad to see that you don't trust me. So don't be mad, okay? Qing Luo squatted down and gently shook Shenmue's arm. Facing this girl, Shenmue had a terrible headache, and as he pushed her away, he coldly said, Get lost. Cutting off the atmosphere at a crucial moment, Qing Luo's eyes were full of resentment. Feeling the soreness in his waist ease, Shenmue got up and said, I still have to go investigate the case. I don't have time to stay here with you. Then I'm with you. Whatever. Shenmue walked towards the entrance of the vegetable garden. After just 2 steps, a sudden gust of fragrant wind hit the young girl and she ran ahead. She turned around and made a face with a slight cat tongue. A sly, playful smile swept across her face. Actually, I wasn't angry before. I was teasing you on purpose, just to see if you cared about me. I 1/4s. The young girl was moving backward while nodding her dexterous steps, as if she had eyes in her back, and was not afraid of falling. I'm sure my sister has a crush on you. Chapter 83, Lost Memories. Return to the garden rain shelter. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make a decision. Seeing Qing Luo, who was joking around with Shenmue, the crowd's gazes were rather odd. Shenmue coughed dryly and introduced. She's my sister-in-law, called Qing Luo, who happened to run into me outside because she had something to look for. Sure Qing Luo. The law enforcement elder nodded his head in greeting and didn't care. And when Abbot Wovue saw Qing Luo, the Buddha beads rotating in his hands gave a steep start, and an expression of slight surprise surfaced on his ancient, unperturbed face. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he lowered his eyes slightly, his expression returning to normal. But inside, a wave of horror was raised, the utterance of the pretext of, this woman is so fierce. Shui Kaiqing glanced at Qing Luo. Her beautiful eyes were flat and she didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was the tiger-headed garden roo who was a bit dazed after seeing such a delicate, cute and beautiful girl, and looked dumbfounded for a moment. I only felt that it was a fairy who had descended to earth, and I couldn't tell you how good it looked. It wasn't until the law enforcement elder coughed lightly that he reacted, his face reddening as he busily shifted his gaze away, rather naive and comical. For the first time in a while, the heart of a tart has fluttered. I'm not sure how much I'm going to pay for it. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. Even the holy monk Tang Sanzang would almost mess up the Buddha's heart because of the Queen's phrase brother royal brother, let alone an ordinary monk. The 7 passions and 6 desires of man can't be banned just because you want to. Hello guys. Qing Luo smiled like a flower and took the initiative to greet towards the crowd. When she walked to Shui Kaiqing, she circled around the other party and sked, worthy of being the head girl of Ju Chunlu. Her temperament and figure are first class. I just don't know how she looks like. Wearing a veil all day long is more than meaningless. I'll take it off for you, said, her hand raised to pick the other side of the veil. Deal with it. Shui Kaiqing stood unmoving, his gaze calm. Qing Luo. Shenmue grabbed his sister-in-law's arm in time and glared at her. Know some manners, okay? Qing Luo pouted her moist little mouth and stared at Shenmue. I'm sure I still care about her somewhat. No wonder she came to the wedding banquet when you and your sister got married. What? Hearing this, Shenmue however froze. When Fiber Feather and I got married, Shui Kaiqing came to the wedding banquet? I'm sorry. Why don't I remember? Is it possible that I really have some kind of bad blood with her? Only because I lost some memories and gave them up for oblivion? Is that why she loathes me so much? It's not that bloody. Chen Mu looked at Shui Kaiqing to inquire, but the latter said indifferently, I don't have any friendship with your brother-in-law. Miss Qingluo, please don't make any rash remarks and cause offense from the side. Sorry about that. I was just kidding. Qingluo rarely took the initiative to admit her mistake. AKA, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. But the smiling cheeks didn't look like an apology in any way, but instead carried a bit of provocation. It's like a situation where you're facing a love rival. Chen Mu hesitated for a moment, so he didn't open his mouth and turned his head to Abbot Wuhui. Abbot, please go out first. I'll check the corpse. Wuhui nodded lightly and left the house with the law enforcement elder and Garden Ru. Seeing Shui Kaiqing standing still, Chen Mu said helplessly, Miss Shui, I'm going to undress him for inspection. Are you sure you want to stay here? Shui Kaiqing said, I'm a greenhouse girl. No need to mind. Chen Mu looked at his sister-in-law again, and before he could open his mouth to repel her, the latter smiled and said, Brother-in-law, there's no need for me. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of myself. Good lord. These two have the cheek of me. Chen Mu didn't bother to pay attention to them anymore and took off the clothes of the corpse in turn, but in order to take care of the two girls, he ended up covering the corpse's hidden places. This act did ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Brother-in-law, why is this man still wetting his pants? Is he scared by the murderer? Cheng Luo asked curiously. Chen Mu meticulously examined the body while saying, It's normal. After death by hanging because of muscle relaxation, urine and feces will spill out of the body. Oh, so when you said before that he was killed, could it be that the killer strangled him first and then faked the hanging? Translated as, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Xing Luo blinked her beautiful eyes like a curious baby, and when Shui Kaiqing, who was still unaware of the situation, heard this, her eyebrows frowned slightly. He was killed by someone? Chen Mu nodded his head and spoke the clues he had discovered. It's now certain that there was someone else in the house at that time, and he left after Garden Rain's death. It's a pity that I ran out of clues after I chased him to the vegetable garden. But the handwriting on that suicide note is Round Rain's. Did the murderer force him to write it? Shui Kaiqing didn't understand. After Chen Mu finished examining the body, he slowly said, No external injuries, either from never strangulation marks or other signs, would indicate that Sonoya was indeed preparing to commit suicide. I'm not sure how much I'm going to pay for it. In other words, he did cause Miss Lu to accidentally fall off the cliff because of his lust. After coming to his senses, he must have been scared and remorseful in his heart, and coupled with his withdrawn and paranoid nature, the idea of committing suicide came to him. He wrote the suicide note, he tied the rope to hang himself, and no one even forced him to hang himself. So, then this is suicide. Aura was confused. Chen Mu smiled and nodded. From what I've seen so far, yes indeed, but he underestimated the pain of hanging, which is why he kicked over the incense burner and stepped on the table on his way to struggle, instinctively trying to beg for his life. But there was already someone in the room at that time. Shui Kaiqing's bright eyes glowed. He saw that Yuan Yu didn't want to die, so he pulled the table away, cutting off Yuan Yu's last hope of survival. Exactly. I'm not sure how much I'd like to hear that. Chen Mu snapped his fingers. And this murderer should be the mysterious person who brought Miss Lu from Wushan to the Cold Mist Temple. Mystic? Recalling Miss Lu's statement, the intelligent Shui Kaiqing quickly deduced what had happened. That mysterious person brought Miss Lu from Wushan to the Cold Mist Temple to hide her, not realizing that in the middle of the journey, Miss Lu accidentally woke up. When he came out to look for food, he was just in time to be seen by Garden Rain. Lusting for sex, he made an impulsive move and almost got the other guy killed. And the mysterious man came back and found that Miss Lu was missing. According to the scene, to find out the clues, they went to find the morning businessman Garden Rain. I'm not sure what to make of it. When he came to the room, he saw that Sonoya had hanged herself. Not only did he not stop it, but he choked off the last bit of the other party's hope for survival at the last moment of Round Rain's quest for survival. This is the whole story. How can I say this case? Without that table, Sonoya would have committed suicide, but because that table gave him a chance to live, so that mysterious man became the murderer. The world is unpredictable. Chen Mu gently shook his head and didn't know what to say. What was supposed to be a suicide turned into a homicide because of a table. And the nature was completely reversed. Let's just say that life is scripted everywhere, and you can't guess what's on the next page. I'm not sure what to expect from the next page. So what are you going to do now? How do you uncover the murderer? Shui Kaiqing asked. Chen Mu looked at the corpse in front of him and said indifferently, I don't have a clue either. There are some things I still need to ask that Miss Lu. No clue? Hearing Chen Mu's words, Shui Kaiqing's willow eyebrows slightly raised. She could sense that Chen Mu should have guessed something, but didn't want to give it to her and deliberately engaged in concealment. Starting to doubt me? From a shortened version of the story, Shui Kaiqing secretly thought, if his lost memories start to return, then it will be really troublesome. Chapter 84 Bodyguard and Secretary? After carefully surveying the scene once again, Chen Mu left the house. Limited. When the law enforcement elder who had been waiting outside saw Chen Mu come out, he busily went forward and asked, Sheriff Chen, any new discoveries? There is a discovery. Chen Mu walked to a water basin not far away and washed his hands. Smiling, the case does have some twists and turns, but there's no washing for Garden Rain. The law enforcement elder was filled with disappointment. A moment ago he had a small glimmer of hope that Garden Rain was innocent. But unfortunately, Sheriff Chen, can I discuss something with you? The law enforcement elder squeezed out an ugly smile, and while saying that, he pulled Chen Mu to a remote place and secretly stuffed him with a stack of silver tickets. I-1/4. Sheriff Chen, this is also true that our monastery is not disciplined properly, and it is the poor monk's responsibility that such a scum has appeared. But can you be a little accommodating? Don't let the furor over this case get too big. Looking at the silver tickets in front of him, Chen Mu was rather speechless. As the law enforcement elder of the monastery, it was ironic enough to give bribes to public officials, and look at the number of silver tickets is also quite a lot. Add up for fear of 10,000 taels. No wonder they say that the temple incense is as rich as oil. It's normal to think about it. This Cold Mist Temple is originally the only Buddhist dojo in Xingyu County, and there is a lot of incense money every year, plus some rich merchants donate. Gee, the income is unthinkable. Tooty-eyed Derity. Chen Mu looked at the abbot in the distance and smiled. The abbot ordered this? No, absolutely not. The law enforcement elder flatly denied. This is the poor monk's own initiative, and there is no other meaning. Just want to make friends with Chen Sheriff. In the future Chen Mu often come to my monastery as a guest. The poor monk will certainly be well entertained. The law enforcement elder's face was pleading. It was no wonder they chose to bribe Chen Mu in this way. That Miss Lu's status is not low. If the underworld guards are really provoked, this Cold Mist Temple is afraid that it will really become history. According to the usual style of the underworld guards, many people will be implicated at that time. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. Either way, this has to be squashed. Chen Mu sighed. He understood the other's fear, and he had no intention of inviting the underworld guard to harm these monks. After all, the person was already dead. There was no need to implicate anyone else. Thinking of this, Chen Mu patted the other party's shoulder. Elders, don't worry. I don't want to make a big deal out of this matter either. That Garden Rain young master went to stop it because he saw someone stealing the fruit, and it caused a misunderstanding. And because of her guilt, Garden Rain chose to hang herself. So this matter is over. Go and bury Enyu's body, and just teach your disciples well in the future. Hearing Chen Mu's words, the stone that the law enforcement elder had pressed on his heart finally fell. Totally. He grabbed Chen Mu's arm. His face was filled with gratitude. Many thanks to Sheriff Chen. Many thanks to Sheriff Chen. Really thank you so much. At this moment, he was even a bit groundless. Previously, Chen Mu had suffered so much bullying and humiliation at the monastery, and not only did he not hold a grudge, but he was also so open-minded. This breadth of mind is also admirable. Sheriff Chen, you must keep this small token. Elder picked up the silver ticket. Chen Mu's face sank. Elder, what do you think Chen, am? Have you ever tested a cadre like this? Which cadre can withstand such a test from you? Trouble. This, never again. Chen Mu stuffed the silver ticket into his arms and coldly said, leaving the Cold Mist Temple. Chen Mu was in a heavy mood. Forced bribery is painful. The thought that the world is missing another upright two-sleeved clean and white constable. The guilt in the heart is like a torrent of continuous water. I'm not sure if I can do it. You must buy 10 pounds of fresh abalone to prop yourself up when you get back, as a punishment of sorts. Chen Mu secretly thought. Of course, something like bribery is just a matter of charity. In this era of officialdom Dike, if you really want to maintain innocence, is bound to be in the eyes of other people's alien and ostracized object, whether it's a little ghost or a king of hell. There's nothing that doesn't have black on it. Take Gao Yuanchun for example. He scrapes a lot of oil and water every year, but it doesn't stop him from being a competent and good official in the eyes of the people. LOL, let's just say that's how it is in the grand scheme of things. I don't know what to say. Both of you, let's leave this case as it is for the time being, and don't chew your tongue outside, lest you invite trouble to the monastery. Chen Mu reminded the two girls. Don't worry brother-in-law, I know how to take it lightly. Qing Luo smiled sweetly. Although Shui Kaiqing didn't say anything, Chen Mu believed that this woman had her measure. The three of them walked out of the entrance of the monastery just as a white-robed monk came face to face. The monks were dusty with their backpacks, of a person who is in the middle of a journey, appearance of red lips and white teeth, quite handsome. A white monk's clothes set off the slender figure. Quite a few dusty breath. The little monk is so handsome. Cheng Luo's clear and bright bent water pupils blossomed, being complimented by the young girl. The handsome monk smiled coyly and folded his hands together. His voice as warm as water. Female monks are also very beautiful. Obviously frivolous statements came out of his mouth. Yet he didn't feel annoying. Master Hengshan? Shui Kai-ching, however, recognized the monk and was surprised. I heard the abbot say that you went to the Feiyoshi temple in Kyoto to refer to the scriptures, and thought that it would be another half a month before you returned. The scriptures have been consulted, and they have returned. The monk named Hang Xian revealed a gentle smile. Although Chen Mu didn't want to admit it, there was indeed an affable magic in this monk, and it was hard to be hostile towards him. Sure, Master Chen. Just as Chen Mu was sizing up the other party, the monk took the initiative to greet him. Recognize me? Looks like I'm pretty well known as the head constable after all. Chen Mu smiled and responded. Hello. After the monk entered the monastery, Chen Mu frowned and asked, who is this? His name is Hong Xian. He is Abbot Wohui's favorite disciple. Extremely intelligent, appreciated by many other famous temple masters. I heard that the next abbot of Cold Mist Temple is him. Shui Kai-ching said. 2 months ago he went to the famous temple in Kyoto to refer to the scriptures, and I didn't expect him to return today. That's a good one? Chen Mu twisted his head to stare at Hang Xian's back and muttered. It's a shame to be a monk when you're so handsome. He returned to Bo's spring house, only to find that Yun Jiyu and Zhang Wei had already left. It is assumed that the two men returned to the county courthouse after making their statements. Chen Mu did not linger, and after saying goodbye to Shui Kai-cheng, he took his sister-in-law straight to the county office. Before he could even get to the door of the county office, he saw the aggressive Yun Jiyu rushing over and throwing the thick stack of transcripts in her hands at him. I say, surname Chen, you are really something. Taking a woman outside to have a good time yourself and making us do the hard labor. What do you call that? I went to the temple to solve a case, alright. Looking at the woman's face of annoyance and anger, Chen Mu suddenly felt that the other side of the angry also come to have some flavor. Break your ass. From the top of the page, Yun Jiyu tugged on his arm and pulled it aside, her beautiful eyes carrying a strong sense of urgency. Do you know that Li Qiandu went to Wushan? Chen Mu nodded. I know. He went to catch the snake demon. It's been gone for almost 2 hours now. Yun Jiyu slightly opened her red lips, as if she was looking at him with an idiot-like gaze, and stretched out her white hand to place it on his forehead. Master Chen, you're not sick. Not sick. Chen Mu slapped the woman's arm away, crying and laughing. Yun Jiyu lightly stomped her jade foot. Since you know he went to Wushan to catch demons, you are still so calm? You should have informed me earlier. We'll follow along to catch the demon. At the moment the woman wanted to punch this guy in the face. She followed the bastard around on her ass, just hoping to get through the case early enough to catch the demon. However, now that the snake demon has appeared, this even looks like it is not a matter of calmness. Sincerely want to be angry, but the mission His Majesty gave me was for me to solve the case. It didn't say anything about catching demons. Chen Mu had an innocent look on his face. Yun Jiyu choked. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Take another deep breath. Don't be mad. With great difficulty, she suppressed the urge to hit someone. She pointed at Chen Mu and said, almost gritting her teeth, Big Sheriff Chen, you're sincerely teasing me, aren't you? You have nice hands. Chen Mu looked like he had discovered a treasure, staring at the other party's hand in awe. He didn't lie. Although Yun Jiyue's looks were ordinary, the rest of her body was superb, and even a pair of slender jade fingers were as delicate as the tip of wild rice. Yun Jiyue couldn't bear it anymore and swung her showy fist to give the other party a punch. However, in the next second, he heard Chen Mu slowly say, they can't catch the snake demons, while I already have a clue about it. Swish! The fist stopped at the tip of his opponent's nose. Yun Jiyue blinked her big beautiful eyes, her face suspicious. You didn't lie to me? Chen Mu smiled warmly. Do I have to lie to you? Yun Jiyue's face was cloudy, slowly put her fists down, and coldly grunted. Let's just believe you for once. If the snake demon is captured by them before they get there, you won't have a good ending when the time comes. OC Pound. How about taking a gamble and seeing if they can catch the snake demon? Can't even see the shadow of the snake demon. What's the bet? If you lose, how about being my personal bodyguard and secretary for 10 days? What's a secretary? It's just helping out with filing and stuff, serving tea, etc. Anyway, there's something the secretary does. What about if you lose? Yun Jiyue raised her eyebrows. Chen Mu smiled proactively. Then I'll be a cow for you. I one half. Ha, you're ruthless enough to not even be a human. Just ask you if you dare. Okay, it's a deal. Yun Jiyue was also dry and clapped her hands with Chen Mu to make an agreement. Author's words, really no drag racing, don't get any ideas. Oval shaped. Chapter 85, Getting into Big Trouble. After making a bet with the not-so-bright-brained Yoon Ji-ue, Shenmue went to the county office to find that Miss Lu to learn something about the situation. Luck. There are too many strange things about the Cold Mist Temple case, and the key information has to be investigated from Miss Lu. There's definitely a secret hidden in this girl. Along the way, he also told Yoon Ji-ue about the case of the Cold Mist Temple in passing, including the process of rescuing the people, which was also not hidden. It's okay, I thought you were really going to have fun with someone else's girl. After listening to the case, Yoon Ji-ue's ice-faceted bright eyes flashed with a strange color, and her pink fist lightly pounded Shenmue's chest. She was quite close to Shenmue after a few days together. More like buddies. Totally. Qing Luo, who was following behind, pouted her little mouth, unhappily watching her brother-in-law flirting with another woman, kicking hard at the small stones under her feet. However, remembering Yoon Ji-ue's true identity, the corners of her lips curled up slightly again. As the Grand Secretary of the Yin-Yang sect, there were only two options for her marriage, either to remain unmarried for life or to be appointed by the heavenly monarch. There is no third option. Even the emperor could not forcefully interfere. Besides, the woman herself is average-looking. Most men are from the association of appearance, and with such a beautiful wife beside her brother-in-law, there is a comparison. Thinking of this, Qing Luo was in a happy mood, humming a little song with her small hands behind her back. Tootie tootie, make 2 hot buns for my brother-in-law for dinner. The young girl thought darkly. Yes, that artificial respiration of yours couldn't be a deliberate attempt to take advantage of other girls, right? How come I didn't know there was such a method of saving people? Yoon Ji-ue's gaze carried scrutiny. She had a deep understanding of Shenmue. This guy was a decent LSP on the outside. When confronted with a girl, don't miss any opportunity to mooch off her. Shenmue smiled helplessly and bitterly. In that situation, what do you take me for? But in retrospect, I acted too recklessly at that time. I should have at least dispersed the onlookers. It was indeed my mistake. Let's hope the girl doesn't already know. Yoon Ji-ue laughed. But maybe, you have peach blossom luck again. Enter the backyard of the county courthouse. What made people helpless was that Miss Lu's room was closely guarded by the underworld guards, not giving Shenmue any chance to touch the other party, not even allowed to come close. Moreover, because of Shenmue's previous clash with Chen Dulai, these underworld guards looked at him with an extraordinarily grim gaze, as if they were viewing a prey. Oh see pound the. Even though Gao Yuanshan tried to help maneuver around, he ended up touching his nose. Seeing this, Shenmue could only leave, clashing with the underworld guards. You are too unwise. Walking out of the county office, Yoon Ji-ue slowly shook her head. In the Great Yen dynasty, as long as the young emperor has not yet formally ruled, the underworld guard is the largest dark force, and no one in the dynasty dares to mess with it, especially the prison of the Vermilion Bird Hall, the gate of life and death. It is better to go down to the 18 layers of hell than to enter the Vermilion Bird Gate of life and death. This is a saying that has been widely circulated in the imperial court and among the people. You can see how brutal and scary the underworld guards are. Osipanda 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 Osipanda. Shenmue had a bright future ahead of him, but now it was going to be overshadowed. Unless he can actually be reused by His Majesty. Shenmue smiled bitterly. Actually, today's conflict shouldn't have happened, and I take a lot of the blame. But this Qian Tu Lai looked at me wrongly when he came here, and I simply don't know where I offended him. If there's no hope of reconciliation between you two, then you'll have to be careful from now on. Yoon Ji-ue kindly reminded. If one day Shenmue was inadvertently caught by the underworld guards, it would be really bad. Not many people can save him. Tick. She had witnessed a certain young prince being captured by the underworld guards and finally released only after shedding a layer of skin in a raw manner, and the scene was frightening. Even the son of a king or marquis is like this, let alone a small constable. I understand. Shenmue sighed. Yoon Ji-ue changed the topic. What about now? I'm afraid that Miss Lu can't be seen. What should we do next? There's no hurry. She'll come to me. Shenmue spoke with a certainty and asked again. What do you think about the case of Cold Mist Temple? Yoon Ji-ue thought for a moment and said with a crooked head. One can boldly speculate that the mysterious person who took Miss Lu captive is someone from the temple. The possibilities are great. Shenmue agreed with this. The fact that he hid Miss Lu in that tree cave means that he is familiar with the Cold Mist Temple, and this case also gave us the most important information. Why did this mysterious man go to Wushan? Yoon Ji-ue's beautiful eyes lit up. For the snake demon? Right. A smile appeared on Shenmue's face. This mysterious person definitely has a great relationship with the snake demon. If we can uncover him, there will be a great possibility of finding the snake demon. Awesome. Yoon Ji-ue stretched out her thumbs. Then she couldn't help but splash cold water. But if Qian Tu Lai and the others catch the snake demon, This clue will be useless. Wait and see. Chan Mu winked. Anyway, we made a bet. Either you work for me as a secretary or I'll be a cow or sheep. Humph. I was really looking forward to you being a bull and goat. Yun Jiyue pursed her pink lips. After getting the rest of the transcript statement from Zhang Wei, Chen Mu directly took his sister-in-law back home. Limited. Prepare to study the case well. Yun Jiyue, on the other hand, continued to wait for news from Li Qiandu, just as Chen Mu expected. When the frustrated Li Qiandu came back with a cadre of medieval guards with gray heads, he explained the result. Looking at the depressed expressions of the crowd, Yun Jiyue's admiration for Chen Mu went up another level. This guy is a godsend. Following Qiandu Lai to catch the demon were Zhuge Fengyi and Wen Mingren. Wen Mingren actually didn't want to go originally, but he was, after all, a demon hunter of the Jinmu division, and he generally had to follow the command of the Underworld Guard. Touché. He could only be yelled at by Li Qiandu as a toolman. As for Zhuge Fengshui, he was sent by the Mountain Viewing Academy to clean up the mess, so naturally he had to cooperate with the Underworld Guards as well. The two of you aren't in a good mood. Back at the inn, Yun Jiyue, who was in quite a good mood, wrapped her hands around her chest, setting off the mountain peaks extraordinarily majestic and smiling. It's just a waste, with the Underworld Guards not around. When Mingrun let go of his guts and cursed, he casually threw his saber on the table, directly picked up the teapot and poured a few gulps into his mouth. Exasperated. Not even a snake demon's shadow has been touched. Zhuge Fengyi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, Qianhu Li was in too much of a hurry. We shouldn't have rushed straight into Wu Mountain to search. There are still traces of the snake demon, and if we can set up a formation in advance, it might be rewarding. Where is that little maid? Yun Jiyue asked. What maid? Zhuge Fengshui looked at her suspiciously. Yun Jiyue faintly said, we met that pair of master and servant at the tavern that day, and they were dismantled on the spot by Chen Mu for stealing. Remember? Today, Chen Mu saved her, but that little maid is in Wushan. Tell me carefully what's going on. When Mingren asked with a frown. Oh, see pound the. From the expressions on both men's faces, it was clear they knew nothing, like iron naivety. Yun Jiyue then roughly described Chen Mu's rescue as well as his solving of the case. The two men were silent for a long time after hearing this. Snap! When Mingren slammed the table and cursed. I knew following Chen Mu brat would definitely be rewarding. It's too much better than that Li Qiandu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have dismissed his abilities by being jealous that he's better looking than my little handsome. Zhuge Fengyi is equally regretful. Totally. Yun Jiyue faintly said. So that little maid wasn't found, was she? When Mingren shook his head. No, Qianhu Lai didn't mention this to us at all. He just said that there were snake demon clues in Mount Wu, so that's why we went. I guess that little girl is in a bad way too. Yun Jiyue was a bit sorry. Wait. At this time, Zhuge Fengdiao suddenly frowned and said, I remembered something. Wasn't there a rumor in the past 2 days that the daughter of a certain great official had run away from home? The latest intelligence says that the one who ran away from home is the granddaughter of the great general of Jinbei. General Lu's granddaughter? That's the Lu Mai who was specially appointed as a county princess by the late emperor right after she was born? When Mingrun thought about it, the great general of Jinbei, Lu Wengo, was a renowned god of war of the great Yan dynasty, who had repeatedly performed great feats and was entrusted with important tasks by the late emperor, and his granddaughter has been specially appointed as a sheriff since her birth. What's more, in recent years there have been rumors within the court that this county Mai will marry the emperor to become a consort, and possibly even an empress. Judging from this respectful and nervous attitude of the underworld guards, this Miss Lu is in all likelihood the county lord, Zhuge Fengshui said with certainty. When Mingrun laughed out loud, this luck of little brother Chen Mu is also too good. He even saved His Majesty's future woman. I'm afraid that this is going to be a flying start. It's great. I have to hurry to hold on to this thigh. I one half. Zhuge Fengbei was also filled with envy. No, I must seek out Chen Mu tomorrow to climb the friendship ladder. Only Yun Jiyue's face blood gradually faded. Murmured, His Majesty's woman is finished. This guy got into big trouble. Chapter 86 Injuries. Of course Chen Mu didn't know that he was in big trouble. Weeds that regrow from cut down roots. At this time, he was in the study to carefully review the Ju Chunlu's transcript statement. Together with the pimps, tortoise eunuchs, and handymen, there are a total of 47 people in Ju Chunlu, and the statements and transcripts of these people add up to a lot of work. As Chen Mu said before, in this age of no surveillance, the human eye is the surveillance and the human brain is the storage chip. The only difference is how long the memory can be stored. Someone must have lied. Someone's memory is biased. Someone deliberately made it up. And someone deliberately concealed it in these over 200 pages of transcripts. But with big data comparisons, it's easy to be able to identify the contradictions. Weeds that regrow from cut-down roots. Chenmu skimmed through each person's statement first, and after identifying any similar statements, he put them together for comparison. After analyzing and screening, it is then recorded separately in a small book. Throughout history, more than 93% of all homicides have been purposeful killings, whether it's robbery, feuding, seeing sex, impulsive killing, letting off steam, enjoying pleasure, etc. All have a purpose. When there is a purpose, clues are left behind. When there are clues, traces are left behind. Even if demons are rampant in this age, but as long as it kills, it must do so with a strong purpose. Not to mention the fact that there are so many weird things about the Bao Springhouse tragedy. Weeds that regrow from cut-down roots. Time that passes without a sound. It was only when the oil lamp on the desk suddenly lit up with a flash of light, clearly reflecting the words on the paper, that Chenmu was startled to realize that the sky had turned dark. Tilting his head to look at the woman in white who had appeared in the study at some point, he smiled and said, "When did you come back? It's been a while, so I didn't bother when I saw you were busy." Bai Jianyu softly said. Under the halo of the dim and disorienting lamp, the woman's exquisite little palm-sized face was like a dream, with an untrue beauty, like a stunning demon fox that floats into the study in the middle of the night to seduce the scholar. Regrowing from cut-down roots, Chenmu couldn't help but look out of his mind. It wasn't until the woman coughed lightly that she came back to her senses. To cover up the embarrassment, Chenmu stretched and said with a yawn of dissatisfaction, "My stomach is starving. Why hasn't Cheng Luo, this girl, prepared the meal? She's called you a couple times already, and you blame her?" The woman's beautiful eyes flowed and a smile played at the corners of her lips. Yes? Chenmu thought back carefully. It seems like that girl had really called out to him outside the door a few times, but she was too engrossed in analyzing the case and forgot about it. Regrowing from cut-down roots, embarrassed and touching his nose, Chenmu said, "You haven't eaten either, right? Come along. Come to the hall." On the table were reheated dishes, and in the doorway was a sulking Cheng Luo, wiggling her slim, rounded calves. Upon seeing Chenmu, she also snorted coldly and turned away her small face. A look that says, "Auntie, I'm angry again." Chenmu accompanied with a smile. "I'm sorry, I was too busy and didn't hear it." "Don't pretend. You must have disliked my cooking and deliberately pretended not to hear it." The little girl turned on her mocking mode. Regrowing from cut-down roots, Chenmu smiled and didn't pay any more attention. This girl doesn't make a fuss in front of her sister for more than 2.5 minutes, and after a while she's fine and doesn't need to be coaxed. If there wasn't her sister there, it would be a lot of coaxing. Today's meal was really rich, because he took a lot of bribes. Chenmu deliberately bought a lot of mountain delicacies, fresh and precious ingredients, coupled with Cheng Luo's uncommonly top-notch cooking skills. Chenmu ate with a sense of enjoyment. 5-star restaurants count as crumbs. Is there any fish as good as the one made by Cheng Luo? It's regrowing from cut-down roots. Well, as expected by Chenmu, Cheng Luo, who had been playing a little tantrum not long ago, had a smiling face at this moment and came over to Chenmu. Chenmu nodded. Not bad, just slightly salty. The flavor was correct when it was just taken out of the pot, because it only changed because it was reheated. Cheng Luo wrinkled her little agaric nose and said in dissatisfaction, "It's all your fault. The delicacies that people worked so hard to prepare were wasted." "Aha, blame me, blame me." Chenmu nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing that Nyangzi's bowl was only vegetarian, Chenmu chucked a piece of meat and passed it to the other's mouth. "Eat more meat. It's actually good for a woman to be fat, and it's meaty and comfortable to hold." Regrowth. This was the experience Chenmu had gained from having so many girlfriends in his previous life. Slightly chubby girl. That hand. Sheesh. Experience it for yourself. Looking at the braised meat in front of her, Bai Jianyu frowned her fine brows, looking at her husband with some dissatisfaction, and finally opened her cherry lips, despite desperate attempts to avoid it, lips pressed against the chopsticks. "Yeah, more meat is good." From cut-down roots, Chenmu naturally withdrew his chopsticks and put them in his mouth to sip. This scene made Bai Fanyu's pink cheeks fly up with a faint scarlet red, and she glared at the other party with some anger. "Xiangong you." The voice was soft and glutinous, with more than a few moments of helpless anger. "What?" Chenmu was at a loss. The woman shook her head and laughed, and said nothing as she dined in silence. Cheng Luo's almond eyes turned, picked up a new pair of chopsticks, opened her pink lips and pursed twice, picked up a piece of meat and passed it to Chenmu. Regrowth. "You eat more meat too." Asterisk 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 off. Chenmu pushed her away and deliberately sat farther away. "Disgusting or not? You, Cheng Luo." Snap. The little girl slapped her chopsticks on the table, twisted her little waist and left in a huff. Although the girl was angry away, But the atmosphere of dining alone with his wife is quite satisfactory to Chen Mu. Add some candlelight violin is simply perfect. Regrowth. When he was about to chuck another piece of meat over, the latter put down his chopsticks. I'm full. Take your time. Sagumi. Chen Mu wanted to say something else, but the other party got up and smiled gently at him before leaving the house. Chen Mu scratched his head, puzzled. Angry? Regrowth. Off dead Chen Mu. Shame on you. What a decent person to pretend to be. By the pond, Qing Luo, who had been exasperated by Chen Mu, sat on the steps, cursing in a low voice while throwing small stones into the water. I heard a movement behind me and turned around to see that it was my sister. Only at this moment, Bai Jianyu's face was horribly white. The weeds that regrow from cut-down roots. The long snow-white dress blew under the cold wind, like a falling willow, ready to fall. Sister! Cheng Luo's heart was shocked, and she was busy getting up to support the other party. This grab, steeply found that the other party's arm was extremely cold. She violently lowered her head, only to see the piercing crimson oozing out of Bai Jianyu's abdomen. Who hurt you? Cheng Luo's lovely cheeks were a greenish color, and a majestic killing intent surged out of her eyes. Bai Jianyu shook her head. Her whitened hand grabbed Cheng Luo's arm backwards, her 5 fingers almost snapping into the other side's flesh. Her voice weak. I'll go to your room to heal my wounds. Don't let Xiangdong get close to. Regrowth. Chapter 87 Spreading Dog Food. After quickly shaving the rice in his bowl, Chen Mu prepared to go out to see what was going on with Nyang Zi. Thumbnail. It always felt like the other side wasn't quite right today. Just after arriving at the courtyard, Qing Luo bounced over and hugged Chen Mu's arm. Accompany me to play chess. No time. Where's your sister? Chen Mu asked. Qing Luo skimmed her pink lips. Going to old Wang's house again. Didn't she spend the day at Sister Wang's today? Why did she suddenly go again? Chen Mu furrowed his brow and forked his eyebrows. Throwing up. The young girl pulled him toward the study, and said while walking, that he learned a new style, from the western region side, may come back to be very late again. Don't care about her. Let's go to play chess. Chen Mu violently stood on his feet. Intuitively, it felt like this girl Cheng Luo was hiding something from him. Chen Mu's gaze carried a few moments of scrutiny. Is it you girl who chewed the cud? Saying that I accompanied that Miss Xue to go to the temple for incense? Hey, I'm that bad in your eyes. The questioned Cheng Luo stomped her jade foot in anger. Fine, then we will go to Sister Wang's place now to question her sister. Don't blame me if we annoy her at that time. Hey, eat transcripts. Seeing this girl come true, Chen Mu hurriedly stopped her and laughed. I'll just say it casually. The main thing is that your sister is a bit strange today. Facing the man who wimped out in seconds, Cheng Luo grunted, rather pleased with herself. Then she helplessly said, it's not like you don't know about your sister's nature. If she wants to do something, she will do it immediately. Who cares about her? That's true. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Among so many women she knows, Nyoko seems to be gentle and considerate on the surface, but she has a strong personality and acts in a rather independent style, totally puzzling what's going on in her mind. 35. Cheng Luo's beautiful eyes turned and said with a smile, why don't you take a rope and tie her to your side in the future? Or simply take Widow Wang as a concubine, so that sister doesn't run around. Chen Mu was amused. I really want to find a rope to tie your sister to. Get the hell out of here. Feeling that this girl is getting more and more wanton nowadays, Chen Mu shook her off in disgust, and his tone became a few points more serious. Appropriate playfulness is fine, but don't go too far. Wait for your sister to come back. I'll have to really talk about you. Humph. Pretending to be fake serious again. I'm not playing with you. With a twist of her slender waist, Cheng Luo huffed and puffed and laughed, her skirt swaying like a blooming flower lovingly carrying the youthful liveliness of a young girl. This girl. Chen Mu shook his head helplessly, recalling her mother's demeanor and actions today, and murmured, I don't think she's angry with me. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. You can't guess it. You can't guess it. Sighing lightly, Chen Mu headed towards his study and continued to study the case. On the other side, Qing Luo, who was hiding in the corner of the corridor, saw Chen Mu heading to the study, lightly relieved herself, and hurriedly ran towards her room. A chill came over him as he entered the room. Only White Fiber Feather was seen to be cross-legged on the bed couch. Her hands knotted a complicated and mysterious magic seal, her face still as white as paper. A white mist bathed around her, the translucency of, but it was the crimson blood on her abdomen that was most clear, like a piercing bloody rose. Go keep an eye on your brother-in-law and don't let him know I'm hurt, White Fiber Feather said weakly. It's okay sis, my brother-in-law has gone to the study. Let me help you heal. Qing Luo took off her shoes and went up to the bed, sitting cross-legged behind Bai Jianyu. Her white, pure hand against the woman's pink back. The majestic yuan chi dispersed and set off layers of green ons. Bai Jianyu frowned and didn't say anything else. Thoughts. Sensing the disorganized and rampant aura within the other party's body, Cheng Luo was secretly shocked. How did sister get injured like this? Even the spirit sea was almost destroyed. The sea of spirit moistens and nourishes within the dantian, which is the root of cultivation. If the spirit sea was destroyed, it was feared that it would be difficult to continue cultivating in the future, and the strength would be greatly reduced. It was even that grand priestess of the Yin Yang sect who didn't dare to risk damaging her dantian spirit sea when she abolished her own power. If I know who it is, I will kill him. The young girl inwardly regretted a lot. Had she known that her sister's trip to Mount Wu was dangerous, she should have accompanied her. Time passes extremely fast. Only after Bai Jianyu's pale face regained some redness did the white mist around her gradually fade away. Okay, almost. White Fiber Feather collected her power and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back at Cheng Luo, whose forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat, he softly said, "You were also injured before, don't lose too much spiritual energy." "But sister, your injuries have only just stabilized." Cheng Luo worried. Thunderclap. Bai Fianyu shook her cicatrization, looked at the hourglass in the room, and tiredly said, "It's already 3 a.m. Your brother-in-law is still waiting for me. The injuries will be slowly nourished later then yes. Don't let him worry too much." "No way. My brother-in-law must have gone to bed a long time ago." Cheng Luo bristled. White Fiber Feather smiled and didn't argue. Seeing that Cheng Luo's room happened to have clothes and skirts that she was going to change, she changed out of the blood-stained skirt. During the change of clothes, Cheng Luo saw the injury on the other's abdomen. It was a scar about 7 inches long. Throwing up, like a hideous centipede lying on a white, flat-spreading belly. It was particularly horrifying. What kind of weapon did this wound? Cheng Luo sucked in a cold breath. White Fiber Feather finished changing her clothes and felt a dizzying sensation in her mind. Holding onto the table to stabilize herself, she spoke quietly, "I didn't get a good look at him. His strength is not lower than that monk. Tomorrow I will use the spirit kite to transmit the information over and investigate. Sis, just rest in my room." Looking at her sister's strong body, Cheng Luo was heartbroken and went forward to support her. "No, your brother-in-law will be worried. He's already tired from working on the case these days. I don't want to cause him any trouble." Translated from English. Bai Jianyu let out a deep breath and tried to hide her weak side as she walked out of the room, going around the corridor. Seeing that the lights in the room across the street had gone out and it was dark, Cheng Luo pouted. "See, I told you he was already asleep. This guy is always so heartless." As she was speaking, her voice ended abruptly, and she strained her almond eyes round. Only in front of the door of the deeply darkened house, a figure was pacing back and forth, looking towards the courtyard entrance from time to time. The moonlight was like a tide, cradling a touch of loneliness. The man kept rubbing his hands together and huffing into his mouth, muttering something in a rather comical manner. From the circumstances, it was obvious that it had been waiting outside for a long time. Thunderbolt. Sunga Ah. White Fiber Feather's soft eyes filled with smiles, sighed in a low voice, and said to the young girl beside her, "Go back and rest." Cheng Luo had a complicated look on her face and retreated silently. In front of the house door, Chen Mu stomped his somewhat numb feet hard and kept muttering, "I shouldn't. It hasn't been this late before. If she wasn't coming back, she would have said so ahead of time. And the fact that she didn't say so today means that she definitely will be coming back. Shouldn't you be pissed off knowing I'm out fooling around? It must be this girl Cheng Luo snitching." As he was complaining in a low voice about his talkative sister-in-law, Chen Mu seemed to have a sense and looked up sharply, only to see that not far away, a slender figure was under the moon. The moonlight, like flowing water, cascaded silently over the woman's body, as if draping her in a light, cool glow. "Husband, why aren't you resting at this late hour?" Fragile, White Fiber Feather walked slowly, with a shallow smile on her plain and skillful snowy face. Chen Mu, who saw his mother return, inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and snorted. "A bit of internal urgency. Just came out to relieve myself. You're back." "Well, I'm back." The woman walked up to Chen Mu, raised her slender fingers, pulled the long, disheveled hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, and softly said, "You know I'll be back, right? This isn't your home. It's normal to come back." Chen Mu shrugged his shoulders. He surreptitiously watched the woman blush. Although her mother's face was slightly pale and did not show any other symptoms of anger, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Throwback. It's okay. It's not mad at me. As he was thinking, his hand was suddenly held by the woman. Feeling the extreme coldness coming from the palm of her hand, Bai Jianyu's eyes seemed to have crystals flickering in their orbits, and her voice was infinitely gentle. With a touch of naughtiness that is extremely rare in normal days, I came back because my husband is here. Shenmue stared at her somewhat strangely. Why does it feel weird? You're not this carnal on a regular basis. Sleep in bed tonight. Husband with me, okay? The woman said softly. Throwing up. Chapter 88, To be Killed. Early in the morning, the sound of a euphonious birdsong comes from outside the window. Haiku. Shenmue woke up in a daze and realized that the figure of the beautiful woman was long gone from the bed, and only the remnants of the fragrance lingered in his nose. Not dreaming? Looking around in confusion, Shenmue used to pat his head. Last night, when he heard that his wife wanted to share his bed, at that moment, every cell in Shenmue's body boiled up and almost exploded. It was close to a Thomas spin on the spot. It was reasonable to say that a standard playboy like him from his previous life had been exposed to a lot of women with very different styles and wouldn't lose his temper so easily. Unable to help. The woman by Fionyu is just too much of a grunt for him. Haiku. The other side is like a diamond. On the outside, she looks beautiful, but on the inside, she is incredibly hard and difficult to attack in the slightest. The unbeatable means of picking up girls in his previous life was like Rupert's tears in front of her, which would fall apart with a slight pinch of the tail. Solely Shenmue spent time with the other party in his normal state of mind. It's just a woman. Love it or hate it. Unexpectedly, so that instead of letting each other relationship increased closer to some. Yesterday the other party took the initiative to release ambiguous signals is definitely a big surprise. Haiku. Even at that time, Shenmue had already thought of a script for when he went to bed. For example, I'm a little cold and just cuddle and do nothing. I believe the chances of a cave-in are high with this set of scripts. But breathlessly, when the two lay down on the bed, he fell asleep until dawn. Shenmue's mind collapsed. Beauty in front of. Even fell asleep. This operation without 10 years of thrombosis cannot do it. It's really shameful to waste an opportunity. Haiku. Shenmue pulled his hair hard and let out a long sigh. Hopefully, I'll still have the opportunity to share a bed tonight. After washing up, Shenmue came to the hall. Nyoko had changed into a long light blue dress and was sitting quietly in the corner sewing one of his old robes. Seeing Shenmue enter, she spread a smile. Husband, did you sleep well last night? Shenmue forced a smile. It's okay, probably too tired to sleep. That's good. Haiku. Bai Jianyu didn't ask anything else and lowered her head to continue sewing the clothes. The atmosphere was the same as usual. Although it was joyous and quite harmonious, it inexplicably carried a hint of detachment. Shenmue opened his mouth to say something, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed. Simply sitting at the table silently eating the breakfast made by his sister-in-law. Brother-in-law. Qing Luo quietly came up, a smirk biting at the corner of her lips, and whispered, last night was on purpose, wasn't it? What? Haiku. Shenmue looked at her suspiciously. Qing Luo had an expression that I had already seen for you and sneered. Don't pretend. You were waiting for your sister outside the house so late. It's obvious that you were just deliberately making a show of wanting to touch your sister. This tactic is too old-fashioned. You're so smart. Shenmue laughed. However, after being reminded by his sister-in-law, Shenmue suddenly realized that last night did feel like a bit of a show. But why should it be? He couldn't figure it out. Brother-in-law. Sister is not the kind of woman who is easily touched. Back then there were many men who chased her, and there were even people who were willing to take a city in exchange for. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? I'm telling the truth. Haiku. Qing Luo was somewhat dissatisfied with Shenmue's skeptical eyes, and mysteriously said, do you know why sister got married to you? Why? This question was rather what Shenmue wanted to know the most. The question of why Bai Jianyu married him was completely absent from the original owner's memories and has remained a mystery. Qing Luo, help me get the thread from the table. In the corner, Bai Jianyu's cold voice suddenly sounded. Oh, Haiku. Realizing that her words were overheard by her sister, Qing Luo spat out her small red and moist cat tongue and obediently picked up the needle and thread on the table and handed it to the other party. Has the yard been cleaned? Bai Jianyu asked. Hit. No, I'll clean it up. Meeting the woman's cold gaze, Qing Luo hastily changed her words and left the hall in a grayish manner, like a small child who had done something wrong. It was quieter without the talkative sister-in-law. Shenmue ate in silence. The atmosphere is surprisingly similar to yesterday's dinner. Haiku. Ahem. After a while, Bai Jianyu suddenly coughed, and although she tried her best to hold it back, she still couldn't suppress the cough. A touch of pallor surfaced on the originally rosy pretty face. Shenmue's gaze was concerned. Are you alright? Bai Jianyu shook her cicatrization and handed over a comforting smile. I may have suffered from some wind chill. My concubine has already taken medicine. Was it last night that I pulled the covers off you? Shenmue asked. Haiku. Bai Jianyu didn't know how to answer this question for a moment, and thought for a moment and said, husband is still very honest when he sleeps. Honest? Chen Mu muttered. In his previous life when he slept with his girlfriend, he was never honest. Seeing her husband no longer pursued, the woman was relieved, but her heart was vaguely lost. She bit off the thin thread and pulled a new one from the ball of thread and threaded it toward the eye of the needle. Obviously usually very skillful movements today is extraordinarily laborious, where several times did not succeed. In front of the eye seems to have a myriad of heavy shadows. Haiku. I'll do it. Chen Mu suddenly took the needle and thread in her hand. Bai Jianyu was stunned, looking at her husband who was squatting in front of her. Her head that had just been a little dizzy inexplicably cleared up some more. A moving smile rose to the corners of her lips. Seeing Chen Mu nimbly threading the needle and thread, the woman exclaimed, "Husband is very good at it. White fiber feather. That. I didn't mean anything by it. Don't get any ideas." Haiku. Chen Mu hurriedly remedied the situation. White fiber feather's beautiful eyes crossed him a glance. Pointedly arched agaric nose lightly humming. Feigning anger, "Husband, tonight you still sleep on the ground." Chen Mu regretted it. It's true that when people drift, they can't keep their mouths shut. Brother-in-law. Just as he was about to explain desperately, Chang Luo's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Your old lover, Elder Yun, has come to look for you." Haiku. Grandpa's. This girl is looking for trouble, isn't she? Husband, it's better to go and see your old lover first. Coming to you early in the morning, I think there must be something urgent. Don't you listen to that girl. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to go rest first. Without waiting for Chen Mu to finish, Bai Jianyu got up and left. Witnessing his wife leaving, Chen Mu was speechless to the core. How is this plot similar to yesterday's? Somehow. Haiku. Nope. There seemed to be a hint of vinegar on the maiden. Chen Mu hemmed and hawed, his mood suddenly soothed, striding towards the outside of the courtyard, picking up the cup of tea that Nyang Zi had drunk in passing, tilted his head back and took a sip. It's so fragrant. Arriving outside the courtyard, sure enough, Yun Jiyue was anxiously waiting for him. After seeing Chen Mu come out, she couldn't care less about the suspicion of men and women, and dragged the latter's arm to a secluded place with a tug. "Brat, you're in big trouble, you know?" Haiku. What's wrong? Chen Mu couldn't make sense of it. Yun Jiyue lowered her voice. I've confirmed the identity of that Miss Lu. She is the granddaughter of Jinbei General Lu Wengo, and she had been specially appointed as a county princess by the late emperor. General Jinbei? Sheriff? This girl is so big? Chen Mu was baffled. Haiku. But that shouldn't be the case. Since his status was so honorable, why could he still leave home so easily? It was completely illogical. She has another identity that is the scariest. What identity? Seeing the grave expression on the other party's face, Chen Mu sensed a hint of misfortune. She is the future imperial consort, and even may become the empress. Chen Mu's eyes widened. Haiku. Yun Jiyue looked at him with a sad and sympathetic gaze and slowly said, "So, you kissed the future emperor's woman on the mouth. Wow." The teacup fell to the floor and shattered. The tea that the lady has drunk does not smell good. Boo. Just as Chen Mu was confused, the courtyard door was suddenly slammed open by a brute force, and the bolt that had just been inserted was snapped in two and splashed out. Only a dozen or so underworld guards entered the room, setting off a solemn atmosphere. Haiku. Following behind was a young girl in fancy dress. Frosty face. Chapter 89, Mysterious Information. The young girl who broke into the mansion was no other than Lu Wei Lin. At the moment, she was dressed in a famous and expensive fancy dress, which set off her slender and graceful curves. Her long legs and shoulders were cut, and she was quite beautiful. A far cry from the downtrodden young lady she had seen in the tavern earlier. Finished. Seeing this scene, Yun Jiyue's heart sank. He didn't expect the other party to come to his door so quickly, and secretly regretted that he should have informed Chen Mu earlier so that the other party could avoid the wind. Chen Mu also had an immense headache. Before that, he had regretted his reckless behavior in saving the life of the man, and had expected a dispute. Luster. But he never expected that the other party would be the future woman of the emperor. That's like cuckolding the emperor. It's not too much to ask for the execution of 9 clans. This incident gave Chen Mu a serious warning. Before doing anything, it is important to calmly consider the consequences, rather than taking mindless risks in accordance with modern thinking. It may be that sometimes it's an oversight that gets you killed. There have been many such examples throughout the ages. Luster of gem. Even some famous ministers of power and strategy in history have given away their heads for nothing because of a small oversight. No leakage in small places. If he had thought it through at the time, things wouldn't have come to this. After all, in ancient times, a woman's honor was more important than her life. You're Chen Mu? Lu Mai tensed her snow-white cheeks and walked up to Chen Mu and asked coldly. Chen Mu, who was pondering whether or not to pretend that he didn't know the other party's real identity, looked at the surrounding medieval guards and simply said frankly, Lin, My humble servant has met the sheriff. I see you know who I am. A cold smile pursed the young girl's lips. Shenmue nodded his head with a bitter smile. I just found out. And I haven't even thought of how to go about making amends yet. When the county princess came, in the face of such an honest Shenmue, Lu Maui was a bit surprised. Atonement? How do you intend to make amends? The woman pressed a step closer, her almond eyes holding anger as she glared at her opponent almost through clenched teeth. Is it taking your head to make amends? Lin. Shenmue frowned and said in a tone that wasn't condescending. Sheriff Master, can we talk alone? It's not necessary. Lu Mai sneered. Who knows if you'll lighten up on me again? Shenmue was instantly annoyed by these words. Light? I'm at fault, but I'm also trying to save your ass. Shenmue cupped his fists and saluted. Sheriff, first of all, I apologize to you. At that time in saving people because of a momentary negligence led to the damage of the reputation of the sheriff. It is indeed my fault. But, Lin, apologize? Does apologizing work? Lu Mai's black mercury-like eyes reflected back a bearish fury. What you've spoiled is not just my honor, but the happiness of the rest of my life. The honor of our family for the rest of my life. Do you understand? Shenmue was naturally clear. Being seen by so many people, it was bound to circulate and cause comments and mockery from the outside world. This almost cut off Lu Mai's dream of marrying into the palace. All of his family's efforts have also gone down the drain. But while apologizing, Shenmue also remained a bit upset. Sheriff, but after all, I also saved your life. If there was no me at that time, you would have long since become a corpse. Lin. In the face of Shenmue's screaming, Lu Mai did not retort. After all, he was telling the truth. And, Shenmue said in a cold voice, since you are a county princess and His Majesty's future woman, you shouldn't have left home and put yourself in danger. Ha, and you're blaming me for this? Lu Mai laughed at the angry level. Shenmue said indifferently, in terms of cause and effect, you are responsible. Besides, I'm curious to know, why did you run away from home? Why did you come to Qingyu County? Why did you go to Mount Wu? Lin, what does this have to do with you? The young girl raised an eyebrow. Shenmue shook his head. It has nothing to do with me, but there is a case that involves the county princess greatly. As he spoke, Shenmue's palm propped open, and an incomparably familiar pearl earring from was reflected in the young girl's eyes. The latter was slightly stunned, and his pupils contracted extremely fast. Bring it to me. Shenmue placed the earring in her hand. Lin. After careful observation, the woman frowned and stared at the man in front of her. You went to Ozen? Amazing. This can be found. No, I didn't go to Ozen. No go? Where did you get that earring from? Lu Mai said suspiciously. Shenmue didn't hide anything, and told the other party about the case he had solved at the Cold Mist Temple, only altering a part of it. 4 will garden rain sea color. Read mistake someone stealing fruit. After all, Shenmue didn't understand the character of this county princess. If she was a difficult and ruthless person, I was afraid that she would cause trouble for the Cold Mist Temple. After listening to Shenmue's narration, Lu Mai's willow-like slender eyes flashed with bright starlight. Lin, I've seen you before when I was at the tavern. I didn't expect you to be as powerful as this. I've underestimated you. The young girl was quite impressed with the young constable's ability to handle the case. In the capital, I'm afraid it's hard to find someone as powerful as this. Thank you for the compliment. Sheriff, then will Sheriff answer my previous question? Shenmue said indifferently. Lu Mai put the earrings away, turned her back and said coldly, there's no harm in telling you. I want to go catch a demon. Demon hunting? Luster. Although he had already guessed, hearing the other party admitted in person, Shenmue was still speechless for a while. You want to catch a demon like that? You're lucky you weren't half robbed by bandits. But immediately afterward, one of the biggest doubts appeared. Why did you go to catch the demon? And how did you know that the snake demon was in Wushan? Because, Lu Mai's expression was bleak. Because I want to help His Majesty. She turned to look at Shenmue and said seriously, His Majesty summoned me to the palace the other day and told me about the matter of the civet cat's prince. And when I saw that His Majesty's sadness was difficult to understand, I decided to leave home with the intention of catching the snake demon myself. Lin. Shenmue had an odd expression on his face, and it took a lot of effort to hold back his laughter. It's a silly white bar. Earlier at the tavern, he thought that this girl was a little smart, but so far, the brain was too far from the norm. And if His Majesty really summoned her to the palace to talk about this matter, I'm afraid that he has another deep meaning. The young emperor's true purpose should be to seek help from the great general of Jinbei through the mouth of Lu Mai. As a result, this girl did not comprehend His Majesty's meaning and foolishly ran away from home, wanted to personally help His Majesty with his troubles. Lin, what a show. I guess that emperor will be speechless when he knows the situation. Shenmue stared at her curiously. Then how did you know that the snake demon was in Mount Wu? It just happened to come up. Lu Wui pursed her vermilion lips, her cheeks bloomed into a small pear nest, and she changed the topic. Chan Mu, do you know what I came to find you for today? Punch me? Chen Mu said. Luster. Lu Wui's onion-like jade finger lightly poked Chen Mu's chest and faintly said, No, I'm not interested in wasting my time with someone who is about to die either. I'm here today to thank you for saving me. That's a nice way to say thanks. Chen Mu's words were mocking. Lu Wui's lips curled, stroking the small mole at the corner of her eye, tiptoeing up to his ear and said in a voice only two people could hear, I really hope you survive. Good luck. Chen Mu frowned. Before he could react to what the other party meant by this, a ball of paper was suddenly shoved into his hand. Lin Lin. Lu Wui's voice rose a few more points. Originally, I was planning to remove both of your legs, but when I thought that you were about to die, there was no need to humiliate you anymore. So today, I sort of came to say goodbye to you, and thank you for saving me. The woman deliberately put a few pounds of force on the word save. With a wry smile hidden on his face, he slowly said, On this day next year, I will burn paper money for you. After saying that, the young girl left with the underworld guard. Come in a hurry. Go in a hurry. But let a person wonder what kind of drug she is selling in her gourd. Yun Jiue was a bit dumbfounded. This is leaving? Chen Mu was silent for a long time, and after watching the other party's figure disappear completely, he unfolded the paper ball in his hand. The backyard of the blacksmith store on West Street. Chapter 90 Unexpected Harvest. The backyard of the blacksmith store on West Street. Tong Yu. Looking at the words on the paper ball, Chen Mu frowned slightly. What do you mean? He knows this place. There used to be a blacksmith store on West Street, but it stopped operating last year. It is now a deserted mansion store. Could it be that this sheriff lord has something she wants to say to me alone? And that's why she made that appointment? But she didn't write a meeting time. Chen Mu secretly guessed. He put away the paper ball and asked Yun Jiu, How much do you know about this sheriff? Tong Yu. Yun Jiu was still confused by Lu Wui's actions and shook her head slightly after hearing Chen Mu's question. Don't really know much about it, but rumor has it that this county princess has a rather bratty temperament, and she is also a not to be messed with master in the capital. Difficulty. Thinking back to the various encounters with Lu Mai, this girl did have a heavy mistemper, but there was something strange about the way the other person had just given him a feeling. What are you implying? Chen Mu vaguely realized that he had perhaps underestimated this county princess, as the daughter of the general's family, the special county princess, and the emperor's future woman. In these identity additions, how can it be a stupid white sweet? Tong Yu. Interesting, this Qingyu county is getting more and more unsettled. Chen Mu sighed. After going to the yamen and ordering a few errands for Zhang Wei, and sending Yun Jiu away, Chen Mu went alone to the address on the paper ball. Whether or not the sheriff was going to ask him to meet him alone, he was going to see. Came to the West Street. At this time the street is already the hustle and bustle of people. The roadside is dotted with merchants and stores. All kinds of stores are filled with a wide range of goods. Chen Mu turned all the way through the busy streets and stepped into the cold old West Street. Tong Yu. Few people have lived here since the relocation. Surrounded by poor streets and ugly houses, and the garbage everywhere smells of rotting acid. Soon, Chen Mu arrived in front of the deserted blacksmith store. The store plaque is still there, but the paint on the lettering was almost clean off and dusty. Stepping on a piece of collapsed broken wall across the house, Chen Mu entered the backyard, and the stench of animal feces wafted vaguely in the air. Anyone? Chen Mu pinched his nose and shouted. Tong Yu. No one responded. After circling around, he suddenly saw that the door of one of the houses was half open, and its interior was dark, as if there was a pair of eyes hiding in the dark staring at him. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mu entered the house with large strides. The smell of corruption and sourness became more and more pronounced. Inside, all the furniture was scattered on the floor, covered with thick dust, and the mottled and old walls were especially dark with spider webs. No one? Sweeping the empty room, Chen Mu shook his head and prepared to leave. Tong Yu. However, just as he turned around, the old wooden door of the house suddenly closed automatically with a bang, sending dust flying. The only rays of sunlight came through the thick dusty windows, adding a touch of light to the house. A blue-clothed girl appeared in front of him like a ghost. A sword was held in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at his throat, as if it only needed to be flicked forward to put a bloody hole in Chen Mu's throat. It's you? The blue-clothed girl was a little surprised when she saw Chen Mu. Tong Yu. Chen Mu was equally stunned. He recognized the girl in blue. It was actually the little maid who followed Lu Wui in the tavern before. The name seems to be Shadow. Why are you here? Did you come alone? The blue-clothed girl's gaze was alert, completely devoid of the naive demeanor she had previously displayed in the tavern, and an extreme coldness radiated around her. She borrowed the doorway toward the outside to check out a glance, to confirm that there is no one else outside. The hand of the longsword pointed at Shenmue coldly said, Tanyu, say, how did you find this place? Your sheriff sent me. Shenmue took out the ball of paper and threw it to her, smiling and said, I'm now certain that that county princess is not simple. Previously, he had thought that this little maid had met an untimely end at Mount Wu. I didn't expect to show up here, and from the point of view of the sword-holding posture, obviously also a master. No wonder that county princess dared to leave home. Just cannot understand is, since there is such a master, but ran to the tavern to steal. Brain dead? Tanyu. The young girl took the ball of paper and confirmed that it was Mrs. Handwriting. How did the lady let you come? Little Shadow's gaze still held suspicion, but she lowered the long sword in her hand. Shenmue found a clean place to sit on and said indifferently, it seems that you still don't understand the situation of your county princess. She almost died. What? Little Shadow's pretty face changed. Shenmue raised his hand to signal her not to be too nervous and said, don't worry, she has been saved by me. Tanyu. Shenmue carefully told the story of his rescue. Upon listening to the process of artificial respiration, Little Shadow had an odd expression and slowly spoke. You're in a big mess. Yeah, I'm probably going to be beheaded by the Emperor. Shenmue spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Little Shadow sheathed his sword and did not deny it. Shenmue let out a breath and looked straight at the young girl whose body was permeated with overpowering sword intent. Tell me, what's going on with you guys? And what does your lady mean by asking me to come? In addition, I want to know, your cultivation is so powerful. How could you be reduced to stealing from a tavern? Tanyu, were you followed when you arrived? Or talked to anyone else about it? Shadow stared at him intently. Shenmue shrugged. Haven't told anyone else, but whether or not I've been followed, that I can't guarantee. After all, my strength is very low. Give me your home address and I'll meet you tonight. What's wrong? Seeing that Shenmue didn't say anything, the young girl frowned. My family has a maiden and a sister-in-law. Tanyu, don't worry, I won't hurt them. And I won't bring trouble to them. I just have some information I need to pass on to the lady through you. Shadow explained. Seeing that Shenmue still hesitated, the young girl was a bit impatient. Forget it, it's just as well if I ask anyone. After all, the county magistrate's home isn't in hell. Hearing these mocking words, Shenmue smiled bitterly. He tore a piece of paper from a small notebook, wrote the address and handed it over. Don't make a scene. My mother has to rest. She's suffering from a wind chill. It's rather heartfelt to have your own maiden. Shadow took the paper. I'll come to you around third watch and I'll signal you. Tanyu. With that, the young girl took out a finger-thick wooden pipe. Blow into your mouth. A voice as clear as a bird's song rang out. Shenmue nodded his head to show that he understood. Okay, I'll make a note of it. By the way, I picked up a painting when I was tangling with the snake demon. I guess it fell off of it. It's inconvenient for me to carry it around. So take it and keep it first. Xiaoling took a rolled-up painting from the side and threw it to Shenmue. Shenmue took the painting. Tanyu. Before he could say anything, there was a flash of black shadow in front of his eyes, and the young girl who was originally Ting standing in the house instantly disappeared in front of him. Only the two worn boarded-up doors swayed slightly. Awesome! Shenmue stood dumbfounded for a moment and spat out foul language. Shenmue opened the scroll in his hand. The painting is not very large, less than 20 centimeters wide and about 40 centimeters long, and shows a colorful drawing of a curvaceous woman. The woman lies quietly on the bed. Tanyu. The dress is half exposed. From the situation, it looks as if the artist painted the woman while she was sleeping, and the brushstrokes carry a strong sense of delicacy. But the only weird thing was that the woman's face was blank. I don't know if the artist hadn't gotten around to it yet, or if he had deliberately erased the woman's features. Average. Not as good as the Uncle Lou I confiscated from Garden Rain's room. Shenmue lost interest after a couple of glances and closed the scroll. When he walked out of the room, an electric light suddenly flashed from his mind, and Shenmue's body gave a steep start, as if he had pressed the pause button. Tanyu. Swish. He violently unfolded the scroll in his hand, deadly staring at the woman sleeping on the bed in the painting. Shift your head slightly toward the left side and fold your right hand over your left hand and place it in front of the small of your back. Shenmue's gaze shifted across and landed on the woman's feet. I can see that the author's drawing skills are very strong. Even the woman's feet are painted in detail. Quite exquisite. But Shenmue held his breath. Tanyu. The right thumb of the woman in the painting. The nail was painted with red rouge. Quite eye-catching. Shenmue hurriedly took out his record book and flipped it to the page where Xueziqing's transcript was recorded, carefully comparing it. Hiss. Chills ran down Shenmue's spine. Exactly the same as Xueziqing's dictation. At that time, the posture of those 11 women in Bao Chunlu when they died, as well as the red rouge on the nails of their feet, turned out to be exactly the same as the women in this painting. Place name. Chapter 91 Key Clues. That's a total windfall. I one half 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 I. Shenmue was in an excited mood. Originally, the case of Ju Chunlu was difficult to have too many clues, and now with this painting, it is like tearing a hole in the dense spider web of clues. The outlook is clear. There are not that many coincidences in heaven. Since the 11 women died in the same posture as the woman in the painting, it was enough to show that the murderer was very purposeful. Either that or for revenge. Either that or it's a deliberate attempt to vent the emotions in your heart because of the woman in the painting. See below. Referring to many murder cases throughout the ages, there are quite a number of psychopathic murderers who would create identical murder scenes as a unique identification for themselves. If one looks into the hearts of these murderers, one comes to a conclusion. Most of those psychopathic murderers are fueled by childhood abuse or emotional frustration and begin to vindicatively hurt others. But there was only one tragedy at Jukanlu, and there have been no more murders of the same kind since then, and it killed 11 women at once. From this it may be boldly inferred that the murderer was seeking revenge. Who exactly is the woman in this painting? What is her relationship with the snake demon? From the painting, Shenmue was lost in thought. Since the painting had fallen off the snake demon, it meant that the 11 women had indeed been killed by the snake demon, and the purpose of the killing was for the woman in the painting. Judging from the situation depicted in the portrait and the delicate emotions revealed, the relationship between the artist and the woman was not a simple one. A lover? Shenmue vaguely felt that he had caught an extremely important clue. If we can follow this clue and investigate, we can surely solve the tragedy of Bao Chunlu and even uncover the snake demon. Totally. Back home, Shenmue couldn't wait to come to the study to look through the transcripts of those women at Yuchunlu. With over 200 pages of transcripts, it's a struggle to sift through them to find important information. Yesterday, Shenmue also only analyzed about 30 pages, and most of the information sifted through is fragmented and not very helpful to the case. But not anymore. With revenge as a clear direction, it's just a matter of finding out who these 11 women have problems with on a regular basis. Limited. The outside of a greenhouse and the inside situation are two worlds altogether. In the eyes of outsiders, the greenhouse every day singing and dancing, extravagant and colorful, a lively scene. The sisters have a harmonious relationship, very close, but the internal competition is far greater than outsiders can imagine. I remember that Shenmue once saw a documented history and deeds of the greenhouses, where some women disfigured, poisoned, and stabbed their companions in order to suppress their competitors. It's creepy to watch. A deeper understanding of the natural jealousy of some women. Ganging up is a normal thing. Limited. Let's take Shui Kaiqing of Bao Chunlu as an example. This woman was light in nature and had no desire to compete. Even for the title of flower leader she deliberately avoided it and did not engage in it. Yet even so, there were still a number of women in the Bao Spring house who ostracized her and deliberately isolated her. Even these transcripts contain a number of women slandering Shui Kaiqing. This shows that in such an environment even if you are humble and avoid it, you will attract envy. What are sisters? Why are you the only one pretending to be noble? I don't know what to say. Time flies. As the clues deepened, Shenmue was completely in a state of oblivion. During the period, the sister-in-law called a few times during the meal, but they were pushed by Shenmue, and the angry little girl cursed twice without disturbing again. White Fiber Feather has also been here twice. The first time she just sat quietly at the table for a while and didn't make a sound to disturb her husband. Looking at her husband's handsome side face, it was as if she was admiring a painting. A gentle smile was always at the corner of his lips. Oh, see pound the. That is, until she accidentally coughed and hastily put the back of her hand against her lips, forcing a cough and quietly exiting the study. Shenmue was oblivious to her departure. The second time was when it was about to get dark, and she entered the study softly and gently to put on a robe for her husband, who was immersed in the analysis of the case. On his way out, he lit an oil lamp ahead of time and put a plate of treats on the side. He has not been in the study since. It wasn't until late at night that Shenmue finished analyzing all 200 pages of transcripts. The table was completely flooded with densely written papers, and the oil lamp that Bai Jianyu had lit in advance was about to run out of its last glimmer of light, swaying bitterly to support it. So damn tired. Shenmue took a long breath, his eyes swollen and uncomfortable. He got up and moved his almost stiff back, casually grabbing a snack from the table and eating it as he did so, but his eyes were glued to some of the names sifting through the record book. 34 names in all. The owners of these names had had more or less trouble with those 11 dead greenhouse girls. For example, today I broke your piano accidentally, or ate bad stomach suspected that someone else drugged, or in the bed too hard accidentally flashback, or robbed whoever the sweetheart. In short, miscellaneous conflicts create weekday grievances. Totally. Don't look at the 34 haters as a lot, but realize that these are only roughly sifted from the bystander transcripts. Just who they hated and envied in their hearts could not be seen by this outsider. But there was one name that was circled out by Chen Mu's focus. Ryu Hyungjun. In Chen Mu's memory, there was information about this woman. She used to be the most popular headliner of Juchuanlu, winning the title of flower leader for 4 consecutive terms, with a somewhat extroverted and straightforward temperament that offended many of her sisters. Among them was the previous flower girl, Yuan Xinger. However, during an outing party in the middle of November last year, Lu Xiangjuan accidentally lost her footing and fell into the lake, drowning inadvertently. Limited. At that time, Chen Mu had not yet crossed over and was just a small constable. The case was eventually characterized as an accidental fall into the water. In retrospect, the case is more or less anomalous. Status as a flower girl, envied by many sisters, died over 7 months ago. Chen Mu picked up the faceless painting, gazing at the enchanting and moving figure of the woman in the painting. His eyes flickered with essence and he muttered softly, "Is the woman in the painting you?" Lu Xiangjuan. The lone moon hung high in the night sky, and the hazy night color enveloped a quiet mansion. Suddenly, a delicate figure appeared on the short wall, her green silk dancing lightly. It was none other than Xiaoying, who had an appointment with Chen Mu during the day. At this time, she was dressed in night clothes, melting into the night, only a pair of bright eyes glittering in the darkness of the night. Snap! She rolled over the mansion wall like a dexterous night owl. Her toes flicked on the surface of the pool, and she flew down lightly on the wigwam. Till, not a single sound was made, except for the rippling out of the surface of the pool, light as a piece of paper. As a small constable, the courtyard you live in is quite luxurious. You haven't been greedy in your regular life. Shadow mentally slandered twice and took out his whistle. Chirp dash. The whistle made a bird-song sound that echoed through the night sky. Just when she was ready to blow a second time, she inexplicably felt a coolness coming from the back of her neck, which was not like the wind, but more like a killing gas. Swish! A thin, silky willow sword was pulled out from the small barbarian waist, and with a shake of her white wrist, Little Shadow held the sword and stabbed towards her back. Chapter 92, The Little Emperor's Mind is Broken? The swords were like fine rain, blossoming into countless sword blossoms under the vibration of the dark energy. The end. Amidst the flashes of cold light, a delicate round stone on the wigwam was chipped off at the top, and countless fine grains of stone erupted like bullets. Yet Shadow froze. There's no one behind you. Not to mention people. Not even a shadow. Her jade fingers lightly rested on the hilt of the sword, slowly stabilizing the trembling sword. The rest of her eyes scanned the surroundings, her slender ink-colored eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Could it be me? As he was pondering, he suddenly heard a light footsteps coming. Looking sideways, it was Chen Mu coming from the direction of the study. The final, tiptoeing around like a ombre going for a cheat. Swish! Little Shadow appeared beside him silently and ripped him behind the wigwam with one hand. Chen Mu, who had almost been scared out of his mind, said without a trace of anger when he saw the little shadow, "Can't you be a little bit more normal? Miss is being watched. That's why she asked you to meet me at the blacksmith store." Little Shadow spoke slowly, his gaze cold. Surveillance? The end. Being watched by the underworld guards? Chen Mu rubbed his shoulders that were sore from the tugging. What on earth are you two masters and servants up to? One moment you're like a cutie. And one moment you're being shrewd. Xiao Ying's vermilion lips slightly opened. Why did the young lady run away from home? Did she tell you? Said it. Chen Mu nodded. She said that she wanted to share His Majesty's worries and go catch the snake demon. Little Shadow calmly said, "This is just a front. Miss and I did come here to catch a demon, but it wasn't a snake demon. And encountering a snake demon was purely an accident. Good man. All the monsters have come to Qingyu County, right?" The end. Chen Mu was powerless to spit. "I guess there's a monkey king and a pig demon coming out tomorrow." Xiaoying leaned against the wigwam. Her slender back dyed a haze under the moonlight. "We found Wushan, but the demon disappeared." "What demon? It's not really a demonic thing. It's a mysterious object from beyond the heavens." Little Shadow didn't hide it from Chen Mu. "We searched for its location half a month ago with the help of the heavenly transformation, but when we went to search for it, the object was no longer there. Perhaps it ran away early." Mysterious objects from outer space? The end. Hearing these words, Chen Mu suddenly recalled a scene he had encountered when he was stuck with a Bujin in the mysterious cave of Wushan. It shouldn't be it. But that monster had already been killed by Yun Jiyue. Little Shadow continued. "Then we accidentally encountered a snake demon. So I asked Miss to go first and made an appointment to rendezvous at the blacksmith store. In order to delay my lady's escape, I tried my best to tangle with that snake demon, and I could have gotten rid of it. But I was stopped by a mysterious person." "Mystic? Is it a person?" Chen Mu questioned. The end. Little Shadow nodded gently. "It was a human, not a demon. His strength is very strong. I almost died in his hands. Fortunately, another woman appeared later and was targeted by that mysterious person. I was able to get out safely and leave Ozen while the mysterious man was tussling with the woman. Speaking of which, Shadow was still in a state of shock. If it wasn't for the appearance of the woman in white that attracted the attention of the mysterious man, she would have become a corpse by now. I don't know what happened to the woman in white. It was expected to be a vicious one. Shenmue sort of understood at this moment. So your lady is here on her own personal business under the guise of catching demons for the Emperor. The end. Exactly. It seems that the sheriff's mistress doesn't like the Emperor very much. Miss is going to marry the Emperor. But it's just a rumor. Little Shadow sneered. Hearing these words, Shenmue's heart stirred. Rumors? That is to say, the county's main marriage to the young Emperor is someone's speculation behind the scenes, deliberately spreading rumors, rather than the Lu family's intention? That would be interesting. And, in the world, the only one who dares to spread such rumors is the West Factory Seizure Affairs. And behind the Western Factory is the little Emperor. After combing through this information, Shenmue couldn't help but inhale a breath and came to a sudden realization. No wonder your young lady repeatedly emphasized that it was I saved her. So it turns out that there is another layer of meaning. She was forced to marry the Emperor. You're not stupid. The corners of Little Shadow's mouth curved into a bizarre arc. Not a stupid hammer. I am now the dumbest man in history. Purely a tool in someone else's hands. The end. Shenmue was furious. The reason why the little Emperor spread those rumors was simply because he wished to tie the great general of Jinbei to him. Today the Empress Dowager is still in power and her position is hard to shake. The young Emperor's wings were not yet full, and he was so weak that he could only use this stupid method to temporarily bring himself an ally, even if this ally is forced. But now the situation has changed. Shenmue's bad reputation of the county princess in order to save Lu Maui was tantamount to cuckolding the young Emperor in disguise. The end. What was the young Emperor to do in this situation? He could only take the initiative to dispel the rumors and tell the world that the royal family had never had the idea of marrying Lu Maui. It was all made up by people outside. In this way, the cuckold on the head was removed, but the ally was gone, and Lu Maui was equal to freedom. Grandpa's. Shenmue was really about to go crazy, rubbing his face hard to stifle a bitter laugh. The Emperor is probably going to hate me to death. The young Emperor thought to himself, I have worked so hard to lay out for so long and spread so many rumors, only to be kissed out of existence by your kid's mouth. The end. This mentality does not explode. Simply cannot say ah. Little Shadow laughed. Believe me, my young lady doesn't care about fame at all. And at one time she thought of intentionally defaming her innocence to get rid of His Majesty's coercion. But this was too obvious. And once the royal family seriously investigated, it would not be possible to hide it. Those who adore the young lady don't dare to propose marriage. But it's different now. My lady really lost her honor because of an accident, which even she didn't expect. Not her intention. Even if the royal family wants to investigate, they can't find any results and can't blame the Lu family. So, she does thank you. End. Previously, Shenmue was still harboring a guilty conscience towards the Lu Wui girl. Only now do I realize that the other side did not set off firecrackers to celebrate is already enough to give face. I guess last night to hide under the covers to sneer. Women, indeed, are born to be performers. Looking at Shenmue with a look as if he had lost his life, Little Shadow sighed quietly. Shenmue, you can only count yourself unlucky. No one can save you now. The Emperor will definitely hate it. He won't kill you now, but sooner or later, your head will fall to the ground. Shadow was right. The end. For the time being, Shenmue was safe. Besides, the young Emperor had just given him the oracle to investigate the case not long ago, so if he killed him at this time, it would be like slapping his own face. So now Shenmue was walking on the tip of a knife, and perhaps one day his head would fall to the ground. Is there any way to save yourself? Shenmue laughed bitterly. Little Shadow said, there is, if you can make great achievements to make the Emperor value you, or, you can get the appreciation of the Empress Dowager. Hugging the Empress Dowager's thighs? Finally, Shenmue rubbed his chin, caught in a tangle. I don't know if the Empress Dowager's thighs smell good and are comfortable to hold. Anyway, you figure it out on your own. Our Lu family can't help much for the time being. If you can live, it's considered a favor owed to you. Little Shadow said faintly. Upon hearing this sarcasm, the corner of Shenmue's mouth tugged. If your young lady ventures away from home, the Emperor will resent her as well. Not really. Xiaoying laughed and shook her cicatrization. You have overestimated the little Emperor and underestimated my young lady. In the eyes of outsiders, my young lady is an unruly county princess. The end of the. She had once been in the capital, and more than once she had openly said that she wanted to enter the palace as a royal concubine, and she has caused a lot of trouble as the Emperor's woman. Now the reason why she ran away from home was purely because she wanted to go and catch demons to solve the Emperor's problems. which was in line with her character in terms of sense and reason. At least in the eyes of outsiders, my lady is suffering because of the emperor. So, this can only be blamed on the emperor. Little Shadow wrapped her arms around her chest, her lips pursed in a self-satisfied smile. Shenmue bared his teeth. The final. Woman, you're so ruthless, you can play the little emperor in the palm of your hand. It is estimated that the little emperor is also dumbfounded. After all, you're the one who summoned the other girl into the palace to say these things. Don't you know that this girl is a silly white girl? She ran away from home solely because she wanted to help you. Now she's lost her honor. Who can blame her? I can only blame you, little emperor. So this farce came down. The big head that complained the most was Shenmue. The little emperor lost a lot of money, and Lu Maui gained her freedom even though she lost her honor. At the tavern, you're deliberately stealing for outsiders as well, aren't you? The end. Shenmue's heart was tired. Little Shadow nodded. That's right, it was kind of an unforeseen circumstance that you stopped us at that time, but it doesn't affect Mrs. Image in the eyes of outsiders. Excellent acting skills, admirable, worthy of being the granddaughter of the great general of Jinbei. Shenmue extended his thumbs up. If it wasn't for this master and servant taking the initiative to give him a confession, it was estimated that he would now think that Miss Lu was a silly white girl. It's true that no one in a high position is a real cutie. It's up to you to nail it. The end. Now that the young lady is being guarded by the underworld guards, there's no way to continue searching for that mysterious demonic creature. So it can only be me who secretly investigates first. Little Shadow took out a small wax-sealed tube and threw it to Shenmue. Give it to the lady and don't let the underworld guards see it. By the way, you're very good at handling cases. I hope you can find out who brought the young lady from Wushan to the Cold Mist Temple as soon as possible. As for why the young lady fell from the cliff, it can only be an accident. After all, she doesn't have any cultivation now, so if she really meets a bad guy, she can only run away. Shenmue raised his eyebrows. Why should I help you guys? Is there any benefit? You can't help. The end. Xiaoying squinted her cold almond eyes, slightly lifted her pointed chin, and bit a cold smile between her shell teeth. It's up to you to choose. But, before Shenmue's words fell, the woman in front of him disappeared again like a ghost. You're a big man. Do you really think I'm a dog-licking philanthropist? Shenmue was furious and flung his hand to throw the wax-sealed tube in his hand, but after hesitating, he still put it away. Forget it, don't bother with women. The end. Shenmue cursed in a low voice and headed towards the house. Shortly after Shenmue left, a white-clothed woman appeared at the location where he had just stood, her face cool and her brows slightly furrowed. What a sheriff, hiding quite deeply. Bai Jianyu's gaze was ghostly. However, remembering the predicament her husband was currently in, the woman had another headache. Husband, you really can cause trouble. It seems like I can only plead with the Empress Dowager. Her old man. Chapter 93, The Case of Lu Shangjuan. The next day, Shenmue came to the county office. O.C. Pound. Seeing that Lu Mai's room was still guarded by the underworld guards, he turned his direction and headed for the case library. He was going to rummage through Ryu Hyungjun's dossier from last year. Although Lu Shangjuan was characterized as an accidental death by falling into the water, as long as there had been a report to the police, there would be a record of it in the case library. Hey, is there a clue? Yun Jiyue, who had been waiting at the county courthouse, saw Shenmue, put her hands behind her back, and came up with a smile. Seeing that you seem to be in a good mood. Today's Yun Jiyue was dressed in a long black power suit with small deerskin boots, quite valiant. A head of black hair bunched up high into a ponytail, walking with a wobble, less old-fashioned on weekdays, more youthful and lively. I'm about to get my head killed and it's still good? Shenmue laughed coldly. Yun Jiyue sighed and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I contacted the clan last night. If the emperor really wants to kill you at that time, there will be someone to plead for you. Really? Shenmue was skeptical. The other party is, after all, just a minion of the Yin Yang sect, and has a hairy voice in the sect. Purely comforting, right? If you don't believe me, forget it. See below. In response to Shenmue's question, Yun Jiyue skimmed her pink lips. In order to save you, even Dasawei went to beg the heavenly monarch. Put. Shenmue didn't hold back his laughter. The woman glared at him in displeasure. What are you laughing at? I really didn't lie to you. Shenmue stopped his smile and said with a straight face, Elder Yun, I appreciate your good intentions, but I know in my heart what kind of goods I am. Would a hallowed grand secretary beg the heavenly monarch for a small constable? Don't joke about it. You old man. You people. Yun Jiyue's willow eyebrows rose, but suddenly her eyes rolled back and she sneered. Of course Simon won't care about you. A little constable. She went to beg the heavenly monarch because of my face, so you have to thank me properly. Just you? If you were really close to the Grandmaster, would you have been sent to this hole? I am because. Yun Jiyue didn't know how to explain herself for a moment, and lifted her small deerskin boots and kicked Shenmu in the calf. Then you'll wait for death slowly. Hiss. Shenmu rubbed his calves and frowned. Sure enough, that's what most women are like. They like to punch, kick, scratch and spill when they are disliked and dumbfounded. Can't we just roll with the punches and resolve the conflict? Totally. Okay, I trust you. Shenmu smiled bitterly and cupped his fists and arched his hands as he lazily said, then, thank you Senior Yun for saving me. If I can really survive, I will definitely give my body to you. Asterisk 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 off. Yun Jiyue was exasperated, wanting to lightly kick again but saw Shenmu's lapdog Zhang Wei coming from a distance, so she resigned. Benji, do you have any plans for today? Zhang Wei asked with a smile. Shenmu thought for a moment and tore a piece of paper from the small book of records and handed it to him. Go and make another statement. Remember, to question them individually as before. I one half. Ah, it's making me go to the Bao Spring house again. Seeing the contents of the paper, Zhang Wei wept. He was truly afraid of those demonic women. Every time you go to give them a statement, you have to be teased and seduced. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Shenmu kicked towards his ass. If you're told to go, go, don't dawdle. Oh, Zhang Wei hung his head and laughed. Tutti frutti. Yun Jiyue stared at Shenmu curiously. Is there progress in the case? Sort of. Even though the emperor might kill my head, this case has to go on. Shenmu smiled and suddenly said to the woman, by the way, do you remember the previous bet? From now on, you're going to be my bodyguard plus secretary on a personal basis. The woman gave him a blank look. Fine, but it's only 10 days. It'll go by in the blink of an eye. But soon she learned how exhausting it was to be a secretary. Entering the case files library, Shenmu first let her pour a cup of tea, then asked her to go through Lu Xiangjuan's case files, and he himself crosses his legs and rests in his chair. Oh, see pound. There is as much grace as there is leisure. Looking at the rows and rows of piled up case files, Yun Jiyue almost didn't explode with anger and wanted to protest, but remembering the bet, she could only grit her teeth and rummage through them. It took about half an hour or so of rummaging before he finally found Lu Xiangjuan's case file. Snap! Yun Jiyue exasperatedly threw the dossier on the table in front of Shenmu. Here you go. After throwing down the dossier, she sat down very unimaginatively on the bench, straightened her long legs and gently tapped them. Her mouth kept complaining in a low voice. If I had known, I wouldn't have bet. Letting this guy make a maid for nothing. I'm not sure I'd have done that. Perhaps sensing something? Yun Jiyue slightly turned her head sideways and realized that Shenmu was staring at her pair of long legs as if her eyes were going to stick to them. Bang! Yun Jiyue, whose face surfaced a touch of redness, violently stomped down the table, slightly revealing her rage. Where do the dog's eyes look? Shenmu coughed, and ultimately didn't say the mumbly words of this leg can play for 10 years, and lowered his head to look at Lu Xiangjuan's dossier. When, November 19th of last year. Location, Qinlu Street, Huailan East Lake. Specific incidents, I-1/4S. At that time, the Qin Academy organized a poetry conference, and invited many literati, as well as some girls from the Qin Academy to come and help with the music and chanting. Among them were Lu Xiangjuan, the flower leader at that time, and Yuan Xinger, the flower leader later on. At that time, there were a total of 4 painted boats, parked in the lake. As long as someone makes a poem, the scribe will send the transcribed poem to the girls on the floating boat, who will then sing and caress it. The evening was quite lively and the streets were packed. However, at the end of the event, there was an unexpected incident, which cast a layer of gloom over the poetry conference and made many people feel sorry for it. That is, Lu Xiangjuan accidentally fell into the water. Tick. The time of the fall was about 9:15 in the evening. At that time, the event was about to end, and the girls of Juchuan-Lu were ready to go back. And no one thought that the most popular flower girl of the night would accidentally fall into the lake because of drunkenness. Once she was rescued to shore, it was discovered that she was not breathing. After the coroner's autopsy, it was determined to be drowning. Coupled with the confession of the bystanders, the accident was also closed as such. Shenmu also found out the records of the coroner's autopsy at that time. Although the coroner's autopsy records are not detailed enough, from the description of the deceased, it is consistent with the symptoms of drowning. But there's still a lot of doubt here. Totally. For example, it was a bit unbelievable that at that time, Lu Xiangjuan was in the water for almost a minute or two before someone went into the water to rescue her. There were so many people on the streets. Wasn't there anyone who knew how to use the water? Where's the boatman on the boat? If it was said that Lu Xiangjuan fell into the water because it was too secretive and the environment was too noisy for anyone to notice at the time, then this was even more bull. How can a flower girl go unnoticed? There must have been quite a few obsessed men watching the goddess's every move closely, and something as big as falling into the water would have gone unnoticed? Let's go to Tanya Street. From the top of the page, Chen Mu put down the dossier, his eyes flickering slightly. Intuition, Lu Xiangjuan case definitely has a big problem, and more closely related to the subsequent Juchuan building tragedy. Chapter 94, Murderer. The breeze is blowing and the sparse branches and leaves are swaying in the wind. The wind is blowing. Chen Mu and Yun Jiyue traveled along the sandstone paved road, the noisy and wide street, yelling and shouting. Crowds come and go in the streets. That's where the Gumshoe Academy held its poetry contests at the time. Chen Mu pointed to the three-story restaurant not far away and moved his gaze to the lake in front of him. The painted boat that the girls from the Bao Spring House ride in is here. You really think there's something wrong with the Lu Xiangjuan case? On the way here, Chen Mu told her about his speculation, and Yun Jiyue found it unbelievable. Originally, I was investigating the case of Ju Chunlu, but it turned out to involve the case of Lu Xiangjuan. What's going on? This guy is so screwed up too. If we keep looking into it like this, we'll probably turn up a few more old cases, Chen Mu said indifferently. As of now, Lu Xiangjuan is the key figure in the Jukanla tragedy. If we can find out about her case, the Jukanla tragedy can be solved directly, and we can find the snake demon without any problems. So divine? Yun Jiyue's beautiful eyes glittered. Chen Mu regretted. It's a pity that I wasn't there when Lu Xiangjuan died, and now that 7 months have passed, it's difficult to get an autopsy. Not bad if you have modern high-tech equipment. I don't want to see you. This era doesn't have that much refined high technology, and it's just too hard to rely on old-fashioned means alone. Chen Mu slowly circled around the lake, analyzing the situation at the time of the crime. With all the crowds around the lake, the boat is surrounded by a boat that is completely in the line of sight of the crowd. If Lu Xiangjuan fell, she would definitely be discovered at the first opportunity. After all, there are so many pairs of eyes watching. However, as shown in the case record, the companion did not realize that Lu Xiangjuan had fallen into the water until a minute or two had passed. The others on the shore didn't even notice. It. Why is that? Is it possible that everyone is blind? Or was Lu Xiangjuan briefly invisible? There are only two explanations. The first explanation, perhaps something happened at that time to attract the attention of the crowd, so that they did not realize that the drunken Lu Xiangjuan fell into the lake. It's a lot like the Mu Xianger case. Someone is deliberately creating chaos. The second explanation is that the boat on which Lu Xiangjuan was traveling was in the blind spot of the crowd, which caused her to fall into the water and not be noticed. The second explanation is that Lu Xiangjuan's boat was in the blind spot of the crowd. Considering the circumstances, the first explanation is a bit forced. Even if something did happen then that caused the crowd's attention to be drawn, it was impossible for everyone to ignore the flower girl, at least in Chen Mu's opinion. The second explanation made the most sense. That is, the painting boat happened to be in the blind spot of the crowd's sight, and in this time period Lu Xiangjuan accidentally fell into the lake. Being in an intoxicated state, it is difficult to call for help after falling into the water as a normal person would react. The fact that no call for help had been heard, coupled with the hustle and bustle, caused a minute or two to pass before anyone realized that the flower girl had fallen into the water. But there is another problem. Pressure. Normally, drowning deaths are categorized as dry or wet drownings. Dry drowning is when a person falls into the water and is so stimulated and frightened that the sound gate closes, triggering death by asphyxiation in a matter of seconds. And wet drowning is normal drowning. In the case of wet drowning, a normal person who falls into the water and chokes for 2 or 3 minutes will enter a state of death. There have been longer ones too. Given the circumstances, Lu Xiangjuan wouldn't have wasted too much time even if the rescue wasn't timely. Yet she had no vital signs after she was rescued from the shore. This could not help but make Chen Mu a bit perplexed. Of course, this is just a hypothetical challenge. After all, there was no body for him to be able to examine meticulously, and he can only guess purely on the basis of the case file and the transcript, with a great deal of discrepancy. What blind spot is there in this place that obscures everyone's view? Chen Mu's gaze was scanning around like a scanning machine. Suddenly, his eyes settled on a stone arch bridge. This large, aged stone arch bridge spans the clear, mirror-like lake, connecting the two sides of the lake like a rainbow. This bridge, aka the bridge, Chen Mu's heart stirred and he walked over. After walking to the lake bridge, he realized that the ship needed to make a bend of almost 60 degrees or so after passing under the bridge. Chen Mu took a step as a ruler and measured the width of the bridge, which was about 6 meters. He jumped along the small slope next to the bridge to the bottom side of the bridge, carefully observing the terrain. After half a second he slapped his hand and said excitedly, "This is it. What's going on here?" Yun Jiyue was confused. Chen Mu said indifferently, "At that time, when the poetry fest was about to end, The painting boat that Lu Xiangjuan was riding on went along the lake path in the direction of the Juchuan building, and it was bound to have to pass over the stone arch bridge, which was so wide as to completely cover a painting boat. The bridge was so wide that it completely blocked the boat. Add to this the fact that there is a bend after passing the bridge, in which case the people on the shore of the lake are in a complete blind spot. Once Lu Xiangjuan falls into the lake, the people on the shore will not be able to see it at all. Yun Jiu's almond eyes glowed. If according to your speculation like this, then the companion on the boat at that time had a big problem. Was it murder? It's not easy to determine at the moment, so I'll wait for that kid Wei to bring in his statement before I can make a determination, Chen Mu said. Zhang Wei was still very efficient and brought the records near to noon. Press release. While waiting, Chen Mu and Yun Jiue went around and visited some of the residents of the stores on Tanlu Street, asking about the circumstances of that day when Lu Xiangjuan died. Through a large number of oral accounts, Chen Mu vaguely had a complete speculation in his mind. Ban 2. As you instructed, I deliberately avoided Miss Xue and went to the other girls to make the statement transcripts. Zhang Awei handed Chen Mu a stack of confessions. Why are you avoiding Xue Kaiqing? Yun Jiue was puzzled. Chen Mu said indifferently. She is highly suspected. And I also suspect that this woman has a close connection with the Juchuan Lu tragedy, and she definitely has something to hide. Do you think she could be the killer? AKA, I don't know if she's a murderer. Yun Jiue made a bold guess. Chen Mu shook his head. I don't know. Let's solve the case of Lu Xiangjuan first. Finding a quiet tea house with a quiet ambience, Chen Mu began to meticulously view and analyze the latest transcripts in his hands. 7 months after the fact, parts of the memory are blurred. However, the person involved was the once famous flower leader Lu Xiangjuan, so she was still able to sort out some useful clues from it. Lu Xiangjuan's personality is very outgoing, giving off a lively and straightforward sensibility. She dances exceptionally well. Pressure. She is very accomplished in court dance, folklore, pan drumming, and hula, which is why she is so popular. But it's easy to offend people in relationships, including the sisters of Bao Chunlu. But there are some sisters who are under her care all year round and love her. Just a few. There are more jealous people after all. There are many people in the transcript who confirm that on the night of the poetry conference Lu Xiangjuan did drink a lot of wine and eventually reached the point of being drunk. But strangely enough, it was also mentioned in the deposition that Lu Xiangjuan seldom drank on a regular basis. I don't know why I suddenly went on a drinking binge that day. Chen Mu continued to look through the transcript. He weeded out some of the contradictory and implausible information, carefully picking and choosing the points of information that were logical and bizarre. It took him until mid-afternoon to organize all the transcripts. Any luck? Yun Jiue, who had been waiting for half a day in boredom, saw Chen Mu stretching his lazy waist. Her spirit was revitalized, and she hurriedly and eagerly asked, "It's basically confirmed. AKA, I don't know what I'm talking about." Chen Mu handed her the names on a piece of paper. The companions who had shared a boat with Lu Xiangjuan that day were them: Yuan Xinger, He Xiaomei, Dong Yeye. At first Yun Jiue looked normal, but immediately after that her willow leaf thin eyebrows knitted up, as if she realized something was wrong. The look on her face was unmistakable until the last name was read. 11 companions in all. Yun Jiue stared at Chen Mu and said in shock, "And these are the 11 women who died in the Bo Spring House tragedy." Chen Mu smiled and nodded. It can basically be characterized as a group crime. You mean, Lu Xiangjuan didn't fall into the water by accident, but was killed by these 11 women? Chen Mu said with a certainty in his tone. The posture of these 11 women at the time of their deaths is exactly the same as that of Lu Xiangjuan, so it can be determined that someone is taking revenge for Lu Xiangjuan. Who could it be? Yun Jiue breathed heavily. She now had a premonition that the truth of the Bao Chunlu case was about to surface, and that it must hide a wonderful story that was not known. Don't know yet, but there was an interesting discovery. Chen Mu flung the transcript in his hand and laughed. Lu Xiangjuan had a good best friend in her lifetime, and that best friend is Xue Kaicheng. It's her. Yun Jiue was stunned. That's right. What's also more interesting is that Xue Kaicheng didn't attend the day of the poetry conference. According to someone's recollection, she had a big fight with Lu Xiangjuan on that day, and even almost stabbed Lu Xiangjuan with a knife. Chapter 95, The Painted Woman. With a major breakthrough in the case and a suspect, all that's needed is one final blow to seal the deal. Help! However, Chen Mu didn't rush to confront Xue Kaicheng directly, but instead went to the Qin Shuyuan. Xue Kaicheng, that stone woman is not good enough to attack at the moment. Definitely not spilling the beans. Instead of wasting time on her, it would be better to start elsewhere and interrogate her after finding actual evidence. At that time, if the other party continues to be uncooperative, torture can be considered. Chen Mu is a compassionate person, but it does not mean that he can't lay his hands on women. And when it comes to his own future and destiny, It is necessary to play the role of a ruthless person appropriately. Arriving at the Qin Shuyuan with Yun Jiyue, Chen Mu first went to find Mr. Ruan. Help! After all, the two were still on good terms, and they could learn something about what happened on the night of Lu Xiangjuan's death through him. At the time it was a poetry slam organized by the Gumshoe Academy, and they must have had close contact with the girls of Bo Springhouse, which should provide some clues. At this moment, the students of the academy had already finished their classes and dismissed from school, and Chen Mu found the house where Mr. Ruan lived. It was a small bamboo forest courtyard with a rather elegant environment. Surprisingly, there were other guests in the house. It was actually the protector elder of the law enforcement hall of the Cold Mist Temple and a handsome monk named Hong Xin. Seeing Chen Mu, that protector elder's face had a billion points of small embarrassment, and he bowed with his hands together as a greeting. Help! It was estimated that the last thing he wanted to see right now was Chen Mu. Monk Chen, we meet again. The handsome monk Hang Xin smiled faintly at Chen Mu, like a spring breeze. Ever since he knew that this monk named Hang Xin was the next presiding officer of the Cold Mist Temple, Chen Mu had paid extra attention. I have to say, whether from the temperament or appearance, it is like the reincarnation of the golden cicada. A Buddhist aura of lightness could indeed be felt from him. It was much smoother than the two-strokes monk that Chen Mu had seen before who said your lady is a demon. At least it made one's favorability increase. Help! Greetings to the two masters. Chen Mu cupped his fists and smiled. I didn't expect that you two would also have the leisure to come and exchange learning with Mr. Ruan, which is a surprise to Chen. I wonder if there are any poems for me to brighten up my eyes. An affable smile appeared on Hang Xin's angular face. Monk Chen is joking. In terms of poetic talent both Shifu uncle and I are hardly elegant, so how could we dare to make a fool of ourselves in front of Mr. Ruan? On the contrary, I heard from Mr. Ruan that your master Chen once met a Taoist called Nameless who had heaven and earth's poetic talent in his belly, and that line, no one has ever seen it before, and no one will ever see it after made us immerse ourselves in it, marveling at it and envying it. Upon hearing this verse, those present also marveled. In the past 2 days, the literary world in and around Qingyu County has created another huge wave. Help! Naturally because of the poem. It spread much faster than the previous winged goose, and it was a complete nuclear bomb that fell, shocking countless people both inside and outside the circle. The Taoist priest, Nameless, has also become the most mysterious figure in the minds of the people. The hotness of its discussion topic can be said to be the one of the year. Although Chen Mu had been buried in a case for the past 2 days and had no time to think about anything else, he knew that many people were hotly discussing this poem, including the selfsame mother. To be honest, Chen Mu somewhat regretted that he had a brain fart to pretend at that time. Help! Originally he had a small plan, but he didn't realize that the poem he copied was too showy and caused such a big impact. It's the same as digging a hole for yourself. It would also be troublesome if it really attracted the attention of some bigwigs to conduct an in-depth investigation. Sheriff Chen, today I came with Hang Xin for the matter of Hong Jia. The protector elder hesitated and said frankly, that Hong Jia is also somewhat related to Mr. Ruan. The abbot kicked Hong Jia out of the monastery. We are here to explain the situation to Mr. Ruan and give an explanation. Relatives? This was a bit of a surprise to Chen Mu. Help! I didn't expect that Hong Jia would have such a relationship with Mr. Ruan. So damn bloody. Not too familiar. After serving tea to Chen Mu and the two of them, Mr. Ruan had a bitter smile on his face. It's just a relative from afar, and it's true that he deserved to be kicked out of the monastery by Abbot Wu Hui. In addition, he arched his hand toward Chen Mu and apologized. Also the protector elder told me the specifics. I'm here to apologize to Sheriff Chen on behalf of Hong Jia. I hope Sheriff Chen doesn't mind. Mr. Ruan is polite. It's all just a misunderstanding. Chen Mu quickly waved his hand. Help! Only he was a little depressed inside, since the people's protector elder and future abbot personally ran to give the handover. It means that Hong Jia is not related to Mr. Ruan's relatives. I also wonder if this incident will create a gap between him and Mr. Nguyen. Life is so ed up. In the vast network of relationships, you never know what ripple effects the people you have offended will cause. But then again, even if he had known at that time that Hong Jia was a relative of Mr. Ruan, he would have taken a shot at teaching him a lesson. After all, that guy was just too beat up. Help! Mr. Nguyen. The protector elder gave Hang Xin a wink and got up. Sheriff Chen's visit must have important matters to talk to you about. Then the poor monk and Hang Xin won't be disturbed. Some other day if Mr. Ruan has time, he can come to Cold Mist Temple. Good. Then I'll see the two masters off. Mr. Ruan nodded and laughed, and apologized to Chen Mu. Sheriff Chen, you two sit down for a moment. I'll be back soon. Out of the way. Chen Mu smiled slightly. After the three left the house, Shenmue exhaled a cloudy breath and cursed in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what bad luck. Recently this luck is also too bad. How can I offend people everywhere? Help! I reckon you've been struck by bad luck and got mold. Yun Jiyue held back her laughter and deliberately joked. Why don't I do a spell for you tonight to get rid of the disease? Absolutely effective. You can heal? Chanmu, however, looked at her with a serious face. Yun Jiyue's head lightly nodded, proudly saying, of course, encountering me is like encountering a good medicine. Just steal your joy. That's right. Shenmu greatly agreed. You are my good medicine, and you will see results in one day. Help! Hearing the other party's words, Yun Jiyue was quite a bit pleased, but immediately afterward, she felt that something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't say where it was wrong. After all, in the piece of drag racing, she was 100,000 miles behind Shenmue. Shenmue also stopped teasing the other party and slowly wandered around the house, admiring the calligraphy and paintings that Mr. Ruan usually wrote. After all, he is a man of culture, and there is a spiritual charm between the ink and the brush. It's also true that Nian's handwriting is beautiful, but it's still a bit short of Mr. Nguyen's penmanship, the difference between an amateur and an expert. Shenmue came to the table. On the case is a painting of only half of the landscape, the peaks and peaks. Even if only half of the painting also let people realize the profound meaning. Help! Shenmue casually flipped through it. At that moment, he suddenly looked startled, and gently drew out a corner of the drawing paper from the stack of waste paper on the table. The painting is of a woman who is dancing the hoopla. Enchanting and lively. Chapter 96. Sorry you two, for keeping you waiting. Sacrifice at the end of morning. However, a while later, a green-shirt Mr. Ruan returned to the house, arching his hand in apology towards Shenmue and Yun Jiyue, who were sitting on chairs and sipping tea. Shenmue put down his teacup, got up and smiled. It's fine. It's rather us who should be sorry for taking the risk of disturbing you, sir. What are you talking about? Sheriff Chen, I wish you could come every day. Mr. Ruan gestured for Shenmue to sit down and personally refilled the tea, saying in a joking tone, this way perhaps you can bring a few more poems for us to feast our eyes on. Then we'll just have to take our chances. Shenmue smiled, gazing at the most talented gentleman in the academy in front of him, his eyes flashing with inexplicable emotions. Although Mr. Nguyen has reached 40, he exudes a charming elegance. Sacrifice at the end of morning. It is said that young girls love the vicissitudes of the older man's body. With a talent like Mr. Ruan's coupled with his temperament, even if he were to age 2 or 3 years more, he would probably be able to attract a lot of women. I don't know what Sheriff Chen is calling for today. Mr. Nguyen inquired curiously. Shenmue's fingers gently scraped the edge of the wooden table, his tone calm. It's like this. I wonder if Mr. Ruan can remember the poetry conference held by the Qin Academy on the 19th of November last year. Mr. Ruan's lifted teacup suddenly gave a start, and his stern eyes shot straight at Shenmue, as if it were a cold sword. At the end of morning, cold to the bone. But after a short moment, he was back to normal. After frowning and thinking for a while, he asked in a doubtful voice, last year's poetry conference. You are talking about the night Lu Shangjuan died? Chanmu, who had been keeping a firm eye on the other party's expression, smiled and nodded. That's right, it was that night. Why did Sheriff Chen bring up this matter again? Mr. Nguyen wondered. Shenmue leaned his back against the chair and said indifferently, I have some new investigations about the case of Lu Shangjuan falling into the water, so I want to ask Mr. Ruan about the specifics of that night. At the end of morning. What's wrong? Xiang, Lu Shangjuan, isn't she accidentally falling into the water? Upon hearing this, Mr. Nguyen looked confused. He set the teacup back down on the table and thoughtfully brought it back up again, gently straining the tea through the lid. The tea rippled and swirled with fine leaves, also like his state of mind at the moment. Shenmue sighed. I'm afraid there are still inside stories. I'm not at liberty to say more here. I only hope that Mr. Ruan can tell me what you know. For example, who did Lu Shangjuan meet at that time? Or what did she do? Mr. Nguyen was silent for a long time and spoke softly. Sacrifice. Actually, I don't know much. After all, I'm not too familiar with Lu Shangjuan, but I can still remember some of the circumstances of that night. We, the Qin Shuyuan, organized that poetry competition, and invited the girls from Jukanlo to chant and liven up the atmosphere. We had invited Miss Shui as well, but unfortunately she didn't show up that night. On the contrary, Miss Lu Shangjuan is more active than usual, as if she is very happy. Even, Mr. Ruan paused and helplessly said, he even invited quite a few men to drink with her, knowing that according to Miss Lu's past nature, those men would have no chance of getting close to her. Later, when Miss Lu got drunk, I remember it was Yuan Shinger and the other girls who took care of her. Unfortunately, there was an accident at the end of the poetry slam, at the end of morning. At that time, Yuan Shinger and the other girls were outside the cabin saying goodbye to the people on the shore, but ignored the drunken Miss Lu inside the cabin. Because the mezzanines at both ends of the cabin were opened at that time, Miss Lu might have climbed to the rear cabin while vomiting, and ended up accidentally falling into the water, and was already dead by the time she was rescued to the shore. When he finished, Mr. Ruan let out a long sigh. It's a pity about a beautiful person. Chen Mu listened for a long time. The brain spun like the blades of a blower, analyzing the situation. It's weird. From the tone of Nguyen's description, he sounds like both a close bystander and a distant bystander standing on the shore, at the end of morning. For some details he remembers well, but for others he is very generalized. Did Ryuka-kun say anything strange? Chen Mu asked again. Nguyen lost his smile and shook his head. That I don't know and it's hard to remember. And Mr. Ruan didn't drink with Miss Lu? Chen Mu frowned. Mr. Nguyen quietly looked at the hot air lingering in the teacup, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sacrifice. That's not true. To put it slightly over the top, I'm not very interested in windswept women. Of course, I've accompanied friends to the Bow Spring House a few times, but it was all just for socializing. So it is. Chen Mu nodded indistinctly, but inwardly, he was quite slanderous. Not interested? What are you doing drawing a girl if you're not interested? Oh yeah. Mr. Ruan suddenly remembered something. His face straightened and he changed the topic. It's just as well that you're here today, Sheriff Chen. I have some things to tell you, and it also saves me from having to go to you in person. Sacrifice at the end of morning. What is it? He understood that the other man was deliberately avoiding the subject, but then again, it's curious. Mr. Nguyen lowered his voice. That poem you gave earlier caused some trouble, and even though it was trouble we had reserved for a long time ago, it was still being used for hype. Capitalize on the hype? What do you mean? Chen Mu had a bad feeling. Mr. Lu said shabbily, this poem has basically spread throughout half of the world, including the capital, and there are already some good people who have used this poem to make an article, making up rumors to bash the Empress Dowager. Sacrifice at the end of morning. Some said that the nameless Taoist was an old courtier who was oppressed by the Empress Dowager, while others said that he was a depressed and handsome man who was repeatedly ignored by the Empress Dowager. There were even rumors that this one was intended to assist the emperor, but was relegated by the Empress Dowager. In short, some forces secretly pushed the waves and began to question the Empress Dowager as not as rumored to be recruiting virtuous talents and deliberately suppressing the emperor. Chen Mu's face began to turn ugly. This was completely beyond his expectations. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so reckless, or at least he should have copied a different poem with low visibility. But at the same time he felt an inexplicable rush of pleasure. At the end of morning. It's really cool that a poem can stir up the court. According to the palace, the Empress Dowager is also furious about this and has sent out the underworld guards to investigate the matter and also look for that nameless Taoist. Mr. Ruan said, Sheriff Chen, you will also be investigated when the time comes, so all in all, you still need to deal with it carefully. Chen Mu frowned. Sure enough I'm stuck with bad luck now. Messed with the emperor not to mention. And now even the Empress Dowager are messed with. Minutes for the rhythm of death. Looking at Mr. Ruan's worried expression, Chen Mu released a smile. Don't worry, I'm also just a passerby beside a nameless Taoist. Sacrifice at the end of morning. That's good. Nguyen smiled back. After such an interruption from the other party, Chen Mu didn't know how to continue his inquiry, so he asked some fragmented questions and got up with Yun Jiyue to say goodbye. After sending Chen Mu and his duo out of the Qin Shu Academy, Mr. Ruan returned to the house. He looked at the half-drawn landscape on the tabletop and remained silent for a long time, and he didn't know how long it took before he picked up his pen again and dipped it into the ink. The hand held a green pen but was slow to fall until a drop of falling ink crashed onto the paper. He frowned, crumpling the unfinished drawing into a ball and tossing it on the floor, turning to remove a stack of paintings from the bookcase and poring over them. Sacrifice at the end of morning. The look was complex. There is only one woman in all the paintings, Ryu Shangjuan. Chapter 97, He's still a kid. The setting sun sinks downward a little bit, with the sunset afterglow fading. Kent. The hot and bustling streets grew cold. Chen Mu and Yun Jiyue walked side by side on the street with few pedestrians, dragging long shadows, gently lifting the ponytail that was attached to her neck. Yun Jiyue's almond eyes looked at the contemplative Chen Mu, knowing that the other party was thinking about the case, and did not bother. Bored, she gently kicked the small stones at her feet. After a while, she deliberately went to step on Chen Mu's shadow again, and the small deerskin boots wrapped around her jade feet looked like they were venting their dissatisfaction. Stepping hard and crushing. If any pedestrians looked strangely at her, she puffed out her chest and pretended nothing had happened. Chen Mu was not aware of this. Kent. Along the way he kept his silkworm brows locked, constantly combining existing clues and sifting to piece together a complete chain of events. Lu Xiangjuan was killed by Yuan Xinger's 11 people, right? As for the reason for the killing, it is only to be followed up and investigated. Lu Xiangjuan seldom drank on a regular basis, but she was unusually hyper that night. What had happened to her? Why did Shui Kaiqing turn against her best friend on that day and even took a knife to her? Mr. Nguyen said he wasn't familiar with Lu Xiangjuan, but he was able to tell some details about that day, and it was obvious that he had contacted the other party. And the fact that he drew Lu Xiangjuan shows that this woman has a certain place in his heart. Kent. What's the relationship? Admirer? Or maybe lovers? This Mr. Nguyen has a problem? Yun Jiyue, who couldn't hold back, eventually couldn't help but look at him sideways, her tied-up ponytail fluttering gently as she opened her mouth to ask. Yes. Chen Mu laughed bitterly. This case is also really complicated. Much more complicated than the Mu Xianger case, with too many people involved. What I thought before was too simple, and it seems that the deviation is a bit big at the moment. Kent. There's no rush. Just take your time to investigate. That Qianhu Lai doesn't have a clue anyway. Yun Jiyue slightly skimmed her pink lips. Chen Mu curiously asked, where did he go again today? Where else could he go? He went to Wushan again. When Mingren and Zhuge Fengxiao were also forced to go by him. These two guys were originally planning to hang out with you. Yun Jiyue had a gloating look on her face. Thinking of the two people's bitter faces in the morning, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving into a nice crescent moon. Don't. A big beautiful woman around is fine. No need for a brown man. Kent. Chen Mu said seriously. Yun Jiyue, who had been patted on the back, grunted. Stop saying I'm a great beauty. Are you awkward? What part of my face is related to the word beauty? Chen Mu sized her up. It doesn't have to be about looks. You're so beautiful in mind. You're definitely a great beauty. Beauty of the heart? Yun Jiyue's goosebumps rose as she listened. She rubbed her arms and hurriedly moved away from Chen Mu. Don't be disgusting, okay? You really can't keep your mouth shut. Hey, I only have one mouth. I didn't say anything with both of yours. Kent. Chen Mu was dissatisfied. What two mouths? Yun Jiyue rounded her eyes. Chen Mu explained in a serious manner without changing his face. What I mean is that you are more articulate than me. In fact, sometimes I really can't say anything about you. It feels like you have two mouths. Don't lift me up. 10 of me can't even compare to you. Yun Jiyu gave a blank look. Chen Mu stopped teasing when it was appropriate to do so. You can't say more and more flirty things or you'll be out of line. It's the point that makes it rhyme. When he came to the streets of East Street, Chen Mu saw some people gathered not far away, and a burst of curses came from them. Kent. Chen Mu approached, but realized that it was Meng Yanqing. At this moment, her jade hand clutched the dress. Her pretty face was green and white, her eyes were a little red, and one hand gently caressed her lower cheek. Little Xin'er timidly hid behind her. On the other hand, opposite Meng Yanqing was a young woman wearing a short jacket with a group collar and narrow sleeves, looking like a maid in some big mansion. At this moment, he was pointing at Meng Yanqing's nose and cursing unpleasant words, and his temper was quite arrogant. Chen Mu frowned, parted the crowd and drilled in, and shouted in a cold voice, "What are all gathered here for?" Seeing Chen Mu, Meng Yanqing's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Kent dropped his eyes and didn't say a word. On the contrary, it was the young woman who swept over Chen Mu's uniform and scolded him angrily. "Are you the constable of this county? The law and order in your county is too bad. Is there no one to take care of beating people in the street? Hitting people?" Chen Mu's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Meng Yanqing and said indifferently, "What's going on? Speak slowly." The woman pointed at a boy of about 10 years old next to her and said coldly, "My young master was beaten by this woman. Why don't you arrest her?" Chen Mu looked at the boy. Kent. The other party's clothes were expensive, and he looked like the son of a rich family. In his hand was a wooden delicate slingshot, which he was playing with and ignoring others, but there was a slap mark on his face. "You beat him up?" Chen Mu looked at Meng Yanqing. Seeing the latter nod his head in acknowledgement, Chen Mu was a bit confused. It shouldn't. Meng Yanqing's character is more on the soft side. Kent. It is a woman who belongs to the category of women who are soft on the outside and also soft on the inside. And she usually treats everyone in a peaceful and low voice. So how could she possibly hit someone? At this time, he also saw the slap marks on Meng Yanqing's face and his expression went cold. Brother Mac, little Xin'er, who was hiding behind her, aggrievedly pointed at the boy and said, "He was the one who first hit me and my mother with a slingshot." Slingshot? Chen Mu glanced at the slingshot in the boy's hand and squatted down to ask softly, "Tell Brother Mu what happened." Little Xin'er whispered, "I went to buy vegetables with my mother, and that big brother said he wanted to play with me, and when I didn't want to, he hit me with a slingshot and almost hit me in the eye. Kent. It was only then that Chen Mu realized that the girl had a scar at the corner of her eye. The eyes grew colder and colder. Little Xianer went on to say, Mother went to the theory, but that big brother didn't listen, and kicked Mother, and took a slingshot and hurt Mother's chin, so Mother slapped him, and then this big sister ran over and slapped her mother, and then she kept scolding us. At this moment, the people around them were also talking about it. From their words, it could be confirmed that little Xianer wasn't lying, it was all the truth. Chen Mu stood up and looked straight at the young woman, faintly asking, was it your young master who made the first move? Kent. So what if he is? It's not like he did it on purpose. The young woman trudged on. When she saw the crowd start to point fingers, she cursed in exasperation. Don't you have any children in your family? It's not like you did it on purpose. What's all the yelling about? Chen Mu suddenly laughed. You're right, kids, it's normal to fool around. Seeing that Chen Mu was so uptight, the young woman raised her chin and said coldly, you constables are sensible. Forget it, I won't be a villain. Just let her apologize to my young master. Meng Yanqing's face turned green as he looked at Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu not only didn't help her speak, but instead advised, first give this young master an apology in advance. The body is delicate, and injuring it makes people feel quite guilty. Kent. Meng Yanqing froze, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Chen Mu chortled as he moved his wrist. Meng Yanqing finally couldn't hold back her tears and swished them down, only to feel her chest stuffy and miserable inside. She gripped her daughter's small hand tightly and bowed her head toward the woman and apologized. I'm sorry. After saying that, he was going to pull his daughter away. However, his arm was tugged by Chen Mu. Don't rush off. Kent. Meng Yanqing threw away her sleeves with force and looked at Chen Mu with red eyes. Big Sheriff Chen, I've apologized. What else do you want me to do? Kneel down and apologize. You need to know why you're apologizing. Chen Mu walked up to the boy, squatted down and said gently with a smile, promise me that next time, don't hit others with a slingshot, okay? I digress. The spoiled boy shook his head vigorously and even picked up a slingshot to scare Chen Mu. Next time I'll even hit you, ugly bastard. Gee, what a cute kid. Kent. Instead of getting angry, Chen Mu smiled brightly and said towards the surrounding people, see, he's still a kid. The woman sneered triumphantly. She had already realized that Chen Mu had found out that their status was not low and did not dare to cause trouble. This kind of underling lapdog is at everywhere. He's still a kid. Chen Mu said it out loud again. And then a big ear scratch slapped the boy's face hard, directly slapping the other party to the ground. So never let him go. Kent. Chapter 98, Who Stole Whose Man? The boy fell solidly to the ground, directly dumbfounded by the blow. The slingshot in his hand fell a good distance away. After this ear scratch fell, a dead silence fell over the room, and everyone froze, thinking they were seeing things. Meng Yanqing lightly covered her pink lips and almost shrieked in shock. The young woman was even more filled with a stunned look, her small mouth slightly open, and she didn't react until the boy cried out with a wow. Young master. The woman lunged forward with a mournful screaming voice. Looking at the boy's cheeks swollen into buns on his face and the blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, as if he was greatly stimulated, he glared angrily at Chen Mu. What are you doing? She went mad and seemed to pounce on Chen Mu, scratching his face with her sharp nails. Boo! Sharp pain came from his small abdomen, and he was kicked out by Chen Mu. Chen Mu pushed away Meng Yanqing who wanted to block him, walked to the young woman directly in front of her and grabbed the other party's hair, and even held 2 slaps and slapped the other party blindfolded. Damn! I hate bare children with no discipline. Chen Mu spat on the ground. I remember on a date with my girlfriend at the park in a previous life, there was a bare child who kept nourishing water on them with a water gun, with adults on the sidelines completely oblivious. Chen Mu gave the bare child an earful on the spot. Although I ended up regulating some money from the other party at the police station, I would still be that impulsive if I had to do it again. The onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know who shouted yes first, and the others all applauded, the resentment previously aroused by the woman turning into pain. Comparatively speaking, Chen Mu was quite popular among the people of Qingyu. On weekdays, they don't raid the poor people's oil and water. They are gentle and good-natured, and they have helped the people to deal with a lot of cases since they became the head constable. Even in the hearts of the people's popularity, finished better than the county master Gao Yuanchun. It was natural to support Chen Mu in teaching this woman a lesson at this moment. Only Meng Yanqing was filled with worry. While worried, her heart was warm, as if covered by a layer of hot sand, and her face was slightly hot, recalling that she had just spoken coldly to Chen Mu. There was another pang of regret and guilt. Do you know who we are? The young woman's dark eyes stared resentfully at the other woman like ghostly fire, as if she wanted to pounce on her and tear her to pieces. I don't know, but I don't want to know either. Chen Mu shook his head. I've even messed with the emperor and the empress dowager now. My life is hanging on the waistband of my pants, and I'm still afraid of the rest of you? The king of heaven will have to lie down when he comes. When you go back, tell your master to educate his children properly in the future. Don't act like an idiot all day long who has nothing to do. He's lucky to have met me today. Understand? Chen Mu walked to the crying boy and grabbed the other's collar and lifted him up alive. Stop crying. A voice went down, scaring the boy to stop crying and looking fearfully at the gentle but devilish-looking man in front of him. Chen Mu patted his face and asked, will you still take a slingshot to randomly hit other people in the future? The boy stared at him blankly, his body shaking with sobs. Speak! Chen Mu snapped. The boy shivered in fear and shook his head. Chen Mu nodded with satisfaction, brought the other party's face over, and said viciously, if I ever see you bullying anyone else in the future, I'll pull out your teeth, one by one, one by one. I'll take your eyes, one by one, one by one. I will take your nose and cut it off. I'll take your hands. Listening to these horrible words, coupled with the cold and evil aura that Chen Mu exuded, the smell of urine emanated from the boy's crotch. I wanted to cry but didn't dare. My body was shaking badly. Seeing that the scare was almost over, Chen Mu threw him on the ground and said to the young woman, my name is Chen Mu, the sheriff of the Qingyu County Yamen. After saying that, he left with Meng Yanqing and little Xianer. Chan. Mac. The woman gritted her teeth and stared hatefully at Chen Mu's back. After helping little Xianer treat the wound at the corner of her eye, Meng Yanqing told her to go to the study to write. Looking at Chen Mu, who was holding a charcoal pencil next to her and swishing to record the case, the woman hesitated and said in a low voice, I'm really sorry for what I thought before. You think I'm helping that woman bully you? Chen Mu said indifferently without lifting his head. Meng Yanqing was a bit embarrassed and apologized again. I'm sorry, I was a bit angry. So, anyway, it's my fault, don't be angry, okay? Her eyes prayed, her teeth biting her pink lips. At this time, Meng Yanqing were still like a 36-year-old lady, and did something wrong afraid of being criticized. Little girl is no different. Yun Jiyue, who was sitting in the corner of the room, stared at these two with interest. She found Chen Mu interesting. This man naturally seems to have the attribute of attracting bees and butterflies. As long as it is a beautiful woman, no matter what the other party's status will always go to tease. As young as a 15 or 16-year-old boat girl, to a mother of two, and the teasing is not quite the same, but at times he is restrained and seems to be intentionally reining in his character. Yun Jiyue rested her cheek with one hand, looked at Meng Yanqing's delicate and moving face, and muttered, people are more angry than people. Some people are born with beauty, and it seems that time won't take away her beauty. She touched her cheeks and sighed. Face value comes first after all. Look into something for me. Chen Mu walked up to her and handed her a note. With your skills you should be able to do it easily. Yun Jiyue took a look at the contents of the note and froze. Are you sure? Okay. Chen Mu said seriously. Fine. Don't just want to sidetrack me. I'm leaving. Yun Jiyue put the note away, muttered, and left Meng Yanqing's house. After the personal secretary left, Chen Mu once again laid down on the table to organize the case. And when Meng Yanqing saw that he never took care of himself, she was so aggrieved to the core that somehow, her eyes reddened again. Just as the teardrops were about to fall, a handkerchief was handed to her. How could I let you suffer? Chen Mu held his sore waist and twisted it twice, saying with a tight brow, even if it was your fault at the time, I would still be on your side. Meng Yanqing pinched her handkerchief, momentarily wondering how many layers of meaning Chen Mu's words had. Recalling the young woman's arrogant and domineering appearance, she wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and said worriedly, that woman said dash. It's probably the family of a certain big official. Chen Mu said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Meng Yanqing was anxious. Then what? They'll definitely retaliate against you, or I'll go apologize. Apologize to a hammer. I don't care about anything right now. Chen Mu spoke foul language. Anyway, it's been a bad luck lately, so it's not too much to offend one. Meng Yanqing was silent. She began to regret that she hadn't been able to pull Chen Mu, and at that time, if she had apologized properly, perhaps things wouldn't have evolved into this. It's all her fault. Here, let me take care of your wound. Looking at a tiny gash in the woman's jaw that had been scratched by a stone, Chen Mu picked up the potion on the table. No, I'll just do it myself. The woman was quick to excuse herself. Instead, Chen Mu held him down on the bench. Don't move. The woman dutifully stiffened her petite body. Chen Mu bent down and treated the wound very meticulously. Although the wound was not big, it would be troublesome if it was not treated well, leaving a scar. The man's warm breath kept pounding on his face, causing Meng Yanqing to inexplicably feel a rush of heat. She twisted her hands together, her palms sweaty. Heartbeat is even faster, especially with the other woman's handsome, unmistakable cheeks close up in front of her eyes. Her mind was slightly lost in thought. Fortunately, Chen Mu was quick to treat the wound, and only after he straightened up and left did the beautiful woman breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that the back of her shirt had long been drenched in sweat. Relaxation with a hint of loss. Let me ask you a question. Chen Mu suddenly moved a stool and sat in front of Meng Yanqing, and the latter's newly relaxed body tensed up again. What is wrong? She fidgeted, her legs subconsciously rubbing together. She wants a different dress. It was the last thing the beautiful woman wanted to do at the moment. Suppose you have a good best friend, which means a good sister. Suddenly one day you flipped out and had a fight, and you lost your mind and stabbed each other with a knife. What would be the reason? Chen Mu asked. Meng Yanqing was stunned, not expecting the other party to ask this question. She frowned her eyebrows for a moment and said, if that's the case, odds are she stole my man. Snap. Chen Mu snapped his fingers. Perfect explanation. Chapter 99. How is a standard bearer raised? Throughout the ages, there have been numerous cases of BFFs turning against each other for any number of odd reasons. As much as 1 second the two were like glue talking about little secrets and giggling, but the next second they became old and dead pure passers-by, or even enemies, and the reasons for this are many, but the most common is both are in love with the same man. Xue Caiqing's nature was very bland, with no desire to fight on the surface. But this kind of woman once fell in love with someone will become extremely paranoid, cannot wait to clutch that person in the hands, for fear of being snatched by others. Controlling strong. Ryu Hyungjun's outward personality is the opposite of hers. She is straightforward and likes to compete, and she likes to fight for everything, or else she wouldn't have been appointed as the flower leader for several terms in a row. She has been the leader of the flower girls for several years. From the transcripts of others, it appears that the two of them used to have an excellent sisterly bond. Once out to play accidentally met a few drunken ruffians. Lu Shangjuan in order to protect Xue Caiqing was almost bullied. At that time, fortunately a patrol constable found to save her. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. When Lu Shangjuan was sick it was also Xue Caiqing who guarded her bedside day and night, barely moving an inch. It is evident that the two are like sisters. After a while, however, the two inexplicably began to drift apart, until the biggest clash erupted on the day of the poetry slam and a complete break was made. This was not in line with Xue Caiqing's character. She must have received some major stimulus, thus losing her mind and even taking a knife to stab Lu Shangjuan. As much as possible, the only explanation is that she felt betrayed. Betrayal from a best friend. Best BFF. Okay. Second question. Chen Mu gazed at Meng Yanqing's beautiful eyes and opened his mouth to ask. A woman doesn't drink much on a regular basis and at the same time keeps herself clean. But one day she is suddenly very exuberant and happy. Not only does she get herself drunk, but she also drinks and has fun together with other men. Why do you think she is like this? Meng Yanqing was stunned for half a second and said quietly, she must have been betrayed by her lover, so she's deliberately trampling on herself. Betrayal? Betrayal again. All of it. But this time the victims have switched targets. Chen Mu's fingers gently tapped his thighs. His gaze drifted, and a line slowly became clear in his mind. That's funny. Xue Caiqing was betrayed by her best friend Lu Shangjuan, who in turn was betrayed by her lover. This lover boy is playing it safe. Perhaps in the shadows he then toyed with both of them at the same time, but accidentally exposed them, causing the two women to turn against each other. And Lu Shangjuan was so heartbroken that she deliberately practiced and indulged herself. She was so sad that she had to. The Grandmaster of Scum? Chen Mu smashed his lips, secretly admiring. To be honest, to be able to pick up Xue Caiqing and Lu Shangjuan at the same time, these two stunning beauties, it was not only possible to be handsome, but also to have extremely charismatic talent and temperament. Reference to Wen Tingyun such literati. Long average, but quite adored by the women of the greenhouse. It is only a pity that since ancient times talented people have many thin feelings. In admiration at the same time Chen Mu and some contempt. When the scum must keep in mind one point. Never to hook up with the girlfriend's girlfriends, which will absolutely let you die without a burial place. Even if it's a BFF who is secretly teasing and seducing you. I'll do my best. In his previous life, Chen Mu kept this in mind and never hooked up with his girlfriend's best friend while he was in a relationship with her. Not even after he broke up. Keeping a sufficient distance. The dangers of this can only be understood through your own experience. Of course, despise to despise. But from the case of Zhu Chunlu can be inferred that this case has a lot to do with that negative lover. The other party must have investigated that Lu Shangjuan was killed by Yuan Xing'er and the others. So with the help of the snake demon, They planned the tragedy and killed the 11 women to give Lu Shangjuan revenge. It can be seen here that he still loves Lu Shangjuan in his heart. Or the guilt is mostly. But here comes the point. Why did the snake demon help him? Even going so far as to draw an investigation from the court. As much as, is it a favor? Just what kind of tempting conditions could make the snake demon risk being hunted down by the court to help the other party complete his revenge? Shenmue couldn't figure it out and didn't have a clue. However, the good thing is that there has been significant progress in the case. Only need to step by step to break through. Shrouded in the Qingyu County, all the fog can be clear. The executioner behind the curtain is also unable to escape, politely refusing Meng Yanqing's request to stay for dinner. Shenmue arrived at the county office. Li Qiandu had yet to return, and only 2 medieval guards stood guard at the door of County Lord Lu Mai, much looser compared to the heavily guarded daytime. The best of. Shenmue circled around in a half circle and came to the back of the house by the corner window, flexing his fingers and tapping twice. A moment later the window opened and a small face peeked out. After seeing Shenmue, she took a blanket from the bed and placed it on the floor in case the other party jumped through the window and came in making loud noises to startle the people outside. Shenmue frowned and rolled over the window. She pulled Shenmue's sleeve to the corner and asked in a low voice, "Have you seen Little Shadow?" But after asking the question the other party didn't answer, but instead stared at her with a strange look. Lu Mai was puzzled. "What's wrong? So I'm being used by you, am I as much as?" Shenmue said indifferently. Lu Mai froze, then shook her head and laughed. "I'm not that capable. You're the one who got yourself into this. It can't be blamed on me. You must be happy now. Free of the emperor." Shenmue smiled to himself, hearing the displeasure in the man's tone. Lu Mai said helplessly, "I wouldn't want to be like this if I didn't have to. Plus I'm sorry for your current situation, but there's nothing I can do to help you." The tone of voice was exactly the same as the maid called Little Shadow. Shenmue took out the wax-sealed tube. "Your maid gave it to me. She wants to secretly investigate the heavenly beyond and asked me to bring this to you. As much as." "Thanks." Lu Mai reached out for it, but before his hand touched the wax-sealed tube, Shenmue let go of it, and the tube fell straight to the floor, fortunately with a carpet to block the sound. The woman's arm froze and she looked up at him. The latter's face was expressionless. She shrugged her shoulders and laughed, crouching down to pick up the wax-sealed tube and said faintly, "I know you hate me right now, but I've also lost my reputation. After all, you touched me and kissed me on the mouth. I'm saving you, as much as, but you did kiss me on the mouth." The woman blushed as usual, saying this without the slightest hint of shyness. Shenmue walked towards the window. "Don't let that maid of yours find me in the future. I'm busy." "You solved the Cold Mist Temple case well," the woman suddenly spoke. Her lips pursed up into a cold smile. "But you forgot one thing. Although I am without cultivation, I am not a little cutie." That monk lunged at me. Did he really mistake me for stealing the fruit? Could it be that I couldn't see that he had designs on me? Shenmue looked at her and didn't say anything. As much as. Lu Mai walked up to him, her jade-white pale cherry-pink lips slightly opening. "Shenmue, you're very smart, but don't treat others like little cuties. I know you didn't want to implicate the other monks of the Cold Mist Temple, so you helped them to hide it, and I didn't expose you that day, just because I wanted to sell you a favor. Since that monk is dead, I won't pursue anything. But remember, I'm not as mean as you think. I'm not helping you because it's the most critical moment now. Our Lu family can't make a move, and if I take the risk of saving you, it'll easily lead to trouble. Still, tell your maid to leave me alone. I really don't have time to get involved in your..." After the woman finished speaking, Shenmue turned around and climbed up to the window. "Shenmue, as long as you can pull through and survive this difficult time, our Lu family will owe you a big favor, and when the time comes dash as much as..." Unfortunately, before Lu Mai could finish her sentence, Shenmue rolled over the window and disappeared. The woman was quite helpless in the face of this situation. As a county princess to be disliked and loathed so much by a constable is also funny enough. She closed the window gently, wiped the blanket off the floor again and put it away, and sat on the edge of the bed to open the wax-sealed tube. Inside was a note. After reading the contents of the note, the sheriff lord's petite body shook and her face revealed a horrified expression. "Give priority to Chapter 100 Investigating Chai Ching." Returning home, Shenmue saw that his mother was playing chess with Qing Luo in the pavilion in the courtyard. Although the jade-like delicate melon face still carried a hint of haggardness, Bai Jianyu's complexion was obviously much better than yesterday. "Brother-in-law." Aura greeted with a smile. Shenmue came to Nyangzi's side and softly said, "When the weather is better I'll accompany you outside to take a walk. It's not a good idea to always stay at home." Before Bai Jianyu could open her mouth, the playful Qing Luo instantly clapped her hands and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we go climbing the mountain tomorrow?" Shenmue was speechless. How this girl loves to climb mountains. That's not a good idea. Bai Jianyu's slender jade fingers lightly clamped the black chess pieces. Sniffing reprimanded. Climbing what mountain? Can't you see that your brother-in-law is already very tired recently for the sake of investigating the case? It's not too late to go again after the case is over. Oh. The young girl spat out her tiny lilac-like cat tongue and stopped talking. Shenmu laughed. It's okay. The case should be able to break right away. And besides, I'm a big man to talk about what tired. The mother all day worry about the family is the most tired. Just right, I will give you a shoulder rub to relax it. Chanmu, who was disguised as a licking dog, came behind the woman and placed his hands on the fragrant shoulders on both sides, pressing slowly and forcefully. Bai Jianyu's delicate body stiffened and subconsciously tried to break free, but feeling the warmth coming from her husband's fingers, her body gradually relaxed, and a helpless smile spread on the corner of her lips, so she stopped paying attention. Left triangle beside vertical bar 3 3 vertical bar beside right triangle left triangle beside vertical bar 3 5 vertical bar beside right triangle to cut left triangle beside vertical bar 3 4 vertical bar beside right triangle. Perhaps the cause of the sultry weather. At this time the white fiber feather draped in a thin shirt, dark red breast hidden, snow-like muscle color crystal clear, like carved jade hibiscus, let Shenmu feast his eyes. He massaged his shoulders as he made a slight crease gap in his shirt, trying to view a more beautiful landscape. Perhaps sensing her husband's aggressive gaze, Bai Jianyu's neck was quietly colored with a blush. Her veiled hand gently pressed her chest shirt and pouted. Husband, accompany me to play chess. Chess is waved. Looking at the densely packed pieces on the chessboard, Shenmu's head grew big, doubling the number of. Although in his previous life he had had a girlfriend with a rather high Go level and had followed the lessons, he had no talent at all. Every time I played against my girlfriend, I was bloodied and my mind was broken. The sight of a chessboard gives me a headache. No, you have to come down with me. Bai Jianyu's tone was strong. Shenmu was at his wit's end, sitting in Cheng Luo's seat, looking at the other party putting away the pieces one by one, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I do have a new way to play. What's the play? The name of the tribe is the Dragon. The woman looked at her husband curiously. Shenmu hemmed and hawed. 5 in a row. Ever heard of it? Backgammon? Bai Jianyu frowned. Cheng Luo had played with Shenmu a few times before. Shenmu told the other party how to play, and the simple but rather novel rules of the game immediately aroused her interest. In order to demonstrate his strong demeanor, Shenmu simply brought 2 chessboards to play one against the other, even generously let the 2 women go down first. Left triangle beside vertical bar 3 3 vertical bar beside right triangle left triangle beside vertical bar 3 5 vertical bar beside right triangle to cut left triangle beside vertical bar 3 4 vertical bar beside right triangle. At first, Shenmu won a few games in a row against the 2 women and was quite proud of himself, but slowly Bai Jianyu lost more and won less, and in the end, she simply didn't lose. Even Cheng Luo began to crush it, directly drying Shenmu out. Looking at her husband's darkened face, the woman guffawed and laughed. Whether or not the hand is forbidden, the first black hand always has the greatest chance of winning, and is basically bound to win, unless some other rules are made to restrict it. No more games. It's no fun. Shenmu threw away the chess pieces in his hand in a depressed manner, got up and said, I'm going to take a shower. Seeing her husband gamble away as if he were a child, Bai Jianyu quite couldn't help but look sideways at Cheng Luo. Go and burn some hot water for your brother-in-law to go over. Want to give him a back rub? Cheng Luo blinked her beautiful eyes. Left triangle beside vertical bar 3 3 vertical bar beside right triangle left triangle beside vertical bar 3 5 vertical bar beside right triangle to reap left triangle beside vertical bar 3 4 vertical bar beside right triangle. You can try. Bai Jianyu's tone was flat. Cheng Luo smiled sarcastically and ran to the kitchen to boil hot water with a brisk pace. With a cool breeze in the pavilion, the woman tucked her blowing hair back together and picked up her chess pieces again, one for each of her right and left hands, and continued to play backgammon. Honestly, the husband is just too much of a vegetable to be fun to play with. Might as well be under one. After a dozen or so consecutive hands, White Fiber Feather frowned and muttered, no matter what way to start the game, this white sun seems to be really unable to block May. Unable to think of a way to break it, the woman didn't bother to think about it and put the pieces back. When she got up and was about to leave, a subtle but clear birdsong that fell into the woman's ears suddenly sounded like a whimpering wail. White Fiber Feather looked up. A raptor resembling a falcon hovered and soared in the dark floating air. Spirit kite. The woman held out her arm and the raptor swooped in. The long, narrow wing made a sharp, piercing sound in the air and landed on the woman's slender arm almost in the blink of an eye. The severity of the sharp claws seemed to penetrate delicate flesh and blood with the slightest effort. White Fiber Feather took out a roll of paper slips from the wooden show tube on the raptor's feet, and when she saw the information on the slips, her face became extremely ugly. Snap! The board was in tatters, and countless pieces were reduced to pieces. The next day, After waking up, Chen Mu realized that Nyangzi was in a bad mood, although the tone of voice and demeanor is not too different from previous days. Still smiling and warm, but the deep gloom between the eyebrows makes people afraid. The name of the program is not the same as the one in the previous one. It feels like a tigress on the verge of menopause. Even his usually active sister-in-law was quiet and no different from a little turtle. In this stagnant atmosphere, Chen Mu had the sense to remain silent. And after breakfast, he went to work at the yamen in a grayish manner. Just as he left the house, he happened to run into Yun Jiyue, who had come to look for him. The woman had another black eye, as if she looked as if she had overindulged. Her ponytail was tied up rather loose, and the funniest thing was the handful of hair that stood up on top of her head, swaying in the wind in a rather comical way. Dull hair, long time no see, Chen Mu greeted. What dorky hair? The name is a repeat of the word dopey. The woman strained her eyes wide with a few naive glances. It's nothing. Chen Mu shook his head and forced a smile as he asked, how are the things you were told to do? Not to be outdone. Yun Jiyue threw the small book in her hand to Chen Mu. The task is basically considered completed. But I'm exhausted, tossed and turned all night. I've memorized everything that should be memorized on it. Hard work, dull hair. Chen Mu took the book and flipped through it. Another dull hair. Yun Jiyue is full of fog. Completely do not understand what it means. Is this guy mocking me like a dullard? Left triangle beside vertical bar 3 3 vertical bar beside right triangle left triangle beside vertical bar 3 5 vertical bar beside right triangle to cut off left triangle beside vertical bar 3 4 vertical bar beside right triangle. After carefully browsing through it, Chen Mu confirmed a few of his guesses and also had a new gain. First, Mr. Nguyen had been to Bao Tran House frequently for some time. Secondly, on the day of the poetry conference, he actually drank with Lu Xiangjuan and the two of them spent some time alone. Third, after Lu Xiangjuan died, it was Xue Kaiqing who buried her. Fourth, in order to honor her bosom friend, Xue Kaiqing even spent 100,000 taels of silver to carve an earthly bodhisattva in the likeness of Lu Xiangjuan at the Cold Mist Temple, chanting and praying every day, and making offerings with incense. This was why she often visited the Cold Mist Temple and was warmly received by the abbot every time. This also shows that the foundation of her relationship with Lu Xiangjuan is still there. Close the door. I guess she was tortured inside after the death of her best friend. While some of the other speculations are a little different from the truth, there's no time to spend with this woman at the moment. She needs to be pried open at the earliest opportunity. A cold light flashed in Chen Mu's eyes as he faintly said, Go to Bao Spring House. Chapter 101. The morning breeze cool, still shrouded by the dawn of the Juchuan building is no longer the night of the charming, like a lazy sleepy woman of style. Brothers in arms. When the yawning pimp opened the door and saw Chen Mu, that face turned into a bitter melon again. I'm looking for Miss Xue to talk about something, not anyone else. Chen Mu stuffed the other party with a silver ingot. Since receiving the bribe from the Cold Mist Temple, these days Chen Mu really experienced the coolness of the expansive rich. Spending money swish swish swish, but the pimp pushed the silver back and smiled bitterly. Can you promise me this is the last time? What if I'm here to whore myself out? Then it would be most appropriate for Sheriff Chen to come at night. Many of the girls in my family are thinking of you. Brothers. The pimp forced a smile. Chen Mu sighed. It's not good to put out the fire in the morning. Can you make it easier for Mom Su? If this fire can't be extinguished, you'll be the one to suffer. Hearing Chen Mu's double entendre threat, the pimp could only agree helplessly. Letting Chen Mu and Yun Jiyue wait in the hall first, the pimp went upstairs to inform Xue Kaiqing, and after about a cup of tea, the pimp signaled the two to go up. However, Chen Mu told Yun Jiyue to wait downstairs while he went alone to meet Xue Kaiqing, to which Dull Hair also rolled his eyes furiously. When he was about to go upstairs, Chen Mu suddenly had a change of heart and asked the pimp, Mother Su, do you still remember Lu Xiangjuan? Brothers. The old pimp's face changed, squeezing out an ugly smile. Why is Sheriff Chen suddenly asking about this again? Dumb hair. Chen Mu beckoned Yun Jiyue to come over, attached herself to her ear and whispered a few words, then turned to the pimp and smiled. Mother Su, this friend of mine asked you a few questions. I hope you can answer honestly. The pimp looked bitter. Chen Mu patted her shoulder and laughed. It's fine. If we can cooperate properly this time, we probably won't bother you in the future. Hearing these words, the pimp could only nod with a bitter smile. Brothers in arms. Entering Xue Caiqing's room, the fragrance of chrysanthemum lingered. There was a comfortable ebony bed in the center of the room, and Xue Kaiqing was sitting in front of the dresser next to it, silently combing her long, ink-like hair. The woman's willow waist was about green, and a long light blue dress set off her slender and graceful curves. It's as beautiful and moving as a framed painting. Unfortunately, the woman was still masked by a white veil, only revealing a pair of clear and cool eyes, making Chen Mu wonder if the other party wore it even when she slept. Sheriff Chen came to me this early. I'm sure there must be progress in the case. Shui Kaiqing said softly. Brothers. It's okay. Chen Mu came behind the woman and propped his hands on the chair. His figure reflected in the clear yellow brass mirror that was as round as a moon disk. He grabbed the comb in the woman's hand and smiled. Shall I help you? There was an inexplicable sense of togetherness between the two at this point. The man was handsome and dashing. The woman was clear and elegant, and seemed to be a newly married couple who had just woken up with tenderness. Seeing the woman's tight grip on the wooden comb, Chen Mu shrugged his shoulders. Just kidding. He walked over to the chair next to the delicate bookshelf and sat down, crossing his legs, casually pulling out an anthology of poetry and literature, and asked, "What type of men does Miss Shui generally like?" "Brothers. Just tell me what Sheriff Chen has to say," Shui Kaiqing faintly said. Chen Mu looked down and flipped through the anthology, but after seeing the Mr. Ruan editorial note on the cover, he smiled. Is Miss Shui very familiar with Mr. Ruan? Having had a couple conversations, he's probably the most talented person in Greenbrier County. Shui Kaiqing gave it an extremely high rating. Chen Mu's sword brows twitched as he pretended to ask intentionally. I heard that Mr. Ruan is very fond of Lu Shangjuan. The woman's movement of combing her hair steeply stalled. The pair of bland eyes condensed a few points of sharpness, looking straight at Chen Mu through the mirror. Brothers in arms. After a moment, she said softly, a lot of people like Shangjuan. It is a pity that the good man has passed away. Chen Mu sighed. Shui Kaiqing slowly combed her long hair, but the fingers holding the comb were extra hard and slightly white. I heard that you and Lu Shangjuan are very close, Chen Mu asked. After half a minute of silence, the woman turned around and stared at the other with her ghostly eyes. What exactly does Sheriff Chen want to say? Chen Mu didn't beat around the bush and said straight. I've made some progress regarding the Jiu Chun Lu case, but this case has something to do with Lu Xiangjuan's death. Brothers, are you sure? Very sure, Chen Mu said indifferently, and I suspect that Lu Xiangjuan didn't die by accidental drowning, but was killed by Yuan Xinger and 11 other women who joined forces. Snap! The comb fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. The woman's gaze was mocking, and her tone was as indifferent as a void. Is Sheriff Chen relying on his imagination to handle cases now? It's imagination, but there's an absolute logical basis for it. Chen Mu got up and folded over to pick up the wooden comb on the ground, came behind the woman to lift up one side of the soft green silk slowly combed. Extremely gentle. Brothers. Shui Kaiqing didn't stop it either, but those hands clutching the skirt became harder and harder. That night at the poetry conference, Lu Xiangjuan was drunk, and the 11 women who took care of her were Yuan Xinger and the others. Chen Mu's tone was low and slow, as if he was telling a story to a child. Now that all 11 of these women are dead, the gestures of their deaths turned out to be exactly the same as the way Lu Xiangjuan usually sleeps. Swish! Shui Kaiqing leapt to his feet. Although Chen Mu withdrew his hand in time, there were still a few long hairs that were caught in the teeth of the comb and yanked off. But the woman was as if she hadn't realized it, and just stared at him coldly without uttering a word. Look at you. What are you so nervous about? Brothers in arms. Chen Mu somewhat regretfully removed the long hair that had been yanked off. Shui Kaiqing's once incomparably soulful pupils were as if they were covered by a haze at the moment. Cold to the bone. You're ridiculous. Ridiculous? Chen Mu reached out and gently pulled the loose hair covering the front of the woman's forehead behind her ear and said with a smile. In fact, you've long known that Yuan Xinger's and the others' deaths had something to do with Lu Xiangjuan, but you've always hidden it. Who exactly are you hiding from? Why would I hide it? Shui Kaiqing knocked down Chen Mu's arm as she tilted her head and coldly said. The corner of Chen Mu's lips pulled up a sneering arc. Shui Kaiqing, Shui Kaiqing, you're really as noble as you can be. On the day of the poetry conference, why did you turn against Lu Xiangjuan and almost stabbed her with a knife? That's your good sister. Brothers, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm tired now. I need to rest. Shui Kaiqing gave his expulsion order. Chen Mu smiled faintly. Because you felt betrayal. You hate Lu Xiangjuan. Roll. The woman's delicate body trembled, trying desperately to restrain herself. Chen Mu's gaze was like a torch. After Lu Xiangjuan's death, you paid for the casting of an earthly bodhisattva in the form of Lu Xiangjuan at the Cold Mist Temple. Did you do it to commemorate? Or was it for penance? Get out, brothers. With a clatter, accompanied by the sound of crisp broken porcelain, Shui Kaiqing angrily pointed at Chen Mu. Get out. Chen Mu patted the water stains splashed on his body and pressed the question step by step. Who is that man? The Bao Spring House tragedy was his handiwork, wasn't it? In order to make up for the guilt in his heart to avenge Lu Xiangjuan? And what role did you play in it? Me. Let you get out. The woman seemed to have fallen into a state of insanity, throwing all the tea bowls on the table at Chen Mu, and said in a single word. Chen Mu's tone was icy cold. Shui Kaiqing, you can continue to hide it, but I hope you can continue to be so tough at the yamen. Don't think that just because you're pretty, others will take pity on you. Now that the underworld guards are still at the courthouse, I'm sure you don't want to try their tactics. Can your rocky repair hide your pain? I don't think so. Brothers, you, stay away. Seeing Chen Mu approaching step by step, Shui Kaiqing suddenly screamed in panic, her voice seeming to be able to topple the roof of the room. Help! Help! Chen Mu was speechless. For what it's worth, it's like I'm trying to force myself on you. But as he watched the woman slowly retreat toward the window, a bad feeling welled up in his heart and he rushed over. Clunk! Shui Kaiqing overturned the cabinet by the window with such force that the flower pot slapped the ground. Brothers! Leaving the window open, she yelled out help, then actually jumped and fell from the third floor to the ground. Chen Mu was confused on the spot. Chapter 102 The Storm Before Dawn. Crazy! Osipanda 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 osipanda. Returning to his senses, Chen Mu cursed and sprinted to the window to poke his body out to check. See Shui Kaiqing lying on the ground unknown. He gritted his teeth and leapt out of the window. Toes a little hard with the help of the window-raised stone plate jumped down on the second floor extended windowsill. Once again borrowed the force after a tumble on the ground. At this time the pedestrians on the street gradually gathered around. The shrill cry for help just now drew the attention of the crowd. And before they could react, they saw the panicked Shui Kaiqing jumping from the third floor and falling heavily to the ground. Despite the grass slow light but still fell not light. White forehead as even by the sharp edge of the stone cut a mouth. Blood gushed out. People were all stunned by this scene. Especially when they saw Chen Mu jumping out from the third floor window heel. The crowd looked even more odd, associating it with a bad plot. Help! 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 Seeing Chen Mu followed by jumping down, Shui Kaiqing's jade hand grabbed the lapel. Her scattered green silk stained with grass clippings was quite a mess. She dragged her body desperately backward, hissing for help. Doubly miserable. Crimson blood dripped down the corner of her forehead staining the white veil, like a demonic blooming rose. Hearing the commotion of the pimp ran up to the third floor room. See the room full of mess but only missing Shui Kaiqing and Chen Mu heart sank, busy running to the window to check. This look almost did not faint on the spot. What are you doing, Sheriff Chen? The pimp's voice was sharp and almost distorted, and he couldn't care less about continuing to rebuke and hurried downstairs to stop Chen Mu's atrocities. Yun Jiyue, who had followed along, was likewise a bit bewildered. Her slender feet swept out of the window as lightly as a bird, landing lightly on the ground and protecting Shui Kaiqing in front of her. Chen Mu, are you crazy? Amidst the chortling, Chen Mu calmed down. He scanned the people who had come around, his icy cold eyes staring at Shui Kaiqing dead in the face. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to protect a scumbag who betrayed you? Shui Kaiqing just couldn't stop backing up, her eyes filled with fear. This scene could easily lead people to mistakenly think that Chen Mu had done something out of the ordinary to the woman, causing her to make such a desperate move. Especially if the other party is also an extremely popular and famous prostitute in Qingyu County. Kaiqing, OC pound. The pimp who rushed out of the gate at a very fast speed turned white with fear at the sight of Shui Kaiqing, whose face was stained with blood, and ran over to hold the woman in his arms as he angrily stared at Chen Mu. Sheriff Chen, what are you doing? If I had known that you were going to misbehave with Kaiqing, I would have said nothing to let you in. Just wait, I'll definitely report to Lord Gao. So many people are watching today, don't even think about denying it. The crowd of onlookers were also whispering. If it wasn't for the good character that Chen Mu had accumulated on weekdays, I'm afraid that he would have been accused and abused by now. You're good, I'll admit it. Chen Mu gave Shui Kaiqing a thumbs up. He understood that he had been put on the spot by this woman, and if he continued to press the issue he would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yun Jiyue, who had returned to her senses, gave Shui Kaiqing a rather meaningful look and followed Chen Mu to leave together. The secluded street. Chen Mu, who looked grim, pondered the consequences of Shui Kaiqing's framing while combing through the information about the case. Shui Kaiqing's such a big reaction was indeed something he hadn't expected. After such a fuss will inevitably cause a hot debate. Want to continue to pry something out of her mouth is basically impossible. Can only say that this woman is crazy enough. I can only say that this woman is crazy enough to do so. Although she was put on the spot, it was a side effect of the fact that she played an extremely important role in the case. Why is she trying so hard to hide that man? Are you still in love? Or did she and the man actually cause the tragedy at Jukanlu? Afraid of getting caught in the crossfire? Hey, I'm sorry about earlier. I really thought you bullied her. Yun Jiyue patted Chen Mu's shoulder and said rather apologetically, that woman is also too ruthless. I guess everyone now thinks that you are the one trying to force her. I don't blame you. If the bystanders were replaced with me I would be just as biased in favor of Shui Kaiqing. OC pound. Chen Mu shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the advantage that comes with the softer side. and people will always favor the weaker side when the truth fails to become clear. Especially when the other party is an extremely beautiful woman. What now? Yun Jiyue asked. Spooked, Chen Mu rubbed his brow and said faintly, with Shui Kai-ching making such a mess, not only is it hopeless to interrogate her, I'm afraid that the people hidden in the shadows will also understand the progress of our current investigation, making it a headache. Chen Mu's concern is not unreasonable. Chen Mu knew things were progressing in a bad direction when the breathless Zhang Yiwei found him and said that the county magistrate had asked him to go to the yamen, and this time, it was worse than he expected. Sure enough, just after entering the county office, Gao Yuanchun showed his ability to drop cups again. Chen Mu, what the hell are you up to? Didn't I tell you to investigate the case? Why are you running off to bully other girls again? Gao Yuanchun angrily scolded Chen Mu with an iron face. Sitting in the lobby of the yamen was also Qian Huli, who was currently staring at Chen Mu grimly, with a gaze that almost wanted to kill. Chen Mu was quite speechless to this guy. This is a few days. Still treat him as if he killed his father's enemy. On this point of the city before I do not know how to mix to the position of 1,000 households. Chen Mu cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. My lord, this is actually a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Li Qiandu laughed coldly. So many people on the street can testify, and still say it's a misunderstanding? At least you're a government official. How dare you molest a good in broad daylight? Realizing that the word good family was inappropriate to use on Shui Kai-ching, he immediately changed his tone and said, molesting a woman in a greenhouse. You really have a big style. You're breaking the law. Do you understand? Come on, arrest him for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, several underworld guards poured in. Gao Yuanchun busily said, Lord Qianhu, perhaps there really is a misunderstanding here. Why don't we let Chen Mu explain first? What else is there to explain? Li Qiandu said in a chilling voice. Although I came here to catch the snake demon, I also have the responsibility to rectify some of the magistrates who are not practicing correctly. Chen Mu bullied and humiliated women on the basis of being the head constable. Do so many onlookers and witnesses still need to explain? But he was, after all, entrusted by His Majesty. This official has his own explanation from His Majesty. Li Qiandu coldly interrupted him. Besides, it's been so many days and the so-called divine constable hasn't made even a little progress. It's really a disgrace to His Majesty's grace. Gao Yuanchuan's heart sank. From the point of view of this statement of Li Qiandu, the one in the palace is estimated to have secretly sent a message, which is a fatal blow to Chen Mu's career. My lord, I went to Bao Spring House to investigate a case, and Chen Mu gazed straight at Qianhu Lai, and this case is almost close to being solved. It's just the last step. Seriously, Gao Yuanchuan's eyes lit up. He was still extremely cognizant of Chen Mu's ability, and if he said that he was about to solve the case, it meant that the case had actually been solved. Ri Qiandu frowned. Chen Mu did not hide anything and told Gao Yuanchun one by one the clues and speculations he had discovered so far, deliberately omitting some in between. After listening to Chen Mu's statement, not to mention Gao Yuanchun, even Li Qiandu, who had always been grim, was stupefied. For the first time, he surveyed Chen Mu with astonished eyes. In that case, this Shui Kai-ching is highly suspicious. If we pry out the person behind the curtain from her, we will be able to find the snake demon? A smile appeared at the corner of Li Qiandu's mouth. Snapping the armrest, he got up and said, I'm going to catch her. Shameless. This guy was clearly preparing to rob Chen Mu of his achievements. Never. Yao Yuanchun hurriedly stopped him. Now that Miss Shui is injured because she was forced by Chen Mu, if we go to arrest her at this time, I'm afraid that it will cause resentment among the people, and they'll think that it's us officials who are using our power to oppress the people. Ri Qiandu's body stuttered in place. His face clouded over. Rumors have been the most frightening since ancient times, and it is indeed worth being cautious to fear people's hearts, but not their mouths. I'm not sure if I've ever been in a position to do that. Besides, the boss behind this Bo Spring House is not simple. Oh, how is it not easy? Ri Qiandu came to be interested. Gao Yuanchun dipped his finger in the tea and wrote a word on the table. Seeing that word, Li Qiandu's pupils contracted. It would be fine if it was any other woman, but Miss Shui is the head girl of the Bao Spring House, so I hope to think twice. Gao Yuanchun smiled bitterly. Ri Qiandu's face was ugly. What then? Li Qiandu. Gao Yuanchun gazed at Chen Mu. Chen Mu, do you have any other methods? Yes. Chen Mu took a deep breath and said indifferently. Originally, I didn't intend to use it because it would be too disrespectful to the deceased, but now I can only use this move. What move? Dig the grave. Chapter 103, is there still a reversal? The sky was overcast and the air was humid. For Mahalo, compared to the clear blue sky of the previous days, today's Qingyu County is completely shrouded in a layer of bleakness. Seems to have a torrential rain will come to the compelling. In the mountain path, a small team consisting of more than 20 people was walking slowly. Gao Yuan-chun, who always stayed at the county office, seldom walked such a long mountain road, and every now and then wiped the sweat from his neck, panting, somewhat regretting to follow him. Looking at Chen Mu, who was wrinkling his brows and fought next to him, Gao Yuan-chun asked, "Are you sure it works?" "Not sure, but an 80% guess." Chen Mu smiled and said, "After Lu Xiangjuan's death, Shui Kaiqing cast earthly bodhisattvas in the temple for worship, which shows the depth of the sister's feelings and much guilt. So when burying Lu Xiangjuan, Shui Kaiqing must have left something in the coffin. What would it be in your honor's opinion?" "Form." Gao Yuanchun thought for a moment and said, "It will leave behind the thing that Lu Xiangjuan was most attached to during her life." "That's right." Chen Mu's eyes flickered. Although Lu Xiangjuan suffered from her lover's betrayal, she still loves this person in her bones. So if it were me, I would leave a love token about the two of them or something about the lover boy in the coffin for companionship. Seconds. Hearing this dissection, Gao Yuanchuan's eyes glowed as he patted Chen Mu's shoulder. "Your kid is really powerful. It's still good that your excellency cultivated it." Chen Mu daily patted his horse's ass. Gao Yuanchun laughed, and his face sank again when his gaze landed on Li Qianhu's body at the very front. "He was really trying to arrest you at the Yamen before." "I know. That's why I can only present the case." "Form." Chen Mu was helpless. Li Qianhu's reaction gave him a sense of crisis. There must be news coming from the capital, emboldening him, and if he doesn't solve the case, I'm afraid he's really going to get caught by this guy. Originally, Chen Mu's plan was to extract the most important information from Shui Kaiqing's mouth. After all, he was only guessing about that lover boy, not enough to be 100% sure, and there were always a few doubts that he hadn't been able to unravel. Unfortunately, Shui Kaiqing's strong counterattack blocked the way to his regular investigation. Only the next best thing. Form hollow. After all, digging up people's graves is just plain unseemly. Soon, the group made their way through a few sparse groves to a more secluded hillock. Lu Xiangjuan's grave was next to a giant tree with gnarled and coiled branches. Tombstones stood across the room, shrouded in greenery. Chen Mu first carefully observed the grave and its surroundings, and after having a rough idea in mind, he signaled the constables to open the soil and dig the grave. "Squad leader, looking at the sky, I guess it's going to rain soon." Zhang Awei came over to Chen Mu's side, looked up at the sky and said, "It doesn't feel very auspicious to dig a grave on a rainy day." Form. Chen Mu looked into the distance with his extreme eyes, but he saw patches of black clouds rolling in. It was as if the next moment would engulf heaven and earth. Depends on the luck of the draw. Chen Mu casually plucked off a dog's tail grass and held it in his mouth, faintly saying, "I just don't believe that it's still possible to swindle a corpse or something." Li Qiandu also realized that the rain seemed to be coming, and scolded, "All give me the speed to be sharp. One by one did not eat? Hurry up." Unfortunately, the digging was quick and the rain came even quicker. Hidden thunder boomed and rolled from far away, and not long after, a few raindrops fell down like a woman's broken teardrops, hitting the leaves of the trees with a popping sound. Form a hollow. Looking at the dark clouds stacked above his head, Chen Mu's heart was suddenly haunted by a wave of ominousness that inexplicably annoyed him. Was there a problem at some point? Chen Mu frowned, watching the coffin reveal itself a little bit. The raindrops that had turned from dots into lines finally became larger and intertwined diagonally, seemingly washing away the dirty dust on the coffin. "Open the coffin." Qian Tu Lai gave the order. The four constables jumped down into the pit and took out their long-prepared tools to start prying the nailed coffin. Form a hollow. Listening to the chisel thumping, Chen Mu's heart jumped sharply. "Nope. There must be something wrong somewhere. Wait a minute." Chen Mu suddenly called out to the person opening the coffin. Ri Qiandu looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What's wrong again? Let me think about it first." Form. Chen Mu patted his head while walking back and forth beside the grave, stuffing all the facts of the case about Lu Xiangjuan into his head and analyzing them meticulously. The case of the Poetry Congress, the Bao Chunlu fiasco, the case of Mu Xianger, the case of the Temple of Cold Mist, the case of Sheriff Lu Mai. Sharply, Chen Mu realized that he seemed to have overlooked a key point, but couldn't recall what it was. Forming a hollow. The rain is getting more and more intense. Smoke and rain curtains fluttered down from the sky, silky and dense. Damn it, what's the godly chatter for? Open the coffin. Li Qiandu didn't want to soak in the pouring rain, and seeing that Chen Mu didn't say anything for half a day, he simply ordered directly. Chen Mu wanted to stop it, but looking at Li Qiandu's grim eyes, he could only stop. What is it? What is it? Think. Chen Mu slapped his head hard. Form hollow. He remembered the conversation he had with Shui Kaiqing in the carriage. He remembered Lu Wui stating the process of his escape. He remembered those intensive transcripts. And he remembered some of the information Mu Xianger had left in the letter when she left. The sound of the coffin lid being forcibly pried up echoed clearly through the green fields of the mountains. At the same time, A thunderbolt exploded overhead, and silver snake-like lightning swept through the thick gray-black clouds, illuminating the originally dark sky with open light. Dark clouds rolled across the sky and lightning flashed. Immediately afterward, torrential rain poured down accompanied by crackling and snapping sounds of breakage, and broken tree branches flew through the air. The yamen and the guards were all shocked by the cold weather, and as the rain poured down on their bodies, they felt a bone-chilling cold, forming a hollow. "Open it for me!" Li Qiandu wiped the rainwater off his face and roared. Back to the magistrate yelled. "All forces will be the coffin lid lifted." See the bones inside the crowd all cover their mouths and noses. Some timid people to avoid the head not to look directly. Chen Mu didn't have much of a reaction. He stared carefully at the bones. Although they were already corrupted, they were still recognizable as a woman. And Chen Mu was sure that the one lying in the coffin was Lu Shangjuan. "What are you waiting for? Find it for me," Li Qiandu droned. The four magistrates could only pinch their noses and endure the strong feeling of vomiting as they searched through the coffin. And soon one of the constables held up a scroll and shouted, "There's a painting here. Give it to me." Form. Li Qiandu's face was delighted as he took the scroll thrown up. Seeing this scroll, Chen Mu's heart was relieved to know that his speculation was correct. This scroll must have been left behind by Shui Kai-ching, and judging from the grave and the scroll, it was obviously put there when the body was buried. "Now let's see who that lover boy is, and whether it's what I suspected or not," Chen Mu muttered softly. Li Qiandu opened the scroll, which was somewhat aged by the bones of the corpse, and the crowd all gathered around and came forward. Upon seeing the contents of the painting, the expressions of the crowd first froze, and then became strange, as each of them looked at each other. "This is impossible." Yun Jiyue covered her small mouth, forming a hollow. Chen Mu sensed something bad and stepped forward. A morose white electric light streaked across the firmament, illuminating the man in the scroll dressed in an errant uniform, with a token hanging from his waist and an iron ruler in his pocket. With a handsome and unassuming appearance, although slightly different from the real man, he could still recognize the man in the painting as none other than Chen Mu, the person who wrote the inscription, Lu Shangjuan. A single gaze was all locked onto Chen Mu with complex expressions. Even Chen Mu himself froze. The brain went blank and buzzed as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. How could it be? Form hollow. At this time, he seems to have sensed violently turned his head to look, only to see the pouring rain in the midst of a woman in green umbrella and stand, like a lily soft swaying. She had gauze wrapped around her head with blood oozing out of it. Upon seeing the dug-up grave, the umbrella in his hand fell helplessly to the ground and rolled into a half-circle with the wind, cutting a path of loneliness and sadness. Shui Kai-ching came to the tomb like a walking corpse, silently looking at the bones in the coffin that had been battered by the torrential rain, his face devoid of sadness and joy. She walked up to Chen Mu. Clean, white, slender hands gently stroked on Chen Mu's heart. "Why?" Form. The woman tilted her chin up. Even though the white veil on her face was soaked through by the rain, it was still hard to see her face, just as it was hard to see if it was tears or rain falling from the corners of her eyes. "Why is your heart hot? It should be cold instead." The woman's voice drifted bleakly, as if squeezed out of a cracked heart. She stared at him. The eyes were as cold and gray as the remaining ashes burned out. It was the ultimate hate. It was the ultimate cold. It was the ultimate resentment. Form a hollow. "I'd love to plow through your heart and see if there's even a little bit of warmth left inside. I'd love to dig up your forgotten memories and see if you really have buried her, as the bones of the corpse do at this moment." The woman sighed and said quietly, "Chan Mu, now you know why I loathe you so much." Chapter 104, Backwater. Jagged thick clouds hung low overhead, gradually piling up into a leaden gray world. It's not a good idea to go to a place where you're not going to be able to see. The rain fell straight down like arrows, washing away the silt on the tombstones as if to cleanse the forgotten memories. Under Gao Yuanchuan's instruction, the officers re-nailed the coffin and buried it, as if nothing had happened. The dramatic start left the crowd with mixed emotions and more silence than talk. Shui Kai-ching knelt in front of the tombstone, not caring that her skirt was stained by the mud and water, her gaze wooden and empty without a trace of emotion. "You still haven't figured it out?" The woman's tone no longer concealed sarcasm and disgust. Chan Mu, who was standing behind him, stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar name on the stone tablet and smiled bitterly. At this point, his brain was still confused. Totally. He tried to remember a single star, tried to put all the clues back together, tried to accept the dog-eared reality, but his brain was so completely scrambled by the painting that it was hard to think halfway through. And he was also sure that the painting came from Lu Xiangjuan's hand and was not faked by someone else. Did I really have an affair with Lu Xiangjuan? Chen Mu's headache was immense. After crossing over, he noticed that a part of his memory was damaged and did not care about it, never thinking that this lost memory was about Lu Xiangjuan. Scum. After tracking it down, it turns out the scumbag is me, which is ironic enough. Totally. In the summer of last year, Xianjuan and I traveled to the outer lake, and because it was too late, we accidentally encountered some drunken landlubbers on our way back, the woman said softly. Xianjuan was almost bullied and humiliated by those scums in order to save me. When two constables happened to show up, they fought their way through serious injuries to save Xianjuan. Do you still remember this incident? Chen Mu raised a silkworm eyebrow. Somewhat impressive. The incident had not been erased from the original owner's memory, and it had been brought up before when the girls of the Bow Spring House had been given their statements. At that time there is a rough impression, is that he and Zhang Awei in dealing with a case coincidentally encountered by the drunken gangsters molested Lu Shangjuan, and then to save people in the process of being broken head. Really more tragic. But the problem was, after Lu Shangjuan sent a gift to thank her later, there was no more interaction. And where was the talk of love? Is there a memory behind it? Totally. Because of the hero's rescue and his outstanding looks, Lu Shangjuan thus fell in love with him? It's not impossible. After all, the world's loved millions of scripts, and even more bloody can be made up by the moonlight old man. Shangjuan said that she had never really loved a man so much in her life, as if she was destined to do so in her previous life. But she doesn't know that how many men in the world can truly be relied upon. Shui Kaiqing sighed. Chan Mu, if you really forget about her or not, at least. The woman got halfway through her sentence but didn't continue. She got up and picked up the umbrella on the ground, and slowly walked towards the depths of the rain curtain, her figure gradually moving away, as if it were a desolate remnant of leaves blown away by the wind. Till, what about me and you? Is there a relationship? Chen Mu was bitter inside. Come on, let's go back. Gao Yuanchun patted Chen Mu's shoulder and faintly said, this surprise of yours is indeed scary enough, but this official believes in you. Keep investigating. Chen Mu smiled helplessly and bitterly. Even I don't believe in myself now. You don't want to fall off the wagon when it counts. Gao Yuanchun said with a straight face. You're in a dangerous situation right now. This case is your only chance to turn the corner. As long as you get through it, you'll be able to truly get out of the situation. By the way, Gao Yuanchun suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. Mr. Ruan is going to enter the capital in a few days, and I guess he will enter the Metropolitan Court, so he will be able to take care of you then as well. Mr. Ruan is going to the capital? Chen Mu was surprised. Gao Yuanchun nodded. Since that time he was implicated in the case of the Prince of Civet and Cats has not been able to enter the civil service. These years is also scrupulously abide by their duties. Clean. Do not dare to get into any gossip. This time into the Metropolitan Police Force is considered to be simmering out. Chen Mu chewed on the information revealed behind these words. Don't want to get into any gossip? If you put it this way, logic seems to work. Chen Mu's gaze flickered slightly. The group packed up their tools and walked down the muddy trail. Totally. The rain was much less intense than earlier. Yun Jiyue came to Chen Mu's side and whispered. Scum, did you really lose your memory or were you framed again? After being rinsed by the rain, the handful of dull hair on top of the woman's head was gone, and her wet hair stuck to her white cheeks with a different kind of flavor, especially with the clothes clinging to the petite body. The perfect golden proportion made a crowd of men secretly drool. Chen Mu asked, what do you think? Yun Jiyue honestly said, to be honest, with your ability to toy with Lu Shangjuan I don't think it's hard. You are indeed a scum. Consider me a scumbag then. Chen Mu laughed at himself. Tot. He pulled the logbook out of his arms and tried to calm himself down as he began to go over the case threads from the beginning, trying to find another breakthrough. There must be something that one has overlooked. Surely there is. And you feel aggrieved? Yun Jiyu rolled her eyes. That pair of paintings is the best evidence. If you are not loved in your heart, girls have nothing to do to paint you? You're alright. I'm a scumbag alright. Can you be quiet for a minute? Chen Mu clasped his fists and begged bitterly. Seeing how upset the man was, Yun Jiyue skimmed her pink lips and no longer opened her mouth to disturb him. Totally. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to think. Suddenly, he stared at Yun Jiyue. A bright light flashed in his mind and he muttered. Right. If she didn't love me in her heart, how could she draw me? Since she drew me, it means she loves me. But if she doesn't love me, why did she draw me again? Hey, what's wrong with you? Demonized? Seeing the man staring straight at her like a demented man, muttering nonsense, Yun Jiyue was a little worried and reached out in front of him. Loved me. So drew me. Couldn't have drawn me if they didn't love me. Since they drew me, what was it for? Chen Mu drifted off, thinking hard about the logic here. Gradually, something seemed to occur to him as a possibility, and his eyes erupted with a blazing light, his breath catching. Tot. I see. Chen Mu grabbed at the woman's shoulder. Just wanted to say something, suddenly frowned again. It's not right. This way, the logic does not work again. Unless, he took out a charcoal pencil and scribbled in his notebook. A clue is toppled like a domino, then re-erected, then sifted. A contradiction set up, then hypothesized in turn, then toppled. A moment later, Shenmue sucked in a breath and suddenly laughed with a ha. That's crazy. The man's insane appearance made Yun Jiyue shiver. She was about to back away, but she was pulled steeply in front of the man, and the other woman's lips were almost on her ear, tickling and numbing. You, do something for me? It's important, Shenmue ordered in a whisper. Yun Jiyue, who was about to have a seizure, looked at him strangely after hearing this. You don't have a fever, do you? Do you need to investigate this too? Yes, I'm sure with your abilities you should be able to investigate. Shenmue glanced at Li Qiandu, who was walking at the very back with a gloomy face, and whispered, You'd better hurry up, or you'll be too late. Why don't I take you with me? Yun Jiyue proposed. No need. You have not yet recovered from your previous injuries, and it is troublesome to take someone with you to escape. Just listen to me. I have my own way. Okay, take care of yourself then. Yun Jiyue lightly nodded her head, and with a point of her toes, she swept towards the direction of the other side of the jungle. Shenmue walked over to Zhang Yiwei again and removed the crossbow from his body. I'm going to investigate something, but I'm sure Cheeto Lai won't let me leave now. So try to walk behind me and not be too deliberate. Shenmue quietly commanded. Understood. Tutti frutti. Zhang Yiwei didn't move and walked behind Shenmue, then greeted two more magistrates. The three hooked shoulders and chatted cheekily. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked the view of Ri Qiandu and the two underworld guards. The other Yamen looked at each other. All of them had the heart to make a path for Shenmue that was big enough to be able to escape. Gao Yuanchun frowned and didn't say anything, pretending not to see. It's back to the drawing board, so I hope it goes well. Shenmue slowly clenched his fists and exhaled deeply. When the group came to the corner of the mountain, sensing the moment, he violently drew his legs and rushed out. Ogre-shaped. Chapter 105 Murderer. Correct with Shenmue's guess. At this time, Qiandu Lai indeed had no intention of letting Shenmue go. To execute him. It was confirmed from that painting that he used to be Lu Xianjuan's old lover. Since this was the case, then according to Shenmue's previous logical reasoning, he would not be able to disassociate himself from the Bo Springhouse tragedy. It's practically a prey to the door. Regardless of whether Shenmue was the murderer of Zhu Chunlu, there was now enough reason to arrest him for torture. Chunmu. Chunmu. I've been handling cases for so many years, but for the first time I've seen the one who investigated himself as a suspect. It's really powerful. I can only blame God for not helping you. Li Qiandu secretly sneered. In a low voice, he ordered his subordinates beside him, go to the Yamen and arrest Shenmue directly. Execute. Or now. It's not a good time to make a move. It's full of their people, and this group of magistrates are very close to Shenmue, so they'll definitely cause trouble. Ri Qitu judged. To be able to become 1,000 household of the underworld guard, his eyesight and situation estimation were still accurate. He somewhat regretted that he didn't bring a few more medieval guards with him when he came, but it didn't matter. As long as he got to the Yamen, it would be hard for Shenmue to escape even if he stuck his wings on. As he walked, however, he suddenly detected a hint of dissonance. Shenmue, who was just in the field of view, has unexpectedly disappeared at this moment, to be put to death. Qiandu Lai tried to stand on his tiptoes to look forward, wanting to search for Shenmue's figure, but Zhang Yiwei's several Yamen were hooking up and hugging and laughing and joking together, completely obscuring his vision. Even Gao Yuanchun, the dead fat man, blocked in front of him, wiping the rainwater on his face with his handkerchief from time to time, and kept complaining, "Get thee out of the way." A hint of ill will flooded Ri Qianhu's heart as he pushed Gao Yuanchun and the other magistrates away. No, there is no Shenmue at all. Ri Qiandu's eyes went black and he almost didn't explode on the spot as he angrily shouted, "Where's Shenmue? Where is Shenmue? Execute!" With the benefit of hindsight, Gao Yuanchun froze in place, pretending to look back and forth, and also jumped up anxiously. Where did Shenmue go? Did any of you see him? The Yamen likewise scratched their heads and pretended to look around, each with a bewildered look on their faces. It was as if Shenmue had really disappeared into thin air. You guys. Qianhu Li was about to spit out blood. Pointing at the magistrates in front of him, he said sorrowfully, privately letting suspects escape. There's really something for you guys. If we can't find Shenmue today, I'll arrest all of you. Gao Yuanchun frowned. Lord Qianhu, when did Shenmue become a suspect? Gao Yuanchun, why are you pretending to be confused with me? Execute. The furious Li Qiandu simply tore his face off and coldly said, Lu Xiangjuan's lover has a major suspicion of committing the crime. This is what Shenmue himself said. Now that this lover is him, can't it be that he wants to get away with his crime? Oh Lord Qianhu, how can that boy Shenmue's abilities be compared to yours? He's just a little bit smart. Gao Yuanchun said helplessly. You can't just believe whatever he says. Can it be that if he says that Lord Qianhu wants to rebel, you really want to rebel? Unbridled. Li Qiandu drew out the Xiuquan sword at his waist with a swish sound. Seeing that Gao Yuanchun was just staring at him with a smile on his face, without any fear, Li Qiandu's face clouded over. He violently retracted his sword and coldly said towards his two subordinates, "Go back to the Yamen. Gather all the underworld guards to blockade Qingyu County. Search carefully for me, and if there's any resistance, shoot on sight. Execute." Yes. The cold rain falls down, landing on the green stone path, splashing small water droplets. Chen Mu in the rain ran furiously all the way. Familiar with the terrain of Qingyu County, he passed through several shortcuts at a very fast speed and came to his own mansion. "Mother! Chang Luo!" Chen Mu rushed open the courtyard door and shouted a few times, but no one responded. Execute. The courtyard is quiet, only the sound of the rain rustling and falling, as if the spring silkworms spitting silk. Slightly cold. Not here? Chen Mu also could not care about thinking about other things, rushed into the bedroom and began to rummage through all the cabinets and wooden boxes, including the cabinet where Bai Jianyu placed her clothes. Also a burst of pounding. After searching the bedroom, he went to the study, where all the chests of drawers were turned upside down. If Bai Jianyu and Xing Luo came in at this time, they would definitely mistake them for thieves in the house. Found it. Soon, Chen Mu found a bunch of red paper rosters at the bottom of a wooden box. Execution. This is the roster of guests who came to congratulate him when he married Bai Jianyu, but the names of all the guests who came to the wedding banquet are written on it. Zhang Awei, Chen Hyun, Wang Widow, Li Sam Kung. Chen Mu quickly skimmed through the guest list until one name clearly stuck in his eyes. Ryu Hyang-jun. Then he went back to rummaging, and sure enough the woman's name wasn't there. Snap. Chen Mu's expression was wooden, and the roster of delightful guests slowly scratched out of his hand and fell to the ground. Execute. A wry smile gradually appeared on his face before he slapped himself hard again and muttered, "I should have thought of that. How stupid." He recalled a sentence Qing Luo had unintentionally said earlier at the Cold Mist Temple, on the day of the wedding. Shui Kaiqing attended the wedding banquet. Yeah, that was an extremely crucial piece of information that he had overlooked. Bitch. Chen Mu slammed his fist on the stool, his face grimacing. He got up and ran toward the flower garden. Half an hour later, Chen Mu carefully avoided the underworld guards who had already begun a carpet search, and arrived at one of the more remote openings of the Bow Spring building. At the moment, he was as if he had fallen into a soup, with blades of grass on his head, all wet. He looked up at Shuecaixing's room, a cold aura flashing in his eyes as he began to climb. Boo! As the window was broken open by brute force, Chen Mu entered the woman's room with a tumble and drew out his park sword only to find that no one was in the room. Where are the people? Chen Mu frowned. Execute. By all rights, Shui Kaiqing should have returned by now. Whatever. Chen Mu made an immediate decision and began to rummage through the drawers, wooden boxes and closets in the house. Soon he found a long box under the bed. The long box with the paint falling off was locked. Chen Mu didn't bother to look for the key, and directly pinned the tip of the knife into the lock ring, and with a forceful fold, the delicate little lock was pried open alive. After opening the long box, what came into view was some women's private clothes, to be put to death, some bibs, etc. Chen Mu picked up the onion blue rolled green-edged satin bellyband and placed it on the tip of his nose to smell it carefully. The scent is different. Just as he was frowning and pondering, he suddenly became alert and his body flashed to the side in a hurry. A cold dagger stabbed. After the dagger fell short, the woman stumbled and fell to the ground. She climbed up and stabbed towards Chen Mu once again, her eyes full of ferocity and resentment. Shui Kaiqing, punish! Chen Mu kicked the woman to the ground, snatched the dagger from the other party's hand, and pressed his knee dead center on the other party's belly. Don't move! Yet the woman struggled desperately, those normally clear and moving eyes completely invaded by madness at the moment. The woman who had fallen into madness was incredibly strong, and almost lifted Chen Mu to the ground. Save! Seeing that the woman's cicatrization had suddenly veered to the side, obviously about to shout, Chen Mu directly swung up and smashed a fist on the other party's face. Stinking cousin! Be quiet! Blood seeped through the veil, blocking the woman's voice from screaming. Execution! Chen Mu pinched her neck. Then with a stabbing sound, he ripped open the woman's lapel, revealing the snowy, delicate shoulders with large swaths of skin, and said grimly, "Come on, keep struggling and I'll take a good bite. The more you struggle, I'll strip you naked and throw you out on the street. Come on." With that, he grabbed the woman's veil tie with one hand. "Just so I can see what you really look like. Keep screaming." The woman went quiet. A pair of beautiful weak pupils stared at the menacing man on top of them. Hollow reflections of indifference. "You're a idiot." Chen Mu cursed, climbed up from the other party, and coldly said, "Rock cultivation? Oh, The heart is unstable without a rock. I really thought you had practiced to the realm of adamantine invulnerability. What a joke. Execute. Shui Kaiqing was oblivious to his insults and sarcasm, lying quietly on the ground. The open shirt didn't bother to cover it up. Her body was extremely beautiful, but it was as if her soul had been stripped away. Like a puppet. What are you trying to say? The woman's voice was hoarse. Oh, I think it's you who's going to say something to me. Chen Mu gazed at the woman and said coldly, Shui Kaiqing, why did you quarrel with Lu Xiangjuan that day and almost stabbed her? Haven't you guessed it before? To be put to death. Yes, I did guess. Boom! Outside the house a bolt of electricity streaked across the firmament, shattering layers of dark clouds. Shui Kaiqing's petite body shook, her empty eyes covered in blood, and her slender fingers clenched in an almost convulsively bizarre manner. Chen Mu said in a cold voice, You're the type of woman who is extremely controlling. It's when betrayed that your usual coolness, your usual lack of desire, fails and you go crazy. Am I right? Execute. Seeing the woman suddenly clutching her dagger, Chen Mu walked over and stepped on the other woman's slender arm, sneering, I haven't finished yet. What's your hurry? The woman's chest rose and fell violently, as if it were burning with a blazing fire, and the anger in her eyes almost spewed out. Chen Mu bent down and said word for word, You're a murderer. You're saying I killed those 11 men at the Bowspring House? No, I'm talking about the other one. He once again pinched the woman's slender neck and exerted slight force. You came to the wedding banquet that day when I was married to my mother. Why did you come? The person who pushed me off the pond was you, right? Put a criminal to death. Chapter 106 How to Break the Situation. Ever since crossing over, Chen Mu had been feeling that a piece of the memory puzzle was missing from the original owner's memory bank. But he could never remember what it was. It was only then that he realized the missing piece was the memory from the time of death. Not exactly lost. Exactly. Because Chen Mu was so drunk at the time. After drowning, his brain was impaired in memory due to the stimulation of alcohol and death. There are many examples of this in some criminal cases. So after the memory was damaged, even after being possessed by the modern Chen Mu crossing, he couldn't remember what happened. It can only be mistaken for an accidental fall into the water. But who could have really thought that it was actually a homicide? Chen Mu looked at the woman's cold eyes and said indifferently, During that time, Lu Xiangjuan fell in love with a man, so your relationship became estranged. This was undoubtedly a torment for you inwardly. So you had an argument. Enraged, you completely lost your mind and almost stabbed her with a knife. Listening to Chen Mu narrating, Shui Kaiqing calmed down instead, the hatred, fear, and confusion in her eyes fading away, like a passerby listening to a story. Yet you can feel a stillness and coldness and loneliness in her emotions, a sadness that is more than a sorrow. Chen Mu took away the dagger in her hand and continued, At that time, you hated Lu Xiangjuan's betrayal and her heartlessness, but you never expected the sad news of Lu Xiangjuan's death on the day of the poetry conference. It's a huge blow to you. Looking at the woman who was as motionless as a statue, Chen Mu sighed. Not to mention in ancient times, even in modern times it would be seen as weird. Keep talking. The woman's gaze was stunned. Her 2 rows of thick eyelashes trembled lightly, and her teardrops had long since slid down the corners of her eyes into lines. After the death of Lu Xiangjuan, you built the earthly bodhisattva for her at the Cold Mist Temple, and at this time you were no different from the walking dead until... Chen Mu took a deep breath, helplessness and a bitter smile welling up on his face. Until a month later, when you learned that I was going to get married. Upon hearing this, deep hatred and disgust once again welled up in the woman's eyes. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an extremely dirty person. When I learned that I was going to get married, the hatred that was originally buried deep in your heart was dug out again, because in your opinion, it was me who betrayed Lu Xiangjuan. It's only been a month or so since the talent died, and I'm rushing to marry another woman, which makes you extremely angry. So angry that you even want to whip me into shape. So you came to my wedding reception. You deliberately used Lu Xiangjuan's name on the visitor's book to remind me and irritate me. But unfortunately I didn't have any reaction since the beginning. At that time you finally realized that in my heart there had long been no more Lu Xiangjuan. Full of anger and resentment eventually turned into murderous intent. And when I was drunk and went to the outhouse alone, you trailed behind me and pushed me into the pond. Am I right? Shui Kaiqing. Chen Mu didn't mind the woman's disgusted and resentful eyes at all and asked lightly. The chrysanthemum-scented and elegant room was silent, except for the sound of their breathing and the sound of raindrops outside, with only a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Shui Kaiqing laughed until tears seeped out of the corners of her eyes. In a state of madness, the color of sadness in his eyes was yet more intense. You're right about everything. The woman's laughter gradually stopped, staring hatefully at Chen Mu, her voice sharp and mean. It's a pity that God doesn't accept you. How I wish you could go down and accompany Shangjuan. Finally, the woman admitted the fact that she was the one who pushed Shen Mu off the pond that night. Remember the night she asked the other woman, "Do you remember Shangjuan?" Yell. What Shangjuan? Chan Mu, dressed in the groom's big red suit, drunkenly flashed his big tongue, his eyes blank, as if there had never been any trace of that woman. So, in anger, she pushed the other person down. Dead. Such scum deserved to die. Unfortunately, just when she thought Chen Mu had died, the other party had magically come back to life. Why? Yell. It's obvious that they're not even breathing anymore. At that moment Shui Kaiqing even wondered if Shangjuan was secretly blessing him. Doesn't God take it? Hearing the woman's unwilling words, Chen Mu secretly smiled bitterly. This stupid woman she still doesn't know that the real Chen Mu has been killed by her. Shui Kaiqing, haven't you come to your senses by now? Chen Mu looked at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Shui Kaiqing frowned. What? Yell. Actually, you really are an idiot. 2 strokes. A stupid woman full of mush. Stupid in more ways than one. Faced with Chen Mu's foul language and insults, Shui Kaiqing trembled. It's better than you scum. Scum? Chen Mu held down her head and knocked it on the floor as he coldly said, "You've been tricked by Lu Xiangjuan without even realizing it, and her lover is not lousy at all." What? Shui Kaiqing froze, yelling. Then the woman sneered. You're not only a scum, you're also a scum. You don't even dare to admit the woman you once loved. If it wasn't you, why does Shangjuan often hold your paintings and gawk at them? Is she a little cutie? No way. She's not a cutie. She's just toying with you as a cutie. What do you mean? Still don't understand? Lu Xiangjuan is deliberately doing this to you, deliberately leading you on, making you think that the person she loves is me, Chen Mu said in a low voice. The woman's almond eyes strained wide, a hint of faltering, though she still didn't believe it, because she had seen Chen Mu's ability to solve crimes. Yell. If not you, who could it be? The woman murmured and asked. Chen Mu was about to explain, suddenly noticed a hint of wrong. Always feel that the quiet outside some weird, seems to have a murderous atmosphere pervades. Not good. Chen Mu's face changed and he hurriedly got up. With a loud bang, the door of the room was broken open by a huge force, and 3 underworld guards rushed towards Chen Mu with their embroidered spring swords in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast. Wow! Chen Mu hooked his toes and threw the round wooden stool next to him, scattering it into countless thin slices, and taking advantage of the blocking momentum, he stomped his feet and scurried out of the window. Yell! Yet after he tumbled out of the window and rolled to the ground, his body froze in place, only to see that in the midst of the heavy rain, nearly a dozen underworld guards were staring at him with cold gazes, blocking all of his retreats. Snap! Chen clapped his hands and walked out from behind the medieval guards, his face grim. Sheriff Chen, what time is it now? And you still have the leisure to come to a greenhouse to have a good time? Chen Mu held the plain sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, Lord Qianhu, I've solved the case of Zhu Chunlu. Now I just need the final verification. I hope you. Come on, don't delay on purpose. Li Qianhu a cold smile. This official now officially wanted you. I hope you tied your hands to capture. Otherwise, do not blame this official without mercy. Yell. The sharp blade drew away from the sheath a little, making a clear scraping sound. The embroidered spring sword was pointed at Chen Mu. P.S. Good guy. A lot of readers have guessed. It's okay, there is a dark line behind. Alas, it is actually possible to write a little more hidden, but in order to speed up the pace, some of the writing is too obvious. Sad. Hard. Chapter 107, Jedi. The blade was like snow, and the falling raindrops seemed to become a hypnotic note, striking out a rhythmic sound. Totally. Chen Mu was judging the situation on the field while thinking of a way to get out. With his 3-legged kung fu sparingly dealing with 2 medieval guards was already hard enough. Not to mention that there was also 1,000 household with quite a high level of cultivation. Unless it was like the last time when he was bullied by Hung Jie at the Cold Mist Temple, when he suddenly exploded his small universe. Unfortunately, since that time, no abnormalities have appeared in him. Chan Mu, you'd better not do anything stupid and obediently follow me. Ri Qiandu's tone was cold and biting. Seeing the position where Qiantu Lai was standing, Chen Mu's heart stirred and his right hand quietly touched one of the things hidden in his waist. Okay, I surrender. Chen Mu suddenly threw the park sword in his hand to the ground. As he spoke, he walked towards the front. But you have to promise, Chito-sama, that I can't be interrogated by the underworld guards. I must be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. That's up to you. Seeing Chen Mu abandoning his sword and recognizing his weakness, Chen Duli inwardly disdained and signaled the 2 men next to him to add shackles to Chen Mu. Just as those 2 underworld guards arrived in front of Chen Mu and were about to put on the shackles, Chen Mu's left foot stepped forward and his body violently rushed out, using his shoulder to ruthlessly knock away the underworld guards on the left side, who stumbled and directly fell to the ground. The right medieval guard saw the situation and subconsciously lunged. Chen Mu heeled his foot and kicked backward as if he had long eyes, and the park sword that he had previously thrown on the ground was instantly sheathed and lit up with a vast expanse of autumn water. Trouble! The underworld guards hastily dodged, missing the opportunity to capture Chen Mu. The entire process was only a split second, and when Li Qiandu reacted, he actually saw Chen Mu charging towards him. Seek death. Li Qiandu's face was iron blue as he swung his sword, and the shattered energy poured down with rain. Shu, Chen Mu, who had sprinted out, suddenly raised his hand, and the crossbow in his hand shot cold arrows. Li Qiandu was startled, waving his sword to block off the incoming arrows. His feet stepped on top of the protruding stone platform, and the corners of his whole body exploded into the astral wind. Troublesome. Follow. Chen Mu raised his arm again, seemingly about to shoot an arrow. Li Qianhu subconsciously backed to the sword to cover, but turned to think, the crossbow can only send out an arrow. Shouted fooled, and so back to God. In front of the eyes is a piece of lime powder without warning sprinkled to. His sleeve swung up violently, and the lime powder scattered as much as it could under the powerful force. Is that all you got? Li Qiandu's beast-like red eyes contracted slightly. His rough skin wet by the rain appeared ashen, and his blade swung back to rest directly on Chen Mu's neck. It seemed that with a little bit of force, he could decapitate Chen Mu's head. Tick, but his face froze suddenly. Look down. A 20-centimeter long bamboo tube was less than 2 inches from his chest position. Surprisingly a simple small firearm. Chito-sama, why don't we try? Your sword is faster, or my firearm. Chen Mu's finger was on the trigger, and a cold smile spread across the corners of his lips. Compared to the fire dragon commonly used with the government offices, this simple firearm made by the Academy of Heavenly Workers was less lethal, but easy to carry and had an extremely fast punch. At such a close distance, the other guy couldn't dodge it. Tick. The other pouncing underworld guard saw this and froze in place, not daring to step forward. Li Qiandu's face was as gloomy as ink, and he laughed fiercely. A mere firearm wants to scare me. Is my old man's protective astral chi not papier-mâché? Then try it. Chen Mu was expressionless. Maybe this bit of firearms won't kill the other guy, but it's still possible to seriously maim this guy. Hey, scare me? Li Qiandu gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly pressed down. I've experienced more life and death situations than you kids have eaten salt. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Big deal. We'll all die together. Chen Mu drank. Come on. Li Qiandu's forehead veins burst. His wrist turned to slash, but glimpsed Chen Mu's finger force. He hastily stopped the blade. Good. I serve. You don't mess up. Bean-sized cold sweat mixed with rainwater rushed down from his pale face, and when he saw that the trigger had not been pulled, Qiandu Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Crazy. Laughs. This guy is a nutcase. Li Qiandu cursed inwardly and glared gloomily at Chen Mu. Chen Mu, if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid. It's a good thing you're not me. Chen Mu sneered back, swept his eyes at the surrounding medieval guards, and coldly said, let them cross the bridge and stay at least 50 feet away from us. You, let them cross the bridge. Chen Mu's finger on the trigger fired slightly. Tick, angrily stifling his anger. Qiandu Lai grimaced and could only wave his hand for all his men to retreat to the other side of the bridge. The original disadvantageous situation was actually dominated by Chen Mu, which was undoubtedly a mockery to the always conceited Li Qiandu. Throw away your knife too. Chen Mu's tone was cold. Li Qiandu shook his head. Impossible. It's not like he's a little cutie. The knife in his hand was currently the only sharp weapon that could still check Chen Mu, and if he threw it away, he would be completely passive. Don't worry. I don't have the guts to kill the underguard. Chen Mu said indifferently. You throw the knife away, then you jump into the river, and I have to make sure that you won't be able to hunt me down in a short period of time. Lai Chi hesitated. He believed that Chen Mu wouldn't dare to kill the underworld guards. After all, it was a major crime. I'm going to count to 3, and either we're going to die together, or we're both going to give each other a leg up. Chen Mu's gaze was icy cold as he slowly spoke. 1, 2, 3. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Li Qiandu, whose aura was suppressed, swung his arm and threw away the knife in his hand in a hurry. He was truly convinced. Oh, see, I could tell by the look in the guy's eyes that this one was definitely going to pull the trigger. You're tough enough. You're real tough. This time Li Qiandu was sincerely admiring the other party, but at the same time, he also had infinite killing intent. Once this kind of ruthless person gains power in the future, it will be even more troublesome to deal with them. Jump in the river. Chen Mu carefully forced him to the edge of the river. Try to jump as far as possible. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I swear. Chan Mu. You can't escape the first day but you can't escape the 15th. I'll be waiting for you. I want half 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 I. With a sardonic laugh, Qian Tu Lai turned around and jumped into the river. However, the moment he had just jumped down, Shen Mu suddenly aimed his firearm at his leg and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Young people don't speak. Ahem. Boo. Green smoke rose. A leap of fire rushed out accompanied by a scream. And despite the shift in aim, it still chipped away a piece of flesh from Li Qiandu's leg. Poof! Li Qiandu fell into the water, screaming miserably while struggling and cursing. Chan Mu, I'll grass you up. The other underworld guards on the other side of the river saw this and jumped in to rescue them. Silly one. Chen Mu glanced at the struggling Li Qiandu in the water, threw away the firearms that had already blown up and become obsolete, and turned around to run towards the alley. The soft sound of rain fell above the roof, running down the layers of pale black tiles. West Street, the backyard of the deserted blacksmith store. Chan Mu, who had escaped the pursuit, shrank in the shadow of a piece of rubble, holding a thick transcript of statements to check while waiting for Yun Jiyue's arrival. Totally. A few days ago, this place he had met with Lu Mai's maid, Xiaoying. It is a perfect place for a secret meeting. So when he was ordering things with Yun Jiyue, he set the meeting place of the two of them here in case they were searched by the underworld guards. Why isn't it here yet? Something can't be wrong. Chen Mu was in an anxious mood. About an incense stick later, a familiar figure finally appeared in the rain and mist in the courtyard. It was Yun Jiyue. O.C. Pound the. Chen Mu picked up a small stone and hit it on the wall, and Yun Jiyue, who heard the commotion, searched for the sound. After seeing Chen Mu, who was hiding behind the shadows like a mouse, the woman sighed in relief. I thought you had already been captured by the underworld guards. Almost got caught. Chen Mu stretched out his hand. You should have gotten the intel. Show me. Yun Jiyue took out a wax-sealed wooden tube with information from her lapel and threw it to him, saying without any good humor, in order to confirm this crap speculation of yours, I have mobilized half of Yin Yang Sex Intelligence Network. Turn around and you have to thank me properly. Didn't I say I'd work for you? Chen Mu said with a smile. Limited. After getting the warm wax-sealed tube he subconsciously put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it, and it really had the special sweetness of a woman's arms, which made his soul flutter when he smelled it. Seeing this, Yun Jiyue's cheeks reddened and she couldn't help but kick. You're sick. Professional habit. Sorry. Chen Mu snorted, unfolding the paper scroll. Chen Mu scrutinized it from beginning to end several times, and the corners of his mouth gradually brought up a smile. How about it? I'm smart, right? Awesome. I was really not expecting this outcome. Yun Jiyue stretched out her thumb and smiled faintly, her snowy face springing up. By the way, I happened to see Mr. Ruan go to the Cold Mist Temple when I came. I want half 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 I. Fine. Then we'll go to the Cold Mist Temple. Chen Mu put the transcript and intelligence away, got up and said, all the mysteries should be revealed. Remember to stay close to protect me. I estimate that guy may be possessed by a snake demon. Chapter 108, Riddle Revealed. Making a good plan. Chen Mu and his duo quietly sneaked out of the ruins of the blacksmith store and headed in the direction of the Cold Mist Temple. See below. However, the two had just passed through the old streets and alleys, when Yun Jiyue suddenly pulled him back and hid behind a short wall, and that ordinary but very durable face surfaced with a color of gravity. What's wrong? Chen Mu thought that he had encountered an underworld guard search party, but he didn't find any silhouettes after peering. Look at the sky, the woman said in a hushed voice, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu subconsciously looked up at the gray sky, and at first didn't notice anything unusual, but immediately afterward he changed his face. Only a bizarre patch of black shadows appeared above the sky, constantly hovering. It's the hawks and dogs, Yun Jiyue said. This is a kind of spirit beast that the underworld guards specialize in searching for prisoners, resembling an eagle but not an eagle, resembling a dog but not a dog, with an extremely sharp sense of smell. The woman was quite puzzled inside. As a matter of common sense, spirit beasts like eagle dogs were usually held by senior medieval guards only when they appeared, and with Li Qiandu's current configuration, he wasn't qualified to have one. Could it be that another high-level meditation guard has appeared in Qingyu County? And this? Chen Mu squinted his eyes to observe carefully, and indeed, he vaguely recognized a dog canine with wings flying in the sky. He bared his teeth. Damn, this is like a drone scout. What chicken? Yun Jiyue didn't understand and was confused. Nothing. Chen Mu shook his head. What now? They won't smell us. Not for a while. Luckily it's raining now. It will be a hindrance to the hawks and dogs' sense of smell. We'll have to be careful. I suspect there are a large number of underworld guards around. Yun Jiyue couldn't care less about avoiding suspicion between men and women, and directly grabbed Chen Mu's hand, pulling him to be careful and forceful. Feeling the woman's smooth and warm jade hand, Chen Mu was not much of a charming mindset, and with some warmth inside, he softly asked, "Will it even involve you?" Yun Jiyue smiled back, "It's fine. I don't care." The two of them sneaked along the remote paths of the old district, and purposely made a half circle from the south side of the chaotic graveyard, and finally arrived at the border of the cold mist mountain nearly an hour later. Looking at the hazy pale mountains in front of him, Chen Mu sighed in relief. "Finally, we've arrived. Let's go up from the back of the mountain." "Good." Yun Jiyue's taut nerves also loosened up. As she was about to go up the hill, she stiffened, and her eyes swept obliquely up to. Then they saw an eagle dog crawling and crouching on a tree not far away, its sharp scarlet eyes staring straight at them. "I'm not sure if I've seen it." It was as if it were a messenger from hell, cold and numbing to the scalp. "It's been following us." Yun Jiyue's pretty face changed greatly as she grabbed Chen Mu's arm and swept towards the mountain. Roar! The sound of the beast's roar pierced through the rain. The sharp claws like scimitars leaped up in the air, flashing with a harsh cold aura, swooping towards the two of them, carrying an amazing momentum. Yun Jiyue pushed Chen Mu away. Her hands quickly changed hand seals, and she pinched out a radiant small lotus sword formation. I one half I. Chop! With the sound of Jiaozha, several invisible sword chi with cold killing intent chopped at the eagle dog, who let out a whimpering scream and fell to the ground. Yun Jiyue twisted her head and led Chen Mu to continue sprinting towards the mountains. At this time, the other eagle dogs that heard their companions roar swept in, hovering and soaring above Chen Mu's two heads, chirping and roaring continuously. Yun Jiyue kept hitting the hand seal sword formation. Her heart was anxious. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a black arrow came swooping from the sky like a storm. However, these arrows didn't rain down on Chen Mu and the others, but instead pierced the ground in unison, blocking their path of advance. Can't walk. Looking at the dense rows of arrows nailed to the ground in front of her, Yun Jiyue could only stop her body with a bitter expression on her face. Just now, that eagle dog had followed them so silently for so long that it had long since notified the underworld guards. A rumbling sound came from far away, as if it was a black line that cut the heaven and earth apart, and it came like a tidal wave. In the hazy curtain of rain, an army of thousands of people appeared before the eyes of the two. Chen Mu frowned. Such a big formation doesn't look like Li Qinhu and the others. The Underworld Guard Orthodox Army. I. Yun Jiyue gave the answer. As the army loomed closer, the breath of heaven and earth turbulently flowed, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. The black stallion with silver armor was at the front of the group, and sitting on the back of the horse was the same man with a silver mask. The masks are like turtles and snakes, and they are very strange. He gazed at Chen Mu from afar, as if he was looking down on an interesting doll. Xuanwu Ambassador. Seeing the man, Yun Jiyue's face was ugly as hell. The Underworld Guard has 4 major hellbenders, the Green Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Xuanwu. These 4 people are not unheard of, and the Xuanwu in front of him ranked the oldest 4. His strength is unfathomable, ranked 17th in the Xian Tian expert list. It's a pity that my old lady wasted her powers before, or else she could have put up a fight. Yun Jiyue was quite helpless inside. Chen Mu was speechless. Is it necessary to make such a big gesture in order to catch me? No, by the looks of them they should be on some other mission. They just happened to come to Qingyu County and catch you on the way. Yun Jiyue faintly said. Oh, see pound the. While the two were talking, some people hurriedly ran in the distance, but it was Gao Yuanchun and a group of county government officials, as well as the magistrate Zhang Awei in them. My humble servant, Gao Yuanchun, sees envoy Xuanwu. Gao Yuanchun didn't bother to look at the two Chen Mu, and hurriedly ran to kneel in front of the Xuanwu ambassador, and the people who followed him knelt down one after another. However, the Xuanwu ambassador's gaze was always fixed on Chen Mu, cold as ice. A silver-colored spear slowly appeared in his hands. The flexible tip of the spear couldn't stop buzzing softly as a murderous aura lingered. Looking at this, it was clear that he wanted to take Chen Mu's life. This made Chen Mu puzzled. Could it be that the emperor secretly ordered to kill me? Xuanwu envoy. At the moment when the atmosphere was stagnant, another group of underworld guards came galloping in. The leader was a rather stout woman with a deep scar covering her face. Rather valiant. Gao Yuanchun glanced carefully and shivered. Black Diamond, one of the personal guards beside Ambassador Jubilee. Compared to the Xuanwu envoy, the Vermilion Bird envoy with the title of Rakshasa was the most feared. Whether it was the 100 officials in the court or the people of the Jianghu, there was even the saying, It is better to go down to the 18 layers of hell than to enter the vermilion bird gate of life and death. What is the situation? How did two ancestors come to my little county land? Cao Yuanchun was bitter inside. Envoy Xuanwu, this person cannot be killed. Blackling arched his hand and said in a cold voice, looking at the woman who had come to obstruct him. The Xuanwu ambassador spoke slowly. Give me a reason. The woman hesitated and said, if you kill this man, you will not be able to find the snake demon, and it seems, to rely only on your subordinate, Li Qiandu. Humph, so he can find the snake demon? The Xuanwu ambassador sneered. I can, Chen Mu said loudly at the right time. And it's right now. Just give me 1 more hour and I'll be able to find out the snake demon. Hearing Chen Mu's tone so certain, He Ling's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, Ambassador Xuanwu might as well give him an hour. The Xuanwu ambassador's gaze was gloomy. His fingers gently tapped the cold gun barrel, and after a moment of silence he faintly said, half an hour. Yes. Chen Mu grinned and pointed towards the cold mist temple in the back of the mountain. Since everyone is here, then come with me to the cold mist temple. I will definitely give you a surprise when the time comes. Humph, I hope so. The Xuanwu ambassador put away his spear, his tone contemptuous. If you can't find the snake demon, bring your head to me then. Definitely. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Limited. The sound of the bell is quiet and echoes in the distance, washed away by the rain. The temple has a more zen and quiet atmosphere. When the monks at the entrance of the temple saw the countless medieval guards and constables rushing into the middle of the temple courtyard, each of them turned white with fear, not knowing what had happened, and rushed to inform the abbot and the elders. Before the abbot and elders could hurry out from the meeting hall, Chen Mu's few people had already arrived in front of the hall. Chen Sheriff, what are you doing? Looking at the prefect, and the austere underworld guards in front of him, the protector elder's heart sank and his brain buzzed. The first thing that came to his mind was the previous garden rain case. Is it possible that this guy Chen Mu went back on his word after taking the bribe? Rather, it was Abbot Wohue who maintained his usual calmness. I'm sorry for running to disturb you all again. I'm really sorry. Chen Mu arched his hand and apologized. I'm here today to handle a case. Sure enough, it's for the garden rain case. Hearing this, the protector elder's face turned blue, and just as he was about to open his mouth to angrily rebuke the other party for being shameless, Chen Mu took the lead and said, it's another case. The elder choked, alarmed. Another case? OC pound. Chen Mu entered the hall straight away, and after looking around, he saw the equally surprised Mr. Ruan and cupped his fists and arched his hands. Mr. Ruan, we meet again. Sheriff Chen, you guys. Mr. Ruan was about to open his mouth to ask, when he suddenly saw the person following Chen Mu wearing a silver turtle and snake mask. His face swished pale and he froze for several seconds before flopping to his knees. Greetings to Ambassador Xuanwu. Now Mr. Ruan has not yet entered the Metropolitan Court, but is only a commoner, and naturally has to kneel down when he meets the great officials of the underworld. And even if you enter the capital, you still have to salute. Underworld guards are like Hades. Anyone who disrespects them is waiting for a mark in the life and death book. The Xuanwu ambassador ignored him, sat on the sandalwood chair at the top and said coldly to Chen Mu, alright, stop inking. Tell me where the snake demon is? Snake demon? Abbot Wuhue and the several protector elders looked at each other, uncertain of the situation. There's no rush. After I dissect and solve the Bao Spring house case for all of you, then I'll tell you where the snake demon is. Chen Mu signaled the crowd to take their seats. At this time, he saw Shui Kaiqing following the magistrate with an empty gaze. I don't know when the other guy followed. Chen Mu frowned and did not pay any attention to her. After everyone was seated and the other unrelated people left the hall, Chen Mu slowly opened his mouth. Before I talk about the Bao Spring house case, let me talk about another case. The Lu Xiangjuan case. Xiangjuan, Nguyen, who had been looking uneasy since he saw the underworld guard, froze and subconsciously clenched his fists. Chen Mu glanced at him and said, I'll make it simple. On the day of the poetry conference last year, Lu Xiangjuan accidentally fell into the water and died. But according to my investigation, she was killed by Yuan Xing'er, Yu Hejia, Wang Lanlan, and these 11 people joined forces. When these words came out, apart from a few people from Shui Kaiqing, all the others were shocked. OC pound the. As for why Yuan Xing'er and these 11 people wanted to kill Lu Xiangjuan, it was out of some internal grudges, which I'll elaborate on afterward. Chen Mu poured himself a cup of herbal tea, moistened his throat, and continued to say, and in the case of Bao Chunlu, these 11 people were killed by the snake demon, and their post-mortem postures turned out to be exactly the same as Lu Xiangjuan's usual sleeping postures, so it can be concluded that there is someone who is taking revenge for Lu Xiangjuan, and this man is her lover. In other words, This lover boy found the snake demon and made a deal for the snake demon to help him succeed in his revenge. This you have already said before. Gao Yuanchun was already convinced that Chen Mu had found something at this moment. And we also dug up Lu Xiangjuan's coffin. But the person on the painting is you. That's right. The person on the painting is indeed me. And that painting was also painted by Lu Xiangjuan. Chen Mu graciously admitted. The Xuanwu ambassador sneered. In that case, the murderer behind Bow Spring House is you. No wonder you know where the snake demon is. Wrong. The person in the painting is me. But Lu Xiangjuan's lover is someone else. Chen Mu smiled slightly and looked at Shui Kaiqing. The reason why Lu Xiangjuan drew that painting was to deceive others. To deceive her own good sisters. So that they would all mistakenly think that the love interest was me. Then in your words, who would it be? Gao Yuanchun frowned. Chen Mu took a deep breath and spoke in a complicated tone. Lu Xiangjuan's purpose for doing this is to protect that lover. Not wanting the world to know. Not wanting the lover to be spurned by the world. Not wanting to ruin the lover's future in life. I had a few candidates, but none of them were logical until I thought of one. A person with a special identity, that is. Chen Mu suddenly pointed to a man in the corner. A very handsome monk who was always silent. The next abbot of Cold Mist Temple. Hong Xin. Chapter 109, The Buddha's Heart is Also Broken. The hall fell into a kind of deathly silence. Cold wind into the hall. Scraping the monk's robe, hunting, pattering and swishing rain sound like fried beans make the original gloomy atmosphere more bizarre. Looking at the stunned crowd, Chen Mu laughed. Isn't it shocking? In fact, I'm also shocked. Sheriff Chen, are you kidding? How could Hong Xin have an affair with a greenhouse girl? You are slandering, letting Hong Xin suffer from an injustice. The protector elder was trembling with anger as he pointed at Chen Mu and shouted angrily. Don't blame him for being angry. Hong Xin was the next abbot scheduled for the Cold Mist Temple, with a very high Buddhist heart. And even those famous temples and ancient temples had nothing but praise for Hong Xin. Even the famous temple in the capital had specially invited Hong Xin to read the scriptures for enlightenment more than a month ago. Totally. If Hong Xin suffered from injustice, it would be a great blow to the Cold Mist Temple, compared to the furious protector elder. On the contrary, the identified Hong Xin was always in a state of reticence. Don't worry, let me tell you slowly. Chen Mu lightly laughed. At one point, I narrowed down Lu Xiangjuan's candidate for a love interest to Mr. Ruan. After all, Mr. Ruan is the most talented man in Qingyu County, and is greatly admired by the women of the Qinglu, including Lu Xiangjuan and Shui Kaiqing, who are also considered to be Mr. Ruan's fans. Fans means followers. Chen Mu also made a point of explaining, and I also believe that Mr. Ruan has an admiration, a crush if you will, on Lu Xiangjuan. With that said, the crowd's eyes went to Mr. Nguyen. O.C. Pound, thank you. Mr. Nguyen's complex expression. The corners of his lips held a little bitter smile, shook his head but did not say anything, as a kind of acquiescence. But there's a little bit of logic to it. Chen Mu continued. Even though Lu Xiangjuan's identity is rather special, she is after all the flower leader for 4 consecutive terms. So if we can really take her home as a concubine, it would be considered a doubly honorable thing to do. So why should we be sneaky about it? Why did Lu Xiangjuan insist on hiding her lover? Even on the day she was abandoned, she was unwilling to reveal half of her lover's identity. Also, Lord Gao said something about Mr. Ruan earlier that woke me up and completely made me rule him out. That is, Mr. Nguyen is about to take up his post at the capital. Since that case of the civet prince, Mr. Ruan had been unjustly implicated, causing him to come to such a small place to teach. And the underworld guards and the Western factory were always on him, conducting surveillance. In this environment, Mr. Ruan can be said to be treading on thin ice, fearing to make a little mistake, fearing to be tainted by the slightest stain and be used to magnify it, thus affecting his career. So it would be even more unlikely that he would have an affair with a greenhouse girl. After all, Mr. Nguyen is no longer a young man, and his bumpy experiences have sharpened his mind, and he is more sensible than anyone else. Sons and daughters are no longer in his life's considerations, he has higher ideals. After listening to Chen Mu's analysis, the crowd nodded frequently. Indeed, Mr. Nguyen is the closest to lover boy status, but also the most unlikely, and his career is his life goal. If it's not Mr. Nguyen, then who could it be? Chen Mu said. Let's focus on Lu Xiangjuan again and try to analyze why she deliberately drew my painting. Like I said before, Lu Xiangjuan drew me for the purpose of deceiving others and deceiving her own good sister. After all, her talking about love with a man would definitely be discovered by the others, especially her good sister Shui Kaiqing, who had noticed that she had a lover outside at the very first moment. But the problem was, even if she found out, what could she do? She was the flower girl. There's even less need to hide it from even your best sister. Unless this lover boy's identity was extremely special and could not see a single ray of light. Once his identity was exposed, he would be finished. Completely finished. Totally. Imagine a man of any special status within this tiny county of Cygnus seeing the light of day when it comes to relationships. Monk. The answer was in the minds of the crowd. The previously enraged protector elder's face was also white at the moment. His gaze fixed dead on Hong Xin. Ba. Abbot Wohue's face showed sorrow. Desire is born in your mind. And mind is born by thought. And each of the two minds is silent. Neither color nor action. A sinful fate. Obviously, they had believed Shenmu's words. Shenmu took out a stack of transcripts. I won't speculate wildly either. I searched for some of Lu Xiangjuan's former activity tracks. In addition to staying in the greenhouse, she has been to the Qin Shuyuan more often. But, she and Shui Kai-ching have gone to the Cold Mist Temple to offer incense more often. Going to the temple for incense is perfectly normal to outsiders. Who would have thought that she was actually dating her lover boy? Master Hangshan, am I right? Shenmu arrived in front of the young monk with sword eyebrows and sideburns like a sword cut, his gaze full of complexity. He was still quite fond of this monk. Hong Xian squinted his moist black pupils and wore a bitter smile. Even so, how would Monk Chen prove that I am the main culprit in the Juchuan Lu case? After all, long before the Juchuan Lu case, I went to the capital's Faya temple to consult the scriptures. Right, the protector elder said. We can testify to this. He had already left by then. Good question. Shenmu took out the information Yun Jiyue had given earlier. You left Xingyu County on April 28th, and the Juchuan Lu case was on the first day of May. So the time really doesn't match up. But there's one thing I'm wondering. Since you left on April 28th and arrived in the capital on May 3rd, why did it take so long? From Qingyu County to the capital, it's almost 2 days for an ordinary person if they take the official road, and almost 2 days if they take the waterway. Can you explain? Oh yeah. Shenmu looked straight at him again. After attending the scriptures, you left the capital on June 10th. But that day when I saw you at the entrance of the monastery, it was June 14th. Why is it taking so long again? Shenmu's words were like a blade, tearing apart the disguise in front of him. Hangshan was silent. The protector elder closed his eyes. The glimmer of hope that had just been ignited instantly annihilated, as if he had aged a dozen years or so, and he looked disheveled. At this point all the clues, evidence and reasoning are clear. Shuecaixing's jade hand clutched her soaked skirt in death. No one knew what her expression was under the veil, but those eyes were stuffed with countless emotions. Angry, confused, shocked, sad. Such an ending was completely unexpected, and cut a bloody gash in her already deeply pierced heart. I one half. Then let me answer for you. Shenmu said indifferently. You didn't go to the capital first after leaving Qingyu County, but instead planned the case of Bao Spring House with the snake demon. It was only after killing Yuan Xinger's 11 people that you traveled to the capital. On June 12th, you had actually returned from the capital, but you had been with the snake demon at Wushan, and the county princess Lu Mai. It was you who brought her from Wushan to the Cold Mist Temple, wasn't it? Maybe you were trying to save her. Maybe you had other intentions, but you didn't expect her to lose her footing and fall off the cliff because of the Garden Rain, and the death of Garden Rain must also have something to do with you. In fact, you killed him. Henshin, you I one half. The protector elder pointed at Hong Xin, half stifling his words. Love affair with a woman in a greenhouse, deceiving his master, cooperating with a demon to kill 11 women in order to take revenge, and even killing his own fellow disciples. Was this the same Hong Xin he knew? Why is that? Demon! He must have lost his mind to a demon. The protector elder seemed to have grasped the straw that saved his life, and cried out sternly. I don't believe that Hong Xin would turn out like this. It must be that snake demon's confusion. Looking at the elder who was desperately trying to defend his own disciple, the crowd's hearts were poignant. If the human heart is resolute, how can demons be confused? Hong Xin, tell me if this is true. The protector elder snapped. Hong Xin, who was standing quietly, but as if his mouth was sealed, bowed his head and silently recited the scriptures, and kept turning the rosary beads in his hands, not going to defend himself, or, at this moment, he is powerless to give himself a defense, and does not want to defend. Hong Xin, this painting is returned to you. Shenmu handed that painting of a faceless woman to the monk. You don't paint her face because you don't have the face to face her, right? Splat. The Buddha beads in Hong Xion's hand shattered. Chapter 110, My lady is not a demon. The beads that fall off are the Buddha's beads, and the heart that breaks is the Buddha's heart. In the name of the Buddha. Hung Xin stared at the woman in the portrait in a daze, a faintly perplexed color appearing in his eyes, but a hint of a smile was added to those handsome cheeks. No one knew what meaning lay behind that smile. Is it a release? Is it relief? Faceless is not faceless. He gently caressed the portrait, his voice filled with magnetism and sadness. It's because I can't paint her beauty. Monk, am I beautiful? Monk, time seems to have gone back to that late summer. Bare snow-white feet of the woman mischievous standing in the shallow pool, such as stealing down to the mortal world of the nymphs. Back of the hands sweetly smiling, dazzling, beautiful, really beautiful. At that moment he forgot to meditate, forgot the rosary beads in his hand, forgot the Buddha statues in the hall behind him, forgot the scriptures explained by his master in the morning. There was only her in his eyes, and only her. It seemed, after her death, he had tried countless times to draw her beauty on paper, but he had never been able to put pen to paper as he wished. Until this moment he did not understand that her beauty could not be painted. Snort! The thin scroll was gently torn open. Hung Xin tore the painting into pieces, the same relieved smile still on his face, and those pieces spilled out onto the ground like dead, withered leaves. He walked slowly to Abbot Wuhui and knelt in reverence. Master, disciple has let you down. Abbot Wuhui closed his eyes. The dense wrinkles at the corners of his eyes trembled as he tried to suppress the tears in his eyes, and the fingers squeezing the Buddha beads almost seemed to break. That was a long time ago, like the kid wasn't even 4 years old. Totally. Followed by a group of beggars asking for alms. Seeing that this child was pitiful, he brought him into the monastery and gave him the name Xin, in the hope that he would have a good heart and perseverance in seeking Buddha. If you don't have a constant mind, you're not going to be able to get away with it. He had always thought that this was the Buddha's son given by heaven, yet the reality was so cruel. Why was it like this? The protector elder pointed at Hang Xin and tried to say something, but it eventually turned into a sigh. For the teacher to ask you, do you still have Buddha in your heart? Abbot Wuhui's voice was old and hoarse. Oh, see, pound the Hung Xion's smile was clear. There was not a trace of impurity or wavering in his clear eyes, and his voice was tiny but quite firm as he said, yes. The old monk was in a trance, looking at his beloved disciple. At this moment he seemed to understand something and muttered softly, so, this is your Buddha? Yes. Constancy bowed her head. Abbot Wuhui trembled as he reached out his rough, dry, and thin hand and gently placed it on the top of Hung Xin's head, and a tear eventually fell from the corner of his eye. Go on, boy. From the top of the page. Thank you, master. With tears in his eyes, the young monk kneeled respectfully and bowed. He got up and headed for the door. Want to go? The Xuanwu envoy's gaze was gloomy. His figure sprang out of the chair like a spring, grabbing at Hung Xin. Still haven't told me where the snake demon is. However, just as he was less than 2 meters away from Hung Xin, he suddenly saw a lotus flower arise under his opponent's feet. Lotus flames to be exact. Morose white yet holy. From the bottom of the page, holy lotus karma fire. The Xuanwu ambassador's pupils shrunk, and he hurriedly stopped his body in the air with a pirouette. Yun Jiyue, who was standing beside Chen Mu, had a horrified expression on her face. Seeing Chen Mu's confused face, she explained in a low voice, this is karma flame nirvana, which simply means that he is going to set himself on fire to cleanse his body of his sins. Once a bystander touches it, they will also suffer from the pain of karma fire and be in agony. So, he's going to kill himself. Chen Mu had mixed feelings. Monk, you harmed me. Just then, a mournful voice sounded, only to see the shadow of a white serpent scurry out from above Hang Xion's head, flying out beyond the hall with a mournful roar, fleeing in haste. Snake demon. The spirit of the Xuanwu ambassador and the others shook as they chased after him. However, Chen Mu remained stopped where he was. Just as you thought, the snake demon is attached to him. Yun Jiyue's face showed joy, and she who wanted to chase out looked at Chen Mu who was standing still, hesitated, and didn't move. I'm leaving, this kid is in danger. What to do? What? Warrior. The woman sighs. Chen Mu looked at Hang Xin, who was trying to commit suicide, and a depressing feeling ran through his heart. The monk took one step. Slowly, the lotus flames under his feet began to climb up his calves like tiny snakes, making the monk's half of his body seem to be enveloped in a cloud of holy light. Seemingly sensing Chen Mu's mood, he looked sideways at the other party as he walked to the door and smiled slightly. There's no need to blame yourself, Monk Shen. I had planned to meet with Xiangjuan 7 days later, the day we first met. Now, however, it is good to go to the Yellow Springs Road 1 day earlier, and Xiangjuan will not have to wait much longer. Rather, it is Xiangjuan who has dragged down the mage for my sake, so the young monk is here to say sorry and hope that the mage will forgive him. Amit Ba. Hung Xian clasped his hands together, saluted, and then resolutely stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, the crystal clear raindrops seemed like sad teardrops falling in strings, and the rain on the ground became sheets, rippling out layers of fine ripples. When Hang Xian's feet landed in the rain, that lotus karmic flame did not go out, but instead grew more intense. Karmic fire climbed to the small of his back, his chest, his neck. He in the midst of the rainstorm was like a descending holy heavenly Buddha sun, making people feel a mind-blowing shock from the heart. Trouble. He walked over to a statue of a bodhisattva and sat down on his knees. This was not an orthodox bodhisattva, but an earthly bodhisattva in the form of Lu Shangjuan, built at Xueziqing's expense. But every day, late at night, Constantine would stand here, carefully sweeping, gazing, gawking. Monk, do you have me in your heart? The young monk has only Buddha in his heart. You've been calling me a female bodhisattva before, and that bodhisattva is also a Buddha, so you have me in your heart, right? That year's blossoms. The woman turned a pretty jade face with a slightly narrowed smile and stared at him narrowly, but he just bowed his head and chanted in silence. Monk, let's elope. You don't want to be an abbot anymore, and I don't want to be a flower girl. Let's go to a deserted place and live in seclusion, looking at the stars together every night and planting and weaving in the daytime, okay? At that time, she was nestled in his arms, her moving, clear eyes full of desire for future happiness, but he remained silent. Monk, I'm only asking you, do you have Buddha in your heart, or do you have me? She was in tears then, seeking only an answer. I want half, 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 I. For once, he wasn't silent. The young monk has only Buddha in his heart, so she left in sorrow, and that was the last time they saw each other. Hanshin recalled all kinds of things once, wrapped in karmic fire. He looked at the earthly bodhisattva in front of him and murmured softly, Xiangjuan, if you ask me again, I will still answer like this. There is only Buddha in my heart, and my Buddha is you. The monk folded his hands and slowly closed his eyes. The karmic fire devoured everything, and his body vaguely transformed into a holy lotus that gradually burned out and withered. It eventually turned into a sherbet. The stone statue in front of him suddenly cracked open, and a white butterfly slowly landed on the sherry beads, disappearing together in the blazing, piercing light. Some love is like a broken kite. Lit. Thread in a hand that ends sadly. Idiom, fig. After a tragic ending, there is no trace of the truth. There are some feelings that are hard to come back from. The moon in the window becomes a peninsular jade ring. Amit Ba, Abbot Wu Hui, who seemed to have aged a dozen years, closed his tired eyes, turned the rosary beads in his hands, and lightly chanted the Watanabe Sutra. The Dharma Protector Elder and a bunch of other monks were sitting on their knees with compassionate faces. The bells rang out distantly. The rainy sky is actually a displaced 7-color rainbow bridge slowly hidden. Beautiful. It's over. AKA the end. Chen Mu sighed. The soughing rain continued to come hard. The lance-wielding Xuanwu envoy and Blackling and the other underworld guards tracked all the way to the dense forest in the back of the mountain, but there was no sign of the snake demon. The snake demon is nearby. Split up and search. The Xuanwu ambassador's gaze was cold, and he said to He Ling, You Vermilion Bird Hall, go to the woods on the left, and signal as soon as there is any movement. Good. Blackling nodded and led the Vermilion Bird Hall underworld guards into the woods on the left. About tea work. A roar of fighting sounds suddenly came from the front. The Black Diamond crowd hastened to find the sound and sprinted. When he came to the open short slope, it was a white-skirted woman half kneeling on the ground. The surrounding area was devastated, obviously having been through a fierce fight, but there was no sign of the snake demon. Bai Jianyu slowly wiped away the blood on the corner of her lips, stood up, stained with raindrops of the snowy dimple shows the sharp lines of her features, and her expression is as cold as ice. I'm not sure if I can do this. At this moment, it was as if she was a devilish sword standing in heaven and earth, exuding extreme fury and indifference. The trance took away the sharpness of all the mountain scenery. He Ling quickly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee. Vermilion Bird Hall, He Ling, see your lord. The underworld guards behind him knelt in unison. See Ambassador Vermilion Bird, go after the snake demon. Bai Jianyu took out a silver mask and slowly put it on her face, shaped like a vermilion bird. Author's note, OMG. I can't believe someone guessed that earlier. I actually shouldn't have warned. Repent, but there should be a lot of people who didn't think of it. Like I said before, the title of the book has already given you the answer. My lady is not a demon. As for why that monk said she is a demon, it will be explained later. And why the female lead is a vermilion bird while the main character is being suppressed by the other underworld guards, will also be explained later. Both the blurb and the previous chapters. I'm deliberately confusing and leading. You can't really think it's the legend of the white snake. Sinister me. Also, There is a layer of the heroine's identity that will be revealed later on. Includes an absolutely unexpected reveal of the identities of the others. Had ha. The author is the most handsome. Dawei Tianlong. I one half 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 I.